When I learned that the female CEO was going to drain my sister's blood to save the green tea male lead, I rushed to the hospital and kicked open the door. Seeing that my sister had already lost too much blood and was about to faint, the doctors instinctively looked towards the door. The moment they saw me, their hearts all suddenly tightened. This cold and fierce aura was countless times more terrifying than Gu Yeting. The hospital director quickly regained his composure and said gloomily, "Do you know where this is? Get out." Before he finished speaking, I kicked him out directly. I turned around and came to the side of the nurse, who instinctively tightened her grip on the syringe that was almost full of blood. I held her wrist and then gently twisted it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the blood collection room. I immediately grabbed the syringe and carefully pulled out the needle, then placed the blood into the nearby blood processing equipment. After the treatment, I gently inserted the replacement blood bag into the girl's vein, and as the blood returned to her body, the girl's blurry vision gradually became clear. When she saw the figure in front of her clearly, she tried hard to open her still somewhat closed eyes, and her already weak voice was even warmer than usual. "Is it my brother?" She had seen her brother's photo, and the brother in front of her looked a bit different from the one in the photo, but she could feel that this was the brother who had already passed away, as mentioned by her grandmother. My hand pushing the syringe paused uncontrollably for a moment, and then I smiled and replied, The three trusted confidants who followed me to the door exchanged glances upon seeing the scene before them. Although their boss usually greeted people with a smile, they knew it was all a deceptive facade. They never dreamed that one day, such a warm smile could appear on their boss's face. Just as the three were lost in thought, a dozen burly bodyguards in black suddenly surrounded the entrance of the blood collection room. Gu Yeting, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, stepped out from behind the bodyguards. She saw the blood of the girl in the blood collection room being returned to her body, her expression dark as if she were about to kill. "It seems I've been too low-key lately, and some people have already forgotten the consequences of offending me." She slightly tilted her head and looked at the captain of the bodyguards, coldly instructing, "Take her away and deal with it." The bodyguard captain quickly nodded respectfully. "Yes, President." After saying that, he waved his hand. "Take them all down." However, half a minute later, all the bodyguards, including the captain, fell to the ground, unable to control their cries of anguish. Gu Yeting looked at the three people surrounding him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his usually calm eyes. She didn't expect these three seemingly ordinary individuals to be so capable, but it only surprised her a little. She looked at the three of them indifferently. Her calm voice seemed to be a gift to them. 10 million a year for each of you to be my bodyguard." Otherwise, the three of them were taken aback upon hearing this, and I, who was focused on giving my sister a blood transfusion, couldn't help but raise my head, looking at Gu Yeting as if he were a fool. "You idiot." Among the three, a 24 or 25-year-old woman, who was extremely beautiful, couldn't help but sneer. "Being a bodyguard is one thing, but only getting 10 million a year? Who are you insulting? This beautiful woman is one of my closest three subordinates and also the czar among the three emperors of the underground palace, named Di Sha." Gu Yeting heard Di Sha's words, and a shadowy darkness flashed in his eyes. "In that case, your only outcome is death." The moment the words fell, she moved, suddenly attacking Di Sha. At the moment of the attack, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her right arm, and she instinctively looked at her arm, only to see that the sleeve of her high-end tailored suit had been cut open with a long gash, and a wound that nearly pierced through her entire arm had appeared, with blood gushing out and almost instantly soaking the fabric of her suit. Under the piercing pain, Gu Yeting's forehead broke out in a layer of cold sweat. However, she is indeed a person of significance. Even under such intense pain, her face remains extremely calm. The emperor was playing with a delicate little knife that was only the length of a finger. Looking at Gu Yeting with amusement, "I already said, 10 million can't afford me. With your little bit of skill, you think you can fight me? Who are you?" Gu Yeting asked coldly, enduring the pain in her arm. She had been practicing martial arts under the guidance of a reclusive master since she was young, and her combat power was enough to rank in the top 10 in Yun City. It was no exaggeration to say that even the #1 fighter in Yun City could not easily injure her. However, in front of this person, she had no power to retaliate at all, and at one moment just now, she felt a threat of death. The imperial deity sneered, "With your status, you are not qualified to know who I am." After saying that, she moved her finger, and a rope directly tied around Gu Yeting's wrist. "Boss, how should we handle this?" I slightly raised my head while staring at the blood bag. "Isn't she trying to save her fiancé? Let's find her fiancé first." "Okay, boss." Half a minute later, the pale-faced Lin Juanan was dragged into the blood collection room by Di Sha, and then unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Lin Juanan, ignoring the pain of her body hitting the ground, immediately rushed to Gu Yeting's side. "Who are they? I'm so scared." Seeing Lin Juanan panic like a frightened little rabbit, Gu Yeting felt as if his heart was slowly being squeezed by a large hand. He wanted to comfort Lin Juanan but didn't know what to say. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness swept over her heart. At this moment, while I was processing the first tube of blood drawn from the girl, I looked up again and stared at Lin Juanan for 2 seconds. Then chuckled softly. I thought your fiancé, the big president of Yun City, was some kind of stunning beauty, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of useless person found everywhere. A chilling aura of impending storm appeared on Gu Yeting's already gloomy face. She clenched her fists, her not-so-sharp nails nearly digging into her palms. No one had ever dared to speak about her man like that. How dare you? I'm not the kind of man, she said. How could he say that about me? Lin Juanan trembled with pale lips, tightly hugging Gu Yeting's leg as if she had suffered a great insult. Because his position was on the side of Gu Yeting's uninjured arm, he did not see Gu Yeting get injured. At this moment, the situation seemed to him to be just a business relationship between me and Gu Yeting. Lin Juanan, relying on a bit of capital in her hands, dared to speak recklessly. There were also people in the past who dared to speak ill of him, and after he inadvertently revealed it to Gu Yeting, those people disappeared. The man in front of me actually dared to curse at him in front of Gu Yeting. I can already imagine how miserable I will look when I get dealt with. Gu Yeting looked at his pitiful fiancé by his side, trying hard to suppress the urge to take action. Her eyes were fixed on me, and the voice that came out of her mouth was dangerously intense. You are challenging my bottom line. Lin Juanan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of malicious triumph as she looked at me. This man is finished. Completely finished. Di Sha and the two people beside him looked at my expression with an indescribable suspicion. Wasn't it said that this woman is the president of the Gu Group, the #1 financial group in Yun City? Is the president really not a fool? Challenging your bottom line? As long as our boss gives the order, your entire group could evaporate within a day. Don't talk about challenging your bottom line. Even if I crushed your bottom line underfoot, it would still be your honor. I replaced the first blood bag I had just processed with a new one, then swapped it out for the empty first blood bag. Only then did I look up at Gu Yeting, slowly curling my lips. The bottom line? Coincidentally, what I enjoy the most is seeing how low other people's bottom lines can be. After saying that, I gestured slightly to Di Sha with a lift of my chin. The emperor heard my command and directly lifted his foot to gently kick Gu Yeting at the bend of her knee. Gu Yeting's knee buckled, and she knelt straight in front of me. Intense pain radiated from her knee, but at that moment, all she felt was a wave of humiliation sweeping over her heart. Her pair of narrow eyes stared at me, and that gaze was like sharp knives, ready to cut me into pieces. Gu Yeting swore that if she didn't make the person in front of her wish they were dead, she would never be human in this life. At the same time, Lin Juanan, who was originally holding Gu Yeting's legs, was completely dumbfounded. What did he see? The overbearing and dictatorial Gu Yeting actually knelt down to a boy who was much younger than her. How is that possible? How could someone as powerful as Gu Yeting kneel down to anyone? Ignoring Gu Yeting's murderous gaze that seemed to want to kill me immediately, I raised my hand and threw a large empty blood bag in front of Gu Yeting, instructing Di Sha. Isn't her fiancé in urgent need of blood? Saving people is urgent. Give her blood to her fiancé. After responding with a sound, Di Sha immediately picked up the empty blood bag on the ground and removed the plastic covering from the needle. One person beside her kicked Gu Yeting in the back. A muffled groan escaped Gu Yeting's mouth as his cold, handsome face made intimate contact with the ground. After Gu Yeting fell to the ground, the two directly pinned her arms down, preventing her from moving at all. Di Sha skillfully inserted the needle into Gu Yeting's vein, and instantly, bright red blood quickly flowed into the blood bag. What are you doing? No! Lin Juanan came to her senses from the shock and desperately tried to stop the three from drawing blood. The emperor raised his hand and gently swept it towards Lin Juanan, and her body was suddenly lifted 3 or 4 meters away like a kite with a broken string, rolling on the ground for 2 circles before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Gu Yeting, whose face was close to the ground, heard the movement and his heart snapped. In the next moment, he somewhat stiffly inclined his head to where Lin Evening Night was. When he saw Lin Evening Night's bumped forehead, he immediately struggled with all his might. However, it was as if his arms were clamped by 2 iron pincers, completely unable to move a single inch. Lin Evening Night froze as she looked at Gu Yeting, who was forced to draw blood in an extremely humiliating position at this time, and couldn't control herself as she gently shook her head. How is that possible? How could Gu Yeting, who had always strategized and was able to control the lives and deaths of everyone, be in such a sorry state? Not really. None of this is true. As Lin Evening Night's worldview was gradually collapsing as she was bombarded by the reality in front of her, more and more blood was coming from within that blood bag by Gu Yeting's hand. A blood bag is quickly filled. Emperor Kill pulled the needle out. He didn't do anything to the blood or the needle and walked directly towards Lin Evening Night, who was not far away. Gu Yeting finally panicked completely when he saw Emperor Killer's movements. Don't you dare! Emperor Kill couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips at his words. Dare? What in the world would he not dare to do except about his boss? Lin Evening Night watched in horror as Emperor Killer got closer and closer to her. At this moment, it was as if she saw death approaching her. She moved her body back in extreme fear. No, I can't. I'm not a blood type match for him. It'll kill me. You'll kill me if you do this. Emperor Kill walked to her and squatted down, a bony hand controlling both of Lin Evening's arms without being told. No, don't. Lin Evening Night desperately shook her head, using all her strength to try to break free from Emperor Kill's control. However, she couldn't move. She couldn't move at all. Stop. I'll give you anything you want. Let her go. Gu Yeting watched the needle get closer and closer to Lin Evening, and finally chose to compromise. However, Emperor Killer acted as if he hadn't heard him, and his movements didn't pause in the slightest. Stop. I told you to stop. If anything happens to her today, the entire Gu group will follow you to the end. Your families, your classmates, your friends, anyone who has the slightest connection to you must die. Xiaoshi looked at the crazy Gu Yeting and said with a faint smile, since you said so, it seems that I can't let you leave here alive today. Chapter 6 What if I say no? Gu Yeting's heart suddenly shrunk as he listened to Xiaoshi's calm but not half-joking tone, but in the next moment, he suddenly laughed, as if he was laughing at Xiaoshi's naivety. Kill me? If I die, the consequences are not something you can afford. At those words, the smile at the corner of Xiaoshi's mouth deepened a few points. Yeah, I'd really like to know what people I can't kill. After she finished speaking, she flung the other largest blood bag in front of Gu Yeting before looking at the two men controlling Gu Yeting. Keep pumping until his blood is drained. One of them answered yes respectfully. Without delay, he picked up the blood bag, and after pulling off the needle cap, the needle was once again stuck into Gu Yeting's veins. Meanwhile, Lin Evening, who had been stabbed in the veins by the needle in Emperor Killer, had been terrified to the extreme. Almost instinctively she cried out, help me, Timothy, save me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, where was half of her previous bewitching softness? She was so bad in the face of death. Who are you people? Just then, a 35 or 36-year-old, extremely handsome-looking older man appeared at the door of the blood collection room with quick steps. Following him were dozens of Gu group bodyguards. The handsome uncle looked at Gu Yeting and Lin Evening Night's wretched appearance, and a stern chill covered that handsome face. In an instant, an even more domineering aura than Gu Yeting's surroundings spread out from his body. Gu Yeting sniffed, and immediately struggled to turn his head to look at the door. When he saw the visitor, a flash of joy suddenly flashed across his eyes, which had always been devoid of emotion. Uncle Junior? That's right, this handsome uncle was none other than Gu Beicheng, the family head of the Gu group and also the person in charge of the gray area of Cloud City. He and Gu Yeting were one bright and one dark, one controlling the #1 consortium in the bright side of Cloud City, and the other controlling the gray forces of Cloud City. Beside the wall, Lin Evening Night saw the visitor, as if she had seen her savior, and screamed frantically, little uncle save me, they gave me Yeting's blood, our blood types don't match, I'll die if this goes on. Gu Beicheng coldly glanced at Lin Evening Night and ordered Xiaoshi in a cold voice, release the man. He could tell at a glance that Natsuki, who was sitting leisurely in a chair, was the centerpiece of several people. Xiaoshi looked at Gu Beicheng lightly and asked nonchalantly, what if I say no? Gu Beicheng's face steeply chilled. He suddenly took big strides towards Xiaoshi. As the distance between him and Xiaoshi continued to shrink, the cold aura around him became more and more intense. If Xiaoshi was just an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would already want to kneel at his feet under the compulsion of this aura. However, Natsuki just watched his movements with a small, flat face. When she saw that her opponent was almost 3 meters away from her, she suddenly flicked her small hand. Snort! A silver needle shot out steeply. Gu Beicheng subconsciously tried to hide. However, when this thought was born in his mind, the silver needle had already been stuck on the acupuncture point on his chest. His body suddenly lost its strength. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have collapsed on the ground by now. Xiaoxia's small face looked at him faintly. I only want Gu Yeting and Lin Evening's lives. Now get out and I can forget about you. If you scare my brother, I want you and the entire Gu family to be buried with you. Listening to Xiaoshi's light but more domineering voice than his, Gu Beicheng's eyes steeply flashed with killing intent. Going against the Gu family in Cloud City is not a wise choice. Xiaoxia hooked the corner of her lips. Then I would like to see what will happen if I am not wise. Uncle Junior, save me. Lin Evening Night's voice had trembled extremely. Nearly half of the blood in the bag went into her and she was already feeling a very noticeable headache and chest tightness. Right now, she feels like she's going to die at any moment. Gu Beicheng looked deeply at Xiaoshi for a moment, and then he swept a glance at Lin Evening Night before his eyes finally landed on Gu Yeting. At this time, Gu Yeting's face was already extremely pale, a sign of excessive blood loss. Looking at the Gu Yeting bodyguards who had fallen on the ground, Gu Beicheng understood that the people he had brought with him would not be a match for Xiaoshi and the others. After struggling internally for a moment, he finally took a deep breath and tried to lower himself a few notches. Let them go. What you want, you can talk. If that was your attitude when you walked in the door, I wouldn't have had the heart to let them go. But now, it's too late. Don't you toast me. Gu Beicheng was completely enraged. Xiaoshi looked at him. The smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly faded a few points. Next moment, she flung her small hand again. Snort! 2 silver needles pierced through the air and directly stuck into Gu Beicheng's knees. Boo! Gu Beicheng's knees went soft and he knelt straight down towards Xiaoshi. Chapter 7. How could this young girl be so powerful? Master of the house. The 10 or so bodyguards behind Gu Beicheng hurriedly swarmed up. Xia faintly swept a glance at the crowd, her small hands lightly shaking. Thumbs up. Dozens of silver needles flew out almost at the same time, accurately stabbing into each person's body. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bodyguards fell softly to the ground in unison. When Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting on the ground saw this, their eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. Xiaoshi's strength had already exceeded the realm of their cognition. By the wall, Lin Evening Night saw this, and her pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of pinholes. How is that possible? How could this young girl be so powerful? You have to know that Gu Beicheng, but he was an even more powerful character than Gu Yeting. In her perception, no one was more powerful than Gu Beicheng, but now what does she see? Not only was Gu Yeting forced to kneel in front of a little girl, but now even Gu Beicheng had knelt down? Soon, the shock in Lin Evening Night's eyes gradually receded, and a thick despair, little by little, clouded her eyes. And in the midst of that despair, there was also a deep resentment derived. She's only 24. Her big life was just beginning. She doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to die yet. What to do? What's she gonna do now? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she jerked her head to look at Xiaoshi. Next, she twisted desperately, adjusting her position into a kneeling position facing Natsuki. At the same time, she shouted at Xiaoshi with all her strength. Let me go. Please let me go. It wasn't me who drew your brother's blood. It was Gu Yeting. He ordered it. I've advised him many times, but he wouldn't listen, insisting that a blood transfusion would make my body recover faster. This has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. It's Gu Yeting's fault. It's all Gu Yeting's fault. Gu Yeting, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Evening Night incredulously. At this moment, he even suspected that something was wrong with his ears. How could his fiancée, who was so simple and kind, say such a thing? Seeing Lin Evening Night's desperate plea for mercy, Xiaoshi looked at Gu Yeting with some amusement. Gu Yeting, do you hear me? Now, do you still think there's something wrong with me calling her a demonic? Gu Yeting was silent. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that his fiancée, whom he had always taken care of, would say such words. However, while Gu Yeting didn't say anything, Lin Evening Night was nodding her head like crazy. That's right, I'm a demonic. I'm what you call a demonic. Let me go. Please let me go. If you say so, then I. Lin Evening Night sniffed, and her heart immediately gave birth to a strong ecstasy. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible resentment crossed her eyes. As long as she survives today, she will definitely draw the skin in front of her in the future, so that she can die in the most painful way. However, Xiaoshi was in the middle of her sentence but her words changed. Then I naturally can't let you off even more. What I hate most is demonic ES like you. One death, one less. Lin Evening Night's face abruptly stiffened. She's, screwed? Still, sparing her the realization that Shushi was teasing her like a mouse. She didn't die. She held on to her last shred of hope as she urged on Shushi. It's against the law to kill someone. And if I die, according to the law, you'll have to pay for my life. Xia shook her head in amusement at the words. Gu Yeting dared to blatantly draw all of my brother's blood. This thing called the law, not to mention me. Ask yourself if you care? The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, an icy voice suddenly came in from outside the door. Don't even care about the law? What a big mouth. Chapter 8, Break both his legs. As the voice rang out, a man in his 40s, wearing the uniform of the inspectorate, walked quickly into the blood collection room with several inspectors. Director Jiang looked at the crowd of bodyguards that had fallen to the ground and visibly froze for a moment. Seeing the visitor, Lin Evening looked like she had grabbed the last straw and frantically hissed. Director Jiang, Chief Zhang, she's going to kill me. You arrest her. Shoot her. Shoot her. I don't know if it was because of Lin Evening's words, but after entering the door, Director Jiang suddenly pulled out the weapon at his waist, and the black hole of the weapon's muzzle was aimed directly at Xiaoshi's head. Emperor Kill's three faces suddenly chilled when they saw the director's movements. Gu Beicheng's voice was icy cold as he said, "Kill her, I'll take care of the rest." And in the face of a weapon that could fire at any time, the light smile on Xia Xia's small face remained. "Zhang Lin, 5 years ago when I left the Cloud City jail, you were still a small jailer. This person who has been promoted quickly is a nobleman who forgets things." Director Zhang snapped at his words. In the next moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened abruptly. You're. Then he lowered his weapon with lightning speed. The whole body actually trembled slightly without knowing whether it was due to excitement or fear. You came out of that place?" Xiaoshi did not answer his words, but asked in a faint voice, "Today is between me and the Gu family. Are you sure you want to care?" Director Shang's face stiffened. He slowly turned his head to look at Gu Beicheng beside him, hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth. "Family Master Gu, I can't control today's matter, but I'll advise you. If you can reconcile, try to reconcile as much as possible." The scene in the Cloud City prison back then. He still felt a chill when he thought about it now. And the man who started it all was only 14 years old. After that it was sent to that 9 deaths. He had heard that those who were sent to that place, as long as they didn't die, were bound to come out as big shots who shocked the party. Associated with her terrifying strength back then, he no longer dared to think about what a terrifying degree this one had reached today. Reconciliation? Gu Beicheng's sword brows slowly furrowed. He had been working with Director Zhang for many years, and Director Zhang knew almost all of his cards and methods. But spare him the trouble. Director Zhang persuaded him to reconcile. This young girl, who the hell is she? Thinking of this, Gu Beicheng's gaze towards Xiaoshi revealed an unprecedented solemnity. He sighed softly and finally put his tone to its softest. "Release nighting and evening? My Gu family is willing to pay any price." "Any price?" Xiaoshi laughed lightly, seemingly amused and disdainful. "I want to exterminate your entire family, but a matter of words. Today the 2 of them must die." Gu Yeting stared straight into Xiaoshi's eyes for a moment before slowly turning his head to look at Director Zhang. "Kill her and I'll give you half of the Gu family's wealth." A thick, bitter smile appeared on Director Zhang's face. "Gu family master, half of your Gu family's wealth is indeed tempting, but you have to have the life to enjoy it even if you have money." Gu Beicheng was silent, and then, he looked seriously at Xiaoshi. "I don't know why Director Zhang is so afraid of you, but as strong as your identity and background is, can it be stronger than the War Department? Night Timing's father, a 1-star senior commander of the War Ministry, has made countless battle achievements for the Xia Kingdom. If anything happens to Knight Timothy today, even if you have a great background, you will never be able to do it alone. Knighting didn't cause any substantial harm to your brother after all. I'll let Knighting apologize to you, and the Gu family will make some compensation. How about that?" Hearing Gu Beicheng's words, Xiaoxi's eyes slightly converged. It wasn't that she was afraid of this 1-star senior commander of the Gu family. Rather, she understood that almost every character who could reach this level would have countless dark wounds on their bodies. It's no exaggeration to say that they, for their part, gave their all to the Summerland. After a slight hesitation, Xiaoshi looked towards Gu Yeting, whose gaze was already a bit lax at this point due to the loss of blood. With that, she signaled the 2 men controlling Gu Yeting to stop for a moment. The 2 of them nodded slightly before pulling the needle from Gu Yeting's arm. When Gu Beicheng saw this, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily this crazy woman isn't afraid of anything. Otherwise, even if Gu Fengnian had a high title in the War Ministry, he wouldn't be able to save Gu Nighting's life. However, without waiting for his breath to be completely relieved, the words that came out of Xiaoshi's mouth caused his heart to tighten once again. "For the sake of his father, I can spare his life. But he just threatened me and even tried to kill everyone close to me. A death sentence can be waived but a life sentence can't be escaped. Break his 2 legs." Author's note: surprisingly, there are babies who think Gu Nighting or Gu Beicheng is the male lead. The author can solemnly tell you that it is not. Nor can it be. Chapter 9: A big shot from the War Department? Yes. Without saying a word, the 2 men controlling Gu Yeting slammed one of their fists into Gu Yeting's legs. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The sound of 2 broken leg bones stood out in the silence of the blood collection room. Well, under the intense pain, the lax-eyed Gu Yeting instantly came to his senses. At the same time, Gu Beicheng's fist steeply clenched. He assumed that Xiaoshi had chosen to stop after knowing the identity of Gu Nighting's father. He thought that not only would Xiaoshi not deal with Gu Nighting again next, she would also carefully apologize. But, how could he not expect that Xiaoshi would directly have someone waste Gu Yeting's leg without saying anything? "Help! Help me!" By the wall. At this time, Lin Evening Night was already dying, but her mouth was still murmuring softly in a low voice. However, as this last plea for help fell, her hands suddenly dropped. This will be Gu Nighting fascinated by the soul of the beautiful woman. So, the fragrance of the death. Well, my brother needs to rest, so that's it for today. Oh, and by the way, I can let it go, but you can't just let what you did to my brother go. Within 3 days, I want the Gu family to give me a statement. Otherwise, I don't mind paying a visit in person. See them off. As Xiaoshi's words fell, the two people beside Gu Yeting suddenly got up and directly carried Gu Yeting, who was in pain and covered in cold sweat, out. Director Jiang looked at Gu Beicheng, whose eyes seemed to want to break Xiaoshi into pieces, hesitated for a moment, but still carefully assisted him towards the blood collection room. As he left the doorway of the blood collection room, Gu Beicheng's cold as if Arctic frost eyes gazed at Xiaoshi and opened his mouth. Want an argument? You can. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Come to the foot of Qingyun Peak. Not only will I give you a satisfactory statement, I will also give you a big gift. Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow. Good, but I'll say it up front. If your big gift lets me down, don't say that the Gu family has a 1-star senior commander, or even if they have a big chief. I'll make you all understand the consequences of hurting my brother. Gu Beicheng sniffed. That gaze at Xiaoshi was like looking at a dead person. Tomorrow, he would make this woman who didn't know the sky and the earth understand what kind of existence a 1-star senior commander of the war ministry was. Boss, what about these doctors and nurses? After Gu Beicheng left, Emperor Kill glanced at the doctors and nurses on the ground who had already slowed down from the severe pain, and asked Xiaoshi with a respectful face. Xiaoshi swept a glance over the crowd and faintly said, "Kill." The crowd of doctors and nurses on the ground were so frightened by Xiaoshi's words that their hearts almost stopped. Judging from the corpse of Lin Evening Night placed on the side, they had no doubt about the truthfulness of Xiaoshi's words. Emperor Kill hesitated for a moment, and finally admonished stiffly, "Boss, if it's outside the domain, it's fine to kill. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome to suddenly kill so many people in the summer country." Xiaoshi sniffed and looked at the doctors and nurses once again. Just as the crowd was looking at her, she held her brother, whose blood had all been transfused back into his body, and walked towards the door while commanding, "Break his arms and legs and throw him out." Yes. No. Don't you guys come over. Xia left the blood collection room, and a mournful scream rang out behind her, and just as Xiaoshi went to the next room and laid the boy gently on the bed, the combatant wearing the blue ear diamonds who had previously helped Xiaoshi to check the location, quickly walked over to Xiaoshi. "Boss, we found the exact location of that treasure you've been searching for." Hearing these words, even the always unperturbed Xiaoshi could not help but be a little moved. Where? This time, she rushed back from the urgent battlefield in the outer world. The main purpose was not to attend the meeting held in the highest conference room, nor to find her good grandmother to settle the score, but to find out that the thing which was enough for her to sweep everything in the outer world battlefield was inside the Xia kingdom. As long as she obtained that thing, the Xia kingdom, which was now being jointly oppressed by several countries in the extraterrestrial battlefield, would directly reverse the situation of being passively beaten. At that time, she would lead 1,000,000 generals and push straight to the nests of those countries. She would show those extraterritorial countries that looked down on Xia who was the master of this world. At the Mugata house, hearing Emperor Love's reply, Xiaoshi suddenly laughed. Ha! What a coincidence! Originally, even if she hadn't found out that the thing was in the Mu family, she would have made the trip. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that old Mrs. Mu had forced this body's original owner to marry that 60-something-year-old lecher of the Jiang family in order to curry favor with that intermediate commander of the Jiang family 5 years ago, the original owner wouldn't have accidentally killed the other party, and she, too, would not have been reborn in this body after the old lady had smacked the original owner to death. Thinking of this, Xiaoshi looked down at her younger brother Xia Zichen, who was still frowning tightly on the bed even in his sleep. 5 years ago, he personally killed his own granddaughter, and today he is going to drain his grandson's blood and sell it to the Gu family. So a good old lady of the Mu family, palace master. Oh no, Commander Xia, is your brother alright? Just then, Jiang Yunting, who had become a 1-star senior commander at the age of 28 and could be called a legend of the war ministry, finally rushed over. However, at this moment, the face of this war ministry legend looking at Xiaoshi was filled with apprehension and respect. You know, the one in front of you, at the age of 14, entered the Xia War Department. At the age of 15, he led a group of 9 soldiers whom he had personally promoted to establish the Imperial Palace, which is now one of the world's top forces. Now she was even more of a 3-star senior commander who stood at the top of the War Department, an existence infinitely close to that position. He, on the other hand, was a member of the Imperial Palace created by Xiaoshi 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he entered the War Department of the Xia Kingdom due to the needs of the Imperial Palace and became the senior commander of the War Department. Xiaoshi didn't reply, but ordered in a faint voice, Go with me to the Mu family. Jiang Yunting heard Xiaoshi's words and quickly nodded his head, immediately instructing his men who followed him to send a message to the Mu family. Have someone inform the Mu family that I'll be over for the old lady's birthday banquet tonight. 2 minutes later, the Mu family, the banquet hall. Mother, good news, good news. Old Mrs. Mu, who was sitting at the main seat in the hall, looked at the middle-aged man who hurriedly ran here and frowned as she reprimanded. Isn't it just the Gu family giving $1 million? What's all the fuss about? Moreover, that $1 million is what I traded for my own grandson's life, but it's not your share. The middle-aged man who ran here, and the current head of the Mu family, gasped and shook his head. Mom, it's not $1 million. It's a big shot from the war ministry who's coming over for your birthday dinner. The old lady's hand turning the Buddha beads suddenly gave a start. A big shot from the war ministry? Yeah. The person who passed on the message was none other than a close associate of one-star senior commander Jiang Yunting. Snap! When the Mu family head's words fell, the Buddha beads in the old lady's hand suddenly fell to the ground. However, she paid no attention at all to this string of Buddha beads, which she usually regarded as a treasure, and fiercely stood up, with an undisguised joy and excitement in her voice. Is that true? I know that Commander Jiang Yunting's close friend. It can't be fake. The old lady's breath hitched when she heard this. Jiang Yunting may be visiting the Mu family, and, most likely, to celebrate her birthday. If Jiang Yunting really came, the time for her Mu family to be promoted to a first-tier family in Cloud City would be tonight. Thinking that her wish, which she had worked hard for many years without achieving and had given up on, would soon be realized, the old lady was trembling with excitement. Chapter 10, The Big Man Comes to Town. Hurry! Change tonight's birthday banquet to a banquet of the highest caliber. Bring me the ivory chair I have in my room's collection that I haven't sat in yet. That's right, all of the Mu family's well-presented female family members, whether married or unmarried, pull me to dress up properly, and they must all come to the banquet tonight. Whoever can keep Commander Jiang for one night, I'll give her 10% of the Mu family's fortune. The Mu family had nodded his head in a hurry. Alright, I'll do it now. The old lady's excitement could not be calmed for a long time when she saw the back of the Mu family head hurriedly leaving. God bless the Mu family. God bless my Mu family. After a long time, the figure of the Mu family lord reappeared. Mother, everything you ordered has been arranged, but sister-in-law is not in the clan. Pop. The old lady slapped the armrest with force. Didn't I tell her not to leave the Mu family for half a step before? Then this is treating my words as a whisper? I heard that today is the day that the daughter of sister-in-laws will be released from prison, and sister-in-law went to wait at the gate of the Cloud City jail before dawn. Bring that back to me. Also, send someone to guard the entrance of the prison, and when you see the dead girl directly arrest her back. I want to deal with that scourge with my own hands. The Mu family had nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, I'll have someone go over right now. Let's go. Follow me to the door to greet Commander Jiang. Command down. Everyone in the Mu family today, give me a desperate bash. Whoever dares to upset Commander Jiang, I'll take his life. Half an hour later, everyone in the Mu family gathered at the main entrance, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yunting's arrival. Mom, do you think Commander Jiang will really come? In front of the door, the 24 or 25-year-old, dressed in a full dress, Mu Shuang'er, the daughter of the Mu family's main daughter, looked at the exquisitely made-up woman beside her and asked, then how could there be a mistake? I was right next to that close friend of Commander Jiang when he came over to notify. The one who replied back was none other than the wife of the Mu family head and Xiaoshi's second aunt, Tang Rulan. With that, she looked over at her daughter, who was only moderately good-looking. Frosty, you have to realize that there's a lot more to it than looks, and it's time for all the things Mom usually teaches you to do to come in handy. On the side, the Mu family had nodded with deep thought when he heard Tang Rulan's words. He also spoke with extreme seriousness. Frost, your mom is right. Perform well in front of Commander Jiang in a while. If you can marry into the Jiang family, those few sisters who look down on you are not even worthy of lifting your shoes. Mushener nodded seriously at her words, but then, she asked with some uneasiness, how old is that Commander Jiang? It won't be an ugly one, right? Mom found someone to ask around a long time ago. Commander Jiang just turned 28 years old in January, and before entering the War Department, he had been a school grass-level character, so you'll definitely be satisfied when you meet him. Hearing Tang Rulan's words, Mu Shuang'er then put her heart down. At the same time, her gaze toward the end of the road couldn't help but reveal a bit of longing. A few moments later, a special off-road vehicle for the Ministry of War stopped in front of the Mu family's main gate. The people of the Mu family looked at the stopped car. Their faces could not hide their excitement. This Commander Jiang is on the same level as those people on weekday TV, but such an existence had personally come to celebrate their old lady's birthday today. Their Mu family's hope of soaring to greatness was just around the corner. Then, Under everyone's nervous anticipation, the car door slowly opened. However, when the people of the Mu family saw the person who stepped down from the car, they all violently froze in place. Chapter 11, Kneel down for me. Damn girl, why you? After a moment's silence, the old woman's shrill voice rose abruptly. Although Xiaoshi's features had grown quite a bit, the old lady was incomparably sure that the young girl in front of her was the same little girl who had made her Mu family hated by the Jiang family 5 years ago and terminated all cooperation. When the rest of the Mu family heard this, they all frowned, and that gaze towards Xiaoshi revealed a strong aversion. I told you why it looked so familiar. So it's that mourner from 5 years ago. How did she get out of the War Department's car? I heard that she was released today after her sentence. I guess she did well in jail and the current jail is more humane. So I let someone send her back. How can such a person still have the face to return to the Mu family? Xiaoxi's gaze slowly swept over the Mu family's crowd. Eventually, her eyes landed on the old lady's still mean face, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a warmthless smile. I'm back. Aren't you welcome, old Mrs. Mu looked at her smile and a sudden palpitation arose in her heart. However, without waiting for the old lady to say anything, second Aunt Tang Rulan suddenly stood out. The way she looked at Xiaoshi was like she was looking at something dirty. Welcome? Do you have any idea how badly you victimized the Mu family back then? If you hadn't murdered Elder Jiang, the Mu family would have become a first-tier family in Cloud City long ago. Mu Schwanger beside her hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Xiaoshi, when Grandma was able to let you marry back then, it was because she looked up to you. When you were honestly serving Master Jiang as his wife, you would have been eating and drinking spicy food by now. So why would you have turned into a lowliest labor prisoner? If I were you, I would have killed myself in jail because I couldn't face the family that gave birth to you. But if I had any self-respect, I wouldn't have survived, let alone return to the Mu family immediately after I left the jail, begging the family to take you in like a dog. Saying that, Mu Schwanger took a few steps forward and walked in front of Xiaoshi. She pulled out $500 bills from her body and flung them at her feet. Looking down at Xiaoshi Dao, there's no way the Mu family will take in a like you, but you want money. I can give it to you. Here's $500. Kneel down at my feet and pick these up and they're yours. When the rest of the Mu family saw this, their gazes towards Xiaoshi all went cold. White-eyed wolf, you are a sinner of the Mu family. What qualifications do you have to go back to the Mu family to steal the family fortune from us? Are you still refusing to stop after you've victimized the Mu family so badly? Get on your knees, pick up the money and get the hell out of here. Hearing the words of the Mu family's crowd, the scorn in Mu Schwanger's eyes intensified a few points. Little, kneel down for me. After saying that, she suddenly raised her foot and was about to kick Xiaoshi's knee. However, the moment she lifted her foot, pop, an extremely crisp slapping sound resounded. Ah! Mu Schwanger screamed miserably and was directly slapped out of the room. Instantly, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The people of the Mu family stared blankly at Xiaoshi, all of them looking like they were stupid. However, soon after, Tang Rulan, who was a mother, snapped back to her senses. Frost, she ran to Mu Schwanger's side as fast as she could and checked up on her injuries. Hearing the voice, one by one, the Mu family members also returned to their senses one after another. Hitting people? How dare you hit someone? Little, even if you have harmed the Mu family so badly, you still dare to hit Miss Frost who kindly gave you charity? Miss Frost treats you well. How can you be so gracious? Old Mrs. Mu was also trembling with anger. Asterisk. You're an ungrateful. Under extreme anger, she shouted without thinking at the few bodyguards behind her who had been temporarily hired to maintain order at the birthday banquet. Come on people, beat this bastard to death who was eating out of the Mu family's hand. My wife will be responsible for any loss of life. However, when the old lady's words fell, the bodyguards did not make any half-hearted movements. Can't you guys understand human language? The Mu family doesn't spend money to hire trash, so why don't you do it? Still no movement. Are you guys deaf? I said. However, didn't wait for her to finish. Next moment, a young but calm and majestic voice suddenly entered the ears of every member of the Mu family. There's no need to shout. These temporary bodyguards you've hired are from the Ministry of War. Their duty is to protect you, not to be your punching bag. As the words fell, a straight figure crashed into the line of sight of the Mu family. Seeing Jiang Yunting coming down from the car, the old lady's body violently froze in place. Jiang. Chapter 12, Slapping the Wicked Grandma. Mrs. Mu subconsciously wanted to call out the title, Commander Jiang, but under the extreme shock, she was like a duck with its neck pinched, and she could not call out that title. She doesn't understand. I don't understand why Jiang Yunting was in the car. Isn't this car used by the jail to transport prisoners? What qualifications did this trash Xiaoshi have to share a car with Jiang Yunting, the big shot that even the Mu family had to desperately flatter? But the old lady was quite a character for being able to hold power in the Mu family for so many years. Quickly, she tried desperately to suppress her inner shock and tried to squeeze a smile out of her old face. Commander Jiang, I'm straight-natured. The words I just said about this girl might have been a bit heavy, but even if I spoke heavily, I'm still her own grandmother. And those words were all for her own good. Don't you mind, huh? Xiaoshi suddenly smiled when she heard the old lady's words. All for my own good? What a good one, all for my sake. In that case, I don't mind being gracious for once. When she finished speaking, she slowly lifted her feet and took one step towards the old lady. As the distance between Xiaoshi and the old lady became shorter and shorter, the old lady clearly felt an invisible pressure assaulting her. The overbearing and incomparable aura pressed her to the point where she could hardly breathe. Small animal. Pop. A crisp slap sounded at first on the old woman's face. Instantly, 3 teeth flew out of her mouth. This is a slap for your financial obsession and disregard for the lives of your blood relatives. The old lady was directly confused by the slap, however didn't wait for her to get back to her senses. Pop. Another slap on top of her old face. This is a slap for leaning on your old age and being a mother's elder in vain. Pop. This is a slap in the face to you. Pop. Pop. 9 slaps in a row were thrown hard on the old lady's face. By the time the last slap fell, all the teeth in her mouth had already been knocked out by Xia, and her legs could no longer support her body and she suddenly fell to the ground. Little I am your grandmother. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? However, despite being beaten like this, the old lady still questioned angrily with that leaky mouth. The surrounding Mu family members were all dumbfounded by this vicious action of Xiaoshi. Somebody tell them what's going on here. They remembered that the Xiaoshi of 5 years ago didn't even dare to let out a single fart in front of the old lady. Today, Xiaoshi dared to slap her own grandmother in public? Is she crazy? Little shy. Without waiting for Xiaoshi to make another move, an uncertain voice suddenly came from the side. Shushi looked around at the sound. He saw a woman who was as thin as skin and bones, looking at himself with moist eyes. Mom! Shushi spat out the word almost out of instinct. Mother Xia's body suddenly trembled lightly when she heard the name Xiaoshi called out. She carefully stepped away and walked in front of and behind Xiaoshi, a face already streaked with tears. Xiaoshi, it's really you. Mom finally meets you. Shushi smiled weakly and opened his arms to embrace his mother. Xia's mother felt the real touch, and 2 lines of tears slid down from her eyes once again. Xiaoshi is back. Finally back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. However, Mother Xia didn't hug Xiaoshi for long before she felt a grim line of sight staring deathly at her. She subconsciously turned her head to look. Upon seeing the old lady's snake-like malicious gaze, she couldn't control her body from shivering. Look at the wonderful daughter you've raised. Hearing the old lady's words, which were slurred but permeated with endless resentment, Xia mother's breathing steeply tightened. She hurriedly pulled up Xiaoshi's small hand. Xiaoshi, quickly go. Let's get out of here. Having been in the Mu family for many years, she knew how scary the old lady was. Natsuki had already offended her, and if they didn't run away, they would die. All of them. Feeling the rough sandpaper-like palm of Xia mother, a strong sense of sourness rushed out from Xiaoshi's heart. Another emotion from the original owner of this body. Xiaoshi fatally swept a glance at the old lady and spoke out to pacify Xia mother. Mom, you'll be fine with me. When the old lady heard Xiaoshi's words, her heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. However, when she thought of the former cowardly and wasteful Xiaoshi, and when she thought of Xiaoshi coming to the Mu family to beg for food just after she got out of the prison today, she had the courage to do it again at that moment. Xia Yuro, since Xiaoshi is your daughter, it's up to you to personally teach her a lesson. Now I order you to break her legs. Otherwise, both you and her will be expelled from the Mu family. Chapter 13, a single finger breaks an old lady's legs. Xia mother sniffed and her breathing steepened. Expelled from the Mu family? Xiaoshi had just been released from prison. She still wanted Xiaoshi to enter the academy to learn knowledge. And, even if it was part-time, it would be almost impossible to find a job with a rap sheet like Shushi's. And she can't afford to go out to work to take care of her young son. If they were expelled from the Mu family, I'm afraid that the 3 of them, mother and daughter, would really be starved to death. And even if they weren't starved to death, with the old lady's ruthless nature, she wouldn't let them live. When Xia mother thought of this, she quickly let go of Xiaoshi and looked at the old lady with a pleading face. Mom, it's all my fault for poor discipline. You can punish me all you want. Shizuku's life has just begun. Please spare Shizuku. Saying that, Xia mother stepped forward and was about to kneel down for the old lady. However, without waiting for her knees to land, Natsuki suddenly stopped her movement. Xia's pair of eyes, which usually always carried a few hints of laughter, had completely chilled at this moment. This Mu family, I had no intention of letting my mother and brother continue to stay, and now since you took the initiative to ask, it saves some trouble. As for breaking my legs, speaking of this, Xiaoshi slowly hooked the corner of her lips. The next moment, she suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Click, click. Two rattling sounds of breaking came out steeply from both of Mrs. Mu's knees. Ah! At that moment, a mournful scream came out from old Mrs. Mu's mouth. The intense pain caused old Mrs. Mu to nearly fall into a faint. Aha! Dead girl, what have you done to me? Xiaoshi looked at her lightly. Didn't you want to break my legs? They are both legs. Whose legs are not broken? Tang Ruolin, who was squatting beside Mu Schwenger, was the first to return to her senses and hurriedly rebuked Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, she's your own grandmother. How could you do this to her? And at that moment, Mushiner also slowed down a bit from the intense pain. She tightly covered her small face that had been bruised by Xiaoshi's whip, lightly biting her lower lip with a reproachful face. Cousin, it's okay for you to hurt me. How can you do that to Grandma? Grandma may have spoken a bit heavier sometimes, but it was all for your own good. If you do this, you'll chill the hearts of all the people who are good to you. When the Mu family members heard Mu Schwenger's words, they were all enraged. Xiaoshi, I originally thought that after spending a few years in jail, you would more or less change for the better, but I never thought that you would instead become worse, not even sparing your grandmother, who was previously closest to you. Back then, the old lady shouldn't have been kind enough to agree with the officials to sentence you to only 5 years, a six-parent loser like you should be executed. Back then, after you offended the Jiang family, the old lady should have just gotten you killed to give Elder Jiang a burial. Trash like you shouldn't live in this world. Old Mrs. Mu forced herself to endure the gusts of pain coming from her knees, and when she heard the words of the Mu family's crowd, the anger in her heart suddenly churned even more. That's right. If she didn't have a soft heart back then and didn't directly find someone to go to jail to get Xiaoshi to make amends to the Jiang family, why would it be the turn of this small at this time to make waves in front of her? It's a pity that she doesn't know what kind of sorcery this little learned inside the prison, and even broke her legs with a ringing finger. Now she can't move this little, even if she's angry. However, in the next moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, old Mrs. Mu immediately turned her head to look at Jiang Yunting, who was standing quietly not far away. Her eyes abruptly lit up, yet her face was crying out. Commander Jiang! You've seen it, Commander Jiang! This dead girl is going to kill me. Her own grandmother, you have to do it for me. Chapter 14, you don't even dare to fart in front of Xiaoxia. Jiang Yunting, he had minimized his presence to such an extent. How was he still noticed? And, be the master? What can he do about the person that Commander Xia wants to move? He doesn't even dare to fart in front of Commander Xia, okay? However, old Mrs. Mu naturally wouldn't know what was going on in Jiang Yunting's mind. Seeing that Jiang Yunting didn't say anything, she directly took his reaction as pondering how to deal with Xiaoshi. Commander Jiang, even if you don't say that I'm this girl's own grandmother, she has to go to jail for breaking anyone's legs in public, but she has been unkind to me as a grandmother, and my wife cannot be unrighteous to her. It doesn't really have to be a death sentence. Just take her back and give her a life sentence. Jiang Yunting, Jesus Christ, just strike him dead with a thunderbolt. No death penalty? A straight life sentence for Commander Xia? If he really did that, the one who would be sentenced to death would not be Commander Xia, but him, okay? However, the Mu family members did not notice Jiang Yunting's steeply frozen face. They all frowned when they heard old Mrs. Mu's words, a look of disapproval on their faces. Old lady, you have to be kind to whoever you want to be kind to. If this kind of scourge is really sentenced to life imprisonment, when he gets a reduced sentence inside, he'll still be a scourge to the Mu family when he comes out. Yes, old lady, she doesn't even take you as her grandmother anymore. Why do you still remember that she is your granddaughter? I think she should be sentenced to death. Old lady, there's no need to say anything more. Just let Commander Jiang sentence her to death. Old Mrs. Mu heard the words of divine assistance from all the people in the Mu family, and felt that the pain in her legs had eased quite a bit under her soothing mood. Commander Jiang, it's not that my wife is hard-hearted. It's really that this girl has lost her humanity, and since everyone in the Mu family has agreed, it's not too much to sentence her to a death sentence. Jiang Yunting's heart was about to jump out of his chest when he heard old Mrs. Mu directly decide on Xiaoshi's death sentence. Old woman, you can kill yourself any way you want, but don't bring me along. Just when Jiang Yunting was about to be made to collapse by old Madame Mu and the Mu family, Xiaoshi suddenly turned her head slightly and looked at him with a faint smile and said, Jiang Yunting, you heard everything they said? The Mu family members were all slightly stunned when they heard Xiaoshi's question. What is this? How dare you speak to Commander Jiang in such a tone when you're dead? Can't it be that this punk already knows he's dying and doesn't want to struggle? Asshole. Is Commander Jiang's great name not something you can just shout? Commander Jiang, quickly order someone to take her down and then directly execute her on the spot. There won't be anyone from our Mu family to stop us. However, Jiang Yunting didn't even look at old Madame Mu. He took out an air of impartiality and ordered those temporarily hired bodyguards of the Mu family with an icy face. Take the man down. Old Mrs. Mu and the people of the Mu family were instantly relieved when they saw Jiang Yunting finally open his mouth. With that, the gazes of the crowd, either in pity or gloating, fell on Xia Shi. Gee, it's sad that after 5 years in prison just to get to the day of release, you have to go back again because of your own stupidity. And this time, it's no longer 5 years. Rather, indefinitely. But it's no one's fault to blame. She can only be blamed for being stupid. Blame her for not being able to take stock of the situation. Blame her for offending the Mu family that she couldn't afford to offend. No, don't. Let's go. We'll go now. Please don't touch Shy. When Mother Xia heard Jiang Yunting's order, she subconsciously stepped forward and blocked Xia Shi behind her. It's just that, because she was underfed and underclothed for so many years in the Mu family, her body was too weak. As she blocked Natsuki, her head suddenly spun. Xia Shi hurriedly raised her hand to support Xia Mother's arm, which didn't let her fall down. She immediately assisted Xia's mother to the car while speaking in a gentle tone. I'll take care of things here, so get some rest. And just as Xia Shi closed the car door, Tang Roland looked at Jiang Yunting with a fawning face and said, Jiang Commander, don't let this little wild seed spoil your mood. You first inside. Ah. Chapter 15, calling Xia Shi a commander? Before Tang Roland could finish her words, Jiang Yunting, in shock, kicked her over onto the ground, and the instant Tang Roland's miserable screams fell, a shocked cry filled with dismay rang out from a member of the Mu family. What are you going to do? Arresting the wrong person. The one you want to arrest is Xia Shi that. Not us. Commander Jiang, your subordinates have arrested the wrong person. Say something, soon. Under the forceful suppression of the combatants, the Mu family crowd gradually lost their voices. However, just at this moment when the air was completely quiet, the gazes of all the Mu family members landed on Jiang Yunting. At this moment, all the people in the Mu family thought that Jiang Yunting and his subordinates were crazy. The one who should be sentenced to death is Shashi, and now these people have arrested them. What's going on? However, under the gaze of the Mu family's crowd, see only, Jiang Yunting raised his foot with a solemn expression on his face. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, he stood in front of Xia Shi, and after, head up, chest out, salute, Commander Xia. All of the Mu family's people who have disrespected you have now been brought under control. Please proceed with the next instructions. Quiet. The moment Jiang Yunting's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into deathly silence. Everyone in the Mu family was staring blankly at Jiang Yunting, their faces overflowing with shocked dismay that was thick to the core. Them. What did they hear? Commander Xia? Commander Jiang called Xia Shi as Commander Xia? Shashi says she's changed her last name to Shashi to her mom's now. Then that means that the title of Commander Xia was shouted out to Xia Shi? But, Jiang Yunting is already a 1-star senior commander someone who could get him to initiate a salute and address him as commander. That would require at least the title of a 2-star senior commander. It was hard to believe that Xia Shi had become a 2-star senior commander? No way. They hadn't heard that the Xia kingdom had ever had a 2-star senior commander under the age of 25. What's more, Shashi was in jail for 5 years. She didn't have the time nor could she suddenly become a 2-star senior commander of the war ministry. And just as deep disbelief overflowed on the faces of everyone in the Mu family, Xia Shi slightly turned her head, and that gaze with a faint smile landed on old Mrs. Mu. Just now, you said you were going to sentence me to death? Xia Shi, I don't care what evil ways you used to confuse Commander Jiang. You have to know that I am your grandmother. Now, as an elder, I order you to have Commander Jiang release me and all of the Mu family members. She's old, but she's not confused. There was no way she could believe that Xia Shi had a title above a 2-star senior commander. In her opinion, Jiang Yunting's behavior of saluting Xia Shi and even calling him Commander Xia was just to support him. In reality, it was because Xia Shi had already committed herself to Jiang Yunting, though she didn't know how she managed to hook up with Jiang Yunting with Xia Shi's looks. But other than that, there couldn't possibly be any other possibilities for Jiang Yunting to listen to her so well. Seeing the old lady's crazy-like appearance, Xia Shi couldn't help but sneer. Order me? What kind of thing are you that you are qualified to order me? Great disrespect. Dead girl, you are showing great disrespect to your elders. And in ancient times you would have been executed by lynching. Pop. Without waiting for old Mrs. Mu to finish speaking, her face was directly jerked crookedly by Xia Shi. At the same time, a cold and stern voice resounded steeply in her ears. Elder? Who gave you the face to dare call yourself an elder? Chapter 16, Confessed in Public? Old Mrs. Mu's mind went blank from the jerk. It was several seconds before her eyes gradually came back into focus, and at this moment, her gaze towards Xiaoshi was already permeated with thick fear. She already understood. The current Xiaoshi was no longer the waste of space that let her beat and scold her 5 years ago. However, there was no way she would allow Xiaoshi to bully the Mu family. She had the sense not to anger Xiaoshi anymore, but instead looked at Jiang Yunting. She struggled to make her leaky mouth spit out words more clearly. Jiang Commander, she is a little wild seed that my Mu family picked up from the outside. This little is not worthy of you. There are plenty of good girls in my Mu family. Look at the others. Ah, you look at the others? When Mu Shuang'er heard the old lady's words, she hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to open her mouth to Jiang Yunting. Commander Jiang, I like you. I liked you the moment I saw you. I'm not going to fight my cousin for anything, and I don't need a name. We just need a little bit of me in your heart when we're together. She shared old Mrs. Mu's thoughts, and also thought that Xiaoshi had used some sort of unseemly means to take down Jiang Yunting, which was what made him so relentless in backing up Xiaoshi. A person who could even look at Xiaoshi. There was no reason why he couldn't look at her. Mu Shuang'er. When Tang Rulan saw Mu Shuang'er take a stance, she quickly spoke in agreement. Commander Jiang, Frost has loved the strong men of the war ministry since she was a little girl. If it's possible, you can stay tonight. The bed in Frost's room is big enough for 2 people. Jiang Yunting was completely confused. Who is he? Where is he? What did he hear? How dare these people think that Commander Xia has some kind of unseemly relationship with him? Mushener even confessed to him directly in public? Even Mu Shuang'er the mother, this head mother of the Mu family, directly let him sleep with Mu Shuang'er at night? What's going on here? Not only Jiang Yunting, those Mu family temporary bodyguards also had unspeakable faces. The brainstorming ability of these people from the Mu family had completely exceeded their cognizance. Xiaoshi looked at Mu Shuang'er and said with some amusement, Commander Jiang can't look at goods like you. Didn't you think it was my honor that this old woman set me up with old men from the Jiang family in the first place? Don't worry. I'll set you up with a few old men to honor you a few more times. After saying that, she directly turned her head and coldly ordered the Mu family's temporary bodyguards, escort all Mu family members to the Cloud City prison and treat them as if they insulted the war ministry's top brass in front of them. Yes, all the temporary bodyguards responded in unison. Seeing that the crowd was really going to take everyone in the Mu family away, old Mrs. Mu hurriedly shouted, Commander Jiang, how dare we insult you? What qualifications does this little Xiaoshi have to say that we contradicted the senior management of the War Department? Commander Jiang, even if you're the War Ministry commander you still have to follow the rules. Jiang Yunting no longer wanted to say anything more. These people had already decided that Xiaoshi was having an affair with him, so it was useless for him to say anything. Moreover, the identity of Xiaoshi is really sensitive. He in front of these people to call Xiaoshi as Xia Commander is already the limit. Other things cannot be explicitly said. He's playing by the rules, and these people can think what they want. Old Mrs. Mu completely panicked when she saw that Jiang Yunting didn't have the slightest intention of moving. With the degree of importance that the Summer Kingdom placed on the War Ministry, if they were truly to be dealt with in accordance with bumping into the War Ministry's top brass, all of the Mu family's penalties would start at least 10 years. If that's the case, the Mu family will be completely ruined. Under the panic, old Mrs. Mu suddenly had a flash of light in her head. She shouted in a huff. Chapter 17 Vests Exposed? Shocking people. Commander Jiang, my Mu family knows it's wrong. If you spare us, my wife is willing to offer the Mu family's heirloom and present it to Commander Jiang. Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow at his words and suddenly raised his hand to stop the crowd's movements. She hadn't even deliberately searched for it yet, and old Mrs. Mu was about to give that treasure away. In this way, it saved her a lot of time. However, when the Mu family members heard the old lady's words, their eyes widened. With that, a few of them shouted in a hurry, Old lady, no, that's the foundation of the Mu family. You can't give it away. Before the old master died, he said that if someone who can control that thing appears in the Mu family, my Mu family will have the hope of becoming the top family in Xia. Old lady, I would rather go to jail than have the Mu family completely lose hope. Mrs. Mu frowned. It's not like you guys don't know what the Cloud City jail is like. If I go in there, will I come out alive? Are you guys trying to get me killed? Moreover, no one can use that thing even after it's been sitting in the Mu family for so many years, so giving it to Commander Jiang might be able to put it to greater use. Without waiting for the crowd to retort again, old Mrs. Mu hurriedly asked Jiang Yunting carefully, Commander Jiang, could you let this son of mine fetch that treasure? Jiang Yunting sniffed and immediately looked over at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi looked at the Mu family master and faintly said, Go! The temporary bodyguard controlling the Mu family head immediately released his control over him. When the Mu family head was freed, he immediately ran in the direction of the Mu family ancestral hall. 5 minutes later, the Mu family head returned. At this moment, his hands were reverently holding a 2-finger-long and wide pure white jade box. He stood still after walking in front of Commander Jiang and looked at the jade box with some reluctance and said, "This thing is placed in the Mu family, but the person who can control it has been slow to appear. So it would be a scourge if it were to be discovered. Let's hope that it's really as mother said, and that Commander Jiang will be able to utilize it to its fullest." Jiang Yunting didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Xia. Xia took a few steps to walk in front of the Mu family head. She glanced at the jade box and directly raised her hand to open it. Hiss! When the item inside the jade box appeared in the sight of everyone, all the members of the war ministry, in unison, sucked in a breath. In the next moment, everyone, including Jiang Yunting, couldn't help but breathe sharply. At the same time, their eyes are showing a strong fervor and thirst, only to see that a crystal-textured red card deck was lying quietly in the jade box. Surrounding the card was an intricate and ancient pattern, and in the center, the word fire was engraved in an intricate manner. In the Summer Kingdom, besides the warriors who focused on improving their physical strength, there was also a type of strong person who was above the warriors and was able to fight through the star cards, called the Star Messenger, or Star Ambassador for short. These are characters who have star cards and are able to use them in combat. In the entire Xia Kingdom, the number of Star Ambassadors did not exceed 10 fingers. Each and every one of them was an existence that was enough to dominate a party. Moreover, for every family that had a Star Ambassador born, the Xia Kingdom would tilt its resources towards its family to a certain extent to help it grow. Because of this, it was only before the Mu family's old man passed away that he would say something like, if someone could take control of this star sign, the Mu family would become the top big family in the Summer Kingdom. Compared to the nonchalant crowd, Xia looked at the thing in front of him that made him rush back from the extraterritorial battlefield to look for it. And although his breathing was also shortened by a few moments, he was unusually calm in his demeanor. She was not only a star envoy, but in her hands, she possessed 4 star cards of gold, wood, water and earth, and she was only missing this fire attribute star card in front of her, so she would be able to gather all the 5 elements of the star cards, and reverse the passive situation of the Xia Kingdom on the battlefield. Afterward, Xia suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and directly picked up the star plate within the jade box. However, the moment the star sign entered her hand, her brows steeply tightened. At the next moment, her eyes suddenly fell on the complicated and ancient lock character in the lower right corner of the star plate. She stared at the word lock for a few seconds, and then she sighed softly. It's really not that easy to collect all the 5 star tiles. However, it was also true that if this star sign was not half as bad as it was, the Mu family could not have fallen to such an extent. Then, she looked directly at the Mu family's crowd and asked, "This star sign is sealed. Did the Mu family ancestors say how to unseal it?" "What seal?" the Mu family head frowned and asked. Xia knew the answer when she heard the Mu family head's question. Then, her eyes slowly swept over the other Mu family members next to her. In the end, spare her the helplessness she had to believe that the Mu family didn't even know that the star sign was sealed, let alone give a way to unseal it. Old Mrs. Mu gave a dissatisfied look at Xia, who was holding the star card, but she didn't dare to say anything more because she was in Jiang Yunting's way. He then carefully said to Jiang Yunting, "Commander Jiang, this star plate is considered my Mu family's filial honor to you. Can you spare us now?" Jiang Yunting still just looked at Xia and didn't dare to reply. Then, under the increasingly apprehensive gaze of old Mrs. Mu, Xia faintly opened her mouth. "You should be thanking the Mu family ancestor. If it wasn't for this item, everyone in the Mu family would not be spared from the impending imprisonment." After saying that, she directly instructed the people in the war ministry. Old Mrs. Mu, Tang Rulan, Mu Shuang'er insulted the senior commander of the Xia Kingdom and will be dealt with according to the laws of the Xia Kingdom. The rest of the Mu family is grounded. Don't let them out to get in the way until I leave Cloud City. What? Old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Xia's words. According to the law of Xia, insulting the senior commander of the war department was equivalent to insulting the country, which was a serious offense that would lead to a prison sentence. As for the other people of the Mu family grounded, the huge Mu group needs to function normally. If they are grounded Mu family, the group will face the possibility of bankruptcy and closure. Smear, little, you're slandering. Under the shock and anger of old Mrs. Mu, her already leaky mouth spat out words even less clearly. Afterwards, she hurriedly looked at Commander Jiang and pleaded, "Commander Jiang, when has my wife ever said a heavy word to you since the beginning?" Jiang Yunting sniffed and looked at old Mrs. Mu with mere sympathy and pity in her gaze. When old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family saw his gaze, their hearts couldn't help but lift, and the next moment, he looked faintly askance at the Mu family's crowd and slowly opened his mouth. "Old lady, You shouldn't know that this being that you just kicked out of the family is none other than the youngest senior commander of the summer country. Chapter 18, The Top Big Shot of the War Department. Boom! Jiang Yunting's words were like a bomb that exploded in the minds of the crowd. In this instant, everyone was all blown away. What did they hear? Xia Shi, the waste sent to prison by the old lady 5 years ago, the abandoned daughter of the Mu family, was, in fact, the youngest commander of the Summer Kingdom? How is that possible? How is that possible? False. This must be a fake. The impression of all the Mu family members was still stuck in 5 years ago. In their opinion, Xia Shi was a waste of space who didn't dare to let out a fart even when being bullied and insulted. However, this loser was sent to prison for 5 years and came out again only to become a senior commander that the Mu family could only look up to. They can't accept this fact in any way. Xia Shi fatally swept a glance at the extremely shocked crowd and turned her head to look at Jiang Yunting. No joy or anger could be seen in her expression. What's the point of talking to them? Jiang Yunting's heart trembled fiercely at his words, and he immediately waved his hand at the surrounding combatants. Hurry up and take the people away. Yes, the war veterans responded in a hurry. You guys, old Mrs. Mu and the people of the Mu family looked at the combatants who quickly controlled the people on their side, and finally accepted the fact that Xia Shi was really a senior commander. At once, endless regrets surged into their hearts like a tidal wave. Xia Shi isn't even 20 years old yet, a senior commander under the age of 20. The Mu family's crowd regretted it to the extreme. Even if they didn't use their brains to think about it, they knew that she was bound to be one of the big shots that could stand at the very top of the Xia kingdom in the future. Not to mention the future. Even now, even if Xia Shi is only the lowest ranked 1-star senior commander among the senior commanders, it can still make the entire Mu family instantly rise a few steps off. It was a pity that they had eyes but no pearls. Not only did they fail to flatter Xia Shi and let the Mu family soar to the sky, but instead, they offended someone completely and were about to let the Mu family fall into hell. This huge discrepancy caused old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family members to develop an impulse that was close to wanting to die. But soon, as Mrs. Mu looked at the combatants who were about to capture her, the expression of regret on her face was gradually replaced by fear. Then, she hurriedly looked at Xia Shi with a pleading face. Xiao Shi, Grandma was wrong. Grandma is here to make amends with you. On account of the fact that the Mu family has raised you for so many years after all. Let Grandma go and let the Mu family go, okay? However, Xia Shi just looked at her lightly. That look was like looking at a jumping clown. Old Mrs. Mu saw that the combatants controlling her were about to drag herself away, but Xia Shi did not have the slightest intention to stop her, and the pleading on her face under the fearfulness suddenly turned into an extremely sharp rebuke. Little, I am your own grandmother. You dare to send me to jail? That is disobedient and unfilial, is to be struck by heavenly thunder. After saying that, old Mrs. Mu saw that Xia Shi remained unmoved and completely panicked. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly shouted to Xia Shi at the top of her voice. The Jiang family, that commander of the Jiang family, is now promoted to a 3-star senior commander. Back then, Elder Jiang died because of you. He would never let you go if he knew you were out. If you let me go now, I'll go and plead with him for you, so he'll let you go, okay? Jiang Yunting couldn't help but show a faint trace of sarcasm on his face when he heard old Mrs. Mu's words. It was important to know that although Xia Shi was young, his feats on the battlefield were unrivaled in the entire Xia kingdom. Although she belonged to the same 3 stars as the Jiang clan senior commander, if the two of them were to face each other, he believed that the one who would be unlucky would be the one from the Jiang clan. The most important thing is that he is aware that the above has the meaning of letting Xia Shi 100 feet pull. Further, I don't know if God heard Jiang Yunting's thoughts just then. Jingle bells. Jiang Yunting's special cell phone for the War Department suddenly rang. Seeing the note on his cell phone, Jiang Yunting's breath caught. He hastily and carefully picked it up. When he heard the voice coming from the other side of the phone, the respect and admiration in his gaze towards Xia Shi intensified a few points. That great man who stood at the very top of the battle ministry was actually already on his way to fly to the Cloud City battle ministry from the Imperial City for the sake of Xia Shi. Out of the instructions on the other side of the phone, Jiang Yunting put down the phone and calmed down a little before greeting Xia Shi, and then rushed to the Cloud City War Department as fast as he could. Xia Shi, on the other hand, directly got into the car and took Xia Mother to the Yuncheng hospital where Xia Zichen was. What Xia didn't know is that Mu Shang'er was brought to the Cloud City prison on the way, but even took advantage of the guards. Contacted the Jiang family. Chapter 19, A man as handsome as a god in heaven. Half an hour later, the Cloud City War Department. After Jiang Yunting and the top management of the Cloud City War Department who had come to greet him saluted, the old man, who had just rushed over from the highest conference room in the center of the Summer Kingdom, slowly stepped down from the top of the warplane. This old man exuded a unique aura of being in a high position all the time. This man. It was none other than the head of the top 3 Grand Chieftains of the Xia War Department, Long Yuan. Jiang Yunting stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Great Chief, the matter between Commander Xia and President Gu has been resolved. Long Yuan nodded slightly, but had no intention of going back. He sighed and said, after inviting the Xia commander twice, I couldn't get her to agree to become the 4th Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. I wanted her to come to the Supreme Meeting this time so that the top brass could persuade her. But I didn't expect this incident with the Gu clan. This time, I'm going to invite her once more. And if she still refuses me, I'm afraid that this old face of mine will have no face. Jiang Yunting, he originally still had a tiny bit of worry that the Jiang family from old Mrs. Mu's mouth might bring a bit of trouble to Xia Shi. But now, he suddenly felt that he had really overthought it completely. With that, he looked at Long Yuan with a face full of unspeakable feelings. All the members of the War Department dreamed of the position of the Grand Chieftain. You sent it twice but failed to send it out. And then you came to send it for the 3rd time? The boss doesn't want that position. Give it to me. I don't need you to send me so many times. You just need to tell me. I would have run my ass off to take over the job from you. LOL. You don't give what you want, and you shove what you don't want down people's throats. How can there be such a big gap between people? I've heard that the Gu family from Cloud City is going to make a date with Commander Xia at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Prepare some people and come over with me this afternoon to take a look. Jiang Yunting. People clearly said they were sending compensation gifts. Well, anyone who wasn't stupid knew that the so-called payoff gift delivery was a date with Shashi. But, the great chief could even do something like sticking up for Xia Shi in front of a small Cloud City family? How much does this want their palace master to sit in that position that countless people dream of? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that old Mrs. Mu had just threatened Xia Shi with that Jiang family's 3-star senior commander. I wonder if old Mrs. Mu would be so desperate that she would want to run over her head when she learned that Grand Chief Long Yuan had invited Xia Shi 3 times to become the Grand Chief. In addition, if he remembered correctly, Gu Yeting's father, the 1-star senior commander Gu Fengyan, had gone home on leave yesterday, right? If Gu Fengyan had to insert a foot, tomorrow Jiang Yunting did not dare to think deeper, but only mourned for him in his heart for 3 seconds. At the same time, Xia Xie and Xia's mother arrived at Gu's hospital. Just after getting out of the car, Xia Shi received a call from Emperor Love. Boss, what you just asked me to check has been found. There has only been one unsealed star card in the history of Xia. The unsealing location of that one star card is in Imperial City, the capital of the Summer Kingdom. However, because of the relatively long period of time, and the fact that perhaps some top secret information was involved, the exact location of the unsealing needs to be further confirmed. Xia Shi's eyes slightly converged at the words, as soon as possible, find out the specific unsealing location. Good. By the way boss, in the process of checking the unblocked star tags, I found some traces of the man you asked me to check before. Hearing this, Xia Shi's heartbeat faintly and unaccountably quickened by a few points. At the same time, the bones of her grip on the cell phone flushed a pale white. The reason why she had stayed in the extraterrestrial battlefield after her rebirth and traveled between countries was to find that man. It's just that for 5 whole years, she hasn't heard a peep from the man. Thinking of the man in his previous life who was as handsome as a heavenly god and as decisive in killing as an emperor, but was willing to curb his sharpness in front of her. The man who, in order to be able to make her love him a little bit more, clearly said arrogantly that he didn't like her, but for her to steal and learn how to be pampered to woo her. The man who wants to be by her side all the time, but is so worried about annoying her that he always takes the initiative to give her private space. Thinking of the countless moments she spent with her family's big baby before she was reborn, Xia Shi's eyes that were originally calm and wave-free were actually gradually tinted with the slightest hint of doting. With that, she took a light breath. Looking more serious than she had when facing Starbrand, what did you find out? That man, he's within the Summer Kingdom, and our people have found out a little bit about him at the Imperial City Academy. Hearing this, Xia Shi's expression moved slightly. Imperial City College. It seems that she must make a trip to Imperial City. And just as Xia Xie was deciding, Emperor Emotion's voice once again came over. Boss, Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting are gathering all the forces under their command and are preparing to deal with you tomorrow afternoon under the Green Cloud Peak. In addition, I found out that Gu Yeting's father, who is the 1-star senior commander of the War Ministry, Gu Fengyan, doesn't seem to know your identity and is on his way to the Gu family. When Xia Shi heard this, her face did not show much surprise, and she only faintly said, good, if Gu Fengyan didn't come out strong, she wouldn't move him, but if he had to come over and stick his nose in, then his position as a 1-star senior commander would not be necessary. When Xia Shi answered the phone, she and her mother had already walked inside the hospital room where Xia Zichen was. When Xia's mother saw Xia Zichen, whose lips were still pale on the hospital bed, a heart steeply lifted. She swooped over to the hospital bed in 3 steps, stretching out her trembling hand, wanting to touch Xia Zichen's small face, but worrying about waking the person up. Xiao Chen. What's wrong with Xiao Chen? Xia Mother looked at Xia Shi, her voice trembling. Xia Shi sniffed and briefly elaborated the matter to Xia Mother. After hearing Xia Shi's words, Xia Mother turned her head somewhat stiffly. A pair of bloodshot eyes fell on Xia Zichen's small face, her voice hoarse. The old lady agreed to let Gu Yeting draw all of Xiao Chen's blood? How can her heart be so wicked? Zichen is her own grandson. Xia Shi looked at Xia Mother's state at this moment, lightly holding her shoulders, and comforting her in a gentle tone. Xiao Chen is fine now, and will fully recover after some time of recuperation. It was only after a long time that Xia Mother nodded to Xia Shi, and then she left the room on the pretext of going to the bathroom. A moment later, she pulled her old cell phone out of her pocket, a flash of determination in her eyes. Xia Shi and Xia Zichen were her hope to live, and since old Mrs. Mu and Gu Yeting wanted to cut off her hope, she would let these two go to hell first even if she died. And then she dialed the number that had been buried deep in her heart for years. Chapter 20. Arriving at the place of engagement, above. Noon the next day, 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared in front of the hospital's VIP ward. The girl of the two, who was about 23 or 24 years old, was none other than Jiang Yunting, the personal niece of the current head of the Jiang family in Imperial City. She was coming over yesterday after receiving a call from Mu Shuang'er to deal with the little man who caused her grandfather's death 5 years ago. Just as she was setting out, she happened to learn that Xiaoyu, whom she was pursuing, was coming to Yuncheng to look for her aunt, and also followed Xiaoyu to the hospital first, preparing to go to the Mu family afterwards. And just as the two of them walked into the room, Xia Zichen looked at the steamed buns, fried greens and 2 freshly poached eggs served by Xia's mother, her large eyes flickering. He hadn't been full in a long time, let alone been able to serve this much food at one meal. Xia Mother had just taken the dishes, when she saw the 2 people who walked in the door, and immediately said with a puzzled look on her face, "Who are you guys?" The handsome young man of the two smiled. "Auntie, I'm Xiaoyu. Grandpa asked me to come over to help." Summer's mother froze for a moment, while Lulu lamented. In a flash, little Yu is so big. Yesterday, she called the family she hadn't spoken to in nearly 2 decades. This Xiaoyu was the very warrior that the family had sent over to help her make the Gu and Mu families pay. Besides Xiaoyu, Jiang Yunting sized up Xia's mother and couldn't help but slowly knit her brows. For some reason, she felt that the Xia mother in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She just forgot where she had seen her before for a while. "Come in and sit down. I didn't do anything special today. Everyone squeeze in, and getting enough to eat shouldn't be a problem." Xia mother smiled and greeted the two. Xiaoyu nodded, then led Jiang Yunting beside her to the dining table. However, after Jiang Yunting saw the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table that didn't have any oil at all, her willow eyebrows gradually wrinkled into a Chuan character. Afterward, her slightly cold gaze fixed on Mother Xia, and she questioned in a cold voice, "You have the nerve to bring us this Thai meal that beggars don't even eat?" Xia Zichen stared blankly at Jiang Yunting, somewhat unable to understand her words for a moment. It was the best meal he'd had in as long as he could remember. Not only were there steamed buns with fried greens, but there were also 2 eggs. Why does this sister say that these are Thai meals that beggars don't eat? Seeing this, Xia Shi's icy gaze seemed to be able to freeze the surrounding air. "These things are for people to eat, not to feed dogs. Emperor kill. Blast the people out of here." Jiang Yunting's eyes suddenly turned cold at her words. The next moment, she swept hard at the plates and bowls directly on the table. Snap, pop, pop. All the bowls and chopsticks on the table smashed to the ground, turning into pieces with a crisp ringing sound. Xia Zichen looked at the eggs and greens that she hadn't finished eating being knocked over, and subconsciously opened her small mouth and hurriedly looked at the rice that had been swept to the floor. Soon his eyes fell on the only plate that hadn't broken yet. Seeing that there was still half of the dish left inside, he jumped out of his seat and crouched his little body down to try to pick it up. When Jiang Yunting saw Xia Zichen's movements, her eyes suddenly turned cold. She wants to destroy something and no one can stop her yet. At that moment, she raised her foot and was about to step on Xia Zichen's small hand. At this time Xia Zichen's small hand just below a piece of porcelain shards. If it is really by this foot step down, the porcelain must be pierced through the small hand. When Xia Shi saw Jiang Yunting's movements, a cold aura swiftly flashed across her eyes. However, just as she lifted her foot and prepared to kick Jiang Yunting out directly, pop! A crisp slap sounded steeply. Jiang Yunting looked at Xiaoyu incredulously, as if she was having trouble believing that she had been beaten. Xiaoyu just looked at her coldly, a sense of unquestioning in her voice. "Apologize to my aunt. Otherwise, get the hell back. Xiaoyu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because I like you. I repeat, apologize to my aunt." Xia Yu, Jiang Wanqi, will make you regret the words you uttered today. After saying that, Jiang Wanqi turned around and was about to leave. However, just as she turned around, the extremely ugly-faced Emperor Kill suddenly blocked her path. Off. She suddenly struck out, trying to slap Emperor Kill out of the way. However, before her hand even touched Emperor's Slayer, a force she could hardly resist suddenly attacked her. Boo! Jiang Wanqi was directly lifted out by that force. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but her body just smashed into the pieces of those plates. The first thing that happened was that her body was cut open with several one-finger-long slits. Blood spilled from the wound, quickly staining the light pink leisure suit. However, as if Jiang Wanqi hadn't felt the pain on her body, a strong sense of disbelief suddenly surfaced in her gaze toward Emperor Killer. Warrior? How could she not expect that a mid-level warrior would appear in this small cloud city? However, Emperor Kill just looked at her coldly and did not speak. He was waiting for Shaxi's command. Although it would be troublesome to follow up on a murder here, as long as Xia commanded, he would never hesitate for a second. Xia didn't say anything else to Emperor Kill. She just looked faintly at Jiang Wanqi, who was in such a sorry state at the moment, and the words coming out of her mouth didn't have the slightest hint of a joke. What's on the floor? Finish it. You think you can be lawless just because there is a warrior protecting you? Let me tell you, my imperial city Jiang family wants to crush you all more simply than crushing an ant. Without waiting for Jiang Wanqi to continue, Xia looked toward Emperor Kill. Help her eat. Yes. Emperor Kill finished speaking and immediately walked over to Jiang Wanqi. After crouching down, he pulled Jiang Wanqi's hair with one hand without mercy, and with the other hand, he directly grabbed the green vegetables on the ground and forced them into Jiang Wanqi's mouth. Well, Jiang Wanqi struggled desperately, trying to spit out the green vegetables that had been stuffed into her mouth by Emperor Kill. However, under Emperor Killer's control, no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of Emperor Killer's bonds. Get off me. Vomit. Gradually, she stopped struggling, and that gaze towards Xia overflowed with a cold aura of resentment. Chapter 21 Arriving at the place of appointment, below. Soon, almost all of the rice on the floor was stuffed into Jiang Wanqi's stomach. Xia pulled Xia Zichen, who had just been helped up by her, rubbing his soft little hand that was almost dripping with blood, and looked at Jiang Wanqi faintly, broke his own hand just dropping the plate. Jiang Wanqi's pupils plummeted at her words. How could she not expect that a bumpkin from a small town would not only be protected by an intermediate-level warrior, but also be so ruthless? I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I can give you whatever you want. Please let me go. If you let someone help you, it may not be a hand that breaks. Jiang Wanqi completely panicked. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Spare me. 3, 2. Before Xia could count out the last one, Jiang Wanqi's eyes widened violently and she shouted, Don't you go too far. And almost the instant her words fell, Ka-ching, ka-ching, two sounds of bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Under the intense pain, a mournful scream came out of Jiang Wanqi's mouth uncontrollably. Xia just faintly swept her a glance. You should be glad that this is not an extraterrestrial battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be as simple as breaking your two hands. She then turned her head to Emperor Kill and commanded in a faint voice, Take her down. Don't scare my mother and brother. Yes, Emperor Kill answered in a hurry. A few seconds later, Jiang Wanqi's figure disappeared from the ward. Afterwards, Xia contacted Emperor Love to call the person in charge of the Universal Century Hotel and sent the hotel's meals. Then, Xia Zichen ate the best meal he had ever eaten in his life. After eating, Xia fished out a golden bank card from his shirt pocket. Mom, take this and go straight to the bank if you need it. You keep it. Mom can't use it. Xiao Chen is just growing up. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about Xiao Chen. Don't worry, there's not much money in there. When Xia Mother heard Xia talking about Xia Zichen, she hesitated for a moment and finally accepted the card. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 4:30 in the afternoon. After instructing the two members of the Imperial Palace beside D-Killer to protect Mother Xia and Xia Zichen, Xia led D-Killer and Xia Yu to the Qingyun Peak that he had agreed with Gu Beicheng. At this point, Xia Yu had already understood the general situation. Thinking that Gu Yeting almost drained Xia Zichen's blood, he hated to personally end such a thing. Only, Xia Yu didn't expect that when they arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak, they would see Jiang Wanqi with her two hands wrapped up in pig's feet. At that moment, Xia Yu's brows suddenly furrowed. Why are you here? Jiang Wanqi suddenly smiled at her words. There was just something creepy about her smile. How did I appear here? I will come to this cloud city just because I came for this little. Xia Yu was slightly stunned. What did you say? You don't know yet, do you? This little is the one who killed my grandfather 5 years ago. It was an honor for their family that my grandfather looked at her back then, but she resented my grandfather's age and killed him the night he was about to share a room with her. Originally, I just wanted to send this back to the prison and let her languish in jail for the rest of her life. But since she doesn't know how to behave, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Xiaoyu heard Jiang Wanxi's words, her breathing steepened. Because he hadn't been in contact with Xia's mother for nearly 20 years, he didn't know what happened to Xiaoshi 5 years ago. At this moment, when he heard Jiang Wanxi's words, his heart instantly lifted. If Elder Jiang died 5 years ago because of Xiaoshi, that 3-star senior commander of the Jiang family would definitely not let Xiaoshi go off. What to do? How should he help Xiaoshi and make that 3-star senior commander of the Jiang family raise his hand to the side? A flash of coldness abruptly flashed through Xiaoshi's eyes as she looked at Jiang Wanxi. At the moment, the way she looked at Jiang Wanxi was like looking at a dead person. Only, it didn't wait for Xiaoyu to continue thinking. A dense figure suddenly appeared not far away. As those people approached from afar, a powerful aura swept over them. Upon feeling the aura surrounding 3 of them at the very front, Xiaoyu's eyes widened violently. 3 mid-level warriors? No, it's not just 3 intermediate warriors. There are 10 primary warriors and nearly 200 ordinary powerhouses. Chapter 22, Fearful Gu Beicheng. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu viciously sucked in a breath of cool air before turning her head to look at Xiaoshi. Isn't the Gu family just a small family in Cloud City? It's already the limit for such a family to invite 1 intermediate-level warrior. How could 3 intermediate-level warriors come? Emperor Kill gave him a disgusted look. 3 is 3. What's all the fuss about? As Xiaoyu watched those people on the opposite side get closer and closer to his side, he immediately spoke anxiously. We're no match for them. Go! Move! Emperor Kill was clearly a bit speechless when he saw Xiaoyu's anxious appearance. What's the point of leaving? If you really aren't an opponent, do you think you'll be fine if you run away? Hearing Emperor Killer's words, Xiaoyu's face steepened. The next moment, his hands hung down somewhat feebly. Yeah, with so many powerful people on the opposite side, where could they run to even if they ran? To the side. Jiang Wanxi couldn't help but sneer and open her mouth when she heard Emperor Killer's resigned words. Oh, you guys know what you're doing. After she finished speaking, a strong color of resentment appeared in her eyes as she looked at Xiaoshi. Because time was too tight, the family couldn't spare a strong person who could come over to help her take revenge on Xiaoshi for the time being. But she had already found out through her family how the Gu family had prepared for today's appointment. She had come over this time in order to see this pariah kneeling like a dog under Gu Beicheng's suit pants in a moment, crying and begging him to spare himself. At that time, she would then reveal her identity to Gu Beicheng, and could even use the conclusion of a marriage contract with him as a condition for him to hand this pariah over to her to deal with. Once this pariah fell into her hands, she would let her know what kind of being she had offended. Soon enough, the Gu family's crowd stopped at a position 10 meters away from Xiaoshi's few people. When Gu Beicheng saw that Xiaoshi was still calm and composed at this moment, his eyes could not help but show a trace of surprise. Xiaoxi's gaze slowly swept over Gu Yeting in the wheelchair and the Gu family members, finally settling on Gu Beicheng. It's just a reparation gift. Do we need to have so many people follow? When Gu Beicheng heard Xiaoxi's words, a flash of amusement suddenly appeared on that iceberg-like handsome face. Reparation gift? Oh, I am indeed here to deliver a compensatory gift. Only, before delivering the gift, I have to see if you have the qualifications to receive it. He still thought that Xiaoshi had reached a realm where a mountain had collapsed in front of him without changing its color. But he didn't think that the other party was just simply stupid. Natsuki sighed. I gave you a day to prepare a reparation gift, yet you used it to prepare how to deal with me. Gu family master, there is a price to pay for going back on your word. Gu Beicheng's eyes were steeply cold. I don't have time to bull asterisk with you here. Either break your own legs right now and apologize to Nining, or die. At those words, Xiaoshi slowly hooked up the corners of her lips before speaking without any hesitation. Now you kneel down and apologize to me. I can spare you this time if I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I'll show you what regret means. Hiss, hiss. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the crowd behind Gu Beicheng. They have seen those who are not afraid of death, but they have not seen this kind of death on the verge of death still dare to be so arrogant. There seems to be no point in talking about it. In that case, just then, jingle bells. A cell phone rang abruptly. Gu Beicheng fished his own cell phone out of his pocket and frowned. No one would have dared to call this number if something drastic hadn't happened. He hesitated, but picked it up in front of everyone. Hearing the voice coming from the opposite side of the cell phone, Gu Beicheng's head felt like something had suddenly exploded. His whole body was as dumb as a fool, and his grip on the cell phone suddenly loosened. Snap! The sound of a cell phone hitting the floor resounded in the ears of everyone on the scene. Chapter 23, Gu's Group, Gone. The people behind Gu Beicheng stared blankly at the cell phone that fell to the ground and could not help but look at each other. What kind of phone call could make Gu Beicheng, who had always been a strategist, lose his temper to such an extent? Beside Gu Beicheng, Gu Yeting, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Gu Beicheng, whose body was stiff, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Uncle Junior, what's wrong? Gu Beicheng didn't reply. He slowly turned his head to look at Xiaoshi, and that icy gaze was as if it could kill. You did? Xiaoshi looked at him with a faint smile. I said I'll make you understand what it means to regret. Gu Beicheng smiled and slowly clenched his fists. Because of the huge force, a creak sound came out between the fingers. Gu Yeting listened to the conversation between the two and panicked even more in his heart. Uncle Junior, what's going on? Gu Beicheng took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Group. No more. Gu Yeting's pupils suddenly shrunk at his words. Almost subconsciously, he took his cell phone out of his pants pocket. This phone was put on silent before it came over. When he took his cell phone out, he saw that a call was calling in. He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he pressed the connect button. President, it's over. The group is finished. Gu Yeting's heart plummeted as he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, what the hell is going on? The group was fine before he came over. How could it suddenly be finished in just less than an hour? Group database was attacked. All the information leaked. You also know that many of these things cannot be brought to the surface. The relevant departments have begun to intervene. Our group cannot withstand the investigation. Gu Yeting's eyes involuntarily widened a few points when he heard this. How could it be leaked? How could that information be leaked? Didn't the group hire the top programmers? Are those people freeloaders? They said that those who attacked the group's database were the world's top hackers, and that the firewall built by one of our groups was no different from papier-mâché in the eyes of the other party. Gu Yeting took a deep breath and directly interrupted the other party. Is there a way to redeem it? There was silence on the other side for a few seconds, then cautiously spoke. The group is definitely going bankrupt. Why don't you beg the Gu family master? Have him pay for a new syndicate? Pop. Under the extreme anger, Gu Yeting's cell phone was directly smashed on the ground by him fiercely. The fuselage was in tatters, but it could not contain the rage that filled him. His years of hard work, just a few minutes, gone. He couldn't accept such a fact even if his mind was strong. With that, he violently turned his head to look at Xiaoshi, a pair of eyes covered in murderous intent staring tightly at Xiaoshi. Uncle Junior, kill her for me. Gu Beicheng nodded his head gently and unnoticeably, then he looked at Xiaoshi and slowly spoke. Originally, I didn't want to kill you with a single slash, but you've touched my bottom line. Xiaoshi was instantly somewhat speechless when she heard these words which could be described as very domineering. Gu Yeting said the same thing in the beginning, but in the end, she still broke her dog's leg. She also didn't want to talk nonsense to Gu Beicheng anymore and spoke directly. My patience is limited. Now give me my reparations or I don't mind making you lose a little more. The killing intent in Gu Beicheng's eyes suddenly increased by a few points. His pair of ice-cold eyes locked onto Xiaoshi dead on, and he said in a single word, well, that, too, depends on whether or not you have the skills. Although the Gu family would be devastated with the loss of the Gu group. But, the Gu family, there wasn't just one Gu group. The root of the Gu family's foothold in Cloud City was the Grey Force, the Cloud Gang, that he, Gu Beicheng, controlled. Hacking the database this set can deal a fatal blow to Gu's group, but it doesn't do half as much for the Grey Forces under his control. He, Gu Beicheng, didn't believe that a little girl could still eat all the Grey Forces in Cloud City after destroying the Gu group. Yeah, now that you've said that, it would be a bit of a shame for me to say that if I didn't do something about it. When she finished, she nonchalantly put the phone to her ear. Love, you can do it. Gu Beicheng couldn't help but slowly knit his brows when he heard Xiaoshi's words. Uncle Junior, kill her quickly. Gu Yeting suddenly shouted. This woman is so evil. He was really afraid of any further complications. Although Gu Beicheng did not think that Xiaoshi could make any more waves, he did not want to waste any more time. However, the moment he was about to order the people behind him to do it, jingle bells, a cell phone rings, once again, abruptly in an environment so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Chapter 24, My belongings are late, please forgive me, Palace Master. The moment Gu Beicheng's cell phone, which had fallen to the ground, rang with a ringtone, he and Gu Yeting's breath hitched at the same time. In the next moment, the two of them fiercely looked at Xiaoshi, their eyes overflowing with intense shock and uneasiness. Xiaoxia smiled faintly and raised her hand to make a pleased gesture. When the two saw Xiaoshi's movements, the uneasiness in their hearts was suddenly magnified infinitely. Gu Beicheng hesitated for 2 breaths before he slowly bent down to pick up the cell phone on the ground and pressed the answer button. Hello, boss? It's not good. Just now a dozen people suddenly killed into the Cloud Gang's headquarters. Now the headquarters is heavily dead and wounded. The brothers are afraid that they won't be able to last much longer. The moment the voice fell, Gu Beicheng suddenly stumbled back a step in an unsteady manner. But perhaps he was prepared before he answered the phone. He quickly forced himself to calm down and asked, "There are only a dozen people on the other side?" "Right. Clearly a warrior. We're no match. How much longer?" The voice on the other side suddenly trembled violently. "Hold on. Can't hold on. Ah!" Before the words fell, a miserable scream suddenly came out of his mouth. Boo! Then a booming sound rang out. Only the call did not hang up. Soon, a cool and nice voice came into Gu Beicheng's ears from the phone. "Help me tell my boss that the mission is complete and the Cloud Gang has been destroyed." Boom! The moment that voice fell, Gu Beicheng only felt like he had been hammered hard on the head by something. His mind went steeply blank at that moment. Done. This time it's really over. What he, Gu Beicheng, had fought for most of his life had been so destroyed in just a few minutes. With the Cloud Gang gone, the Gu family was without its greatest capital in Cloud City. How is the large Gu family going to hold up? And as Gu Beicheng was struck near collapse, Gu Yeting beside him was as dumb as a fool. He was very close to Gu Beicheng and clearly heard the voice coming from the opposite side of the phone. He looked up at Natsuki with some stiffness. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Xiaoshi was no longer like he was looking at a person, but at a devil. Up until this point, he still didn't understand how a little girl who had just gotten out of jail could be scary to such an extent. A moment later, he turned his head to look at Gu Beicheng, his voice unprecedentedly hoarse. "Little uncle, if she doesn't die, my Gu family will never have peace." Gu Beicheng sniffed and slowly returned to his senses. At this moment, monstrous killing intent surfaced in his gaze towards Xiaoshi. "You're smart enough to know that I've assembled almost all of the Cloud Gang's experts to deal with you. But now, I'll make you realize that in front of absolute strength, those little wits of yours are of no use." After saying that, he didn't hesitate to order the crowd behind him, "Come together and kill everyone on the other side." Yes, 2 intermediate warriors, 10 primary warriors, and over 200 ordinary powerhouses responded in unison. Jiang Yuanti's body trembled at the earth-shattering sound. She didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly stepped forward. "Master Gu, I'm Jiang Yuanti of the Jiang family of the imperial capital. I'm not in league with this pariah." Gu Beicheng's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Someone from the Jiang family in Imperial City?" Jiang Yuanti nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. I'm the biological granddaughter of the head of the Jiang family, a first-class family in Imperial City. My uncle is 3-star senior commander Jiang Chuan." When Gu Beicheng heard the words 3-star senior commander, his eyes clearly showed a few moments of emotion. However, he didn't directly tell the people to let Jiang Yuanti go, but instead looked skeptical. "You're not here to help her?" Jiang Yuanti shook her head like a rattle. No. My grandfather died because of her. And my hands were broken by her. So how could I help her when I'm still looking forward to her death? Okay, step aside. They won't hurt you." Jiang Yuanti breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Gu Beicheng's words. However, she looked at Xiaoshi and then at Gu Beicheng, and was obviously a little anxious to speak. She was afraid that Gu Beicheng's people would directly kill Xiaoshi. In that case, she wouldn't be able to seek revenge on Xiaoshi, and there would be a lot less thrill in taking revenge. However, without waiting for Jiang Yuanti to open her mouth, Xiaoyu looked at the crowd of powerhouses behind Gu Beicheng, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and stood out. "Family Master Gu, I am the personal grandson of the head of the Xia family in the imperial capital, the next heir of the family head. I hope you can let Xiaoshi live for my sake." Gu Beicheng sniffed and frowned. He had heard of the Xia family in Imperial City, and if his Yun gang and Gu group were still around, he wasn't afraid of the Xia family. But right now, he lacked the capital that would allow him to straighten his back against a behemoth like the Xia family. When Jiang Yuanti saw the look on Gu Beicheng's face, she couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in her heart that even the heavens were helping her. Family Master Gu, he still has his father above him. It's not that easy for him to sit as the Xia family's head, but if family head Gu is worried about getting into some unnecessary trouble because of him, I do have a solution here. My method will not only allow you to ignore the trouble that the Xia family of the imperial capital might bring, but it will also help you get back on the top of Cloud City or even the imperial capital. Although she hadn't heard the voice coming out of Gu Beicheng's phone, she had already guessed a thing or two from his and Gu Yeting's conversations with Xiaoshi. Although she was a bit surprised that Xiaoshi was able to achieve this level of success, in her eyes this Cloud City was just a small and unimpressive place, and it was a simple matter to bring down a small group and a small force in such a place. What way? Gu Beicheng's deep black eyes gazed at Jiang Yuanti and asked. I'm just about of marriageable age, and I had my heart set on Xiaoyu, but he disappointed me too much. You, both in looks and temperament, are more to my liking than he is. If you can make a marriage contract with me, you can obtain the support of a 3-star senior commander of the war ministry, and you can struggle for at least 20 years less. Xia Yu's breathing steepened when she heard Jiang Wanqi's words. He didn't expect Jiang Wanqi to use her life's work as a bargaining chip against him. He hurriedly looked at Gu Beicheng and said, Gu family master. Her thoughts don't represent her family's decision. You don't meet the Jiang family's criteria for choosing a son-in-law. You might even get yourself involved. I hope you'll think twice before making a decision. However, Gu Beicheng did not even look at Xia Yu. He stared at Jiang Wanqi's beautiful young face for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Yes, I'll think about your offer after I've taken care of things here. Hearing Gu Beicheng's words, which were tantamount to agreement, Jiang Wanqi instantly regained her usual confidence. What kind of man did Jiang Wanqi want? Does Xia Yu really think she can't live without him? It's ridiculous. Since Xia Yu didn't know what to do, she threw it away. As for this Gu Beicheng, he is not qualified to be her man. When she uses him to punish Xiashi that first play with him for a few days, when he is tired of playing, throw it is. With that, Jiang Wanqi looked at Gu Beicheng and smiled sweetly. That servant girl Xiashi, don't get her killed. Gu Beicheng nodded. Yes. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and immediately waved his hand to the crowd behind him. Together, take them alive. Yes. Xia Yu's breathing steepened as she felt the aura of the crowd whistling out. He looked anxiously at Xiashi. Go. Xiashi, you go. Get out of here. Leave and find a crowded place. They won't dare to do too much in public. Go. However, Xiashi did not reply. She just quietly looked at the powerful people who were getting closer and closer to her, and didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. The eyes of the 3 intermediate-level warriors who rushed at the front steeply narrowed when they saw Xiaxi's emboldened appearance. Seek death. The 3 of them appeared in front of Xiaxi and the others almost in the blink of an eye, and one of them fiercely kicked up at the knees of both of Xiaxi's legs. He, after all, wanted to break both of Xiaxi's legs. Then, just at the moment when the man was about to touch Xiaxi's knee, boo! The man's body seemed to have received a violent impact and instantly flew backwards. His body ruthlessly smashed into a tree trunk 7 or 8 meters away, and a mouthful of blood violently sprayed out of his mouth before slowly sliding down the trunk. Boo-hoo! Almost at the same time, the 2 intermediate-level warriors who had gone to attack Emperor Killer and Xia Yu similarly flew violently backwards. In the next moment, countless voices that were respectful to the extreme resounded in this space. My subordinate is late. Please forgive me. Palace Master. Chapter 25. We, the Palace Master. Only to see that more than 20 men wearing the same style of black uniforms suddenly appeared around Xiashi. When Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting saw these people, their pupils suddenly shrunk abruptly. They surprisingly felt that these 20 or so people, each of them was exuding the aura of at least an intermediate-level warrior around them. What are you guys? An extremely bad feeling suddenly arose in Gu Yeting's heart, and the moment his words fell, Gu Beicheng's eyes suddenly fell on one of them. At that moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Commander Jiang? Jiang Yunting looked at him lightly, but his tone was filled with incomparable pride and determination. Gu family master, today I represent the Imperial Palace, not the Xia War Ministry. Now you can call me Xianjiu. Gu Beicheng snapped. Xuanjiu? That's right. Within the Imperial Palace, there are the 4 palaces of heaven, earth, Xian in yellow, with the heavenly palace being the strongest, the earthly palace being second, and the yellow palace being the weakest. As for me, I am in the Xian Palace, and among the strongest men in the palace. I rank 9th. My name, Xianjiu. At those words, Gu Beicheng's breathing suddenly shortened by a few points. Imperial Palace? You are from the Imperial Palace? In the next moment, he hastily turned his head to look at the others beside Jiang Yunting. Are you also from the Imperial Palace? At this moment, Gu Beicheng's voice took on an obvious fear and trembling, and the moment Gu Beicheng's voice fell, the person beside Jiang Yunting suddenly stepped forward. 4th in the Xian Palace. My name, Xian Si. Under the pressure of that person's strong aura, Gu Beicheng's body was so unsteady that he staggered back 2 steps. He had just barely managed to stabilize himself when another man stepped forward. 1st of the Xian Palace. My name, Xian Yi. Earth 17. My name, Earth 17. Heavenly Palace 26. My name, Heavenly 26. 4th in the Palace of Heaven. My name, Heaven 4. Every time one person took a step forward, the surrounding atmosphere would become a few points more condensed. Just as Tian Xi's words fell, Emperor Kill, who was behind Xia Xie, suddenly took a step out. At that moment, rolling waves of powerful aura suddenly swept in all directions. He looked at the crowd in front of him indifferently, and that clear gaze seemed as if he could trample the entire world under his feet. One of the 3 emperors, the Killing Emperor, Emperor Killing. Boom boom. The moment Emperor Killer's words fell, two powerful auras suddenly erupted not far away. In the next moment, two strong and unrivaled figures steeply appeared on the north and south sides. The person on the south side wore a blue ear diamond in his ear, and his voice was warm but with a penetrating aura. One of the three emperors, the Emperor of Love, Emperor Love. A monstrous battle intent erupted around the man on the north side. One of the three emperors, the War Emperor, Emperor War. Boom boom boom. The moment Emperor War's words fell, the auras of all the people of the imperial palace abruptly erupted. Gu Beicheng's trembling legs could no longer support him. Boo! It was as if he had suddenly lost all his strength, and he fell on his butt. And because they had rushed towards Xiashi before, the more than 200 people who were extremely close to Xiashi and the imperial palace crowd at this moment felt the terrifying aura around these people even more clearly. Under the shroud of that powerful aura, their eyes overflowed with bone-deep fear, and at the same time, their bodies trembled violently beyond their control. Not only the people on the Gu family's side. At this moment, Xia Yu and Jiang Wanqi's eyes were overflowing with deep shock when they looked at Xiashi. As people from the great families of Imperial City, they had naturally heard of the great name of the Imperial Palace. Once upon a time, the higher-ups within the family had instructed them not to mess with the members of the Imperial Palace. Now, so many people from the Imperial Palace had suddenly appeared here? Moreover, when they appeared, they seemed to say that there was their palace master here. So, who is their court master? Thinking of this, Xia Yu and Jiang Wanqi's gazes fell on Xiashi in unison. But the next moment, both men shook their heads. No, no way. How could the palace master of the Imperial Palace be less than 20 years old? And how could it be a laborer who just got out of jail? However, no sooner had the two continued to deny it in their minds. Swish! The crowd of the Imperial Palace neatly half-kneeled towards Xiashi, their voices respectful and pious. We, the Palace Master. Chapter 26, 3-star Senior Commander Badge. Boom! At this moment, Xia Yu, Jiang Wanqi, and everyone on Gu's side suddenly had their minds blown blank by this one sentence. The air around them instantly fell to a pin drop. However, in the face of this shocking scene, Xiashi only nodded slightly with a calm expression. Get up! After saying that, she slowly raised her eyes and looked at Gu Beicheng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, his face pale. I've given you a chance before. Her voice was so light that she couldn't tell if she was happy or angry. However, it was this voice that caused Gu Beicheng's heart to instantly fall to the bottom. His handsome face stiffened as he looked at Xiashi in front of him. At this moment, he had realized, the Gu family, this time, really planted, and at this moment, Gu knighting beside Gu Beicheng couldn't control himself as he lightly shook his head, muttering unconsciously like that under his breath. How is that possible? She's just a little girl under 20? How is it possible for the Mu family to cultivate such a monster? How is it possible? How is this possible? And at the same time, the more than 200 fighters hired by the Gu family not far in front of Xiashi looked at Xiashi with the same deep disbelief overflowing in their eyes. The Imperial Palace, a holy place in the heart of every person who practiced martial arts. But they never dreamed that the person in charge of the Imperial Palace would be a milquetoast little girl. In the next moment, endless regrets surged into their hearts. With their strength, the possibility of entering the Imperial Palace would have been unlikely. Now that they had offended the person in charge of the Imperial Palace, it was almost as if their hopes of entering the Imperial Palace had been completely extinguished. Xiashi didn't pay any attention to these people's reactions as she turned her head slightly, her eyes then landing on Jiang Wanqi. I had already let you live, but since you can't think of anything else, I can only fulfill you. You just said you want to be engaged to him, so be a dead couple with him. Jiang Wanqi's eyes snapped open a few points when she heard Xiaoshi's words. However, in the next moment, thinking of the nature of the Imperial Palace, she tried to stabilize her mind before her gaze was fixed on Xiaoshi. You want to kill me? Even if the Imperial Palace is powerful, it can only rampage outside the domain. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. If you dare to touch me, the entire Xiao War Ministry will not let go of the... Xiaoshi raised her eyes and faintly swept a glance at her, a piercing coldness in her calm voice. Then I really want to see how the Xiao War Ministry is going to leave me alone after moving you. After she finished speaking, she slightly inclined her head. Emperor kill. Emperor battle. Do it. However, just as Xiaoshi's words fell, a slightly old but majestic voice resounded abruptly. I'll see who dares. This voice caused the countless people present to be violently stunned. Then, the crowd turned their heads to look at the location where the voice had sounded. When they saw the old man who was dressed in the uniform of the War Ministry and walking alone towards the side, the crowd on the Gu family's side was instantly shaken in spirit. Commander Gu. Because of his sensitive identity, Gu Fengnian did not walk out at the beginning. Even if Gu Beicheng could handle it, he did not intend to show up. However, He never expected the Gu family to be pushed to this extent by a little girl. At this moment, if he didn't come out, Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting would be lifeless. Gu Beicheng looked at Gu Fengnian, who was walking slowly, and suddenly breathed a fierce sigh of relief. But then, thinking that they were made to feel so embarrassed by a little girl, both of them couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. Gu Beicheng sighed and blamed himself with a face. Big brother, I'm sorry, it's my incompetence. Gu Fengnian, however, shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. This old man of mine didn't even think that this little girl could have such a background. After saying that, his pair of eagle-like sharp eyes looked straight at Xiashi. Girl, you are very powerful. I admit that my brother and son are not your match. Give me Gu Fengnian face. How about letting this go today? Natsuki looked at him faintly. I already let Gu Yeting live yesterday on account of you having spent half your life fighting for Xia. As for giving you face, not to mention you, it's Lin Juanan standing in front of me. Go ask him if he dares to take my face. Gu Fengnian's face sank when he heard that Xia even dared to disparage the great chief of Dragon Abyss, whom he admired the most. I admit that you have some skills, but you shouldn't be so blinded by the fact that you're somewhat capable. After all, even if you're more powerful, can you be more powerful than the Xia War Department? At those words, Xiashi looked at Gu Fengnian faintly and smiled playfully. The Xia War Department? You, a tiny one-star senior commander, can represent the entire Xia War Department? Gu Fengnian was viciously choked. It seemed to feel like he was being degraded in front of so many people. He clenched his teeth and chided Xiashi. You're disrespecting a senior commander of the War Ministry. I have the right to order you to be arrested and put in jail for an indefinite period of time. If an ordinary person said that, they might really be judged as contradicting the War Ministry's senior management. But, when I say that, it's an admonishment from a superior to a subordinate. Gu Fengnian sniffed violently. In the next moment, his gaze towards Xiashi was cold to the extreme, impersonating a high-ranking member of the War Ministry. How dare you? Xiashi faintly swept a glance at him, then suddenly raised her hand. Pop! A crisp sound came out, and a delicate and small golden badge was flung in Gu Fengnian's face by her. Chapter 27, Gu Family Commander. Kneel for Xiashi. Gu Fengnian subconsciously caught the badge, and when he looked at the pattern on the badge, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole. 3 generals? This little girl casually threw out a badge with 3 general stars engraved on it? This represents 3-star senior commander? A 3-star senior commander who was a full 2 stars higher than him. Gu Fengnian pinched the badge, his knuckles slightly white from the force. At this moment, he thought of the legend in the War Ministry who became a senior commander at the age of 17. If Xiashi is that legend. Instantly, Gu Fengnian's old face went pale. At the same time, the people on the Gu family side looked at Gu Fengnian, whose face was constantly changing as he held his badge, and gradually developed a bit of uneasiness in their hearts. Could it be? That little girl is also from the War Ministry, and her title, maybe even higher than Gu Fengnian? But the next moment, the crowd dismissed this idea in their minds. How is that possible? That imperial palace was an extraterritorial organization, and although it was difficult to become its palace master, it might not be impossible if one was lucky. But, it's not just a matter of luck to become a senior or higher commander in the War Ministry. That required making a great contribution to the Xia Kingdom and having at least a minimum of senior warrior strength themselves. A little girl who looks less than 20 years old. Senior warrior. Is it possible? A moment later, Gu Fengnian raised his head with some difficulty, his voice translucent with some hoarseness. Where did you get this badge? He was still holding on to his last glimmer of hope. What if this badge isn't Xiaxi's own? However, Gu Fengnian was going to be disappointed after all. Xiashi just looked at him faintly. The corner of her lips hooked up with a smile if there was a smile. Has Commander Gu been living too comfortably all these years? Do you think someone would dare to haphazardly show something like this to others if it wasn't theirs? Snap! Xiaxi's words instantly destroyed the last straw in Gu Fengnian's heart, instantly destroying his last line of psychological defense. In this instant, only one thought remained in his entire mind. Done. The Gu family is finished. According to the laws of the Summer Kingdom, Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting wanted to murder a 3-star senior commander, and at the very least, they would have to sit in jail, and as Gu Yeting's father, he was equally to blame. Puff! Under the fear, his legs instantly went limp, and he actually knelt straight down towards Xiashi. Moment! A deathly silence fell steeply over the scene. All the people on the Gu family's side, including Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting, looked at Gu Fengnian, who was kneeling in front of Xiashi at this moment, and all of them were as dumb as if they were stupid. What did they see? In the War Department can be said to be able to call the wind and rain of the senior commander Gu Fengnian. Actually, surprisingly to this little girl kneeling down? What's going on? What's going on here? Could it be that that little girl really possessed a higher war ministry title than Gu Fengnian? However, a little girl who was less than 20 years old, even if her family had a monstrous background, it was impossible for her to have the title of a 2-star or higher senior commander at this age. At the same time, Gu Beicheng's breathing suddenly tightened as he watched the scene in front of him. His big brother, the biggest pillar of the Gu family, even, just like that, kneeled down to the little girl who had trampled on the dignity of the entire Gu family? Could it be that, as Xiaoshi said, her rank in the war ministry was even higher than his elder brother's? That's it. If not, with his elder brother's lofty nature, it was impossible for him to kneel down to someone who was inferior to him. When he thought that Xiaoshi had let Gu Yeting live yesterday because he mentioned Gu Fengnian, he thought that Xiaoshi was afraid of Gu Fengnian. Thinking about when Gu Fengnian showed up just now, he also fantasized that Xiaoshi might kneel directly in front of Gu Fengnian under fear. This moment also finally dawned on him. Xiaoshi was able to make him kneel on the ground yesterday with a wave of his hand, not because he was gullible or because Xiaoshi sneaked up on him, but because Xiaoshi had the strength of at least a senior warrior. At this moment, he suddenly felt ridiculous. There had never been a moment in his life when he'd felt as downright adorable as he did now. A lot of things were so obvious, but he just ignored them all because of Natsuki's age, and if he hadn't made a huge deviation in his judgment of Xiaoshi's strength, the Gu family wouldn't have been pushed to this point. He, Gu Beicheng, had always prided himself on being smart, but now he seemed to be really stupid. At the same time, Jiang Yunting, who had just celebrated the fact that she had made an incomparably correct decision because of Gu Fengnian's appearance, abruptly froze in place. Chapter 28, Dragon Leader. Have you seen enough? She stared blankly at Gu Fengnian, her mind suddenly spinning a bit. The scene in front of her nearly shattered her perception. Gu Fengnian, isn't he the senior commander of the war department? How could he kneel down for Natsuki, this tiny pariah of Cloud City? Was he not only the palace master of the Imperial Palace, but also a senior commander of the war ministry? She's only 19. At this age, from this background, how did she obtain such an achievement? And not far beside her, Xiaoyu was also a bit confused. He was shocked enough to know that Xiaoshi was the Imperial Palace master before. Now Gu Fengnian suddenly came out to tell him that Xiaoshi's title may be higher than his. What's he doing here today? Why did he come over? In front of Xiaoshi, he, the future head of the imperial capital Xia family, was a waste of space. Thinking of the 2 times he had desperately tried to persuade Xiaoshi to hurry up and escape before, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Facing the Gu family with a character like Xiaoshi was like facing a group of ants that could be crushed at the drop of a hat. Okay? He just asked her to run away. Is there a better joke in the world? However, Gu Fengnian, whose mood was complicated to the extreme at the moment, didn't have the heart to pay attention to the crowd's thoughts. He tilted his head to look at Xiaoshi, a strong plea showing in his eyes. My lord, these are the only 2 relatives I have left in this world. Please spare them. Xiaoshi just looked at him faintly, without a single movement on her face. I just said that I already spared Gu Yeting's life yesterday for the sake of you being a high-ranking member of the war ministry, but he doesn't know how to cherish it, and that's no one's fault. After she finished speaking, she looked directly at Emperor Warrior and Emperor Slayer on the side and spoke once more. Do it! Gu Fengnian's heart steeply lifted, and then, he hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi and opened his mouth. Even if your title is higher than mine, you're going to kill someone in public, and that's against the laws of the Summer Kingdom. At those words, Xiaoshi suddenly laughed. At the same time, her gaze toward Gu Fengnian was a few points colder. The law? Did your son think about the laws of the Summerland when he tried to drain my brother's blood? Did your brother think about the laws of Xia when he brought over 200 men here to kill me today? If I was just an ordinary person, I'd be dead by now, and I'm afraid you, who are standing in the shadows watching all this, won't even show your face. Now that they've lost, you're here mouthing off about the law to me? Does the law belong to your family? Take it out immediately when you need it, and when you don't need it, just toss it aside as garbage. Gu Fengnian once again choked on Xiaoshi's words, but then, he took a deep breath and spoke righteously. They're them, you're you. They're just ordinary citizens of the Xia kingdom. While you're a high-ranking member of the war ministry, your words and actions represent the authority of the entire Xia kingdom. And today, unless you step over my dead body, don't even think about touching them. He knew that his words were enough for Shushi to give him a charge of contradicting his superiors, but before the lives of his only son and brother, these are not worth mentioning. Xiaxia just looked straight at him when she heard his words, her eyes getting colder and colder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, the voice that sounded like it could freeze at any time came out of her mouth. What if I have to kill? Gu Fengnian took a deep breath, but his gaze was firm. Then I'll just have to report it to Grand Chief Lin Juanan and let him make a disposition. He knew that Xiaoshi was now just one step away from the position of the Great Chief. As long as she wants to be the big chief, she can't make any mistakes at this juncture. She was going to kill Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting. This matter was related to the law of the Summer Kingdom, and if it was spread out the impact would be quite bad. He didn't believe that Xiaoshi dared to alarm Long Yuan because of this. As for why he was looking for Long Yuan and not the other two great chiefs, first of all, Long Yuan was the head of the three great chiefs and had the most authority. Secondly, and most importantly, just now Xiaoshi said that Long Yuan didn't even dare to let her give her face. If he had unintentionally revealed the matter of her uttering this in front of Long Yuan, at least for a short period of time, Xiaoshi would not have to delude herself into thinking about sitting in the position of the great chief. Thinking of this, Gu Fengyan's heart suddenly gained strength. His waist was a few points straighter, and a pair of slightly aged but still sharp eyes stared intently at Xiaoshi. He was waiting for Xiaoxia to change her decision to kill Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting, waiting for Xiaoshi to explain to him that her previous comment about Long Yuan not daring her to give face was just a slip of the tongue. However, under the gaze that was permeated with the slightest hint of anticipation and the thrill of revenge, Xiaoshi's gaze towards him was suddenly tinted with the slightest hint of teasing. Let Long Yuan dispose of it? With that, she suddenly turned her head to look at a tree not far away and spoke without haste. Chief Dragon, have you seen enough? Can you come out after you've seen enough? Chapter 29, inviting Xiaoshi to be the Grand Chief. Above, the moment Xiaoxia's words fell, the already quiet air around him was once again still for a few moments. Almost everyone looked over at where Xiaoshi's eyes fell. Could she be telling the truth? The one who stood at the very pinnacle of the Summer War Department was there watching them now? Under the gaze of the crowd. Soon, an old but straight figure walked out from behind that tree. The moment Gu Fengyan saw the old man's figure, his eyes involuntarily widened a few points. He murmured softly in an uncontrollable whisper under his breath, "The great chief." However, the old man who walked slowly did not look at Gu Fengyan, but instead smiled and spoke to Xiaoshi. "Girl, intuition is really sharp. I didn't realize that I've hidden it all so well, or you found it." Everyone was stunned when they heard Long Yuan's words. Listening to his tone, where did he sound like the first person of the Summer Kingdom's War Department was facing a subordinate? This is just like the tone of an elder talking to his favorite junior. Xiaoshi smiled faintly at his words. "I didn't realize you had a penchant for voyeurism either." Gu Fengyan's eyes snapped open when he heard Xiaoshi's words. How dare Xiaoshi use the word peeping on the chief? Is she crazy? However, just when he thought that Long Yuan's face would immediately chill down when he heard Xiaoshi's words to reprimand her for disrespecting her superiors, Long Yuan just coughed lightly in embarrassment, and actually didn't have the slightest intention of pursuing Xiaoshi for talking nonsense. Then, he suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Fengyan. Gu Fengyan felt Long Yuan's gaze and instantly snapped out of his shock at Xiaoshi's use of words. He immediately stood up straight and gave Long Yuan a salute with a solemn face and an imposing greeting. "Greetings, great chief." Long Yuan nodded slightly. Just the gaze he looked at Gu Fengyan. Where was half the gentleness that he looked at Xiaoshi? His slightly cold gaze looked straight at Gu Fengyan, and his voice breathed out a bit of dissatisfaction. "Letting your family members run amok, and openly contradicting your superiors today, Commander Gu. This shouldn't be something you should do as a senior commander of a country." Gu Fengyan looked at Long Yuan's very different faces when he faced himself and when he faced Xiaoshi, and was violently stunned. In the next moment, he steeply returned to his senses and hurriedly explained, "The great chieftain is right. It is true that I have not disciplined my family well. However, the next moment, his words suddenly changed. But while my family is certainly at fault, their crime is not to death. And even if it really comes down to a death sentence, it shouldn't be carried out by Commander Xia." Hearing Gu Fengyan's completely upside-down words, Xiaoshi suddenly laughed. "A crime not punishable by death? Hasn't Commander Gu ever heard of the principle that murder pays for life? Is it hard for Commander Gu to think that I have to be thankful or even set off firecrackers to celebrate the fact that your son drained my brother's blood?" Feeling Long Yuan's gaze once again cold a few points after hearing Xiaoshi's words, Gu Fengyan hurriedly said, "Yeting just wanted to draw a little of your brother's blood to save his life. And besides, he didn't want your brother to die. And your brother really didn't die, did he?" Xiaoshi coldly swept Gu Fengyan a glance. Not interested in messing around with him, she looked directly at Long Yuan Dao. "Whether or not Gu Yeting is going to draw all of my brother's blood, you can find out by checking the hospital surveillance." Gu Fengyan, Xiaoxia's words had already reached this point, so he really couldn't refute them. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. "Good. I admit that Yeting messed up because he was worried about his fiancée's health and did the wrong thing. But what about North City? I just heard with my own ears that you're going to have someone kill Beicheng. It can't be that I misheard you, can it?" Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. "The reason I came over today is that Gu Beicheng said he would make amends to me here, and I ran all the way over here in order to lift the suspicion with your Gu family. It's just that I didn't expect that you, the one in charge of the grey power of Cloud City, didn't apologize at all, but instead brought over 200 people from within the power over to try and kill me. If it wasn't for these friends of mine who happened to be in the neighborhood, I might have been dead. When Gu Fengnian heard Xiaoshi's hateful words, a mouthful of old blood was almost spewed out in anger. You came all the way over here to clear the air with the Gu family? If he really wanted to send a reparation gift, why would he come here to do so? You're not a cutie pie. You're not a cutie pie. So you're gonna believe his bull asterisk about coming over here to give you a gift? And, if your friend hadn't happened to be in the neighborhood, you'd already be dead? You're a senior commander of the War Department, an existence of at least a senior warrior. Even if all the people brought over by the Gu family came together, they couldn't touch a single hair on your head, right? But you say you were almost killed by them? Are you going to lie still and let them kill you? Most importantly, if you say my brother is bringing people here, just say he's bringing people here. Why are you emphasizing that my brother is in charge of a grey force that's in a state of hostility with the War Ministry? Are you trying to highlight your role as a good citizen? Or is the big chief not treating him badly enough? After a few breaths, Gu Fengnian struggled to swallow the qi and blood that was churning up and took a deep breath and said, "You are answering the wrong question. What I am asking is, what qualifications do you have to order the killing of Yunting in Beicheng?" Xiaoshi looked faintly at Gu Fengnian, whose old face was flushed red, and that gaze was like looking at a retard. Commander Gu, you're also a senior figure of the War Ministry. You should be aware of the legal regulation that the intentional murder of a senior commander of the War Ministry is punishable by immediate death, right? Don't say they're not dead yet. Even if they are, they deserve it. Chapter 30, inviting Xiaoshi to be the Grand Chief. Middle, Gu Fengnian froze violently in place at the words. He had just been too angry and his mind was so messed up that he had forgotten that there was such a regulation in the laws of Xia to protect the top brass of the War Ministry. In that case, Xiaoshi, it could really be said that there was no fault at all. In the next moment, his gaze towards Xiaoshi abruptly changed. This woman, what a deep calculation. Xiaoshi ignored Gu Fengnian's gaze and once again looked at Lin Juanan. Great Chief, Gu Yeting attempted and carried out the killing of a 6-year-old child. Gu Beicheng brought people over to kill the senior commander of the War Ministry. What to do about it? You decide. Gu Fengnian steeply returned to his senses when he heard these aggressive words from Xiaoshi. At the same time, his heart suddenly tightened. He was afraid that the Great Chief would make a direct decision, so he hastened to open his mouth. Great Chief, Yunting and Beicheng are certainly at fault, but it's not as serious as she made it out to be, and no one died because of the two of them, so I hope that the Great Chief will spare me, my only relative. Xiaoshi's eyes turned a few points colder at his words. It's because they have you, the senior commander of the War Ministry, as their backer that they dare to act so recklessly. If all the families of the War Ministry's top brass were this messed up, Xia wouldn't have to wait for other countries to encroach on it. It could be played to death by its own War Ministry itself. Hearing these righteous words from Xiaoshi, Gu Fengnian couldn't wait to bite her to death. When he said something, Xiaoshi disliked it. In all his life, he had never been so stifled. The Great Chief, Gu Fengnian wanted to say something else, yet his latter words were interrupted by Lin Juanan raising his hand before he could say them. The Gu family really doesn't have the right of way in this matter today. If you beg for mercy and I'll let it go. And in the future, if a similar situation occurs in the other higher echelons of the War Ministry, how will I deal with it? After saying that, he looked at the War Ministry crowd that followed him over from the rear and said, Men, first arrest Gu Yeting, Gu Beicheng and this MS, Jiang into the Cloud City jail, and leave it to the court to decide how to handle them. When Gu Fengnian heard this, a heart sank suddenly. Gu Yeting and Gu Beicheng's faces steeply stiffened. Jiang Wanqi's face instantly showed a strong fear. If it was left to the court to decide, once they were convicted of attempting to kill the senior commander of the War Ministry, they would at least get life imprisonment, if not death. She couldn't care about anything else under the urgency of the situation and hurriedly shouted to Lin Juanan, Great Chief, my uncle Jiang Chuan is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. I only had a little conflict with her and had my hands broken by her. You can't do this to me. However, Lin Juanan just looked at Jiang Wanqi faintly, but was unmoved. Jiang Chuan is Jiang Chuan. You are you, the Great Chief. Seeing this, Gu Fengnian's face revealed an even stronger plea. Lin Juanan's aura around him steeply chilled. If you're still not satisfied, you'll have to leave it to Commander Xia to deal with. Gu Fengnian's face changed at his words, and he quickly changed his words. I accept the decision of the Grand Chieftain. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Xiaoshi, a deep hatred and unwillingness showing in his eyes. But Great Chief, Commander Xia may not be without a little fault. Before you came over, you heard her say with your own ears that she wouldn't even give you the time of day. And when you just stepped out from behind that tree, she even called you by name. Subsequently, even more so. Words like voyeurism were applied to you. The superior, great chief. She's pressing you. With this arrogant character of hers, sooner or later, she will cause a great disaster and bring incalculable losses to the war ministry. Long Yuan frowned at his words. What are you trying to say? Commander Xia is too young, and I recognize that she has made a lot of contributions to the country, but her seniority is too shallow. Do you know how those old warriors who had also only reached intermediate level commander 2 years ago felt when they heard that a little girl less than 20 years old had become a 3-star senior commander? They rode the battlefield for the country for their whole life, but they are still inferior to a little girl whose hair has not yet grown. Do you know how disappointed they are in the Xia War Department because of this? In order not to break the hearts of the old combatants, and also to give Commander Xia more time to settle himself and wash away the arrogance and impatience in himself, I suggest that we first lower the rank of Commander Xia to intermediate commander, and then consider the matter of upgrading her rank after she is at least 30 years old. Otherwise, the Ministry of War will be in chaos. Ha! After listening to Gu Fengnian's righteous accusations and suggestions, Xiashi couldn't control a cold laugh, and then, she turned her head slightly, and her slightly chilled sight landed on Long Yuan. Great chief, since so many people think I'm not suitable for this position, there's no need to go through the trouble of demoting me. Just let me leave the war ministry. She would guard the Xia kingdom only because of her promise to that friend, and there was no need for her to risk her life to continue guarding the Xia kingdom if many people in the Xia war ministry felt that she was not worthy of her virtue. Even that star sign she didn't have to rush to unseal. And the moment Xiaxi's words fell, an eerie silence once again fell around them. Everyone except the members of the imperial palace looked at Xiashi as if they were looking at a madman. At this moment, Gu Fengnian even somewhat did not believe his own ears. Leave the war department? Is she crazy? Even if the great chief took his advice, she was still at least a mid-level commander, intermediate commander. But it was a height that countless people in the war ministry couldn't reach even if they put their lives on the line for the rest of their lives. But she's actually leaving? No, it's not right. There was no way she would be willing to leave when she had reached this height. That is, she is going to threaten the great chief with quitting the war department, so that the great chief will not dare to lower her rank. Thinking of this, Gu Fengnian's gaze towards Xiashi was thick with mockery and disdain. Does she really think the Xia war department can't function without her? If the great chief could be threatened by such a sentence from her, he wouldn't have reached his current height. She would only be cocooning herself by threatening the great chief with such foolish tactics. She, for sure, will regret it. However, just as this thought arose in Gu Fengnian's mind, Long Yuan fiercely looked over at him. At this moment, those majestic and inviolable eyes actually revealed a few points of killing intent. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? From now on, if you say another word, the one who gets his title level lowered is you. At this moment, Long Yuan really had the heart to kill Gu Fengnian. It was important to realize that for the current Xia, the war ministry could barely bring her any help anymore. The war ministry, however, required her to do a lot of things and invariably added too many strings to her bow. She was perfectly capable of leaving the war ministry and going to be a dashing and self-contained imperial palace master. But the Xia War Department really couldn't live without her. Once she left the war ministry, the Sirius regiment, which she had previously led, would surely fall into chaos. And now Xia, which is under siege by several countries, is bound to be in a perilous situation. And because of that, he'd wanted Xiashi to be the 4th Grand Chief of the War Department a year ago. It's just a pity that Xiashi felt that there would be more constraints after becoming a great chief, and had already refused him twice in a row before. Today, it was the 3rd time he had come over here in a brazen manner. He hoped that by backing up Xiashi, he could make her understand his attitude and thus agree to become the 4th chief of the Summer Kingdom. However, this idiot Gu Fengnian told him to lower the rank of Xiaxi's title. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? And at this moment, Gu Fengnian was directly dumbfounded when he heard Long Yuan's words. He didn't understand why Long Yuan had to tell him to shut up with this tone of hatred that he wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts. He was even more puzzled as to why Xiashi had already threatened to quit the war department, and instead of directly opening his mouth to kick her out of the war department, Long Yuan in turn told him to shut up. What kind of sense is that? What the hell was Long Yuan thinking? Without waiting for Gu Fengnian to think about it, Long Yuan suddenly looked at Xiashi, and a few moments of embarrassment actually appeared on that face that had just been extremely majestic. The words that came out of his mouth, however, were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, blasting Gu Fengnian and everyone else present into a blank mind. Chapter 31, Inviting Xiashi to be the Grand Chief. Next. Ahem. Xiashi, this Gu commander is too old, already senile. I apologize to you on his behalf. And, to show my strong opposition to his making that suggestion, I'm going to bump you up another grade. Starting today, you are the 4th Grand Chief of the War Department. Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, almost everyone around him felt a muffled thunderbolt ruthlessly split into his brain. At this moment, they even felt like they were hallucinating. The fourth great chief? The three current great chiefs of the Xia Kingdom's war department were all figures who had made great contributions to the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, looking at all the great chiefs in the history of the Summer Kingdom, none of them were younger than 50 years old when they were promoted to the position of Great Chief. But now, and yet Long Yuan is going to make a little girl under the age of 20 the Grand Chieftain? Is he serious? Besides Xia Shi, Xia Yu froze and looked at the Xia Shi in front of her. God knows he was sent over from Imperial City to help. It's as a strong man doing a favor for a weak man. However, the Imperial Palace Master, the senior commander of the War Department was even so. And now she's being told that this one is going to be the big chief he can only look up to? A character like that needs his help? And what has he helped with since he's been here? He has helped a little bit except for the beginning, like a frantic shouting for Xia Shi to hurry up and escape. And after that, he gradually became numb in one shock after another. He has always been the best in his age group. But at this moment, he suddenly felt so humble. Even comparing Xia Shi's age and achievements, he suddenly felt that he, who had come to help, was a waste. He swore that if he had known he was going to go through this before he came over, he wouldn't have come over even if his grandfather had beaten him to death. Besides Xia Yu, Jiang Wanshi, who had just been pondering how to contact her uncle who was a 3-star senior commander, was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, she hadn't seen the badge that Xia Shi had flung in Gu Fengnian's face, thinking that Xia Shi's age was at most a 2-star senior commander. But now, Long Yuan was telling her that Xia Shi had suddenly become a great chief? The fourth great chief of the Summer War Department. That was a character that the entire Jiang family had to go out to meet and host a banquet after visiting the Jiang family. She, on the other hand, had previously assumed that Xia Shi was just a pariah from a small town? Is there anything more ridiculous in the world? Poor her Jiang Wanshi boasted of her intelligence, but did not expect to end up being harmed by her own cleverness. At the same time, Gu Fengnian also came back to his senses from the great shock. At this moment, he only felt that Long Yuan's words were like an invisible slap that ruthlessly smacked him on top of his old face. He had just proposed to lower Xia Shi's rank to intermediate commander, when Long Yuan opened his mouth to promote Xia Shi to the fourth Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. Long Yuan, this is a naked slap in his face. Immediately afterward, Gu Fengnian turned his head somewhat stiffly, and the gaze that looked at Xia Shi revealed an unwillingness that was thick to the core. A young girl of only 19 years of age, to be able to sit in the position of senior commander of the War Department was already a virtue not worthy of the position. What made her able to ascend to that most powerful pinnacle of the War Department at that age? What right did she have to sit in that position that he had never even thought of in his life? No, he can't let her be the big chief. There was still a chance that she could be demoted to a mid-level commander now that she was only a senior commander. But if she is allowed to sit in the position of the great chief, unless she commits a great crime like collaborating with the enemy in treason, no one will be able to pull her down from the position of the great chief. Thinking of this, Gu Fengnian didn't care about Long Yuan's warning that he would directly lower him to an intermediate level commander if he said another word, and hurriedly advised Long Yuan with a sincere face. Each Grand Chief of the Summer Kingdom can represent the entire War Department or even the will of the Summer Kingdom. If the extraterritorial states were to learn that the Summer Kingdom has pushed a 19-year-old girl into this position, they would surely think that the Summer War Department is incompetent, or even, may cause the entire Summer Kingdom to fall into chaos. I hope that the Grand Chiefs will not joke about this kind of thing. Gu Fengnian was afraid of being interrupted by Long Yuan and almost finished these words in one breath. After Long Yuan heard Gu Fengnian's words, a pair of sharp eyes stared tightly at Gu Fengnian's face. At this moment, his eyes were no longer simply wanting to kill Gu Fengnian. If he could, he'd hate to sew his broken mouth shut and just chop him up and feed him to the dogs. If there was no Gu Fengnian today, it was simply the right time and place for him to ask Xia Shi to be promoted to the position of Grand Chief, and he was at least 50% sure that he could get Xia Shi to agree to become the fourth Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. But, such a good opportunity was ruined because of this idiot Gu Fengnian. Just like that, he was well aware of Xia Shi's character, and since she had opened her mouth and refused, it was unlikely that she would change her mind today and agree to his request to be promoted to the position of Grand Chieftain. And this is his third invitation. As the saying goes, things don't come in threes. After today, it would be hard for him to get Xia Shi to agree again, and as long as Shashi wasn't in the Grand Chancellor's seat, she could resign from the War Ministry at any time. Long Yuan took several deep breaths before trying to suppress the urge to hack Gu Fengnian to death. He then suddenly turned his head to look at one of the combatants behind him and spoke in a cold, hard voice. Starting today, Gu Fengnian is demoted from senior commander to intermediate commander, and within 5 years, he shall not be allowed any promotion in rank. Gu Fengnian's fist slowly clenched as he listened to Long Yuan's unforgiving words. Visible bruises rose from his fists because of the immense force. Great Chief, I know I'm nothing in your eyes, but I've been in the war ministry for so many years, and I've worked hard without merit. I need you to give me a reason for harboring Xiashi so much. Long Yuan sniffed, and the light in his eyes that looked at Gu Fengnian was as if he was going to pierce through his entire being. Harboring? Gu Fengnian, it seems that it's really true that the Summer Kingdom has been too peaceful in the last few years, making you forget all about the rules of the war ministry. Just for the way you spoke to me and Commander Xia, I can dispose of you directly according to the rules of the war ministry. Gu Fengnian's heart steeply tightened as he felt the cold to the core aura surrounding Long Yuan. However, because of that extreme unwillingness in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and looked straight at Long Yuan Dao. I accept all dispositions in accordance with the rules of the war ministry, but I still want to know how she, a little girl of less than 20 years of age, is capable of sitting in the position of Grand Chief. Chapter 32, in front of Xiashi. You're nothing. At your rank, you're not qualified to know that. When Gu Fengnian heard Long Yuan's cold, hard voice, the veins on top of his tightly clenched fists became more pronounced by a few points. After a few breaths of silence, he said with a firm gaze as if he had given up, if the great chieftain does not give me an explanation today, a war ministry that is already close to decay, I will not stay. Trading a position you fought half your life to climb to for a reason? Good. I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Long Yuan directly turned his head to look at a combatant behind him. Pull up all of Commander Xia's feats since he entered the war ministry. Yes. That war ministry member sniffed and immediately took down a monitor the size of an ordinary cell phone from his arm. He worked his fingers quickly on the monitor. 10 seconds or so later, Big Chief, tuned out. Show him. Yes. Gu Fengnian watched as the combatant got the display in front of him, lifting his own lightly trembling hand and picking it up. And just as he saw the first message on it, his pupils suddenly shrunk. How? How is that possible? The shock in his eyes grew deeper and deeper after looking at that one task that was completely impossible in his opinion, yet passed perfectly here in Xiaoshi's place. When he saw the back, his whole brain was confused. If he hadn't been sure that the information given by the great chief couldn't possibly be false, he would have assumed that it was fictionalized. He really found it hard to believe that a teenage girl could perform these miracles. Now, do you have any objections to my decision that I want to promote her to Grand Chief? Long Yuan coldly looked at Gu Fengnian and opened his mouth to ask. Gu Fengnian almost subconsciously shook his head. At this moment, endless regrets flooded his heart. What's wrong with being under 20? What promotion of Xiashi would break the hearts of the old men of the War Department? These are nothing in the face of what Xiashi has accomplished over the years. At this moment, he finally realized how wrong he was and why Long Yuan was so angry. The current Xiashi, who was able to continue to stay in the war ministry, was completely mindful of his old feelings. She could leave at any time once the War Department had let her down completely. At that time, her departure would surely cause irreparable damage to the Xia War Department. As for forcing Xiashi to stay in the War Department, although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that the War Department of Xia did not have this ability. And he, because of the reluctance to Xiaoshi's young title but 2 levels higher than him, but proposed to Xiaoshi's rank down to intermediate commander. Thinking of this, Gu Fengnian couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps. There had never been a moment in his life when he'd felt so cheap with his mouth. Long Yuan didn't look at Gu Fengnian anymore, but instead looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a solemn face. Xiaoshi, I'm saving the position of the big chief for you, and that position is yours anytime you want it. Xia smiled faintly, a few rare moments of warmth tinting that smile. I have gotten word that my beloved is in the summer country, and the matter of the great chief will be discussed after I have found him. Think of the man who had commanded her to stay away from him the first time they'd met, who'd said he'd never like her in his life, only to be quickly smacked in the face by himself. The man who was obviously as handsome as a god, but was always worried that he wasn't good looking enough for her to get hooked up with another man. The man who died trying to save her. And even as he was dying he was worried that his cut-skinned face was too ugly and would scare her. Xiaxia's eyes couldn't help but show the slightest hint of urgency. Long Yuan, on the other hand, froze violently when he heard Xiaoshi's words. In the next moment, a rich ecstasy surged steeply on his face. Chapter 33, the man who walked out of a manga as elegantly as a manga. Although he didn't expect that Xiaoshi, whose ability was so strong that it made countless men ashamed of themselves, would still have a lover. But doesn't that mean that by saying that, Xiaoshi would be able to take over as the Grand Chief of the War Department as soon as she finds her lover? He believed that with Xiaoshi's ability, as long as that person was alive, there was no way she wouldn't be able to find him. In other words, sooner or later, she will agree to become the Grand Chieftain. It's just a matter of when. At this moment, Long Yuan suddenly felt that the surprise came too suddenly. However, very quickly, Long Yuan tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and hurriedly opened his mouth to Xiaoshi and asked, "Is there any news about him?" Xiaoshi didn't hide it when she heard Long Yuan's question. "It's possible that it's at the Imperial City Academy." Imperial City Academy? Long Yuan hurriedly said as if he had thought of something. The deans of the Imperial City Academy were all sent there directly by the War Ministry, and they are retiring soon, and the candidate for the new dean hasn't been decided yet. So why don't you go over and be the acting dean for a few days first? It will also be convenient to do some things at that time. Long Yuan said that he was letting Xiaoshi go as the acting dean, but with her status as a 3-star senior commander, her power after going over was only greater than the official dean. Moreover, she can have complete discretion as to when she leaves office. Hearing Long Yuan's arrangement, which could be called extremely considerate, Xiaoshi faintly smiled. "Good, don't announce my identity to the public. In addition, prepare an enrollment notice for me as an academy cadet." Unsealing the star tag she got from the Mu family might require the cooperation of the academy's top management, and having the identity of the dean would indeed save a lot of work. But trying to find her big baby, I thought it would be better to use the student's identity. "Palace Master, you're going to enter the Imperial City Academy as a student?" After Xiaoshi's words fell, before Long Yuan could answer, Jiang Yunting suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "What's the problem?" Jiang Yunting hurriedly shook his head. No, only." After finishing his words, the look on his face was obviously a bit complicated. He had just been notified 3 days ago that he would be in charge of the military training matters for the new students of the Imperial City Academy in 10 days' time off. In other words, one of the freshmen he would be training at that time would be his Palace Master Sama? What's the difference between that and letting him die? Long Yuan didn't care about the change in Jiang Yunting's face. He directly nodded his head when he heard Xiaoshi say that he needed the enrollment notice. "Okay, I'll try to send someone over to you today." After saying that, Long Yuan ordered the people to send Gu Beicheng and the others to the Cloud City jail, and then left. Drip! The crowd hadn't left for a while when the display on Emperor Love's arm suddenly flashed twice. He glanced down at the display and immediately looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a straight face. "Boss, I've just received news that a subordinate has discovered a suspected trace of your lover in the Fu family in Cloud City." Xiaoshi was slightly stunned. "Fu family?" "Yes, Fu family's youngest son Fu Luvia has always been a schoolgrass since he was a child. But sometime before the personality has changed very obviously. And several other characteristics also meet the requirements you give to fine people. Here's a picture of Fu Mia. Take a look." Saying that, Tichi placed the cell phone in front of Xiaoshi. The screen above the display of the photo, the boy's around 20 years old, wearing a white shirt, skin as delicate as the finest suet jade, features exquisite handsome as God's hand carved out of the artwork. The surrounding temperament is clean impeccable. This, a man as elegant and noble as out of a comic strip. And just when Xiaoshi's eyes touched that photo instantly, suddenly violently stunned. Because the eyebrows of the boy in this photo were surprisingly similar to her big baby in her previous life. With that, she took a deep breath and tried to calm her mind. And then, she looked at Emperor Slayer. "Check the location of Fu's house and go over there now." Chapter 34, the card given by Xia has $1 billion in it. In the meantime, Summer's mother is sitting at the counter of the Star Flag Bank. And within the counter, the bank employee, who was originally careless because of Xia's mother's dress, snapped his eyes wide open. Only the computer screen in front of him was displaying card balance, 1 billion, a billion. His eyes were glued to the string of numbers on the screen, and he couldn't control his shortness of breath. He's been at this bank for 3 years and has never seen a card balance in excess of 8 figures. After all, once the card balance exceeded 8 digits, it was a big customer of their bank, one who would be personally received by the manager. But, at the moment, he saw 10 figures. Quickly, he took a deep breath and tried to calm down. And then, he turned his head slightly, scrutinizing Natsu's mother outside the counter glass. He looked up and down, carefully sizing up Xia's mother, and didn't even sense that she had the appearance of a rich person for a single star. Gradually, a thicker and thicker color of greed gradually grew in his eyes. $1 billion. Even if he could only get a tenth of that, it would be enough to spend for a lifetime. Quickly, he tried to suppress his excitement and turned his head to look at Xia's mother outside the glass partition to question in a cold voice. "This card, where did you get it?" "My daughter gave it to me." When the counter heard Xia's mother's reply, the look she gave her suddenly went cold. "How old is your daughter? What does it do?" Summer's mother frowned. "Does this have anything to do with me having to withdraw money?" The counter clerk sniffed and looked at Xia's mother with an even colder face. "Today, you must give me a clear account of where this card came from." On the side, the receptionist who had picked up Xia's mother into the bank heard the counter clerk's aggressive words, and as if she suddenly reacted to something, She hurriedly passed an inquiring look to the counter clerk. The counter clerk gave her a slight nod before making the sign of 10. Hiss! The hostess sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw this. In the next moment, her face sank suddenly as she looked at Xia's mother, her voice sharp and questioning. Say, where did this card come from? Is it yours or your daughter's? Found or stolen? Sensing the aggressive aura of the two men, Xia's mother immediately raised her hand and was about to reach for the bank card on the card reader. I just want to withdraw some money. Why are you guys acting like you're interrogating a criminal? I'm not taking this money. Seeing this, the hostess reached out as fast as she could and snatched the bank card. You can't even tell me where this card came from. I think either you stole it or your daughter did. Let's go. Come with us to the station. She didn't want to keep the money private. It was too much of a risk to take. She did like money, but she also knew that money had to be spent with a life. However, she knew the deputy director of the Cloud City Inspectorate, and she didn't believe that the old lecher wasn't interested in so much money. Just as Xia Shi and Emperor Kill were still 10 minutes away from Fu's house, they suddenly received a phone call. After learning that Xia's mother had been arrested and taken into the inspector's office, her breath around her clearly chilled a few degrees. Afterwards, she didn't hesitate and rushed directly to the Cloud City Inspectorate. Meanwhile, the Cloud City Inspectorate. Inside the guard room, Summer's mother had been handcuffed and was sitting in the interrogation chair, and at that moment, 3 people were standing across from her. 2 of them were the hostess and the counter clerk, and the other, a balding middle-aged man. This is none other than Deputy Director Wang of this Cloud City Inspectorate. Pop! Deputy Wang slapped a piece of paper hard in front of Xia's mother and spoke in a cold voice. We've got a plea for you. Sign it. Xia's mother frowned at the 3 people who had forcibly brought her here and forced her to confess again. The card wasn't stolen. Deputy Wang looked at Xia's mother and sneered. Not stolen? Do you know how much money is on this card? Look at you in your rags. How you can't be rich. As for your daughter, I already know that she was imprisoned in the Cloud City jail 5 years ago, and just got out yesterday. You said before that she gave you this card. Even if she had great skills, she couldn't have gotten $1 billion in a jail cell, right? Summer's mother snapped at her words. With that, her eyes overflowed with deep disbelief as she looked at Deputy Director Wang. 10 billion? Don't you know? There's $1 billion in that card you took to get the money. Boom! Xia mother only felt a bomb violently explode in her head. $1 billion? The card Xia sure gave her had $1 billion in it? Seeing this, the hostess coldly looked at Xia's mother and said, as long as you admit that you stole this card from our bank and are willing to surrender the card as stolen property, the inspectors won't hold your daughter responsible. Deputy Wang followed with a nod. As long as you sign the plea now, we'll treat you leniently on account of your voluntary admission of guilt. Otherwise, not only will you, who took the stolen goods to get the money, not have a good ending, but what your daughter will face will also be a capital offense. Choose between pleading guilty voluntarily and getting a reduced sentence, or getting your daughter killed so that you don't go to jail yourself. Chapter 35. Did you take my mother? Listening to the aggressive voice of Deputy Wang, Xia's mother looked at him and asked, on what basis do you conclude that the card was stolen? She didn't know how Xia Shi had so much money, but she didn't believe that her daughter had stolen it. Moreover, although she had lived in great poverty in the Mu family all these years, she was not stupid. If her daughter could steal $1 billion, how come she's still safe and sound until now? If $1 billion had been stolen from Star Flag Bank, how could there be no news at all? Deputy Director Wang looked at Xia's mother coldly and warned, I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't sign, I'll directly send someone to bring your daughter here. By then, you will all die for stealing such a huge amount of property. My daughter didn't steal this money. You're arresting people without any evidence. I'm going to your superiors. Hearing Xia's mother's words, Deputy Wang was instantly exasperated and laughed. Looking for my superior? What qualification does a poor bastard like you have to look for my superior? Evidence? You want proof, right? Good. Then I'll give you proof. After saying that, Deputy Wang raised his foot and walked to Xia's mother. Then, forcefully grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? Xia mother felt the strong force of Deputy Wang and struggled hard. However, how could she, a woman, match the strength of a grown man? What am I going to do? Don't you want proof? I'll give you proof in a minute. After saying that, Deputy Wang broke open Xia's mother's hand and pressed her index finger hard on the ceiling clay. Then, a sardonic smile appeared on his face, and he directly moved Xia's mother's finger to the position where the confession book was fingerprinted. And then, under the violent struggle of Xia's mother, she pressed down towards the place where the signature was drawn. And just as Summer's mother's finger was about to fall, boo! The door to the guardroom was suddenly kicked in from outside. At once, the 4 people in the guardroom looked over at the doorway in unison, only to see Xia Shi, whose surroundings were so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the air, slowly walked into the guard room. When she saw Deputy Director Wang's movement of breaking Xia's mother, the breath around her instantly dropped to freezing point. In the interrogation chair, Xia's mother suddenly turned her head to look at the doorway. "Xiao Shi?" Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the three Deputy Wangs to hear in the silent guard room. Deputy Wang sniffed and immediately snapped out of his shock. He unhurriedly collected the confession that had been fingerprinted by Xia's mother, and then shouted directly at the guardroom door. "Men, take this woman who trespassed in the guardroom." Meanwhile, outside the guardroom, the 5 inspectors who had just been kicked out one by Xia Shi hurriedly climbed up with strong support. One of them suddenly pulled out the weapon on his waist, the black hole of the weapon's mouth pointing straight at Xia Shi's head. The remaining 4 drew out the electric batons pinned to their waists, and cautiously surrounded them at Xia Shi. However, Xia Shi didn't even look at the 5 inspectors. Her eyes stared straight at Deputy Wang, and the icy aura around her did not dissipate in the slightest. "Did you take my mother?" Deputy Wang sniffed coldly. "It's not just her I'm arresting. It's you too. You're suspected of stealing a huge amount of property. So if you know what's good for you, give up your resistance right now, or we have the right to shoot you on sight." As he spoke, a faint trace of excitement crossed his eyes as he looked at Xia Shi. "Oh, it's true that if you don't go to heaven, you can't go to hell and you break in." Originally, he had thought that after Xia mother signed the confession, he would then bring Xia Shi in as well, after which he would directly convict the two and then shoot them as fast as possible. He just didn't realize he was so lucky that God was helping him. In this way, he would be able to get at least half of that billion with almost no risk. On the side, the eyes of the hostess and the counter clerk looking at Xia Shi couldn't help but show obvious excitement. As long as they killed the young girl in front of them and the beggar aunt, the $1 billion would be theirs. Thinking of this, the hostess suddenly stepped forward and looked at Xia Shi Dao with a cold smile. Chapter 36, Xia Shi, good. So ruthless. I heard that you just got out of the Cloud City jail yesterday? You stole a huge amount of property just after you got out. You're really a dog who can't change his ways. According to me, trash like you should be shot straight away. The counter clerk nodded before looking at the inspector who was holding his weapon up and aiming it at Natsuki. What are you waiting for? Do you still need to show mercy to a scum who just got out of jail and committed another offense? Give me an immediate kill. When Xia mother heard the two men's words, she struggled violently. Let go of me. Even if I die, I won't let you touch my daughter. She had been in the Mu family for nearly 20 years, and the long period of insults and oppression had smoothed her edges. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, she was used to forbearance and compromise. But, the baby is her bottom line. If someone tried to hurt her child, she would die with them even if she had to fight for her own life. However, before she could struggle twice, she was gripped by a pair of small, cold hands on her arms. Natsu's mother's movements stalled. Then, Xia Shi's gentle but heart-restoring voice reached her ears. Don't worry, it'll be fine. When Vice Secretary Wang heard Xia Shi's voice, the eyes that looked at him flashed with a flash of disdain. Will it be alright? A little girl whose hair hasn't even grown yet. Can he still let her escape? And the faces of the counter clerk and the hostess beside him looking at Xia Shi were full of sarcasm. They want to see how bad this little with inexplicable confidence will end up. And right at this moment, those 4 inspectors who approached Xia Shi with electric batons suddenly found the right opportunity, and the electric batons in their hands instantly and ruthlessly jerked at Xia Shi's body and limbs. Snort! However, just at the moment when the electric stick was about to touch Xia Shi, the sound of 5 silver needles piercing through the air sounded almost simultaneously. Well, in the next moment, including the 5 people who were holding weapons aimed at Xia Shi from afar, all of them collapsed to the ground with a limp body. When the 3 members of Deputy Bureau Wang saw this, the expressions on their faces instantly solidified. The hostess sucked in a hard breath of cold air and murmured softly in a low voice. How is that possible? And just as she uttered her voice, Deputy Wang suddenly pulled out the weapon at his waist. The muzzle of that weapon was instantly aimed at Natsuki's head. The next moment, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boo! Ding! The sounds of bullets discharging and being knocked away rang out in succession. Immediately afterward, a mournful scream suddenly came out from Deputy Wang's mouth. The bullet that had been knocked away by the silver needle was actually bounced back with greater force, directly piercing his knee. The counter clerk and the hostess were almost simultaneously dumbfounded as they looked at Deputy Wang, who was covering his knees and wailing in pain. Xia Shi looked faintly at Deputy Wang, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and walked slowly to his side. And then, slowly, he lifted his foot and stepped on the back of his hand. Feeling the force on his hand that seemed like it was going to stomp his fingers off, Deputy Wang's eyes snapped open and his voice trembled. You, what are you doing? Dare to attack the inspector? Don't you want to die? Xia slowly hooked her lips, and the force on her feet suddenly increased. Click, click. The sound of a finger breaking was extremely abrupt in the quiet room. 10 fingers to the heart. At once, a miserable scream, even more dismal than the one that had just been pierced through the knee by the bullet, came out from Deputy Wang's mouth. Under that extremely intense pain, Deputy Wang was close to fainting. Not far away, the counter clerk and the hostess sucked in a breath of cold air in unison when they saw this. Good. So hard. Immediately, the two of them couldn't control themselves from glancing at Xia's mother, their faces showing a strong disbelief. Chapter 37, Fearful Director Jiang. How is that possible? A big part of the reason they dared to hit that $1 billion was because they could see that Xia's mother was just a woman from a normal family. In their consciousness, the kind of mothers they have make the kind of daughters they have. But they seem to be wrong. An ordinary woman can really give birth to a daughter as vicious as a poisonous scorpion. These two, are they really mother and daughter? The hostess murmured subconsciously. Xia heard the voice and suddenly looked up at the two men. When the two felt Xia's gaze that was so cold as to be nearly devoid of the slightest emotion, their bodies couldn't help but shrink a little. The hostess looked at Deputy Wang, who was in a sorry state to the extreme at Xia's feet, and opened her mouth with a trembling voice. I'm telling you, this is the inspector's office. Don't you dare. The counter clerk nodded at that. Yes, as long as you don't move us, we can help you prove that Deputy Wang fell on his own accidentally. Xia couldn't help but let out a light laugh when she heard the two men's words. Without waiting for her to say anything, Emperor Kill, who was in hot pursuit, walked quickly into the guardroom. Boss. And following behind Emperor Kill was none other than Director Jiang, who had previously appeared at Gu's hospital in an attempt to back Gu Yeting up. Director Jiang. When the counter clerk and the hostess saw Director Jiang, they were like seeing a savior, and their faces immediately showed a touch of joy after the robbery. With that, the hostess hurriedly looked at Director Jiang and shouted, Chief Jiang, this woman attacked the inspectors. Send someone to control her. When Director Jiang heard the words of the hostess, his breath tightened. Keep this demoness under control? Unless he didn't want to live. He couldn't have done such a thing. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Xiashi looked directly at Emperor Killer and commanded in a cold voice. My mother injured her hands because of them, so first give me the opportunity to waste their hands. Yes. The barmaid and counter clerk's eyes snapped open at that. How could they not expect that Xiashi would still dare to make a move on them when Director Jiang had arrived? You know, Director Zhang's power is much greater than Deputy Director Wang's. Once Xiashi angered Director Jiang, what she would face would be the siege of all the inspectors within the entire inspectorate. Even Director Jiang was qualified to contact his superiors and issue a wanted and must kill order for Xiashi. The hostess looked at the Emperor's kill who was getting closer and closer to her, and her heart was getting panicked. You dare! This is the inspectorate. Director Jiang is here. However, before she could finish her words, a sharp pain suddenly came from her hands, and at the same time, a sound of a bone breaking came from the wrist of the counter clerk beside her. However, Director Jiang didn't even look at the two men. In an extremely apprehensive mood, he walked up to the obviously somewhat stunned Xia mother. Then, almost as quickly as he could, he opened the interrogation chair and handcuffs that bound Summer's mother's body and minimized his posture. Are you alright? It's all because of my imperiousness that I've frightened you. Summer's mother shook her head. It's okay, I'm fine. As long as her daughter was okay, she didn't care about anything else. At the same time, Deputy Wang, who had slowed down a bit from the severe pain, almost subconsciously cried out shrilly when he saw Director Zhang's actions. Officer Jiang. No, we can't just let her go so easily. Xiashi slightly lowered her head, fatally swept a glance at Deputy Wang, and then, she slowly raised her foot, and unhurriedly moved to Deputy Wang's other hand. Chapter 38 Attending the Fu Family Banquet. Click, click. Several more crisp finger breaks sounded at the same time. This time, without waiting for Deputy Wang to scream miserably, he fainted under that extreme pain. Mom, what do you want to do with them? At those words, Xia mother snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly asked to Natsuki. Shy, they said you gave me $1 billion in that bank card. Is that true? Well, you go ahead and let me know when you're done with it and I'll give you a new card. Xia mother heard the words. Her face did not show much joy, but instead was very worried to open her mouth. Shy, where did you get all that money? Xiashi smiled faintly. This money comes from the right source. You can rest assured that you can spend it and nothing will go wrong. How did you make so much money? Will it be dangerous? Hearing these words, Xiashi couldn't help but show some surprise in her eyes as she looked at Xia mother. She thought that Xia's mother was worried about the money coming from the wrong source, but she didn't realize that she was worried about whether or not the way she earned that money was dangerous. With that, Xiaxi's eyes unconsciously warmed up a few points as she looked at Xia mother. Don't worry, In the entire Xia kingdom, almost no one can hurt me. Director Shang's heart was steeply shocked when he heard these arguably arrogant words from Xiashi. He knew that Xiaxi's strength should be very strong after coming out from that place, but he didn't expect Xiashi to be able to boast so much. However, with his understanding of Xiashi when he was in the Cloud City prison, he believed that what Xiashi said was true. At that moment, his gaze towards Xiashi became a few points more respectful. Right at that moment, Natsuki turned her head to look at him. These three people just tried to kill me. I'll leave it to you what to do with the follow-up. I hope I won't be disappointed. Director Zhang hurriedly nodded at his words. Okay. Deputy Wang knows the law and violates it. I'll deal with it severely. The other two are accomplices but intend to seek huge assets through murder. The three of them will spend the rest of their lives in jail at the least. Xiashi nodded and didn't look at the three again, directly leading Xia's mother out of the guard room. Afterwards, Xiashi sent Xia's mother back to Gu's hospital and instructed Emperor Kill to take good care of her. Just as she was about to head to the Fu family again, she suddenly received the news that the Fu family was organizing a banquet at the Universal Century Hotel. A long time later, her figure appeared at the entrance of the Universal Century Hotel. Xiashi had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel when a girl who was about to enter the hotel with a clean-cut look suddenly stopped in her tracks. Shashi? Xiashi raised an eyebrow. Lu Xian? Speaking of which, because of the original owner's cowardice and low self-esteem, she wasn't well liked in junior high school. This Lu Xian was unintentionally rescued by the original owner, and regarded the original owner as a lifesaver, and was considered the original owner's only friend. When Lu Xian heard Xiaxi's words, she hurriedly walked over to her and said with a worried face, Xiaxi, I went to the entrance of the Cloud City jail yesterday and waited for a whole day. I couldn't wait for you. After that I went to the Mu family. I couldn't even get in the front door. Are you alright? Xiaxi looked at the unadulterated worry on Lu Xian's face and her small face softened. I'm fine. Lu Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Xiaxi's reply. She then glanced at the Universal Century Hotel in front of her and asked Xiaxi, I heard that the Fu family has chartered the entire Universal Century Hotel today. Are you here for the Fu family banquet as well? You too? Lu Xian nodded slightly. The only way out for people like us is to enter an academy, but the academy I got into wasn't ideal. At today's banquet, Senior Fu Mia will select a person and recommend him or her to enter an Imperial City Intermediate Academy. My dad used all his connections to get me an invitation to the Fu family's banquet and wanted me to go in and try my luck. After saying that, Lu Xian carefully took out a red invitation from her pocket. Look, our family spent $100,000 to get this minimum size invitation. Xiaxi, what grade is your invitation? Can you show me? Shashi, Emperor had already added her name to the list of invitees, and she was able to get in without an invitation. Now that Lu Xian suddenly asked her for an invitation, she really couldn't take it out. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Xiaxi, you don't have an invitation, do you? No, but I can get in. Lu Xian sniffed and immediately spoke anxiously. How can that be? There are people checking at the entrance of the hotel. If there is no invitation, they will be blown out by the Fu family. Whether it's for you or for me, that place in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy is a chance that can change a lifetime. I'm calling my dad right now to ask if he can get another invitation. However, just as Lu Xian took out her cell phone and was about to contact her father, a female voice that was permeated with mature charm suddenly came in. I just happen to have an extra invitation to the Fu family banquet here, so if Miss Xia doesn't mind, take it. Lu Xian's movements gave way, and she immediately looked up. She couldn't help but jolt when she saw the woman walking slowly, and Xiaxi raised an eyebrow as she looked at the woman wearing a competent professional suit with exquisite makeup. Although she had never met the woman, she could tell from the other woman's aura that this was no ordinary person. The woman walked right up to Xiaxi and opened her mouth somewhat apprehensively. Hello Ms. Xia. I'm the president of Star Flag Bank's Yuncheng Bank. My name is Zhao Yu. Lu Xian immediately sucked in a breath. At the same time, her gaze as she looked at Zhao Yu revealed a gaze full of respect. You know, Star Banner Bank is the world's #1 bank, deservedly so. The Zhao Yu in front of her, at the age of 28, she had taken the position of the president of Star Flag Bank's Yun City branch, the youngest of all Star Flag branch presidents, and had an extremely high status in Yun City. However, what Lu Xian had never dreamed of was that Zhao Yu, such a big shot, standing in front of Xiaxi, would actually use an almost humble tone of voice to say, Ms. Xia, I'm sorry, it was my failure to control the staff that caused you and your mother so much trouble. I just heard that you need an invitation from the Fu family, and I just happen to have an extra one here, so I hope it will be useful to you. Saying that, Zhao Yu hurriedly drew out a top specification black hot stamped invitation from her handbag. lifting it up with both hands and handing it to Xiashi. If you looked closely, you could see that her hands were visibly shaking. Before coming over, she had already approached Director Zhang and listened to his advice. At this moment, she only hoped that Xiashi would not pursue her responsibility on the basis of her sincere apology. Otherwise, Gu Yeting and Gu Beicheng's downfall is her forewarning. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Yu, whose posture was low to the ground at the moment, and her entire body was confused. A character like Zhao Yu, surprisingly, was apologizing to Xiashi in such a respectful manner? And the reason for the apology was just that the Starflag Bank employees had caused some trouble for Xiashi? Why didn't she know when Starflag Bank was so nice? In front of Zhao Yu, Xiashi raised her hand and took the invitation she handed over, while speaking in a faint voice. Today's matter has little to do with you, but I can accept this invitation, and you can look for me if you need my help in the future. Zhao Yu sniffed and nodded her head in a hurry. Okay, then I'll thank Ms. Xia in advance. Lu Xian froze as she looked at Zhao Yu, who was obviously relieved, suddenly having an unreal feeling at this moment. Yesterday, Xiashi had just come out of the Cloud City jail. It was impossible for her to become some kind of big shot in just one day, right? But if you can't, what's this in front of you? Without waiting for Lu Xian to figure it out, Xiashi had already looked at her and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Xiashi took the lead and walked towards the hotel door. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall with extremely luxurious decoration, a young girl in her mid-20s, dressed in a not-so-fitting black battle ministry power suit, attracted the attention of many of the girls around her. "Whoa, Shan, that's a special outfit you're wearing." Jiang Shanshan smiled modestly as she tried to hide the smugness at the corner of her mouth. "What's so special about this dress?" But it's true to say that it has some origins. When the crowd heard this, their faces were immediately filled with curiosity. Chapter 39. Who told you that I'm not from the War Department? Seeing this, Jiang Shanshan didn't sell herself short and introduced herself with a smile. "My brother got this dress back from the War Ministry, and I heard that it was designed by the hand of a legendary figure who became the senior commander of the War Ministry before he was even 20 years old." After her words fell, a gasp rang out from the crowd. Becoming a senior commander at less than 20 years old? Is that the existence that could become the fourth Grand Chieftain of the War Ministry at any time? Jiang Shanshan was a bit surprised when she heard that. "You actually know that big shot?" Hiss, hiss. When the crowd heard Jiang Shanshan's reply, which was tantamount to acquiescence, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The one who designed this outfit was actually that legendary existence of the War Ministry. And just as the crowd was looking at Jiang Shanshan with shocked faces, Xiashi and Lu Xian walked into the banquet hall. Soon a classmate's gaze fell on Xiashi and immediately opened his mouth. "Look, her clothes look like Shannon's." When the crowd heard this, they all looked over at Xiashi. Then, the crowd was stunned. This is more than just a resemblance. It's almost like an upgraded version of Kong San's outfit. Jiang Shanshan stared at Xiashi, her face instantly sinking. She just finished saying how extraordinary her clothes came from, and this appeared a dress extremely similar to her. But the material is above her. Is this to hit her face in public? Why does she look so much like that Xiashi who was captured and imprisoned in Cloud City a few years ago? It seems like it's really her. She's out of the Cloud City jail? But a labor prisoner like her isn't qualified to come to today's banquet, is she? When Jiang Shanshan heard this, a hint of disdain abruptly flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiashi. However, the next thing that happened was that she smiled and walked over to Xiashi. "Xiashi, you're out of jail. Why didn't you tell me when you came out?" As she said that, her eyes that looked at Xiashi revealed a bit of pity and said, "I've heard that your family is in some difficult circumstances. If you had told me, I would have had to treat you to a nice meal, and I wouldn't have had to let you come here to dally. You're wearing these clothes because you have no clothes to wear and you brought them out of the Cloud City jail, right? Come on, I got some nice clothes ready that fit better than this one on you." Xia sniffed, her eyes glancing over her clothes before she let out a light laugh. According to the laws of the Summer Kingdom, those who are not members of the War Department who steal war uniforms will be sentenced to a minimum of 3 years in prison. How many years do you want to be sentenced? Quiet. The moment Xia's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. Almost no one in the crowd knew there was such a law in Xia, but not knowing doesn't mean not having the most basic judgment. There is really no excuse for the Shah to have such a law. Soon, one of them came back to his senses and hurriedly opened his cell phone to check the internet. A few seconds later, an exclamation of surprise came out of his mouth. There really is a law like that in Summerland, and last year someone was sentenced to 3 years for making such a mistake. When the crowd heard this, they all breathed in tightly. Afterward, they turned their heads somewhat stiffly and looked at Jiang Shanshan, whose face even revealed a few moments of panic in her dismay. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Shanshan came back to her senses. She tried to calm herself down before taking a deep breath and looking at Xiashi with eyes overflowing with aggression and grief. Xiashi, I know you didn't like me in middle school, but even if you hated me more, you shouldn't have viciously cursed me to be locked up like you. The kind of situation you're talking about would be someone wearing a battlesuit and impersonating a member of the War Department to cheat people. How am I breaking the law if I'm just wearing the clothes my brother gave me? Shashi looked at her faintly. Your brother gave you this? What's his name? When Jiang Shanshan heard this calm voice of questioning from Xiashi, she felt a bit flustered for no reason. My brother is a 5-star intermediate commander of the War Ministry. His information is required to be kept confidential. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his name. Xiashi nodded slightly. A 5-star intermediate commander whose family is in Cloud City and whose surname is Jiang should not be difficult to check. When Jiang Shanshan heard Xiaxi's words, she panicked even more. It was as if she was shocked by Xiaxi's words, and a layer of tears quickly welled up in her eyes. At the same time, she glanced at the dark girl as if unintentionally. The dark girl instantly understood and stood out once again, staring coldly at Xiaxi as she opened her mouth to question. You said that Sean might be sentenced for wearing the clothes of a War Ministry member. But what about yourself? If wearing the clothes of the War Ministry is really a crime, why do you still dare to wear them? When the dark girl's words fell, the gazes of the surrounding crowd once again focused on Xiaxi. Yeah, this dress on Xiaxi looks like an upgraded version of the dress on Jiang Shanshan. If she knew that people who weren't from the War Department couldn't wear War Department clothes, why did she dare to wear them herself? Under the gaze of the crowd filled with suspicion, Xiaxi slowly hooked up the corner of her lips, and her light voice was filled with a dominance that was only mine. Who told you I wasn't from the War Department? The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned. What does Shashi mean by that? Without waiting for the crowd to wonder, the dark girl who felt her intelligence had been insulted suddenly opened her mouth to chide. Nonsense! Don't think I don't know that you just came out of the Cloud City jail 2 days ago. How could you be from the War Ministry? Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Who told you that you can't join the War Ministry if you're in a prison cell? The dark girl's face suddenly went cold as she sniffed. Rubbish! You lied to Cutie. Pop! Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp slap sounded abruptly. Ah! Under that tremendous force, the dark girl screamed miserably while being directly slapped out. Boo! It flew a full 3 to 4 meters away before her body slammed hard on the ground, and then her eyes rolled over and she fainted. Hiss! Hiss! The surrounding crowd froze as they looked at Xiaxi, who was not slow to retrieve her small hand, and all of them ruthlessly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. So hard! At the same time, Jiang Shanshan's gaze towards Xiaxi suddenly changed. Is this still the same loser from middle school who didn't even dare to say a word when she yanked his hair out? Soon, Jiang Shanshan snapped back to her senses. She was the first to run to the dark girl and asked anxiously, Zhang Xia, how are you? Seeing that no matter how she shook Zhang Xia was useless, she jerked her head up to look at Xiaxi. Xiaxi, Zhang Xia only asked you a few questions. How could you strike out and hit someone? Xiaxi looked at her indifferently. You should be glad that you didn't swear at me in order to maintain your soft white lotus persona. Or else, you would be the one lying on the ground right now. Listening to Xiaxi's words without the slightest hint of a joke, Jiang Shanshan's movements abruptly stiffened. The current Xiaxi has really changed. It's becoming a little scary for her. After Xiaxi finished speaking to Jiang Shanshan, she turned her head slightly, her slightly cold eyes slowly sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Next, I don't want anyone to say a single insulting word to me. Do you hear me? Chapter 40, Facing Xia. I'm so lowly to the extreme. Feeling Xiaxi's line of sight that looked like it could freeze the air, the crowd subconsciously held their breath. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Xiaxi looked at the dumbfounded crowd, and the aura around her body became a few points colder. Didn't you hear me? Here. A few of the bolder ones almost subconsciously murmured. The others didn't respond, but no one dared to make a half-hearted noise of opposition. Jiang Shanshan looked at Xiaxi, who was shocking the entire audience at this moment, and slowly clenched her fists. What qualifies a loser who was almost pressed into a cesspool by her in middle school to be a bully in front of her? However, looking at Xiaxi, who was quietly standing not far away, she didn't dare to stand up and retort half a sentence to Xiaxi no matter what. Just when Jiang Shanshan was so clogged up in her heart that she was about to vomit blood, suddenly, a cold and majestic voice came from the distance. What's going on here? The crowd heard the sound and looked over in unison. A few of them saw the middle-aged man who walked slowly, and hurriedly opened their mouths respectfully to greet him. Manager Kai. This person was no other than the lobby manager of the hotel. A flash of ecstasy flashed across Jiang Shanshan's face. The next moment, she looked at Kai Liang and spoke with an anxious face. Manager Kai, my friend has been knocked out. Please help me ask around if there is a doctor who can help my friend with an emergency treatment first. Knocked out? Manager Kai's face turned steeply cold. Who moved? Jiang Shanshan subconsciously looked at Xia Shi when she heard this. However, soon after, like a frightened white rabbit, she hastily averted her eyes from Xia Shi. When Manager Kai saw this, how could he not know who it was? He looked at Xia Shi and questioned in a cold voice with an ugly face. Did you move? Natsuki gave him a faint look and nodded painfully in acknowledgement. Well, it's me. Manager Kai's eyes narrowed steeply as he looked at Xia Shi's emboldened appearance. Ungrateful thing. Is this also a place where you can spread your wildness? After saying that, he directly turned his head to the bodyguard not far away and ordered, take this ungrateful thing down. Xia Xie glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards rapidly approaching her and kindly reminded Manager Kai, I'm here today to find someone, and I don't want to ruin the party before I find them, so you'd better ask your chief if he wants to make a move on me first. Manager Kai sniffed and immediately sneered disdainfully. Ha! You need to ask our chief for permission to make a move on you? Who the hell are you? Don't you think too highly of yourself? After saying that, he looked at the crowd of bodyguards who had stopped in their tracks and chided. What are you waiting for? Take the man down. When the surrounding crowd heard Manager Kai's words, the eyes that looked at Xia Shi all revealed a strong gloating expression. Oh, how come you're not arrogant anymore? Do you really think there's no one here who can cure you? You piece of? Dare to find trouble in the Universal Century Hotel. Really do not want to live. They remembered that the last one who made trouble at the Universal Century Hotel had his legs directly broken. And this punk not only hit someone, but he also had the nerve to talk in front of Manager Sai. If Manager Kai could spare her, this lobby manager's position wouldn't be necessary. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanshan looked at the encircled Xia Shi, and the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up an icy smile. Oh, a thing that I stepped on 5 years ago. How dare you spout off in front of me? How arrogant you were just now. I'll let you be in deep next. You were a loser to me in middle school. Now it's a little better than crap, but it's still a brainless idiot. At this moment, Jiang Shanshan's eyes were staring at Xia Shi, as if she had already seen Xia Shi on her knees begging for mercy after being subdued by the bodyguards. Under her gaze, the hands of two of the bodyguards were getting closer and closer to Xia Xie. Almost there. Not even close. Just short of beating the crap out of her mom. However, just at the moment when the two men's hands were about to touch Xia Shi, a chorus of panic to the extreme suddenly came from the distance. Stop it all. The two bodyguards stopped moving almost instinctively as they heard the familiar commanding voice. At the same time, everyone around them looked over in unison in the direction of the source of the sound. Then, he saw the head of the hotel, who had just gone to finish an urgent matter and hurried back because he had gotten the news, running over at top speed. I don't know if it was the illusion of the crowd around them. They actually felt that the face of the person in charge of the hotel at this moment revealed an extremely obvious panic. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Seeing this, Manager Kai hurriedly greeted him with a pleasing face. However, the head of the hotel did not even look at Manager Kai. He stared at Xia Shi, who was surrounded by the crowd of bodyguards, and only felt that a heart was about to stop beating in fear. He tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart as he looked at Kai Liang in front of him, trying not to let his voice appear to be trembling too noticeably. What's going on? Manager Kai looked at Jiang Cheng's not-so-normal state and only thought that he was angry at seeing someone dare to provoke the hotel's authority. He immediately smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Jiang, this ungrateful little girl is causing trouble in the hotel. You go and rest. I'll have someone break her legs and give the guests who were disturbed a hand. Pop. Before Manager Kai could say the latter words, Jiang Cheng suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard on his face. In an instant, Manager Kai was directly dumbfounded by Jiang Cheng's slap. Also confused was almost everyone around them. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Jiang Cheng had already walked extremely apprehensively in front of Xia Shi. Then, pop, another crisp slap sounded. Only, this time, it wasn't someone else he was hitting. Rather, himself. Then, under the gaze of the crowd filled with dismay, Jiang Cheng's posture in facing Xia Shi was humble to the extreme, and his trembling voice, like a muffled thunderbolt, exploded in the brains of all on the spot. Chapter 41 Invitations to the Face. MS. Xia, it's me who didn't manage my subordinates well. I'm sorry for the shock. Boom. The surrounding crowd was almost instantly blown out of their minds by Jiang Cheng's words. Who is Jiang Cheng? He's the head of the Global Century Hotel in the Jiangcheng area. At the same time, he was also an existence that the heads of the first-tier families in Jiangcheng had to give face to. But it was such a character who was at this moment apologizing to a little girl in the humblest of manners? And the reason for the apology turned out to be his failure to manage his subordinates and his failure to greet the other side in person? Were they dreaming, or was Jiang Cheng out of his mind? Not far away, Jiang Shanshan froze as she looked at Jiang Chang, who had given a deep bow to Xia Shi, and the smile on her face abruptly froze. One must know that even she, who was the miss of the Jiang family, was not qualified to let Jiang Chang take the initiative to greet her at the door. Moreover, she had no doubt that even if she was offended by the ungrateful waiter in the hotel, Jiang Chang would at most punish the waiter. There was no way he would personally apologize to her. As for Xia Shi, she was nothing more than a reformed laborer who had just come out of the Cloud City jail for a few days. What qualifications did she have to make Jiang Chang apologize to her in such a gesture when she had taken the initiative to hit someone? Without waiting for Jiang Shanshan to recover from the intense imbalance, Jiang Chang suddenly turned his head to scold Manager Kai and the group of bodyguards. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Miss Xia? If you can't get Miss Xia's forgiveness today, all of you roll up and get out. Manager Kai and the surrounding bodyguards heard Jiang Chang's words, and only then did they come back to their senses from the great shock. Manager Kai barely hesitated for half a second and hurriedly looked at Xia Shi. Miss Xia, this matter today is because I didn't think it through. I didn't intend to offend you. I hope you'll forgive me this time. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chang was so afraid of Xia Shi, he knew that if he didn't do what Jiang Chang told him to do, he was afraid that he would really lose this extremely rare job. The group of bodyguards all nodded when they heard Manager Kai's words and followed with a few nods of agreement. In fact, they were still confused until now. Didn't Jiang Chang tell them before that anyone has to abide by the rules of the hotel, and if they don't, they'll be blown out directly? Besides, she was clearly the one who initiated the hit. They just follow the rules to control Xia Shi. How come it's their fault now? Xia lightly glanced at Manager Kai and the crowd of bodyguards before turning to Jiang Chang. Come on, they're counting on impartiality. And if I really wanted to embarrass them, I'm afraid their arms would be out of themselves by now. Jiang Chang's breath tightened when he heard this, because he knew Xia Shi's approximate identity. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of Xia Shi's words. In the next moment, he hurriedly looked at Manager Kai and the bodyguards and said, "Why don't you thank Miss Xia for her mercy?" Manager Kai and the bodyguards nodded their heads in a hurry. "Thank you, Ms. Summer." Just that. Although the bodyguards said so on their lips, a little disdain crossed their lowered eyes. They've seen big talkers, but they've never seen anyone so capable of blowing it. If Jiang Chang hadn't come over, their arms wouldn't be on them anymore. Does she think these professional bodyguards of theirs are paper mache? For a little girl like her, any one of them could rub her on the ground. Okay? Jiang Chang's brows furrowed once again when he saw the expressions of the bodyguards. It was just that this kind of occasion now was really not suitable for him to lecture his subordinates, so he just smiled apologetically at Xia Shi before opening his mouth. Ms. Xia, I'm really sorry for what happened before. Now let me take you to find the best seat to sit down. Shi nodded. She then followed Jiang Chang under the gaze of the crowd and walked to the position right in the center at the very front of the room. Here, she could witness the birth of the lucky one who had won a place in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy from the closest distance. However, just as Xia Shi had just sat down in her seat, a hotel attendant suddenly ran over. After he whispered a few words in Jiang Chang's ear, Jiang Chang's face suddenly changed. Then, he looked at Xia Shi with some difficulty. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Xia Shi looked at him faintly and said, things are indeed a bit tricky. Thanks to Miss Xia's understanding. Seeing Xia Shi nodding, Jiang Chang was relieved. Afterward, he turned his head and earnestly instructed Manager Kai and the bodyguards not to neglect Xia Shi before turning around and leaving the banquet hall. And it was only a long time after Jiang Chang left that a whispering sound gradually resounded around him. Didn't you say that she just got out of the Cloud City jail in the last few days? How come Mr. Jiang is so polite to her? Who the hell is she? It couldn't be some big family lady from another city, could it? Hearing these words, some people's expressions changed as they looked at Xia Shi. However, some people who knew Xia Shi from junior high school could not help but snort out coldly. It was just that they were in the way of Jiang Chang's previous warning, and did not quite dare to directly reveal Xia Shi's identity. And just as many people looked at Xia Shi with an increasingly puzzled expression, a slightly aged figure suddenly walked in from outside the hall. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd and soon landed on Xia Shi, who was sitting in the most prominent position. He frowned before walking over to Xia Shi and opening his mouth to ask, "What family are you from?" The people in the banquet hall were slightly stunned when they saw the old man. This old man is the head butler of the Fu family? The invitations to this banquet had gone through his hands before they were sent out. But now, Butler Fu asked this. It's hard to believe that this woman snuck in here. Butler Fu. Her name is Xia Shi. She's a member of the Mu family. Without waiting for Xia Shi to speak, Jiang Shanshan, who was half kneeling in front of the still unconscious tan girl, hurriedly spoke. When she finished speaking, her face was filled with sadness as she looked towards the tan girl in front of her, her tone filled with worry and exasperation. Butler Fu, She just knocked my friend out with her hands. Please help find a doctor to give my friend some emergency treatment. Otherwise I don't know if my friend can last until the ambulance comes. Butler Fu's face suddenly went cold when he heard Jiang Shanshan's words. He first ordered the Fu family around to find a doctor. Afterward, his cold and stern line of sight steeply landed on Xiashi. My Fu family didn't invite the Mu family at all. Come on people, take down this little scumbag who mixed into the banquet privately to cause trouble. The dozen or so Fu family men standing around the banquet heard the words and immediately got up and surrounded Xiashi. The hotel bodyguards hurriedly looked over at Manager Kai. Manager Kai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head at the bodyguards. This was the Fu family's banquet, and if the Fu family wanted to blow away the people who had sneaked in, they had no reason to stop them. When the bodyguards saw this, a bit of gloating appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiashi. They wanted to see how miserable the woman who claimed that she could easily remove their arms would end up in the hands of these Fu family members who were on par with them in terms of strength. The other people in the banquet hall all showed some contempt and disdain in their eyes when they looked at Xiashi. I thought she could really have a great background, but it turns out that she's from the Mu family, a small second-rate family. I heard that the Mu family and the Fu family have always been at odds, and she still had to come to the Fu family banquet with a shy face, which is too shameless. I'm afraid my heart is set on the entrance qualification to that Imperial City Intermediate Academy. Even if young Master Fu Mian is going to offer a place in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy, it's not something a person of her background can get, okay? What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Jiang Shanshan looked at those Fu family members who were rapidly approaching Xiashi, and the smile at the corner of her lips grew deeper and deeper. Ha! And what a dumbass! So what if he cheated Jiang Cheng's respect through some unseemly means? In the end, where you come from limits your future. Do you really think that having a Jiang Cheng on your side will make people think you've squeezed into the upper class? Today, reality will tell you that no matter how much you bounce around, because you come from the Mu family, you can only be a humble second-rate pariah. You, who will never be a superior human being, even less qualified to get an invitation from the Fu family. However, just as the sarcasm on Jiang Shanshan's face grew thicker, Xiashi fatally swept a glance at the Fu family crowd that was almost at his heels, and then suddenly raised his hand. Next moment, the black hot gold invitation, which represented the highest specification, flew out steeply at Butler Fu's face. Pop! The hard invitation card hit Butler Fu's face with a crisp sound. Next, that invitation slid down over Butler Fu's face. Without waiting for Fu Butler to react, an ice-cold voice that was extremely cool as if it could pierce through the heart, slowly came out from Xiaxi's mouth. No invitation? Now, open your doggy eyes and see what this is. Chapter 42. A face 10 times more handsome than the stars. The moment Xiaxi's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. The crowd stared blankly at the invitation that hit Butler Fu's face and then landed at his feet, all dumbfounded. No one thought of that. Xiashi had the audacity to fling the invitation in her hand at the butler's face. Even more so, no one thought that Xiashi would be unafraid to say such words to housekeeper Fu. At this moment, a thought arose in everyone's mind. Xiashi is finished. Even if the invitation she took out was real, even if she had made Jiang Cheng respect her through some means, but, what Butler Fu represented, was the face of the Fu family. Now, when Xiashi directly hit Fu Butler's face with the invitation, it was equivalent to hitting the Fu family's face. In the Fu family banquet, to hit the face of the Fu family, she is the lightest today is to be broken, a pair of legs thrown out. Jiang Shanshan looked at Butler Fu, who was frozen in place because he was too shocked, and a wry smile gradually emerged on her face. Oh, it seems she had the right feeling. It's true that Xiashi isn't as weak as he was 5 years ago, but Xiaxi's brain, it's even dumber than it was 5 years ago. It seemed that Xiashi wouldn't be able to end up in a good place today without her hand. Next, under the gaze of the crowd, the butler slowly came back to his senses. He lowered his head a little stiffly and looked at the invitation at his feet. Afterward, he actually slowly crouched down and picked up the invitation. After he opened the invitation and carefully flipped through it a few times, his face became more and more gloomy. A moment later, he finally raised his head, and his eyes that were so cold that they seemed to be able to freeze the air forced themselves straight at Xiashi. Say, this invitation, where did you get it? Hearing Butler Fu's questioning, Xiashi spoke with a light expression. What you need to determine is whether or not this invitation is real. As for how I got it, does it matter to you? Hiss, hiss. The moment Xiaxia's voice fell, a sound of a cool breath being sucked in resounded around him. At the moment, all that was left in the minds of the crowd was, this woman, she really doesn't want to die. While Fu Guan was looking at Xiaxi, he laughed angrily. How did you get the invitation has nothing to do with me. Ha! Do you know that the Fu family's invitations are graded? For an invitation of this level that you took out, there are no more than 5 people in the entire Cloud City who can receive it. With your status as a junior of the Mu family, not to mention now, even in your next life you won't be qualified to receive this kind of invitation of the highest standard. The surrounding crowd was stunned when they heard the butler's words, because almost all of the invitations were black and gold in color. Only the patterns on them were different, and no one noticed that Xiaoshi's invitations had the wrong specifications. At this moment, when the crowd heard Butler Fu's words, their looks towards Xiaoshi all changed once again. Originally, they thought that Xiaoshi had only offended Butler Fu today, but they didn't realize that her sins might be far from that. And just as the crowd was secretly alarmed, Butler Fu's eyes steeply narrowed as he looked at Xiaoshi, his face serious and cold as he rebuked. Say, how did you get this invitation? However, without waiting for Xiaoshi to open her mouth, Jiang Shanshan suddenly shook her head and opened her mouth with pain and disappointment on her small face. Xiaoshi, you've been locked up in the Cloud City prison for 5 years. I thought how you could have seen some good transformation during those 5 years. And yet I didn't expect that not only did you not reform after you came out, but instead you intensified your actions and even managed to do something like stealing invitations. You've really let me down. Most of the people around them originally had some speculations about the source of Xiaoshi's invitation. At this moment, Jiang Shanshan's words were tantamount to giving them an affirmation. At that moment, more contempt and disdain appeared in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Xiaoshi. I said, how could someone from a trashy family like the Mu family get an invitation from the Fu family? So it was stolen, just released, and you dare to steal. You're really a dog who can't change his ways. Butler Fu said that there are no more than 5 people in the entire Cloud City who can get that kind of invitation. If the big shot whose invitation she stole can't get in, will the Fu family follow the bad luck? Butler Fu's heart suddenly tightened when he heard the last person's words. He barely hesitated for half a second as he looked towards the Fu family's crowd, who were already close to Xiaoshi at this point, and immediately ordered in a cold voice, take the person down, and if she resists, execute her on the spot. Yes, the Fu family members responded in unison. In the next moment, the crowd almost simultaneously attacked each of the most vulnerable parts of Xiaoshi's body. Seeing this, the surrounding hotel bodyguards looked at Xiaoshi with a few moments of anticipation in their gazes. In addition to gloating, they wanted to see how this being who had just claimed that he could easily break their arms would kneel down and beg for mercy next. They had no doubt that in a moment, even if Xiaoshi knelt down and begged Butler Fu to let her live in the most humiliating and humble manner, it wouldn't work. After all, out of Fu Luvia this true dragon, Fu family, cannot be humiliated. However, the next moment, click, click, a sound of bones breaking and the accompanying screams resounded steeply within the banquet hall. 10 seconds later, all of the Fu family's dozen or so strong men collapsed on the ground, each of them clutching their arms, wailing in pain with uncontrollable screams. Many people around them froze for a split second before raising their hands and rubbing their eyes. They just couldn't believe the facts in front of them. At the same time, the smug smile that curled up at the corner of Jiang Shanshan's lips abruptly froze on her face. She looked straight at Xiaoshi, who was standing still, with that horrified expression as if she had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Is this really the same loser who couldn't kick a fart in 3 feet 5 years ago? Not far away, the hotel's group of bodyguards suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they no longer doubted Xiaoshi's previous words. At the same time, a deep wave of gratitude arose in their hearts. Luckily Jiang Cheng came over in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Fu's family lying on the ground at this point. And at this moment, the gazes of the bodyguards looking at Xiaoshi again had completely changed. At this moment, there was an additional emotion called respect in their gazes. That, and admiration for the strong. Do you know the power of the Fu family in Cloud City? Now you not only stole the invitation, but you also beat up someone from the Fu family, completely adding insult to injury. I, Fu Dongsheng, am warning you in the name of the Fu family to bind your hands immediately. Otherwise, the Fu family and you will not rest in death. However, the moment Butler Fu's words fell, a sound of high heels on the ground suddenly rang out. Then, a soft and melodious but aggressive voice reached every single ear within the silent venue. Since when is it your turn as an inferior to make decisions in the Fu family? Or, if I, Zhao Yu, want to give Xiaoshi an invitation, I have to get the consent of you, the housekeeper? When Butler Fu heard Zhao Yu's unceremonious words, not only did his face not show any semblance of anger, but instead, because of his nervousness and fear, his voice appeared to be visibly trembling. Zhou, Governor Zhou? The surrounding crowd heard Butler Fu's voice, and only then did they slowly return to their senses. At this moment, everyone's eyes were overflowing with deep disbelief. How is that possible? This Governor Zhao, he was a true Cloud City hegemony-level existence. How could Xiaoshi be involved with Governor Zhao? Jiang Shanshan was also startled violently. She had never expected no matter what. That not only Jiang Chang, but even Zhao Yu was on Xiaoshi's side. At this moment, she finally began to realize that Xiaoshi might not really be as simple as she thought. Answer my question. Zhao Yu's sharp eyes stared at housekeeper Fu, her tone cold and strong. How could she not expect that she had just met an acquaintance and delayed for a while outside the banquet hall, but she had let Xiaoshi receive such a rebuke? Butler Fu took a deep breath and said in an extremely humble tone, Governor Zhao, I'm very sorry. I didn't know that her invitation was from you. Without waiting for Butler Fu to finish, Zhao Yu directly interrupted him. Don't know? Just because you don't know where my friend got the invitation from, can you wrongly accuse her of stealing it without any evidence and even order someone to take action against her? Housekeeper Fu's breath stuttered at Zhao Yu's dislike. At the same time, under the pressure of Zhao Yu's overpowering aura, a layer of cold sweat gradually seeped out from his forehead. Governor Zhao, what happened today is my fault. You can punish me any way you want. Zhao Yu did not say anything when she heard this, but turned her head to look at Xiaoshi and respectfully inquired, Ms. Xia, what do you think should be done about it? Xiaoshi faintly glanced at Butler Fu and opened her mouth in a nonchalant manner. He just tried to kill me. What does Governor Zhao think is the best way to handle this? Zhao Yu nodded in understanding at his words. And then, she turned her head slightly, and that cold and sunken water-like gaze landed on Housekeeper Fu. The moment he felt Zhao Yu's gaze, Housekeeper Fu's body abruptly softened and he actually sat down on the ground. As the Fu family's butler, he knew all too well how much the Fu family had feared Zhao Yu. He had no doubt that if the Fu family master knew that he had offended Zhao Yu, he would definitely kill him without hesitation and then carry his head to apologize to Zhao Yu. Under the intense fear, Butler Fu hastily moved his legs a few times and actually knelt down for Zhao Yu. Governor Zhao, I really know that I'm wrong. Please be an adult and let me off this time. Zhao Yu frowned at the sight before moving a step to the side. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Butler Fu hesitated for a split second, but under the threat to his life, he quickly knelt down to Xiaoshi. Ms. Xia, I'm really very sorry. It's true that I've handled this matter wrongly today. I hope you can spare me this time. Xiaoshi looked at Butler Fu indifferently. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, a shrieking scream suddenly came out from the mouths of the surrounding girls. Yes, so handsome. How can anyone be so good-looking? I've never seen such a good-looking man in my life. If I could be his girlfriend for a day, I'd be happy to die even if I had to. Only to see a man dressed in a pure white suit, with an elegant temperament as if he was a noble prince, walked out slowly. One by one, the girls at the scene looked at his handsome face that was 10 times more handsome than the most handsome star in Xia, and felt the unearthly aura around him. Their heartbeats couldn't control how fast they were beating. However, the man acted as if he didn't see the crowd of women. His gaze directly skimmed over the crowd and landed on Xiaoshi. Just the moment he saw Xiaoshi, he was suddenly stunned. With that, his breath hitched a few times. At the same time, Xiaoshi's sight also fell on his body. Chapter 43, I already have a favorite. Xiaoshi looked at Fu Luvia, that young handsome face. The color did not appear too much fluctuation. If anything, it's just a little bit of faintly noticeable disappointment. Because she had seen the photo, Xiaoshi instantly recognized him as Fu Luan. It was just that the moment she felt his scent around her, she had determined that it wasn't her big baby. The man in front of her had the clean air of an elegant and gentlemanly prince, while her baby was a cold and inviolable deity. Fu Luan felt Xiaoshi's gaze. The corner of his lips could not help but hook up a touch of bitter to the extreme smile. 5 years ago, Xiaoshi chose to be reborn in the Xia kingdom in order to do something and to find the man who died to save her. He, on the other hand, had resolutely given up everything he had to follow, just to find that glimmer of possibility of being with the person he had been crushing on for years. Although the reborn Xiaoshi didn't have the stunning looks of her previous life, it was because of the domineering and peerless aura surrounding her. With just one glance, he knew this was the man he was looking for. Except that the facts in front of him were telling him so. Not Suki. It's true that she never had feelings for him. Spare her the fact that he was already standing in front of her and she couldn't recognize who he was. Fu Luan did not wait for Fu Luvia to come out from the sadness. Jiang Shanshan suddenly got up and jogged to Fu Luvia's side. She raised her hand intimately, wanting to hug Fu Mia's arm. However, her hand has not yet touched Fu Luvia's sleeve. Fu Luvia's arm suddenly moved. Jiang Shanshan directly pounced on an empty. Jiang Shanshan's small face abruptly stiffened. Fu Man? Although she and Fu Luvia have not seen for many years, but she also remembered Fu Luvia was very good to her when she was a child, and even said that when she grows up, she will marry her as a wife. And they, the Jiang and Fu families, were interested in bringing them together. Before she saw Fu Luvia's photo and heard that he is now a 2-star student of the Imperial City University, she had already decided that she would not marry him in this life. And She believed that with her looks and background, it was unlikely that Fu Luan would reject her. However, reality hit her hard in the face. She never dreamed. In order to let Fu Luvia see their own heart in the public so active after. Fu Luvia but not a bit of face to her. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding girls looking at Jiang Shanshan revealed some dissatisfaction. Shan, girls should know to be reserved. Even if you particularly like Fu Xiao, there's no need to be like this, right? Shan, come down quickly. You're scaring Fu Xiao. When Jiang Shanshan heard the girl's words, a deep embarrassment appeared on her face. At this moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. How could she not expect that her desperate attempts to disgrace Xiaoshi had not succeeded, and the most disgraceful one had become herself instead? However, thinking that she had already lost her face, she recoiled and gave up. She hesitated and reluctantly looked at Fu Luan and asked, Fu Luan, don't you recognize me? Fu Luvia looked at him faintly. A coldness and thinness came out of the mild and elegant voice. Recognize, but I don't like it when someone touches me without my consent. Jiang Shanshan's body abruptly froze when she heard Fumia's words. The last bit of hope she had for Fumia was shattered by his words, and her dignity had been trampled on by him, crushed hard. However, quite different from Jiang Shanshan, the surrounding girls' eyes suddenly brightened a bit more when they heard this. A few of the girls, I don't know how much effort it took to desperately resist the urge to scream, but they had screamed in their minds. Aha! Fu Luvia Sr. is also too handsome. Not only is he handsome, but his every move is characterized by an indescribable noble handsomeness. And just then, a soft female voice with a hint of reproach suddenly came from the direction of the entrance of the banquet hall. Fu Luan, how do you talk to Shan? As the voice fell, the surrounding crowd suddenly looked over at her. Then, Mrs. Fu and the master of the Fu family, who were dressed in full regalia, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mrs. Fu slowly walked to the side of Fu Luvia, smiled and opened her mouth. Son, your father and I didn't tell you before that this banquet today is not just to celebrate you becoming a 2-star cadet at the Imperial City Academy. It's also for everyone to bear witness to you and Shan. The surrounding people were all stunned when they heard Mrs. Fu's words. The thing between Fumia and Jiang Shanshan? What could they be up to? Shouldn't. At once, many of the girls' breath caught in their throat. Fu Yuan sniffed and subconsciously looked at Xiaoshi. Upon seeing that Xiaoshi's complexion did not show the slightest change, his eyes flashed with a touch of celebration, yet some disappointment. He then withdrew his gaze, a hint of coolness in his gentle tone. Why didn't you tell me before? When Mrs. Fu heard Fu Mun's tone, her heart was at once bottomless. But then, she smiled and spoke, because Mom and Dad wanted to surprise you. Besides, wasn't it a long time ago that you and Shan made a pact? You loved Shan when you were little, too. It was young and the agreement didn't count. The moment Fu Luan's words fell, the scene did not know how many girls at the same time let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately Fu Luan's eyes are not blind. Otherwise, it would be a real bargain for Kong San. However, not waiting for the crowd to breathe a sigh of complete relief, Mrs. Fu frowned, but still proposed. Son, why don't you spend a few days with Shan first and see? No need. I already have someone I like. The moment Fu Luan's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the scene seemed to resound with the sound of countless girls' hearts breaking. Jiang Shanshan froze and looked at Fumia. The smile that was strongly supported on the small face began to appear cracked inch by inch. With that, she tried to control her emotions for a moment before asking Fu Luan, Fu Xiao, can you tell me who that person is? Author's words, the main text has been written very clearly. The heroine's family baby is a cold and inviolable deity, not Fu Luvia, this elegant and gentlemanly prince. So, Fu Luvia is not the male lead. Also, it's the heroine who is reborn to find the hero who died to save herself, and Fu Luan follows her over. Female lead, male lead, Fu Luvia, 3 people are reborn. Chapter 44, Son, you like. My favorite person was there, but, not you. Jiang Shanshan heard Fumia. This can be called desperate words. Legs soft, cannot control, staggered back a few steps. The surrounding girls couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard this. Soon, a flash of joy suddenly flashed in some people's eyes. I have to say, psychology is a powerful thing. Many people have felt that Fu Yuan has looked at himself countless times. At this moment, they have even guessed in their hearts that Fu Luan love at first sight. Son, you like. Did not wait for Mrs. Fu finished, Fu Luan suddenly miled a joke. Go back and talk about it. After saying that, he looked directly at Butler Fu, who had not yet gotten up from the ground. I just heard that you wrongly accused a VIP of being a thief without any evidence? Butler Fu's body trembled violently at his words. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Fu Mia directly looked at the several bodyguards behind himself and said, "Drag them down and deal with them by the family law." "Young master, ma'am, spare my life. I've worked hard all these years without merit in the Fu family. Please, spare me." Mrs. Fu wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't open her mouth to plead for the steward. She sighed helplessly. She really can't control her son when he's older. If she really can do Fu Luvia main today Fu Luvia and Jiang Shanshan things, she will not come up with this kind of almost moral kidnapping way to force Fu Luvia to give in. It was a pity that Fu Nyuan didn't eat her at all. After Butler Fu was taken away from the scene, many people's gazes couldn't help but fall on Xiaoshi, though many speculate that Fu Luan's statement that his favorite girl was at the scene was just an excuse. However, he had only just finished speaking when he disposed of Butler Fu who had offended Xiaoshi, which inevitably did not prevent some reasonable speculations from arising in some people's minds. Not only the others, even Jiang Shanshan couldn't help but look over at Xiaoshi. Only, after seeing Xiaoshi's face that was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, she subconsciously shook her head. No way, unless Fu Luvia is blind. Otherwise, there is no way he would have looked at Xiaoshi, who just got out of prison and has mediocre looks. Only, just as this thought was born in her mind, she glanced at Fu Luan again. In the next moment, she blushed abruptly. She was incomparably certain that Fu Luan had just glanced at Xiaoshi, and Fu Luvia that eyes, threw a trace of tenderness to the extreme deep love. Her eyes suddenly widened a few points. How is that possible? The entire Cloud City young generation in the most outstanding existence, even in the Emperor City Academy, are counted as the best Fu Luvia. How can like on Xiaoshi this as long as what nothing pheasant? She's not convinced. She, Kang Shan Shan, was not convinced. And just as Jiang Shanshan's face grew more and more livid, the Fu family head, who hadn't said a word, suddenly smiled and broke the scene's gradual descent into a bizarre atmosphere. As I said before, the Fu family will pick a lucky one at today's banquet and give away a place at the Imperial City Intermediate Academy provided by Fu Luan. As expected, the Fu family master's words immediately caused the vast majority of people on the scene to shift their attention. The purpose of many people coming over today was to secure enrollment spots for their children in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. At this moment, the eyes of many people in the arena who were looking at the Fu family master were born with a little bit of anticipation. Now, please do not have a seat everyone as soon as possible. Next, Fu Luvia will draw lots to select a seat number. Seat number corresponding to the guests is today's lucky boy, can freely dispose of that medium academy enrollment qualification. When the people in the arena heard this, they all immediately looked for a seat. At the same time, Lu Xian, who hadn't recovered from her shock, subconsciously looked for a position to take a seat. With that, she cast aside all distractions and prayed with her hands together, hoping that either she or Xiaoshi would be chosen. Soon, all the people in the arena were seated. After determining that there was no problem, the Fu family had allowed a Fu family servant to place the raffle box in front of Fu Luan. Fu Luan casually took out a piece of paper from within the box. After seeing the seat number on the piece of paper, Fu Luan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And then, he looked at Xiaoshi with a somewhat complicated gaze. Is this the fate between him and Xiaoshi? Subsequently, Fu Luvia, in a gaze full of expectation, will show the card in front of the eyes of the crowd. Row 1, number 8. When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked over towards Xiaoshi's position. Upon seeing Xiaoshi sitting there quietly, many people were violently stunned. Soon, a shocked cry came out from the mouth of a tall and thin girl in the field. How can that be? How could it be her who got that medium academy spot? Lu Xian snapped back to her senses when she heard the voice. She jolted to her feet. Under the extreme excitement, a noticeable tremor appeared in her voice. Not Suki, it's you. The one who got a spot to enter the Imperial City Intermediate Academy is you. Great, great. We can go to school together in Imperial City. However, as soon as her words fell, the tall and thin girl suddenly shouted, Xiao Fu, she's not qualified to get a place in this medium academy. I suggest a redraw. The tall, thin girl's words quickly elicited a chorus of agreement from the people next to her. Yeah, she wasn't even graduated from junior high school before she was sent to the Cloud City jail. A labor prisoner who just got out of jail and didn't get the qualifications to enter the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. Fu Xiao, redraw. Fu Luan listened to a voice that was sharp but full of supplication. His face grew cold. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to say anything, Xiaoshi suddenly looked at him and said, It's true that I don't need an enrollment spot in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. Can I give it away? Feeling Xiaoshi gazing at his own gaze, Fu Luan's heartbeat involuntarily fast. Xiaoshi saw Fu Luvia a bit frozen, and couldn't help but frown and inquire. Fu Luvia faint smile, such as a breeze into the heart. Of course, as I just said. Those who are drawn can enter the slot at their disposal. Xia nodded slightly, and then, she looked at Lu Xian and said, the spot is yours. The moment Xia's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. Lu Xian froze and looked at Xia. Soon after, she suddenly frowned, and a strong anxiety appeared on her face as she looked at Xia. What are you going to do when this spot is given to me? Natsuki smiled faintly. I have better colleges to attend. Put. The moment Xia's words fell, a snort filled with full of sarcasm suddenly resounded from the scene. A better academy? There aren't more than 10 higher academies in the entire Imperial City. You're not going to blurt out that you've been accepted into one of the higher academies in the Imperial City, are you? You're a convicted laborer. Even if you apply for a low-level academy, no one would want you. What are you pretending here? Treating us like little cuties. Cheating? If a punk like you can even enter the higher academy now, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Xia slightly inclined her head and looked at the last tall and thin girl who spoke. I'll remember your words, and if you don't keep your promise when the time comes, I'll find someone to help you. The girl sniffed coldly. If you can even enter the Imperial City Higher Academy, don't say kneeling down and shouting at my father. You can let me die, but can you get in? Just as her words fell, a straight figure in his 30s, dressed in the uniform of the War Ministry, suddenly walked in through the door. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Shanshan suddenly widened her eyes and murmured in a low voice, "Brother?" The rest of the crowd in the arena couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the shoulder patch of the visitor. A 5-star intermediate commander? Only one step away from becoming a senior commander's existence. The Fu family head immediately stood up straight and quickly greeted the visitor with a quick step. I don't know that Commander Jiang has come over today. Mr. Fu has missed the welcome. I hope Commander Jiang will forgive me. As he spoke, he sounded visibly agitated. Jiang Yi, a 32-year-old mid-level commander. The entire Xiao War Department's potential is second only to Jiang Yunting's existence. Jiang Yi coming to the Fu family's banquet today was enough to make the entire Fu family shine. However, Jiang Yi only nodded and smiled at the Fu family head. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he walked quickly to Xia and hesitated for a moment without taking the initiative to salute, but instead spoke respectfully. Miss Xia, I have been ordered by my lord to deliver your enrollment notice for the Imperial City Academy. Author's words, the heroine will restore the stunning appearance of her previous life. Babies don't worry about Chapter 45, it's over. He's finished. The moment Jiang Yi's words fell, the entire banquet hall steeply fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, everyone was somewhat disbelieving their ears. The reason why this 5-star intermediate commander came over was not to attend the Fu family banquet, but to deliver the enrollment notice to Xia. And, Imperial City Academy? Was it really the Imperial City Academy they thought it was? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, the tall and thin girl subconsciously took a step forward and carefully looked at Jiang Yi. This Lord Commander, can I ask if it's a notice from one of the colleges in Imperial City or Imperial City Academy if you've come to deliver it? The moment the girl's words fell, the eyes of the entire room suddenly focused on Jiang Yi. Everyone expects him to give an answer to the question, the University of Imperial City. However, when Jiang Yi heard the tall and thin girl's words, he looked at her like a little cutie, generally frowning. Besides Imperial City Academy, are there any other academies worthy of allowing Miss Xia to go over? Of course, even the Imperial City Academy might not be worthy of letting their Xia commander go over. It was only because he knew that Xia had already decided to go to the Imperial City Academy. He didn't dare to say anything disparaging about the Imperial City Academy, so he directly omitted the latter half of the sentence. However, even though Jiang Yi had only said the previous sentence, the people at the scene still felt that his words were like a bomb that had exploded abruptly in their heads. Boom! Instantly, everyone was blown away. How is that possible? How could Xia, who was not even qualified to enter the lowest academy in Imperial City in their eyes, get the qualification to enter the Imperial City Academy, the top academy in the entire Xia country? As for the few people who had previously satirized Xia the hardest, at this moment, it was as if they felt an invisible slap viciously smacking them in the face. They had just finished saying that Xia didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Imperial City's lower academy. It hadn't even been 2 minutes before the enrollment notice for the top Imperial City Academy in the Xia Kingdom was delivered to Xia by a 5-star intermediate level commander. They never dreamed that the smack in the face would come so fast and so hard. On the side, Jiang Shanshan quickly recovered from her shock. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the Imperial City Academy enrollment notice in Jiang Yi's hands, and she was nearly mad with jealousy. On what grounds? Why was it that the Imperial City Academy, which she had ranked in the top 3 in the city in this year's college entrance examination, was not qualified to enter? But Xia, a recently released prisoner of labor, had gained the qualification to enter? And among the crowd, that tall and thin girl could not wait to find a crack in the ground at this moment. What did she just say to Shashi? Why did she say things that didn't do her any semblance of good? At this moment, she frantically wanted to escape from this banquet hall, only, thinking that if she left without a single greeting, it would likely cause dissatisfaction between the Fu family head and Mrs. Fu, and even implicate the family's cooperation with the Fu family. She, for one, couldn't afford to pay that price. At the moment, the only thing she could do was to shrink her head, trying to minimize her presence, praying in her mind that Xiashi wouldn't notice her again. And at that moment, Xiashi didn't even look at the faces of the people around him. She nodded to Jiang Yi and directly received the Imperial City Academy's unique golden enrollment notice from its hands. Hard work. When Jiang Yi heard this, he was immediately flattered and said, "No hard work, it's my honor to serve Miss Xia." As the Fu family head looked at Jiang Yi's attitude towards Xiashi, that gaze towards Xiashi suddenly became a few points more solemn, and Fu Luvia, his gentle as water eyes, actually gave birth to a few points with the honor of appreciation and pride. That's who he likes. No matter what she becomes or what situation she is in, she can still get back on top of the world in the shortest possible time and blossom into her own glory. Afterward, Xiashi turned her head slightly, and her gaze landed on the tall and thin girl. Normally, I have no interest in getting into it with an immature little girl like you, but today I'm in a good mood and don't mind teaching you a few things about being a human being. The tall and thin girl's body stiffened steeply when she heard Xiaxi's words. She slowly raised her head, and when she saw Xiaxi's smirking gaze, she couldn't wait to smack herself a few times. Why did she just have to be so mouthy? She bit her lower lip, then spoke with some difficulty. Xia student, my words just now did go a bit too far. I'm here to say sorry. Well, I accept your apology. When the tall and thin girl heard Xiaxi's words, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, without waiting for how happy she was, Xiaxi's voice once again reached her ears. But whether I accept it or not does not affect your ability to fulfill your promise. The tall, thin girl's frame stiffened. She then looked around the room somewhat helplessly. Soon, her gaze landed on Jiang Shanshan's face, who was looking at Xiashi with obvious resentment in her eyes. Jiang Shanshan sensed the tall and thin girl's pleading gaze and turned her head to look at her before nodding her head imperceptibly. In order for her to have another follower in the future, and in order to not let Xiashi get too complacent, it was time for her to stand out and let Xiashi understand what would happen if she offended her. Jiang Shanshan. Thinking of this, she suddenly trotted over to Jiang Yi and affectionately took his arm. Brother, I remember you saying that you can't wear the clothes of the War Ministry without the permission of the people of the War Ministry, right? When Jiang Yi heard Jiang Shanshan's words, his line of sight immediately landed on the battle dress that Xiashi had personally designed on her. Buzz. Instantly, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded in Jiang Yi's head. His sister, to her surprise, stole the glorious battle dress he hadn't bothered to wear so far in front of Commander Xia, who had designed it. Done. He's done. What to do? What's he gonna do now? However, Jiang Shanshan did not notice the difference in Jiang Yi's complexion, as she glanced at Xiashi triumphantly, and then her small face actually showed some compassion. Brother, my classmate just got out of the Cloud City jail and doesn't know anything. If you put her back in the Cloud City jail because of this, she will lose hope in her life. Jiang Yi's dumbfoundedness became even more complete when he heard this. Going after Commander Xia because he's wearing a War Department costume? Isn't it good to be alive? Why does he have to die? However, when the surrounding crowd heard Jiang Shanshan's words, they couldn't help but be startled violently. In the next moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Xiashi suddenly had a few more points of sarcasm and pity in them. They could still remember when Xiashi first entered the banquet hall, saying that Jiang Shanshan would be sentenced for wearing the clothes of the War Department. Now, someone else's Jiang Shanshan's brother, who was a 5-star intermediate commander, was here. The one who was going to be sentenced was afraid that it wasn't Jiang Shanshan, but she, Xiashi. Oh, lifting a stone and stoning your own foot. I'm afraid it's just like that. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? When Jiang Shanshan saw that Jiang Yi didn't reply, her voice softened a bit more. Brother, can you not hold Xiashi responsible today? However, without waiting for Jiang Yi to come back to his senses from his extreme fear, the crowd on the side hurriedly opened their mouths to advise him. Shan, you're just too kind to be bullied by this laborer to this extent. Yeah, she just got out of jail and she dares to steal the War Ministry costume without fear of death. What else will she not be able to do in the future? If we let her go today, she'll get even worse in the future. And this kind of scum is ultimately a scourge when placed in society. Shannon, being soft can be divided into who you're with. With her, you can't be soft. Jiang Shanshan seemed to be in a difficult position after hearing the words of the crowd. After hesitating for a few seconds, She looked at Xiaoshi and finally sighed helplessly. Brother, what my classmates said seems to have a few points of truth. There are state laws and family rules. It's better to dispose of Xiaoshi according to the law. I won't interfere. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at Xiaoshi as he listened to Jiang Shanshan's almost death-seeking words. At this moment, the fear in his heart was extreme, and when the surrounding crowd saw Jiang Yi's action, they thought that Jiang Yi was preparing to take a shot at Xiaoshi, and the pairs of eyes that were looking at Xiaoshi were overflowing with thick mockery. So what if you've got an enrollment letter from the Imperial City Academy? When you are put in the prison again, not only the Fu Mun provided secondary college entrance qualification that you got before, even this Imperial City College notice, we may not be without the possibility of getting it into our own hands. And all of this is the result of your own death. And no one else is to blame. Jiang Shanshan's eyes were firmly fixed on the golden Imperial City Academy notice in Xiaoshi's hand, and extremely strong greed surfaced in her eyes. When Xiaoshi is locked up, this notice, it's still not hers? Even if Xia was arrogant, what could she do? What qualifications does a small family from a second-rate family have to compete with her? However, under the gaze of the crowd's growing complacency and greed, Xiaoshi looked at Jiang Yi indifferently and slowly hooked her lips. Commander Jiang, your sister has already said that she will be dealt with according to the laws of Xia, so I don't need to teach you what to do next, do I? Chapter 46, Who told you to wear my uniform? The moment Xia's words fell, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but stare violently. Then, the gazes that looked at Xiaoshi were as if they were looking at an oddball. If they didn't know the ins and outs of this matter today, they were afraid that they would have thought that Jiang Yi wasn't Jiang Shanshan's brother, but her Xiaoshi's brother. However, for Xiaoshi to be able to say such righteous words in such a situation, they couldn't help but admire her spirit of not being afraid of death. As for Jiang Shanshan, who was standing beside Jiang Yi, she first froze for a split second after hearing Xiaoshi's words. The next moment, she suddenly smiled. It had to be said that Xia was truly the one who was the most unafraid of death out of all the people she had ever met. However, even if Xiaoshi was not afraid of death, if she offended her, Jiang Shanshan, she would not have a good ending today. However, even though her heart had already burst into laughter because of Xiaoshi's words, Jiang Shanshan still had a face of self-reproach and helplessness on her face. Xiaoshi, what my brother is going to do with you? Surely you don't need to be taught. But don't worry, when you go in, I'll ask my brother to get someone to do a psychiatric exam on you. After all, you haven't even been inside yet and you're already talking nonsense, which is just not right. As Jiang Shanshan spoke, the sarcasm in the eyes of the surrounding people looking at Xiaoshi grew thicker and thicker. However, Jiang Shanshan had not finished her words. Pop! A crisp slap sound suddenly resounded above her pretty face. Jiang Shanshan subconsciously covered the left side of her face that instantly appeared a slap mark. The eyes that looked at Jiang Yi overflowed with deep disbelief. Not only Jiang Shanshan, almost everyone around was dumbfounded by Jiang Yi's sudden slap. How did Jiang Yi suddenly hit his own sister? Even if he wanted to fight, shouldn't he be hitting Xiaoshi? Brother? Jiang Shanshan froze and opened her mouth, her voice thick with shock and doubt. Jiang Yi's eyes were fixed on Jiang Shanshan as he questioned with an icy gaze. Who told you to wear my battle dress? Jiang Shanshan subconsciously shivered when she heard Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi had been so nice to her since she was a child that he barely even spoke aloud to her. She never thought that Jiang Yi would one day question herself with this tone with herself. Seeing that Jiang Shanshan was stunned, Jiang Yi quickly turned his head to look at Xiaoshi. Miss Xia, my sister has been spoiled by me. I really didn't think that she would dare to do something like stealing my battle uniform. Brother, it was her who stole the battle dress. Why did you? Without waiting for Jiang Shanshan to speak further, Jiang Yi hurriedly rebuked with a gloomy face. You shut up. After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head once again to look at Xiaoshi. Ms. Summer. However, Xiaoshi directly raised his hand to stop him from saying the words that followed. Since she said she wants to be dealt with according to the laws of Xia, let's follow the law. Jiang Yi could already tell from Xiaoshi's face that Xiaoshi would not change her decision. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only respond helplessly. Yes. Hearing that Jiang Yi was going to dispose of himself with the legal provisions of Xia, Jiang Shanshan was completely dumbfounded. According to the regulations of the summer country to deal with, she should be in jail for at least 10 years. At this moment, she couldn't be bothered to think about why Jiang Yi was so respectful to Xiaoshi. Under extreme fear, she grabbed Jiang Yi's arm with force. Brother, she's just a labor prisoner who just got out of the Cloud City jail. What are you afraid of her for? You're my brother. What's wrong with me wearing your clothes? What qualifications does a loser like her have? Before Jiang Shanshan could finish, her mouth was suddenly covered tightly by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi and tried to pull a smile on his face. Ms. Xia, I'll send her to the jail first, so I won't bother you anymore. Xiashi looked deeply at Jiang Shanshan, who had a resentful and unwilling face, before nodding. When Jiang Yi saw that Xiashi didn't pursue Jiang Shanshan's extremely disrespectful use of words towards her, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He then dragged Jiang Shanshan out of the banquet hall as fast as he could. The surrounding crowd stared blankly at the place where Jiang Yi and Jiang Shanshan had disappeared and froze for a moment. Can someone tell them what's going on here? As Jiang Yi's own brother, shouldn't he be helping his sister? However, he even dragged Jiang Shanshan out of the banquet hall directly in public and said that he was going to send her to jail because Xiashi said that she would be dealt with according to the laws of Xia. They heard that Jiang Yi and Jiang Shanshan are very close. Why did Jiang Yi's elbow suddenly turn outward today? Is it because Xiashi got admission to Imperial City University? No, that's not right. Even if Xiashi had the qualifications to enter the Imperial City University, she was still only the most ordinary student of the Imperial City Academy. It was impossible to make a 5-star intermediate commander listen to her that much. In the next moment, some people suddenly remembered Jiang Yi's words Your Honor when he handed over the notice to Xiashi. Can't it be that Xiashi knows a certain big shot in the War Department? Maybe even make the other person owe him or her a favor? Right, it's the only possibility. Thinking of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiashi were suddenly complicated. Some people's gazes revealed a trace of fear. If there was a big shot behind her, it really wasn't something they could afford to offend anymore. And many people's gazes revealed obvious jealousy. This included that tall and thin girl who had previously said that she would kneel down and call out to Xiaxi's father if he could enter the Imperial City Academy. At this moment, her eyes overflowed with thick unwillingness as she looked at Xiaxi. On what grounds? Why should a reformed laborer just out of jail get such a lucky break? Just because he knew a prominent figure. Not only did he obtain the qualification to enter the Imperial City Academy, but he also made Jiang Yi go so far as to send even his own sister to jail. How is it that there is never a shortage of this kind of dogfighting stuff in the world? Natsuki seemed to feel the gaze of the tall and thin girl. She tilted her head slightly, and was met with eyes that were already showing the slightest hint of crimson from her jealousy. Natsuki raised an eyebrow before lifting the notice in her hand and shaking it. Now, can you fulfill your promise? The tall and thin girl's gaze was fixed on Xiaxi, and she gritted her teeth unwillingly. I'm talking about you getting admission to Imperial City Academy through your own abilities, not getting an admission letter through the back door through connections. Did you know that Imperial City Academy has a fixed number of enrollment quotas every year? The fact that you got a place by some unseemly means that a student who could clearly enter the Imperial City Academy lost that place. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you hijack someone else's for nothing? Natsuki looked at her and frowned lightly. So, you're going back on your word? The tall, thin girl smiled coldly. She raised her chin slightly, looking at Xiaxi with eyes full of condescension and contempt. If you had gotten it on your own merit, I would naturally honor my promise. But, are you? Perhaps because he was still in a good mood. Xiaxia was surprisingly patient at this time. She looked at the tall thin girl and raised an eyebrow. What makes a person competent? The tall and thin girl smiled and looked at Xiaxi as she said, cultural achievements are not good to verify here. But if you want to enter the Imperial City Academy, force must be passed. I passed the Imperial City Academy's martial arts exam before, so as long as you can defeat me, I will naturally keep my word. She had seen Xiaxi put down the dozen or so Fu family members before and knew that Xiaxi counted as somewhat capable, but she thought to herself that she wouldn't be any worse than Xiaxi in her place. Even at full strength, she could be faster. However, almost the instant the tall and thin girl's words fell, a silhouette suddenly shifted in front of her eyes. Boo! In the next moment, the tall and thin girl was suddenly kicked hard in the stomach by a strong force, and her body flew out steeply backwards. With a loud crash, her body slammed into a table, smashing it and the cutlery to pieces. Hiss! The surrounding crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they watched the miserable state of the tall and thin girl, and the tall, skinny girl couldn't control her whimpering out as she felt the sharp pain coming from her abdomen. Then, in her vision, which was so painful that it was a little blurry, a figure walked slowly up to her. And then, a voice that was cold to the extreme resounded throughout the hall. Now, am I in a position to hold you to your promise? Chapter 47, Traveling to the Imperial City. The moment Xiaxia's words fell, the entire banquet hall was suddenly plunged into a deathly silence. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd towards Xiaxi were as if they had seen a ghost. That girl has passed the Imperial City Academy's martial arts exam. How sick that martial arts test is, anyone can tell. But they saw something. A strong person who had passed the martial arts examination did not even have the slightest power to fight back in front of Xiaxi. Are they, indeed, not dreaming? And the tall and thin girl subconsciously breathed tighter when she heard Xiaxi's voice that was like it could pierce through her heart and shatter all her confidence. Then she slowly raised her head in slow motion. In this moment, she had forgotten the sharp pain in her abdomen. Her gaze that looked at Xiaoshi was overflowing with disbelief. Her strength was definitely not bad even if she couldn't reach the point of reaching the peak. At least, very few in her age group were her match. Even her master, who had practiced martial arts for decades, was no longer able to defeat her easily. However, she didn't have the slightest power to fight back in front of Xiaoshi. "You, how did you do that?" The tall thin girl opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice. At this moment, her eyes looking at Xiaoshi had already bred a bit of frustration and despair. How could she not have imagined that one day the thing she was most proud of would be crushed to pieces by someone she didn't give a damn about? Natsuki didn't answer her question. Just, Fade looked at her. "You managed to hold back from screaming under this level of pain. Good tenacity." The tall, thin girl couldn't help but sniff. "Shashi, is that a compliment? Shouldn't Natsuki be in a victorious position right now, desperately trying to demean and humiliate her as a loser?" However, why didn't she see half a bit of condescension and contempt between Xiaxia's complexion? She stared at Shashi for a long time, and then she suddenly smiled. Then she slowly moved a few times against the excruciating pain. Soon, her posture was adjusted to a kneeling position facing Shashi. She raised her head slightly to look up at Xiaoshi, without the slightest hint of anger or resentment in her tone, and even cried out as if willingly, "Daddy!" The moment her voice fell, an eerie silence fell around them. Almost everyone's faces that looked at the tall, thin girl showed thick disbelief. No one expected her to fulfill this extremely humiliating promise so easily. Even more so, no one expected her to shout those two words so calmly. There was no shortage of people in the crowd who were familiar with the tall, thin girl. At this moment, a huge wave had risen in their hearts. They know all too well how proud tall, skinny girls can be. It had occurred to them that the tall, skinny girl might be forced to bow down to Natsuki, but they never dreamed that she would be able to completely drop her pride in front of Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi looked faintly at the tall, thin girl kneeling against her. Her complexion did not show much fluctuation. She gently raised her hand and threw a golden coin engraved with the letter XD in front of the tall, thin girl. "Take it and report to the Cloud City War Department tomorrow. I'll arrange for someone to meet you." The tall, thin girl snapped at her words. At this moment she didn't even believe her ears a little. Her eyes stared tightly at Xiaoshi, and the eyes that looked at Xiaoshi revealed thick surprise and disbelief. Cloud City War Department. She had a chance to enter the Cloud City War Department? Almost everyone who was familiar with her knew that she wanted to enter the Xiao War Department more than the Imperial City Academy. Even, it was no exaggeration to say that the War Ministry was the place she wanted to enter the most in her life. However, the Xiao War Department rarely recruits female combatants, and even if there are some exceptions, they join through various special ways. With her background, it was hard as hell to enter the War Department. But now, Xiaoshi was telling her to report directly to the War Ministry? This happiness came too suddenly. The surrounding crowd looked at the tall and thin girl who could be completely said to have been blessed by the disaster, and their faces couldn't help but show a strong envy, since they had just witnessed Jiang Yi's attitude towards Xiaoshi. No one doubted the veracity of Xiaoshi's words. That is, as long as the tall, skinny girl behaves herself in the War Department. The future, promising. Thanks. The tall and thin girl carefully picked up the golden coin, and her eyes overflowed with gratitude as she looked at Xiaoshi. Natsuki just nodded and didn't say anything. Fuluan saw Xiaoshi to deal with things almost, slowly walked to the front of Xiaoshi, smiled and opened his mouth. "Xiaoshi, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Imperial City University. You're going to be my schoolmate next. Have you thought about when you're going to travel to the Imperial capital?" Xiaoshi heard Fuluan this sudden question. The heart cannot help but give birth to a few points of doubt. For some reason, at close range, she actually felt a sense of familiarity in Fuluan. This sense of familiarity made her not resist Fuluan's approach too much. She stared at Fuluan for a while before she opened her mouth and said back, "Tomorrow, the Imperial City Academy starts in 10 days. She had pretty much taken care of things in Cloud City and was ready to go to Imperial City Academy early to look for her family's big baby. Fu Yuan sniffed. The corner of his lips hooked up a gentle smile. "I'm also preparing to leave tomorrow, and I haven't bought my ticket yet, so why don't we come together? And I can familiarize you with the environment in advance when we get to the academy." Mrs. Fu and the Fu family head couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. "Didn't my son say he'd leave in 7 days? And the airfare they've already bought. How come you're suddenly ready to leave tomorrow?" And around a lot of girls hear Fu Mia words first as stunned, and then eyes cannot help but reveal a strong disbelief. Why would Fu Xiao take the initiative to ask Xiaoshi when she was going to Imperial City Academy? It couldn't be true that Xiaoshi was the person he said he liked, as they had guessed before, right? No, don't. Even if Xiaxia's strength was still passable, her looks were just too ordinary. She was simply not worthy of such an excellent Fu Xiao. Xiashi heard Fu Luvia actually took the initiative to invite himself to go together. Eyes also revealed a little surprise. But then, she was shaking her head. Oftentimes plans can't catch up with changes. If it's fate, we'll naturally have the chance to meet again in the future. When the surrounding girls heard these obvious words of rejection from Xiashi, they suddenly froze violently. Rejected? The opportunity they've been dreaming of, and Xiaxi turns it down? How can there be such an ungrateful woman in this world? Fu Man's eyes crossed a flash of loss when he sniffed. But then, a gentle smile still appeared on his gentle and elegant handsome face. Good. I respect your thoughts. Afterward, Xiashi looked at the crowd around him. She really had no interest in continuing to stay at a party where the atmosphere was clearly a bit weird. She said hello to Fu Luan and left. Fu Luan looked at Xiaxi's back as she left. A touch of thoughtful emotion appeared on her handsome face. The next morning, Xiaxi received a call from Emperor Love. Boss, the location of the only star card unsealed in the Summer Kingdom has been determined. And just like the man you're looking for, it's all related to the Imperial City Academy. Xiaxi sniffed and inhaled lightly. Okay, book 3 flights to Imperial City with the closest time for me. Yes. Afternoon. Xiaxi left Gu's hospital with Xia Mother and Xia Zichen, preparing to head to Imperial City. And just as the two arrived at the airport in Cloud City, a series of several big news that stirred up the entire Cloud City was exposed. Chapter 48. A sensational news in Cloud City. Latest report. Gu Beicheng, the head of the Gu family, Gu Yeting, the president of the Gu group, and Jiang Wanshi, the firstborn miss of the Jiang family, have committed suicide by fear of crime in the prison of Cloud City. Latest report. Prior to the deaths of Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting, Gu Fengnian, the former senior commander of the War Ministry, attempted to help the two escape from prison and is currently under criminal detention. Latest report. Jiang Shanshan, the eldest young lady of the Jiang family who was imprisoned yesterday, has been confirmed to be sentenced to death for being monitored for contacting Jiang Wanshi, who is directly under the superior family, and for planning to conspire to kill a highly decorated top-level figure of the War Ministry of the Kingdom of Death Xia, which is tantamount to treason. Xia's mother, who had just walked into the airport hall, looked toward the large screen that was broadcasting news not far away, and her footsteps suddenly lurched. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. It didn't matter what she did, but these people, they shouldn't be attempting to touch her child. But it had to be said that Xiaxi's ruthlessness and determination completely exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, after a series of 3 news broadcasts, the entire airport hall instantly exploded. Gu Beicheng and Gu Yeting are the top big shots in Cloud City. They, just like that, died? It's not just Gu Yeting and Gu Beicheng. There are also 2 misses from the Jiang family in the accident, especially the young lady of the Jiang family in Imperial City. That's a character with a stronger background than Gu Beicheng. She actually died as well? What kind of big shots did the Jiang and Gu families offend? Mother Xia also froze as she listened to a shock-filled murmur around her. Did Shashi do all this? The Xia family? How could they possibly offend the Jiang family of the same rank for her? Or, did Xia Yu do all this privately without her father's consent? Just as Xia Mother's heart was filled with doubts, Xiaxi took out her cell phone and sent a message to Emperor Love. Emo, well done. On the other end of the cell phone, Dichi looked at the short message sent by Xiaxi and hooked his lips. But then, seeing the 2 words at the top of the text message, he tried to collect the laughter at the corners of his mouth and lightly grunted. What a crappy name. On Xia's side, without waiting for the emotions of the people in the hall to calm down, a line of black-clothed bodyguards suddenly poured in from outside the hall. Also pouring in was a large number of rabid fans. Make way! Make way! Aha! Cho Yun! Hatsune, look here! Look at my side! The people in the hall first stared at this battle. Soon, some people quickly reacted and immediately came together. Luo Chuyen? Is it really Luo Chuyen? I heard earlier that Goddess Luo was accepted into the Imperial City Academy. She's going to the Imperial City Academy early today to familiarize herself with the environment, right? Aha! Although I knew early on that my goddess had gotten into Imperial City Academy, I still have to say, my goddess deserves to be my goddess. Other artists either took the Imperial Film or the Central Theater, but my goddess went to the Imperial City Academy, which was enough to crush them. Natsuki inclined her head and didn't pay much attention to it. Just as she led Xia Mother and Xia Zichen to the entrance of the VIP waiting room, a commotion once again suddenly came from outside the waiting room. Holy, that's cool. After that voice rang out, many of the girls who were originally chasing after Luo Chuyen immediately looked over at a short distance away. Then, an exclamation came out from the crowd. Even the most popular fresh meat nowadays doesn't have such a face, right? I'll fan him if he makes it out. Not only is his face value high, his temperament is outstanding. If it were in ancient times, this would be a fluttering gentleman with a clear mind. Luo Chuyan's footsteps suddenly lurched when she heard the movement behind her. She looked in the direction from which the murmur had come. In the next moment, a flash of amazement abruptly flashed across her eyes that were so good that they were almost perfect. In this instant, only one sentence remained in her mind. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. At the same time, her heart beat uncontrollably fast. She, fell in love with this man at first sight. Chapter 49. The male lead appears, above. Soon, in the crowd of girls' marveled infatuated gaze, Fu Luvia slowly walked to the front of the VIP waiting room. Luo Chuyan hesitated not to go forward. She believes that with her own charm, Fu Nyuan will not be indifferent. As a girl, it does no good to be too proactive. Go! Xia Shi glanced at Fu Luan, did not greet him, directly turned his head to look at Xia Mother and Xia Zichen said. So many girls outside were surrounding Fu Luan to take pictures. She was not interested in being treated like a monkey for the time being. Xia Mother nodded to Xia Shi. Good. But as she spoke, she mentally sighed at how good-looking the young man was. Xia Shi looked at Xia Mother's expression and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Looks like this mother of hers is a face reader too. I also wonder what her big baby looks like after being reborn, but she had a feeling it would never be bad. As for this face of hers, as long as she wants, she can always restore the face that was enough to turn the world upside down in her last life. It's just that in her last life her face really caused her too much trouble. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but she definitely didn't like it either. A lot of the trouble that could be avoided, she was still willing to just avoid. Not far away, Luo Chuyan saw Xia Shi's trio walk into the waiting room, and after hesitating for a moment, she also followed them in. The three had just sat down not long before Fu Nyuan walked in. It was because Luo Chuyan and the three of them, Xia, were sitting in the same row. In Luo Chuyan's line of sight, Fu Luan entered the door and walked directly towards her. As Fu Luan's distance from her grew closer, her heartbeat couldn't control how fast it was beating. However, just as Fu Luvia walked to the distance of about 3 meters in front of her, she smiled and was ready to welcome forward. Fu Luvia unexpectedly did not even look at her. Directly from her side brushed past. Then, she saw that Fu Luan walked straight to the extremely ordinary-looking girl and said in a kind of nice voice that was gentle to the extreme. You told me yesterday that we were destined to meet again. So does this count as destiny for us now? Xia Shi beside. Xia Mother looked at Fu Luan face that gentle as the wind smile. A moment actually have a kind of unreal feeling. How can there be such a gentle and good-looking boy in this world? Next to Xia's mother, Xia Zichen's eyes were wide open, and her small mouth mumbled unconsciously. Brother looks good. Not far away, Luo Chuyan looked at Fu Luan's side face that was so good that it was almost perfect, and her heart suddenly beat a few points faster. However, Xia Shi faintly looked at Fu Luvia that close to the face, between the color of God but did not appear the slightest ripple. She looked at Fu Nyuan faintly, smiling but not laughing, opened her mouth. Are you sure our meeting today was a coincidence? Fu Nyuan was slightly stunned. With that, he smiled and didn't continue with the topic, but instead looked at Mother Xia. Hello Auntie, my name is Fu Mia, a future classmate of Xia Shi. Summer's mother was stunned for a moment at her words. With that, she hurriedly greeted warmly. Mr. Fu, come on, sit down. Fu Luan sniffed. His handsome face once again revealed a trademark gentle smile. Good, thank you Auntie. After saying that, he sat down next to Xia Shi as if casually. He then slightly inclined his head, his gaze softly gazing at Xia Shi. The academy doesn't start until 10 days from now, so if you're going to Imperial City so far in advance, do you plan to go directly to the academy? Or do you want to find a place to settle down outside the academy first? Xia Shi sniffed and returned in a faint voice. Let's get my mom and brother settled in first, and before school starts, I'll move into the dormitory arranged by the college. The Imperial City Academy had a clear rule that all students who had just entered the Imperial City Academy were required to stay in accommodation for the first year. If someone doesn't want to comply, they will be forced to drop out of the college. Of course, as the soon-to-be acting dean of the Imperial City Academy, she had the right to be special. However, since she had been personally taught by the teachers arranged by her family in her last life and had never experienced academy life, she wouldn't mind trying it out. Fu Luan heard Xia Shi's words and suggested with a smile. My family just happens to have an unused villa in the central district of Imperial City, very close to the academy. You can first settle your mother and brother over there. Usually if you miss them, it's very convenient to go over and look for them or have them come to the academy to look for you. Xia Mother heard Fu Mia's words, could not help but open her mouth. That's, not good, is it? In the entire academy, only Xia and I are the only ones who came out of Cloud City, and that villa is just sitting there. So being able to help Xia is also considered to fulfill its value. Xia Mother didn't say anything, just turned her head to look at Xia Shi. waiting for her to make a decision. Xiaoshi faintly looked at Fu Luvia. She can feel Fu Luvia in deliberately close to himself. But because of that sense of familiarity in Fu Mia, she almost instinctively felt that he had no malice towards her. She just didn't understand what Fu Nyuan had in mind. However, after a slight contemplation, Xiaoshi still nodded slightly. In that case, all trouble Senior Fu. It had to be said that Fu Luan had somewhat aroused her few curiosities. She would like to see what Fu Nyuan is playing. Not far away, Luo Chuyan looked at just a few minutes has developed with Fu Luvia to the degree of Dingji Xiaoshi. Exquisite willow eyebrows suddenly knitted up. She hesitated for a moment, and then raised her hand to take off her hat and mask, and walked directly towards Fu Miao. However, just then, the electronic beep of the start of boarding suddenly came from the boarding gate. When the four Xiaoshi heard the cue, they immediately got up and walked towards the boarding gate. Soon, several people boarded the plane and found their corresponding seats. Because there were only 2 people in the first-class row, Xia Mother and Xia Zichen were in the same row. And Shashi, I told you we were meant to be. Fu Luan sat down, looked at the Xiaoshi who sat beside himself, handsome face with a smile. Although it wasn't a coincidence that he got the same flight as Shashi, but it's true that this connected seating is all about destiny. And just as Fu Luan's words fell, Luo Chuyan suddenly walked beside Xiaoshi. Can you switch places with me? Xiaoshi listened to Luo Chuyan's almost commanding tone. Slightly inclined her head to look at her. Not half a bit of negotiation in her faint voice. Can't. Boom. Luo Chuyan's mind instantly exploded. She'd lived so long that she'd hardly ever been rejected. But today, a pariah so lowly that he was not even worthy of lifting her shoes dared to reject her. However, despite her anger, she retained a few moments of sanity because she saw a few fans in the first-class cabin looking this way. With that, she took a deep breath and tried to calm down her violently fluctuating emotions before opening her mouth with her eyes fixed on Xiaoshi. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000 and let me have this seat. Xiaoshi looked at her like she was looking at an idiot. Do you think I would lack your $10,000? Luo Chuyan sniffed and looked at the clothes that Xiaoshi had just changed into today that Xia Mother had prepared for her, and a glint of obvious disdain flashed through her eyes. You're obviously dressed in all your floor clothes, but you have to act like a big shot and fly first class. What she, Luo Chuyan, despised the most in her life was this kind of foolishness that swelled her face and made her fat. 100,000. The seat is given to me. I just want to trade places with you. $100,000 is enough to buy dozens of first-class tickets. Listening to Luo Chuyan's aggressive voice, Xiaoshi's face also went cold. She gazed straight at Luo Chuyan, and the voice that came out of her mouth seemed to be able to freeze the air around her. I said, I'm not short of money. Don't you understand human language? Luo Chuyan's body trembled at Xiaoshi's look, but then, she once again looked at the clothes on Xiaoshi's body that costed most a few dozen dollars apiece. And her heart was once again in the right place. 200,000. I'm not an ingrate even if I'm rich, so don't give me an inch. The moment Luo Chuyan's words fell, the aura around Xiaoshi's body completely chilled. Without slowing down, she pulled a bank card out of her pocket. The next moment, she raised her hand and flicked it off. Pop! The lightweight card surface hit Luo Chuyan's stunningly beautiful little face, and a crunching sound came out. At the same time, what also came out was Xiaoshi's voice that was cold to the core. $1 million. Get off this plane. Chapter 50, The Male Lead's Appearance, Middle. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, the entire first-class cabin of the airplane was steeply plunged into a deathly silence. Moments later, hiss, hiss, the few Luo Chuyan fans who were secretly observing the movements over here, a sound of sucking in cool air came out of their mouths. Luo Chuyan, to be slapped in the face by such an ordinary girl? You know, just now, their goddess Luo had said that her father was not only from the Luo Han group, but also from the Imperial Palace. Is this girl crazy? Didn't she know that she could never have a good ending if she annoyed Luo Chuyan? And Xiaoshi beside, just did not open mouth Fu Luvia but cannot help but hook the corner of the lips. The girl he likes. She's as arrogant as ever. That stupid woman was really no different than looking for death when she let her hair down in front of her, but it had to be said that she, like this, was so dazzling that he couldn't take his eyes off her at all. It was only after a full moment that Luo Chuyan slowly came back to her senses. She raised her hand a little stiffly and touched it to her burning cheek. With that, she slowly turned her head to look at Xiaoshi, her eyes overflowing with disbelief. How dare you hit me? She valued this face more than her life. Now, she's actually being beaten up? Without waiting for Xiaoshi to reply, Luo Chuyan suddenly raised her hand and slapped it hard against Xiaoshi's face. For her to be able to enter the Imperial City Academy, she naturally couldn't be a waste of space with no hands. If she hadn't failed to react just now, how could she have been hit in the face with a bank card by a piece of trash who could only enter a medium academy through a lottery? She used 10% of her strength in this slap. as long as she hits this slap, then her face will be destroyed. However, just as Luo Chuyan's slap was about to land on Xiaoshi's face, her wrist was suddenly clutched by a small, cold hand. Next moment, pop! A crisp slap resounded on Luo Chuyan's face. Under that tremendous force, she was directly jerked back a few steps. At the same time, a strand of bright red blood slid down from the corner of her lips. Then, Xiaoshi's words without the slightest bit of warmth entered her ears. Just now, I just paid you to get the hell out of here. Now, that's what I call a fight. Xiaoshi's slap directly caused the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded once again. This woman dumping a bank card on Luo Chuyan's face wasn't enough. Now she directly gave Luo Chuyan a slap in the face? How did she do it? Though, Luo Chuyan had the force value of having gotten into the Imperial City Academy. When the crowd's faces were filled with shock and doubt, Luo Chuyan raised her hand to cover her bruised little face. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and a monstrous rage was suppressed in her calm tone. You really pissed me off. Xiaoxia just looked at her lightly, without the slightest hint of a joke between her tones. Now apologize to me and slap yourself 10 times and get the hell back to your seat. Or you're going to have to take more than a few slaps when you get off the plane. She could guarantee that if her mother and brother weren't here and she was worried about doing too much to scare them, there was no way Luo Chuyan would still be standing in front of her in one piece right now. Luo Chuyan heard Xiaoshi's words but she froze violently. She never dreamed that there would be a woman in this world who was so arrogant, or so unafraid of death. The other party clearly already knew who her father was, yet they had the nerve to say things like asking her to apologize or even slap herself. She didn't even know whether to call the other woman overly brave or stupid. Well, then we'll see when we get off the plane. After saying that, Luo Chuyan looked deeply at Xiaoshi before walking directly to her position. After sitting down, she immediately took out her cell phone and dialed her father Luo Heng's number while the plane had not yet taken off. After the call was connected, Luo Chuyan extremely aggrievedly recounted what had just happened in an added way. A few moments later, she got the reply that her father would have been coming to the airport to pick up the people, and after instructing him to bring a few more people, she hung up the phone in satisfaction. With that, she turned her head to look at Xiaoshi, pondering whether to whip her mouth or break her legs first in a moment. Not a moment later, Xiaoshi's cell phone suddenly received a text message from Emperor Love. Boss, I can't spare the time here. I've sent a subordinate over to pick you up. 2 hours later, the airplane landed smoothly at the Imperial City Airport. Luo Chuyan followed Xiaoshi and the others off the airplane. As for Luo Chuyan's fans, they also followed with the mindset of watching. A few moments later, Xiaoshi's group walked to the airport exit. Luo Chuyan's gaze suddenly landed on a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a straight suit with an extraordinary aura around him. Dad! After she cried out, she hurriedly ran over to the man. Her father, Luo Heng. After standing in front of Luo Heng, she immediately raised her hand and pointed at Xiaoshi. Dad! That's her! Arrest her! And almost at the same time that Luo Chuyan's words fell, Luo Heng's gaze that was looking around suddenly landed on Xiaoshi. He instantly took a quick step towards Xiaoshi. Behind Luo Chuyan, a group of fans saw Luo Heng's action, and the eyes that looked at Xiaoshi were somewhat complicated. A martial arts genius who came from an ordinary background, but whose force value was far above that of the professionally trained Luo Chuyan, was going to fall like this? However, if she wasn't unafraid to make a move on Luo Chuyan, she wouldn't have been reduced to this state. So even if she would be killed by Luo Heng next, she couldn't blame anyone. At the same time, Luo Chuyan watched her father and Xiaoshi get closer and closer, and the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a cruel smile. She originally thought that her father would send someone to clean up this, but she didn't expect that her father would personally take action. It seems that this is going to take off layers of skin today even if it doesn't die. At this moment, Luo Chuyan could already see the image of Xiaoshi collapsing on the ground and bitterly begging her to let herself go. She could remember what Xiaoshi had said on the plane about slapping herself 10 times and apologizing to her. So, in a moment, would she first make Xiaoshi kneel down to kowtow to herself a few times and apologize? Or would she first break her arms and legs and then tear her mouth apart? However, without waiting for Luo Chuyan to decide how to torment Xiaoshi, her eyes suddenly widened as she gazed at her father. At this moment, her gaze was as if she had seen a ghost, because she saw that her father, who had never lowered his head to anyone, was actually standing in front of Xiaoshi, and then bowed deeply. At the same time, that solemn to almost pious voice came out from her father's mouth. Subordinate Xian 15. See Palace Master. Chapter 51. The male lead appears, below. Luo Chuyan froze as she watched her father's movements and listened to the words coming out of his mouth. Her entire body was directly confused. What's going on? Her father, bowing to the who beat her? Besides, Palace Master? What Palace Master? The Palace Master of the small Imperial Palace within the Imperial City Academy? Thinking of this, Luo Chuyen snapped. Then, her eyes fell on Xiaoshi. Looking it up and down carefully, she knew that the Shaodi Palace master within the Imperial City Academy was in existence several levels above his father, but she had never been able to meet the other side because of her lack of status. It couldn't be that this woman was the palace master of the little emperor's palace? At that moment, Luo Chuyen's eyes abruptly changed when she looked at Xiaoshi. Yes, if this woman didn't have an extremely high status, her father couldn't have made such a great honor to her. Moreover, the ones within the little emperor palace were all extremely young trainees, and the only way to shock them was to find a character who was even more talented and stunning than them. Thinking that she hadn't been able to fight back half-heartedly in the hands of Xiaoshi before, she suddenly snapped out of it. She, Luo Chuyen, had actually looked away and offended the other party completely. What to do? What's she gonna do now? And just as Luo Chuyen's heart was getting more and more flustered, Xiaoshi looked at Luo Hong, who didn't dare to straighten up without her permission, and smiled as she opened her mouth. Your daughter is the one who told you to arrest me. I can't afford to accept this big gift from you. Luo Heng's face steeply whitened a few points when he heard Xiaoshi's laughing words that didn't have the slightest bit of temperature. Just now, he was too nervous because he saw Xiaoshi, and although he heard his daughter say that she asked him to arrest someone, he didn't pay attention to who he was going to arrest. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the person his daughter had called him earlier to tell him that she had beaten her up was actually Xiaoshi. Luo Hong didn't dare to move in his bowing motion, but his mouth was scolding in a stern voice. Luo Chuyen, kneel down. Apologize to the palace master. When Luo Chuyen heard Luo Heng's words, she almost didn't hesitate for half a second and knelt down towards Xiaoshi. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a sincere tone. I'm sorry. I didn't know your identity. I still hope that you, the palace master, will be lenient and spare me. If Xiaoshi was just an ordinary person, she, Luo Chuyen, would not kneel even if she died. But now that she knew that Xiaoshi was the palace master of the little emperor palace, even kneeling down and apologizing to Xiaoshi wasn't that hard to accept. Above all, she cared more about her little life than her dignity. Luo Heng couldn't help but sigh fiercely in relief when he saw that Luo Chuyen had listened to his words. Then, he hurriedly smiled bitterly and opened his mouth to Xiaoshi. Palace master, this daughter of mine has been spoiled beyond recognition, and has become more and more willful lately. Why don't you help teach her? I heard earlier that you are going to the Imperial City Academy, and it just so happens that she is also going there. It's still not a problem for you to put her by your side and have her do some tea and water serving. Xiaoshi heard Luo Heng's extremely sincere voice and faintly looked at Luo Chuyen and said, Remember what I said on the plane? Luo Chuyen was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Remember. With that, she suddenly raised her hand. Pop. One crisp slap after another came out from Luo Chuyen's face. The crowd at the airport exit and Luo Chuyen's fans were all confused. If it didn't really hurt to pinch your own flesh, I'm afraid everyone would think they were dreaming. Nope, even if they were to dream, no one would dare to dream that the chairman of the hallowed Luo Heng group would bend and bow to a young girl who was so ordinary that she couldn't be ordinary anymore. Even more so, no one could have imagined that goddess Luo, who was already among the top tier, would kneel in front of such an ordinary young girl and slap herself. After a long time, I don't know how many times Luo Chuyen smacked herself. Xia finally flicked her lips and said, It's okay. Luo Chuyen sniffed, which finally stopped her movements. However, because she thought she knew Xiaoshi's identity, she felt her fiery cheeks and did not look at Xiaoshi with half a bit of resentment in her eyes. Although she, Luo Chuyen, is not a good person, she understands the principle that the weak is strong. Since she had ungratefully offended someone who couldn't be offended, it was only right that she should be taught a lesson. It was the same as if Xiaoshi was just an ordinary civilian. Offending her couldn't possibly end well. Xiaoshi faintly looked at Luo Chuyen's complexion, understanding that even if she followed her, she wouldn't dare to give herself a whole lot of trouble in the future. Before she slowly opened her mouth, As your father said, I do lack an attendant at the Imperial City Academy who can be at my disposal at all times. Without waiting for Xiaoshi to finish, Luo Chuyen hurriedly snatched her mouth. I'm willing. She was just blinded by jealousy before, but she wasn't stupid. She understood that her father was giving her a chance by supposedly letting Shushi teach her well. After all, as long as she performed well by the side of Xiaoshi, the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace, she would still worry about not having the qualifications to enter the Little Emperor Palace in the future? Even, she had previously heard her father say that the palace master of the small Imperial Palace could meet the legendary Imperial Palace Master from time to time. If the Little Emperor Palace Master could give her a few words of praise in front of that mysterious and unpredictable Palace Master in the future, it might not be impossible for her to even enter the Emperor Palace. Thinking of this, Luo Chuyan's gaze towards Xiaoshi suddenly became a few points more eager. Xiaoshi looked at Luo Chuyan, who could be said to have completely changed her face when facing herself, but did not say anything else. And when Luo Hong saw this, a flash of intense ecstasy steeply flashed across his eyes. It is true that there is no absolute good or bad in the world. For his daughter to follow the palace master, her future must be incomparably bright, and he, and even his family, might go further because of her daughter. Subsequently, Luo Hong arranged for the people he brought to clear the photos taken by everyone around him about his daughter kneeling and all the photos about Xiaoshi, and warned the crowd that if anyone dared to tell the truth about today's events, there would never be a good ending. No one dared to doubt the truthfulness of Luo Hong's words. In addition, anyone who wasn't stupid knew that even if they dared to spread the word about this kind of thing, with the Luo Hong group pressurizing the media, it would be impossible to make any waves. Afterwards, Luo Hong brought Xiaoshi and the others to the vacant villa in Imperial City that Fu Luan said. The villa was located in the best neighborhood in the center of the Imperial City, and most of the people living in it were either rich or noble. After Xiaoshi ate a simple meal made by the maids inside the villa with her mother and brother, Xia mother took Xia Zichan to rest, and Xiaoshi is followed by Fu Luviat and Luo Chuyan went to the Imperial City College. At this moment, in the Imperial City Academy, located in the center of the academy, inside the exquisitely and luxuriously decorated dean's office, an old man with gray hair was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in his office with his hands behind his back, overlooking the entire academy, and behind him, two assistants, a man and a woman, who had only just returned to Imperial City, were reporting some important information. Boo! Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Seeing the temperament of the reserved, handsome man at the head like a heavenly god, the female assistant's breath involuntarily shortened. Good, so handsome. Before she returned to Imperial City, she had heard that the man who had just become the first temple of the academy was strong enough to crush several school herbs, including Fu Luan, regardless of his looks or ability. At the time, she didn't believe there could be such a perfect man in the world. Now, she believed it. She not only believed in it, but even felt that the word God was not worthy of the man in front of her. Beside the female assistant, the male assistant was first shocked by the man who entered the door and his breathing tightened. His heart lifted under the seemingly icy aura surrounding the man. Soon, though, his eyes fell on the man's extremely young, handsome face. In just an instant, he was sure that the 5 people, including the man, were all students of the Imperial City Academy. His face suddenly chilled as he chided with an icy face. Who let you in? Get the hell out of here. At those words, the footsteps of the man in charge entering the door suddenly lurched. He slightly inclined his head, and his eyes, which seemed like a work of art carefully carved out by God, suddenly looked over at the male assistant. In the next moment, a flash of cold aura with a dark golden color abruptly crossed his pupils. Boo! The male assistant's body flew violently backwards, until he hit the white wall 3 meters away. A mouthful of blood spewed out violently from his mouth, and then his body slowly slid down the wall. Hiss! The female assistant couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. She couldn't help but see the slightest hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at the man, but for some reason, her heart was beating a little faster. Surprisingly, she felt that this made the man more attractive, and by now, Dean's body facing the floor-to-ceiling window had completely frozen. He used all of his strength to resist the monstrous pressure coming from behind him, before he turned his body extremely slowly and looked over at the domineering, godlike man. And just as he turned around, a voice good enough to make any woman scream out, but like a hypnotic spell in his ears, came out from the man's mouth. Haven't you found out who I asked you to check out yet? At that moment, the dean, who had never had stage fright even in front of the great chiefs or even leaders of the Summer Kingdom, could not control his body from trembling. He looked at the man and opened his mouth, unable to get a word out of it. The man saw the look on his face and had an answer in mind. The aura around him that was cold to the extreme was abruptly released. Waste! The moment the words fell, the 4 people behind the man simultaneously half-kneeled on the ground, and the dean's struggling body can no longer support. Flop! Straight kneel in front of the man. At this moment, he's really going to cry. The man is a madman. How in the world can someone come back from the dead? Even if they did, they wouldn't tell anyone, okay? Besides, the man said the girl he was looking for was reborn 5 years ago, so why didn't he look for her 5 years ago? Half a year ago, he had just blown a few poor bastards who had gotten into the Imperial City Academy but didn't have the money to pay tuition out of the academy when this man suddenly came over and beat him up. Afterward, the man let him off the hook for a while after he reluctantly agreed to give the men the bursary he had privately withheld from them. Subsequently, he realized that the man's original purpose for coming over to him was actually knowing that the Imperial City Academy controlled the largest intelligence network outside of the Xia War Ministry and had come to beg him to help find someone. If he hadn't coincidentally let this man run into that mess, where would he have ended up in such a stifling position if he hadn't been confronted by a man who came to ask for his help? Moreover, it was just that he couldn't beat this man. Otherwise, he would have told this man to get out of the academy a long time ago. Of course, he only dared to think about this in his heart, but he did not dare to say half a word on his mouth. After all, he doesn't want to die yet. The man's eyes, which were like a layer of ice, looked straight at the dean on the ground, and his icy voice didn't have the slightest room for refutation. 3 months? I'll give you 3 more months, and if you can't find out where she's been reborn, there's no point in your existence. Dean's heart plummeted. From the tone of the man's voice, he could clearly hear that the other was not half joking. He had no doubt that in case he really couldn't find out where the girl was now in 3 months, the man would really want him dead. With a strong desire to survive, he hastily opened his mouth. I've just gotten word that the acting dean is already on her way to the academy, and I'm going to lose my dean's authority after she arrives. Why don't you communicate directly with her next? Ding dong. A message tone suddenly came out from the female assistant's cell phone. She subconsciously picked up her phone to see the message displayed on the lock screen. In the next moment, she suddenly looked up at the godlike man in front of her and said, Acting Dean, it's already in the academy. Meanwhile, the Imperial City War Department, the Supreme Chief's office. Lin Juanan looked at a report on the battlefield where the situation was not optimistic, his brows tightening. He knew that the battlefield could go wrong with the loss of Xia Shi, but how could he not have imagined that the problem would be so big? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. As Lin Juanan said enter, a senior commander quickly walked into the office. At this moment, his face overflowed with intense joy. Great Chief, good news. The man that Commander Xia is looking for. We have found his trail. Lin Juanan sniffed and violently stood up from his seat. He hastily opened his mouth to the visitor and asked, Where is it? The biggest reason Shashi would have been so adamant about refusing to become the Grand Chieftain before was that he wanted to spend most of his energy on finding that man. Now that the man had been found, the time had come for her to take over the position of Grand Chieftain. Imperial City Academy. With that, Lin Juanan glanced at a battle report on the desktop with a tense situation and slowly exhaled. The tide of battle. It's finally about to turn off. Thinking of this, he looked at the senior commander in front of him with a serious face and said, Prepare the car and come with me to welcome the new Grand Chancellor of the Summer Kingdom to his post. Yes. Chapter 52, Xia goes to the Dean's office. At this moment, in front of the main gate of the Imperial City Academy, Xia Shi looked up at the pure white European-style campus gate, looked at a palace-like white building inside the gate, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't realized that the architecture and decoration style of this academy was quite to her liking. Luo Chuyen stood about 2 steps behind Xia Shi. She looked ahead at the Imperial City Academy that she had always aspired to, but had never had the chance to enter, and couldn't help but say with a face of emotion, not to mention the endless benefits that can be gained by entering the Imperial City Academy. Just taking a look at the environment of this academy every day can put one in a happy mood. Fu Luvia looked at Xia Shi's small face rarely showed the color of satisfaction. The corner of the lips cannot help but hooked up a touch of shallow smile. Go! After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the academy gate. Luo Chuyen couldn't help but be slightly stunned as she watched Fu Mia's movements. Then, she hurriedly ran 2 quick steps and stopped in front of Fu Yuan. The Imperial City Academy can only be entered by academy trainees and those holding the academy's access card, so it will be troublesome if you enter by mistake. Before getting on the plane she had heard that Fu Yuan was going to a secondary college. Even if she knew that Xia Shi was the palace master of the Imperial City Academy's Little Emperor Palace, but because she hadn't seen how close the two were, she didn't think that Xia Shi would give Fu Mia a spot to enter the Imperial City Academy to study. However, just as Luo Chuyen's words fell, a girl who just happened to walk out from within the academy saw Fu Luan, and instantly showed her face in surprise and said, Temple Fu? The Imperial City Academy does not close its doors for the holidays, and will also allow cadets to stay at the academy. And because the vast majority of the students within the Imperial City Academy were the children of some bigwigs who wouldn't be able to see their families more than a few times even if they went back, there weren't a handful of students who stayed for the holidays. As a result, the number of trainees traveling in front of the academy's gate at this time was not small. The girl's surprised voice instantly caught the attention of a few passing trainees around. At that moment, the crowd's gazes were cast towards Fu Mia. Ah, it's really Temple Fu. Why do I feel like Fu Ting is more handsome now than before the vacation? Right, the eyes seem softer. Like, in love. After the last person's words fell, almost all of the girls who had stopped to watch froze. That's right, Now Fu Luvia, although still gentle and elegant, but the breath around the body seems to be softer. It looks like it's kinda in love. Just when the eyes of the female trainees looking at Fu Luan were full of doubts, Luo Chuyen was frozen looking at Fu Luan said, Fu Temple? If she remembered correctly, only the schoolmasters of the Imperial City Academy, or even those who would most likely become one of the 5 temples in the future, could be given the word temple after their surnames. That is to say, Fu Luvia was already a student of the Imperial City Academy before? Fu Luan looked at Luo Chuyen, whose little face was full of shock, and smiled faintly. People call it whatever they want. You can just call me by my first name. When the surrounding crowd of trainees heard Fu Mia's words, almost all of them moved a few steps forward and back or to the side, looking directly at Luo Chuyen, who had her back to them. At this look, the female cadets fell silent almost simultaneously. They, probably, understand why it feels like Fuden is in love, and a few of the boys around them instantly became active. This is the goddess of lore? I've read the news that the goddess got into Imperial City Academy before. I didn't expect to see it so soon. Look at this. Goddess Luo is interested in Fu Luan? When Luo Chuyen heard the last person's voice, her heart suddenly thumped. Almost subconsciously, she looked over at Shushi. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with Xiaxia's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she hurriedly explained to the crowd. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I and Fu Mun Sr. just met today. We just by the way to come together in the college, and not a couple. However, hearing her words, the suspicion in the eyes of most of the girls around her did not dissipate much. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to recognize that Luo Chuyen and their Fu Dian were indeed quite compatible. The two just met today and came to the academy together. And with the groom's talent, even if they weren't a couple now, they were probably close. Let's go in first. Luo Chuyen was a little uncomfortable by the crowd of trainees' gaze, and hurriedly looked at Xiaxi and Fu Luandao. Go. After Xiaxia finished speaking, she lifted her feet and walked towards the academy's gate, and the surrounding crowd heard her words, then noticed that there is such a light bulb between Luo Chuyen and Fu Luan, and just when Xiaxi passed by Fu Luvia suddenly opened his mouth. Wait! Xiaxia's footsteps suddenly lurched, while looking over at Fu Luan. Fu Mun didn't say anything, but suddenly took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and Shushi shortened to a breathable distance. He glanced at Xiaxi's eyes that were more beautiful than the starry sky in his eyes, as if he was not thinking, and his heartbeat couldn't control how fast it was beating. But soon, he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and slowly raised his hand to the top of Xiaxi's head, pinching down one of the tree fuzz floating down on top of Xiaxi's head with those long, bony and slender fingers. Okay. He slowly turned his wrist, loosening the 2 fingers that were pinching the fuzz. At once, the fuzzy fur drifted down into his palm. Under the fuzzy hair and the illumination of the midday light, his already good-looking hands were even more delicate and beautiful, like works of art. At the same time, his extremely good-looking eyes gazed at Xiaxi, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. The smile wasn't deep, but it was like the warmth of the first bloom of the sun, as if it could shine into the darkness of the heart and bring a touch of warmth to the soul. The surrounding girls who saw this beautiful scene like an artistic painting were simultaneously dumbfounded. They had always known that Fu Dian was good-looking, but no one knew that Fu Dian, could be charming to this extent. Not only the surrounding female trainees, Fu Luan and Luo Chuyen besides Xiaxi likewise looked dumbfounded, rarely knowing that Fu Luan is Xiaxi's. Her breath still can't help but rush up. This man, how can he be so attractive? Thanks, let's go. However, Xiaxi looked at the Fu Luan in front of him, but his eyes did not flood half a wave. She gave a faint thank you and walked towards the academy. Fu Luan saw Xiaxi's action. His handsome face couldn't control a touch of faint loss. She still doesn't feel anything for him even though she's living again? Soon, though, his face once again regained its usual gentleness. When he chose to be reborn, hadn't he already thought about today's situation? This, however, played out the scene he had long anticipated. What he needed to do was to do what he could to help Xiaxi in some way, and continue to work hard to get Xiaxi's liking. If you can't get, so what if you can't get it? He never had it, so why should he be afraid of losing it? As long as he did his best, even if the end result was still failure, he had nothing to regret. Thinking of this, Fu Luan smiled with relief. With that, he turned his head to look at the surrounding crowd, and the smile at the corner of his lips couldn't help but deepen a few points. How could he not know the speculations about him and Luo Chuyen in these girls' hearts? If Shashi hadn't shown up, they could guess all they wanted. But now that Shashi has appeared, they can no longer put him together with other women. To put it together, the object could only be Xiaxi. Luo Chuyen took in all the changes in Fu Luan's expression. She sighed, and the eyes that were looking at Xiaxi's back overflowed with thick envy. At the same time, She also understands that she is afraid that this life is destined to have no relationship with Fu Luan. Only after the three of them walked through the academy's gates did the surrounding girls return to their senses one after another. A girl then spoke hesitantly. Why do I get the feeling that Fu Jian likes that light bulb? There was a moment of silence around the girl as her words fell. It's not just you. I feel it too. It can't be, can it? How could Fu Jian fall for an ordinary girl like that? If Fu Temple was with Luo Chuyen, I wouldn't be able to say anything even though my heart would be lost. But how could it be a female like that? What could Fu Jian see in her? Haven't you heard that the more ordinary looking a woman is, the more she likes to use some cheap tricks? Who knows what unseemly things she did to Palace Fu? Let's go. Follow up and take a look. I want to see how she seduced Fu Jian. After Xia walked into the academy, Fu Luan took her to casually familiarize herself with the environment. Soon, the figures of the three appeared in front of the White Hall at the very center of the academy. In Fu Luan's introduction, the dean's office is located here. Xiashi looked at the door of the temple in front of him and looked at Fu Luan and said, "Why don't you take her to check in for her stay? I have some things to do." Fu Luvia smiled and directly nodded. Good. Need to even do yours together? Do it together. Send me the dormitory location and room number after it's done. And I'll go there myself. Good. Fu Mian nodded and left with Luo Chuyen. Xiashi, on the other hand, walked right into the main hall and went straight to the dean's office. Chapter 53, he can't afford to offend such a character. Not far away, the trainees who had followed Xiashi several people all the way saw Xiashi walking into the main hall, and all their faces could not help but show a little bit of puzzlement. What was she doing in the dean's office? Have you guys forgotten? There was a notice out half a year ago that new students who can't afford tuition can go to the dean and apply for a bursary. Oh yeah, looking at the rags she's wearing, I guess it's still true that she might not even be able to pay for school. I really just don't understand. This kind of poor and ugly woman. What means did she use to seduce Fu Dian? You guys said that this kind of goods can hook up with Fu Dian. If I take the initiative, is there a chance for me too? After the last person's words fell, a number of girls were obviously a bit impressed. They thought that no matter their family background or looks, they were all above Xiashi. Since Xiashi could attract Fu Dian's attention through some means, why couldn't they? Thinking of this, some girls hurriedly chased after Fu Miat and Luo Chuyen in the direction they left. At the same time, Xiaxi's figure appeared at the door of the dean's office. However, before she could get inside, pop! A sound of porcelain being viciously smashed on the ground rang out abruptly. The pieces of porcelain that exploded apart scattered in all directions, and a few of them slid to Xiaxi's feet. Then, the dean's roar of anger to the extreme came out. He's just a student with little background. What makes him so arrogant in front of me? The dean? Those poor bastards don't want to go to school if they don't have the money. So who is he to demand that I give them all the grants that are handed out from above? If I didn't have those grants, why would I want to be this crappy dean with no semblance of a future? Now, I'm being forced into early retirement by him. So what's to stop him from letting me go? Moreover, that new scapegoat has already arrived at the academy. I've told him that I don't have the dean's authority anymore when that scapegoat arrives. So on what grounds does he still want me to have to help him find the person he's looking for within 3 months? Although Xia didn't know what had happened here before, she already had a rough guess in her mind when she listened to the dean's furious voice mixed with fear. She originally came over to take over some work with this dean, but she didn't realize that she was nothing but a scapegoat in this dean's eyes. In that case, next, she can be quite easy. Thinking of this, Xiashi swept a glance at the 2 assistants in the office who were trembling in fear, and then walked around the debris on the floor and slowly walked into the office. Because all of Xiaxi's information was kept under wraps, the dean hadn't seen Xiaxi's picture, even though he knew that the acting dean who was about to come over was a woman. In his opinion, the person who could be valued by the great chief and sit in the position of acting dean had to be at least 30 years old. So the dean, who was in the middle of his anger, saw Xiashi walking into the office and subconsciously took her for a new student who came over to ask for a scholarship. When he thought that because of that man, the tens of millions of scholarships that he could have collected into his own pockets would have to be distributed to these poor students, the anger in his heart suddenly burned even more vigorously. In a violent rage, he directly raised his hand and pointed at Xiaxi's nose and scolded sternly. Is this a place where a poor student like you can just come in? Get the hell out of here. Xiaxi looked at him faintly. Her eyes gradually tinted with a slight chill. How did a piece of like you get to be the dean here? When the dean heard this question from Xiaxi, which did not show any respect to him and could even be called insulting, the anger in his heart suddenly grew even more intense. It was fine for that man to oppress him, but now even a poor student dares to ride on his head and act wildly? If he didn't teach the other party a lesson, this dean of his really didn't have any semblance of majesty. Thinking of this, the dean immediately looked at Xiaxi with an icy face and opened his mouth. Imperial City Academy is an aristocratic academy, not a shelter for poor students like you. $1 million a year tuition fee. Pay it to me in 3 days. Stay if you can pay it. If you can't, get out while you can. Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. Only the smile didn't reach his eyes. She took a few steps straight forward and sat down in the chair in front of the desk before looking at the dean and speaking nonchalantly. $1 million? I have this money. But, if I dare to give it, do you dare to take it? The dean was first stunned when he heard these almost arrogant words from Xiaoshi. In the next moment, he was directly exasperated and laughed. Just based on the way you talk to me, not to mention $1 million, even if it's $10 million, Imperial City Academy won't be able to accommodate you. With that, he raised his hand and pointed directly at the office door. Get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. Immediately. Right now. Xiaoshi's face abruptly chilled when she heard the dean's words. At that moment, an icy cold aura like that of a polar glacier was like trying to freeze the surrounding air. Under the pressure of this strong aura, Dean couldn't control himself and took 2 steps back. Without waiting for him to stabilize his stance, 2 cold auras suddenly flashed across his vision. The next moment, 2 silver needles pierced his legs. Almost instantly he lost feeling in his legs, and his whole body suddenly sat down on the ground. In this moment, however, Dean couldn't care less about his leg. He looked at Xiaoshi with a strong shock and fear showing in his eyes. How is that possible? He was a senior warrior anyways. How is it that there is no room to fight back in front of this young girl? Moreover, it was clearly 2 different people. Why did she feel an extremely similar aura to that man and this young girl? Thinking of this, the dean hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi with a trembling voice and asked, You? What are you? Ding dong. The moment the dean's words fell, a text message beep once again came out from the female assistant's cell phone. She subconsciously looked at her phone's lock screen. Upon seeing the extremely brief text message on the lock screen, her eyes snapped open a few times. The next moment, she hastily looked up and turned her head to Dean. Dean. She's the new acting dean. Boom. The assistant's words were tantamount to a flat thunderbolt, splitting the dean instantly dumbfounded in place. It was a full few seconds before he slowly snapped back to his senses. With that, he foolishly looked at Xiaoshi Dao. You're the new acting dean? Natsuki smiled faintly. Yeah, I'm the new scapegoat you're talking about. The dean's body suddenly stiffened when he heard Xiaoshi's words, but he knew that the news that this acting dean was coming over to take his place was a direct notification from the great chief Lin Juanan. Although he didn't know the exact identity of the one in front of him, he knew that she must have some kind of close connection with Lin Juanan. He couldn't afford to offend such a character. And what did he do? Not only did he call her a scapegoat in his anger, but he also treated her like a poor student who came over to receive a bursary, and even told her to get out of Imperial City College. Maybe, not even 3 months from now, he might not be alive today. Thinking of this, the dean's face that looked at Xiaoshi suddenly revealed a smile that was worse than crying. I was really pissed off by a trainee earlier, and what I said was all in anger. You all then I was mouthy. Don't take it too seriously. Xiaoshi raised her eyes slightly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions between her light complexion. Didn't you say I came over to be a scapegoat? What have you committed that you need me to take the fall for you? Dean's heart tightened and he spoke up. You're here to run the college. How can you be some kind of scapegoat? I'm the one who rambled. I rambled. Xiaoshi smiled faintly. There was still a possibility that your legs could resume walking, but if you insist on not telling the truth, it is afraid that it will be completely ruined. Dean's heart abruptly tightened at his words. He could sense that Xiaoshi wasn't joking with himself. He hesitated for a split second, and although he felt a bit dishonored, he could only speak honestly. I did run into a bit of trouble. 6 months ago, a man suddenly appeared at the academy. He forced me to find him someone, and I was never able to do so, so I tried to find a new dean to take my place. Xiaoshi's breath tightened when she heard the dean's words. Looking for someone? What's his name? Who is he looking for? His name is Feng Jing, and he's looking for a girl who was reborn 5 years ago. Hearing the dean's words, Xiaoshi's always calm heart suddenly set off a huge wave. At this moment, she was completely certain that the information given to her by Emperor Love was correct. Her big baby, right here at Imperial City Academy. And, even the name is the same as in the previous life. With that, Xiaoshi tried to calm down her agitated feelings, her eyes staring at the dean and asked, Tell me, where is he now? Feeling Xiaoshi's extremely oppressive gaze, the dean's heart trembled uncontrollably. He hastily spoke back. He just left from here not long ago, but his whereabouts are uncertain, and I don't know where he is now. Xiaoshi sniffed and immediately walked over to the window, looking at the entire academy through the window. However, as far as her eyes could see, there were all the trainees traveling to and fro, and there was no semblance of the man she suspected to be there. It was only after a few moments that Xiaoshi slowly withdrew her eyes. Then she looked at Dean and asked, "Is there any contact information for him?" "No. Didn't he ask you to find someone? How are you going to inform him if you find one? He entered the Imperial City Academy half a year ago to become an academy cadet, and while the cadet is attending school, I can find him on campus." After saying that, the dean seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly said, "I heard that one of the academy schoolgirls is hosting a cadet party tonight and invited him over." Hearing the dean's words, Xiaoshi's face finally eased. Still, she wanted to see her big baby as soon as possible. Does no one else in the academy have his contact information either? No. He has almost zero interaction with anyone else within the academy. Hearing this, Xiaoshi was already sure that Dean couldn't get any useful information about her baby here. Afterwards, she directly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Emperor Love, asking him to find Feng Jing's current location. In less than a minute, Xiaoshi received a reply from Emperor Love. He appeared at the Imperial City Academy 10 minutes ago and disappeared after that. And this person is very mysterious. I can't find out any specific information about him. Xiaoxia rubbed her fingers against the screen that displayed the message and was silent for a moment before she looked at the dean and asked, "When did he come to Imperial City Academy? What has he done during that time?" The dean sniffed and hurriedly replied, "He entered the academy half a year ago. He always misses classes during his time at the academy, and many teachers are very dissatisfied with him. However, even though he hardly spoke to any of the cadets, many of the female cadets were very fond of him. But whenever he went to a class, there would be so many girls there to sit in on it that basically every class was so full that the whole classroom couldn't be stuffed. Even though he hated to kill that man, he had to admit that the man was cold enough to freeze to death. But he was really good looking. But that man was a bit of a waste. If he was young and had a face like that, he'd definitely change girlfriends one day at a time. But he hadn't seen the man have any intimate contact with any of the girls so far. He even heard of a girl who approached him on her own accord and was directly thrown out of the classroom by him letting. Thinking of this, the dean couldn't help but look at Xiaoshi. This young girl in front of me wants to find that man. I'm afraid she's also interested in him, right? He looked at Xiaoshi's small face that could only be considered clear, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. The girl who had been thrown out of the classroom by that man in the first place was one of the college's school beauties. So beautiful girls have been thrown out. If it is replaced by this one, I'm afraid it is not just thrown out so simple. Xiaoshi swept a glance at the expression on the dean's face, didn't bother to look deeper into what he was thinking, and just faintly said, "Where is the place of the evening's party?" The dean quickly looked at the female assistant at the side. "Shenru, quickly give a check." "Good." The female assistant hurriedly picked up her cell phone and sent a quick message to a number. Soon after, she received a reply. "The party is on the third floor of the Universal Century Hotel in the Center District and will begin promptly at 7 p.m. Xiaoshi glanced at the current time, seeing that there were still nearly 4 hours before the party started. There was no hurry. Afterwards, she looked at the dean and asked, "I heard earlier that someone from the Imperial City Academy had managed to unseal a sealed star sign. Do you know how?" Dean was stunned for a moment. Then looking at Xiaoshi, he returned, "It's true that someone had unlocked it at the Imperial City Academy, but it was that trainee who unlocked it on his own. And moreover, he didn't disclose the method of unsealing to anyone. Where is the cadet who unsealed the star sign now? I don't know where he is now, but I know he's a member of the Xia family in Imperial City." Xiaoshi nodded. "Good. There's nothing more for me to do here. Don't announce beforehand that you're resigning. You're still in charge of handling the affairs of the academy in the near future." If this was a kindly old dean who was retiring because of his age, she wouldn't mind tiring herself out a bit. But now that there is such a free labor force, why should she not use it? After saying that, Xiaoshi got up from the office chair and was ready to leave. My leg. When the dean saw Xiaoshi's movements, he immediately opened his mouth in a bit of a panic. Until now, he still had little feeling in his legs. "Next we'll see how you do. If I'm happy with you after 3 months you'll naturally be able to get back on your feet. But if you do anything that upsets me then you can say goodbye to those legs for good." The dean's eyes steeply widened a few points when he heard Xiaoshi's words. He immediately opened his mouth and begged for forgiveness. "I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong." Xiaoshi's face suddenly turned cold. "Let me hear one more word of nonsense. It doesn't need to be 3 months later. Your legs don't need to be now." The old dean's breathing tightened steeply and he hurriedly closed his mouth. But in his panic, he suddenly thought of something. Next moment, he hastily raised his hand and removed the golden badge from his chest, while carefully saying, "You can't announce your resignation without letting me announce yours, which all the cadets recognize, and the person with the badge can exercise the dean's authority on my behalf." Natsuki raised an eyebrow at that. She walked slowly over to the dean and lifted her hand to accept the badge. She took the small, delicate badge and looked at it before smiling at the dean and saying, "Very well, 3 months can be reduced to 2. Seeing this, the dean hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord. I will definitely perform well in the next period of time." Xia lightly then raised his feet and walked out of the office. Phew! After Xia left, the dean collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Are young people nowadays so scary? Chapter 54, Pissed Off and Spitting Blood. Xia had just walked downstairs to the dean's office when she saw Luo Chuyen and a girl who looked a bit high-strung walking over. The high-cooled girl looked at this new clothes on Xia that her mother had prepared for her, and a clear dislike appeared on her face. Luo Chuyen didn't notice her gaze, but smiled and opened her mouth to Xia. Some schoolmates are organizing a party at the Universal Century Hotel at night, and they're said to be confessing their love to Feng Dian in public. Come over with us. When Luo Chuyen saw Xia, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Xia sniffed and looked at her faintly. The look on her face was somewhat uncertain. Seal the temple? Confession? Unsurprisingly, the sealed temple was her family's big baby, and the reason her big baby was at the evening party was because someone was going to confess to him? Luo Chuyen nodded when she heard Xia's puzzled voice. Yeah, in addition to the 5 highnesses within the academy, His Highness Fuluan and His Highness Fengjing are the most prestigious. Today, one of the 5 highnesses, His Highness Xiaomuyu, is going to confess his love to His Highness Fengjing. After saying that, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly glanced at the high-cool girl beside her and introduced herself to Xia. Xia, I've already done the dormitory for you. Come on, let me introduce you. This is our roommate, Tang Xin, the big miss of the Tang group, the high-cooled girl. That is, Tang Xin swept a nonchalant glance at Xia. Go! After saying that, she didn't wait for Xia to say anything and walked towards the parking lot. Seeing Tang Xin's appearance, Luo Chuyen said to Xia with some embarrassment, Xia, Xin has this character. Don't be too concerned. Let's go. She nodded and said nothing. Since there was a free ride, she didn't mind taking it. Half an hour later, the 3 of them, Xia, got down from Tang Xin's luxury car and stood at the entrance of the extremely luxurious Universal Century Hotel. Since it was mid-afternoon and there were still almost 2 hours before the party started, not many people were coming in and out of the hotel. However, without waiting for the 3 of them to enter, an upper middle-aged looking girl dressed extremely fashionably just happened to walk over. When Tang Xin'er saw the girls, she hurriedly smiled and went forward to greet them. Hello, Chu Senpai. The fashionable girl raised her eyes and gave Tang Xin'er a faint look, and with a cold, light she prepared to enter the hotel door. However, in the next moment, her eyes suddenly landed on Luo Chuyen. Aren't you that vixen who tried to seduce Fu Dian? Luo Chuyen's face sank at the words. However, the lesson of crashing into the iron plate that was Xia yesterday was still fresh in her mind, so she didn't dare to get angry directly, but instead looked at Tang Xin'er. Tang Xin'er felt Luo Chuyen's gaze and hurriedly opened her mouth to introduce. Chuyen, this is senior sister Chu Yao, and the only granddaughter of the academy dean. Luo Chuyen subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air at the words. At the same time, an endless amount of gratitude arose in her heart. Luckily she wasn't impulsive. One must know that the dean of the Imperial City Academy had the power of life and death over the students. If she offended the granddaughter of the dean, even Xia Shi, who was the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace, might not be able to save her. Chuya looked at Luo Chuyen's face that had gone a few shades of white and couldn't help but raise her chin condescendingly before ordering Luo Chuyen. When you go back to the academy, keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Fu Miao. If you let me hear the rumor that you seduced him again, you don't have to hang out in Imperial City Academy. Do you hear me? Luo Chuyen quickly nodded. Good, because Luo Chuyen, originally also afraid to approach Fu Luan again. This condition she is not so difficult to accept. Chuyao looked at Luo Chuyen's humble stance and nodded. She then slightly inclined her head, giving a warning to Xia and Tang Xin'er in passing. And you guys, also give me to keep a distance from Fu Luan. Tang Xin'er hurriedly smiled and spoke. How could I be so ungrateful as to snatch from senior sister the person she likes? Chuyao smiled faintly before her gaze landed on Xia. Looking at Xia's unyielding gaze, her brows slowly knit up. Didn't you hear me? Seeing this, Tang Xin'er hurriedly and nervously reminded. Hurry back. However, Xia didn't pay any attention to Tang Xin'er, and only looked at Chuyao indifferently and asked, does the academy have a rule about which cadet you can't approach? You're new here, aren't you? Then let me tell you. My words are the rules of the academy. Xia let out a light laugh. Really? What if I don't follow this so-called rule of yours? Chuyao's face suddenly sank. Then the 3 of you get out of the academy together. Tang Xin'er's heart tightened when she heard this. She hastened to look at Natsuki in warning. Quickly apologized to senior sister Chu. It doesn't matter if you die yourself. We don't want to be dragged down by you. Luo Chuyen was also a bit nervous. Although she knew that Xia was the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace, she also knew that the power of the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace was not as great as that of the dean. If Xia angered the dean, there wouldn't be any good consequences. And she was so hard to get into the Imperial City College. She didn't want to be withdrawn before the official opening of the school. However, Xia directly ignored the anxious Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyen, and just looked at Chu Yao lightly. Tell me to get out of the academy? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications yet. Chu Yao sniffed violently. How long has it been? How long has it been since a cadet dared to disobey her without fear of death? Immediately afterward, her eyes were fixed on Xia, and she smiled instead of being angry. I'm not qualified? Good. In that case, I'll let you see if I have this qualification. Saying that, Chu Yao immediately took out the cell phone in her pocket and dialed the dean's number. Tang Xaner watched Chu Yao's movements and was so shocked that her breathing stopped. This time, the tone in which she opened her mouth to Natsuki had turned into an obvious command. Quickly apologize to Chu-senpai. Chu Yao sniffed with a cold smile. It's too late to apologize now. Of course, if she is allowed to kneel down and confess her sins to me, it may not be impossible for me to be soft and spare you guys. At those words, Tang Xaner hurriedly said, kneel down. Quickly kneel down. If you don't think of yourself, think of us as well. As she spoke, she subconsciously had to raise her hand to press down on Xiao's shoulder to force her to kneel on the ground. However, her hand didn't even touch Xiao before she was lightly kicked in the knee by Xiao's raised foot. Well, a pained cry could not be controlled from Tang Xaner's mouth. At that moment, her left knee went weak and she directly half-kneeled on the ground. At the same time, the phone in Chu Yao's hand was connected. Then, the dean's slightly weak but doting voice came out. Good granddaughter. What's wrong? Chu Yao's eyes stared resentfully at the obsessive Xiaoshi and said angrily, Grandpa, there's a person bullying me. I'm going to tell her and her two classmates to get the hell out of the academy. There was a moment of silence on the other side, and the voice that followed was clearly full of surprise. Someone in the academy dares to offend my granddaughter ungratefully? Tell me their names and I'll have them expelled immediately. Tang Xaner's face instantly turned pale when she heard the extremely clear voice coming from within her cell phone. At the same time, her eyes that looked at Xiaoshi revealed a strong hatred and despair. Gone. The Imperial City Academy spot she had fought so hard for was just gone. What a sin she had created. How did you end up in a dormitory with someone like that? And Luo Chuyen's face was completely pale. Her eyes revealed a full of aggression and unwillingness. On the side, when Chu Yao heard the dean's words, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Grandpa, I knew you were the best. Wait, I'll ask her. After saying that, she raised her chin condescendingly at Xiaoshi and opened her mouth to ask, what's your name? Stupid? However, Xiaoshi did not answer her question, but instead looked at her cell phone and spoke unhurriedly. Old Dean, remember what I told you an hour ago? The moment Xiao's words fell, a short silence suddenly fell across the phone, and Chu Yao, Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyen were all stunned. What did she say to the dean an hour ago? What else could she say but that she could go and beg the dean to grant herself financial aid? How did she manage to question the dean in such a tone with the air of an old man who wasn't even afraid of the dean? Could it be because she knew she couldn't possibly stay at the academy and was ready to break? Originally, after she was dropped out of the Imperial City Academy, she could still go to other academies in Imperial City. But just because she said that, there's no way the dean is going to give her another chance to get into any academy. Thinking of this, Tang Xaner's eyes that looked at Xiaoshi were revealing a strong sense of sarcasm and pity. She'd seen cuties, more than a few, but this was the first time she'd seen one so stupid as to open her mouth and drive herself up the wall. As if to corroborate Tang Xaner's speculation, Chu Yao sneered and glanced at Xiaoshi before speaking to the dean on the opposite side of the phone with a condescending face. Grandpa, not only is she bullying me, she's also looking down on you. I'm going to keep her out of school for the rest of her life. I want you shut up. Without waiting for Chu Yao to finish speaking, the dean's cold voice of rage with deep trepidation abruptly came over from the opposite side of the phone. Chu Yao sniffed violently. She turned her head a little stiffly to look at the cell phone in her hand, disbelief spilling over her small face. What did she hear? Her grandfather, who had always spoiled her to no end and had never even spoken to her in a serious way, had told her to shut up? Nope, Grandpa must not have said that to her. Her grandfather loved her so much. There was no way he was going to heckle her for a piece of trash that was all over the ground. Thinking of this, Chu Yao suddenly turned her head to look at Xiaoshi and spoke in a cold voice. It's useless even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now. My grandfather won't let you go. The old dean on the other side of the phone almost had his heart stop in fear because of Chu Yao's words. Almost without thinking, he ordered coldly in that trembling voice, "Chu Yao, apologize to Miss Xia for me, immediately, immediately." Listening to the shouts with names on the opposite side of the phone. This time, Chu Yao was completely confused. Just now, Grandpa was really telling her to shut up. And now, Grandpa was asking her to apologize to this bumpkin from some unknown ravine? On what grounds? Who is this trash to ask her to apologize? What's the difference between asking her to apologize to someone like that and just telling her to go to hell? Didn't you hear me? Apologize to Miss Xia. Seeing that there was no sound from Chu Yao's side, the dean's panic to the point of panic urging rang out once again. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his granddaughter should never do it again. Or not to mention that his granddaughter would surely be unlucky. He would not be able to keep these legs. Chu Yao deeply glanced at Xiaoshi before opening her mouth extremely unconvincingly. Grandpa, are you senile? She's just an ordinary trainee from a small place. Who are you to make me apologize to someone like that? Chu Yao, apologize immediately. Otherwise even Grandpa can't protect you. At the moment, Dean's tone was almost desperate. He really regretted it. Regretted spoiling his granddaughter beyond her wildest dreams. Regretted that for the sake of pride in front of his granddaughter, he had made her think that there was no one in the world he couldn't afford to offend. However, Chu Yao rolled her eyes when she heard his words. I think you're just old and out of your mind. Well, I've got things to do, so I won't talk to you. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. On the side, Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyan stared blankly at the phone pressed down in Chu Yao's hands, their faces both showing some bewilderment. At this moment, Tang Xaner was completely dumbfounded. She turned her head to look at Natsuki in slow motion, her eyes overflowing with disbelief. What's going on? But she had heard that the dean had doted on Chu Yao to an almost pathological degree. But just now, not only did the dean not directly fire Xiaoshi, he instead ordered his granddaughter to apologize to Xiaoshi? Dean can't really be senile since he hasn't stepped down yet. Could it be that this civilian roommate of hers had some unknown identity? At the same time, Luo Chuyan beside her showed some consternation in her gaze towards Xiaoshi. Even though she knew Xiaoshi's identity as the Little Emperor Palace Master of the Imperial City Academy, she didn't expect the dean to let Chu Yao apologize to Xiaoshi without saying a word. Could it be that she had underestimated the intimidating power of the Little Emperor Palace Master? However, the Little Emperor's palace always had to rely on the Imperial City Academy in order to exist. The power of the Palace Master of the Little Emperor's palace could not be greater than that of the dean, right? Without waiting for Luo Chuyan to figure it out, Chu Yao had already turned her head slightly and looked coldly at Xiaoshi. I don't care what tactics you used to trick my grandfather. There's no way I'm going to let you go after you messed with me. Xiaoshi looked at her and smiled faintly. Only the smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. I'm curious how you're going to not let me go. Chu Yao's eyes abruptly narrowed. She suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised her hand about to whip on Xiaoshi's face. When Tang Xaner saw Chu Yao's actions, she subconsciously mourned for Xiaoshi in her heart for a second. She knows that Chu Yao is an intermediate-level warrior. If Chu Yao used 10% of the force of this slap, I'm afraid that Xiaoshi's extremely ordinary face will be forced to do a facelift. Pop! Just as Tang Xaner was thinking this, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Tang Xaner's eyes widened abruptly, and in her slightly dilated pupils, she only saw that Chu Yao was actually staggered back several steps by Xiaoshi's dry slap. Hiss! Tang Xaner couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How is that possible? Xia was just a freshman who had just enrolled in the academy, while Chu Yao was a key student who had stayed in the academy for 3 years and had been cultivated by the academy. But now what does she see? Chu Yao, surprisingly, did not have the slightest power to fight back in front of Xiaoshi. As for Shashi, the slap was delivered without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, she was finally sure that Xiaoshi, far from what she saw so simple. At the same time, Chu Yao staggered and stabilized herself. She covered her face that hurt to the point of near numbness, feeling the teeth that had been loosened in her mouth. That look at Xiaoshi's eyes revealed a deep shock. You dare to hit me? No one had ever hit her since she was a little girl. But now, she was being beaten up by a lowly pariah? Xia just looked at her lightly, her indifferent tone without the slightest bit of temperature. Kneel down and apologize to me, or your consequences will be more than just getting the hell out of the academy. Chu Yao was slightly stunned when she heard Xiaoshi's words. With that, she suddenly shouted shrilly, Apologize? Who are you to ask me to apologize? Natsuki smiled faintly. Next moment, pop! Another crisp slap sounded. This time, Chu Yao fell directly to the ground in an unsteady manner, feeling the sharp pain coming from her ass. Her entire body was directly confused. She suddenly looked up at Xiaoshi, bright red blood and strong hatred spreading out in her eyes. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. As the shout came out of her mouth, she violently stood up from the ground and was about to pounce on Xiashi. However, the very moment she stood up, pop, another slap came out. This time, she was directly slapped several meters away before she ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Xiashi walked slowly to Chu Yao's body, a compelling pressure in his light voice. In 2 hours, if your grandfather doesn't come over and give me a statement, none of your grandparents or grandchildren will have to have their legs. After saying that, Xiashi didn't look at Chu Yao again and directly turned around and walked into the hotel door. Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyan froze as they looked at Xiaxi's back, and then looked at Chu Yao, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up, before glancing at each other. At the moment, they all had the feeling of being in a dream world, especially Tang Xiner. Originally, Xiashi was nothing more than a commoner in her eyes who needed to change his fate by taking the God City Academy. However, what she had never dreamed of was that at this age, Xiashi had the strength to kill an intermediate-level warrior in seconds. At this moment, she already understood that regardless of Xiaxi's origin, her talent and strength alone determined her future, which was bound to be extraordinary. Should we help her up? Luo Chuyan looked at Chu Yao on the ground and hesitantly opened her mouth. Tang Xiner sniffed, and her expression was a bit torn. If you don't help, you'll offend Chu Yao, but if you help, you're fighting against Xiaxi. Soon, Tang Xiner's eyes suddenly lost focus, and she raised her hand to blankly probe the air around her. What's going on? Why can't I see? Lolo, where are you? Why can't I see? As she spoke, she walked unsteadily toward the hotel door. Luo Chuyan froze and blinked her eyes a few times. Still, but soon, she hurriedly chased after him. Xiner, don't run around with your bad eyes. Be careful of falling. Put. Gradually slowing down from the severe pain, Chu Yao looked at the backs of the two men, and a mouthful of old blood that had pooled in his chest abruptly sprayed out. One pretends to be blind, the other sells stupidity. These two think she's a cutie. What? However, feeling the intense pain throughout her body, a strong fear gradually surged into her heart. She looked at her cell phone again, appeared on the note grandpa call, and finally picked up. Meanwhile, Xiaxi entered the hotel alone. However, no sooner had she asked the waitstaff where the party was, than she heard whispers from a short distance away. This banquet of the Xia family today, I heard that more than half of the family bigwigs in Imperial City were invited. It's really grand. Can it not be grand? The Xia family doesn't have many direct lineages in total. This year a 24-year-old was promoted to the intermediate commander of the War Department. A 19-year-old became a student of the Imperial City Academy. This kind of talent other families out of one, even if it's a great fortune. The Xia family, it's good. A year out of two. By the way, I heard that the Xia family master's daughter has just been picked up. Is the Xia family master recognizing his daughter back? What are you thinking? The Xia family head brought her back this time to make her apologize to the Xia family on her knees one by one at the banquet as a warning to those family members who dare to disobey him. Also, I heard that woman also has a waste of a daughter. Into the prison for 5 years, only 2 days ago was released from the prison. With the Xia family master's importance of face, even because of her daughter is unlikely to recognize her, if you ask me. Well, however, without waiting for the man to speak again, a small, cold hand suddenly choked his neck. The youth opposite the man was instantly stunned when he saw Xiaxi's movements. In the next moment, he reacted furiously and shouted at the security guards around the hotel. Who are you? Someone. Quick. Xiaxi frowned slightly. Be quiet if you don't want to die. The youth on the opposite side's heart tightened at the words and subconsciously closed his mouth. Tell me, where is the Xia family head now? When the youth heard Xiaxi's question, he hurriedly replied. In the banquet hall on the second floor. Xiaxia swept a glance at the man in her hands and directly raised her hand to throw him out. Boo! The man's body fell just in time to hit a rushing security guard. At once, both of them smashed to the ground at the same time. Natsuki flicked her small hand as she turned around. The next moment, several silver lights flashed by. Then, the bodies of the remaining 7 or 8 security guards were instantly fixed in place, and Xiaxi did not even look at the others, walked towards the second floor of the hotel. Chapter 55, Why don't you teach me, Master Xia? Meanwhile, the second floor ballroom. Because there was still a short time before the banquet started at this time, there were only a few Xia family members in the banquet hall. At this moment, the one who was being forcibly escorted by 2 middle-aged men of the Xia family was none other than Mother Xia, and standing in front of Xia's mother was an old man in his 70s with an unruffled aura around him. At this moment, the old man was looking at Xia mother with an icy face, questioning in a cold voice. Since you've returned to Imperial City, why didn't you come to the Xia family first to fulfill your promise to me? Xia mother tilted her head and looked at her father in front of her, who already didn't treat her as a daughter at all, and explained with a bitter smile. I just got to Imperial City this afternoon, and I was going to wait for Zichen to wake up from his nap to say goodbye to him and then come over. Cunning. The Xia family head's eyes narrowed steeply at the words, and he immediately rebuked in a cold voice. After saying that, he looked at Mother Xia with an icy gaze. Since you don't keep the promise between us, don't blame me for not remembering the father-daughter bond with you. Today, what you have to do is not only kneel in front of all the guests once before all the Xia family members, but you also have to kneel and accept the whipping of each and every one of them. And whether you can survive in the end or not, it depends on your own destiny. Mother Xia sniffed and froze as she looked at the Xia family head, her body completely frozen. After a long time, she opened her mouth, her voice surprisingly hoarse. Am I, really, your daughter? Is it true that in your heart, a daughter weighs less than even a tenth of your son? When the Xia family head heard this, his face immediately turned a few degrees colder, and the words that came out of his mouth did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Weight in my heart? Your weight in my heart is to be measured by your worth. Your older and younger brothers can make their own contribution to the development of the family. What about you? What use are you as a maid? Your only use is for marriage. But, what's the use of my recognizing you as a daughter when you've given up your only value for that wild man? Xia mother raised her head violently, looking straight at the Xia family head, a face overflowing with suffocation and unwillingness. Corporate development? I made more accomplishments in Xia's group back then than all of your sons combined. Yet, just because I'm a daughter, you're afraid that I'll affect your son's status in the company, and you've directly cancelled my position, even counting all the achievements I've made against them. I, on the other hand, have been blacklisted by almost every business in Xia because you labeled me as the one who stole their achievements. What did I do wrong? You tell me. What did I do wrong? The Xia family head's aura around him suddenly chilled. Who are you to question your old man? Under the pressure of the aura around him that belonged to an intermediate-level warrior, Xia mother's body subconsciously trembled, but she still stubbornly asked, on what grounds? Why did you do that to me? When the Xia family head saw that the Xia mother was still unforgiving, a murderous intent flashed steeply in his eyes as he looked at her. If not for the fact that today he also wanted Xia's mother to kneel once again to everyone at the Xia family banquet, at this moment, he would have personally ended his own daughter, who had long since lost her only value. Feeling the stubborn gaze of Xia's mother, the Xia family head sneered disdainfully. On what grounds? By the fact that you're going to end up marrying someone no matter what. By virtue of the fact that you were born a money loser. You have no qualifications to compete with your brothers for the Xia family property. Is this enough? Xia mother looked blankly at the Xia family head, shaking her head unconsciously, as if she had lost her soul. Just because she was a daughter, no matter how good she was in the first place, no matter how incompetent and unprofessional her brothers were, she was still on her father's mind. Does gender really matter that much? Without waiting for Xia's mother to come back to her senses from the heavy blow, the Xia family head's gaze so cold that it was nearly devoid of emotional fluctuations gazed at her and opened his mouth. What I just said. You must do it in a moment. Otherwise, I will make you watch your daughter and your son receive an even more brutal punishment in your place. Instantly, Xia mother, who had originally been struck near death by her father's words, snapped her eyes wide open. She looked at her father in front of her in dismay, a deep despair in her eyes. She thought her father was desperate enough for her. She thought that he had gone to the extreme of cruelty, but in this moment, she realized she was wrong. In order to put her in her place, her father went so far as to threaten her with Xiaoshi and Zichen. Without waiting for Mother Xia to return to her senses, Xia Yu, who had just finished picking up things in the small city next to Cloud City to rush back to Imperial City, suddenly walked into the banquet hall. He first froze when he saw Natsu's mother's state at this moment. The next moment he guessed the general situation at hand. He hurriedly said, Grandpa, the deaths of the Mu family's old lady and Goose president have nothing to do with me. They weren't killed by me, and the previous agreement between you and your aunt doesn't count, so quickly release your aunt. The Xia family head sniffed but sneered. You didn't kill them? Then tell me, within Cloud City, who else can move them? It's Auntie's daughter, not Suki. Upon hearing Xia Yu's reply, the Xia family head's eyes that looked at him revealed a glint of obvious disappointment. For her, you even dared to lie to Grandpa? Grandpa, it's really Xia Shi. He is your granddaughter. As long as you recognize her back, the Xia family can enter the ranks of the first-tier families in Imperial City at any time. The Xia family head's face suddenly chilled. Enough. Do you really think I'm senile? Don't say I don't believe such words from you. There's no way any member of the Xia family would believe them. A wild girl who just got out of prison within a few days. What ability does she have to kill those two top figures of Cloud City? Also, I do wish for the Xia family to become a first-tier family in Imperial City. But, it's going to depend on you, the men of the clan, rather than relying on women who were born to serve men. Besides, Your so-called Xia Shi is nothing but a wild girl from the countryside. She doesn't even have the qualifications to serve the men of the Xia family, let alone letting her get involved in the important task of making the Xia family a first-tier family in Cloud City. However, almost the instant the Xia family head's words fell, an icy, bone-chilling voice suddenly came in from the doorway. I really don't know what men are qualified for me to serve. Not to mention, within the Xia kingdom, there are things that I can't get involved in. How about, the Xia family master instructs me? Chapter 56, it's over. The Xia family is finished. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, almost all the people inside the banquet hall looked towards the door at the same time. When they saw Xia Shi, who slowly walked into the banquet hall, everyone's brows furrowed. A little girl with no hair yet, dare to speak out so arrogantly. Don't you want to live, Sachi? Xia mother's eyes suddenly widened when she saw Xia Shi's figure. In the next moment, she hurriedly shouted at Xia Shi, "Get out of here! You get out of here!" She knew well the extent of her father's ruthlessness. If Xia Shi messed with him, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, Xia Yu, who was standing on the side, looked at Xia Shi, who slowly walked into the banquet hall, but her breathing suddenly shortened. At this moment, only 2 words were left in his head. Done. With Grandpa's stubborn character, he would never let Xia mother and Xia Shi off easily, and with Xia Shi's murderous nature, there was no way she would give in front of her grandfather. Now, how was he supposed to stop Grandpa from having a confrontation with Xia Shi? What can be done to stop an impending nightmare for the Summer family from happening? However, without waiting for Xia Yu to sort out a single clue, the Xia family head's face suddenly sank when he heard his mother's cry and looked at Xia Shi. "You're the little sinner she had out there?" Boom! When Xia Yu heard the Xia family master say little sinner, the moment she heard those 3 words, it was as if something had exploded in her head. Today is, perhaps, really over. At the same time, Xia Shi's footsteps into the banquet hall steeply lurched. With that, she stared at the Xia family head for 2 seconds and suddenly smiled. "Old thing, how can you say you've lived until you're almost in the ground, and by now you can't even speak a human word?" Hiss, hiss. The moment Xia's words fell, a sound of cold air being sucked in resounded in the banquet hall. At this moment, almost all of the Xia family members looked at Xia Shi with strong disbelief on their faces. How can there be a woman in this world who is not afraid of death to such an extent? How dare she not only curse the head of the family to death, but also dare to call the head of the family not a human being? After the shock, the gazes of the several members of the Xia clan looking at Xia Shi were already as if they were looking at a dead person. This kind of thing that had previously been regarded as a disgrace by the Xia family head who wanted to get rid of it. If he could still walk out of the Xia family alive after saying such words, where was the dignity of the family head? Where was the majesty of the Xia family? At the same time, the face of Xia mother looking at Xia Shi also revealed a strong consternation. When she first saw Xia slap old Mrs. Mu, she knew that her own daughter was not a fearful master. But, she never thought that her daughter would dare to say such things to her father. Only, she didn't advise Natsuki to shut up or blame her for anything. Since her father no longer treated them as mother and daughter, there was no need for her to care about any father-daughter bond. Moreover, she believed that her own daughter was not stupid, and it was impossible for her not to know the strength that the Xia family probably possessed. Since Xia Shi dared to say this, it should be that she had the capital to not be afraid of her father. As for Xia Yu, when she heard these words from Xia Shi that didn't leave any half-heartedness for the Xia family head, she was finally certain. The Xia family, trouble, though knowing the odds were that Grandpa wouldn't listen to himself. However, he couldn't watch the Xia family go into ruin no matter what. He almost subconsciously looked at the Xia family head and opened his mouth. "Grandpa, you." However, without waiting for Xia Yu to speak further, the Xia family head violently raised his hand and pointed at Xia Shi's nose. "You're reckless." His raised arm trembled uncontrollably from extreme anger. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a little born of a daughter and a man of low bloodline would dare to say such treacherous words to himself. With that, he suddenly looked at the several Xia family members beside him and ordered, "Men, arrest this who doesn't know how to honor his elders." He wouldn't personally take a shot at Xia Shi. Dealing with such a little would only dirty his hands. Yes, 2 of the middle-aged Xia clan members sniffed and hurriedly opened their mouths to respond. However, just as the 2 of them were about to walk towards Xia Shi, Xia Yu suddenly blocked in front of them. At the same time, Xia Yu looked at the Xia family head with an anxious expression. "Grandpa, Xia Shi, you can't move." When the Xia family head heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. "Not only do you want to defend your ungrateful aunt, but you even want to defend the little she gave birth to?" At this moment, his gaze towards Xia Yu had lost the slightest bit of temperature. He had only felt before that this grandson of his was not doing things decisively enough. But at the moment, he was really a bit disappointed. It seems that the future heir of the Xia family, he should consider a new person to be. When Xia Yu heard the icy cold questioning of the Xia family master, he took a deep breath and tried his best to persuade him. Grandpa, stop. Otherwise, not only will the Xia family never again have the day to advance into the first-tier families of the imperial city, what the family will even face will be the crisis of annihilation. When the Xia family head heard these alarmist words from Xia Yu, his gaze immediately grew a few points colder. Xia Yu, are you insistent on going against me? When Xia Yu saw that the Xia family head remained indifferent, he anxiously looked at Xia Shi, while realizing that his chances of being believed by his grandfather if he said it outright were unlikely. He was still making a last-ditch effort. Grandpa, although Xia Shi didn't personally strike, Gu Yeting, old Mrs. Mu, and even Gu Beicheng, all died because of her. That one-star senior commander of the Gu family, Gu Fengnian, also stepped down because of her. Not only that, but she's the emperor. However, without waiting for Xia Yu to continue, the Xia family head suddenly shouted in a cold voice. Enough, Xia Yu, I think you've been mesmerized by them. Indeed, those two from the Gu family are nothing in front of my Xia family. But, don't forget, she's just a pariah who just got out after being locked up in the Cloud City jail for 5 years. Tell me, what ability does she have to kill Gu Yeting and Gu Beicheng, the highest authority in Cloud City? Not to mention killing them, an inferior embryo like her doesn't even have the qualifications to meet someone of their rank. However, just at the moment when the Xia family head's words fell, a clear and nice voice, but with a few moments of surprise, suddenly rang out from the entrance of the banquet hall. Shashi, so you're here. Then, Luo Chuyan and Tang Xiana walked in quickly. Seeing the two people who entered the door, the Xia family head was violently stunned. The daughter of the president of Luohang Group? Miss Tang's group? One must know that the Xia family was only a second-rate family in Imperial City. At today's banquet, although the Xia family had invited many powerful people from Cloud City, they were basically all direct descendants of second- and third-rate families, like Luohang Group and Tang Group, the big misses of the top 10 ranked groups in Imperial City. The Xia family was not qualified to invite them no matter what. However, at this moment, such two existences looked like they had actually come to find Xia Shi. How could Xia be so virtuous as to know these two? But the Xia family head only froze for a moment. Soon, he came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted the two. At this moment, the coldness above his old face had completely disappeared, and what replaced it was a smile that was so bright that it was like a chrysanthemum blooming. The two young ladies have come to visit. I'm sorry to have missed you. Chapter 57 Entrance Examination Ratings. Luo Chuyan and Tang Xiana's footsteps lurched when they saw this. With that, Luo Chuyan said with a puzzled look on her face, You are? I'm the Xia family head, and I had the honor of meeting the two great young ladies at the birthday banquet of the Jiang family head before. When the two of them heard the Xia family head's self-introduction, their little faces showed some bewilderment. But then, thinking that the Xia family head had the same surname as Xia Shi, Luo Chuyan, although she had no impression of the Xia family head at all, still said with a dazed expression on her face, Oh, so it's Master Xia. Then, I wonder what your relationship with Xia's classmates is. When the Xia family head heard this question from Luo Chuyan, he couldn't help but be startled violently. Classmates? This Luohang Group's Missy, she went to school with Xia Shi? Nope, this she had only just gotten out of the Cloud City jail, and it was impossible for her to enter Luo Chuyan's school before. So, is followed by a classmate? When he thought of this, the Xia family head looked like he suddenly remembered something, and his face abruptly changed. If he remembered correctly, what this Miss Luo had gotten into was the Imperial City Academy. With Xia Shi's origin and a 5-year prison record, how could he possibly get into the Imperial City Academy? Thinking of this, the Xia family head looked at Luo Chuyan and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, Ms. Luo is a classmate of Xia Shi. Dare I ask, which school? Shouldn't you be Xia Shi's elder? How could you not even know something as big as her entering the Imperial City Academy? What? The moment Luo Chuyan's words fell, almost all of the Xia family members' eyes snapped open. Imperial City Academy? The lowly daughter born from Xia Yuro, who was expelled from the family by the family head back then, got into the Imperial City Academy? Even though the Xia family head had just been a little bit psychologically prepared, at this moment, when he heard Luo Chuyan's words with his own ears, he still couldn't believe this fact. Luo, Ms. Luo, you can't be kidding? Seeing the disbelief overflowing on the Xia family head's face, Luo Chuyan couldn't help but say with some amusement, Joking? Xia Shi is not only my classmate, but also my roommate with Tang Xiana at the Imperial City Academy. I'm not idle enough to joke about such things. After Luo Chuyan said this, the crowd of Xia family members were even more shocked. Roommate? A lowly pariah who came out of a small place like Cloud City and had a prison record had not only gotten a qualification for the Imperial City Academy, but also became the roommate of two powerful young ladies, Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin. How did she get so lucky? They had no doubt that even if Xiaoshi didn't do anything next, and only needed to die to flatter these two great ladies and become the most loyal follower of these two, the future would all be bright. Hadn't she only just gotten out of the Cloud City jail a few days ago? How? Without waiting for the crowd to think further, the Xia family head suddenly looked at Xiaoshi and asked with a frown, "How did you enter the Imperial City Academy?" Even if Xiaoshi was more capable, he didn't believe that Imperial City Academy would accept a student with a 5-year case record. Right now, one of the things he was most proud of was that his grandson had gotten into the Imperial City Academy. If even an inferior commoner like Xiaoshi, who had been imprisoned for 5 years, could enter the Imperial City Academy, then what was the point of him throwing a big banquet for his grandson's examination to the Imperial City Academy today? Thinking of this, he hurriedly looked at a middle-aged Xia family member and opened his mouth to command, "Check Xiaxi's entrance examination rating for me." Everyone who wanted to enter the Imperial City Academy had extremely harsh assessment standards. In turn, the Academy will provide a comprehensive rating based on the performance of the trainee. The highest rating is S, followed by A+, A-. Each participant's rating can be found on the official website of Imperial City Academy. No need to check. Just as the Xia family head's words fell, Xiaoshi finally stood out and said. When the Xia family master heard Xiaoshi's words, he directly took it as if Xiaoshi had a weak heart. He sneered and immediately opened his mouth to question. No need to check? Is the rating too low, or is there no rating? Chapter 58, The Extremely Shocked Xia Family. Hearing the tone of the Xia family head, Tang Xin immediately seized this opportunity to perform in front of Xiaoshi and immediately sneered back. Rating too low? Xiaoshi's rating. I'm afraid it's beyond your imagination. She's afraid that her rating will scare you to death. Although Luo Chuyen knew that Xiaoshi didn't come over through the normal exams and couldn't possibly have a rating, but because she knew that Xiaoshi was extremely strong, she also followed with a cold and hard tone of questioning. Dare I ask if the Xia family head is questioning the ability of Xia students or the authority of the Imperial City Academy? However, just as Luo Chuyen's words fell, the middle-aged man who had inquired about Xiaoshi's entrance examination rating suddenly spoke. Family master. Indeed, we haven't found out Xiaoshi's rating. Tang Xin sniffed violently. She looked at Xiaoshi with dismay on her face, her small face filled with disbelief. No rating? Xiaoshi clearly possessed the strength to kill an intermediate-level warrior in seconds. How can there be no ratings? On the side, when the Xia family head heard the middle-aged man of the Xia family, his gaze towards Xiaoshi instantly turned cold. Say, how did you enter the Imperial City Academy? Xia just looked at him lightly at his words. What reason do I have to report to you? Hearing Xiaoshi's rhetorical question, the Xia family head glanced at Tang Xin, whose face was filled with dismay, and smiled coldly. It's true that you have no reason to report to me, but this unruly behavior of yours damages the interests of Imperial City Academy and the other students. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Tang Xin and Luo Chuyen. The two young ladies, I know that you have gone through a lot of hard work to get into the Imperial City Academy, and you must abhor this kind of scum that plays smart to enter the Imperial City Academy. As Shaxi's elder, I am deeply angry and sorry for her behavior. Now, I'll leave her in your hands. Kill or die as you wish. I won't have half an opinion. When the people of the Xia family heard the Xia family head's words, a strong bloating expression appeared on all of their faces as they looked at Xiaoshi. At this moment, they could already imagine the image of the two young ladies flipping out and even beating Xiaoshi to the point of begging for mercy in a sorry state like a dog. Oh, so what if you become the roommate of two posh ladies? Once you upset the two, you could be killed by them at any moment. However, the next moment, everyone's faces filled with anticipation were instantly fixed. Because, they see, Luo Chuyen. Not only did she not have the slightest intention of flipping off Xiaoshi, she instead looked reproachfully at their family head. Xiaoshi was able to get into God's City Academy. Shouldn't you as an elder be happy with that? Why do you look like you can't wait for her to die in front of you immediately? Tang Xin nodded and followed suit. Yes, Xia family head. No matter how Xiaoshi entered the Imperial City Academy, she is now a member of the Imperial City Academy. Shouldn't you be happy that your Xia family has produced two freshmen from the Imperial City Academy at once? As the Xia family members listened to these righteous words of Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin, they suddenly felt that the picture in front of them was a bit unreal. Aren't these two young ladies notoriously capricious? Xiaoshi had entered the Imperial City Academy through improper means, but it was a great injustice to them. They, just put up with it? The Xia family had looked at Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin, who were still vigorously defending Xiashi, and was also nonplussed. Not to mention Luo Chuyen, let's just say Tang Xin. She had just determined that Xiashi had entered the Imperial City Academy through the proper exams and, when Tang Xin heard that Xiashi didn't have an entrance examination rating, her face was clearly so dismayed. Normally speaking, a normal student who had been admitted to the Imperial City Academy would never be able to tolerate someone entering the academy through improper means. However, soon after, he tried to calm down his mind before looking seriously at Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin and said, "Don't you realize what it means to have no ratings, two great ladies? This means that the Imperial City Academy, which you all fought so hard to get into, she was able to get into without any effort through some kind of improper way, which is a desecration of the Imperial City Academy and an injustice to you." Chapter 59, Since you're here, come in. However, when Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin sniffed, their faces barely fluctuated at all. With or without a rating, Xiashi will be able to enter the Imperial City Academy. And what you said doesn't matter at all. That's right, as Xiaxi's elder, it's not even if you don't help Xiashi. Why are you still elbowing your way out? As the Xia family lord looked at the two people who were obviously of extremely high status, but at this moment, they were vigorously defending Xiashi. A wave of hateful anger suddenly rose up from his chest. In his anger, his tone was not as gentle as before. "Two young ladies, have you been deceived by her? She's just a lowly pariah from a small remote town, not even worthy of lifting your shoes. There's no need for you to offend others for her." Luo Chuyen and Tang Xin's eyes both couldn't help but widen a few points when they heard the Xia family head's words. A lowly pariah? Xiashi doesn't even deserve to be in their shoes? How can the Xia family head be said to be Xiaxi's maternal grandfather in the bloodline? If Shashi is a lowly pariah, what is he? Moreover, they had just witnessed the humble voice of the dean of the Imperial City Academy coming out of the phone. If such characters are inferior pariahs, what are the dean and the girls? After the shock had passed, the two inexplicably had the feeling that they had been insulted. Immediately afterward, Tang Xin's gaze was slightly cold as she looked towards the Xia family head and said, "Xia family master, you've lived for so many years anyways, I think you should understand the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth." Luo Chuyen hurriedly followed. "Xiashi is not something you can afford to offend. I advise you to take back what you just said." The Xia family head looked at the two people who were clearly having their own interests violated by Xiashi and were still vigorously defending her, and was so angry that he was trembling all over. If he wasn't in the way of the two, he really wanted to curse. He'd never seen anything so ungrateful in his life. However, after he took a few deep breaths, he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. And then, his slightly cold gaze landed on Xiashi. He stared at Shashi for a few seconds, his eyes flickering slightly. A moment later, he actually spoke in a serious tone of voice and advised, "Xiashi, cheating to enter the Imperial City Academy. If the Academy pursues the matter, the court will be able to sentence you for at least 3 years. In this case, give me your enrollment spot in the Imperial City Academy, and I'll go to the dean to discuss giving that spot to someone who was more suitable to enter the Imperial City Academy." A place in the Imperial City Academy was a waste when given to such a lowly pariah. As long as Xiashi agreed, the Xia family would be able to produce at least one more Imperial City Academy student. Xiashi suddenly smiled as she listened to these words of the Xia family head that were suddenly for her sake. "So, do I have to thank you?" The Xia family lord's face suddenly turned cold at his words. "Are you going to refuse?" Shashi laughed softly. "It's not me you should be asking. It's whether or not the dean can agree." After saying that, she turned her head directly in the direction of the banquet hall's main door. "Since you're here, come in." Everyone in the banquet hall sniffed and almost simultaneously looked over in the direction of the banquet hall's main door. Then, the crowd saw, sitting on a wheelchair Imperial City College dean, actually was slowly pushed in. The moment the Xia family members saw the dean, their faces all showed obvious surprise. No one expected that a big shot like the dean of the Imperial City Academy would show up at the Xia family's banquet hall. The Xia family head was first stunned. In the next moment, a thick ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 60, Let Xiashi make amends to the dean? Because, he suddenly thought of his grandson, Xia Gun, who was the only student in this term of Imperial City Academy with an entrance examination rating of S. It's just that he didn't expect the dean to value talent so much. For the sake of his grandson, he even took the initiative to come to his Xia family's banquet. Thinking of this, the Xia family head hurriedly turned his head to look at one of the Xia family members beside him. "Quickly call Xia Go and Xia Shiqing over here for me." That Xia family member hurriedly answered at his words, and then quickly walked towards the stairs that led to the preparation hall on the upper floor not far away. The Xia family head, on the other hand, calmed down his somewhat agitated mood and hurriedly greeted the dean. "The dean has come to visit." Mr. Xia has missed the welcome. Xia Gu is upstairs preparing for today's banquet. You wait a moment, he'll be here soon. When the surrounding Xia family members heard the Xia family head's words, their faces all showed some dawning realization. They also said how the dean suddenly appeared here. It wouldn't be surprising if it was because of Natsuki, the only S-ranked one in the entrance exam. Immediately afterward, all of them said with emotion on their faces, the Dean-sama actually came over in person for a student worth cultivating. How serious and responsible. The dean personally came to attend the promotion banquet that my Xia family held for Xia Gu. This is a blessing for my Xia family. Yes, with such a dean in the academy that cultivates talents in the Summer Kingdom, why would there be any worry that the Summer Kingdom can't prosper? However, the dean's face was indeed becoming increasingly ugly as he listened to the flattering words of the Xia family's crowd. A cadet with a mere rating of S was worthy of him personally coming to his family's banquet? He really didn't know who gave the Xia family such confidence. However, he had come over today to make amends to Xia Shi and had no time to talk nonsense with these people. Therefore, he did not say anything to the Xia family's crowd, but instead looked directly at Xia Shi with an apologetic face. When the Xia family head saw where the dean's line of sight fell, the eyes that looked at Xia Shi suddenly turned cold. Xia Shi, why don't you come over and make amends to the dean? Dean's heart skipped a beat. However, the Xia family head, who was absorbed in how to remove Xia Shi and then get her qualifications onto his own grandson, did not notice the dean's face. After the Xia family head ordered Xia Shi, he hurriedly looked at the dean and said with a pained expression, Dean, you have just arrived. You should not know that the little wild seed born to this daughter of mine has gotten an entrance qualification to the Imperial City Academy through some unseemly means. It's a good thing I found out in time, or else letting this kind of person enter the Imperial City Academy would surely dishonor the 100-year reputation of the Imperial City Academy. When the Xia family head's words fell, the dean's face was already less gloomy, because he felt as if he had found a chance to redeem himself in front of Xia Shi. He suddenly smiled at the thought. So, the Xia family head thinks that Xia Shi should be stripped of her enrollment qualifications and have your so-called more suitable person enter the academy in her place? The Xia family head looked at the smile on the dean's face. Grandpa. Just as he was about to say something, a few Xia family juniors walked down from the preparation hall upstairs. The Xia family head hurriedly turned his head to look over. Soon, his gaze landed on one of the tall and thin youths who exuded a bookish aura around him, and he hurriedly greeted him. Ha Gun, look who's here. The bookish young man sniffed, and his gaze immediately looked over at the dean. Dean? The Xia family head smiled and hurriedly greeted. In order to help you celebrate Imperial City Academy, the dean has personally come over. Why don't you come over and thank the dean? Chapter 61, How can a punk like you touch my sister? Xia Gu hurriedly took a few quick steps to the dean. Soon, he stood in front of the dean with a respectful face. Student Xia Gu, meet the dean. The dean nodded slightly, but his eyes did not move away from the Xia family head. And at this time, the Xia family head saw that the dean's health was not good. Worrying that the dean would have to leave after seeing Xia Gu one side, he didn't dare to delay, and hastened to point to a chubby little man of 18 or 19 who had also just stepped down from the preparation hall. Dean, this is my grandson Xia Qingshan. With his natural talent, it's more than enough to take the God City Academy. It can even be said that 10 Xia Shi can't compare to one of him. However, speaking with a face full of pride, the Xia family head sighed regretfully. But this time, before the Imperial City Academy's entrance examination, Qingshan was unwell and missed the examination. Otherwise, I'm afraid that his entrance examination scores are not much different from Xia Ji's. The dean lightly looked at that little chubby peer Xia Qingshan, and then asked with a smile. So, Housemaster Xia is thinking? As the Xia family head looked at the dean's increasingly gentle face, his heart gradually relaxed. The enrollment quota of the Imperial City Academy is fixed every year, and with Xia Shi's identity, background and ability, she definitely doesn't deserve to enter the Imperial City Academy. But if Xia Shi is kicked out of the Imperial City Academy, the spot she occupied will be empty. Instead of letting that quota sit around and go to waste, it would be better to give it to my gifted grandson, on account of my merit in reporting Xia Shi. On the side, when Mother Xia heard the Xia family head's words, her face turned a few shades whiter. 20 years, her father, he really hasn't changed at all. In the beginning, she had made more achievements in the Xia group than several of her brothers combined. Even the fact that Xia's group could develop to this point today was inseparable from the results she had achieved in the first place. But her father, simply because she was a daughter and a money loser, not only expelled her from the Xia group, but also claimed to the public that the achievements she made were all the result of her brother's hard work. Even, her father directly claimed to the public that she had stolen the company's achievements out of fear that she would reveal the truth unwillingly, causing her to be blacklisted by almost every company in Xia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so miserable for so many years. But it wasn't enough for her father to ruin her life. But now he wanted to take away Xia Shi's place and give it to Xia Qingshan, the second-generation ancestor of the Xia family's juniors who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. When she had obviously sneaked off to get her DNA done, she had determined that she was her father's biological child. But, why? Why can a father be so cruel as this? And just as Summer Mother's face grew paler and paler, Xia Shi faintly swept a glance at Xia Qingshan, and a clear disdain appeared on his face as he looked at the Xia family head. Are you blind? Can't you see that he's not even a primary warrior? Where did you get the nerve to say that he has outstanding talent? Being poked in the sore spot by Xia Shi, Xia Qingshan was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, suddenly raising his hand and pointing at Xia Shi's nose in question. You're a woman. It's just as well that you don't stay home and raise your children. But how dare you look down on me? A big man? As the words fell, he suddenly took a few steps forward and raised his hand about to whip on Xia Shi's face. To let this in front of him know the consequences of offending him. The Xia family had watched Xia Qingshan's movements and did not have any intention of stopping them. This grandson of his is not good at anything else, but his fighting skills are top-notch. Since Xia took the initiative to pick a fight, he could just as well let him show some of his strength. However, before Xia Qingshan could get close to Xia Shi, pop! A crisp slap suddenly rang out. Under that tremendous force, Xia Qingshan's small mountain-like body violently retreated a few steps. Boo! With a dull thumping sound of a body landing on the ground, he sat down hard on his butt on top of the ground, and the moment he fell to the ground, Tang Xin suddenly took a few steps forward and stomped on his rounded stomach. At the same time, her eyes overlooking Xia Qingshan overflowed with thick sarcasm and disdain. How can a punk like you want to touch my sister Shi? Don't you want to live? Chapter 62, Miss Xia, are you still satisfied? The moment Tang Xin's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a dead silence. All of the Xia family members were staring blankly at Tang Xin, frozen for a moment, unable to react to the situation in front of them. Sister Shi? By all accounts, shouldn't Xia Shi be Tang Xin's follower? How come Tang Xin was the one who called Xia Shi sister Shi instead? Xia Qingshan, who was lying on the ground, looked at Tang Xin, who was stepping on him, and immediately felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He's a big man and he's being stepped on by a woman? He's going to kill this woman. However, Tang Xin felt his violent struggles, and the force on her feet suddenly became a few points harder. At the same time, she looked condescendingly at Xia Qingshan and opened her mouth with a cold smile. Did you just say that women should stay home and teach their children? Then let me ask you. I just don't want to stay home and raise my children. What can you do about it? When Xia Qingshan sniffed, his gaze toward Tang Xin was already as if he wanted to kill someone. However, Tang Xin felt the sight of him, and the force on her feet became a few points harder. At the same time, she sneered again. Did you just say, big man? You trash have the nerve to call yourself a big man? If all men under the sky were cowards like you, I'm afraid I don't know how many of them would already want to commit suicide in shame. Every sentence, every word from Tang Xin was like a bayonet, stabbing into Xia Qingshan's chest. Xia Qingshan struggled frantically as he tried to kill Tang Xin. However, what made him powerless was how he couldn't break free from Tang Xin's grip. The Xia family lord slowly clenched his fists as he looked at his precious grandson being so insulted by a woman. He struggled to suppress the urge to strike out at Tang Xin, warning in a cold voice that was clearly trembling from anger. Miss Tang, even if you want to give someone a head start, you have to look at the occasion and see if that person is worth it. If you can't see the situation, you'll lose more than you gain. If the dean hadn't personally come over, even if he was angry, he wouldn't have dared to speak to Tang Xin, who came from a top-tier family in Imperial City. But, the dean of the Imperial City Academy had already personally come to the Xia family for the banquet because he was optimistic about his grandson's potential. The Xia family has the backing of the dean of the academy. What is he afraid of? Tang Xin couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these righteous words from the Xia family master. In the next moment, she was directly exasperated by the Xia family head. I can't see the times? Well, very well, I can tell you plainly that I can see even less. After saying that, Tang Xin directly turned her head to look at Dean Dao. Since the Xia family head said that academy slots should be given to the right people, I see that the academy slot that Xia Gun got is very unsuitable. So why not just cancel it and give it to someone who needs it? The Xia family head was first stunned when he heard Tang Xin's words. With that, he looked at Tang Xin as if he was looking at a little cutie. General, what's Dean doing here today? He's here for Ha Gun's promotion banquet. Okay? Even if the dean cancelled her Tang Xin's enrollment qualification, it was impossible to cancel Xia Ji's. However, just as the Xia family head wanted to open his mouth to warn Tang Xin to watch out for trouble coming out of her mouth, only to see that the wheelchair-bound Dean actually nodded his head in deep satisfaction. Good. The original Xia Ji's quota was added out as a special case, and with the cancellation of Xia Ji's quota, the number of new trainees is just about equal to the fixed quota for this year's enrollment of the Imperial City Academy. The moment the Dean's words fell, all the Xia family members at the scene were instantly dumbfounded. No one thought that the Dean who had come to the banquet for Xia Gun would actually cancel his enrollment because of a single word from Tang Xianer. Then, under the gaze of the Xia clan's crowd that was filled with disbelief, the Dean slowly turned his head and looked at Xia Shi with an extremely respectful expression. Miss Xia, are you satisfied with how I handled this matter? If not, I can directly pull the Xia family into the Imperial City Academy blacklist, and within 3 generations of the Xia family's direct lineage, permanently disqualify them from enrolling in Imperial City Academy. Chapter 63, to make his granddaughter a follower of Xia Shi? Boom! The Dean's words were tantamount to a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of everyone in the Xia family. Permanently disqualify the Xia family's direct line from entering the Imperial City Academy for up to 3 generations? Is Dean crazy? However, without waiting for the Xia family crowd to return to their senses, a thunderbolt seemed to strike straight down from above the heads of the crowd. Ms. Xia, today my granddaughter has eyes that don't recognize Tai and bumped into you. I hope you don't get to know her. As long as Miss Xia can spare her, in the future, she will definitely look up to you. Miss Xia, within the academy. After the Dean's words fell, everyone in the Xia family was directly dumbfounded. What does he mean by that? In the future, he's going to let his granddaughter be Xia Shi's follower? Moreover, he didn't come to the Xia family banquet today for Xia Gun, but to apologize to Xia Shi? Crazy. The world is crazy, right? Xia Shi heard the extremely sincere voice of the Dean and said with a faint expression, next time. 4 simple words, but they made Dean breathe a fierce sigh of relief. Thank you, Ms. Xia, for your generosity. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the Xia clan's crowd before turning his head to inquire to Xia Shi. Then, I wonder what Miss Xia plans to do with these people. Without waiting for Xia Shi to open his mouth, a 24 or 25-year-old youth with a stalwart face suddenly stepped forward and said, Dean, you also belong directly to the Ministry of War. Why don't you give me face? Let's each take a step back in this matter today. Father will no longer pursue Xia Shi's responsibility, and you don't cancel Xia Ji's enrollment quota. How about it? The Dean glanced at the badge on the youth's shoulder and immediately said with a surprised face, a 1-star mid-level commander? He suddenly recalled a previous rumor about a 24-year-old youth from the Xia clan who had been promoted to a 1-star intermediate commander of the War Department. He hadn't taken it seriously then, but he hadn't realized it was true. 24 years old became a 1-star intermediate commander. If the luck is a little better afterward to make a great achievement, in the future may not be no more than 3-star senior commander, or even the possibility of the great chief. He had to be careful with such a character. When the Xia family head saw the hesitant look on the Dean's face, his heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what means Xia Shi had used to compel the Dean to actually make the Dean take the initiative to come and apologize to Xia Shi. However, he was certain that as long as Xia Shi was in the war ministry, even if Xia Shi used heavenly means, the Dean would not dare to go too far against the Xia family. After all, there was a difference between heaven and earth, between a lower-class pariah and a middle-level commander of a war ministry in the end. However, without waiting for the Dean to make a choice, a bright male voice suddenly came over. Hasn't the Xia family banquet not started yet? Why is it so lively? The people in the banquet hall immediately looked around at the sound. Then, the crowd was in disbelief. Commander Jiang? The Xia family head immediately looked happy. He hastily greeted Jiang Yunting with a smile. Commander Jiang, I don't know if the old man's health has been good lately? The greatest luck in his life was that he met Master Jiang by chance, and both of them were interested in Go. And the only time he had been close to the top circles of Imperial City was when he went to the Jiang family's old man's banquet 2 years ago. It was also because of Elder Jiang that he had met with Jiang Yunting a few times. Although the two were not particularly familiar with each other, he firmly believed that with Elder Jiang authorizing Jiang Yunting to come and support his Xia family today, even the Dean would not dare to do anything to his Xia family. However, Jiang Yunting only nodded perfunctorily to the Xia family master. My father is fine. Thank you for your concern, Xia family master. The Xia family lord thought that Jiang Yunting, who had taken the position of 1-star senior commander at a young age, would not put anyone in his eyes, so he did not care about Jiang Yunting's tone. Seeing Jiang Yunting walking towards Xia Shi, the Xia family head hurriedly opened his mouth. Dean, Commander Jiang has arrived. Filth like Xia Shi with a 5-year prison record is not fit to be in his sight. Please take her out of here immediately. However, just as the Xia family head's words fell, Jiang Yunting had already taken a position not far in front of Xiaoshi. And then, he gave Xiaoshi an extremely respectful salute and said with a solemn expression, "Commander Xia, now that all the warriors in charge of military training at the Imperial City Academy have arrived in Imperial City, the Great Chief has asked his subordinates to invite you to come and give the warriors a special pre-military training session." During military training, the combatant in charge of military training found out that in the class he was going to train, there was the devil instructor who had trained him to death during the special training. This image can be imagined by yourselves, ha ha ha. Chapter 64. Yes, Commander Xia. Everyone in the Xia family watched Jiang Yunting's movements and listened to the respectful to the extreme words that came out of his mouth. All of them were dumbfounded. Commander Xia? Inviting Shushi to give special pre-military training to the combatants? Is the world metaphysical, or are they hallucinating? If it's not a hallucination, then yes, the world has gone mad. One must know that Jiang Yunting was a one-star senior commander of the War Ministry. Anyone who could make him take the initiative to salute would have a title of at least 2-star senior commander or higher, right? Could such a character possibly be a 5-year laborer? Moreover, wasn't Jiang Yunting the youngest senior commander of the War Ministry? Xiaoshi was nearly 10 years younger than him. At her age, even if she was more capable, it was almost impossible for her to sit in the position of senior commander, right? Among the crowd, the Xia family head was equally dumbfounded. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Shiqin was his proudest grandchild, bar none. If Xia Shiqin had not been uninterested in being the future head of the Xia family, how could the position of heir not have been Xia Yu's turn? But now, what does he see? The granddaughter that he desperately wanted to set aside his relationship with was actually several title levels higher than his proudest grandson, Xia Shicheng. How is this possible? Not to mention that the Xia family's crowd was filled with shock and doubt. Even Tang Xianer and Luo Chuyan were somewhat confused. They had already guessed that Xiaoxi's identity was not simple, but they had never dreamed that Xiaoxi would be a person from the War Department. And even more so, they had never thought that Xiaoxi was still a big shot like a 2-star or above senior commander. If their families knew that such a character was in the same dormitory as them, they would be afraid that they would have to celebrate with drums and drums. It was just that the two looked at Xiaoxi, who was the same age as them, and then associated it with the identity of the towering 2-star senior commander. How could they think of it? They felt that it was a bit untrue. On the side, Xia Mother's face also showed deep disbelief. Her daughter, the commander of the War Department? In the next moment, her face suddenly showed some dawning realization as she looked at Xiaoxi. At this moment, all the many doubts in her heart before had been answered. She understood how Natsuki's body was so powerful, understand why Shushi is so rich, understood why she always inexplicably felt an aura of superiority around her daughter that was different from ordinary people. It was just that she didn't understand how her daughter, who had been imprisoned in the Cloud City jail at the age of 14 and had no background or connections, had reached such heights. She must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, a strong heartache appeared in Mother Xia's eyes as she looked at Xiaoxi. The scene was silent for a full moment before. Jiang, Commander Jiang, are you recognizing the wrong person? Xia Shicheng, who had become a 1-star intermediate commander of the War Department at the age of 24, looked at Jiang Yunting with disbelief overflowing in her eyes. The thing he was most proud of in his life was becoming a War Ministry intermediate commander at such a young age. But now, Jiang Yunting's words were tantamount to telling him the bloody truth, which was, this cousin, whom his father regarded as a disgrace to the Xia family, and who was as low as an ant in his eyes, stood at a height that he might not be able to reach in his entire life at an even younger age than him. How could he accept it? However, Jiang Yunting just looked at Xiaoxi apprehensively, not even casting a glance at him. Xiaoxi faintly glanced at Jiang Yunting before her gaze landed on Xia Shiqin, whose eyes were filled with scorn and unwillingness as she looked at her and commanded in a faint voice, "Add him to the list of instructors undergoing special training." Jiang Yunting was on the verge of crying with excitement when he heard Xiaoxi's reply, which was tantamount to tacitly agreeing to give the combatants special training. He looked at Natsuki almost without hesitation and shouted, "Yes, Commander Xia." Natsu listened to the conversation between the two and was suddenly confused. It's not like he's trying to be an instructor. Why did you suddenly add him to the list? Moreover, the Imperial City Academy was an important institution for cultivating the future talents of the Summer Kingdom, and one had to apply in advance if they wanted to go and be a military training instructor for such an academy. But why did Xiaoxi decide with a single word, while Jiang Yunting hadn't even half a mind to apply to the top? Without waiting for Xia Shiqin to come up with an answer, Jiang Yunting hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, "Commander Xia, the combatants can start training anytime. When can you go over?" You know, ever since he heard that Xiaoxi was going to Imperial City Academy as a cadet and he was going to be an instructor, he had basically never slept. though he was kinda excited at the thought of placing his disliked teammates in Shushi's class to train cadets. But how he thought about it was easy to get into trouble. After all, those combatants in charge of military training had never seen Xiaoshi before. Not just those combatants responsible for military training, because Xiaoshi's identity was extremely sensitive and special. The entire Xia country, except for a very few existences and some of the people who stood in the front row of the Cloud City War Department when Xiaoshi returned to the country, very few people had ever seen Xiaoshi in person, and her picture, more than likely, is not going to go viral. In addition, according to the rules of the War Department, unless Xiaoshi himself revealed his identity, he could not directly disclose information about Xiaoshi to the members of the War Department. Without recognizing Shushi, hell knows what the combatants who were so excited to be able to drill the cadets could do. In case the combatant in charge of Xiaoshi's class offended Xiaoshi severely, not only would the team member be fixed up badly, he definitely wouldn't fare well either. Therefore, he hesitated for a long time before he went to the Great Chief to apply for an invitation to invite Xiaoshi to give the instructors a special pre-military training. In this way, when which unlucky combatants saw Xiaoshi in the cadet corps during military training, it would be good to have a mental preparation. Of course, as for what the combatants would be tormented by Xiaoshi in the special training before the military training, it was not for him to decide. However, he could have 3 seconds of silence in his heart for the combatants, and then go buy a watermelon and eat it while supervising them being trained by Xiaoshi. And at this moment, Xiaoshi looked at Jiang Yunting's appearance that he was afraid that he would run away, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Send me the address of the special training. I'll be there as soon as this side of things is done. Jiang Yunting was really worried that something would change in the middle of the process to make Xiaoshi change her mind. He hurriedly said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'll just wait here for you, just in time to drive you there." Seeing Jiang Yunting's insistence, Xiaoshi didn't say anything else. Good. After she finished speaking, she turned her head slightly, and her line of sight landed on the Xia family head whose old face was complicated to the extreme. When the Xia family members saw Xiaoshi's movements, their breathing tightened. At this moment, where did they still not know that Xiaoshi, who they had previously regarded as a lowly commoner, was actually an existence that they could not climb up to no matter what? At this moment, they instinctively felt that the Xia family was in danger. But none of them dared to stand up and say something. When the Xia family head felt Xiaoshi's gaze, his breathing tightened. He looked straight at Shushi Dao. What happened today is all because of me alone. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Xia family. What do you want to do? Come at me. Xiaoshi sniffed and just looked at him faintly. It was only until she was almost looking at the Xia family head's heart that she gave a disdainful light laugh. That is not up to you. The Xia family head's heart steeply tightened. He hesitated for a moment, and then those icy eyes swept a glance at Xia's mother. Afterward, he looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a solemn expression. Originally, your mother had stolen secrets from the Xia family and was a sinner to the entire Xia family. But, as long as you spare the Xia family, I can make a clarification on her behalf. And there's no need for her to keep her promise with me anymore. How about that? Even though Xia's mother was already dead to this father, she still couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard him come up with this matter as a deal. Father, how can you turn black and white so upside down? A murderous intent abruptly flashed in the eyes of the Xia family head as he looked at the Xia mother. You shut up, Pop. However, the instant his words fell, a crisp slap suddenly resounded from above his old face. Chapter 65, Is Xiaoshi a human being and not a devil? In the next moment, Jiang Yunting's voice that was so cold that he shivered resounded. Is Commander Xia's mother something that you, a small head of a second-rate family, can yell at will? The Xia family master subconsciously raised his hand to cover his fiery face, and his gaze toward Jiang Yunting overflowed with dismay. This, or the first time he had been beaten up since he took the position of the Xia family head. Without waiting for him to regain his senses from the shock, Xiaoshi's light but extremely majestic gaze had already landed on him. What secrets did my mother steal from the Xia family back then? What promises were made between you? Tell me. Xiaoshi's nonchalant words caused the Xia family master to clearly feel a sense of trembling from his soul. However, he understood that if he panicked now, the Xia family might really be completely finished. He tried to steady himself. A few days ago, then, with a straight face, he spoke of the promise he had made with Xia's mother. When the Xia family head's words fell, Xiaoshi suddenly smiled. A tiger's venom is still not enough to eat its son. Xia family master, you really are not even as good as The Xia family master violently raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoshi's nose. You, Pop. Another crisp slap sounded, and Jiang Yunting's voice was a few points colder than just now. Xia family master, behave yourself. At this moment, the Xia family head was on the verge of exploding with anger. But in the way of Jiang Yunting's identity and the power of the Jiang family, He could only have his teeth broken and swallowed in his stomach. Xiaoshi looked at the Xia family head indifferently and spoke again. What's this about your claim that my mother stole secrets from the Xia group? After 2 consecutive slaps, the Xia family head finally knew to learn his lesson. After hearing Xiaoshi's question, he was the first to speak back. Your mother had stolen the core data of the group's product in the first place, and was even going to sell it, and if I hadn't realized it early, Xia's group would have ceased to exist. But spare me, the group has lost tens of millions of dollars because of her. She, in turn, has brought about an extremely bad impact on the group's long-term development. After the Xia family had finished speaking, Xia mother's face had turned completely white as paper. She shook her head uncontrollably. Shy. No, that's not it. Mom, take it easy, take your time, I believe you. Xia Xia's tone softened in a rare moment. He, however, without waiting for Mother Xia to continue, the Xia family head suddenly opened his mouth and warned. Xia Euro, no matter what I do to you, what flows in your body, is the blood of the Xia family? Before you speak, I advise you to better think clearly. Xia mother hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xia Shi and said, Xiao Shi, almost everyone else in the Xia family has been good to me, can we not implicate the innocent? Xia Xia sniffed and nodded slightly. Good. When Xia mother heard Xia Shi's assurance, she instantly put her heart down. Afterward, under the gaze of the Xia family head that looked like he was about to kill, she told the events of that year one by one. After hearing this, Xia Shi slowly turned his head to look at the Xia family head. Feeling Xia Shi's gaze, the Xia family head's body shook uncontrollably. In the next moment, Xia Shi suddenly laughed. Just that smile looked like the devil's smile in the eyes of the Xia family head. Then, Xia Shi suddenly took a step forward towards the Xia family head. You're saying that my mother is a money loser? The Xia family head subconsciously took a step back as he felt the strong aura around Xia Shi that pressured him. However, just as he struggled to stabilize his stance, Xia Shi once again took a step forward, and the aura around her was even more terrifying than just now. You're saying that my mother's only use was for the union? That she was, well, just a tool for the union? The Xia family head retreated a step once again under the pressure of the aura around Xia Shi that was so strong to the extreme. Meanwhile, Shashi went one step further. You're saying that my mother, because she chose my father, lost her only value and became an invalid with no semblance of usefulness to the Xia family? Boom! The moment Xia Shi's words fell, the Xia family head's body violently went limp on the ground. At this moment, his eyes that looked at Xia Shi had revealed a panic that was thick to the extreme. How could someone's aura be so terrifying? Is she really a human being and not the devil? However, Shashi didn't let him off the hook. She was still taking one step closer to him. My mother made more accomplishments in Xia's group back then than several of your sons combined. But, you directly counted her accomplishments on your son just because she was a daughter? For fear of my mother telling the truth and affecting your son's position in the group, you have branded my mother a traitor? Because of what you did, almost every business in the entire country of Xia has blacklisted my mother? The fear on the Xia family head's face grew thicker and thicker as he listened to sentence after sentence of questioning coming out of Xia Shi's mouth. He unconsciously moved backward. Soon, he retreated to a wall. Retreating, he looked at Xia Shi's footsteps that were constantly approaching him, and his breath stopped under the extreme panic. Old thing, where did you get the face to say the words to help clear my mother's name with a posture of punishing a traitor? Boom boom boom. The moment Xia Xia's last words fell, her aura was unreservedly released around her. The Xia family's crowd was shaken back a few steps almost simultaneously. But, as for the Xia family head who was closest to her, a mouthful of blood steeply sprayed out of his mouth. At the same time, his eyes that looked at Xia Shi had overflowed with fear so thick that it was nearly able to condense into substance. He couldn't understand how a woman whose only role, usually, was to join forces could be so powerful. Forgive him for not wanting to admit it, but he had to. Xia Shiqian, who had always been regarded as his pride, was inferior to the young girl in front of him. Without waiting for the fear in the Xia family master's heart to dissipate the slightest bit, Xia Shi slightly lowered his head and looked down at the unusually wretched him at the moment and opened his mouth. I can leave the innocent people of the Xia family untouched, but you must do what you asked my mother to do. As is. This includes taking turns kneeling to all of the Xia family and kowtowing 3 times each. That includes receiving a whipping from everyone in the Xia family. Live or die. It also includes the fact that in case you survive the flogging, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in the Xia family water prison. Otherwise, although I won't destroy the Xia family, I can make it so that the Xia family will never have the possibility of becoming a first-tier family in Imperial City. Hubris. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, these 2 words simultaneously surfaced in the hearts of the Xia family. But at this point, no one dared to utter a word. After all, the Xia Shi in front of him did have arrogant capital, and They had no doubt that she had the ability to do what she said she would do. The Xia family head gasped weakly. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 66, Male and Female Main Characters. Meeting at last. Up, right at this moment. A man wearing a black trench coat, with a noble aura around him like a god, walked down from a limited edition Bentley. His eyes, which were good enough to cause the screams of countless young girls, looked toward the front door of the Universal Century Hotel, and a trace of faintly undetectable hope appeared in his eyes. And just as he lifted his foot toward the hotel door, a handsome young man of 24 or 25 years of age got out of his car and followed close behind. He looked at the man for I don't know how many times with a grimace. Master, the one you've been looking for can't be here. Xiao Moyu, she is coveting your beauty. That's why she said she got news of that one to trick you into coming here. The man's slightly cold eyes swept him. This time is different. This time, he could feel himself getting close to her. Little handsome assistant. How many times has this been uttered by you? My lord? The last time someone said he had information there about the one you were looking for and sold you something. You said at the time. This time it's different. Last time, there was a fortune teller who said that you have a peach blossom in your destiny. And you were worried that the one you were looking for would later know about those rotten peach blossoms and get jealous. So you directly gave the person $10 million and asked them to exterminate all the peach blossoms except that one. However, judging by the amount of peach blossoms that have flooded around you since then, that person's so-called peach blossom extermination was a complete waste of time. I told you at the time that he was a liar. And what did you tell me? You swore at the time. This time is different. And last. Shut up. The man's words that were not light and not heavy but permeated with a morose chill came out, directly causing the little handsome assistant's heart to tighten and immediately shut his mouth. When he finished, the man inclined his head slightly. I'll go over there by myself. Don't follow me. Why does a big man have to be so good-looking? If it wasn't for the assistant's ability, he would have fired him. When he finds a daughter-in-law, he'll be sure to kick him out at the first opportunity, so as not to put it in front of him for the rest of the night. The little handsome assistant saw the man's eyes and almost immediately guessed what he was thinking. At this moment, he really had the urge to take the small mirror he carried with him and place it in front of his master's big handsome face, so that he could appreciate and admire his beauty. He just couldn't understand. His master obviously had a face that turned the world upside down. How could he think that an ordinary handsome guy like him was a threat to him? Where the hell did his master get this lack of confidence from? Afterwards, the little handsome assistant looked at his own master's back, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally chased after him with his ass. Not for any other reason, just for the fact that his family's usually overbearing and high-minded to the point of frightening and trembling. But the moment they encountered information about that woman, they could directly turn into a negative number of intelligence. He couldn't let himself go over there, in case his master was taken advantage of by that Xiao Moyu because he wanted to get that person's information too much. He would have to commit suicide to thank for his crime? However, the man hadn't long walked into the hotel when he suddenly lost his footing. Then, as if he had sensed something in the dark, he walked straight to the Xia family's banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel. However, just as the man lifted his foot, a girl suddenly came face to face. This girl had a plain face and a noble temperament, like a snow lotus blooming in a glacier. At the same time, a white tight-fitting dress, while setting off her untainted temperament, showed off her demonic body shape like a leprechaun to the fullest. And she was the well-deserved #1 school flower of the Imperial City Academy. Also, one of the 5 temples. Xiao Moyu. The moment Xiao Moyu saw the man, the cool aura around her body instantly softened. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the man in front of her, and her small face suddenly blossomed into a smile that was enough to be called a smile that could be called a smile that could be called a smile that could be called a smile. Seal the temple. Feng Jing's footsteps lurched, and his slightly cold gaze landed on her. However, the expression on his handsome face did not fluctuate in the slightest due to her smile. He had no interest in talking nonsense with Xiao Moyu and directly opened the door. Where is the man I'm looking for? The smile on Xiao Muyu's small face suddenly froze. She had tricked Feng Jing into coming here because she told him that she had gotten information about the woman he was looking for. In her mind, as long as Feng Jing came over, everything would be fine. After all, she believed in her own charms. And even more so, she believed that no one could resist the lure of a star sign. However, she never expected that Feng Jing would see her, who had been wearing makeup for 3 hours and whose makeup was exquisite to the point of being impeccable, and not have a half-hearted look. Even, he came up and asked her for news of other women. When had she, Xiao Moyu, ever been so frustrated? However, now was not the time for her self-doubt. What she was going to do today was only going to be a success, not a failure. Thinking of this, she suddenly took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Jing and opened her mouth with a smile. Feng Hall, this is not urgent. I have prepared a surprise for you. you come with me first. Saying that, she raised her hand to pull Feng Jing's arm. However, Feng Jing suddenly took a step back, directly causing Xiao Muyu's small hand to pounce. At the same time, his handsome face as he looked at Xiao Muyu steeply clouded with a layer of coldness. Tell me where she is. Xiao Muyu felt the strong aura around the man, and her small face abruptly turned a few points white. The man's attitude made it clear to her that if she dared to say now that she had lied to him, absolutely nothing good would come of it. Then, she pursed her red lips, as if she was hurt by Feng Jing's ruthlessness. The beautiful eyes that looked up at him suddenly misted over. However, Feng Jing only looked at her indifferently, his handsome face still without the slightest change. When Xiao Muyu saw this, her small face overflowed with grudges and grievances. Feng Jing, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Feng Jing's good-looking sword brows slowly knitted up as he looked straight at Xiao Muyu and said, how do you want me to feel? Feeling Feng Jing's gaze that sent chills throughout his body, Xiao Muyu's heart steeply trembled, but she realized that if she missed her chance today, she might never be with him again in her life. Thinking of this, she summoned up all her courage, a pair of slightly moist beautiful eyes looking straight at Feng Jing. Her words were unprecedentedly solemn and serious. Feng Jing, I like you. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the man of my destiny. I, Xiao Muyu, am not married to you in this life. After Xiao Muyu finished speaking, she stared nervously at Feng Jing in front of her, expecting to see a hint of a different emotion on his face. Chapter 67 Male and Female Main Characters. Meeting at last, middle. However, how could she not expect that a trace of a different emotion did appear on Feng Jing's face? Just that emotion, but it's an increasingly obvious impatience. His thin and cool gaze looked fatally at Xiao Muyu in front of him, and the voice that came out of his mouth was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Xiao Muyu's heart. I didn't come over here to listen to your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Muyu's beautiful eyes overflowed with deep dismay and unwillingness as she listened to Feng Jing's merciless to the extreme words. Why was her charm, which had attracted nearly every man around her, nearly worthless in front of the man in front of her? Why was it that she, who usually hooked her finger to other men and had countless men dying for her, didn't seem half as attracted to the man in front of her? Could it be that this man's vision was so high that he couldn't see her at all? No, it can't be. In terms of family lineage, she came from one of the top 5 families in Imperial City. In terms of looks, she doesn't lose to all actresses and crushes all the juniors in the 5 big families. In terms of strength, of all the students in the entire Imperial City Academy, she could be ranked in the top 5. There will never be a more perfect woman in this world. But why did the man in front of her still not like her? However, without waiting for her to figure out the reason, all of Feng Jing's patience had been exhausted. The cold and stern gaze he looked at Xiao Muyu signaled that he was on the verge of an outbreak. Where's the information I want? Xiao Muyu slowly clenched her small fists as she listened to Feng Jing's words that had not moved the slightest bit because of her confession. Then, as if she had made a major decision, she placed a tarot-sized card with a crystal-like turquoise body and an ancient wood star card engraved in the center of the card in front of Feng Jing. Feng Jing, this star card, it's for you. As she spoke, Xiao Muyu's eyes were fixed on Feng Jing's handsome face. She felt that no matter how heartless Feng Jing was, he wouldn't be completely indifferent to a supreme treasure like the star brand. However, to her dismay, Feng Jing did not show the slightest bit of greed or longing on his handsome face when he saw the star card in her hand. To say that it had changed, it was only that the handsome face had become a few points more chilly. I'm going to ask you one last time. Where is the man I'm looking for? Xiao Muyu clearly felt the stormy aura surrounding Feng Jing. At this moment, she actually had the feeling that if she didn't tell him the information he wanted, he would directly kill herself. Under this strong sense of crisis, she almost subconsciously opened her mouth. Upstairs. She's upstairs. Feng Jing nodded slightly, his chilly eyes sweeping over her. Follow me up. After saying that, he didn't look at Xiao Muyu anymore and walked towards the second floor of the banquet hall. Xiao Muyu looked at Feng Jing's back, and in her eyes, which were originally filled with frustration due to the failure of her confession, a touch of determination suddenly appeared. She believed that Feng Jing's failure to accept her was merely a result of his slow-moving personality, but she was in no hurry. She firmly believed that as long as she took some initiative next, with her charm, sooner or later she would be able to melt this big iceberg of Feng Jing. At that time, Feng Jing would definitely repent for rejecting her now and then make it up to her twice over. The thought suddenly put her in a better mood. Afterwards, she thought in her mind for a while about what Feng Jing had said when he failed to see Xiaoshi, and then she took a deep breath and hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, the second floor ballroom. Natsuki turned her head to look at Natsu's mother. At this time, Mother Xia, despite seeing the tragic situation of the Xia family head, did not show the slightest bit of joy on her face. And then, Xiaoshi's gaze landed on the disheveled Xia family head and faintly said, "As you said, you're you." And the Xia family is the Xia family. You need to bear the consequences for the wrongdoings you did before. But your wish to make the Xia family a first-tier family may not be impossible to fulfill. The Xia family lord raised his head violently, and a bright aura abruptly flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiashi. If he could see the Xia family enter the ranks of the first-tier families in his lifetime, he would have no regrets even if he died. But then, a clear caution appeared on his face as he looked at Xiashi. What are your demands? He didn't believe that Xiashi, who had gotten to this height on her own, would be a character who returned grudges in kind. Xiashi smiled faintly. I heard that someone from the Xia family has unsealed a star card? The Xia family head was first stunned when he heard Xiaxi's question. With that, he nodded and said, yes. When he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaxi's face with a slight look of astonishment. You have the sealed star sign in your hand? There weren't many star cards in total in the entire Summer Kingdom. Even if it was a sealed star sign, it was by no means something that could be obtained by an ordinary person. However, when Xiashi heard the Xia family master's question, he asked instead of answering, do you know the way to unseal it? The Xia family head's eyes flickered slightly as he listened to Xiaxi's reply that was tantamount to acquiescence. After a moment, his eyes looked straight at Xiashi Dao. How about I tell you the way to unseal the star brand, and you help the Xia family gain a foothold among the first-tier families in Imperial City? When Xiashi heard that the Xia family master only possessed the means to unseal the star brand, and could not directly unseal it, a trace of regret could not help but grow in his heart. However, she could tell that despite the fact that the Xia family head had broken her mother's heart, she was still attached to the Xia family. In that case, she wouldn't mind helping the Xia family. Afterward, Xiashi nodded to the Xia family head and said, yes. The Xia family head sniffed and looked at the surrounding crowd before hesitantly looking at Xiashi and opening his mouth. You're the commander of the war department. I'm sure you won't lie to me. Xiashi couldn't help but let out a light laugh as she listened to the Xia family's master, who was clearly worried that she was going back on her word, but said the ghostly words of believing that she was pressurizing her in front of everyone. Making the Xia family a first-tier family in Imperial City is just a matter of words to me. I don't have to lie to you about it. Hiss, hiss. When the people of the Xia clan heard Xiaxi's voice, which could be described as arrogant to the extreme, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Yet, it was no one who doubted the truth of her words. A senior commander of the war ministry who was so young did have the capital to make the Xia family a first-tier family in Imperial City with a single sentence. When the crowd thought of the benefits they would be able to receive after the Xia family was promoted to a first-tier family, the hostility in their eyes that they looked at Xiashi dissipated for the most part in an instant. Good. The Xia family head nodded his head after hearing Xiaxi's words. He then removed a fingertip-sized broken key pendant directly from his neck. This was left behind by that ancestor of the Xia family who unsealed the star brand. You only need to find the other half of this pendant and the two will automatically fuse into a star key. The star key can unseal all sealed items, including star cards, and has some extremely powerful effects. But what other uses the star key has specifically? That's something you'll need to figure out on your own once you find the other half. Xiashi took the tiny silver pendant handed by the Xia family head and looked at it. Afterward, she put it away while asking the Xia family master, any idea where the other half might be? When the ancestor left, he gave the other half to a high-ranking member of the war ministry. And not surprisingly, it should be in the summer war ministry. Just as the Xia family head's words fell, at the entrance of the banquet hall, two figures suddenly walked in. A Xia family member suddenly noticed the two and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Two are?" When the Xia family members heard the voice, they immediately looked at the doorway. Then, the crowd saw Fengjing and Xiao Muyu who walked through the door. And at that moment, Fengjing's eyes swept over the people in the banquet hall. Suddenly, his gaze stopped abruptly on one person. At the same time, Xiashi also followed the gazes of the crowd to the doorway. In the next moment, the two people's eyes steeply intersected. In an instant, it was as if the two were cut off from everyone and everything around them, with only each other remaining within their eyes. Spare me the fact that the two had been separated for nearly 5 years in their past lives. Spare me the fact that both of their appearances had undergone considerable changes. But at this moment, they were incredibly convinced the other person was the love of their life they were looking for. Chapter 68 Male and Female Main Characters. Meeting at last, below. It might have been just a moment, but it seemed like a century had passed, and Xiashi suddenly smiled. Between her always cool eyebrows, a smile that looked like it could melt a glacier appeared, and the words that came out of her mouth were permeated with a drowning pampering. "Baby, did you miss me?" The moment Xiaxi's voice fell, the crowd of the Xia family, who were originally still surprised that the #1 school flower of the Imperial City Academy had found a divine boyfriend, almost simultaneously looked at Xiashi. A deep disbelief was revealed in everyone's eyes. Are they hallucinating? Pa, baby? This intimacy. It couldn't be that this big brother of the War Department fell in love at first sight with that handsome guy at the door, could it? But even though she had a high status in the War Department, she couldn't blatantly steal someone else's boyfriend who was the #1 school beauty of the Imperial City Academy. Most of all, can't she look at herself in the mirror and see if her face is worthy? And after Xiao Maoyu was stunned for a split second, his face steeply chilled as he looked at Xiaoshi. Her slightly cold beautiful eyes gazed straight at Xiaoshi and warned in a cold voice, "This young lady, please be careful what you say." However, Xiaoshi didn't even look at her and walked towards Fengjing, and Fengjing slowly returned to his senses when he saw Xiaoshi's movements. At that moment, his handsome face, which had always been as cold as ice, was like a ray of warm sunshine had shone into it. Then, a smile that was enough to make heaven and earth lose color slowly bloomed on his handsome face. Everyone present, no matter male or female, subconsciously took a deep breath as they looked at the smile on Fengjing's handsome face. At this moment, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? Xiao Maoyu looked at the strange expressions of the Xia family's crowd and subconsciously tried to look at Fengjing's face. However, her position was behind Fengjing, and before she could take a few steps forward, Xiaoshi had already walked in front of Fengjing and suddenly embraced him. Fengjing felt the soft embrace in front of him and slightly hooked his lips. Then, he pressed his thin lips, which were nearly perfectly shaped, to Xiaoshi's ear, and a simple, but almost instantly softened Xiaoshi's heart, came out of his mouth. "Thinking of you." Shushi's arms around the man tightened slightly. In the next moment, she suddenly let go of Fengjing, and then directly pecked him on his thin lips. After that, in Fengjing's slightly stunned gaze, she smiled faintly. "A reward for you." Some of the older members of the Xia clan couldn't help but turn their faces away as they watched Xiaoshi move as if he was completely treating them as if they were transparent. What a young man nowadays. Can't you be more public-spirited? Xiao Muyu, who had just experienced her confession being rejected but was convinced that no one in the world could melt this big iceberg of Fengjing's except for herself, was instantly dumbfounded in place. But in the next moment, her eyes steeply burned with rage as she looked at Xiaoshi. This ugly woman. How dare she defile her manhood? But when she thought of how cold and heartless Fengjing was when he faced her, she was sure that Fengjing would push Xiaoshi away, or even, in anger, possibly kill her. At this moment, Xiao Maoyu had almost seen the miserable appearance of Xiaoshi being pushed to the ground by Fengjing and bitterly begging Fengjing not to leave her. However, the very next moment this thought arose in her. Her eyes snapped open as if she had seen a ghost. Within her slightly dilated pupils, see only, Fengjing not only didn't show any anger in the face of Xiaoshi's offense, but instead, he slightly leaned over and gave Xiaoshi a deep kiss. Chapter 69, The Great Chief. Xiaoshi. 1. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Muyu's brain was as if it had exploded. Her mind went abruptly blank in this moment. She just stared blankly at the two men in front of her, nearly unable to think anymore. On the side, Luo Chuyen was equally confused. Who was this man who suddenly appeared in front of me? Why are you suddenly kissing Natsuki? That what? Xiaoshi should not be with Fu Luvia is a pair? Although she did not see Xiaoshi give a response, but Fu Luan so like Xiaoshi, she felt that with Fu Luan's looks and character, with Xiaoshi together is sooner or later. But now, how suddenly killed a program. And let her even more incredible is that the man in front of her, whether it is looks or temperament, are beyond Fu Luan too much. How in the world did Xia manage to get so many good men to fall for her? And beside Luo Chuyen, Tang Xiner was also struck by the reality in front of her. She had seen the picture of Fengjing sent to her by her senior sister before, and understood that the one in front of her was the academy's most popular Fengdian. But, wasn't the Feng Palace she had learned about completely unattached to women? She could clearly remember her senior sister telling her that there was once a schoolgirl who confessed to Fengjing and was directly thrown out by him. So, what's going on here? At the same time, the surrounding female members of the Xia clan, looking at Xiaoshi's eyes, all revealed a color of envy that was thick to the extreme. If they could find such a man as a boyfriend, they would be willing to lose 30 years of their lives. However, this kind of fairy-like boyfriend, I'm afraid that this life will not be their turn. Of course, there was no shortage of them with jealousy on their faces. Several of the women in their 20s stared at Xiaoshi and Fengjing without blinking, their eyes gradually overflowing with resentment and jealousy. They don't understand. What makes this man, who is so handsome that he crushes all the fresh meat in the entertainment industry, be dominated by a woman who looks so ordinary? They thought they weren't any worse looking than her, so why couldn't they even find a boyfriend half as handsome as this man? It wasn't until the two Xiaoshi people slowly separated that the people in the banquet hall slowly came back to their senses. Xiao Mayu's eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, who had a smile on her face, and her eyes became colder and colder. With intense reluctance, she suddenly took a few steps forward and walked beside Xiaoshi and Fengjing. And then, With her eyes fixed on Xiaoshi, she asked, "Who are you?" Shushi inclined his head slightly. When her gaze landed on Xiao Muyu, the smile in her eyes faded. However, she did not answer Xiao Muyu, but instead looked at Feng Jing in front of her. "Your peach blossom?" Feng Jing's handsome face also sank after he sensed that Xiaoshi was clearly a bit upset, and the words that came out of his mouth didn't leave any mercy. "There's nothing for you here. Get out." When Xiao Muyu asked the question of who Xiaoshi was, he knew that Xiao Muyu didn't know who Xiaoshi was before, nor did he know that Xiaoshi was here. In that case, there was no need for him to be polite to her or anything. In the face of Feng Jing's merciless words, Xiao Muyu only felt that her heart had been viciously cut by Feng Jing. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Jing, and she couldn't control the light shake of her head. No, it can't be. How could Feng Jing give her up for such a woman? False. This must be a fake. Suddenly, Xiao Muyu looked as if he had deeply thought of something, his eyes looking straight at Xiaoshi. In the next moment, a flash of realization suddenly appeared on her extremely good-looking little face. Feng Temple, you wouldn't have specially found a woman to act with you because you're afraid I'll pester you, would you? There's no need for this. I, Xiao Muyu, am not the kind of girl who is a deadbeat. There's no need for you to make such a big sacrifice in order to reject me. Chapter 70, The Great Chief. Shashi. 2. Xiaoshi listened to Xiao Muyu's brainstorming and looked Xiao Muyu up and down before shaking her head. This young lady, are you taking yourself too seriously? If it was any other scum that came looking for trouble, she wasn't interested in hitching a ride, but the big event in front of her, the tearing of her love rival's hand, was better for her to come in person. Otherwise, if she didn't establish her authority properly, it wouldn't be a good thing in the future in case anyone dared to hook up with her baby. Feeling Xiaoshi's gaze that carried aggression, a flash of anger flashed across Xiao Muyu's small face as she looked at Xiaoshi. Who is a woman like you to judge me? Xiaoshi looked at Xiao Muyu's exasperated appearance and did not move to raise an eyebrow. A woman like me? What's wrong with a woman like me? People like my kind of woman. No matter how good looking you are, my baby still doesn't like you. Saying that, Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Feng Jing in front of her and once again pecked at his thin lips, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Baby, don't you think so?" Feng Jing felt the warm touch left on his lips. How could he still think about other women? His good-looking eyebrows stared at Xiaoshi, and an extremely light but sufficiently loud hum came out of his mouth for Xiao Muyu and everyone else to hear. Xiaoxia smiled brightly and once again rewarded the man by dropping a slapdash kiss on his lips. And then, she turned her head slightly, her tone sounding provocative in any way. "My baby doesn't like you. Stay away from him from now on. Do you hear me?" Xiao Muyu looked at Xiaoshi, who was kissing Feng Jing again and again in front of her, like swearing sovereignty, and the anger in her heart finally couldn't be suppressed. At this moment, her originally cool and elegant voice was actually a bit sharp and piercing. "Who are you to say such things to me?" The moment the words fell, Xiao Muyu suddenly raised her small hand, about to teach Xiaoshi a lesson. However, her hand had just been raised to mid-air when her wrist was steeply and gently clutched by a small hand. It was like the hand was not exerting any force, but it was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for her to move the slightest bit. At the same time, Xiaoshi's heartfelt voice of exhortation suddenly entered Xiao Muyu's ears. "Girls, don't hit people at will." However, the moment she finished, pop, a crisp slap sound abruptly resounded from Xiao Muyu's beautiful face. Xiao Muyu looked dumbfounded at Xiaoshi, who did not move to lower her hand in front of her, her face filled with shock and anger. She, Xiao Muyu, was actually beaten up? Moreover, didn't she just say in front of her that girls should not hit people randomly? As if she could tell what was going on in Xiao Muyu's mind, Xiaxia directly answered the doubts in her mind with a light smile. "Oh, and you're not included in the people who can't hit people at will." Boo! Xiaxia's words directly caused Xiao Muyu, whose mind had long been on the verge of exploding, to explode in an instant. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and she said almost word for word, "You seek death." The moment the words fell, the aura around Xiao Muyu's body was unreservedly released. At that moment, an exclamation of shock came out from the mouths of the Xia family. Advanced warrior? At this moment, the complexion of the crowd looking at Xiao Muyu completely changed. No one had thought that Xiao Muyu, at his early 20s, had become a senior combatant. This, a true demon. And under the gaze of the crowd filled with amazement, Xiao Muyu's eyes looked straight at Xiaoshi and commanded in an icy tone, "Leave the sealed palace of your own accord, or else, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Shashi raised an eyebrow. "You're welcome." Next moment, pop, the crisp slap sounded again. At the same time, what also came out was Xiaoshi's light but heart-chilling icy voice. "In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be nonchalant with me." Chapter 71, The Great Chief. Xiaoshi. 3. Hiss, hiss. The Xia family crowd looked at the symmetrical slap mark on Xiao Muyu's face that had allowed her to be hit by Xia Shi, and all of them couldn't help but viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air. The Xiao Muyu in front of him was an existence that had just become a senior warrior at the age of 20. Even, no one doubted that as long as Xiao Muyu was given time, she would definitely be able to become a majestic big shot in the future. But, such a character had been slapped twice in a row by Xia Shi, and at the same time, Xiao Muyu felt her hot little face as a monstrous rage rushed straight into her mind. Under the anger that was close to destroying her sanity, she directly ignored the fact that she hadn't even seen Xia Shi's movements and steeply clenched her fists. You seek death. The moment these three extremely heavily bitten words fell, her fist violently swung up at Xia Shi's face. However, just as her fist was still an inch away from Xia Shi, Feng Jing suddenly lifted his hand in an unhurried manner. Ka-ching! A crisp sound of a broken wrist resounded throughout the hall. Well, under the intense pain, an agonizing muffled grunt suddenly came out of Xiao Muyu's mouth. She subconsciously took a few steps back, her eyes staring at Feng Jing in dismay, her small face overflowing with deep dismay. Feng Jing, hurt her. Feng Jing, how dare he hurt her for an ugly girl? At this moment, it was as if her heart had been cut open by Feng Jing one by one, forming countless bloody slits. The pain in her body, however, was far less than a tenth of the pounding her mind had taken. She, Xiao Muyu, had been proud all her life, but she never thought that she would fall in love with such a heartless man. Even, spare him the fact that he has been ruthless to such an extent, she still likes him. At the same time, the surrounding Xia family members were equally dumbfounded. Xiao Muyu's wrist, it was broken, right? This man, how could he have the strength to instantly crush Xiao Muyu? In the next moment, a few women turned their heads to look at Xia Shi, the jealousy on their faces a few points more obvious. I'm afraid there aren't many such superb men in the whole of Xia. How did she get so lucky? How come they can't find men who are so blind? Soon, Feng Jing Sen's chilling voice sounded once again. Get out of my sight in 3 seconds or you don't have to leave today. Hearing Feng Jing's words that didn't leave any trace of mercy, Xiao Muyu's breathing suddenly tightened. At this moment, she already understood that she was no match for Feng Jing. Understand more. Feng Jing seems to really do not like her. With that, she turned her head to look at Xia Shi, a pair of extremely beautiful eyes revealing a strong unwillingness. This dare to beat her. How can she let her off so easily? Xia felt her gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Don't want to go? It's fine if you don't want to go. Although moving you will be a bit troublesome. The Xiao family can't do anything about me yet. Xiao Muyu almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood from Xia Shi's sentence. Hubris! How dare this woman say such a thing? However, Xiao Muyu understood that he was completely no match for Feng Jing. If she insisted on striking at Xia Shi, not only would it be impossible for her to injure Xia Shi, she might also be beaten extremely badly by Feng Jing. Most importantly, she would completely cut off the possibility of being with Feng Jing. After she hesitated for a few seconds, she looked deeply at Xia Shi before turning around in a sorry state and walking out of the banquet hall. An hour later, the Xia family's banquet hall was filled with guests from all sides of Imperial City. The Xia family had publicly clarified the theft of the group's achievements by the Xia mother 20 years ago, and at the same time confirmed that the real developer of those achievements was the Xia mother. Since then, Xia's mother has been removed from within the blacklist of Xia's businesses. Subsequently, under the gaze of the guests who were shocked beyond description, the Xia family had fulfilled his promise and was escorted into the Xia family water prison by the subordinates brought by Jiang Yunting. After the banquet was over, Feng Jing was sought out by his little assistant on the grounds that something big had happened, and Xia sent Xia's mother back to the villa first. After making sure that Xia Zichen was fine, he headed to the Imperial City War Department with Jiang Yunting and Xia Shiqing. Chapter 72, The Great Chief. Shashi. 4. Meanwhile, Long Yuan, who had just arrived at the Imperial City Academy, received the news and immediately turned around and rushed to the Imperial City War Department. On the other hand, in the center of the Imperial City, inside a War Ministry family villa, a 23 or 24-year-old, slightly chubby, upper middle-aged looking woman jerked up from her chair. What? Xia Shiqian was captured by a woman for training? Then still wants him to go and give those Imperial City Academy students military training 10 days later? Miss, it is said that lord is a high-ranking member of the War Ministry, so be careful what you say. The old man in the butler's uniform opened his mouth to advise. The slightly chubby woman, also known as Jiang Xiao, sniffed and immediately snorted disdainfully. How high can a 19-year-old small title be? Ting is a 1-star intermediate commander. She's a 5-star intermediate commander at best. In front of my father, a 3-star senior commander. That is not even an ass. Besides, she's going to be the trainer who explains the military training process to the combatants in charge of military training. and in past years, the ones who did this kind of idle work were the veterans of the lower and middle classes, and the fact that the higher-ups were able to send her over there is in itself a sign that they are going to give up on her. How come I, Zhang Xiao, am also a bit of an intermediate-level warrior? That is, I don't want to, but if I had any interest in the position of an intermediate-level commander of the War Department, I would have long been a 5-star intermediate-level commander. Uncle Zhang, what do you think I wouldn't dare to say to such a person? The butler opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. With that, Zhang Xiao snorted coldly once again. So many people she doesn't look for. She has to look for my family Shircho. That can't be interested in my family Shircho, right? Even if he's not interested in my family Shircho, when my family Shircho goes to military training in 10 days, he'll have to face so many Imperial City Academy girls. What if someone seduces him? This kind of woman is also a scourge if she stays in the war ministry. Uncle Zhang, go, follow me to the place where she did special training for those combatants. I will personally kick that who dares to be a demon in front of me out of the War Department. Half an hour later, the Imperial City battle section. When Shashi showed up, none of the combatants came out to greet him. When Jiang Yunting saw this, his face was obviously a bit ugly, and Xia Shiqian had an obvious gloating expression on one face. Commander Xia, it seems that the warriors don't give you much face. Upon hearing this, Xia Shi turned her head slightly, and a light smile suddenly appeared on her small face as she looked at him. It was just this smile that inexplicably made him feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. However, Xia Shi didn't say anything to him, but instead turned her head to look at the accommodation area. In the next moment, a chilling voice that resounded throughout the entire division abruptly came out from Xia Shi's mouth. Assemble in formation in front of me in 10 seconds, or get the hell out of the Xia War Department. The moment Xia Shi's words fell, an extreme fervor abruptly surged out of Jiang Yunting's eyes as he looked at her. His palace master, as usual, was really overbearing, but she had the capital to say it. However, on the side, Xia Shiqin was violently stunned, and then a faint trace of disdain flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xia Shi. This is overplaying her hand, isn't she? She's going to tell someone to get the hell out of the War Department if they don't show up in 10 seconds? Is she qualified? Not to mention that she had gotten this senior commander position through some kind of unseemly means. Even if she really was the rightful senior commander of the War Department, she still did not have the power to be able to kick a war member out of the War Department at will. At this point, Xia Shiquan's emotions were already written on her face. Xia Shi faintly swept him a glance, did not say anything, but her face grew colder and colder as time went on. Chapter 73, The Great Chief. Shashi. 5. And as Jiang Yunting looked at the combatants who had been slow to come over, his forehead was gradually seeping with a trace of cold sweat. What was wrong with the combatants, who had clearly been quite obedient under him before? Today? Commander Xia, why don't I go get them? After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yunting finally spoke stiffly. Xia Shi looked at him faintly. No need, just remove the name. After saying that, she directly turned around and prepared to leave. When they were almost here, Jiang Yunting had already notified the war veterans, but didn't say that he had arrived as well. But those few combatants felt that Jiang Yunting had not come and had been so neglectful because the personnel who had come to give the lecture in the past were not of high status. However, these are not the most important. Most importantly, there wasn't even a single combatant who volunteered to train here on the huge schoolyard. It's a waste of food to keep something like this that has little drive. Xia Commander, these people were all seriously injured on the battlefield before, because of all kinds of physical problems retired. They are all still young, but they know that there is little hope for the future. This is hope that you remember in the end past, for the summer country has made a contribution to the sake of, to spare them this time. Xia Shiqing looked at Jiang Yunting's humble appearance, and her brows couldn't help but slowly knit up. He just couldn't understand how Jiang Yunting and this woman, who were both senior commanders with a difference of at most 1 star, could manage to lower their voices so lowly. At the same time, Xia Shi's footsteps suddenly lurched. She slightly inclined her head to look at Jiang Yunting, and then looked to the rear to see a line of 925 or so combatants coming out of the accommodation area. They seemed to have seen Jiang Yunting and immediately rushed over at top speed. In just a few seconds, the 9 people were lined up in front of Jiang Yunting. Commander Jiang. The 9 of them stood straight and raised their hands in unison to give Jiang Yunting a standard salute. At this moment, where was Jiang Yunting's humble demeanor when he faced Xia Xie? He looked straight at the 9 people with an icy face and questioned them in a cold voice. Didn't I inform you that the instructor who will give you special training will be here soon? When the 9 people heard this, their straightened bodies all abruptly stiffened. They were aware that the special training instructor was coming over, but according to the usual practice, it was the special training instructor who needed to go to the accommodation area to invite them one by one. If they hadn't heard the shout just now telling them to come over and gather in 10 seconds and sent someone out to take a look, knowing that Commander Jiang had also come over, there was no way they would have come out voluntarily at all. Okay? Speak. Seeing that several people were silent, Jiang Yunting suddenly chided in a cold voice. The hearts of all 9 combatants shuddered. Under Jiang Yunting's forced gaze, a dark-skinned combatant took a hard step forward, but with his head held high, he opened his mouth with a straight line-like voice to reply. Reporting to Commander Jiang, we were wrong about this and are here to apologize to you. Jiang Yunting's face eased a few points when he heard this. However, on his lips, he spoke in a cold voice. The person you have to apologize to is not me. It's this Commander Xia who is in charge of giving you special training. The 9 combatants sniffed and snapped to attention. With that, they then looked at Xia Shi beside Jiang Yunting. Shouldn't the one who came to give them special training be an old war veteran of low status but experienced in military training? How come it's a little girl? Moreover, this one should be about the same age as the freshmen of the Imperial City Academy they would soon be in charge of, right? Sure, it's here to give them special training and not to be trained by them in the next military training? Jiang Yunting saw some faintly undetectable dissimilarities on the rigid faces of the 9 people, and he couldn't help but speak in a cold voice. Didn't you hear me? Chapter 74, The Great Chief. Shashi. 6. The 9 people's backs immediately straightened up a few points again, no matter how reluctant they were in their hearts. Under Jiang Yunting's gaze, they could only cry out in words. Commander Xia. I'm sorry. Xia's slightly cold eyes fell on the 9 people, her tone not light or heavy. You should thank Commander Jiang, or else your names would no longer be among the members of the War Ministry. The 9 people were stunned at his words. There's no more of them in the War Department membership? What do you mean? In the next moment, the 9 suddenly thought of the epileptic words that had just ordered them to gather within 10 seconds or else they would be told to get the hell out of the War Ministry. At that moment, the 9 people looked at Xia Shi as if they were looking at a little cutie. They were the meritorious ministers of the Xia Kingdom, the existences that had been injured on the battlefields of the Xia Kingdom and had almost become martyrs of the Protectorate. This little girl in front of me, who hasn't even grown her hair yet, can tell them to get the hell out of the War Department with a single word? Who does she think she is? Do you really think that just because you call her Commander Xia that she can be lawless? A little girl of this age, even if she became a commander, it was estimated that she would only be the lowest 1-star low-level commander. Which of the 9 of them hadn't long ago become the existence of a 3-star or higher low-level commander? Besides, they've all fought to the death on the battlefield. A little girl whose hair had not yet grown, also dared to say such words as to let them get out of the Xia War Department, when it really did not know how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. Xia just swept a glance at the 9 people, and she probably knew what they were thinking. She raised an eyebrow and let out a light laugh. What? No? The dark-skinned combatant sniffed and stepped forward from the group once more. He held his head high and stared ahead, his voice as rigid as iron. Report, instructor. We serve. You are the instructor who came to give us special training. We must serve. Jiang Yunting's face sank a few points deeper when he heard his obviously unconvincing retort. However, Xia Shi was suddenly smiling. How long has it been? How long had it been since a member of the War Department had dared to speak to her like that? She looked at the 9 combatants and a faint smile slowly curled up at the corner of her mouth. It was just the smile. How it looked so ominous. However, she didn't say anything to the 9, but turned her head to Jiang Yunting and said, Commander Jiang, these few great Xia Kingdom meritocrats can be handed over to me. You go and get busy. Jiang Yunting glanced at the several people with some concern, then gave them a moment of silence in his heart before he respectfully nodded to Xia Shi before turning to leave. When Jiang Yunting's figure disappeared within the crowd's line of sight, the straightened figures of each combatant suddenly relaxed. Then a sideways murmur came out of the mouths of several of the combatants. Phew! Scared the hell out of me. It's a good thing we didn't make Commander Jiang angry. Otherwise I'm afraid we'd be in trouble. It's mainly because of the captain's resourcefulness. If he hadn't apologized to a little girl without hesitation, I'm afraid that Commander Jiang wouldn't have spared us so easily. The captain deserves to be a captain. How much humiliation can he endure in front of his superiors? As Xiao Shichen looked at the 9 people who had not put Xia Shi in their eyes at all, he could not help but have a strong gloating expression on his face. While Jiang Yunting was here, this woman hadn't even asked him to clarify his title rank. Now that Jiang Yunting was gone, even if she herself said that she was a senior commander, no one would believe her. He just couldn't understand. How on earth did such a stupid woman get into the position of senior commander of the War Department? Chapter 75, The Great Chief. Shashi. 7. Xia Shi just stood aside, quietly listening to the voices of the 9 people, and not the slightest fluctuation of emotions appeared in her ancient well-less eyes. It was only after a long time that the 9 people gradually quieted down. Xia Shi spoke faintly. Enough said? The dark-skinned team member sniffed and suddenly smiled. Then, he changed the respect and caution with which he stood in front of Jiang Yunting, and his eyes looked at Xiaoshi faintly as he plodded on. Alright, seeing as you're a little girl, we won't give you a hard time. Give us the military training notes you memorized, and then, you can get lost. However, the very next moment his words fell, he suddenly saw a silhouette flash before his eyes. In the next moment, a small, cold hand suddenly pinched his neck fiercely. Well, in just an instant, he felt a strong sense of suffocation. At the same time, the force coming from the small, soft, boneless hand was as if it could break his neck in the next moment. The scene in front of me appeared too quickly. By the time the crowd reacted to what was happening, the Tan combatant's eyes were already rolled up in his head and he was clearly about to be choked to death. The mockery on Xia Shiqian's face instantly froze, and what replaced it was disbelief that was thick to the core. How can anyone have such speed? As a peak intermediate level warrior? He hadn't even seen the remnants. This woman, is she human? Meanwhile, one of the combatants snapped back to attention. Stop. Under the tension of his comrade's possible death at any moment, he barely even thought about it and directly shouted in a cold voice to Xia Shi. Xia slightly inclined her head, and that calm but creepy sight landed on the taller combatant who opened his mouth. Under such a gaze, the combatant subconsciously took a step back. Then, he saw Shashi throw the Tan combatant who was about to be strangled in his hands like a piece of trash a few meters away. Then she lifted her foot directly at him. The tall combatant looked at Xiaoshi's footsteps that kept approaching his own, as if he saw death getting closer and closer to him. Under extreme panic, he subconsciously stepped back, and because he was so scared by the terrifying aura around Xiaoshi that his legs went weak, after taking a few steps back, he actually fell on his butt and sat on the ground. However, Xiaoxi's footsteps did not slow down the slightest bit because he fell. As Xiaoshi approached, he felt more and more clearly the cold and stern aura around him. Under the shroud of that aura, he couldn't control his body to move back. At the same time, he spoke in a trembling tone. You, what are you doing? On the side, the other combatants were also afraid to utter a single breath at the moment. Although the aura around Xiaoshi didn't target them, just the overflowing aura made them feel chilled to the bone. At this moment, a doubt surfaced in the minds of all the combatants. Is this really a 20-year-old girl? Even if Jiang Yunting, who was a one-star senior commander, did not have such a terrifying aura around him, it was just to give them a lecture before the military training. The War Ministry could just send anyone over, so why send such an existence? Is this going to be special training for them, or are you going to play them to death? And while several of the surrounding combatants were skeptical, the taller one on the ground was on the verge of crying out in fear. You, don't come any closer. If you come any closer I'll. Seeing that the tall warrior did not come up with anything even after half a day of Xia finally stopped. She looked at the combatant on the ground and raised an eyebrow slightly. Ordering me to stop? Chapter 76, The Great Chief. Shashi. 8. The tall warrior's breath tightened. With a strong desire to survive, he resolutely chose to keep his eyes open. No. Xiaoshi looked at the taller combatant's abject behavior, and then nodded in satisfaction. And then, her light but undeniable voice came out again. Starting today, for the next 10 days, I don't want anyone to say the word no to me for anything I say or do. Is that clear? The tall combatant on the ground sniffed and nodded almost without hesitation. Understood, as long as this person in front of him could spare him, not to mention just listening to her words. Even if he was asked to kneel down and call his father, he could do it without hesitation. It wasn't that he was a wimp. It was really that the young girl in front of him was just too terrifying. Natsuki faintly swept a glance at the taller combatant before turning his head to look at the somewhat dumbfounded few others. What about you guys? The crowd felt Xiaoshi's line of sight and returned to their senses almost simultaneously. Then several people returned almost in unison. Ming. Got it. Xiaoxi's eyes swept over the crowd before looking at Xiaoshi. What about you? At this time, Xiaoshi were still dare to say half no word. He hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi and spoke. I'll listen to you on all counts. Xiaoxia nodded slightly before looking at the thinnest of the several team members standing. You just had the most bull ******. 12 sentences. Run around the schoolyard. 120 laps. Rest when you're done. Hiss. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the surroundings. Even if the warrior can basically be a little bit better physically than an ordinary person, but after 120 laps, run, the whole person is estimated to be wasted. Is there a problem? Xiaoshi looked at the skinny combatant whose face suddenly froze and asked in a faint voice. The skinny combatant subconsciously wanted to say, something's wrong, but the moment he came into contact with Natsuki's gaze, he nodded his head almost without thinking. No problem. Afterwards, Xiashi turned her head to look at the others, pointing them out one by one. You, 110 laps. You, 100 laps. 50 laps for you. When Xiashi pointed to the last person, the handsome-looking combatant hesitated for a moment before saying with an innocent face, "Instructor, I didn't just say anything disrespectful to you." He had just seen the others being penalized and was glad that he hadn't been tongue-tied, but he hadn't realized that he had 50 laps as well. However, Xiashi didn't answer his question, but faintly said, 60 laps. Junsu warrior was confused and spoke without thinking. No, 70 laps. The Junsu warrior was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare say another word. The other soldiers, looking at Junsu's tragic experience, understood more deeply the meaning of her saying that she didn't want them to say no to her. At the same time, all of them were admonishing themselves in their hearts that what this instructor of theirs said was what he said, and that they absolutely couldn't resist in any way. Otherwise, the handsome young man in front of them was there for warning. Not far away, Xiashi looked at the miserable state of the crowd, and a strong celebration appeared on her face. Luckily he had just mentally spat out a few words and didn't say anything. Otherwise, not to mention other things, just say his "this little is too much of a pussy" is enough to get a few hundred laps. Only, not waiting for him to be happy for a few seconds, Xiaxi's gaze suddenly landed on him, and the words that came out of her mouth were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens that ruthlessly struck the top of his head. You, 200 laps. Xiashi was instantly dumbfounded in place. Even if he was a mid-level warrior, he couldn't withstand such destruction. However, after the experience of the handsome young man, he did not dare to ask why, did not dare to bargain, and did not dare to say the word no. He, Xiashi, had never been so stifled in his life. However, knowing his family's girlfriend as he did, she should have gotten the message and be on her way. The little in front of him was only a 2-star senior commander, and his girlfriend's father was a 3-star senior commander. He'd like to see how arrogant this little would still be when his girlfriend arrived. I don't know if it's a heart-to-heart, or if I'm just thinking about the devil. Almost the very next moment when this thought was born in Xiaxi's mind, a woman's figure walked into the schoolyard gate. The first thing her eyes landed on was Natsuki. When she saw that Xiaxi and Xiaxi were standing opposite each other, as if they were saying something intimate, the anger in her heart steeply churned up. Then, her shrill voice suddenly traveled out. Little, with you also want to steal my boyfriend? Do you not want to live? Chapter 77, The Great Chief. Shashi. 9. The instant this voice fell, almost all of the combatants looked over in the direction where Jiang Xiaro was. Then, a strong shock and dismay appeared on the faces of the 9 people. Stealing someone's boyfriend? This tigress in front of them had done such a shameless thing? Besides, what man would be blind enough to get a woman like that as a girlfriend when they don't want this kind of for nothing? On the side, the moment Xiaxi's eyes came into contact with Jiang Xiaro, a thick ecstasy steeply surged on his handsome face. He thought it would take at least a while for Jiang Xiaro to come over, and he thought he would have to endure the humiliation of being suppressed by Xiaxi for a few more hours. However, he didn't expect Jiang Xiaro to come so quickly. In this way, he would not have to suffer even hours of oppression. This happiness came too suddenly. Then, he directly raised his head and chest, looking at Xiaxi with a hint of gloating in his eyes. Oh, so what if the strength is still good? It's still a woman at the end of the day. This Summerland, after all, is still in the hands of them men. Even if you become a high commander, so what? I just don't believe that the top brass of Xia can really give you much power. And, senior commander is already the highest position you can sit in. There is no way that the top brass of the Summer Kingdom would let a woman become the Grand Chief. But his future father-in-law, Jiang Xiao's father, is a person who is very likely to be promoted to the position of Grand Chief within 10 years. Such a big shot. She, a woman, couldn't afford to mess with him. Not to mention later, even now, this woman would be equally unlucky in front of his girlfriend. Just as Xiaxi's mind was reeling with thoughts, Jiang Xiaro had already brought the Jiang family butler as well as 5 of the Jiang family guards over with quick steps. Xiaxi's eyes were pale as she looked at Jiang Xiaro, who approached her with quick steps. No joy or anger could be seen on her face. It wasn't until Jiang Xiaro was about to walk up to her that she then flicked her lips and said, "What did you call me?" Jiang Xiaro raised her chin and grunted. "Little with something like you also want to steal my boyfriend. Not what is it? What? I so-called have a problem?" When the 9 surrounding warriors heard this, their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Jiang Xiaro. In fact, they wanted to shout that, but unfortunately they didn't quite dare. But now that they heard someone shout out their hearts, they had to give a word of praise. What a woman of honor. On the side, Xiaxi listened to Jiang Xiao's words and looked at her with eyes overflowing with pride. Watch, that's his girlfriend, the daughter of a 3-star senior commander of a war ministry. At the same time, it is also an existence that Xia Shai, who does not know what means he relies on to become a 3-star senior commander, can't afford to provoke. When Xia Shi heard Jiang Xiao's words, her expression still didn't fluctuate too much. She just nodded, while slowly walking towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Shi indifferently, as she didn't feel any aura of danger, and there was no trace of fear on her small face. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Shi stopped in front of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao sneered at Xia Shi in front of her and playfully raised an eyebrow. What? Trying to apologize to me? It's also possible. Now kneel in front of me and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will not hold you responsible for seducing the daughter's boyfriend, a 3-star senior commander of the war ministry. Otherwise, I, Jiang Xiao, will make it impossible for you to stay in the war ministry. The 9 combatants sucked in a breath of cool air in unison when they heard Jiang Xiao's words. Just now they only thought that this was the original mate who came to catch the mistress, but they didn't realize that this, actually, was the daughter of the 3-star senior commander of the war ministry. At that moment, the 9 people couldn't help but feel some pity on their faces as they looked at Xia Shi. In their opinion, even if Xia Shi's strength was okay, because of her age and gender, plus the fact that she was assigned to do special training for them, at most, she would be a 5-star intermediate commander at best, and it was even possible that she was only a low-level commander. Such a title had no place in front of the daughter of a 3-star senior commander. They really don't know where Xia Shi got the guts to rob the boyfriend of the daughter of the 3-star senior commander, when he was really tired of living. However, she was also considered lucky that they just asked her to kneel down and kowtow 3 times and that was the end of it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this Ministry of War would really have no place for her. Xia Shiqian swept a glance at the war veteran's expressions, and could not help but sneer in his heart. Though the woman was related to him by blood and couldn't possibly think anything of him, but he didn't have to say it at this point. He wanted to watch the scene where this woman, who had just dragged her 250 in front of him, humbled herself and knelt at his girlfriend's feet. Under the gazes of the crowd with a little bit of expectation, Xia Shi nodded to Jiang Xiao and spat out the word good. The crowd of combatants and Xia Shi listened to Xia Shi's reply and did not show half a bit of surprise on their faces. After all, no one felt that Xia Shi dared to be reckless in front of the daughter of a 3-star senior commander. However, in the next moment, the crowd was like seeing a ghost, and all their eyes widened violently, only to see that Xia Shi actually suddenly raised her foot and kicked at Jiang Xiao's knee. Ah! A mournful scream immediately came out from Jiang Xiao's mouth. At the same time, she couldn't control her knees, actually flopped and knelt in front of Xia Shi. Everyone who saw the scene was instantly petrified. Without waiting for the crowd's brains to recover their thoughts, Xia Shi's indifferent voice exploded in the ears of everyone around. 3 heads. Kowtow. Jiang Xiao froze and raised her head, disbelief overflowing on her small face as she looked at Xia Shi. She felt like she was dreaming, but the pain in her leg was telling her that what was happening in front of her was reality. She, Jiang Xiao, was really kicked to her knees by a small man who came to give the combatants special training. Are you crazy? My father is a 3-star senior war department commander. How dare you do this to me? What Jiang Xiao didn't expect even more was that after Xia Shi heard her words, she actually nodded without moving, and the words coming in from her mouth remained as calm as water. You just said 3 rings, kowtow yourself, or should I help you? Chapter 78, The Great Chief. Shashi. 10. Quiet. The moment Xia Xi's words fell, a deathly silence fell around him. No one thought that Xia Shi would dare to make the daughter of a 3-star senior commander kneel in front of her, and to make the other party kowtow to her 3 times. Crazy. She's really crazy. Jiang Xiao froze as she gazed into Xia Shi's calm, wave-free eyes, and she unexpectedly felt a trace of fear inexplicably. However, in the next moment, she snapped back to her senses and hurriedly turned her head to look at the housekeeper and 5 guards behind her who froze for a moment because they were too shocked to react. They had been following Jiang Xiao for more than 10 years, and had never seen anyone who dared to be rude to Jiang Xiao after she had declared herself, much less one who dared to make Jiang Xiao kneel in front of them. Because of the many years of comfortable life, at this time, it was really a little difficult for them to believe the facts in front of them. Jiang Xiao was furious when she saw the stupefied looks on the faces of several people. Are you all dead? On! All of you! Get on me! I want this dead! The 5 guards snapped back to attention. Their eyes instantly turned cold, and they charged at Xia Shi almost simultaneously. However, 5 seconds later, all 5 guards fell to the ground, a wail of pain coming from their mouths. At this moment, everyone looked at Xia Shi as if they were looking at a non-human being. Just now, they only saw a residual shadow flash by and 5 people fell to the ground. Is this really humanly possible? Soon the 9 combatants felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in their hearts. They could roughly feel that they were not her opponents because of the aura around Xiaoshi before, which was why they didn't dare to stand up against her decision. In hindsight, they couldn't have been more right. Otherwise, the Jiang family guards on the ground right now would be their downfall. As for Xiaoshi, the look he gave to Xiaoshi similarly changed. At this moment, he was truly a little afraid of the Xiaoshi in front of him, whose strength was so terrifying that it nearly exceeded his knowledge. The first time the Jiang family's butler returned to his senses, he hastily took a few steps back, then quickly took out his communicator and sent a message to Jiang Xiao's father, also known as the Jiang commander, asking him to come over as soon as possible. Seeing the butler's movements, Xiaoshi just swept him a glance without any intention of stopping him. Afterward, her gaze once again landed on Jiang Xiao's face, who was kneeling in front of her, and a clear forcefulness was evident in her light voice. Knock yourself out, or shall I help you? Jiang Xiao withdrew her eyes from the 5 guards of the Jiang family in slow motion. When she looked at Xiaoshi, a thick wave of panic had been born in her heart. Feeling Xiaoshi's slightly cold line of sight, she stumbled. You. Under intense fear, Jiang Xiao subconsciously turned her head to look around. Soon, her gaze landed on Xiaoshi, who was standing dumbfounded in place. Her eyes abruptly lit up and she cried out as if she had grabbed a life preserver. Tokiomi, help me! When Xiaoshi heard this, her already stiff body was like instantly stiffening into a log. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush over and block Jiang Xiao's mouth. Save her? How can he save it? None of the 5 guards of the Jiang family were below him in strength, but the 5 guards were directly killed on the spot by Xiaoshi. Even if he rushes up, he's just a life as cannon fodder. When Jiang Xiao saw Xiaoshi's reaction, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed a few points. However, already completely helpless, she still clung to hope and said, Tokiomi, help me. Xiaoshi took a deep breath. However, he struggled to even move his feet in the face of the gaze that Xiaoshi threw at him. Seeing this, Xiaoshi couldn't help but smile faintly. Since she wants you to help her, come over here and help her. Jiang Xiao and Xiaoshi froze at the same time. However, in the next moment, the two reacted to the fact that the helper that Xiaoshi said was not for Xiaoshi to help Jiang Xiao deal with her, but to help Jiang Xiao kowtow 3 times. Jiang Xiao gazed straight at Xiaoshi and slowly clenched a pair of small fists. My father is a 3-star senior commander of the war ministry. Are you really tired of living? In her life, she, Jiang Xiao, had really never seen a woman so unafraid of death. However, Xiaoshi didn't even look at her and only said to Xiaoshi, come here. Natsuki was literally on the verge of tears as she listened to Natsuki's undeniable voice. Before, he felt that once Jiang Xiao's father came over, Xiaoshi would be finished. But now, he looked at the Xiaoshi in front of him was really a bit scared. Xiaoshi, However, before he could finish his stuttering words, Xiaoshi directly opened her mouth to cut him off. I don't want to say my words a second time. Xiaoshi's body suddenly trembled. He looked at Xiaoshi and then at Jiang Xiao, his face showing a full struggle. He understood that if he chose Xiaoshi today, it would be the same as giving up on Jiang Xiao, and he would lose his status as the future son-in-law of the 3-star senior commander. He will no longer have any preferential treatment among the war ministry, and if he chooses Jiang Xiao, normally he would have chosen Jiang Xiao without hesitation. But at this moment, as he looked at Xiaoshi's gaze that was calm to the extreme, and then thought about Jiang Yunting's attitude towards Xiaoshi, as well as Xiaoshi's horrifying strength that instantly put down the Jiang family's 5 intermediate-level warrior guards, he was suddenly startled. Xiaoshi, perhaps not necessarily as he had previously thought, had obtained the position of a 2-star senior commander through some special means, and an existence that was 19 years old and had become a 2-star or higher senior commander by himself. Could his future accomplishments possibly be poor? Even if she's just a woman. But this woman had reached a moment of strength where she could contribute greatly to the whole of Xia, and was it true that she had no possibility of becoming a great chief after 5 years? The possibility of her becoming a great chief was feared to be an unknown amount higher than Jiang Xiao's father. Thinking about the position of the great chieftain whose status was so high that he could only look up to it, Xiaoshi couldn't control himself from sucking in a breath of cool air. At the same time, when Xiaoshi saw that he didn't move for a long time, the slightest hint of impatience gradually appeared on her small face. Then, a countdown with a strong sense of oppression entered the ears of everyone on the scene. 3, 2, I'll help. Before Xiaoxi's 1 was counted out, Xiaoshi suddenly closed her eyes and shouted. Then, under the gaze of Jiang Xiao, who was full of unbelief, he walked to her with heavy feet. Xiaoshi looked at Jiang Xiao in front of him with a complicated expression. A deep self-reproach and helplessness appeared on his handsome face. Zoe, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiao shook her head lightly in dismay. Shurqiu, didn't you say you love me? You can't do things to apologize to me. Without waiting for Jiang Xiaoro to finish, Xia Shirquan spoke again. I'm sorry, only this time. His words came through with a bit of firmness and determination. The next moment, he took 2 steps behind Jiang Xiaoro. While bending down, he pressed down on Jiang Xiaoro's shoulders with one hand and her head with the other. Then with one force, he directly pressed her forehead to the ground. Boo! A sound of a forehead hitting the ground came out, and Jiang Xiaoro was forced to kowtow to Xia Shi for the first time. Immediately after her forehead hit the ground, she struggled to straighten up. At the same time, a monstrous rage flared in her eyes as she looked at Xia Shirqian. Xia Shirquan, you're not a man. After saying that, she looked straight at Xia Shi in front of her, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed in her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I, Jiang Xiaoro, swear that when my father arrives, I will make sure you leave this world in the most miserable way possible. However, just as her words fell, Grand Chief Long Yuan's extremely majestic and icy voice abruptly came over from the distance. Who did you say you wanted to leave the world? Chapter 79, The Great Chief. Shashi. 11. When the crowd heard that sudden sound, they all looked over in the direction from which it came. Upon seeing Long Yuan's figure that slowly approached, Xia Shirqian, Jiang Xiaoro and the 9 combatants were all stunned, because Long Yuan was different from Xia Shi. He was considered to be the highest spokesperson of the entire War Department, and almost everyone in the entire Xia country had seen him on TV at one time or another. Therefore, in just an instant, the crowd recognized this great chief who could be considered as only a handful in the Summer Kingdom. As Xia Shirqian and the 9 combatants returned to their senses, they subconsciously gave Long Yuan a salute while shouting in an unusually solemn manner, Grand Chieftain. At the same time, Xia Shirqian and the 9 warriors couldn't help but show a trace of doubt in their eyes as they looked at Long Yuan. How could a big shot like Long Yuan suddenly appear here? Normally, these small fishes like them were not qualified to see Long Yuan. But now, Long Yuan appeared in front of them. What is he here for? Soon, several people were thinking of the sentence Long Yuan had just asked. Who do you want to leave this world? With those words, they could roughly guess that he shouldn't be here for Jiang Xiaoro. Then, thinking of this, the afterimages of Xia Shirqian and the 9 combatants' eyes simultaneously aimed at Xia Shi. Could it be that this topmost Grand Chief of the Xia War Department was here to look for Xia Shi? At that moment, all 10 people's breaths tightened. Normally, when the Great Chief wants to find someone, he just gets someone to notify the person to go over to him. But if he really came specifically to find Xia Shi this time, what an honor! Unlike Xia Shirquan and the 9 warriors, Jiang Xiaoro naturally won to feel that Long Yuan is here to find this person in front of her. She felt Long Yuan's gaze on her, and instead, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Then, she hurriedly shouted at Long Yuan, Great Chief, my father is Jiang Chuan, a 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. Save me. Long Yuan, who was already on the verge of walking in front of the crowd, sniffed, and a flash of realization appeared on his face. So it's Jiang Chuan's daughter. Jiang Xiaoro nodded her head in a hurry. Aha! Grand Chieftain. She disrespected her superior's family. How should she be handled according to the rules of the War Ministry? Xia Shirqian and the 9 combatants were stunned when they heard Jiang Xiaoro's words. The War Department does seem to have a rule about penalizing subordinates for assaulting or hazing the family members of their superiors. If they remembered well, according to the regulations, the lightest would be 100 battle whips, and the seriousness of the situation might even lead to a year of reflection in the water prison of the War Ministry. Thinking of this, Xia Shirqian and the 9 warriors looked at Xia Shi with a somewhat complicated expression. The War Department is a place where rules are larger than life. Even if Long Yuan was the Grand Chief of the War Department, even if Long Yuan had come specifically to find her this time, he still had to follow the rules. The fact that she made Jiang Xiaoro kneel in front of her and found someone to force her to kowtow to herself definitely already constituted bullying. According to the rules of the Ministry of War, she should be given at least 100 war lashes. Thinking of the scene of this proud and unbeatable woman being lashed on her body with a whip, Xia Shirquan and the 9 warriors in their eyes, they actually showed a trace of anticipation. However, how could Jiang Xiaoro and the crowd not expect that Long Yuan only smiled faintly after hearing Jiang Xiaoro's words? A subordinate? Who said she was your father's subordinate? The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the 9 combatants were instantly dumbfounded. Not a subordinate? What do you mean? Could it be that this tigress, who looked less than 20 years old, would be a 3-star or higher senior commander? How is that possible? With her age and gender, even if she was strong, she would only be a 5-star intermediate commander at the end of her days, right? The senior commander of the War Department wasn't a cabbage. How could such a little girl be a 3-star senior commander? Not only the 9 people, even Xia Shirqian, who had previously known that Xia Shi was at least a 2-star commander, was likewise a bit confused. Although he had vaguely guessed before that Xiaoshi might not be without the possibility of being a 3-star senior commander. However, he was still a bit incredulous when he heard Long Yuan's words with his own ears at this moment. After all, in the entire Xiao War Department, there were more than 100 2-star senior commanders, and there were less than 10 senior commanders with 3 stars or more. What is the concept of this number? The entire Summer War Department has over 3 million combatants. She, the one in 3 million. To what extent did the Xiao War Ministry actually value her? What took such an excessively young teenage girl to become one of the small group of people standing at the very top of the Summerland? And at this moment, the shock in Jiang Xiao's heart was deeper than that of Xia Shiqing and the 9 combatants combined. But she knew that the youngest senior commander of the Xiao War Ministry was Jiang Yunting, who was now just 28 years old. But even Jiang Yunting was only a 1-star senior commander. Now Long Yuan was telling her that Xiaoshi was a 3-star or higher senior commander. Is this a tease? Great Chief, you mustn't be joking. She doesn't look older than me. Even if she joined the Xiao War Department from her mother's womb, she wouldn't be able to climb up to the position of a 3-star or above senior commander right now. Chapter 80, The Great Chief. Shashi. 12. Long Yuan's face sank when he heard Jiang Xiao's words filled with suspicion and disdain. At the same time, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a heavy oppression like a tidal wave. Do you think that I would have the leisure to lie to a little girl like you? Jiang Xiao looked at Long Yuan's face that didn't have the slightest hint of a joking meaning, and her entire brain felt like it had been instantly churned into a paste. No kidding? Is this younger than her, a senior commander with 3 stars or more in the War Department? It took several breaths before she slowly found her voice. Then, she froze and looked at Long Yuan and asked, how old is she? You have no business knowing information about her. Let me ask you, were you the one who just said you wanted her to leave this world in the most miserable way possible? Jiang Xiao looked at Long Yuan's cold and serious face, and her heart trembled uncontrollably. It suddenly occurred to her that if Xiaoshi was a 3-star senior commander, would she be suspected of trying to murder the senior commander of the War Department by threatening to kill her with Xiaoshi? If it was really judged that way, she was afraid that her life would be over. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but tremble lightly as she weakly opened her mouth to Long Yuan. I'm kidding. However, Long Yuan still looked at her coldly, his icy face not easing up in the slightest. Your words are out there. No one cares if you're threatening or joking. Girl, you're an adult and should take the consequences for the words you say and the things you do. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Xiao to say anything else, and directly turned his head to look at the 2 combatants he brought behind him. Take her under escort and bring her to the Cloud City prison first, then wait for the outcome of the War Ministry's court. Yes, the 2 nodded their heads in response. Jiang Xiao subconsciously moved back as she looked at the 2 combatants who approached her. At the same time, she slowly clenched a pair of small fists, looking at Long Yuan with a face full of anger and unwillingness. Big Chief, you can't do this to me. My father fought bloodily for the Xia Kingdom on the battlefield for more than 20 years before he was promoted to senior commander. Saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Xiaoshi. And her. What has she ever done for the Xia Kingdom? She wasn't even out of her mother's womb when my father was fighting to the death on the battlefield. She doesn't deserve the position of senior commander. Even more so, she's not qualified for you to treat me, who is the daughter of a 3-star senior commander, like this for her. If you do this, you will chill my father's heart and even cause turmoil in the Xiao War Department. Long Yuan, he never thought that he would have a day where he would be taught by a little girl pointing at his nose. His face grew ugly as he looked at the mouthy Jiang Xiao. Finally, his always serious and solemn face suddenly smiled instead of anger. Then I, for one, would like to see if you little girl is that capable, to see if Jiang Chuan has the ability. Originally, the fact that he was treating Jiang Xiao this way was mainly more of an element of doing it to Xiaoshi. After all, if he wanted Xiaoshi to agree to become the Great Chief, he first had to let her see his sincerity. When Jiang Xiao was arrested and put in jail, it was unlikely that Xiaoshi would have the effort to care about her, and at that time, he would have someone accommodate her release, which would be considered giving Jiang Chuan a face. But, as this girl was so ungrateful, he could only follow the rules of the War Ministry. The 2 combatants heard Long Yuan's tone and knew that there was no way Long Yuan would let Jiang Xiao go today. The 2 men went straight forward and held Jiang Xiao's shoulders. However, just as Jiang Xiao was about to be taken away from the place by the 2 men, a middle-aged man with a stalwart face walked quickly into the gate of the schoolyard. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but snap out of it. At the same time, Jiang Xiao, who was pressed down on the shoulders by the 2 combatants, suddenly swept up the figure of the man. She rushed to open her mouth and shouted, "Dad, help me!" The stalwart man, Jiang Xiao's father, Jiang Chuan, the 3-star senior commander of the Imperial City Warzone, snapped back to his senses and hurriedly walked over with quick steps. When his figure appeared in front of Jiang Xiao, he hurriedly looked at Long Yuan carefully and asked, "Great Chief, what is this?" At this moment, Long Yuan's face was still as gloomy as water. He looked at Jiang Chuan faintly and said, "Your good daughter was ready to murder the 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. I ordered her to be taken down according to the rules of the War Ministry. Does Commander Jiang have any comments?" Jiang Chuan snapped at his words. With that, he hastened to say, "Great Chief, although my daughter is lawless, she would never do something that violates the law and discipline. Great Chief, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here?" When Jiang Xiao saw that her father had indeed unconditionally sided with her, 2 lines of clear tears instantly rolled down from her eyes. At the same time, the voice coming out of her mouth was aggravated to the extreme. "Dad, this matter is not my fault. It's her who wanted to steal Shi Qian from me, and in order to increase her chances of contact with Shi Qian, she forced Shi Qian to come over to be a combatant who was going to go to Imperial City Academy for military training. I came over to argue with her, saying that I didn't agree with time tilting being here, and she kicked me and made me kneel in front of her, and made me kowtow to her 3 times, and when I didn't kowtow, she had someone hold me down and force me to kowtow. I'm a girl and she insulted me like that. I don't want to live." Chapter 81, The Great Chief. Shashi. 13. After saying that, Jiang Xiao once again struggled violently under the pressure of the 2 combatants. "Look at that look. It's kinda determined to die." When Jiang Chuan saw this, his breathing abruptly tightened. At the same time, a monstrous rage suddenly arose in his heart. However, the one standing in front of him at this moment was the supreme existence of the War Ministry after all. No matter how much he didn't dare to vent his anger on Long Yuan. With that, he took a deep breath before glancing at Xiaoshi and asking Long Yuan, "Great Chief, may I ask who this is?" It was because Xiaoshi had gone abroad within a few days of joining the War Department and had only returned a few days ago. Moreover, in order to prevent domestic and extraterritorial forces from being unfavorable to her, the level of secrecy of her information was no less than that of Long Yuan. Therefore, even Jiang Chuan, who was a 3-star senior commander, didn't know about the existence of her, a legend of the War Department. With just one glance, Long Yuan could tell that Jiang Chuan had already believed Jiang Xiao's nearly upside-down words. He couldn't help but show some disappointment in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chuan. As a senior member of the War Ministry, gullibly believing the words of a close relative, "Jiang Chuan, you've really been at ease for too long." Jiang Chuan was slightly stunned at his words. In the next moment, a hint of skepticism suddenly appeared in his gaze towards Jiang Xiao. "Long Yuan, there's no need to lie to him about this. Can it be that his daughter really lied?" Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Dad, the ones in charge of Imperial City's military training this time are all retired low-level commanders. Shi Qiu is already a 5-star intermediate-level commander. There's no way he would take the initiative to request to participate in Imperial City Academy's military training. It was she who struck out at me first in order to pursue Shi Tran. I was forced to the ground by her to kowtow to her, and it was only when I was out of breath that I said something like I wouldn't let her go. Dad, I just talk about such things. I surely don't dare to actually do it. Will you help me plead with the big chief to let me go?" She understood that what she was doing now was tantamount to slapping Long Yuan's face. But, if she didn't want to be locked up in a prison cell for a few years, she could only let her father start a conflict with Xiaoshi, and later fight to the death to protect her in front of Long Yuan. Her father's wings were her only hope of escaping punishment. Jiang Chuan sniffed, glanced at Long Yuan's increasingly gloomy face, hesitated for a moment, still opened his mouth. "Great Chief, Xiao Rou is still young and unintelligent, and since this commander has already made her receive the punishment she deserves, how about we just leave it at that for today?" Long Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. "Young in age? Young enough to use your status as your Jiang Chuan's daughter to insult a commander of the same rank as you and even threaten me?" After saying that, he didn't want to talk nonsense to Jiang Chuan anymore, and directly ordered the 2 combatants who were controlling Jiang Xiao, "Take her away." Jiang Chuan almost subconsciously raised his foot to stop in front of the 2 combatants. With that, a clear shock appeared on his face as he looked at Long Yuan. "Grand Chieftain, you say she's a warrior of my level?" Long Yuan nodded slightly. "Is there a problem?" At those words, the respectful color in Jiang Chuan's eyes when he looked at Long Yuan immediately faded a few points. He looked straight at Long Yuan with his eyes and asked, "Dare I ask, Great Chief, how did she become a 3-star senior commander?" He, Jiang Chuan, had fought in the battlefield for 20 years, during which time he had nearly died on the battlefield 5 times in order to fulfill his mission, and had suffered countless major and minor injuries. Even the severe trauma left him sterile not long after having Zoe as a daughter. Yet spare a thought, He had only become a 3-star senior commander 22 years after entering the war ministry, when he was 42 years old. But Long Yuan now told him that a little girl who didn't look as big as his daughter was in existence on the same level as him. Is the summer war department, is it about to start rotting? How she became a 3-star senior commander is not for you to bother about. What you need to know is that her contribution to the Xia kingdom is something that 100 of you put together can't even come close to. Jiang Chuan was directly confused when he heard Long Yuan's words. Not only Jiang Chuan, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. 100 Kong Chuan can't reach it? Big Chief, isn't that a bit of an overstatement? The disappointment in Jiang Chuan's eyes became even more intense when he heard Long Yuan, who was already talking nonsense without knowing if he was too old. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his reeling mind. Then, he looked at Long Yuan with a solemn face and asked, Great Chief, let's not talk about whether or not her contribution to the Xia kingdom can be compared to 100 of me. Let's just say that if she's really that powerful, what kind of man does she want that she doesn't have? Why does she want to steal a man from my daughter? The moment Jiang Chuan's words fell, a disdainful snort suddenly came out of Xia Shi's mouth. Boyfriend? Your daughter's blindness to think that I would find such a loser for a boyfriend is also even if you, a 3-star senior commander. Even a little bit of the most basic judgment ability is not there. It is simply a waste of time to blindly take the position that you are sitting on. As she said that, she glanced at Jiang Chuan, whose face was gradually swelling red from anger, and her voice became a few points colder. Listen, first of all, I can't look at him, and secondly, my own grandpa. Is his Xia Shiqin's own grandpa? Xia Shi, no matter how short of men I am, I can't do such a thing as pursuing a blood relative. When Jiang Chuan heard the end, the anger in his chest felt like it had been stabbed by a needle and instantly deflated. With that, he hurriedly looked at Xia Shiqian and asked, Xia Shiqian, is she telling the truth? Xia Shiqian, who was in a complicated mood after being called a waste by Xia Shi, heard the words and immediately returned to her senses. Yes, he is the daughter of my own aunt. Just now Xiao Rou was too excited, and she was in a state where she couldn't possibly believe my explanation, so I didn't tell her that. Jiang Xiaorou couldn't control her eyes from widening as she muttered under her breath. How? Possible? Xia Shi called Xia Shiqian over not to steal her boyfriend from her. So what was the point of her coming over this time and going through all this torture? Long Yuan coldly swept a glance at Jiang Xiaorou and once again spoke to the combatants holding her down. Take it away. However, Jiang Chuan did not have the slightest intention of giving way to the two combatants. He glanced at Xia Shi, and the face that looked at Long Yuan showed a face full of suffocation and unwillingness. Great Chief, I, Jiang Chuan, have been selling my life for the Xia War Department for nearly 30 years, during which time I have completed 1 S-class mission, 3 A-class missions, and countless B-class missions. What has she ever done for the War Ministry as a little girl with no hair on her head? So what if my Jiang Chuan's daughter speaks out against her? She, a woman who doesn't know what means she used to sit in the position of senior commander, doesn't deserve the respect of anyone in the War Ministry. The moment Jiang Chuan's words fell, Xia Shiqian and the 9 combatants sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. At the same time, the faces of the 10 people looking at Jiang Chuan all showed a respect that was so dense that it was extreme. As members of the War Department, they naturally knew how terrifying the difficulty of an S-class mission was. It was no exaggeration to say that every existence that had completed an S-class mission was a great contributor that was enough to leave a name in the history of the Xia War Ministry. And this Commander Jiang in front of them was actually one of them. What an honor for them to meet such a great man in person. Soon, the 10 people came back to their senses from the shock. And with that, their gazes fell on Long Yuan at the same time. Jiang Chuan was a bit of an existence who had completed an S-class mission in the Xia War Department. And what contribution could Xia Shi, a little girl who looked less than 20 years old, have ever made to the Xia War Department? To say she's strong, there were many strong people within the War Ministry, but not all of them were able to become senior commanders of 1 star or higher. She, on what basis could she sit on the same level as Jiang Chuan, who had completed S-class missions? Just as the indignation in the eyes of the crowd looking at Xia Shi grew stronger and stronger, Jiang Xiaorou had already gathered her emotions and opened her mouth with a cold smile. Exactly. What is she? A little girl a few years younger than me. To compare with my father? My father is an existence that has accomplished S-class missions. There aren't many people who have accomplished missions of this level in the entire War Ministry. Same 3-star senior commander. Goods like her are not even worthy of lifting my father's shoes. Long Yuan glanced at Jiang Xiaorou before his gaze slowly swept over everyone present. In the end, his eyes landed on Jiang Chuan's questioning and indignant face, and he let out a laugh and said, "If you want to know why so badly, well, I'll tell you now." Saying that, Long Yuan slightly turned around and received a golden War Ministry treasure book from the war veteran behind him. After opening the treasure book up, his body stood a little straighter. Then, an incomparably majestic and solemn voice came out from his mouth. Combatant Xia Shi, for the safety and security of the country, fought for 5 years in the extraterritorial battlefield, during which time, he completed 5 top-secret missions of SSS level, 18 missions of SS level, and nearly 100 missions of S level, and made a great contribution to the Ministry of War and even to the entire country of Xia. After the decision of the General Assembly of the Xia War Department, the 3-star senior commander Xia Shi was promoted to be the 4th great leader of the Xia War Department, with powers equal to the remaining 3 great leaders of the War Department and the highest decision-making power in the Xia War Department. Chapter 82 The Great Chief. Xia Shi. 14. Long Yuan's voice fell, but the aftermath echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, including Jiang Chuan, Zhang Xiao, Xia Shiqin, the 9 combatants, and even the Jiang family housekeeper and the 5 Jiang family guards on the ground, all of them were dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes were glued to the golden treasure book in Long Yuan's hand, and there was only one thought in their minds. What? Maybe? SSS level top secret missions 5 times, SS level missions 18 times, S level missions nearly 100 times. Most importantly, Long Yuan said that she had fought for 5 years in the extraterrestrial battlefield. So many missions in 5 years. Is this something a human could do? But, despite the shocked feeling in their hearts that they were dreaming, no one doubted the authenticity of this information. What Long Yuan was holding was the Battle Ministry treasure book that existed like a holy decree in the Battle Ministry. No one dares to fake on this. Spare a thought for Long Yuan. At this moment, the sarcasm on Zhang Xiao's face instantly froze. Her small face looking at Xia Shi was overflowing with dismay that was thick to the core. Is she hallucinating? Her father had completed just one S-ranked mission and was already a godlike existence in her mind. But, Long Yuan said that Xia Shi this has completed nearly 100 S-level missions? Zhang Xiao stared blankly at the War Ministry treasure book in Long Yuan's hand. At the moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. What did she just say? She was very proud in front of Xia Shi to say that her father was in existence in the War Department who had accomplished S-class missions, saying that she, Xia Shi, wasn't even worthy of lifting her father's shoes. But at this moment, she only felt that the words she had just said were like a slap in the face. She, Zhang Xiao, had never felt so humiliated at any moment in her life. On the side, the shock in Jiang Chuan's heart was unknown how much more intense than Zhang Xiao. As one of the few people in the War Department who had completed S-ranked missions, there were few people who knew the difficulty of S-ranked or higher missions better than him. Back then, he had almost died in the middle of a mission several times in order to complete that S-ranked mission. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been dead already. Even now, he was still a little creeped out when he thought about the menacing process of doing that S-ranked mission. But, this young girl in front of him, who was even younger than his daughter and had just been suspected by him of even becoming a 3-star senior commander by some kind of improper means, had actually accomplished nearly 100 S-rank missions. Not only that, she had actually completed 18 SS-ranked quests and 5 SSS-ranked quests. The scariest part was that she was only 14 years old when she entered the War Ministry, and that all of these missions were completed within 5 years. What kind of monster was this young girl in front of him? I don't know how long it took before Jiang Chuan gradually found his consciousness. Big Chief. However, Long Yuan, who had already walked in front of Xia Shi at this moment, did not even look at him. He slowly raised his hands that were dragging the precious book, and handed it to Xia Shi with utmost solemnity. Chief Xia, receive the treasure book. Xia Shi glanced at the treasure book in Long Yuan's hand and didn't rush to pick it up, but looked at Long Yuan with a smile on her face. Great Chief, it's about time you and this promotion treasure book showed up. It came sooner or later, and it came at a time when she was being looked for trouble. Moreover, Long Yuan had stood up for him at such a time, and had even prepared the treasure book of the War Ministry that promoted her to the position of Great Chief, so if she refused again, it would be a bit ungrateful of her. When Long Yuan saw that Xia Shi wasn't infuriated by his own duck driving, a smirk appeared on that solemn face. I didn't come here immediately after I heard you had found the one in your family. Coincidence, all coincidence, but as long as you accept this precious book, it's up to you what you want to do with them. When Jiang Chuan and Jiang Xiao heard Long Yuan's words, they immediately snapped back from the shock of Xia Shi being promoted to the position of Grand Chief. At that moment, both of their eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. All at the disposal of Xia Shi? What did Long Yuan mean by that? Even if Xia Shi was promoted to Grand Chief, he couldn't just dispose of the members of the War Department at will, could he? The other combatants around them, after hearing Long Yuan's words, were similarly shocked. No one thought that a character like Long Yuan would say something like that to Xia Shi, that he could dispose of the 3-star senior commanders and their relatives at will. Is this, like, A joke? Or is it serious? Xia did not care about the gazes of the surrounding crowd, but still reminded Long Yuan, Great Chief, don't break the rules of the War Ministry for my sake. What to do with them? Follow the rules of the War Ministry. However, Long Yuan shook his head and looked at Xiaoshi with an unusually serious gaze. I'm not breaking the rules, but you deserve it. Xiaoshi looked faintly at the determined little old man in front of him and suddenly smiled. Then, her line of sight once again fell on top of the promotion treasure book in Long Yuan's hand. It's fine if you want me to accept the position. I don't want to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield again for a year. And, don't give me overly tedious work. The fighters all froze violently when they heard Xiaoshi's words. It is important to realize that it has been nearly a decade since a new Grand Chieftain was created in the War Department. And once a new Great Chief takes office, it is sure to be a festive occasion for the nation. Not to mention the fact that becoming a Grand Chief would hold supreme power within the War Ministry. Just the fact that the name resounded throughout the Summer Kingdom was a temptation that no one could resist. But, Chapter 83, The Great Chief, Shashi, 15, but, they heard something at this point. This position that they had longed for in their dreams had been delivered to her by Long Yuan. Not only did she not immediately take it in the most excited and humble manner, she instead brought up conditions with Long Yuan, and, surprisingly, it's such a near unreasonable condition. Yes, they admitted that Xiaoshi had completed so many missions of terrifying difficulty, and was already strong to an inhuman degree. But, no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't be so arrogant, could she? Wasn't she afraid that Long Yuan would reject her in a fit of rage, leaving her with no possibility of becoming a great chief for the rest of her life? While the crowd thought so, their eyes were fixed on Long Yuan's face. Some people had even seen the next scene of Long Yuan instantly coldly lowering his face to reprimand Xiaoshi. However, to the surprise of everyone's dreams, Long Yuan actually breathed a fierce sigh of relief when he heard Xiaoshi's words, and then without hesitation, he smiled and nodded. These are small matters. If you promise to accept the position of Great Chief, all things are well. Crowd, someone please tell them why they felt a sense of Long Yuan begging Xiaoshi to agree to sit on the big chief's seat. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi looked at the fox-like smile on Long Yuan's face and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why didn't I know when the big chief was so nice? Long Yuan sniffed and immediately straightened his face before saying with a serious and solemn expression, I just said you're worth it. If it weren't for you, where would we have Xia's status as the world's #1 country today? Not to mention the #1 country. I'm afraid it's difficult for Xia to retain the 4th place in the world that it had 5 years ago now. When the surrounding crowd heard Long Yuan's words, they all breathed tightly. Everyone, including Jiang Yunting, looked at Long Yuan with deep shock on their faces. Xia can become the world's #1 country. Actually, even because of a small girl who does not seem to be 20 years old? Even if she had accomplished countless missions with a difficulty factor that could be considered terrifying, she was still just one person in the end. Where could she be that capable? However, without waiting for the crowd to wonder how, Long Yuan's next words were like a muffled thunderbolt that steeply struck them. Chief Xia, you just left the extraterritorial battlefield for 3 days, and before that the Skywolf Regiment, which was under your direct jurisdiction, was like losing its backbone. And from never losing in 5 years, it lost 2 games in a row, and the extraterritorial countries are riding on the victory. If the situation continues to be unmitigated, it will result in the forcible weakening of Xia's sharp forces, or a severe blow to Xia's position as the #1 power. Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the crowd was instantly blown to a standstill. At this moment, the faces of everyone looking at Xiaoshi all changed. Serious regiment? It's no exaggeration to say that Xia's current position in the world is due to the fact that the Xia War Ministry fought to the death, and more than half of the battle records of the Xia War Department in the last 5 years belong to the Skywolf Regiment. For the safety of the members of the Sirius Regiment, every member's information was classified as top secret. In the entire Xia War Department, not many people knew who the members of the Skywolf Regiment were. Even more so, no one knew what kind of prima donna legend the most legendary leader of the Skywolf Regiment was. Now, Long Yuan is telling them that the leader of the Skywolf Regiment. At that instant, almost everyone's faces that looked at Xiaoshi revealed a flash of realization. They finally understood how she could be a Grand Chieftain at that age. Long Yuan was right. Without her, there would be no Xia that stood on top of the world today. The position of Grand Chieftain. She deserves it. At this moment, even Jiang Chuan's gaze towards Xiaoshi was filled with a few moments of respect. While under the gazes of the crowd, Xiaoshi's face was cold after hearing Long Yuan's words. She had been focused on finding her baby girl in the last few days and had not cared about the movements of the extraterrestrial battlefield. She, however, didn't expect that those people would shrivel up to that extent after she left the Sirius Regiment. With that, She directly took out the special cell phone inside her pocket and sent out a message. After sending it out, she didn't hesitate anymore and directly raised her hand to receive the promotion treasure book in Long Yuan's hand. At the same time, the gaze she looked at Long Yuan with was a solemnity and seriousness that had never been seen before. This position of great chief, I take it, and the corresponding responsibility, I will likewise bear. As long as I'm in the Xia War Ministry, Xia will not fall from its position as the world's #1 power. Chapter 84, Xia Xia's personal training, up. When Long Yuan heard this almost arrogant assurance from Xia Shi, a slightly aged face finally revealed a pleased smile. The future of the War Ministry will be the world of you young people. You, in the future, will surely become an even better Grand Chief than me. Xia Shi smiled faintly. Aren't you not yet abdicated? You handle most of the things in the War Ministry first, and when you really can't move anymore, then think of throwing this mess to me. The surrounding crowd felt like they were numb to the information revealed in the two men's conversation. Even at this moment, when he heard Xia Shi describe the Xia War Department as a mess, his heart didn't fluctuate too much. Long Yuan didn't say anything when he heard Xia Shi's words. He turned his head slightly and looked behind him to one of the combatants and instructed him, pass the word down that tomorrow's national news headlines announced that the fourth great chief of the Summer Kingdom has been born. Wait. However, without waiting for the warrior to respond, Xia Shi suddenly spoke. I'll have to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield after a while. It's not suitable for me to appear within the public eye right now. Long Yuan sniffed and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good. No personal information about you will appear in the news, but the news has to go out. Otherwise when you appear in the public eye later, it will be in name only. Seeing that Xia Shi didn't refuse, Long Yuan added, a few days later, I will organize a banquet for the upper circles of Imperial City. At that time, I will let you enter the vision of the entire upper echelons of Imperial City and the entire battle ministry hierarchy. You're going to show those in the war ministry who are prejudiced because of your gender and age how far you are from them. He hadn't told Xia Shi that several senior commanders had approached him to protest when they learned that Xia Shi had been promoted to senior commander at less than 20 years old, saying that her virtue was not worthy of her position, saying that a woman couldn't achieve great things. At that banquet, he would show those people that the current Xia Shi was only for them to look up to. Xia Shi nodded slightly. You see to the arrangements of these. I will try my best to cooperate. Long Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Xia Shi nod. He then turned his head to look around at the war veterans and the Jiang family members. I'll draw up a non-disclosure agreement in a few minutes for you to sign. I hope what happened here today will rot in your stomachs forever. If any of you reveal information about Chief Xia, not only will you die, but your relatives within 3 generations will be implicated because of you. Long Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but the sound of those words was heard in everyone's ears, and everyone was feeling a chill in their hearts. Nervously, the crowd responded almost simultaneously. At this moment, they had all realized the importance of Xia Shi to the Xia kingdom, and no one doubted the truthfulness of Long Yuan's words anymore. Half an hour later, the crowd signed the proposed agreement. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment before looking at Xia Shi Dao with an apologetic face. Chief Xia, it's me, Jiang, who offended you today that I'm blind to what's going on. So I hope that you'll be generous enough not to see eye to eye with me. Natsuki looked at him faintly. I can spare you. However, then, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Xiao. But she must be dealt with according to the laws of Xia. Chieftain Xia, my contribution to the Xia War Ministry is far less than yours, but I have indeed sold my life for the Xia War Ministry for more than 20 years. I would resign all positions in the War Ministry in exchange for my daughter being spared from prison. I hope that Chief Xia will fulfill it. Xia Shi sniffed and glanced at Jiang Xiao. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was also looking at her, and her not-so-beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of fear and regret. Now, she was truly sorry. Don't say that she came over to find trouble because she misunderstood that Xia Shi wanted to steal her boyfriend from her. Even if Xia Shi really stole Xia Shiqin, so what? Such a scummy guy is not worth protecting her that much. With just one glance, Xia Shi was already sure that Jiang Xiao wouldn't find herself in trouble again. With that, she turned her head to Jiang Chuan and faintly said, have you thought about it? Jiang Chuan's face looked like it had aged a lot in an instant. He laughed bitterly. One must always pay for one's mistakes. Xiao Rou, indeed, was spoiled by me. Moreover, he understood that with his ability, making it to the position of a 3-star senior commander in the War Ministry was already considered to be the end of the line. Instead of staying in the War Ministry to retire, it would be better to use the contacts accumulated in the War Ministry to develop the Jiang Group properly and make some contribution to the economy of Xia as much as he can. Natsuki sniffed and nodded. Good. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan respectfully cupped his fists to Xia Shi. Many thanks, Chief Xia. After saying that, He didn't delay any longer and directly pulled up Jiang Xiao, who had long been paralyzed on the ground, and walked towards the direction he came from. Afterwards, Lin Juanan and the others also left one after another. Soon, only Xia Shiqin and 9 combatants were left on the training ground. The gazes that Xia Shiqin and the 9 warriors looked at Xia had undergone a sea change. They were really dreaming that the instructor who came to do special training for them was actually the legendary Tianlang leader of the entire Xia kingdom. And even more so, the supreme being who had just been promoted to the position of Grand Chief. What an honor for them, to be personally trained by someone of this caliber? Chapter 85, Xia's personal training, middle. However, in the days that followed, the crowd of combatants found that they were somewhat overwhelmed by such a great honor, because they realized that this woman is a devil. Amidst the hellish life that the combatants were leading, time quickly came to the last day of the special training, and at the same time, it was also the day before the start of Imperial City Academy's military training. Xia Shiqin exhaled fiercely after making sure that Xia wasn't around. Crazy. That woman is crazy. The war veteran lying beside Xia Shiqin sniffed and couldn't help but facepalm. I kind of understand how the Skywolf Regiment is so powerful, with such a female devil as an instructor. If their strength still can't be raised, then they are true trash. Off to the side, the dark-skinned war veteran sighed. It's not like we're members of the serious regiment. To put it bluntly, we're already some useless invalids. She was only supposed to explain to us how to just do military training, but she made us live a life worse than death for almost 10 days. Why is she wasting each other's precious time like this? The remaining 8 warriors fell silent at the same time when they heard the Dark Warrior's words. Yeah, they're just people without hope. Even if they try harder, what's the point? The 10 days of training had caused their old injuries to recur. If they continued, not only would it be impossible for them to go back into battle, they were afraid that their bodies would be directly wasted. Without waiting for the crowd to say anything else, a not-so-light footstep suddenly sounded beside them. The moment the fighters heard the voice, their bodies plummeted. In the next moment, they slightly inclined their heads extremely stiffly, and saw a pair of high-level battle boots stop beside them. The crowd looked upward, and they saw Xia's unreadable face. Moment. The crowd, who had just been clamoring that the training was pointless, almost instinctively got up from the ground as fast as they could, and then they quickly lined up and stood in front of Xia in the most standard posture. The whole thing, less than 3 seconds. Xia looked at the crowd of combatants in front of him indifferently, unable to see any joy or anger in his expression. Wasting each other's time? The fighters' hearts plummeted at the words. Xia looked at the crowd with an indifferent gaze. I don't want to hear the same thing a second time. After finishing, Xia faintly said, 300 groups of fighting training. Finish within 3 hours. Yes. 3 hours later, the crowd braced themselves to finish the training. At this time, except for Xia Shiqin, every combatant had no trace of blood on their faces due to the old wounds on their bodies. However, even though they felt like they might faint to death at any moment, they still stood straight as a gun. Your progress these days has barely met my expectations. Not bad at all. When the crowd of combatants heard Xia's words, their drowsy minds cleared up almost instantly. They're being complimented on this? Their devilish instructor, the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, the Grand Chief of the Xia War Department, complimented them? At this instant, everyone felt that these 10 days of hard work had been worth it. Spare them the trouble of quitting the war ministry today. They don't have many regrets in their lives. This statement is enough to be their bragging capital for the rest of their lives. As Xia looked at the crowd's expressions, an imperceptible smile appeared in her eyes. She was able to spend 10 days on these people. Why not? Because they were indeed some moldable talents. These people, if they are used well in the future, Xia may not be without the possibility of going to the next level. Then, under the excited gazes of all the combatants, Xia unhurriedly took out a white porcelain bottle. Panther, distribute the pills in this bottle. All 9 of you. 1 each. The dark youth codenamed Black Panther hurriedly stepped forward. Yes. Soon, he distributed the pills inside the bottle to the other 8 people. Eat it. When the 9 combatants heard Xia's words, they did as they were told without any hesitation. Soon after the 9 people took the pills, they felt their bodies gradually warming up. Then, they clearly felt that the wounds on their bodies were slowly repaired under that medicinal power. Realizing this, the combatants froze almost simultaneously. In the next moment, all of their faces showed a strong look of ecstasy. Chapter 86, Xia's personal training. Below, in these 10 days, they clearly saw their progress. They had no doubt that their progress could have been faster if not for the injuries on their bodies. They had the confidence that if they didn't have injuries on them, they would never be worse than anyone else. But the faster they progressed, the harder it was on their hearts. Because, it doesn't work. There's that bad of an old injury in the faster they progress, the worse their old injuries will get. Within these 10 days, they were experiencing the agonizing torment of gain and loss. But now, they suddenly saw hope. Seeing hope because of this pill given by Shashi. If this pill could really cure their injuries, then Xiashi was no different from their regenerative parents. Xiashi looked at the crowd's bodies that began to tremble slightly from excitement, and turned his head slightly to look at Xiashi. He didn't know what they were eating, but from the faces of the combatants, he could tell it was definitely good. Why isn't there anything for him? Is he unworthy? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but show a little bit of sultriness in his eyes as he looked at Xiashi. However, Xiashi didn't even give him a look. Her eyes watched the 9 combatants, and from the change in their aura, she was basically certain that a single pill would cure their injuries. 10 minutes later, the Black Panther suddenly half-kneeled in front of Xiashi, and the gaze that looked at Xiashi revealed gratitude and respect that was thick to the core. Thank you, Chief Xia. At this moment, his respect for Xiashi was no longer out of Xiaxi's identity and strength, but rather a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, the remaining 8 people hurriedly followed and half-kneeled in front of Xiashi, and the voices coming out of their mouths resounded through the sky. Thank you, Chief Xia. Now they had realized that Xiaxi's willingness to spend 10 days on them was not a waste of each other's time, but, rather, was cultivating them. What virtue or ability could they have to be so valued by such a topmost existence of the Xiao War Department? Xiashi looked at the crowd indifferently, and a nonchalant voice came out from his mouth. What you should be thankful for is your perseverance and dedication. If either of you had given up in the middle of the process, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long, much less brought you this medicine that's enough to restore a dying person to as good as new in a short period of time. The 9 combatants all subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Xiaxi's words. They knew that the medicine Xiaxi had given them was by no means unusual, but they didn't know that it was precious to such an extent. Enough medicine to revive a dying man. It's no exaggeration to say that this kind of medicine, one is equivalent to a life. But Xiaxi gave them 9 directly. At this moment, the 9 suddenly felt that they had more weight in Xiaxi's heart than they had just thought. Soon after, Black Panther came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly spoke. We will live up to the great chief's cultivation. The remaining 8 immediately followed and repeated themselves. At this moment, all 9 of them swore in their hearts that as long as they lived, they would do everything in their power to improve their strength. They would make the summer chief feel that the medicine was given to the right person. Xiaxi looked at the determined eyes of the crowd and nodded slightly. All rise, rest well for the rest of the day. After military training, I'll assign you new training tasks, so I hope you won't let me down. Yes, the 9 people hurriedly responded respectfully. With a slight nod of her head, Xiaxia turned in the direction of the gate. Xia Shiqian hesitated for a moment and hurriedly followed. Chief Xia, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride? Xiaxia gave him a faint look and did not refuse. However, after Xiaxi left, the remaining 9 combatants did not leave, but continued to stay in place to train. Before, they started to slack off because of their physical injuries, understanding that there was no hope for the future. Now that the injuries on their bodies had healed, they no longer had any reason to be lazy. An hour later, the exhausted crowd was once again lying on the ground. However, this time was different from the past, and they felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Tomorrow will be the military training. Do you have a feeling of turning serfs into masters? A combatant with his head resting on his hands, looking at the blue sky in front of him, lifted his foot, which was flat on the ground, and kicked the combatant next to him. The combatant sniffed, and a few moments of excitement appeared on his face. In his excitement, he sat straight up. I'm not going to lie. When I could hardly hold on these past few days, I was thinking that I must remember this feeling, and when I give the cadets military training, I have to let them feel it too. The combatants beside him were also a little excited at the news. Brother Panther, Chief Xia didn't even explain the military training process to us. So does that mean we can just train? Black Panther smiled and spoke. It depends. Most of the Imperial City Academy's trainees are going to go all the way to warrior, so it might not be impossible to let them boost their strength in advance. The combatants next to them became even more excited when they heard Panther's words. If that's true, then I'll have to experience the joys of being a devil instructor then. Already learned the finer points of being a devilish instructor from Chief Xia, said one, raising his hand into a fist and placing it to his mouth. He coughed lightly twice, before speaking in a serious tone. Starting today, and for the next few days, I don't want any of you to say the word no to me for anything I say or do. Is that clear? Panther saw this and nodded approvingly. Right, that's what we said when we first started training, and anyone who dares to say the word no will be taken out and made an example of. Chapter 87, It's an honor to be robbed by Xiaxi's boyfriend. The remaining 8 people were obviously more agitated when they heard Black Panther's words. When they first heard Xiaoshi say this, they really didn't dare to utter a single breath. They were already thinking of the way the cadets would tremble in fear after they said this to them. Perhaps they had been oppressed for a long time, and at the moment, their blood boiled with excitement just thinking about that image. Although they didn't have as terrifying an aura as Xiaoshi's surrounding, they believed that it would still not be a problem to train those young trainees who hadn't gone through orthodox training to cry their eyes out. Thinking about this, all of them are more and more excited about tomorrow's military training. The other side. Xiaoshi had asked Di Xiang to find Feng Jing's contact information in the car, and made an appointment to meet at the entrance of the villa where Xia's mother and Xia Zichen were currently living. Half an hour later, Xia Shiqing sent Xiaoshi to the Imperial City Center villa area. Because this villa area is very privacy conscious, outside vehicles cannot enter. Therefore, Xia Shiqing directly parked her car in front of the main gate of the villa area. After Xiaoshi got off the bus, Xia Shiqing followed. Without waiting for Xiaoshi to say anything, he hurriedly said, "It's been a long time since I've seen Auntie. I haven't seen Zichen since he was born, and since I came over with Chief Xia today, I just happened to meet her as well." Xiaoshi heard Xia Shiqing's statement, but did not refuse, directly lifted his foot and walked into the villa area. However, before the two of them could take a few steps, they came face to face with 5 girls in their 20s who wore the insignia of the Imperial City Academy on their chests. Xia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw the 5 people, not for any other reason, but simply because, walking in the middle of the 5, was none other than Jiang Xiaro, who had been bailed out by Jiang Chuan a few days ago with the future of the War Ministry. Across the street, Jiang Xiao's 5 people were all slightly stunned when they saw the oncoming Xiaoshi and Xia Shiqing. At this time, the 4 people beside Jiang Xiaro did not know that Xia Shiqing's relationship with Jiang Xiaro had broken down. They looked up and down at Xiaoshi and Xia Shiqing who were walking extremely close to them, and their faces were showing some suspicion and scrutiny. And at this moment, Xia Shiqing looked at Jiang Xiaro who was not far in front of her, and her face suddenly showed some embarrassment. Although Jiang Chuan was no longer the commander of the War Department now, he had also leaned on the bigger tree of Xiaoshi. However, when he thought of the scene that day when he forced Jiang Xiaro to kowtow to Xiaoshi under the fear of Xiaoshi, there was inevitably some guilt in his heart. Therefore, almost as soon as his eyes touched Jiang Xiao's subconscious, he subconsciously lowered his head and took a step back. At that moment, the 4 people who already suspected that he had some kind of improper relationship with Xiaoshi, their faces sank. The tallest girl among the 4 suddenly stepped forward, her eyes staring at Xia Shiqing questioningly. "Xia Shiqing, who is she?" Seeing this, Jiang Xiaro, who originally wanted to go straight around Xiaoshi, hurriedly pulled on her sleeve. "Anzan, I've already broken up with Xia Shiqing. Let's get out of here." The tall girl known as Anjin sniffed and looked at Jiang Xiaro with a hint of suspicion on her face. Broke up? It wasn't just her. The 3 girls next to her were also a bit incredulous. "Xiaro, you like Xia Shiqing so much, how come you suddenly broke up with him?" "Yeah Zoe, you guys have always been in a good relationship, how could you just break up?" Seeing that the 4 people looked as if they hadn't heard her words, and didn't even dare to look at Xiaoshi's face, Jiang Xiaro hurriedly said, "It didn't feel like a good fit and then we split up. Let's get out of here." However, when the 4 saw this anxious departure of Jiang Xiaro, the suspicion on their faces intensified, and Dai looked at Jiang Xiaro and said with a straight face, "Xiaoro, tell me, did Xia Shiqing do something to wrong you?" "No, if you want to know, I'll tell you in detail later. Let's get out of here first, okay?" Jiang Xiaro was on the verge of tears. Her father had used the future of the War Department to keep her. In case Xiaoshi suspected that they were in her way and casually found some trouble with her, she would really be finished. Maybe it's true that what you think comes to you. Almost as soon as Jiang Xiao's thoughts surfaced in her mind, Xiaoshi's slightly cold voice entered the ears of several people. "Excuse me, please." Jiang Xiao's heart stuttered. She subconsciously had to pull the 4 to one side. Quick! However, while the 4 were unmoved, their gazes all fell on Xiaoshi's face. With that, Anjin looked at Xiaoshi disdainfully before opening her mouth. "I think the reason why Xiaoro broke up with Xia Shiqing is because a certain vixen made trouble out of it and shamelessly seduced someone's boyfriend, right? Xia Shiqing, how dare you give up Xiaoro for this kind of goods? Are you blind?" The other 3 girls sniffed and reacted. With that, the faces of several girls looking at Xia Shiqing overflowed with thick dissatisfaction. However, no sooner had they opened their mouths to say anything, pop! A crisp slap sounded steeply. In the next moment, the faces of the remaining 3 girls looking at Jiang Xiaro revealed shock that was thick to the core. And what she didn't expect even more was the serious to the point of seriousness words that came out from Jiang Xiao's mouth. "Shut up if you can't speak human." People with such a pure, generous, beautiful and kind face. Which can you see that people are vixens? She is such an excellent girl. Even with Fulu and Fengjing, such a big schoolgrass is more than enough. Where to look at Xia Shiqing this kind of stupid? Of course, in case she really just looks at Xia Shiqian, that's also people's recognition of my vision in choosing a man. As for me, it would be my honor to break up with Xia Shiqing because of a character like her. Chapter 88, Buying a Villa and Giving It to the New Chief. The moment Jiang Xiao's words fell, all the girls, including Jin who had her face smacked hotly, were confused at the same time. In the next moment, the gazes of the four people looking at Jiang Xiao changed at the same time. Jiang Xiao, it's an evil spirit, isn't it? How else could they beat up their best girlfriends because of a girl they didn't even know? Even, in the middle of the day, he started talking nonsense. Soon enough, though, Anzan snapped back to his senses. Her face overflowed with thick consternation as she looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, you hit me? For such a woman you hit me? Seeing that Dai had once again spoken disrespectfully to Xia Shi, Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, Anzan, what do you mean this woman? Quickly apologize to this one. And Dai saw that Jiang Xiao had even disregarded the half-year friendship between them in order to defend Xia Shi. A pair of fists suddenly clenched, and an indescribable determination came out in her voice. Jiang Xiao, I'm going to cut you off. After saying that, she didn't care about anything else and directly turned around and ran away. When Jiang Xiao saw this, a few anxious moments arose in her heart. However, under the fear of Xia Shi's identity, she didn't dare to go straight away, but bowed deeply to Xia Shi. I'm sorry. After saying that, seeing that Xia Shi's face did not show any obvious fluctuation, only then did she immediately lift her feet and chased after Jin. Seeing this, the remaining three girls looked deeply at Xia Shi before following suit. Just then, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. After Xia Shi connected, Fengjing's voice, which was enough to make thousands of teenage girls' ears pregnant, came from the opposite side. Hearing the voice from the opposite side, the corner of Xia Shi's mouth slowly hooked up a faint smile. Okay, I'll go over there now. After Xia Shi hung up the phone, she just happened to bump into Xia Shiqian's face that was complicated to the extreme. Xia Shiqian swore that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have dared to dream that this female devil in front of him could have such a smile on her face. But if this woman shared even a tenth of this tenderness with him, he wouldn't have nightmares at night when he thought of this face of hers. 5 minutes later, Xia Shi's figure appeared in front of the sales office. Just as she entered the hall, she saw a familiar figure, none other than Xiao Muyu, the Imperial City Academy schoolgirl who had her arm broken by Fengjing at the Xia family banquet 10 days ago. At that moment, she was talking to the middle-aged man beside her. Dad, that person is the only person who has risen to the position of Grand Chieftain in the Summer Kingdom in 10 years, an existence that even Grandpa can only look up to. Can people like it if you give them a set of such an ordinary villa? Xiao Muyu's father and also the patriarch of one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City, Xiao Zhantian, shook his head as he heard this. The villa is but a token of appreciation, and what Dad is really giving away at the party tonight is certainly not on the table. Xiao Muyu sniffed, as if she had suddenly thought of something, and her eyes widened violently. You will not have to send. Alright, let's pick the villa first. Although it's just a bright idea, it would be good if we can get a word of praise from that big shot. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Muyu hastily nodded solemnly. Good. And just as Xiao Muyu was about to make a careful selection, the rest of her eyes suddenly glanced at Xia Shi, who was the first to enter the sales hall. At once, she subconsciously clenched her fists. The drilling pain coming from her arm once again reminded her of the humiliation at the Xia family banquet. Then, she, who had always been calm and collected, showed a rare deep disgust for Xia Shi. Seeing Xiao Mayu's face, Xiao Zhantian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Twilight, who is this? Xiao Mayu slowly pursed her red lips into a straight line and returned in a voice that Xia Shi could completely hear. A vixen who clearly should have resigned herself to being an inferior, but had to get to the top by stealing someone else's man. Chapter 89, Did this kid fall in love at first sight? Xia Shi sniffed and her footsteps abruptly lurched. At that moment, a cold aura-like substance suddenly spread out from it. However, without waiting for Xia Shi to do anything, Fengjing and Xia Mother just happened to walk out from the VIP room inside the sales hall. When Xiao Muyu saw Fengjing and Mother Xia, a flash of understanding appeared on her face. And then, the gaze she looked at Xia Shi revealed a strong sense of contempt and disdain. She told her how Xia Shi, a piece of trash from a second-rate small family, could come to such a place. So you're begging Fengjing to buy her a house? It's obvious that you don't have that kind of background, and you have to be delusional about what you can't have. This kind of woman deserves to be an inferior human being for the rest of her life. The boy from the Feng family? When Xiao Zhantian saw Fengjing, he immediately said with a shocked expression on his face, Dad. What? Xiao Muyu said with a puzzled face. Her dad knows Feng Jing? How come she didn't know? Xiao Zhantian sniffed and withdrew his gaze from Feng Jing, patiently explaining to his daughter. Your uncle Feng has a total of 2 sons. One is Feng Zhang, Dad's most favored candidate for your future husband. And the other, this Feng Jing, who has barely appeared in front of outsiders. Xiao Muyu snapped at his words. Uncle Feng's other son is Feng Jing? When she first met Feng Jing 4 months ago, she sensed that he was unusual, and she had investigated Feng Jing's background countless times, but never found anything. How could she not expect Feng Jing to be the Feng family's youngest son who was rumored to be an extreme waste of space? Without waiting for Xiao Muyu to wonder how, Xiao Zhantian nodded and said, yes, originally, he was an unsupportable bucket, hidden tightly by the Feng family for fear that he would go out and lose face. But half a year ago there was an accident, and after that accident this Feng Jing was like a different person. Seeing your reaction, I think that even though you are in the same Imperial City Academy, you really haven't met before. Originally, Dad wanted you to meet after today's banquet to see if you like the Feng Jiang you've met before or if you like this Feng Jing better, and you'll make up your mind about who you want to marry after you've met both. But I didn't realize that by fate, you'd met earlier. When Xiao Mayu heard Xiao Zhantian's words, endless ecstasy surged steeply in his eyes. Is this? The heavens couldn't bear to see Feng Jing with such a bumpkin, so they stepped in to help her? Mind you, she had been on the verge of going white with worry lately over the fact that her father was ready to decide on her marriage. How could she not have expected that one of the people her father was looking for her to marry was Feng Jing? The surprise, it came so suddenly. However, very quickly, Xiao Mayu suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked Xiao Zhantian, Dad, what do you think of Feng Jing? Xiao Zhantian pondered slightly before speaking. To say that the Feng Jing from half a year ago was a mess, but now he is. Here he spoke with a lull in his voice. Then, he said in a solemn tone, the future is unlimited. Xiao Mayu had originally just hoped that her father would give Feng Jing a relatively positive review. She, however, did not expect her father's opinion of Feng Jing to be so high. Originally, she only had an 80% chance of her father agreeing to be with Feng Jing. Now, it went straight up to 10%. Thinking of this, Xiao Mayu hurriedly said to Xiao Zhantian, Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about. When Xiao Zhantian heard this, a slight smile actually appeared on that always serious face. You're not going to tell me that you fell in love with this kid at first sight, are you? Xiao Muyu was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. When Xiao Zhantian saw this, a cheerful laugh immediately came out of his mouth. Chapter 90, Get out of the Xiao War Department before it's too late. Come on, let's go over there. After Xiao Zhantian finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Mayu to respond and hurriedly lifted his feet in the direction where Feng Jing was. When Xiao Mayu saw her father's attitude, a hint of arrogance flashed through the beautiful eyes that looked at Xiaoshi. This kind of inferior person also dared to steal a man from her Xiao Mayu, nor did she look in the mirror to see if she was worthy. Xiao Zhantian walked in front of and behind Feng Jing, but he did not put on the airs of an elder and took the initiative to speak with a smile. Nephew Feng Jing, what a coincidence. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Zhantian indifferently and called out with an indifferent face, Uncle Xiao. When Xiaoxia heard Feng Jing address Xiao Zhantian, her eyes could not help but flash with a flash of surprise. Although she hadn't seen Xiao Zhantian with her own eyes, she had specifically sent someone to collect information on the family heads of the 5 great families in Imperial City. The first time she saw Xiao Zhantian, she knew that this person was none other than the Xiao family head of one of the 5 great families. However, she did not expect Feng Jing to affectionately address Xiao Zhantian as uncle. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Feng Jing, most likely, was a member of one of the 5 great families of Imperial City? Thinking of this, a flash of clarity suddenly flashed in Xiaoshi's eyes. No wonder Emperor Love couldn't find out anything about Feng Jing. It wouldn't be surprising if Feng Jing was from the 5 great families. After all, the information of any person within the 5 great families is into the national confidentiality system. Without a specific identity, it is impossible to learn any information and movements of the people of the 5 great families. And just as Xiaoshi's mind was turning over with thoughts, Xiao Zhantian suddenly looked at her with a smile. Girl, you are? My name is Shashi. The Summer family? When Xiao Zhantian heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on his face as he seemed to be pondering which Xia clan were in the Imperial City. Seeing this, Xiao Mayu directly opened his mouth. Father, in the entire Imperial City, there is only one second-rate small family with the surname Xia. For tonight's banquet, a small family like the Xia family doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the outer arena. Xiao Zhantian nodded in understanding as he heard this. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he looked at Feng Jing Dao. Nephew, the banquet at night is not trivial. If you don't even have a female companion, I'm afraid you'll make people laugh. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Mayu beside him. The implication that Xiao Moyu could be his female companion was already extremely obvious. He believed Feng Jing was smart. With such obvious authorization from himself, he thought Feng Jing would soon realize that his daughter was the one who could join hands with him for the rest of her life. On the side, when Xiaoshi heard Xiao Zhantian's words, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Feng Jing. Banquet? Feng Jing nodded slightly. A banquet organized by the Dragon Chief to celebrate the emergence of the fourth great chief in the Summer Kingdom is indeed an entertainment that is not too easy to put off. Xiaoshi then remembered what Long Yuan said 10 days ago about holding a promotion banquet for her. Only, she did not expect that Long Yuan's banquet was about to start, but she had not even informed her, the rightful owner. Yet, I'll keep you company. Since she said she would cooperate with Long Yuan, she naturally had to do what she said. However, the moment Xiaoshi's words fell, Xiao Muyu suddenly let out a light laugh. You a company? Do you know what class of party that is? Not to mention you, a junior who can't be ranked in the Xia family. Even the Xia family head doesn't have the qualifications to go forward and participate. Xiao Zhantian also couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, women from such small families just can't make it to the top. You even dare to say something as ungrateful as attending the Grand Chieftain's banquet. When really, I don't know what's going on. However, just when Xiao Muyu and Xiao Zhantian thought that Feng Jing would directly turn pale after hearing Xiaoshi's words, they could not have expected that Feng Jing's handsome face actually revealed a shallow smile. Afterward, he nodded to Xiaoshi and said, Okay, I'll have someone get you an invitation. However, Xiaxia shook her head. No, someone from the War Department will bring it to me. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, Xiao Zhantian's gaze towards Xiaoshi completely changed. At the same time, he became more and more disappointed in Feng Jing's eye for women in his heart. And at this moment, Xiao Muyu's gaze towards Xiaoshi could no longer be summarized by just looking at a little cutie. It could be summarized. Someone from the War Ministry took the initiative to invite you? If there really is such a stupid person, staying in the War Ministry is also a disgrace to the War Ministry. This kind of person should get out of the Xia War Ministry before it's too late. Jingle bells. Just at the moment when Xiao Mayu's words fell, the cell phone inside Xiaxia's pocket suddenly rang. Xiaoshi took out his cell phone and took a look at the caller ID on the screen, which was clearly Dragon Abyss. Chapter 91, The Great Chief? Did they hear wrong? Xiaoshi swept a glance at the cell phone screen, and then glanced at Xiao Muyu with a smile. Xiao Muyu felt Xiaoshi's gaze, and for some reason, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth to say anything, Xiaoshi had already pressed the answer button without slowing down. With that, she placed the phone to her ear and said faintly, Big Chief. When Xiao Muyu and Xiao Zhantian heard Xiaoshi's words, both of their faces revealed shock that was thick to the extreme. Big Chief? Did they hear wrong? How could the Big Chief personally call a little girl from a second-rate family? I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. Xiaoshi suddenly laughed at the words. You've made all the arrangements, and you're asking me at this time, if I refuse, is there still room for this old face of yours? With that, the opposite party seemed to say something else, and the smile at the corner of Xiaoshi's mouth couldn't help but deepen a few points. Well, I know you have good intentions, and I'll be there tonight. Long Yuan on the opposite side finally dropped his heart when he heard Xiaoshi's words. However, just as he was about to hang up, Xiaoshi suddenly spoke. Wait. After saying that, Xiaoshi's gaze landed on Xiao Muyu's face, who clearly had some skepticism in his expression, and then she spoke faintly. Say what you just said again. Xiao Muyu looked at Xiaoshi's face. Suddenly his heart tightened, but then, as if she suddenly reacted to something, she snorted and laughed. With that, she suddenly raised her hand and applauded at Xiaoshi. At the same time, she quipped with an emotional face. Like, what a great act. If I didn't know about your lowly status, I'm afraid even I would have been fooled by you. Saying that, Xiao Muyu's eyes that looked at Xiaoshi revealed a touch of thick mockery. You think you can just answer a random phone call and convince us that the Grand Chancellor personally called to invite you to today's banquet? Do you really think everyone here is a cutie but you? Do you? At this moment, when Xiaoshi heard Xiao Muyu's sarcasm, her aura around her had completely chilled. Then, a voice that sounded like it could freeze the air came out from her mouth. I asked you to repeat what you said before about whoever invited me to the party should get the hell out of the War Department. Where's your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Xiao Muyu felt the cold aura radiating from Xiaoshi's words and her body subconsciously cowered. However, in the next moment, it occurred to me that Xiaoshi was only a small family of a second-rate family, yet he dared to chide her in public without giving her any face at all. At once, a monstrous rage surged through her heart. Under that intense anger, Xiao Muyu directly ignored Feng Jing and her father, who were standing at the side, and directly opened her mouth to scold Xiaoshi. What are you? What qualifications do you have to order me around? Xiaoshi sniffed and faintly swept a glance at her before speaking to Long Yuan on the opposite side of the phone. Xiao Mayu of the Xiao family, since she's a guest invited to the banquet, I won't move her now, so you can deal with her yourself after the banquet. On the opposite side of the phone, Long Yuan's face had gone completely cold. Although Xiao Mayu did not repeat what he had said before, he had already guessed a general idea from Xiaoshi's mere words. Whoever invited Shushi should get the hell out of the War Department? And he also dared to talk like that to Chief Xia, who he had managed to get into the position of Grand Chief with great difficulty. Ha! The Xiao family. What a nerve! Originally, he had wanted to find a big family to start with at today's banquet, to boost Xiaoshi's reputation as the fourth great chief of the Xia kingdom. Only, he had never been sure which family it was. Since this daughter of the Xiao family lord had taken the initiative to run into a gun, she could only recognize her own bad luck. Afterwards, Long Yuan said the word good to Xiaoshi in a slightly cold tone before hanging up the phone. Xiao Mayu saw Xiaoshi take the cell phone away from her ear, and only then did she sneer. Finished acting? Dare you make up such a lie as that you know the great chief? Do you know what a crime this is? Chapter 92. Good girl, bear with it, it won't hurt anymore. However, Xiaoshi sniffed and didn't even sweep her away. She turned her head directly to the summer mother and said, Mom, any houses you're looking at? Mother Xia sniffed and asked Xiaoshi with some surprise. Shy, when you guys just said the great chief, is that the one known to the people of Xia? And just as Xia's mother opened her mouth, Xiao Mayu had a bright idea and immediately took out her cell phone and pressed the record button. And at that moment, Xiaoshi nodded slightly when she heard her mother's words. Aha! She noticed Xiao Muyu's movements, but did not stop them. To be honest, she was still a bit curious about what this highly reputable schoolgirl in the Imperial City Academy could do, and when Mother Xia saw Xiaoshi nod her head, the surprise on her face became even more intense. Then, she asked Xiaoshi with some curiosity, how do you know someone like the Dragon Chief? When I was 17 I completed a mission that was important to Xia, and Long Yuan gave me the medal himself in recognition. That time, it was my first meeting with him. Xiao Muyu was first stunned at his words. In the next moment, a flash of intense joy flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiaoshi. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the move she had just made to turn on the recording was incredibly wise. It was important to realize that Xia valued the war ministry merit to an almost harsh degree. If Xiaoshi had just blurted out that she knew Long Yuan, although she was guilty, sentencing her to 2 years would be considered tops. But now, she said something like she had made a great achievement at the age of 17, and even Long Yuan had personally given her a merit badge. Those who could make Long Yuan personally issue a merit badge were at least first class or above. The law of the Xia state stipulates that a person who fabricates that he or she has received more than first-class merit in the war ministry will be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment. For non-war department personnel, the penalty is 10 years or life. The recording on her cell phone is evidence of that. Enough evidence to put Shushi in jail. On the side, Fengjing couldn't help but show some surprise in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi upon hearing this. Xiaoshi's people failed to find out about him. And on his side, he likewise failed to find out about Xiaoshi. At this moment, when he heard Xiaoshi's words, he roughly understood the reason. Afterwards, Xiaoshi paid no more attention to Xiao Muyu, and moments later, together with Xia Mother, they finalized one of the only 2 remaining villas with the best house types. As for the other villa that happened to be adjacent to it, it was bought by Xiao Zhantian as a congratulatory gift to be given to the newly appointed Grand Chieftain at tonight's banquet. As the villas were all readily available, the formalities were completed in just a few minutes. Xiao Moyu looked at the villa's housebook that her father had gotten his hands on, and then glanced at the housebook in Xiaoshi's hands, and then, in a voice that only she and Xiao Zhantian could hear, she opened her mouth to Xiao Zhantian. I don't know if that newly appointed chief will live in, and if he does, and sees such a neighbor, I wonder if he will have any bad impression of father. Xiao Zhantian's footsteps towards the outside of the sales hall suddenly lurched when he heard this. At the same time, his face showed obvious concern. Seeing this, Xiao Muyu couldn't help but open his mouth in amusement. Dad, just kidding you. I don't know if that big chief will live in, but, speaking here, Xiao Muyu suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Xiaoshi, and then continued, but I'm certain that she can't possibly have the chance to live in it. Tonight, if Xiaoshi could really be brought into the banquet by Fengjing, she would release the recording in public. She wanted to make Xiaoshi lose face and make Fengjing's father, the head of the Feng family, disappointed in her. She wants to make the second-rate small family born from a small family lose the possibility of marrying into the Feng family forever. Not only that, at that time, after the great chief of Dragon Abyss heard this recording, Xiaoshi would definitely be arrested on the spot into the Cloud City prison. And from then on, there would be no turning back. And she will properly accompany Fengjing, Let him understand how bad his previous vision was to look at Xiaoshi. Let him be clear that Xiao Muyu is tens of thousands of times more excellent than Xiaoshi this. Thinking of this, Xiao Muyu turned her head to look at Xiao Zhantian to confirm. Dad, what are the chances of Feng Jing helping her get access to the inner sanctum of the banquet? Tonight's banquet is related to the division of the 9 war zones of the Xia Kingdom. The new chief's assumption of office will directly break the existing pattern of the Xia Kingdom's war department, and there is no possibility for her to be able to enter the inner arena for this kind of specification banquet. Xiao Mayu couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in her eyes when she heard this. But soon, as if she suddenly thought of something, the corner of her lips suddenly hooked up into a meaningful smile. She wouldn't want a good show without a starring role. In that case, she wouldn't mind giving her a hand. And by the way, letting her add to her sins and never turn over a new leaf. And just as Xiao Mayu's eyes flickered, Xiaoshi's few people had already walked out of the sales hall. However, she and Feng Jing had just stepped out of the gate when a pretty girl who had been observing for a long time from a short distance suddenly ran straight towards Feng Jing, and was about to crash into his arms. Feng Jing swept a glance at the figure, while then unhurriedly moved a step towards Xiaoshi's side. At the next moment, Feng Jing seemed to be rubbed by the woman who suddenly rushed over to him, and his foot was unsteady and suddenly fell towards Xiaoshi. Seeing this, Xia immediately embraced the person in her arms with a quick eye. Ah! At the same time, the silhouette that had thrown herself at Feng Jing rushed straight into the sales hall under inertia because of her pounce, and fell on the smooth marble floor. Xia didn't even look at the girl who had fallen miserably, but instead the first thing she did was to check Feng Jing's entire body. After making sure there was nothing serious wrong, she opened her mouth to ask, still a little worried, is everything okay? Feng Jing's gaze swept a glance at Fu Muen in the distance as if he was not thinking, and then rubbed his arm that had been touched by the corner of his coat. His brows knitted slightly. It hurts a little. Behind the two, Mo Yan's little assistant snapped to attention. His young master half a year ago, because the physical quality is too poor, just started practicing combat, was made full of injuries. The young master's face has not changed, because a woman rubbed a little. It hurts? Did this woman carry some kind of lethal weapon with her? When he thought of this, Mo Yan's expression tensed up, and at that moment, Xiaoshi had already carefully examined Feng Jing's arm. While not seeing it all, she didn't make an arbitrary decision, but went along with the opening. It doesn't look like a big problem, but it could be internal. After saying that, she kissed the corner of Feng Jing's lips soothingly. It won't hurt anytime soon. Good boy. Bear with it. Feng Jing nodded. Afterwards, he was about to leave Shushi's arms, holding on for dear life. However, before he could stand still, his body suddenly shook twice. Seeing this, Xia hurriedly wrapped her arms tighter around the person. Feng Jing looked at Xiaoshi, who was close at hand. Between the delicate eyebrows that looked like God's elaborate design, he blamed himself and was aggrieved. It still hurts. Junior assistant to Mo Yan. He, knew what was going on with his young master. Only, how come he didn't know that his young master still had the ability to play the role of a weak little white lotus? He was very skeptical that this male version of the frail little white flower in front of him was really his family's cold and overbearing young master who didn't even blink an eye when killing people anymore. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a horrible scene even in his dreams. At the same time, behind the two, Xiao Muyu's footsteps abruptly froze in place, and Fu Luan in the distance. His body suddenly stiffened into an ice sculpture. However, just as the two men were shocked at the cognitively breaking scene in front of them, they did not expect that Feng Jing would be able to make new heights. Chapter 93, Who can stand this kind of goblin? Only to see that the aggravation on Feng Jing's handsome face intensified a few points as he looked at Xiaoshi, who was quietly watching his performance. However, no matter how sad he was, he didn't open his mouth to say anything, but just held on to his injured body, silently protesting against Xiaoxi's heartlessness. Xiaoshi quietly watched Feng Jing's slow-motion movie-like movements, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew deeper and deeper. It was only when Feng Jing's strength and leaning on her was about to disappear that Xiaoshi smiled and pressed him back on top of her. Only this time, Feng Jing did not obediently lean on Xiaoshi again, but instead, he left Xiaoshi's embrace extremely firmly. Then, he glanced at Fu Luan, who was not far away, and then looked at Xiaoshi in front of him. There was obvious concern in that nice voice. Say, are you having another man behind your back? Mo Yan? What's with this little daughter-in-law look who suspects her husband is cheating on her? Illusion. What was in front of him must be his illusion. There was no way his young master would speak in such a tone. Yeah, none of this is true. In the distance, Fu Luan watched Feng Jing's disappearance. That warm and gentle as jade face suddenly began to crack open inch by inch. At this moment, he suddenly understood why he had lost so badly in his previous life. He really never dreamed that a man like Feng would be able to lower his stance to such an extent in order to gain Xiaoshi's love. In the meantime, Xiao Mayu felt that her three views were on the verge of collapsing. Is this really the man in her heart who was as high and cold as a god and inviolable? What? How did this happen? And at this moment, Feng Jing saw that Xiaoshi just looked at herself faintly without saying anything, and a very light, but with the slightest hint of a threatening voice came out of her mouth. Xiaoshi smiled faintly. Let's see how you behave. Feng Jing's brows frowned a few points tighter at his words, clearly not satisfied with Xiaoshi's answer. However, without waiting for him to protest, Natsuki directly leaned in and kissed him on the corner of his lips. Feng Jing felt the warm and soft touch on his thin lips and almost instantly swallowed the words that were about to come out. Xiaoshi looked at him and laughed out faintly. Is your body better? Feng Jing reluctantly spoke. A little bit. Seeing Feng Jing with a look like I'm weak right now and I'm not satisfied with your answer. If you mess with me again, I'll die for you. Helplessly but submissively leaned in and kissed him again. LOL. Her big baby's nature of making a move against her when she had something to do, and she didn't know when it would change, but it was also a good thing it was her he met. Otherwise, who could stand this kind of goblin? Junior assistant to Moen. That's really enough. Can someone come and put these two away for him? Can't you go home if you want to make out? Is it really a good idea to be so sadistic in public? And, don't know if there's a particularly good saying? Show me love. You'll die fast. For the sake of his happiness, he had sincerely hoped that his own young master would live a long life. If God is not happy to see these two so abusive to each other and sends down a punishment to kill his young master, who can he find to cry to? Jingle bells. I don't know if God heard his heart, but the cell phone in Feng Jing's pocket suddenly rang. At that moment, Feng Jing, who was not satisfied with Xiaoshi's shallow taste and was ready to have a deep kiss with her to make the wild men who coveted Xiaoshi retreat immediately, suddenly knitted his brows. He would have just ignored the phone and leaned over to Natsuki. However, before he could make a move, he was poked in the shoulder by Xiaoshi's raised finger. Answer the phone. Upon hearing Xiaoshi's words, Feng Jing did as he was told despite being very reluctant. Only, after he pressed the answer button, the words that came out of his mouth were cold to the bone. Speak. Chapter 94 Famous in the Imperial City 1. When Mo Yen heard Feng Jing's voice, he let out a fierce sigh of relief. Okay. His young master was still his young master, and hadn't been possessed by anything strange. If his young master was only abnormal when he met the woman in front of him, he could barely accept it. A moment later, Feng Jing hung up the phone with a not-so-good look on his face. Seeing the look on his face, Shushi probably guessed that he had to go. She smiled slightly. Go ahead and get busy if you have something to do. Feng Jing looked at Xiaoshi's gaze without much reluctance, and his heart was suddenly a bit stuffy. However, when he thought that they still had a long time to spend together, and he had plenty of time to make Xiaoshi love him even more than she did in her last life, his heart was relieved. He then solemnly assured Xiaoshi, soon no one will be able to keep us apart. Shushi let out a soft Feng Jing lightly kissed the corner of her lips before he said, see you tonight. After saying that, he didn't even look at the others and directly walked up to his stretch Lincoln. It wasn't until Feng Jing's car completely disappeared from sight that Xiao Muyu slowly returned to her senses. At this moment, her gaze towards Xiaoshi completely changed. She didn't understand what kind of demonic magic Xiaoshi had cast on Feng Jing to make him show such a side. Only, even she herself didn't realize that the eyes she looked at Xiaoshi had a trace of extremely hidden jealousy mixed in. The moment this thought rose from the bottom of Xiao Muyu's heart, a strong sense of annoyance suddenly arose in her heart. Then, her eyes suddenly landed on the beautiful woman who had just tried to pounce on Feng Jing, but had fallen in a sorry state, and a flash of morose coldness abruptly flashed across her eyes. Xiaoshi swept a glance at Xiao Muyu's face and directly lifted her hand to support her mother's arm. Mom, let's go. And just as the two of them were walking towards the villa that they had just newly purchased, a mournful scream suddenly came out from the sales hall. Afterwards, Xiaoshi took Xia Mother to look at the location of the new villa, and then returned to Fuluan Villa with Xia Mother. The two of them packed up the things in the villa and headed to the new villa with their things and Xia Zichen, who had just woken up from a nap. During the period, Xiaoshi and Fu Luvia did not notice when put a bank card without a password on the living room coffee table, as a few days to harass each other compensation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xia left the villa and prepared to go to the hotel where the banquet was held. And just as she was leaving the front door of the villa, a white envelope suddenly floated to her feet. Xiaoshi faintly swept a glance at the surroundings, before a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. She then slowly bent down and picked up the envelope. The envelope was not sealed, and as she gently poured it out, an invitation printed with the pattern of the Xia Kingdom's War Department appeared in Xiaoshi's hand. Xiaoshi swept a glance at the signature of Long Yuan. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up a smile. Only, The smile didn't have the slightest bit of warmth. She then slipped the invitation straight back into the envelope before pocketing it herself. An hour later, the car that Xiaoshi had called pulled up in front of the hotel's main entrance. It is worth mentioning that in order not to fall into Long Yuan's face, before coming over, she deliberately went to the mall to buy a relatively formal dress to change into. And just as Xiaoshi got out of the car, a group of people happened to walk over from the distance. I've heard that the new chief is the one who was rumored to be under 20 years old a long time ago. Do you think it's true? You've said that it's just a rumor. I don't even believe you when you say that you've become a senior commander within 20 years of age, let alone a grand chieftain. Unless the dragon chief and the other two great chiefs are senile, how could they let a brat who is not even 20 years old take the throne? Chapter 95 Famous in the Imperial City, 2. And just as the crowd was discussing, soon, several people's gazes landed on Xiaoshi. After all, most of the people at the scene had come as a family unit, and the singular Xiaoshi appeared extremely abrupt. Which lady is this? And why haven't I seen her before? I haven't seen it either. Could it be a young lady from one of the big families who hasn't been out much? Xiaoxia directly ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked straight into the hotel door. Just after entering the hotel, the welcoming lady walked to Xiaoshi with a smile on her face. Hello, please show me the invitation. Originally at this time, Xiaoshi should have asked Long Yuan to send someone over to lead her in, but since someone had already sent her an invitation, she didn't mind saving some trouble. She handed the invitation she had just picked up directly to the welcoming lady. Will this do? When the welcoming lady saw the invitation, she didn't even flip it open, and immediately made a respectful please gesture to Xiaoxi. Please come in. She did not double-check the authenticity of the invitation. After all, those who could receive the invitation were all big shots who could make her fall into ruin with a single word. If she accidentally angered such a big shot, she was afraid that she would die a horrible death. As for the possibility that the invitation is fake, within the entire Xia kingdom, unless someone doesn't want to live anymore, it is impossible for someone to dare to fake the invitation to Long Yuan's banquet. Xia nodded slightly and walked straight into the elevator leading to the top-floor banquet hall after retrieving the invitation. And just as she stepped into the elevator, a line of a dozen people followed. After the crowd entered the elevator, nearly half of the people's gazes fell on Xiaoshi. Soon, the youth closer to Xiaoshi took the initiative to ask, "What's your name?" Xiaoxi. The people inside the elevator were stunned when they heard Xiaoshi's words. Soon after, the old man said with a shocked look on his face, "You're a member of the Xia family in Imperial City?" Sort of. Xia didn't want to explain too much and directly perfunctory. When the people in the elevator heard this, the doubt in their eyes towards Xiaoxi immediately became a few points thicker. Ding! And just as the crowd was about to ask something else, the elevator had reached the top floor. After the elevator doors opened, Xiaoxi walked straight down the elevator. She had wanted to go straight to the chief's lounge to find Long Yuan. She hadn't taken more than a few steps. However, when her eyes were drawn to the exquisite treats not far away, and just as Xiaoxi went over to get the snacks, the youth who had just questioned Xiaoxi looked at the crowd beside him with a full belly of doubts and asked, "If I remember correctly, the Xia family is only a second-rate small family, and this kind of family can receive an invitation from a great chief?" The handsome-looking youth beside him shook his head. "I didn't hear that Chief Long invited any clans below second-rate. This woman couldn't have gotten mixed up in trolling, could she?" The youth who inquired about Xiaoxi frowned. "I don't think I can, right? Unless one doesn't want to live. Who would dare to mingle in this kind of banquet?" The handsome youth hooked his lips in a smile. "Yes or no? Wouldn't you know if you go over and ask?" After saying that, he walked right over to Xiaoxi. At this moment, Xiaoxi had already taken a few snacks and sat down. The handsome youth sat directly across from Xiaoxi and opened his mouth with a refined smile. "Ms. Summer, mind if I sit here?" Xiaoxi raised his eyes and swept a glance at the youth. And Fu Luvia style is a little like, but far from Fu Luvia handsome. More not that kind of as the bones emanate from the mild elegance. With only one glance, she withdrew her gaze and said in an indifferent voice, "Didn't you sit down when I asked you to?" When the handsome young man saw that Xiaoxi actually gave himself so little face, his handsome face suddenly stiffened. How could he not have imagined that he, who was invincible in love affairs, would have someone so disrespectful to him? He was even more unable to accept that this woman who didn't give him face not only came from a second-rate family, but also, was not even half as good-looking as the ugliest girlfriend he had ever had. At that moment, the face he looked at Xiaoxi was completely cold. He didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. "Ms. Xia, can I take the liberty of asking where you got your invitation?" Natsuki frowned at him. "Does it have anything to do with you? It's really disruptive to have someone raving across the street while you're eating." The handsome youth suddenly laughed when he heard Xiaoxi's reply, which was tantamount to tacitly admitting that there was something wrong with his invitation. However, the words that came out of his mouth were cold to the extreme. I've seen a lot of women like you, but it's the first time I've seen one with guts as big as yours. However, I really don't know who gave you the courage to let a woman of your stature risk her life by showing up here. To put it mildly, if you were better looking, I might even let you spend the night with me to forgive your wantonness. But, with your looks, I wouldn't be interested in you even if you rushed up and crawled into my bed. Almost at the instant his words fell, a voice full of sarcastic assent suddenly came. Chapter 96, Famous in the Imperial City, 3. Young Jiang, isn't it too much of a compliment for you to say such things to such a lowly woman? The handsome young man, and also the direct lineage of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunting, sniffed, and immediately looked over in the direction where the voice came from. Then, he saw the exquisitely made-up Xiao Moyu walking slowly over. Today Xiao Moyu was dressed in a white floor-length dress, the edge of which was outlined with a single complex and delicate floral pattern using fine blue thread, setting off her temperament as even more pure and flawless, like a blooming snow lotus blooming in the cold sky. The moment Jiang Yunting saw Xiao Moyu, a flash of extreme astonishment steeply flashed across his eyes. He had read countless women in his life, but he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding temperament and such a thrilling beauty. Even for him, who boasted that he was one of the best of the young generation, he felt that to look at the other party for more than a few moments would be blasphemy to her. Under Jiang Yunting's stunned gaze, Xiao Moyu slowly walked up to him. Afterwards, her slightly cold gaze landed directly on Xiaoshi, and the words that came out of her mouth were permeated with an unquestionable command. Show me your invitation. Xiaoshi didn't pass her a single glance and went ahead and finished the last piece of pastry before he tried to get up and head to the chief's lounge. However, just as she got up, Xiao Moyu suddenly took a step forward and directly blocked her body. Didn't you hear me? Xiaoxia's footsteps lurched, and only then did she raise her eyelids to scan her. Then she laughed softly. I didn't hear the human words, but the dog barked, and I did hear a good deal of it. Jiang Yunting snapped. How dare this woman call his goddess's speech a dog's bark? A wave of anger that the person he wanted to protect with all his heart was being trampled on recklessly rose steeply to his heart. Under that intense anger, he suddenly stepped forward and was about to push Xiaoshi away from Xiao Moyu. However, just as he raised his hand, Xiao Moyu had already lifted his previously uninjured left hand and fiercely swiped at Xiaoshi's face. However, just as her hand was about to touch Xiaoshi's face, pop! An extremely loud slapping sound steeply resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. The tremendous force carried above that palm directly slapped Xiao Muyu's entire body out. Xiao Muyu's body ruthlessly smashed on top of a dining table 5 meters away. Boo! A dull sound came out, and the dining table was directly in pieces. The broken wooden frame easily scraped a few cracks on Xiao Muyu's long white dress. A few of the cracks were scraped extremely deep, directly leaving a few bloody marks on Xiao Muyu's body. Blood spilled from the wound, instantly staining the split in the white dress. In an instant, Xiao Moyu changed from a high and cold goddess on top of an iceberg to a wretched and miserable downtrodden woman. Because the commotion over here was really a bit loud, the gazes around the banquet hall quickly focused on Xiao Moyu. Many men's faces showed a little bit of intolerance after seeing the injured and fallen Xiao Moyu. After all, although Xiao Moyu looked extremely wretched at the moment, under the backdrop of that beauty, it inexplicably gave birth to a desire for protection. And this feeling was especially evident in the heart of Jiang Yunting, who was closest to Xiao Moyu. He almost only froze for a split second before he quickly ran to Xiao Moyu's side, trying to help him up with extreme care. However, Xiao Moyu had no intention of standing up in compliance with his force. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and her entire body was in a wave of extreme shock and frustration. Previously at the Xia family banquet, even though she was slapped twice in a row by Xiaoshi, she only thought that it was due to her own gullibility. However, this slap from Xiaoshi just now made her realize Xiaoxia's strength was really above her. And in her perception, regardless of looks or strength, she was the number one of all the women in Imperial City, and could only be the number one. She would never allow someone to be better than herself, much less allow someone better than her to be a lowly person from a second-rate family. Thinking of this, Xiao Muyu's gaze towards Xiaoshi was like quenched poison. No one can be stronger than her. If there is, then, destroy it. And just as this thought was born in Xiao Muyu's mind, a middle-aged man dressed in a one-star senior commander's clothing walked over with quick steps. His face was slightly cold as he looked at Xiao Moyu on the ground and Jiang Yunting, who was trying to help Xiao Moyu up, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on?" Chapter 97, Famous in the Imperial City, 4. Jiang Yunting's face was immediately delighted when he saw the visitor. This, however, was a friend that his brother had brought to the house twice, and his brother Jiang Yunting was the same one-star senior commander, and his relationship was extremely good. Today, he will make this little who sneaked in to seduce men pay for desecrating his goddess. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunting immediately glanced at Xiaoshi with a sad face before turning his head to the one-star senior commander in front of him. Commander Shen. This young lady and I only reasonably suspected that her invitation was a fake and wanted her to show it to us, but she got annoyed and directly hit her. The middle-aged man known as Commander Shen frowned, his gaze slightly cold as he looked at Xiaoshi and asked, "Is he telling the truth?" Xiaoshi faintly swept a glance at Xiao Muyu, whose gaze grew a few points colder, before saying to Commander Shen, "Call the Dragon Abyss Grand Chief over." When Commander Shen heard Xiaoshi's words, his eyes suddenly went cold. "How dare you? Is Great Chief Long something you can see just because you want to?" Seeing that Commander Shen was just doing official business, she didn't take into account his rudeness towards himself, but took the initiative to take a step back. "It's fine for you to go over with me to find him." However, when Commander Shen heard this, the face that looked at Xiaoshi became even colder. At the same time, his tone was a bit tough. "Where the Dragon Chief is not a place where the likes of you can enter at will. Bring me your invitation. Now." Seeing that his tone didn't have any room to turn around, Xiaoshi no longer insisted on going to Long Yuan, but instead said truthfully, "Chief Dragon called me to come over without giving me an invitation." The surrounding guests who were watching this side to see what was going on were all stunned when they heard Xiaoshi's words. Then, the gazes of the surrounding people looking at Xiaoshi were as if they were looking at a little cutie. "General, Chief Dragon personally called her to come over? Nor do you look in the mirror to see what you are worthy of Chief Dragon giving her a look. I just heard the Jiang family say that her surname is Xia, and that the Xia family doesn't even have the qualifications to enter this banquet today. So where did she get the face to say such things as she was personally invited by Long Yuan? This woman is obviously a woman who is not good looking but still wants to marry into a wealthy family and is desperate to take her chances. It's a pity that anyone who isn't blind can't possibly look at her." Xiao Mayu listened to the surrounding murmurs, and the sarcasm and disdain in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoshi immediately became a few points thicker. So what if this kind of thing was a little stronger than her? The lowly birth and mediocre looks doomed the other party to a life where they were not even worthy of lifting her shoes. And Jiang Yunting looked at the gazes of the surrounding crowd that looked at Xiaoshi as if they were looking at a pathetic clown. Obviously a lowly, inferior person, but not afraid to use the dirtiest means, just to marry into the rich family, and then squeeze into the circle that does not belong to them. However, she didn't know that luxury families were almost always married to each other, and even though some people liked to play outside, they would never bring home a woman from outside. Therefore, in Jiang Yunting's opinion, this kind of woman who dreams of marrying into a rich family even at the expense of destroying her future is really pitiful and ridiculous. In front of Xia, Commander Shen was not interested in saying a few words of nonsense. He turned his head directly to the two combatants not far away. "Come on people, arrest this woman who dares to blend in without an invitation into the Imperial City Inspectorate." Yes. However, just as the words of the two combatants fell, an exclamation filled with awe suddenly came out from the crowd. Then, a handsome, godlike man and a tough, handsome man with a tough face walked in slowly through the door. Chapter 98 Famous in the Imperial City, 5. The moment the two appeared, almost all the gazes in the banquet hall were firmly fixed on the two. "This banquet today, just for these two handsome guys, it's worth coming. I recognize the one on the left. It's the youngest master of the Feng family, Feng Jiang, and the one on the right? The one on the right I met a while ago, it's Feng Jing, the young master of the Feng family who used to rarely go out." When some of the girls heard the last person's words, their gazes towards Feng Jing suddenly became even more fervent. Not only was he handsome, but he also came from the Feng family, one of the 5 great families in Imperial City. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? However, soon after, a voice of astonishment suddenly came out from the crowd. Previously, Feng Jiang was recognized as the #1 rich and handsome man in Imperial City, but I didn't expect him to have a younger brother who was strong enough to crush him. Alas, I don't know what kind of woman would be worthy of this Feng Jing. Even Xiao Moyu, the #1 beauty and talented girl in Imperial City, may not be able to catch his eye, right? However, soon, a male voice filled with jealousy rang out. "Haven't you guys heard? The reason why this Feng Jing didn't come out before is because he's a complete loser, and the Feng family was afraid that he'd disgrace the family, so they didn't dare to let him out at all." When the crowd heard this, they looked at Feng Jing with shocked faces. After seeing his handsome face, the women suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. What loser? He's got a good personality. He doesn't compete with the world, and this kind of man is most suitable to be the other half. Just, where can there be such a perfect man, with this face of his? Not to mention that he's just a wimp. Even if he's a mute, I still like him. Surrounding men. These are words that they, surprisingly, don't know how to refute. However, soon enough, the murmurs of the women faded away, because, in their line of sight, Feng Jing actually walked over to Xiao Muyu. Soon his footsteps stopped in front of Xiaomuyu. At that moment, the surrounding women held their breath in unison. Could it be that this Feng Jing really likes Xiaomuyu? Right under the gazes of the ladies filled with doubt, Feng Jing slightly lowered his head and looked down at Xiaomuyu on the ground with a gaze that was as if he was looking at a dead person. Broke one of your wrists last time, don't you remember? Feng Jing's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. At that moment, almost everyone in the banquet hall looked at him with deep shock in their eyes. He broke Xiaomuyu's wrist last time? Didn't you say this Feng Jing is a loser? A loser could have such a swagger, could say such things in such a tone of voice? Rumor. Those are rumors. Someone must have been jealous that Feng Jing was too good to spread rumors. When they thought of this, the gazes of the women looking at Feng Jing were all tinted with a fervor that was thick to the core. This kind of man, even Xiaomuyu was not worthy of him. He, as he should be, was a god on high, and no woman had the right to get her hands on him. Jiang Yunting, who had just been taught how to behave by Feng Jing not long ago, heard his words, and even though he was angry in his heart that he dared to do this to his goddess, he only dared to explain weakly. It's not her fault this happened today. Feng Jing slightly inclined his head, and his eyes landed on Jiang Yunting. When Jiang Yunting felt Feng Jing's gaze, a wave of fear instinctively arose in his heart. However, under that strong protective desire for Xiaomuyu, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoshi. This happened today because of this. This in order to blend into the party to seduce men, with a fake invitation to blend in. After being dismantled by Xiaomuriu and I, she became enraged and struck out. And Muriu was slapped by her without defense. Today, this is all because of this. It has nothing to do with me and Twilight Rain. When the surrounding crowd heard Jiang Yunting's words, the disdain in their gazes towards Xiaoshi suddenly became a few points thicker. Previously, they had only guessed the purpose of Xiaoshi's mixing in, and at this moment, Jiang Yunting's words were tantamount to confirming the guesses in their hearts. This kind of ugly looking and still want to be beautiful. I am afraid that this life cannot be liked by men. Only. What Jiang Yunting didn't expect was that when Feng Jing heard his words, his handsome face not only didn't ease up in the slightest, but it was as if he wanted to kill him. Then Feng Jing suddenly laughed. Seducing men? Under Feng Jing's extremely oppressive gaze, Jiang Yunting didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hastily nodded his head. Yeah, what else can a woman from such a small family mix in here for other than to seduce the sons of our big families and fantasize about marrying into a rich family later on? Right after Jiang Yunting's words fell, Feng Jing suddenly laughed, and the words that came out of his mouth made Jiang Yunting and all the people around him suddenly stupid in place. Chapter 99, Famous in the Imperial City, 6. Seduce you? A piece of like you deserves to be seduced by her on her own accord? The moment these words from Feng Jing fell, almost everyone was dumbfounded. What? What does that mean? Jiang Yunting was the young master of the Jiang family, one of the 5 great families in Imperial City. The line of women in the entire Imperial City who wanted to marry him could have been out of the city. But now, Feng Jing was saying that he didn't have the qualifications to let such a woman of humble status and mediocre looks take the initiative to seduce him? Did he think too highly of this woman? Or did he look down on Jiang Yunting too much? Feng Jing, I admit that your strength is good, but there's no need for you to insult me like this for such a lowly woman, right? You, boo. Before Jiang Yunting could finish, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow on his stomach. Under that tremendous force, his entire body suddenly flew backwards. The crowd, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Feng Jing's previous words, were dumbfounded even more completely when they heard this. The young master of the Feng family, even for the sake of a woman, hit the young master of the Jiang family at a banquet organized by the great chief of the Lin Juanan family? Feng Jing, is he crazy? And even more shocked in his heart was Jiang Yunting. He stared blankly at Feng Jing, his face overflowing with shock that was thick to the core. You hit me? Feng Jing just looked down at him with indifferent eyes. Let me hear any more insulting words about her come out of your mouth, and it'll be more than a kick in the pants. The moment Feng Jing's words fell, the room became even quieter. At this moment, the gazes of almost all the women looking at Xiaoshi were permeated with thick jealousy. Although they understood that with Feng Jing's capital, there was no way he would look at a stupid woman who would gamble her future to seduce a man by mixing into the banquet. But, what is this woman's virtue? And who is she to make Feng Jing stand up for her? Feng Jing, last time I took the initiative to mess with you and you beat me up. I deserved it. I admit it. But you went out of your way to make a move on me here for such a woman. Are you not afraid that the Dragon Chief will hold you accountable? And are you not afraid that you will offend the soon-to-be 4th Great Chief of the Summer Kingdom as a result? Feng Jing's brows furrowed slightly at his words. That's my business. It's not your turn to worry about it. Well, you Feng Jing are awesome. But you're so defensive of a woman who will do anything to catch a man. Be careful that you won't be able to find a place to cry in the future. I'm well aware of this kind of woman's tactics. Once you're stuck with her, you just don't want to have a good time if you don't get her killed. The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned when they heard Jiang Yunting's words. With that, some of the women couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement. Stalking Feng Jing? Unless the woman is crazy. Otherwise, she could never have entertained such illusory to the point of impracticality. However, the very next moment that this thought surfaced in the minds of the women, they were, almost simultaneously, dumbfounded. Because, under their gaze, Xia even walked a few steps to Feng Jing's side, and extremely naturally raised her hand to hold Feng Jing's long and slender jade-like hand, and then interspersed her fingertips, and even came to a 10-finger interlocking. Boom! At that instant, the brains of almost all the women around them exploded as if in an instant. At the moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. Their male god, desecrated, defiled by an extremely unpleasant woman. How dare she? How dare she? Does she have to be shameless? She didn't even pee to see what she was like. How dare she even think about Feng Xiao? This kind of woman dares to even gamble her future to come here to seduce men. What else would she dare not do? Bah! This kind of woman with cheeks thicker than pig skin should be dragged out and dipped in a piggy bank. As she spoke, the gazes of all the women looking at Xia Shi were as if they wanted to strip her of her skin. However, no matter how much they wanted to kill Xia Shi to vent their anger, no one made a move. Because, they believed that they didn't need their help in this matter. Feng Jing, who had just kicked Jiang Yunting off, was by no means a rebellious wimp. He, who will make that understand what horrible consequences can occur in order to take advantage of the moment. At this moment, they had even seen the miserable end of Xia Shi being kicked out after being thrown away by Feng Jing, being treated in the cruelest way possible by the man you love. This woman, it's pathetic. Just 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passed slowly. However, the women did not see Feng Jing shaking the person away. Instead, they felt Feng Jing backhanded Xia Shi's hand that was interlocked with her fingers and gripped it a few points tighter. Gradually, the faces of the women who were originally extremely confident gradually stiffened. Not only the surrounding women, even Jiang Yunting, who was filled with gloating when he saw Feng Jing being taken advantage of by Xia Shi, gradually developed a growing consternation on his face. What's going on? The last time he saw Feng Jing, one of his beautiful friends just touched his hand unintentionally while handing him something, but he wiped it with a wet wipe, as if it would be contaminated with some kind of germs if it was touched. But now, this woman wasn't just touching him, she was already holding his hand. According to his level of cleanliness, shouldn't he have immediately shrugged it off and chopped off the woman's hand? Then, under the gaze of all the people around who were filled with consternation, Xia Shi slowly hooked her lips, and her not-so-light and not-so-heavy words reached the ears of everyone present. A woman like me is trying to seduce the kind of man I don't deserve in your eyes. Why? Do you all have a problem with that? Chapter 100 Famous in the Imperial City, 7. Shame. It's nakedly provocative and humiliating. How do you have the face to ask such a thing? Suddenly, an extremely well-built woman stood out, looking at Xia Shi as if her eyes were burning with rage. When the other women saw this, their faces turned extremely ugly as they looked at Xia Shi. If you hadn't rushed up to pester Feng Xiao, and Feng Xiao was too embarrassed to shake you off in public, do you think you could have taken advantage? Don't think that just because Feng Xiao has a good temper, you can do whatever you want to him. Let go of him now. After these two voices fell, a flash of realization appeared on many people's faces. There were rumors before that Feng Jing was a wimp, presumably because he was too good-tempered to turn people down. As for Xiao Moyu, it was probably because the things she had done were too much that made Feng Jing so angry. Right, that must be it. There couldn't possibly be any other possibility other than Feng Jing being too kind to reject people. After all, a godlike man like Feng Jing could never fall for such a woman who was not only ordinary-looking, but also humble and lowly. Xia Shi looked at the women around her who felt that she was defiling Feng Jing by holding his hand, as if they wanted to eat her alive, and suddenly felt that it was quite interesting. She slowly raised her hand that was holding Feng Jing's and held his hand hard and touched it twice while she smiled faintly and opened her mouth. Let go? Not only is this hand good-looking, it's comfortable to hold, so why should I let go? The breaths of the surrounding women steeply stuttered. At this moment, countless people felt like a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. Who will tell them how in the world there can be such brazen women? After a few full breaths, a woman finally suppressed the urge to immediately kill Xia Shi. Her eyes tightened on Xia Shi, and her tone was thick with warning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you give a damn? After saying that, she hurriedly looked at Feng Jingdao. Feng Xiao, this woman doesn't deserve you. She just sees that you're too nice and dares to be so reckless. Get rid of her. Yeah, Feng Xiao, if you put up with her, she'll get an inch. However, what the women didn't expect was that, despite all their desperate persuasion, Feng acted as if he hadn't heard them, and didn't even have the slightest intention of shaking them off. And right under the gaze of all the women who were filled with anxiety, Xiaoshi faintly and unnoticeably raised an eyebrow. Give an inch? How do I get an inch? After saying that, and without waiting for the women to respond, she suddenly approached Feng and dropped a slapdash kiss on top of his thin lips. All the women around, their male god, had been forcibly kissed by such a woman. The moment they returned to their senses, the crowd no longer just wanted to kill Xiaoshi. For this kind of defilement of their male god, even if they are killed, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred of their hearts. Enough! Right at this moment, an icy chiding voice suddenly came over. Then, Xiao Mayu's father, who was also the Xiao family head, Xiao Zhantian, walked over quickly. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back when they felt the unruly aura surrounding Xiao Zhantian. Soon, Xiao Zhantian stood at a position about 3 meters in front of Feng and then looked at Feng with an icy gaze. Feng nephew, originally, Mu was attracted to you, even though I saw that you and this woman are a little bit unclear before, and I intend to accomplish your marriage. After all, young people, who doesn't want to take advantage of their youth to have more fun? But your performance tonight is really too disappointing to me. On the ground, silent for a long time, Xiao Mayu heard that the appearance of the world's small face as if the heart is dead general despair of the opening. Father, I, for one, prefer the fiefdom. Chapter 101 Famous in the Imperial City, 8. Feng really broke her heart completely. Moreover, Feng had done this kind of thing with such a lowly woman in front of so many people from the upper circles of Imperial City. If she still insisted on staying with Feng she would be practicing on herself. So, she had to pick the fiefdom and only the fiefdom. Not far away, when Feng heard the words of the two, a flash of ecstasy suddenly flashed across his rigid face. Over the past 6 months, he had felt more and more clearly the threat Feng posed to his position. He had already mentioned to his father several times that he wanted to marry Xiaomoyu, but they were all shelved by his father on the grounds that he was too busy lately. He understood that while his father said he was busy, he was actually trying to pave the way for Feng. Recently, he had even been on the verge of giving up fighting with Feng. However, he did not expect that Xiao Zhantian would show his disappointment in Feng in public, and Xiaomoyu even confessed to him in public. This happiness, it came so suddenly. Once he received the support of the Xiao family, he would be firmly seated as the future heir of the Feng family, and with Feng public kiss with this lowly woman in front of him, there was no way that the heads of the other families in the 5 great families would let their daughters marry him again. That is to say, this good brother of his will no longer have the possibility to fight against him. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Feng and a cold smile could not help but appear on his face. He's such a good brother. He's so smart and confused. Doesn't he realize that marrying a wife from the right side of the family is enough to change a lot of things? Since he himself had ruined his future for a woman of low status, he couldn't blame anyone else. However, very quickly, he tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, and then quickly walked over to Xiao Mayu's side with a worried expression on his face. Sister Twilight, how are you? Xiao Mayu slowly placed her small hand on his arm, wanting to brace herself against his arm to stand up. Seeing this, Feng hurriedly held her hand and helped her up. Xiao Mayu felt a wave of disgust instinctively as she felt the touch on her hand. However, when she thought of the harm Feng had done to her, she tried her best to suppress the revulsion in her heart. Afterward, he slightly turned his head to look at the side of Commander Shen. Commander Shen, not only did this woman use a fake invitation to blend into the banquet, but she also spread rumors that the Great Chief had personally invited her over, and even said that the Great Chief had personally awarded her with a medal, and this is the evidence. Saying that, she put her cell phone, which was tuned to the recording page, in front of Commander Shen. Seeing this, Commander Shen hurriedly and carefully picked it up. Then, the words that Xiaoshi had said to Xia Mother 2 hours ago came out from within the cell phone. The moment that recording sound fell, the gazes of all the people around looking at Xiaoshi had been as if they were looking at a dead person. They said how this woman dared to be so reckless with Feng so this was a complete lunatic. For these 3 offenses, it would be easy for her to sit in jail. At the same time, Feng Zhang's eyes that looked at Feng revealed deep pity. His good brother, what a handful of cards, played to pieces because of a woman. At this moment, he was completely sure Feng no longer qualified to compete with him for the future head of the Feng family. Originally, with the ability that this younger brother of his had shown in the last half a year, even if he just found the daughter of an ordinary first-class family in the Imperial City, he would be firmly seated as the next head of the Feng family. It's just a pity that he has to think of finding a woman who is not half helpful to his future career, but instead seriously drags him down. and I'm afraid that he will be stepped on in this life. It's really pathetic. Just as Feng Zhang's face showed a growing gloat, Commander Shen once again looked at the two combatants not far away and ordered, "Press this woman into the Imperial City prison for disposal." Yes. However, just as those two combatants responded, Long Yuan's cold and majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout the banquet hall. "I'll see who dares." Chapter 102 Famous in the Imperial City, 9. When the crowd heard the sound, they all looked over at once. Then, they saw that Long Yuan, whose face looked like it was covered with a layer of frost, was walking quickly. The surrounding crowd felt the majestic and solemn aura around Long Yuan, and all of them revealed a sense of awe. At this moment, a thought arose in the minds of almost everyone on the scene. Long Yuan, worthy of being the supreme of the war department and the backbone of the Xia kingdom. And under the gazes of the crowd, Long Yuan quickly stopped in front of Commander Shen and asked with an icy cold face, "What are you doing?" When Commander Shen heard this, he immediately lowered his head apprehensively. "Great Chief, lax management of the banquet. This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish the Great Chief." Long Yuan sniffed, and the extremely oppressive aura around him was unreservedly released. "Lax party management? How is your fault more than lax party management?" When Commander Shen heard Long Yuan's words, a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. It was just that he really didn't understand what fault he had other than letting in Xiaoshi, who didn't have an invitation and was plotting against him. "Men, bring Commander Shen down to me, and let him go to the War Ministry prison to ponder over his mistakes, and come out again when he's figured it out." When Jiang Yunting heard that Long Yuan came up and didn't even ask for the reason, he was going to dispose of Commander Shen without saying a word, he immediately became a bit anxious. In his opinion, the reason why Long Yuan would say that Commander Shen's fault wasn't just because he was lax in managing the banquet was because Long Yuan felt that Commander Shen's bigger fault was that his ordering the arrest of Xiaoshi without regard to the occasion would make the banquet even more chaotic. And it would even be bad luck for the newly appointed fourth Great Chief. You know, this is a banquet to celebrate the promotion of the fourth Grand Chief of the Summer Kingdom. And this kind of banquet is mixed with a fishing girl who came to catch a man. It is impossible for a person to feel pain in his heart. Long Yuan was trying to quell the anger in the heart of the fourth Great Chief, which was why he wanted to take Commander Shen. But, this pot shouldn't be taken by Commander Shen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunting hurriedly opened his mouth to Long Yuan. "Great Chief, Commander Shen is just following the rules. The main responsibility for today is still on that woman. But the purpose of today's banquet is to celebrate the assumption of office by the fourth Grand Chieftain, and it wouldn't be a good idea to make too much of it. So how about this? We blow her out of the room now, and then the banquet will continue?" However, without waiting for Long Yuan to reply, Xiao Muyu immediately frowned. No way. Not only did she use a fake invitation to get into the banquet, but she also claimed that the Grand Chief personally invited her here today. And on top of that, she dared to rumor that she had been awarded a medal by the Grand Chief himself. What prestige is there in the laws of the Summer Kingdom if all a person gets as punishment after doing all this is to be blown out of the party? When the surrounding crowd heard Xiao Muyu's words, they all nodded slightly. Indeed, such women must pay for what they have done. Long Yuan turned his head to look at Xiaoshi with some doubt. "A banquet that you entered with a fake invitation?" Natsuki smiled faintly. Then she took out her cell phone and tapped it a few times. Ding dong! Ding dong! At that moment, a message tone came out from the cell phones of almost everyone present. When the crowd pulled their cell phones out of their pockets, they all saw a video pop up on their phones. Soon the video began to play. After the video was played, almost everyone looked at Xiao Muyu with dismay on their faces. At the same time, countless men who had worshipped Xiao Muyu as a goddess had obvious disappointment on their faces. No one thought that the goddess in their hearts would resort to such underhanded means in order to trap a woman from a second-rate family. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Mayu's entire body instantly became fixed in place. Her eyes overflowed with disbelief thick to the core. How is that possible? How is it possible for this to get the surveillance footage in the villa area in such a short period of time? Without waiting for Xiao Muyu to return to her senses from her shock, Xiaoshi's slightly cold voice suddenly resounded in her ears. "Great Chief, I wonder, what should be done with the private forgery of your invitation?" Xiao Muyu's heart abruptly tightened. However, in the next moment, the eyes that she looked at Xiaoshi steeply burned with monstrous anger. Because of the in front of her eyes, her image within the upper circles of Imperial City was directly destroyed. And originally, she had wanted to perform well in front of Long Yuan so as to gain Long Yuan's favor. But now, there's no chance of that, either. At that moment, Xiao Muyu's gaze towards Xiaoshi was as if he wanted to swallow her alive. And the next moment, in the spirit of even if she died herself, she absolutely had to pull on Xiaoshi as a cushion. She suddenly laughed. "So what if I gave you your invitation? If you didn't have the mind to blend in with the party, You wouldn't have been able to come over even if I delivered the fake invitation to you. At the end of the day, women like you are still shooing for the high society that you will never fit into. Long Yuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head when he heard Xiao Muyu's words. The voice that came out of his mouth, however, caused all the gazes in the room to gather on Xiaoshi. Unable to integrate into high society? Oh, girl, do you know what kind of person this is in front of you? Chapter 103, Famous in the Imperial City, 10. The moment Long Yuan's words fell, a silence fell around him. Everyone's faces that looked at Long Yuan showed obvious dismay. What does that mean? Can it be that this woman from a second-rate family has some kind of remarkable status? Xiao Mayu was a bit flustered when she heard this. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiaoshi's strength was even higher than hers, and Natsuki was not as old as her. Coupled with Long Yuan's words, a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Commander Shin glanced at Xiao Moyu, who was somewhat afraid to speak, and asked with some apprehension, "Great Chief, who is this?" Long Yuan did not answer directly, but instead turned his head to look at Xiaoshi. When he saw Xiaoshi's eyes, he immediately understood, and then looked at the crowd. "We all know what my purpose is in organizing this banquet today, but unlike us three old-timers who have long since retired to the shadows, the new Grand Chieftain will return to the extraterrestrial battlefield after she takes some time off. If she is exposed to the public at this moment, not only will she be in constant trouble at home next, but after returning to the extraterrestrial battlefield, she will inevitably become the target of sniping by the extraterrestrial countries. So, she can't come here in person today, but she has sent one of her own minders to come and thank all of you who have been able to honor us with your presence and congratulations." The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the gazes of almost everyone at the banquet looking at Xiaoshi all changed. Although Long Yuan didn't explicitly say who that new great chief's beloved was, anyone who wasn't stupid could understand. That person was none other than Xiaoshi. Among the crowd, Xiao Mayu froze as she looked at Xiaoshi, disbelief overflowing on her cool and stunning little face. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and she couldn't control her mouth as she murmured in a low voice, "How can? If Xiaoshi was that great chief's close friend, then wouldn't it be true what Xiaoshi had said before?" It was true that she received a call from Long Yuan in the afternoon inviting her over. It was true that she could enter the party directly without an invitation. It was even true that she had been honored by the Grand Chancellor himself with the Medal of War. At this moment, she suddenly felt an unprecedented embarrassment. In the last moment, she thought her most humiliating moment would be none other than when she was torn apart that she had used a fake invitation to set up Xiaoshi. And at the moment, she already had the urge to find a crack in the ground. What has she done before? She even swore that she took out Xiaoshi's recording and played it in front of everyone at the banquet, and emphasized that Xiaoshi must pay the price for saying those words. I'm afraid everyone is laughing their asses off right now. After all, it was not unusual for an existence that could become the new chief's close confidant, even if it had been awarded a Medal of War merit by Long Yuan himself. And she, on the other hand, wants to put Shashi behind bars with that recording. To say nothing of others, she herself found the previous version of her pathetic and ridiculous. The most frightening thing was that she had just said in front of Long Yuan that Xiaoshi would never be able to enter high society. At this point, even if she didn't need to think about it, she knew that she, Xiao Muyu, would definitely become the laughingstock of the imperial city and even the entire upper-class circle of the Summer Kingdom in the next extremely long period of time. Besides Xiao Muyu, Feng Zhong's entire body was similarly dumbfounded after hearing Long Yuan's words. How did this happen? He mumbled as if unconsciously. Shouldn't Xiaoshi, who was here to make love to Feng Jing, be just a woman of average birth but desperately trying to climb the ladder? How is it that you've suddenly transformed yourself into the new chief's inner circle? And why did Xiao Moyu, who had just said she liked him in public, become a jumped-up clown in an instant? Most importantly, in that case, wouldn't all the thoughts he had just had become a vain bubble? Feng Jing's ability was better than his, and now that he had found a woman who was valued by the new Grand Chief, would there be anything left for him to do as the future head of the Feng family? The moment he thought of this, endless frustration suddenly struck Feng Zhong's heart. There is nothing sadder in this world than just seeing hope within reach, and in the blink of an eye hope turns into endless disappointment. At this moment, under the huge sense of disparity, an urge to die even arose in his heart, and Xiao Mayu's father, Xiao Zantian, the Xiao family head, was similarly in extreme shock. Thinking of the words Xiao Mayu had uttered in front of Xiaoshi in the afternoon, an extremely bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Beside him, Jiang Yunting frowned at Xiaoshi Dao, the new Grand Chieftain's beloved. His brother is a one-star senior commander. So, who has the higher title? His brother or this woman? Chapter 104, Xiaoshi's Harem Group, 1. Without waiting for Jiang Yunting to figure it out, Commander Shin had already walked to Xiaoshi with a serious face, and then gave her an extremely solemn salute. I was the one who arbitrarily jumped to conclusions before without getting the facts right. Commander Xia, I apologize. It was me who was abrupt. Natsuki smiled faintly. You're only doing your job impartially as well. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Long Yuan Dao. Great Chief, nothing happened today either. Commander Shin did his job according to the rules, so there's no need to have to let him go into the War Ministry prison to think about his life. Long Yuan nodded slightly before turning his head to look at Commander Shin and said, Why don't you thank Xia, Commander? When Commander Shin heard this, he immediately looked aghast, and then looked at Xiashi with a solemn expression. Many thanks to Commander Xia. Long Yuan didn't say anything else when he saw this, but instead looked at the people in the banquet hall who hadn't yet regained their senses from the shock brought about by Xiaxia's identity. Gentlemen, in addition to celebrating the assumption of office of the fourth Grand Chieftain of the Summer Kingdom, this banquet today is also for the purpose of announcing an important matter. The surrounding crowd sniffed and returned to their senses almost simultaneously. Then, under the slightly puzzled gazes of the people around him, Long Yuan spoke with a solemn face. After discussions between myself and the other two chiefs, the authority of the new Grand Chief of the Summer Kingdom has been finalized. When the crowd heard Long Yuan's words, a clear solemn look appeared on their faces almost simultaneously. The words that came out from Long Yuan's mouth, however, caused everyone around him to be startled violently, only to hear Long Yuan's extremely solemn voice came out from his mouth. Effective immediately, the new Grand Chief will take over the 2 war zones of Imperial City and Cloud City within the 9 war zones of the Summer Kingdom. He will be in charge of all matters large and small within the war zones, and will have the highest decision-making power within the war zones. After the words fell, the scene suddenly went quiet. No one had thought that Long Yuan would want Xiashi to govern the 2 war zones of Emperor City and Cloud City. You know, even Long Yuan and the other 2 major chiefs all only have jurisdiction over 1 war zone. The remaining several war zones were managed on behalf of several 3-star or higher senior commanders within the war zone. Now the new Grand Chief comes up and is assigned 2 major war zones, which is really, without waiting for the crowd to think deeply, Xiao Zhantian, the head of the Xiao family, suddenly stood out and spoke. Grand Chief, isn't it a bit too presumptuous to directly allow the new Grand Chief to govern the 2 major war zones? One must know that the root of his Xiao family's foothold as one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City was that his father, the old man of the Xiao family who was a 4-star senior commander, was in charge of the Imperial City war zone. He knew that he was bound to upset Long Yuan by coming forward now, and would even offend the new Great Chief. But it was about the most core interest of his Xiao family. He had to fight for it. Family Master Xiao is right. The 2 major war zones are enough to affect the national power of the Xia Kingdom. So I hope that the Great Chief will think twice. One of the middle-aged men who was close to the Xiao family hurriedly opened his mouth to concur. Several other family heads who were on good terms with the Xiao family also stepped forward when they saw this, and I asked the Great Chief to think twice. Long Yuan did not show much surprise on his face when he heard the words of several people. He just smiled and spoke. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished my words yet. Within the next half a month, the new Grand Chieftain will select the most outstanding 100 warriors within the 2 major war zones. After these 100 people have been personally trained by the new Great Chief, all those that remain will be directly promoted to senior commander and have the qualifications to gain access to the test of the star-mangled main city. Hiss, hiss. The moment Long Yuan's words fell, everyone around him couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Then, almost everyone's faces that looked at Long Yuan were permeated with a desire that was thick to the extreme. As long as one could enter the 100-man corps and stay, they would not only become a senior commander, but would also be qualified to enter the Star Mansion main city. Ah, the main city of Starmount. That's a place that every person in the Summerland longs to enter in their dreams. Rumor had it that everyone who was able to enter the Star Mantle main city would receive endless benefits. It was a pity that for some unknown reason, the Summer Kingdom had sent people to die at the entrance to the Starry Mansion main city, and only a very small number of people were able to travel between the Summer Kingdom and the Starry Mansion main city each year. And now, Long Yuan was directly giving the opportunity to enter Star Mantle main city. Although it was only possible to obtain the qualifications for the test leading to the Star Mantle main city, as long as there was a chance, there was hope. If anyone can seize this opportunity, the future will surely be bright. Great Chief, I don't know what the criteria for selecting that 100 is. Soon after, the middle-aged man who first stood out to echo Xiao Zhantian, cautiously opened his mouth to ask. Long Yuan smiled faintly and immediately turned his head to look at Xiashi Dao. That would be a question for this one. Chapter 105, Xiaoshi's Harem Group, 2. Xiaoshi saw the sight Long Yuan threw at him and just looked at him lightly. She didn't know when she'd agreed to govern the 2 war zones, and when she'd agreed to help select and train the centurions. The last time she was rushed into making her agree to become a big chief was fine. This time again, Is this really thinking she's too kind-hearted and will be too embarrassed to turn him down? Long Yuan felt Xiaoshi's gaze and his heart grew flustered. In the end, his somewhat bitter eyes actually revealed a bit of begging. The present Xia kingdom only had such a moldable talent as Xiaoshi, and if he didn't have Xiaoshi, he really didn't know what would happen next. In order to avoid Xiaoshi having to leave the Xia kingdom one day, which would lead to an irreparable tragedy, he could only hope that Xiaoshi would personally cultivate some successors of his own. Seeing Long Yuan's expression, Xia finally sighed and gave him a look that said, "This will not happen again." Then she turned her head to the crowd around her who were nervously expecting her response and spoke slowly. "Within the next half a month, I will select 100 warriors to form a 100-man regiment for the new Grand Chieftain to train. If any of the House Lords present feel that there is a suitable candidate, they can give me their recommendations directly." Boom! When the surrounding crowd heard Xiaoshi's words, they almost instantly revealed a strong attentiveness and eagerness. "Commander Xia, when you first came in I thought that you were by no means an ordinary person, and now that I look at you, you really are an exceptional talent. How do I need you guys to say that? Commander Xia's heavenly beauty is not comparable to an ordinary person. The world says that Xiao Muyu is the first talented girl in Imperial City, but in my opinion, she's not even worthy of being the first talented girl for Commander Xia. Commander Xia, for the first time, I didn't bring any particularly expensive gifts. This high-fashion watch worth $20 million. Take it as a meet and greet gift that we are destined to have. I hope you won't mind." As the last man's words fell, it was as if some switch had been flipped. The surrounding crowds immediately crowded in front of Xiaoshi one after another, presenting with both hands the congratulatory gifts they had originally prepared for the new great chief. At the moment, in their hearts, Xiaoshi's status was just as if it was higher than that of the new great chief. After all, it was she, not that new grand chieftain, who could decide on that 100th place. Xiao Zhantian's face showed endless frustration and despair as he looked at the few family lords who had originally stood on his side and attempted to stop the new grand chief from governing the Imperial City warzone. Before long, the 5 great families of the Imperial City. I'm afraid there is no more Xiao family. Xiao Moyu looked at Xiaoshi, who was currently being courted by many of Xia's top figures, and a pair of fists clenched uncontrollably. A person who was originally like an ant in her eyes, not only snatched her favorite man, but also became the existence of her shoes in the eyes of the crowd. Why? Who is this woman? Meanwhile, Xiaoshi's breath around her body was a few points colder in the face of the over-enthusiastic crowd. I'm here to attend the banquet, not to receive gifts from you all. Family heads, take your things back. Commander Xia is worthy of being the new Grand Chief's valued character. We admire this kind of temperament. Since Commander Xia has said so, then I'll throw in a brick first and recommend someone to Commander Xia. I have a young grandson, 21 years old this year, who has been the school bully of their school since elementary school, and even has the strength of an intermediate-level warrior. I hope that Chieftain Xia will consider it. Commander Xia, my youngest son is 31 this year. He's the type of mature uncle that a lot of little girls like. Chief Xia can meet him sometime, although my grandson has just turned 17. When he walks down the street there will be a lot of little girls surrounding him, saying that he's some kind of proper little milk dog, and those little girls love him, so Commander Xia might as well consider it? Xia felt that it might be over when she saw the crowd's picture getting more and more wrong. One must know that even in her last life, the abrasive level of her family's big baby's jealousy was a little too much for her to bear on occasion. Not to mention this life where the realm had clearly improved. At this moment, Xiaoshi was a little afraid to think about the worldwide catastrophe that might come next, but despite the headache, she had to turn her slightly stiff head to look at Fengjing, and just as her line of sight landed on top of Fengjing's handsome face, his face suddenly revealed an extremely beautiful, yet nothing warm smile. Schoolboy? Mature man? A young man who's too big for his own good. It's a full assortment. This Commander Xia. I wonder if there will be a place for me in that group of 100. Author's words. Well, I don't know if Fengxiao Huajing has already thought about it. When facing the various kinds of beautiful male combatants and potential love rivals of the 100-people group, whether it is because he can't do the moves and needs to be taught by the big chief, or because his body is too weak and needs to be supported by the big chief for falling down, or because he is so scared in the middle of the night that he can't sleep and needs to be helped by the big chief. Chapter 106 Xiaoshi's Harem Group 3. The surrounding group of Xia bigwigs froze almost simultaneously when they heard Fengjing's words. And asking for places like that? Even if you, Fengjing, are good-looking, and I heard that your ability has improved rapidly in the last half year, and you even just seem to have some ambiguity with Commander Xia. There are so many people on the scene. Even if you really want it, you can't be so direct in public, can you? In the crowd, the Feng family lord, who had just been quietly watching the movements in the arena, hurriedly walked out. He was over 40, but he looked like he was 35 or 36, the most attractive moment for a man. And the elegant and gentle smile that appeared on his face made some of the girls instantly move their eyes away. After he took a few steps forward, he looked at Xia Shi and said in a conciliatory voice, "Commander Xia, my son speaks straight. I hope you won't mind too much if he makes you feel offended. However, with his abilities, he should be qualified to enter that 100-man corps, so I hope you will consider it." Xia Shi looked at the Feng family head's gaze that was filled with some apprehension and expectation, and her mood was simply complicated to the extreme. Consider? The question now was not whether she wanted to consider it or not, but if she dared to disagree. Her baby was afraid that her family would dare to directly blow up the Imperial City War Department. However, even though her heart was turning over, Xia Shi's face was as calm as water. She looked at the Feng family head and nodded slightly. Feng Jing's ability is indeed good. That 100-man corps, naturally, has a place for him. The surrounding crowd was stunned at the sight. So the first spot in the 100 was determined so easily? Most of all, what ability is good? It's the good looks that count, isn't it? They really don't envelope King this half a year ago Imperial City's recognized loser. In this short half a year, can really change as a person. At that instant, the bigwigs, who originally had some concerns about recommending a high-value junior within their own family, immediately straightened their complexion. Afterward, a rather prestigious old man fished out a photo from his wallet and handed it to Xia Shi while opening his mouth with a smile. "Commander Xia, my grandson is the most popular big star right now. Many girls say he is the freshest fresh meat. This is his photo. Would you like to take a look? What are you looking at? Although your grandson is good looking, he is bursting with gossip about various women every day. Commander Xia, come, take a look at this nephew of mine. Although many people say he's a cold iceberg, but it's better because he's less talkative and specialized yet not annoying. What iceberg? I think it's just a mute. Even the gods can't live with this kind of person." Xia Shi, seeing her own big baby's face getting darker and darker, she felt like she was about to be played to death by these Imperial City bigwigs. Not daring to let these bigwigs say another word, she hurriedly looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. "You guys tell me that, and I don't know who you're recommending. In this case, each family head has 3 recommendation slots. Go back and select 3 candidates that you find suitable. 10 days later, you will bring your people to the Imperial City battle zone and participate in the 100-man corps campaign alongside the elites of the 2 major battle zones." When the bigwigs heard this, a flash of joy flashed across their faces. Each family has 3 recommended places, and listening to this meaning is not limited to this family. This is a heavenly good thing. "Thank you, Commander Xia. Since that's the case, I'd like to thank Commander Xia here." Then, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd filled with excitement and thrill, Xia Shi didn't dare to look at Feng Jing, but instead turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on Xiao Muyu. When the crowd saw this, they all looked over at Xiao Muyu. Only at this moment, those men who had previously admired Xiao Muyu had long since lost their previous appreciation and adoration in their gazes towards her. And at the same time, Xiao Muyu's eyes were staring intently at Xia Shi. The eyes that looked at Xia Shi were flooded with deep resentment and jealousy. If not for the in front of her, she would not have been robbed of her beloved man by Xia Shi, and even less would have become the joke of the entire Imperial City. Don't let her catch the opportunity, otherwise, she will definitely let the in front of her understand the consequences of offending her. Chapter 107, Xia Shi's Harem Group, 4. However, without waiting for Xiao Muyu to think deeply, her father, Xiao Zhantian, walked quickly to her side and pulled her arm. At the same time, he looked towards Long Yuan and tried to pull a smile on his face as he said, "Great chief, I have some things to do at home, so I'll go back first." Long Yuan nodded slightly, and, by the way, bring this to your father. After saying that, he directly raised his hand and flung a special envelope for the War Ministry towards Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian looked at the envelope that landed at his feet, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Still, he slowly bent down and picked it up. He then nodded his head with Long Yuan before leading Xiao Muyu out of the banquet hall. Xia Xia looked at Xiao Muyu's back and took out her cell phone about to order someone to chop up Xiao Muyu. However, without waiting for her to send the message, Long Yuan suddenly pressed her arm. Then, he said in a voice that only he and Natsuki could hear, "The old man of the Xiao family. The 4-star senior commander Xiao Rongguan would have reached the age of almost retirement. Normally he would not be touched by me as long as he does not commit the cardinal sin of collaborating with the enemy in treason. It's a pity that the Xiao family has offended you, and now I've taken advantage of the fact that he's used his position for personal gain a few times before and expelled him from the War Ministry. Without him, the current Xiao family is already a grasshopper after the fall, and won't be able to bounce around for a few days. The Summer Kingdom doesn't have many advanced warriors in total. Xiao Muyu being able to become an advanced warrior at this age might be a moldable talent. I think that when the Shao family reaches the end of their rope, they'll send her to the war ministry and contribute their strength to the Summer Kingdom. For the sake of the country, let her live. Natsuki's fingers lurched as she sent the message. She hadn't expected Long Yuan to move the top pillar of the Shao family for herself. Long Yuan had done this for her and only made a simple request. If she still had to refuse, it would be a bit too unkind. Xia pondered slightly before raising her eyes to Long Yuan. Fine, but if she commits another offense against me in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Yuan suddenly smiled at the sight. Naturally, because Xia was really worried that those Imperial City bigwigs would say something shocking again. She then greeted the crowd and directly left the banquet hall with Fengjing. Baby? After walking out of the hotel, Xia raised her hand to pull Fengjing's hand. Fengjing dodged a bit, but didn't avoid it, and after being held by Xia, he struggled a bit, but didn't break away either. He stopped, his thin lips pursed lightly, his slightly cool eyes staring at Xia. Let go of me. Xia slightly inclined her head and looked at him with a faint smile. Jealous? Fengjing coolly swept her a glance. Jealous? Who am I jealous of? Who can make me jealous? Xia explained with a smile on her brow. I haven't even seen any of the schoolboys, big stars, little milk dogs, and cold icebergs recommended by those people, and I already have you, so I won't even look at any other men for more than a glance. However, when Xia finished speaking, she immediately felt the air around her get a few points colder. Never seen it, but heard it once and memorized all the genres? She was born with a good memory. What could she do? Fengjing seemed to have read her thoughts and gave a faintly unnoticeable cold snort. Doesn't all that talk ultimately give them a chance? Xia blinked twice at the sight. I thought you said you weren't jealous? Fengjing, let go of me. I should get back. Xia hooked the corner of her lips, before leaning over slightly. When Fengjing saw this, he directly inclined his head and seemed to want to avoid it, but unfortunately, he was too slow to avoid it, and was just kissed by Xia on the corner of her lips. At once, as if he had been violated, he raised his hand in extreme disgust and lightly wiped the corner of his lips. What are you doing messing with me when you're about to form a harem group? Natsuki lightly draws in the corners of her mouth. The big chief asked her to train 100-man troop. How did it become a harem troop? Even the sinuses back then weren't as wronged as she was, right? Fengjing looked at Xia, who was frozen in place, and his handsome face grew colder and colder. Great. Not even a rebuttal. It seems like there is a genuine desire to use the 100 as a harem group. You can let your harem group spend time with you from now on. I won't be around to get in your way. After saying that, Fengjing was about to break away from Xia's hand. However, right at this moment, Fu Mia, who had appeared not far away at an unknown time, suddenly walked over towards the two. Xia took the initiative to let go of Fengjing's hand, then smiled. I feel like the first of the harem group besides you has a place, baby, don't you? Off topic. Fengjing, I wanted to make my wife's honor feel guilty and have a kiss and hug and lift high, but what if I accidentally played it off? Waiting online, quite urgent. Also, thanks to Azizazi for the 2 certifications and the inspiration capsule. I'm a bit excited. Chapter 108, Xia's Harem Group, 5. Fengjing looked at Xia. His thin lips nearly pursed into a straight line. Soon, a brilliant but not the slightest bit warm smile slowly hooked up on his handsome face. Congratulations are in order then. After saying that, Fengjing directly turned around and prepared to walk away. However, just the moment he turned around, his left hand was suddenly yanked by Xia. Then, with a single force, Xia directly brought his body towards herself. Under the inertia, Fengjing's body suddenly leaned towards Xia. Xia saw the right moment and kissed his slightly cool but extremely soft thin lips. Without waiting for Fengjing to resist, Xia leaned in slightly and whispered in his ear. Baby, no matter how good other men are, how can they be as gentle, generous, beautiful and dignified as you? In my eyes, all the men in the world combined can't even compare to a single finger of yours. Fengjing's movement to shake off Xia suddenly lurched, because Xia had used several adjectives in a row. The corner of his lips couldn't control a shallow smile. Soon, however, he set his handsome face in a serious manner and gave a slight, unnoticeable grunt. You think a little casual courtesy is going to make this go away today? Xia smiled faintly and leaned in again to press a kiss against his thin lips. Don't be mad, eh? Fengjing subconsciously wanted to reply with I'm not angry. However, he also seemed to realize that this was not very convincing, so he hesitated and didn't say it, but instead swept a glance at Xia, holding his last bottom line extremely firmly. I said it's useless to be solicitous. You live with the first person in your harem. After saying that, he turned around without a care in the world and walked off into the distance. This woman messes with him and thinks a couple of kisses will do the trick? He had to make her understand the consequences of wanting to go towards the end. He, by no means, could give this woman the illusion that she was eating him up. Seeing this, Mo Yen, the little assistant who had been secretly spying for a long time, hurriedly chased after him with his ass. He said that his young master couldn't be kissed twice and then forgive that woman without any sense of propriety. As expected, his young master had the principles and bottom line that he should have. No matter what, he would never lose it. But, why? How did he feel that his own young master was walking slower and slower? Soon, Mo Yen was sure that it wasn't his illusion. For, it was almost time to reach the car. But the young master's feet were already clearly moving. Mo Yen was stunned for a moment and quickly said with a worried face, "Young master, are you having trouble with your legs?" Feng Jing didn't give him a single look. Only, as the distance between him and Xiaoshi continued to lengthen, the aura around him grew colder and colder. Xiaoshi stood in place, looking at Feng Jing's walking speed that was like a video playing at 0.2 times. A pair of eyes gradually curved into a crescent moon. LOL. How in the world could there be a boy as cute as her baby? This little look is a perfect example of the words catch up. Not going after it? Fu Mun, who had already walked beside her. His gentle handsome face was a little complicated and said. Xiaoshi slowly retracted her eyes and asked without answering. Looking for me for something? I inadvertently came across a time planner for military training in first-year freshman today, and I felt you might use it, so I just didn't have much to do, so I brought it to you. Saying that, Fu Luan handed a stack of nearly brand new paper to Xiaoshi. Thank you for your kind words, but after military training I don't think I'll be able to follow the college's planning for classes, so keep this planning sheet for any new students who need it. After saying that, she smiled politely at Fu Luan. It's getting late. I'll go back to the academy first. After the words fell, she swept a glance at Feng Jing, who was frozen in front of the Bentley. In general, without thinking, before turning around and walking towards the academy, Fu Luvia looked at Xiaoshi walked without the slightest lingering figure. His eyes revealed a touch of extremely clear despondency. But soon, his handsome face was once again replaced with a gentle smile as usual. There was just the slightest hint of an emotion called bitterness in that smile. Boo! Just then, a sound of a car door being slammed hard suddenly rang out. Inside the car, the cold air around Feng Jing's body was like it could freeze the surrounding air into ice. Mo Yan's little assistant who followed him into the car was so frightened that he curled up in the driver's seat and shivered. Out of fear that he would freeze to death, he hesitated for a moment and finally spoke stiffly. Young master, your family that is not with that Fu Luvia have what contact? People send things she also did not want. How do you? However, before he could finish speaking, he was frozen speechless by a look from Feng Jing. Do you think the most important part of this today is in whether or not she made contact with the wild man and took his stuff? Inkbrand spoke carefully. No, isn't it? Feng Jing, how did he get such a stupid assistant? Really nothing but good looks. No, this face is even more useless. He'll have to replace him sooner or later. When the time comes, he's going to get 10. No, 100 beautiful assistants to piss that woman off. But as much as it is a relief to think of it that way, it's kind of nice to think that if the woman was really pissed off, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt even more stupid about his little assistant. Not wanting to say anything more, he ordered directly, go back to your quarters. Mo Yan subconsciously tried to nod, but then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said with some regret, young master, you've managed to get 2 days of vacation out, and you're going back? Or what? Mo Yan? What was the matter with the hint of sultriness he heard in the young master's tone? An illusion. It must be his illusion. Without waiting for him to continue to think deeply, Feng Jing did not know whether it was to vent or if he truly wanted to teach Mo Yan relationship skills, and extremely seriously cautioned as a person who had been there before. Remember, even if you like a woman more, you have to punish her severely when you see her doing something wrong. Otherwise she'll bully you into thinking you can't do without her. Mo Yan's eyes abruptly lit up. He felt that his family's mighty and domineering young master had returned. He could finally be sure that his young master was not a wife slave. Under the excitement, Mo Yan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, so, how does young master plan to punish that woman? Chapter 109 Xiaoshi flings out the dean's badge. 1. Feng Jing suddenly fell silent at his words. A heavy struggle seemed to flash in his eyes, but in the end, as if he had made some extremely important decision, he opened his mouth coldly and mercilessly. I'm not going to the academy tomorrow to bring her breakfast. I'm going to give her a taste of what it's like to lose me at any moment. Mo Yan, does he have some kind of misunderstanding of the words severe punishment? Ding dong. Just then, a cell phone tone suddenly rang. Feng Jing stared at the cell phone screen for almost half a minute. In the end, under the puzzled gaze of Mo Yan's little assistant, he let out a cold snort with extreme temperament. You want to show me weakness now? It's too late. As Mo Yan's little assistant listened to Feng Jing's strong words, a hint of pride gradually appeared on his handsome face. Although his young master's so-called way of punishing that woman was not very understandable to him, this persistence that no amount of coaxing from the other party would be of any use was something he should learn from. 5 o'clock the next morning, Mo Yan was awakened by a commotion in the kitchen. In his anger, he rushed straight to the kitchen door, bare-chested. However, after seeing the figure that was busy inside the kitchen, his entire body abruptly froze in place. It took a moment for him to find his voice. He froze and looked at Feng Jing and asked, "Didn't you say that you would severely punish the one in your family by not bringing her breakfast today?" Feng Jing rightfully said, "Who said I'd send it to her? If you don't send it to her, then you are." Without waiting for him to finish, Feng Jing directly interrupted. "You deliver, Mo Yan." He must have been blind before. How else could he be so adamant that his young master had such things as a bottom line and modesty in front of that woman? 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yunting, Black Panther, and the other military training instructors appeared above the playground of Imperial City Academy, because at this point there was still a little time before the cadets started to line up, and the 10 combatants looked at the cadets around them, their eyes flickering with the slightest bit of excitement. "Brother?" Just then, a handsome-looking boy standing not far away saw Xia Shiqian and subconsciously called out. This person was no one else. It was none other than Xia Gu, Xia Shiqian's younger brother and also the only one of the freshmen with an S rating in the entrance examination. The taller boy standing beside Xia Gu heard this and asked with some surprise, "Xia Gu, your brother is the military training instructor this time?" Xia Gu nodded. The taller boy sniffed, and a bit of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. His buddy's brother was an instructor, so wouldn't he be able to walk all over the freshmen for the next few days? His breath caught at the thought. He suddenly received a message from his girlfriend Anzan. "Dear, I've inquired about the dormitory of that Xiaoxi who caused me to be beaten up by Jiang Xiaro 2 days ago." The taller boy, also known as Xiao Zhe, glanced at Xia Shiqian and hastily edited a message back. "That Xiaoxi you're talking about is a freshman, right? I just found out that my buddy's brother is the military training instructor. Send me her dormitory building number. I'll follow you there. If she doesn't apologize to you today, I'll let my buddy's brother who is an instructor train her to death." At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a 4-star senior commander battle uniform slowly walked into the academy. The dean in a wheelchair was following him, an old face full of attentiveness and respect. "Lord Commander, you have come suddenly because? Chief Dragon asked me to assist the new Grand Chief in creating the 100-men regiment, and I've come to see if you have any good seedlings in this Imperial City Academy." "Okay, I'll show you everywhere." Chapter 110, Xia Shi flings out the dean's badge, 2. At the same time, Xia Shi, Luo Chuyen, and Tang Xin, who had changed into a battle department outfit, walked out of the dormitory door. However, the trio hadn't taken a few steps before they heard whispers around them. Soon, Tang Xin beside Xia Shi suddenly walked over to a good-looking girl and said with an icy expression, "What you just said? Say it again?" That girl is obviously not a good deal. After hearing Tang Xiner's words, she lightly laughed and said, "I say, this dare to seduce His Highness Fuluvia should let the dean expel her. Let her pop." However, before the female's words fell, a slap resounded steeply on her face. Instantly, everyone around them suddenly breathed in tightly. In the next moment, Tang Xiner's words, which were cold to the core, abruptly resounded in the ears of the crowd. "In the future, if I see anyone who dares to show disrespect to Xia Shi's classmates, I, Tang Xin, will be at loggerheads with him." When the surrounding crowd of students heard Tang Xiner's words, their faces revealed dismay and shock that was thick to the core. Tang Xiner, is this crazy? She was the first lady of the Tang clan group, which ranked among the top few in Imperial City. That a person of her stature would be so defensive of a dirtbag with a deep heart and who had to go to school on a bursary? Is she stupid? Or is she just overflowing with love? Could it be that, in such a short period of time, Xia Shi this has already turned Tang Xiner, letting Tang Xiner join her in dealing with Luo Chuyen? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Jin's voice, which was dripping with sarcasm and disdain, suddenly came over. "Miss Tang is really a great bully." When the crowd saw Jin, they all had a feeling of raising their eyebrows. One must know that although Dai's family lineage was inferior to Tang Xiner's, she was the dean's granddaughter Chu Yao's best friend. All the people who messed with her are all no longer at the Imperial City Academy. Tang Xiner couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw Jin. "Ms. Anzan is flattering. You're not much less powerful than me." However, Dai only swept a faint glance at her before the gaze that exuded a morose chill landed on Xia Shi. She stared at Xia Shi with a grim face and spoke, "If you don't want me to tell those rotten things about you and Jiang Xiao's ex-boyfriend, get out of Imperial City Academy on your own accord right now. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. When the surrounding crowd heard Injun's words, their eyes widened almost simultaneously. This woman not only hooked up with Fu Miao, even with Jiang Xiaoro boyfriend have any unclear relationship? If Jiang Xiaoro finds out about this, with Jiang Xiaoro's character, it was hard for them to imagine what kind of miserable end Xiaoshi was going to face. Xiaoshi looked at Injun, and a flash of coldness swiftly flashed across her eyes. She stared straight at Injun and spoke. I would like to know, what is the so-called crappy thing between Xiaoshi Qing and I? And Dai sniffed and looked at Xiaoshi's eyes that instantly became a few points more chilly. So, you don't want to leave in a dignified manner? Without waiting for Xiaoshi to speak, the taller boy beside her as her boyfriend suddenly looked down at Xiaoshi and spoke. It's fine if you don't want to leave, but I have to kindly remind you that the academy always has a few freshmen who get hospitalized during their annual military training. For the next military training, my buddy's older brother is one of the instructors for this training. If you don't want to be sent to the hospital on your way to military training because of the sheer volume of your tasks, right now, kneel down in front of my girlfriend right now and apologize to her. Chapter 111 Xiaoshi flings out the dean's badge. 3. When the surrounding crowd heard the taller boy's words, the gloating in Xiaoshi's eyes was suddenly thick to the extreme. Almost everyone knew that because the Imperial City Academy placed extreme importance on the strength of its students, the intensity of military training was so great that every year there would be students who were sent to the hospital because of overloading their bodies. There were even trainees who cheated to enter the Imperial City Academy and directly died suddenly because they couldn't stand the intensity of the military training. It could be said that if there was really an instructor who wanted to target Xiaoshi, even if he was trained to death, he would only be able to blame Xiaoshi for his own lack of strength, or even be suspected of cheating, while the instructor would hardly be affected too much. In everyone's opinion, as long as Xiaoshi wanted to get through the military training peacefully and stay in the Imperial City Academy, this kneeling today was unavoidable. However, when the crowd thought that Xiaoshi would tremble in fear at the taller boy's words, Xiaoshi's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. She asked, her slightly cold gaze on the taller boy, which one is your buddy's instructor? The taller boy's eyes flashed with surprise at his words. He didn't expect Xiaoshi to not only not be half afraid after hearing his words, but instead asked such a question. But then, his not-so-clean gaze glanced over Xiaoshi's entire body. Eventually, he smiled meaningfully. What? You're not going to go and do something to him when I say which one it is? As his words fell, a cacophonous laughter was heard around him. In their opinion, not to mention whether Xiaoshi's posture was qualified to seduce someone. Even if it did, it was a taboo for trainees to lighten their military training tasks by seducing the instructor. The academy has had precedents of people being expelled from the academy on their way to military training because they felt too tired and tried to flirt with the instructors by having an affair with them. I heard that the female cadet who was expelled was also a candidate for school beauty. If this one in front of him tried to do something to the instructor, he was afraid that he would really die a horrible death. Xiaxia didn't even look at the crowd around him and once again looked at the taller boy and opened his mouth. You tell me which one first, and after that, I'll think about your proposal. When the taller boy saw how persistent Xiaoshi was, he subconsciously took it as her not believing that her buddy was the instructor for this military training. He smiled coldly, really not seeing the coffin. Among the instructors this time, there is one surnamed Xia. I don't know if you recognize him. Although he didn't know what Xia Ji's instructor brother's name was, it was always correct that the surname was the same. However, what the tall boy didn't expect was that under his gaze full of playfulness, Xiaoshi actually looked at him with a calm expression and said, Good. I'll have him take care of you. The moment these words fell from Xiaxia's lips, the surrounding air steeply fell into an instant silence. In the next moment, the scene suddenly erupted into an even louder roar of laughter than before. Xiaozhe, you hear that? Not only are they not afraid of your threats, but they're going to in turn make your buddy's brother take good care of you. I'm really curious what she had to do to get the military instructor to threaten Shazar, who doesn't need military training. Oh, maybe people have to run to that instructor in front of. Put their own miserable past all say again. Good to win the instructor's sympathy. At that time that Xia instructor by her fascination of the 7 meat and potatoes tube you are not a freshman. As usual, asked you to participate in military training. Xiaozhe, you have to be careful. The taller boy, that is, Xiaozhe, listened to the uproar around him, and immediately sneered in disdain. Chapter 112 Xiaoshi flings out the dean's badge. 4. At the same time, the way he looked at Xiaoshi was as if he was looking at a stupid person with a brain problem. At this moment, he was no longer interested in continuing to talk nonsense with Xiaoshi, and directly looked at Xiaoshi and spoke in a cold voice. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it, and after 10 seconds if you haven't gotten down on your knees and apologized to my girlfriend, you can quietly wait to die. After saying that, he immediately started the countdown. 10, 9. It's not necessary. Without waiting for Xiao Zhe to continue counting down, Xiaoshi suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. Then, under the slightly stunned gaze of Xiao Zhe and the surrounding crowd, Xiaoshi faintly said, "You don't need to give me this opportunity." When the surrounding crowd heard this, their gazes towards Xiaoshi all revealed a bit of consternation. This woman, does she really not want to hang around the academy anymore? However, without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses from their surprise, Xiaoshi's next words directly made everyone instantly dumbfounded. "I don't see what you call a chance, but I can give you one. I don't care if you're a freshman or a veteran. You're bound to be among the next military trainees. If you can't take it anymore, you can instead kneel in front of me and apologize to me in front of all the cadets in the entire academy. If I'm in a good mood, when the time comes, I might be able to forgive you." Everyone in the surroundings were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Xiaoshi's words. Just now they thought that Xiaoshi was already looking for death for being able to say something like "don't want a chance," but as it turned out, the extent of this woman's death-defying behavior in front of them had completely exceeded their imagination. However, soon enough, the look of watching the show in the eyes of the crowd became a little more intense. It's good not to admit defeat. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have a lot less fun in this military training process without such a jumped-up clown. While Xiao Zhe stared at Xiaoshi for a while, he smiled instead of being angry and said, "Good, then we'll see." After saying that, he directly pulled Anzan away, and as he walked away, Dai inclined his head to look at Xiaoshi, while the smile at the corner of his lips was clearly somewhat meaningful. Unlike the others, she didn't think that Xiaoshi was out of her mind to say something like making Xiao Zhe beg her in return. After all, she was the only one among the people present who knew that Jiang Xiao's ex-boyfriend, who had been snatched by Xiaoshi, was Xiaoshi Qin, the instructor that Xiao Zhe was talking about, and naturally, she had her own plans for why she didn't say it. These two idiots who had offended her Anzan, she was going to make them completely lose their reputation and then be kicked out of the academy and the war department. The crowd did not leave after Xiao Zhe and Dai left. They were really a bit curious about where Xiaoshi got such an arrogant bottom. Could it be that she really wanted to seduce the military training instructor with her looks? What are all gathered here for? Suddenly, a stern and cold voice suddenly came from not far away. When the crowd heard the sound, they all looked over at the source of the sound. Director Chen? Seeing the middle-aged man walking quickly, a trainee who recognized the visitor instantly exclaimed in shock. "If I remember correctly, Director Chen is in charge of this military training, right? I heard that Director Chen has a good relationship with Commander Jiang Yunting, so if anyone offends him, not only will they not fare well within the academy, they may even end their future of entering the war department in the future." And in the midst of the crowd's murmurs, that Director Chen had already walked in front of Xiaoshi's few people. His cold gaze slowly swept over the crowd of trainees. It finally settled on Yang Xin, who had been slapped by Tang Xin earlier. Chapter 113 Xiaoshi flings out the dean's badge. 5. Yang Xin felt Director Chen's gaze and hurriedly took a few steps forward, pointing at Xiaoshi and Tang Xin with a face full of aggression. "Director, I was just chatting with some classmates and they suddenly slapped me." Director Chen's face immediately sank at his words. He turned his head directly to the two hostages of Xiaoshi and asked, "You wantonly beat up your classmates on school grounds?" However, without waiting for Xiaoshi to open her mouth to reply, Tang Xin immediately said in exasperation, "Director Chen, it's these good schoolmates who heard that Fu Luvia likes Xiaoshi, and were jealous of her in their hearts, and came over to find her trouble." When Director Chen heard Tang Xin's words, a flash of obvious surprise appeared on his face. He has always known that his daughter who was in the same grade at Imperial City College in Fu Mun likes Fu Mun. Even he also for his daughter about Fu Mun to eat together. Just be Fu Mun to find a reason to refuse. At this point, he finally understood the reason why his daughter was not in a good mood in recent days. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, Director Chen's line of sight had already landed on Xiaoshi. However, when he saw Xiaoshi's extremely ordinary little face, a flash of heavy skepticism flashed through his eyes. Fu Luan will like such a girl? Yang Xin saw the obvious skepticism on Director Chen's face and hurriedly spoke. "Director Chen, I think that as long as one is a normal person, it is impossible to believe that Fu Luan will we are not so bad that we need to be jealous of such a woman." When the surrounding crowd of older students heard Yang Xin's words, they all opened their mouths and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Director. His Highness Fu Luvia rejected even the school flower. How could he like this kind of woman?" Tang Xin was so angry by these schoolmates that she was about to vomit blood. She took a deep breath, her body trembling as she looked to the crowd and asked, "What evidence do you have to prove that it's not Xiaoshi that Fu Luan likes?" Yang Xin smiled coldly. "Of course we have proof." After saying that, she directly turned her head to look at Luo Chuyen who hadn't said a few words since the beginning. "Luo Chuyen, What Fu Miao likes is not this bumpkin roommate of yours, but you, right? The surrounding crowd's eyes lit up when they heard Yang Xian's words. Now almost everyone knows that Luo Chuyen and Xia Shi are both interested in Fu Luan, whereas Luo Chuyen is a big star with an excellent family background. Xia Shi is just a bumpkin from a small town. No matter who Fu Luvia likes, Luo Chuyen can only say Fu Luvia likes her. At this moment, it was as if the crowd had already seen the picture of Luo Chuyen forcibly admitting her relationship with Fu Mia, and Xia Shi being punished by Director Chen according to the school rules. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Luo Chuyen suddenly stepped forward and tearfully took Yang Xian's arm. Sister Yang Xian, I can't do it. I really can't. The surrounding crowd looks at Luo Chuyen, who was transformed into a soft little pitiful girl in an instant, and are almost simultaneously dumbfounded. What's going on? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Luo Chuyen's delicate body suddenly trembled, and opened her mouth with the attitude that she was going to tell the truth no matter what. Director Chen. These schoolmates are indeed looking for trouble with Xia Shi on their own initiative because they are jealous of Fu Nyun liking Xia Shi. I really don't know what Xia Shi did wrong, so people beautiful and kind-hearted she get Fu Luan's like is not normal? Why will incur so many people's malice? The moment Luo Chuyen's words fell, the surrounding crowd was all petrified. What's with this? Luo Chuyen actually speaking for her love rival? And beautiful people? Whether or not the heart is good is not to be said, but the person is beautiful. This Luo Chuyen is fundamentally open-eyed to say blind. Okay? Chapter 114 Xia Shi flings out the dean's badge. 6. Yang Xin, on the other hand, was equally confused. What the hell is going on here? Luo Chuyen is not like Fu Luvia? And she is Luo Hong Group Big Miss. With this bumpkin's identity has the difference between heaven and earth. How can she not only don't mind this bumpkin hooking up with Fu Luan, but also help the bumpkin to speak? Is she crazy, or is she being too kind? Without waiting for Yang Xian and the crowd to return to their senses, Luo Chuyen once again said to Director Chen, Director, it was these school sisters who initiated the provocation, and they also started the fight. Xia Shi and Tang Xian were only acting in self-defense. I hope you can punish them according to the academy's rules. When everyone heard Luo Chuyen's words, their faces showed obvious apprehension. It would have been okay if Yang Xian hadn't that let Luo Chuyen testify. Now that Luo Chuyen had bitten them back, they couldn't say anything right. Could it be that they really want to plant in this shameless to seduce Fu Luvia's dirtbag hands today? However, just as the crowd was waiting for Director Chen to pronounce the results of their trial, Director Chen looked at Luo Chuyen with an icy face and said, I don't care what the cause was, actively hitting someone is a violation of academy rules. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at Xia Shi and Tang Xian. You, and you, get one demerit. And, at the opening ceremony of the military training later, confess your sins of disrespecting your seniors to all the seniors. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Luo Chuyen and then opened his mouth. Although you didn't do it, you're an accessory. Go back and write a 3,000-word review and hand it into my office by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fu Luan is the future son-in-law he sees. He wants to let all female trainees understand what happens when they think about Fu Luan. Besides, he wanted more than just to humiliate them. In the next military training, he would also greet Jiang Yunting and ask him to take good care of these three. He was going to make them regret ever thinking of stealing a man from his daughter. Everyone around them first froze when they heard Director Chen's words. In the next moment, the faces of the crowd suddenly surged with ecstasy that was thick to the core. Director Chen is wise. It's an honor for the entire Imperial City Academy to have an excellent administrator like Director Chen. Director Chen was complimented by the crowd with a burst of physical and mental relief. Then, he turned his head to look at the three hostages of Xia Shi and asked, Did you hear what I just said? Tang Xin'er spoke angrily. What gives you the right to? However, before she could go on, a hand suddenly pulled on her arm. With that, a voice that looked like it was emanating polar coldness came out of her mouth. A major demerit and penance for disrespecting your seniors? What if I say no? Director Chen suddenly smiled at his words. A thick irony appeared on his face as he looked at Xia Shi. No? Then get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. Xia Shi sniffed and nodded slightly. Okay, then, get lost. What did you say? Director Chen was stunned for a moment. The surrounding crowd of trainees likewise somewhat disbelieved their ears. This woman, so sensible that she's going to voluntarily withdraw from school? Natsuki hooked her lips slightly and unnoticeably. Then, suddenly, she raised her small hand. Pop! A crisp sound came out. That golden badge that the old dean had previously handed over to Xia Shi to be able to exercise the dean's authority suddenly struck Director Chen in the face. At the same time, what also came out was Xia Shi's voice that was so cold that it was nearly devoid of the slightest emotion. I said, The Imperial City Academy doesn't need trash like you. You can roll up and leave. Chapter 115 Xiashi flings out the dean's badge. 7. Quiet. The moment Xiaxi's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that Xiashi would dare to be so reckless as to fling something in Director Chen's face. Even more so, no one thought that she would dare to call Director Chen a piece of trash and say something like telling him to roll over and get out. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Xiashi was as if they were looking at a dead person. Daring to offend Director Chen like this, it was no longer just a matter of whether or not he could hang around in the academy, but whether or not he could continue to live in this world. At the same time, Director Chen froze for several breaths before slowly coming back to his senses. However, he did not immediately burst into a monstrous rage as the crowd thought, but slowly bent down and picked up the dean's badge on the ground. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but breathe tightly when he saw the dean's badge. He snapped his head up to Natsuki, his eyes locked on her in question. Where did you get this badge? When the surrounding crowd heard Director Chen's voice, they almost simultaneously looked at the dean's badge in his hand. At that moment, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Almost everyone in the college recognized the dean's badge. No one thought that what Xiashi had just thrown at Director Chen's face was actually this thing, although the crowd didn't know how Xiashi had gotten this. But in that case, Director Chen, there's a real possibility that he'll have to roll with the punches. Xiashi looked at him who knew the answer but was still struggling. She couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Where did you get it? What do you think? Director Chen sniffed and his face began to change constantly. In the end, his gaze towards Xiashi abruptly chilled. Dare to steal the dean's badge. Do you not want to live? Stealing? The surrounding trainees were stunned at his words. In the next moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiashi abruptly went cold. They said, how could this freshly enrolled student get a dean's badge? If it was stolen, it makes sense. Director Chen looked at Xiashi with cold eyes and said, I'm going to go to the dean now to ask for proof. If I can prove that this badge was obtained by you through improper means, what you will face are consequences that you can hardly bear. Xiashi looked at him lightly, his tone not light or heavy. If you can't prove that I stole this badge, then you're going to have to do more than just walk away. Director Chen sniffed coldly. He looked deeply at Xiashi before walking quickly towards the principal's office. Some of the trainees, seeing Director Chen leave, were curious and were ready to follow him. However, the next moment, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, because, to their surprise, they saw that Fu Luan walked over from the distance. At once, countless girls' eyes lit up. Today, they must be in front of Fu Muan. Dismantle this disguise, so that he understands that this is not worthy of his liking. However, before tearing it down, they needed to verify the rumors were true. Then, a good-looking girl suddenly stepped forward. Fu Dian, many people in the academy say that you like her. Is this true? Fu Muan was slightly stunned at his words. He's acting, is it that obvious? The surrounding crowd of girls saw Fu Luvia's reaction that was tantamount to an admission, and looked at Xiashi with a gaze of jealousy that was about to go crazy. However, Fu Muan did not pay attention to their reactions. He walked right up to Xiashi, ready to hand her the carton with breakfast in his hand. However, before he could raise his hand, a handsome figure suddenly trotted over. Ms. Xia, this is my. Mo Yan's assistant subconsciously wanted to say the words, my young master. However, in the next moment, he suddenly remembered what the young master had instructed him to say and immediately changed his words. Miss Xia, this is the breakfast I bought for you. I hope you don't mind. When the surrounding crowd heard Mo Yan's words, they all couldn't help but look at Fu Luan, and then looked back at Mo Yan. This is, two men who were hooked up with this woman and crashed? Thinking of this, the faces of some of the women looking at Xiashi steeply surged with a rich color of ecstasy. I'm afraid this never dreamed of flipping on something like breakfast. Now, Fu Luvia heart, I'm afraid of this watery woman, disappointed to the extreme, right? Chapter 116, The Beginning of Military Training, 1. And under the gaze of the crowd's excited eyes, Fu Luan's action seems to confirm what the crowd's heart thinks, only to see that Fu Luan looked at Mo Yan, who was handing breakfast to Xiashi, and hooked his lips somewhat stiffly. At the same time, he silently put back the breakfast he was about to hand out, and then he gave a faintly unnoticeable nod to Xiashi and quickly turned around to leave. The surrounding crowd looked at Fu Luvia slightly despondent back, heartbroken Fu Luvia at the same time. More is to Xiaxi's gloating. Oh, can let the Fu Temple square eyes to look at a glance? Is this several lifetimes to repair the blessing? But she does not know it all to cherish. The next Fu Temple I am afraid to look at will not look at her more than one glance. More than not looking at her more than once? I'm afraid that Fu Dian would feel sick at the sight of her. But it's her own fault. No one else's. Why don't you say that greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant? Originally, if this was dead set on picking on Fu Temple, I really couldn't do anything about her. And now she's making her own death, so she can't blame anyone else. I don't think it's just Fu Dian. This little handsome guy who brought her breakfast is afraid he's going to dump her too. Mo Yan listened to the murmurs around him, and was suddenly a bit puzzled. He could understand every word these people said. How come he couldn't understand it altogether? Xiaoshi looked at Mo Yan's dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but smile faintly. Thank your young master for me. Mo Yan froze again. He even said he bought it. How come Xiaoshi has to thank his young master? Aha! What to do? Young master would kill him if he knew that he was guessed by Xiaoshi that he made the breakfast, right? And just as Mo Yan's little assistant was doubting her life because of Xiaoshi's words, Xiaoshi had already taken over the breakfast in Mo Yan's hands. She just couldn't help but huff lightly when she saw enough breakfast for 3 people inside the tote bag. She was beyond certain that her baby was cooking for her alone. But this amount, when she is a pig? With that, she directly ignored Mo Yan and divided the breakfast into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Luo Chuyan and Tang Xin. When both of them saw the breakfast that Xiaoshi handed over, a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. Luo Chuyan and Tang Xin thanked Xiaoshi before walking towards the playground while eating. Mo Yan looked at the trio's backs in shock, and for a moment even developed an urge to die. His young master had made breakfast all morning with his own hands, and it was shared by the young lady, so if his young master knew about it, would he think he was useless and want to get him killed? What to do? He doesn't want to die young yet. The 3 Shashis had just finished eating breakfast when they arrived at the playground. Luo Chuyan said to Xiaoshi while throwing the breakfast bag into the trash can. I've always thought that Feng Temple was a cold iceberg before, but I didn't realize that he knew to send someone to buy you breakfast. She had met Mo Yan before and knew that Mo Yan was Feng Jing's assistant, and didn't misunderstand the relationship between Xiaoshi and Mo Yan. When Tang Xin heard Luo Chuyan's words, she also nodded. I also didn't realize that a straight man of steel like Feng Tian could be so sweet. This breakfast is also too delicious. Sister Shi, turn around and ask him where he bought it for me? Xia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words. Iron Man? It was the first time she had ever heard someone describe his big baby that way. Do straight men of steel make breakfast? Luo Chuyan and Tang Xin were both startled at the words. In the next moment, the 2 men's eyes snapped open. Sister Shai, this breakfast couldn't have been made by Feng Jing himself, right? Natsuki nodded rightfully. Yes, she had eaten breakfast made by her baby boy I don't know how many times in her last life, and she could tell it was his handiwork just by looking at it. But her baby seems to be a better cook than in her previous life. Luo Chuyan and Tang Xin's faces were both a bit complicated when they heard this. So sour. Would love to have a boyfriend like this. The 2 lemonades didn't stay sour for long, though, when they suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure who shouldn't be here. Chapter 117, The Beginning of Military Training, 2. Didn't Director Chen go to the dean's office? Why did he appear there? Hearing Tang Xin's puzzled words, Luo Chuyan slowly frowned. Right, it's Director Chen. The one beside him, looking at his clothes, is the chief instructor of this military training, right? Xiaoshi sniffed, and immediately looked over at the place where the 2 men's eyes fell. At this time, Director Chen was located. Jiang Yunting's face showed obvious skepticism when he heard his request. And trainees who have volunteered for more difficult training? Director Chen hurriedly nodded. Isn't the War Ministry going to select a 100-man corps? That cadet has ideas for that 100-man corps slot. If it wasn't for the Academy's requirement that all new students must participate in military training, she would have already found a place to train alone. Jiang Yunting sniffed. The skepticism on his face didn't fade the slightest bit. Why don't you let her come over and talk to me herself? She said she wanted to rely on her own ability to enter the 100. And she was worried that some people would see her in contact with you and think she was looking for you to use the back door. So in order to avoid suspicion, that's why she entrusted me to come here. However, Jiang Yunting was still frowning when he heard Director Chen's seemingly reasonable explanation. Director Chen's heart was also a little apprehensive when he saw Jiang Yunting's staring and pondering appearance. He didn't go to the dean just now. After all, he believed that if the dean didn't give it of his own accord, no one would be able to get the dean's badge. And even if Xiaoshi did steal it, there was no way the dean wouldn't have noticed it halfway through. The only possibility for him to stay in the academy now was for him to have Jiang Yunting practice Xiaoshi to death, so that she would be directly hospitalized or even die outright. It was the only way he could have escaped. Without waiting for Jiang Yunting to give a reply, Black Panther, who was the captain of the military training instructors, suddenly ran over. Commander Jiang, the student representative this time, Xia Gu, suddenly approached Xia Shiqian and asked him to add a female cadet surnamed Xia to the training tasks. Jiang Yunting sniffed and immediately turned his head to look at Director Chen. Although Director Chen was surprised that a trainee had said such a thing as well, he still nodded his head in a hurry and said, "That's right, The one who asked for an increase in training intensity is this cadet Xia. When she told me, it was obvious that she somewhat looked down on you instructors who were sent here to do military training, saying that you were wounded soldiers from the battlefield, and that you had no hope of entering the top tier of the War Department in your lifetime. She feels humiliated by the likes of you, training her, a soon-to-be member of the 100. If it weren't for the Academy's rule that she had to participate in military training, she wouldn't even want to look at you guys. Unbridled. The moment Director Chen's words fell, the Black Panther's voice that was so cold and stern that it seemed to be able to freeze the air resounded steeply. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that he seemed to want to kill someone. The time before Xia appeared was the most painful time in his life. Even though Xia had already healed their bodies, he still couldn't control his anger when he heard someone say that they were wounded soldiers and disabled generals. Then, he hurriedly turned his head to Jiang Yunting and said, "Commander Jiang, we must teach the trainee some lessons to make her realize how thick the sky is, or else this kind of person is bound to be the dregs of society in the future." Jiang Yunting originally had some hesitation. However, when he heard that someone on the Black Panther side had also gotten the news that those Xia trainees were going to take the initiative to raise the difficulty of their training, he believed Director Chen's words. He nodded to Black Panther and said, "Good, the class that Xia trainee is in, I'll leave it to you to train." 10 minutes later, the opening ceremony of military training began on time, because all cadets were divided into classes when they were admitted, and the number of classes was stated on the admission notice, and because there were special personnel to coordinate the process, the classes were soon lined up in squares. After speeches by the college leaders and the freshman representative, Xia Gu, Director Chen stepped onto the high stage. He looked down at the nearly 1,000 freshman trainees standing neatly below, their faces showing as much vigor as possible, and said, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yunting, the chief instructor of this military training. I would like to recognize one trainee here, who has taken the initiative to request that the training volume be increased to 10 times that of the other trainees, for his courage. Among them, the Black Panther instructor, who is the instructor captain, has chosen her class because of her, and will train the whole class with high intensity." Everyone applaud here. The moment Director Chen's words fell, almost all of the trainees below froze violently. No one thought that there would even be people who weren't afraid of death to the point that they would want to increase their training tasks tenfold. Is this, like, living too long? As for the class that Xia was in, no one knew her except Luo Chuyan and Tang Xianer, but a strong look of anger surfaced on everyone's face. They couldn't help but look from side to side, trying to find the culprit who had caused them to double the amount of military training tasks, and cut them to death by 1,000 cuts. Black Panther looked at the ugly faces of all the trainees in Xia's class, and suddenly a wave of unprecedented pleasure arose in his heart. Is this, in fact, the feeling that the Demoness experienced in the first place? Now, it was finally his Panther's turn to feel good. This do not know the high ground of the students. He Panther will certainly take good care of care. Thinking about it, the more he wondered what this stupidity that had already been targeted by the cadets and was about to be trained to death by him looked like. Then, he suddenly stepped forward, and his cold and serious commanding voice resounded throughout the playground. "This Xia student, I admire your courage of not knowing the high ground. Now, please step forward and make yourself known to all the new students, and let them supervise you through the next 10 times of military training." As soon as Black Panther's words fell, he saw a figure walk out from within the ranks of cadets below. Chapter 118, The Beginning of Military Training, 3. When he saw the figure of Xia, he couldn't react for a moment and almost subconsciously thought, "Why is this Demoness here?" Yet the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Brain in the boom sound. As if something steeply exploded and open, directly to his brain fried a blank. Under the huge blow, his entire body nearly collapsed. At the same time, Jiang Yunting and the other 9 military training instructors were frozen in place. Jiang Yunting looked down at Xia, who had stepped out of the queue below, and his entire body was on the verge of being winded. He knew that Xia was a freshman at Imperial City Academy, and he also knew that she would be participating in military training. But, because Director Chen was talking to him about freshmen who wanted to upgrade their tasks with the aim of entering the 100, and he had already received the news that Xia was about to train that 100 himself. Therefore, he subconsciously ignored the possibility that the cadet surnamed Xia would be Xia. However, at this moment, Xia, who had stepped out of the team in front of him, was tantamount to telling him that the person he was going to ask Black Panther to raise the amount of tasks by 10 times was his family's palace master, and his top superior in the war ministry. What to do? If Xia knew that Director Chen's proposal was approved by him, he would die. Wouldn't he? What's he gonna do now? Then, Jiang Yunting suddenly turned his head to look at Director Chen who was on the side. At this moment, his eyes were like a slice of knife. itching to cut Director Chen into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, after the other 9 military training instructors froze for a split second, they all looked over at the Black Panther. The Black Panther felt the compassionate gaze of the 9 that was like it could condense into substance, and only then did he slowly come back to his senses. However, he was on the verge of crying out as he looked at Xiaoshi's slightly thin figure below him. At this moment, he couldn't wait to just smack himself a few times. Aha! What did he just say? How dare he say that the demoness doesn't know the sky and dare to say something like he's going to increase her quest tenfold? How did he do it? How do you do that? At this moment, an extremely urgent urge to escape suddenly arose in his heart. And because the trainees were separated from the instructors on the stands by a long distance, the trainees below were almost completely unable to see the instructors' expressions. As they looked at Xiaoshi's slightly thin but straight as a gun back, sarcasm and disdain quickly surfaced in their eyes that were thick to the point of disdain. To put it nicely, this woman is newborn. To put it bluntly, she's just trying to make her presence felt in front of everyone and wants to clown around. Unbeknownst to her, this desperate move to become famous comes at an extremely steep price. At this moment, they had all thought of what would happen to Xiaoshi if she was trained by the Black Panther until she was in a state of distress and begging for mercy, or if she was directly carried into the hospital on a stretcher. However, just as the crowd imagined the miserable end that Xiaoshi was about to encounter, Xiaoshi's gaze swept over the Black Panther and finally settled on Director Chen. This Director Chen, your so-called Xia student who took the initiative to request a tenfold increase in the amount of tasks should be me, right? When Xia's words fell, the surrounding trainees were stunned again. Just now they thought that Xiaoshi was just simply unaware of the sky and the earth. But now, they clearly sensed that Xiaoshi was playing dead. Almost everyone in the cadets knew that Director Chen was extremely close to Jiang Yunting. How dare this woman speak to Director Chen in such a tone? Does she not want to hang around the academy anymore? No. Black Panther sniffed and subconsciously tried to deny it for Director Chen. However, before he could say the words behind him, Director Chen, who was standing in front of the microphone, suddenly snorted coldly and said, "An hour ago, you yourself told me that in order to enter the 100-member troop formed by the new Grand Chieftain, you would raise the difficulty of the training by 10 times. What? Is it hard to believe that Xia students want to back out? If you regret it, quit the Imperial City Academy now. The academy doesn't accept trainees like you who don't keep their word." Since he dared to fabricate the matter of Xiaoshi's request to raise the intensity of military training out of thin air, he wasn't afraid of Xiaoshi's denial. Once Xiaoshi denies it, it's her being scared and trying to backtrack. He, on the other hand, would never give Natsuki the chance to back out. After Director Chen's words fell, almost all of the freshmen looked at Xiaoshi with eyes that were thick with sarcasm and disdain. I'm really curious. How did something that talks like a fart get into the academy? I heard that she came from a small town, and just after entering the academy, she went to the dean's office to apply for a bursary. Where did this poor thing get the confidence to even dare to presume to enter the 100-member regiment formed by the new great chief? Ha! I had thought that this upstart was simply trying to get famous, but now it seems that she thinks she's so great for getting into the Imperial City Academy that she's already drifted. Who cares if she floats? With 10 times the amount of tasks, it's hard to tell if she'll still be able to walk out of the playground standing after today's military training. Rather than forbidding speech at this time, some of the trainees really didn't hold back and whispered. However, unbeknownst to these men, their voices were heard in the ears of the instructors in charge of their respective classes. Natsuki directly treated the sounds around him as flies chirping in her ears. She looked straight at Director Chen with her eyes. Then, the voice from her mouth that was not too soft and not too heavy, but was loud enough to be heard by all the cadets in the playground. Come with me to the dean's office tonight after school or suffer the consequences. The senior dean was absent from the opening ceremony of the military training on the grounds of ill health. She wouldn't be of much use even if she threw out the dean's badge now, so she might as well just take Director Chen over there at night and let him assume. When the trainees heard Xiaoshi's words, "What? This idiot goes to the dean and applies for a bursary and thinks he's climbed into bed with the dean? Doesn't she know that Director Chen was promoted by the dean?" Her asking Director Chen to go with her to the dean's office was nothing more than a self-inflicted insult. However, spare because they knew that Xiaoshi wouldn't have a good ending. Many of the trainees had already decided that they would follow Xiaoshi to the dean's office after school in the evening to see the fun. However, what the crowd couldn't see was that Director Chen's face suddenly stiffened when he heard Xiaoshi's words. At the same time, his fists clenched uncontrollably. He didn't know how Xiaoshi got her dean's badge, but it did seem a little likely that the dean had given it to her. After school, he couldn't risk going to see the dean with Xiaoshi, so he must not let the little man leave the playground standing. Thinking of this, Director Chen hurriedly turned his head to look at the Black Panther who was beside him with a face that was bitter to the core. Then, the voice from his mouth, through the loudspeaker, resounded in the ears of every cadet in the playground. Black Panther instructor? This trainee is disobedient. In the next military training, I hope you will focus on caring for her, and try to make her change her ways and be a new person. Off topic. Black Panther, don't take it from me, or I'll kill you. Chapter 119, The Beginning of Military Training, 4. Black Panther. This what Director Chen is not a right? This own death even if. Why also pull on the loyal and honest him? At the same time, when the crowd of trainees below heard Director Chen's voice coming out of the loudspeaker, the faces that were looking at Xiaoshi's back all showed even more intense gloating. It's true that people can't be too aggressive, or else they'll easily get themselves killed if they're not careful. Normally, Director Chen would not blatantly say something like he wished the teaching staff a new life on such an occasion, but Xiaoshi had already ordered Director Chen to go with him to the dean at night. If he didn't do something, how would he be able to establish his authority within the academy in the future? Therefore, in the eyes of the trainees, Director Chen's words were perfectly justified and correct. At this moment, the crowd looked at Xiaoshi, suddenly looking forward to the scene of her paralyzed on the ground exhausted as a dog after the military training, being carried by Director Chen to the dean's office like a chicken. However, in complete contrast to the crowd of trainees below, Jiang Yunting and the instructors had some cold sweat seeping out of their foreheads almost instantly after hearing Director Chen's words. With that, the 9 instructors slowly turned their heads in slow motion to look at the Black Panther whose eyes looked like they were trying to pierce Director Chen. At this moment, the Black Panther's eyes were fixed on Director Chen beside him, and he really wanted to kill him. You're so good. You can teach a demonist to be a new person. Do it yourself. What kind of a thing is it for you to say something like that to me in front of a demonist? God knows how much he just wished that Director Chen would pull more hate in front of Xiaoshi, and directly make Xiaoshi ignore the fact that he had said that she didn't know the sky and was going to boost her tasks by 10 times. But because of such a sentence from Director Chen, he prayed in vain. Black Panther instructor? Director Chen felt Black Panther's somewhat off-kilter vision and couldn't help but open his mouth with a puzzled face. However, no matter how angry Black Panther was, he couldn't blow Director Chen out with one punch on this occasion. And the crowd of trainees below looked at the Black Panther who seemed to be contemplating for a few seconds, all of them assuming that he was thinking about how he was going to teach Xiaoshi to behave properly later on. Gradually, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiaoshi, apart from sarcasm, surprisingly had more sympathy and pity. However, just when the trainees thought that the Black Panther would not hesitate to agree to Director Chen's request to teach Xiaoshi to behave properly, the Black Panther's voice, which seemed to be a little trembling and a little angry, reached the ears of all the trainees below. Director Chen, the military training processes are all clearly defined, and I said earlier that I wanted to give this trainee additional tasks because you said she asked for it. But with that statement now, you are trying to make me treat cadets harshly by not following the rules of the War Department and the Academy. If I do what you say, can you afford it if something goes wrong? When the surrounding trainees heard Black Panther's words, they all froze violently. What's going on? How come this Black Panther instructor not only didn't agree, but disliked Director Chen instead? Director Chen also jerked his head when he heard Black Panther's words. It was only after a while that Director Chen tugged at the corners of his somewhat stiff mouth and barely managed to squeeze out a hint of a smile and said, "In that case, then Instructor Panther will follow the rules and assign her 10 times the amount of tasks she herself requested." Black Panther coldly swept him without speaking. However, unlike what he appeared to be, a huge wave had turned up inside him. At the moment, his scalp tingled at the thought of the demoness he was about to meet in the ranks. He then thought about the fact that the demoness would be on his training team for the next 10 days after that, and he literally wanted to cry. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself a few times even more. Why is he so mouthy? If he hadn't rushed up to teach Shushi a lesson, there was no way he would have taken over the class he was in. What's he gonna do when he meets the demoness later? How about he kneels and kowtows to her a few times before he does? Seeing that the Black Panther seemed to be immersed in his emotions and did not refute his words, Director Chen could not help but feel secretly relieved at the same time. With that, he looked down to the crowd below and opened his mouth. I now announce that the 88th Freshman Entrance Military Training of Imperial City Academy will now begin. After his words fell, a tidal wave of applause erupted from below, and in the midst of that applause, the teachers and instructors on the stage all turned toward the stage. Panther swept a glance over the few instructors beside him. Soon, his gaze settled on Xiaoshi Qian. He hastened over and said in a voice that only the two could hear, "Comrade Xiaoshi Quan, I heard that you and that female devil, I heard that you have a blood relationship with Chief Xia. In order to enhance your relationship, or else, the class she is in will be given to." Chapter 120, The Beginning of Military Training, 5. However, without waiting for the Black Panther to continue, Xiaoshi Qian did not hesitate to interrupt. "Captain Panther, I've already chosen the class my brother is in, so I can't change it once it's set. Besides, How can I be so good as to steal such a good opportunity from you? Without waiting for the Black Panther to reply, Xia Shirquan looked as if she had suddenly seen something and hurriedly said, no more. My brother seems to be calling me. I'll go over there first. After saying that, Xia Shirqian almost ran away at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Black Panther looked at the blink of an eye and ran out a dozen meters. Xia Shirqian could not help but ruthlessly draw the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned his head to look at the few people beside him, with a smile on his face that he thought was extremely friendly. However, almost as soon as he flashed that smile, several people simultaneously ran towards the class they would be training for next. Panther subconsciously raised his hand. However, the speed of a few people was not at all slower than Xia Shirqian, and in the blink of an eye, they pulled away from him. The Black Panther looked at the crowd that ran faster than a rabbit and suddenly had some tears in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly had some doubts that these were really his comrades who could give their backs to each other on the battlefield in the first place. What happened to the promise of life and death? The promise of comradeship? How did you become so vulnerable in front of that demoness? Afterward, the Black Panther stood in place and took several deep breaths before resolutely stepping towards Xia Shi's location as if he was at home in death. And at this moment, Xia had already returned within the 6th class she was in. She had just stood still when a somewhat conspiratorial male voice suddenly sounded beside her. 10 times the amount of tasks. Xia is really courageous. Xia Shi slightly inclined her head, and saw Xiao Zhe, who had previously made her kneel down to apologize to Njun, was looking at himself with a smirk on the side. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't even asked anyone to pull this old cadet who didn't need military training over to participate in military training. And this one was rushing over on his own? In this way, she had saved her a lot of trouble. I just don't know how many days of intense military training he can endure before he kneels down and apologizes to her in front of the entire academy's cadets. Thinking of this, Xia Shi suddenly felt that this military training is more interesting. And almost at the same time when Xiao Zhe's words fell, the unkind gazes of the people within the class landed on Xia Shi. What's with the courage? She's just plain stupid and doesn't know it. 10 times the amount of tasks. I've never seen one so capable of death. Oh, what's scary is that even though she's a victim of her own death, she's also dragging us along to suffer with her. When the last person's words fell, the gazes of the crowd towards Xia Shi all revealed even more hostility. Just now, Director Chen had said that because of Xia Shi, even they had to undergo intense training in military training. How did this kind of idiot get into the Imperial City Academy? Why doesn't this punk go to hell? Assistant Professor Shaw, can I request a class change now? Hearing this question, many people were looking towards Xiao Zhe, who had bribed the original assistant teacher and had just become the new assistant teacher of Class 6. At this moment, everyone's faces that looked at Xiao Zhe were showing obvious hope. They really don't want to stay in this class if they can switch. However, Xiao Zhe smiled and shook his head when he heard the crowd's question. Classes are assigned before enrollment and cannot be changed easily. When the crowd heard this, a flash of disappointment flashed steeply in their eyes. Just as quickly, Xiao Zhe's voice once again rang in the crowd's ears. Just because you can't change classes doesn't mean you can't drop out. During today's military training, you guys persuade her to quit the academy on her own accord. She dropped out, both for herself and for you. The trainees were first stunned when they heard Xiao Zhe's words. Soon, some of the trainees showed some contemplation in their gazes towards Xia Shi. Xia just lightly swept a glance at the crowd, and then, her slightly cold eyes gazed at Xiao Zedao. That's 10 times the amount of tasks you've had to do, isn't it? Xiao Zhe snorted lightly. I don't understand some of what Xia said. Wasn't that 10 times the amount of tasks you asked for on your own initiative? What does it have to do with me? However, Xia Shi acted as if she hadn't heard his denial, and only faintly said, since you're the one who asked for a tenfold increase in the amount of tasks to be accomplished, it's up to you to complete those tasks. Xiao Zhe was first stunned for a moment when he heard Xia's words. Then, as if he had heard some funny joke, he suddenly burst out laughing. I'll finish it? That's fine. But you'll need to ask Instructor Panther if he'll say yes. And the surrounding crowd of trainees, the eyes that looked at Xia Shi, was already like looking at a little cutie. The eyes of the surrounding trainees were already as if they were looking at a little cutie. The Black Panther instructor isn't stupid. How could he agree to such a request from her? She regrets taking the initiative to ask for a boost in her assignments. And she's going to dump the pot on Assistant Prof. Shaw. How in the world can that be so good? Originally, even if she didn't increase the amount of tasks, she might not be able to leave here standing today. But she was stupid enough to take the initiative to ask for a tenfold increase in the amount of tasks. And now that she's leaving, she'll still be able to walk away without that much of a mess. Xia's gaze slowly swept over the surrounding crowd. Her nonchalant words then reached the ears of everyone around her. Want me to leave so badly? The faces of the people within the class suddenly turned cold at the words. But without waiting for them to say anything, Xiao Zhe was the first to speak. You may not leave, but if Instructor Panther can get you to leave this playground standing today, he doesn't have to be an instructor anymore. Just as his words fell, the crowd saw that the Black Panther's figure just stopped not far away. Chapter 121, The Beginning of Military Training, 6. At this moment, the Black Panther's gaze towards Xiao Zhe was as if it could kill. It wasn't enough that a Director Chen wanted him to teach the demoness to behave, but now there was another one who wanted him to not let the demoness walk out of the playground standing up, or else he wouldn't even be allowed to be an instructor anymore. He really wanted to know if he had killed these people's parents or dug up their families' graves. Why do they want him dead so badly? The trainees were all stunned as they looked at the Black Panther, whose breath was so cold around him at the moment that it seemed as if he could freeze to death. But soon enough, the crowd turned their heads to look at Xiaoshi once again. At the same time, their gazes towards Xiaoshi all revealed a gloating that was so thick that it reached the extreme. For Black Panther to be able to show such an expression, what else could it be because of other than feeling that his instructor's majesty had been provoked by Xia Xie's request for 10 times the amount of tasks? This idiot, I'm afraid I'm really going to be practiced to death on the training ground today. Xiao Zhe looked at the Black Panther, and then looked at Xia Xie and sneered. I'm kindly reminding you that you can either quit the academy or get on your knees right now and beg for forgiveness from the Black Panther instructor. You'd better pick one. When the people within the class heard this, they all lamented in their hearts that Xiao Zhe was still too kind after all. Being so offended by this idiot, he didn't even bother to kindly remind her. However, they didn't really want Xiaoshi to kneel down and apologize. After all, they were really looking forward to watching the extremely arrogant Xiaoshi's tragic state of kneeling down and begging for mercy because she couldn't withstand the Black Panther's destruction. However, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Boo! Panther slams Shushine with a barrage of punches to the face. That tremendous force directly caused Xiao Zhe to take 5 or 6 steps back. When the surrounding Class 6 trainees saw this sudden scene, they all violently froze in place. What's going on? After Xiao Zhe staggered and stabilized himself, he subconsciously raised his hand to cover the left side of his face that had been smashed, and the face that was looking at the Black Panther was overflowing with shock and dismay. Instructor, you! Panther stared straight at him, trying to calm his breathing, which was somewhat disturbed by fear. That Director Chen he had no way to strike in public. He could only wait until after school when Xiaoshi brought the person to the principal's office to personally teach him a lesson. But just because he couldn't move the academy's top management, it didn't mean that Xiao Zhe, an ordinary student, couldn't be moved either. But the punch was just a bit of interest. He had a big headache to beg for in the next military training. Thinking of this, Black Panther looked at Xiao Zhe and the shocked gazes of the people within the class and slowly opened his mouth. Did I just hear you say that if I agree, I can participate in military training and accept 10 times the amount of tasks? I threw this punch to test your physical fitness, worried that you wouldn't be able to withstand that amount of training because your body was too weak. But thankfully, you didn't let me down. Now, I can tell you for the record that your request to boost your training volume tenfold in place of Xia's classmates. I agree. The brains of the surrounding crowd of Class 6 trainees were almost all a bit spinning when they heard Black Panther's words. What's going on? As long as this Panther instructor is not a cutie. He could hear that Xiao Zhe's remark was just a casual remark, right? But this Black Panther instructor, how come he seems to take it seriously on purpose? Without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, Xiao Zhe froze and looked at Black Panther as he opened his mouth. Instructor Panther, are you mistaken? Black Panther suddenly laughed at his words. Mistake? You weren't the one who just said that as long as I agree, I can accept 10 times the amount of tasks? Xiao Zhe was dumbfounded by Black Panther's words, but then, he explained stiffly. Instructor, I was just kidding. You, however, without waiting for Xiao Zhe to finish his sentence, Black Panther directly opened his mouth to interrupt him. Just now, your Director Chen said that Imperial City Academy doesn't need trainees who go back on their word. If you want to go back on your word now, you can, but you'll be expelled from the academy. Shazzer, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he deserved to be punched by Black Panther. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why is he so mouthy? If he hadn't said that, he wouldn't have been able to be caught by the Panther and thus be caught in the dilemma of the dilemma at this point. The surrounding trainees looked at Xiao Zhe and opened their mouths. But in the end, no one dared to stand out and speak for Xiao Zhe. Only, the hostility in many of the gazes towards Xiaoshi became a few points thicker. On what grounds? Why on earth should they raise the intensity of their training because Shushi offered to boost the task tenfold? And yet, Natsuki was able to get Xiao Zhe to complete 10 times the intensity of her training instead? However, the crowd didn't wait long to be unbalanced before they heard the Black Panther's words that made them even more unbalanced. Chapter 122, The Beginning of Military Training, 7. This Xia student has great courage. I announce that from now on, Xia will be your class president during your military training. The words she uttered are equivalent to my orders. If anyone dares to disobey, they are provoking the instructor and will be expelled from Imperial City Academy. At that moment, almost everyone within the class was dumbfounded. What? How did this happen? When she was on stage just now, didn't the Black Panther instructor still say that Xiaoshi didn't know the sky and was acting like he was going to train her to death? How did the Panthers change the word ungrateful to courageous in the last few moments? Isn't that a little too fickle? Moreover, if Shashi's words are equal to the instructor's orders, then they. Thinking of this, some of the trainees subconsciously turned their heads to look at the few people who had just satirized Xiaoshi. At this moment, the faces of the 10 or so people who had just opened their mouths to satirize Xiaoshi were obviously a bit pale. Although they hadn't spent much time with Xiaoshi, they were certain that Xiaoshi was by no means a virtuous character. In that case, won't they be subject to Xiaoshi's crazy revenge in the next military training? However, without waiting for the crowd to continue thinking deeply, Xiaozhe suddenly stood out and looked at the Black Panther and opened his mouth. Instructor, it's true that some instructors in military training will appoint cadets within their class to be class leaders, but usually, class leaders are assisting the instructor in training the cadets. And I've never heard of a class leader whose power can be equated with that of an instructor. If you give her so much power, it won't be beneficial to her or all the trainees within the class, and it might even cause her to disregard you, or even to ride on your head, and I hope you'll think twice before you make a decision. All the trainees' eyes lit up when they heard Xiaozhe's words. Then, the crowd rushed to speak in agreement. Instructor, Senior Xiaozhe is right. For her to be able to take the initiative to ask for a tenfold increase in her task before, she clearly had the intention of belittling your training ability. That's right, now that you've given her so much power, you're totally fueling her arrogance. You will do nothing but make her despise you even more. Instructor, give up this decision. Shut up, all of you. The crowd of trainees were stunned when they heard Black Panther's cold chiding voice. Then, under the gaze of the crowd filled with dismay, the Black Panther's eyes slowly swept over the crowd. The trainees all shivered uncontrollably when they felt the icy aura emanating from the Black Panther's circumference. At this moment, the crowd could not control the two words that surfaced in their hearts. Terror. The strength of this Black Panther instructor was enough to be described as terrifying. Unsurprisingly, their entire 6th class of nearly 100 people together might not be a match for this instructor. Without waiting for the crowd to slow down from the shock, the Black Panther stared straight at the crowd within the class, and that majestic voice steeply resounded in their ears. My words are orders. What you must do is not question, but obey. From now on, I don't want to hear the word no from anyone, or get the hell out of this class. The crowd of trainees couldn't help but shiver when they heard Black Panther's words. Originally, because they had heard from their older siblings that the combatants who would come to be military training instructors were almost always people with little hope who had retired from the battlefield. Many of them had originally treated the Black Panther with some contempt, but just hadn't shown it too obviously. But now, they suddenly felt as if they were wrong. Not to mention anything else, but from the pressure and aura surrounding the Black Panther, one could tell that his strength must be extremely strong. This is the kind of person who will almost certainly make something of himself in the War Department. At once, the faces of the people looking at the Black Panther showed obvious respect. Panther clearly saw the change in the crowd's demeanor. However, the expression on his face did not ease up a bit, but asked with a still cold and solemn face, "Did you all hear what I said?" The surrounding trainees subconsciously stood up straight. Then, a neat shout came out from the mouths of the cadets. Heard that. At this moment, among the nearly 100 people in the entire 6th class, no one suspected that Xiaoshi dared to ride on Black Panther's head anymore. An instructor with such an aura and strength was not one who could allow Xiaoshi to be easily unrestrained in front of him. When the Black Panther saw the obedient behavior of the crowd, he revealed a look of satisfaction on his face. Afterward, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiaoshi. If you look closely, you can clearly catch the fawning on his face. Xia students, below, let's start training. Xiaoshi sniffed and just looked at him faintly, not opening her mouth to say anything. She hadn't seen it before, but this Black Panther's mind was so active. More accurately, she hadn't expected the Panther's desire for survival to be as strong as it was. To have her, a cadet, be the instructor of the 6th class instead of him, it was a shame that he had thought of it. The Black Panther felt Xiaoshi's gaze that was like he could see through himself and couldn't control the panic in his heart. Could it be that before he handed the class over to Natsuki for training, he had learned the way Natsuki faced them in front of these trainees, and that his little addiction had been discovered? He really just wanted to experience what it was like to be a devil instructor. This female devil. Yuck. Their dear and honorable great chief can't punish him for that, right? And just as the Black Panther's body began to tremble from Xiaoshi's look, Xiaoshi's eyes finally moved away from him. and turned to look at the students in the class and opened his mouth. 10 laps in 2 hours. Failure to finish, said Xia Xia, hooked the corner of her lips. You can try to see what will happen if you can't finish. The trainees couldn't help but lightly inhale a breath of cool air when they heard this. For some reason, they actually felt that the xiaxue at this moment was a little scary. But then, a questioning voice suddenly came out from the participants in the class. 2 hours? 10 laps? The surrounding crowd reacted at the words, 10 laps in 2 hours. Is she kidding? The Imperial City Academy's playground was equivalent to 10 times the size of an ordinary school playground. And although none of their physical fitness was weak, they couldn't complete 10 laps even in 4 hours. Not to mention 2 hours. Soon, a touch of sarcasm flashed in some people's eyes as they looked at xiaxue. They can try what happens if they don't finish. Oh, just try it. Can this woman still kill them? However, what the people in the class didn't notice was that Black Panther's forehead almost instantly seeped with a layer of cold sweat when he saw the expression on xiaxue's face. At this moment, he couldn't help but remember the fear of being dominated by the demoness in the previous 10 days. At one point, this demoness had the smile on her face when she was setting up a task. And then he didn't dare to think about it. The painful experience that went deep into his bones made him shiver just thinking about it. At this moment, he suddenly sympathized somewhat with these cadets. Then, Xia Xia turned her head slightly and looked at Xiao Zedao. 10 laps for them. You, 100. Again, finish in 2 hours, and if you don't, you'll be penalized according to the number of laps less. Xiao Zhe sniffed and sneered without saying anything. However, he looked at xiaxue as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Seeing Xiao Zhe's reaction, Black Panther couldn't help but shake his head, while in his heart, he mourned for him and the trainees within the class for a second. However, without waiting for him to radiate the compassionate light of the universal trainees, xiaxue suddenly turned her head to look at him. Then, the words that came out of her mouth caused the gloating smile on his face to abruptly freeze. As an instructor, you have to mark the highest goal, so your task is the same as Xiao Zhe's, and it's also 100 laps. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, the surroundings abruptly quieted down. At this moment, everyone was looking at her as if they were looking at a madman. The Black Panther instructor had merely made her a squad leader, and it was fine for her to take a chicken feather and give them orders. Now she has the audacity to put over and train the Panther instructors? Does she really think the Panther instructor is temperless? At this moment, everyone thought that Black Panther would just strip xiaxue of her status as class president and tell her to get lost. However, under the gaze of the crowd, which was permeated with expectation, the Black Panther's face actually showed some aggression, and the words that came out of his mouth made everyone, including Xiao Zhe, dumbfounded in place at the same time. Author's words, see some babies say don't want to see xiaxue be trained, want to see her training others. Allah, even if xiaxue is a trainee, military training is also training people, and, after the end of military training in the 2 war zones will be selected elite group a harem. Bah! It is going to be a group of 100 people. At that time, xiaxue led his own training of 100 people group, swept the 9 war zones, hit everyone on their knees and shouted father. Chapter 123, Beginning of Military Training, 8, Mr. Xia, aren't you forgetting something? That what? Now I'm the instructor and you're the trainee. The trainee sniffed and stared blankly at the panther. Shouldn't he just take out his majesty as an instructor and let xiaxue know how powerful he was? What's with this weak tone of his reminding Shushi? However, without waiting to see how shocked the crowd was, xiaxue looked at the Black Panther with a pale expression and asked, this military training is 10 days long, and you want to just desert these 10 days? Originally, she had wanted to just leave after walking through the opening ceremony. The reason why she stayed was mainly because she saw that these people, Black Panther, had good potential, and hoped that they could pass that 100-man corps examination to enter it, and later become her close friends within the 100-man corps, and her task was to make Black Panther and the other strengths soar qualitatively within these 10 days. Black Panther shook his head almost subconsciously when he felt xiaxue's gaze. No. When he finished, he wilted and asked cautiously, it's just, can the number of laps be less? At this moment, the Black Panther wanted to die. Just now he was actually sympathizing with Xiao Zhe. He can't even protect himself, so who is he to pity others? A playground this big, run 100 laps, let alone 2 hours. He couldn't finish the run even in 3 hours. He suspected that the demoness was just trying to screw him, and he found evidence. At the same time, the shock on the faces of the participants in the class intensified. They didn't understand. Xiaxue had obviously been appointed as the class leader by Black Panther. She was now obviously trying to lord it over him. Why did he not only not feel half angry, but instead started bargaining with Xiaxue? Without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, Xiaxue looked at the Black Panther with a light gaze and opened his mouth unhurriedly. You have a problem with my arrangement? Hearing Xiaoshi's tone, the Black Panther subconsciously stood upright and responded in a linear voice with his head held high. No comment. Natsuki nodded slightly. She then turned her head to look at the crowd of trainees within the class whose faces were clearly a bit stiff from shock. Anyone else have an opinion? A silence answered her. Seeing this, Xiaxia directly took it as the crowd acquiescing that they had no opinion. She nodded slightly before taking out her cell phone and tapping the timer saying, 2 hours? Now. The clock starts. Almost the instant her words fell, Panther rushed out. Xiao Zhe and the trainees in the class looked at Black Panther's back, and the expressions on their faces were somewhat complicated. Some of the trainees then quickly followed. More trainees, however, began to jog at a leisurely pace. There were even a few girls who didn't even run, walking slowly as if they were taking a stroll. Just kidding, 10 laps in 2 hours. How could they not accomplish this task? Since we all know it's not going to be finished, there's no point in struggling fearlessly. Xiaoshi just stood still and swept the crowd's movements, not opening her mouth to say anything. And the movement of the crowd within Xiaoshi's class quickly drew the attention of the other classes that were lining up in the square. Isn't this the class of the girl who volunteered to boost the quest tenfold? What are they doing? Warming up? But shouldn't we run in a line if we're warming up? I'll go. Isn't the one running at the front the Black Panther instructor in charge of training their class? However, without waiting for the crowd to continue their discussion, a cold and stern scolding voice came out from the mouth of the instructor of the corresponding class. Quiet. The trainees immediately shut up when they heard the order and turned their eyes forward. Only, what the trainees didn't notice was that the instructors in charge of training them all glanced at the Black Panther running at the front, and their eyes all flashed with a touch of gloating. Chapter 124, The Beginning of Military Training, 9. Originally, if they had been randomly assigned, their poor captain might not have been assigned to the class the demoness was in. But nay, the captain himself was too aggressive, and rushed up to be an instructor for the demoness. There's no way around being taught how to behave by a female demon now. And just as the other class trainees and instructors were having all sorts of thoughts, Xiaoshi just stood in place, her gaze sweeping over one trainee after another. At this point, she wasn't interested in going for a few laps on her own. After all, with her current physical strength, not to mention running 10 laps, even if it was a few hundred laps, it would not be half as effective in improving her physical fitness. She came to this military training to help the instructors improve their strength, not to waste time doing such meaningless things. After roughly determining the speed of the trainees and the number of laps they could run in 2 hours, Xiaoshi cut her phone to the WeChat interface, tapped on Feng Jing's WeChat chat box, and sent a message over. On the opposite side of the phone, Feng Jing was the first to see the message from Xiaoshi that popped up on his phone. After seeing the content of the message, he couldn't control the hook of his lips. However, the next moment, he did not know what came to mind, but could not help but coldly grunt, and then threw over a cold "I have read" emoticon. On the opposite side, Xiaoshi looked at the emoticons on the screen and slightly hooked her lips. Cute. Feng Jing. He looked at the apathetic emoticon he'd sent out and froze, unable to see how the picture could be even remotely related to cute. However, he reluctantly asked Xiaoshi on the basis that he was sort of complimenting himself after all. Aren't you in military training? How do you have time to look at your cell phone? Xiaoshi smiled faintly. How is military training more important than you? Do you want to see me? Do you want to come to the academy to find me? However, without waiting for Xiaoshi to see Feng Jing's reply, a cold reprimanding voice suddenly came from not far away. That student over there, what's going on? Xiaoshi turned her head slightly, just in time to meet Jiang Yunting's cold and serious face. The moment Jiang Yunting saw Xiaoshi, his body abruptly stiffened. Because all the cadets are wearing military training clothes today, he saw someone playing with a cell phone subconsciously shouted. It's just that he never dreamed that the one he was chastising would be this ant. However, just as Jiang Yunting was about to give a sarcastic smile and turn his head away, Director Chen, who just happened to come over to try to find him, saw this and his face suddenly chilled, and immediately looked at Xiaoshi and rebuked in a cold voice. How dare you play with your cell phone here when you don't go to complete your 10 times the amount of tasks? How dare a loser like you presume to enter the 100-member troop that the new Grand Chief is about to form? I think you're just dreaming. His Imperial City Qin family was one of the first-rate families of Imperial City that participated in the banquet held by Lin Juanan yesterday. Moreover, his son had already been internalized by the family to be recommended for a spot in the 100. As long as his son stood out among the many elites in the Imperial City war zone 9 days later, he would be a member of the 100-man corps, becoming a senior commander, or even entering the legendary Star Mantle main city was just around the corner. Even if his son was favored by that new great chief, the entire Chen family would have to follow the chickens. However, this unknowing thing in front of him was now coveting the 100-member troop quota that his entire clan had been eagerly waiting for. This is an insult to the 100. When Jiang Yunting heard Director Chen's words, the look he gave him was like looking at a little cutie. Join the 100? So, the 100, does she need to be in it, Chief Xia? Without her, where would the 100 be? However, Director Chen did not notice Jiang Yunting's gaze. He only gazed at Xia Shidao with an icy face. According to the Academy's regulations, the rules of the Academy during military training are modeled after the rules of the War Department. Commander Jiang, according to the rules of the War Department, what should be done with his behavior of disobeying the instructor's orders during training and even daring to play with his cell phone during training? Jiang Yunting's face stiffened when he heard Director Chen's question. What to do with it? What could he do with it? Who is he to dispose of his own top brass? Director Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw Jiang Yunting's gradually ugly face. Quickly, he sighed. It seems that Commander Jiang feels that she is not a member of the War Ministry and is worried that she will not be able to withstand the punishment prescribed by the War Ministry. How about this then? You personally supervise her through 10 times the amount of normal military training. At that time, if she can become a member of that 100, she will surely remember your affection. And even that new great chief may be able to credit you with a share of the credit when he learns of this. Jiang Yunting, he had a feeling that the new Grand Chief wasn't going to. However, Director Chen couldn't hear Jiang Yunting's heart. He just kept his gaze fixed on Xia Shi, the coldness on his face becoming more and more obvious. He was well aware of Jiang Yunting's serious and responsible character. As long as he could promise to supervise Xia Shi to complete 10 times the amount of tasks, then Xia Shi would definitely be sent to the hospital before the end of the school day. When that happened, her idea of taking him to the dean's office after school would simply be nullified. Thinking of this, Director Chen then looked at Jiang Yunting and spoke with a smile on his face. Commander Jiang, this undesirable student, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry about practicing. In case something goes wrong with the practice, the Academy will take care of it for you. Jiang Yunting, at this moment, he suddenly felt like he could especially understand how Black Panther felt when Director Chen spoke on stage. He thought he had a pretty good temper, but he really wanted to hit someone now. Just as he was considering what consequences would occur if he really beat up this Director Chen, Xia Shi's voice, which was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze, suddenly sounded. This Director Chen, before, I remembered that you are a senior member of the Academy, and I don't want to ruin the reputation of Imperial City Academy because of you, so I'm going to bring you to the dean's office to have a good talk after school in the evening. But now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to collect some early interest. After saying that, without waiting for Director Chen to respond, she directly raised her chin schematically at Jiang Yunting. Director Chen could not help but be slightly stunned when he saw Xia Shi's movements. In the next moment, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If he didn't know that this in front of him was just a dumbass who came from a small place like Cloud City and needed a bursary to even afford to go to school, I'm afraid he would have been really scared that she could make Jiang Yunting do something to him. It was just a shame that it was just her borderline fantasy after all. After all, Jiang Yunting was the youngest senior commander of the War Ministry. At the same time, it is also the new Grand Chancellor's most highly regarded senior member of the War Department. It was even someone who could speak for his son if he wanted to get into the 100. This kind of character, wouldn't it be possible for her, a bumpkin from Cloud City, to make use of him? However, just as he thought of this, Chapter 125, The Beginning of Military Training, 10. Well, Director Chen only felt a huge force steeply attack his abdomen. Under the impact of that force, his entire body fell back 5 or 6 steps uncontrollably. After stabilizing his stance, his face, which was somewhat distorted due to the intense pain, overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. Commander Jiang, you, however, without waiting for his latter words to come out, Jiang Yunting's figure once again closed in. A hard punch to the face of Director Chen. Director Chen's head was deflected by Jiang Yunting's fist. At the same time, his body was unsteady and he fell straight to the ground. Boo! A dull sound of a body and ground crashing resounded steeply. The commotion on this side was not small, and immediately drew the attention of the cadets of the nearest squad next to them. When the trainees saw the fallen Director Chen and Xia Shi and Jiang Yunting standing not far from him, they all froze violently. What's going on? Director Chen was beaten by Commander Jiang? How is that possible? Wasn't it said that Commander Jiang and Director Chen have a very good relationship? How could Commander Jiang hit him? Under the extreme shock, the trainees had already forgotten that they were in military training at this time and could not speak. However, the instructor who trained them, Xia Shi, did not drink them down at first, but instead took a similar look at the collapsed Director Chen. At that moment, he couldn't control a cold smile on his face. To be honest, he really admired the bastard's ability to die. In his opinion, it was a miracle that the demonist didn't come after him after what this guy said on stage earlier. But this one doesn't even stop and has to go down the road to death himself. This is the kind of thing that deserves to be screwed. Then, Under the gaze of Xia Shiqin, who was full of gloating and the stunned gazes of the trainees, Xia Shi slowly walked over to Director Chen. She looked down on Director Chen, whose face was still full of disbelief until this moment, and then slowly raised her foot and stepped on top of his right hand. Director Chen's eyes snapped open as he felt the weight on his palm. What are you going to do? I'm a senior member of the academy. You're just a cadet. If you dare to touch me, you'll be expelled from the academy at the least. Xia couldn't help but let out a light laugh at his words. She didn't open her mouth to say anything, just suddenly increased the force on her foot. Click, click. A crisp sound of a broken finger rang out. Ah! At the same time, what also rang out was Director Chen's miserable screams that were miserable to the extreme. Hiss! Hiss! The trainees who were watching the commotion over here couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. At the same time, the gazes of everyone looking at Xia Shi revealed deep shock and dismay. How dare she? How dare she? Is she crazy? The only way out of a small place like her is to successfully graduate from the academy and go find a good job. Now she even beat up Director Chen. Is this a great future that she doesn't want? Director Chen is a senior member of the academy. Not only will she be expelled from the academy for doing this, but she might go to jail, right? Not far away. Xia Shi looked as if she had not heard the crowd's murmurings, only looking down at Director Chen on the ground with a clear gaze. Seeing that he had regained a sliver of consciousness from the excruciating pain, she then spoke without delay. This hand counts as a bit of a lesson. And if there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a hand. When the surrounding trainees heard Xia Shi's voice, the consternation on their faces suddenly intensified by a few points. Someone please tell them how this woman managed to use such a tone and say such words to a high-ranking person who could just kick her out of the academy. How in the world can there be a woman so unafraid of death? When Director Chen heard Xia Shi's words, the gaze that looked at her steeply burned with bearish anger. He subconsciously clutched his uninjured left hand, and the gaze that looked at Xia Shi was like a sharp blade that wanted to pierce her through. He then took a deep breath and spoke through clenched teeth. Looking for the dean. Don't you want to find the dean? Now come with me to the dean. Xia, who was already about to turn around and leave, had a movement. Then, she slightly inclined her head, and her line of sight once again fell on Director Chen. The next moment, she suddenly smiled. Chapter 126, The Miserable Instructors, 1. Originally I wasted this hand of yours, and as long as you're honest, I am allowed to not take you to the dean's office after school, but since you volunteered, it would seem a bit unkind of me to disagree. With that, she looked straight at Director Chen and opened her mouth. Meet me in front of the main hall of the dean's office after school. However, as her words fell, Director Chen's commanding voice, permeated with anger, sounded almost instantly. Now, Xia Shi faintly swept a glance at him. I'm not available right now. After saying that, she didn't look at Director Chen again and directly turned towards the edge of the playground. Stop! Director Chen looked at Xia Shi's back and scolded in a cold voice. However, Xia didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Stop right there. It still doesn't work. Director Chen's face swelled red with anger, as if he might spit out a mouthful of old blood at any moment. Just when he was so enraged that he was ready to swear at Xia Shi, a faint reminder sounded into his ears. Stop yelling. You'll really have to do more than just break an arm if you make her yell. Director Chen turned around violently, and his line of sight just happened to bump into Xia Shiqian, who had appeared beside him at some point. Xia Shiqian slowly walked to his side and faintly said, Seeing as your Chen family's old man has helped my Xia family in the past, I'll kindly remind you not to mess with her, or no one will be able to save you. Director Chen sniffed and looked deeply at Xia Shiqian. He then staggered up from the ground with his left hand tightly covering his right. Then, he suddenly raised his breath and rushed at Xia Shi's back with a grim expression. I'll be waiting for you after school, in front of the main hall of the dean's office. After saying that, he didn't care if Xia Shi heard him or not. He directly turned his head and walked straight towards the entrance of the academy. His hand needs to go to the hospital for treatment or it could be ruined. Xia Shiqian looked at Director Chen, who didn't listen to her persuasion and couldn't help but shake her head. The trainees from the other classes showed some suspicion in their gazes towards Xia Shi. Why would their instructor say something like telling Director Chen not to mess with her? Does this woman really have any capital? No one noticed that Yan, who was a teaching assistant in Xia Shiqian's class, glanced at Xia Shiqian and then at the emboldened Xia Shi. Eventually, her eyes fell on the miniature video recording device she was holding. The whole process of what just happened was recorded by her. Xia Shi dared to assault the academy's senior management in public, which was tantamount to blatantly provoking the academy's rules. As long as her identity was still a student of the Imperial City Academy, then no matter who it was, no one could save her. Otherwise, the rules of the house, which she had put under her feet and trampled on, would no longer have any prestige to speak of, and without the rules of the academy, the Imperial City Academy was not far from being defeated. No one can afford that. Not even the dean. Not only that, Xia Chen had just opened her mouth to help Xia warn Director Chen, so she could likewise do the same. None of this adulterous couple will end well. Thinking of this, the corner of her lips slowly curved up into an extremely cold arc. Meanwhile, while Jiang Yunting gave Xia Chen a "you take it easy" look, he walked in the opposite direction from Xia. It seemed that he would be able to avoid showing up at the playground for the rest of the day until he had to. This experience of heckling the big chief, if he had to do it again, he might have to go to the hospital to have his heart looked at. 2 hours later, the Black Panther that had run 16 laps at the speed of a 100-meter sprint stopped in front of Xia, his mouth still panting hard. As for the other cadets, except for the 2 who ran 7 laps and the 5 who ran 6 laps, the rest of them were hardly half as tired as their postures. Xia faintly swept a glance at the nearly 100 cadets in front of her, her eyes slightly cold as she said, "Line up." The trainees heard Xia's words, and only then did they begin to form a queue without slowing down. At this moment, the gazes of most people looking at Xia were extremely calm. Even, some people looked at her as if they were looking at a clown. Just running, they had figured it out. So what if this woman is the Panthers' hand-picked squad leader? The academy had rules about instructors being able to punish trainees, but it wasn't like she was an instructor. It's just a cadet. What are they afraid of her for? And under the gazes of the trainees, Xia spoke in a cold voice. "Those who have just run 5 laps, and those under 5 laps, step out." At once, more than 70 trainees stood out slowly, and the way they looked at Xia clearly indicated that. "I stood up for myself. What can you do to me?" meant. Panther saw the look on the crowd's faces and took a second of silence in his heart for these people. Then, he thought about the 84 laps he missed, and suddenly had the urge to die. He felt that he would feel better about killing himself now than accepting the punishment the demoness was about to give. Xia looked at the attitude of the crowd of trainees and did not show half a bit of surprise or anger on her face. She just slowly raised her hand and displayed what was in her hand in front of the crowd. At that moment, almost all the trainees who saw that thing changed their faces at the same time. Chapter 127, The Miserable Instructors, 2. It was a palm-sized, extremely textured black square box, and on top of the square box, engraved on it, was a dark golden symbol of the War Ministry. The secret box of the Ministry of War? How did you get this? Soon after, a trainee suddenly stood out and looked at Xia with a suspicious face and asked. Those who were able to enter the Imperial City Academy were all sons of large families. Almost everyone recognizes the box, the secret box of the Ministry of War, which is used to store some extremely important items, can only be opened by the holder's fingerprints. Forced opening by a non-holder automatically destroys the contents of the box. At the same time, because of the special nature of the box's texture, whatever is put into it extends its shelf life by more than 10 times. But, this secret box of the Ministry of War was extremely rare, and it was even said that there were no more than 10 in total, and almost all of them were in the hands of the top few executives of the Ministry of War. They didn't understand how Xia could have such an important War Department item. Xia didn't pay attention to the trainee's question and directly opened the box with her fingerprints. Then, a black pill the size of a red bean was exposed. Xia casually took out a small handful, and then looked towards the Black Panther, who instinctively began to tremble at the sight of the pill and opened his mouth. "One for each of them, and distribute it to them." Black Panther hastily nodded in response, and then he quickly ran to Xia and took the pill she handed him. He then quickly distributed it to the trainees. "What is this?" One by one, the trainees looked down and observed the pills in their hands, and all of them could not help but frown. They instinctively felt that it was no good. "Eat it." Xia's tone was slightly cold as she looked at the crowd and ordered. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them were willing to put the pills into their mouths. Xiao Zhe, who was asked by Xia to run 100 laps but only slowed down to less than a lap, opened his mouth with a sneer. "Xia students, these are basically all from Imperial City families, not comparable to a commoner from a small place like you. If they get sick from what you give them, the consequences, you can't afford it." When the crowd of trainees heard Xiao Zhe's words, they all nodded with recognition on their faces. "That's right, you let us eat indiscriminately, and if you give us problems, can you afford it? I don't know where you got the secret box of the Ministry of War, but just because the secret box of the Ministry of War is a good thing, it doesn't mean that the things that are placed inside of it are treasures as well. Just like goods from a small place like you, even if you enter the Imperial City Academy, you're still a pariah who can't get on the stage." As Xia sniffed, her eyes fell on the 3 trainees who opened their mouths. She laughed softly. A pariah from a small place? However, in the next moment, her gaze towards the crowd abruptly turned cold, and a regal pressure permeated her tone. "Then I will tell you today that origin is your luck, not your capital to look down on others." the trainees felt the icy and compelling aura around Xiaoshi, and all of them couldn't help but cower for a moment. However, soon, they realized that they were afraid of a person who was inferior to them in everything, and a touch of chagrin immediately surged on their faces. So what if it's luck? We cast our lot in the world. That's what we've got. That's right. Some people don't have this kind of ability, but they still want to climb on top of us, and even yell at us, without taking a piss to see if they're worthy. If you know what's good for you, get yourself out of class 6. Lowly trash like you are not welcome in our class. Chapter 128, The Miserable Instructors, 3. When Xia Se heard the words of the crowd, the aura around her body suddenly became a few points colder. She then turned her head slightly to look at Panther and commanded, Panther, I don't care what you have to do to get them to take the pills in their hands. If anyone hasn't eaten, you eat for them. Black Panther's heart immediately tightened at his words. The crowd of trainees were first stunned at his words. In the next moment, the trainees hurriedly opened their mouths to advise Black Panther. Instructor Black Panther, unload her position as class president. If you continue to spoil him, she will only become more and more arrogant. Yeah, instructor. You're our instructor. When was it the turn of something like this to ride over your head and take liberties? Instructor, I know that you have a good relationship with Instructor Xiaoshi, but even if you have a good relationship with him, there's no need to condescend yourself because of such a woman. Some people had heard from Andai that Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi might have a bit of an incestuous relationship. Moreover, everyone in the academy knew that Xiaoshi came from Cloud City and had a low status. Therefore, in the eyes of the trainees within the class, the only reason why Black Panther had just listened to Xiaoshi and started running laps was because he was giving face to Xiaoshi, who was also an instructor. But, even if Panther valued brotherhood, there had to be a limit. This kind of woman is not worth the extent of what the Panther has gone to. However, everyone didn't expect that the Black Panther's face was hard to see when he heard their exhortations. Shut up, all of you. When the crowd of trainees heard this, the faces that looked at Black Panther were filled with dismay. What's going on? As long as Panther wasn't stupid, he could tell that what they were saying was for his own good. How come he not only didn't trouble Xiaoshi, but he chided them instead? What was hardest for them to believe was that they actually saw fear in the Panther's gaze. Seemingly, it was fear of Shashi. The few people who realized this changed their faces almost instantly, without waiting for the crowd to figure out the reason. Black Panther's icy cold commanding voice sounded again. Now, take the pills in your hands, or I won't mind helping you myself. The crowd sniffed again. Who will tell them why the Black Panther listens so much to Shashi? Is there some kind of ulterior motive between the two? Is Panther afraid of his daughter-in-law? 3. Black Panther looked at the stunned crowd and didn't want to waste any more time, directly starting the countdown. 2, 1. When Black Panther shouted 1, all but 2 of them put the pills in their mouths. At that moment, the Black Panther's gaze was directly locked onto the 2. Those 2 boys couldn't control their breathing as they felt the extremely oppressive sight of the Black Panther. In the next moment, one of them hurriedly put the pill in his hand into his mouth. Seeing this, the only remaining person also immediately took the pill. Well, just as the last person swallowed the pill, a muffled grunt of pain suddenly came out from the mouth of a male cadet with a thin figure. Then, the body of the lean cadet suddenly collapsed against the ground. Zhang Heng, how are you? Beside the lean cadet, a male cadet subconsciously tried to reach out to help him. However, just as he reached out his hand, a sharp pain suddenly spread from his belly to his entire body. Under that intense pain, he couldn't control his wailing, and just as he fell to the ground with a pained face, all the other trainees who had taken the pill also fell to the ground. On the side, the crowd of trainees who had completed more than 5 laps in Shaozhe looked at the crowd who were rolling on the ground with grim faces because of the pain, and their hearts all suddenly tightened. What's going on? Soon, one of the 2 male trainees who had run 7 laps suddenly stood out, his eyes staring at Xiaoshi questioningly. What did you feed them? Xiaoshi smiled faintly. It might be a little hard to eat afterward, but it's not bad for the body. The cadet who stood out was instantly enraged. Every one of them is not someone you can afford to offend, and if they get sick from eating, you're going to have to eat your words. Xia faintly swept a glance at him and did not say anything. She just walked right up to Xiaozhe, and then took out 10 pills from within the secret box of the Ministry of War. Eat up. Xiaozhe looked at Xiaxia's small hand that reached out in front of him and stared at the pill in her hand for 2 seconds. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head with a sneer, his smile sarcastic and disdainful. Eat it? You take me for a cutie, do you? After saying that, he directly lifted his hand to hit Xiaoshi's wrist. This time, he used almost his full strength. He, for one, was going to break Natsuki's wrist directly. When the 20 or so trainees still standing beside them saw Xiaozhe's actions, the faces that looked at Xiaoshi all showed a clear dark pleasure. If they hadn't been able to clearly sense that Black Panther possessed the strength to crush all of them, they would have already struck out at Xiaoshi. They were really fed up with such a stupid person with no background or strength, flaunting himself in front of them. Now that Xiao Zhe had struck out at Xiaoshi, they believed that a lowly pariah like Xiaoshi could never be a match for an intermediate-level warrior like Xiao Zhe. And with the distance that Black Panther was at this moment from Xiaoshi and Xiao Zhe, even if he wanted to save Xiaoshi again, it would be too late for him to make a move. At this moment, it was as if the crowd had already seen the image of Xiaoshi having her wrists broken and then falling to the ground in agony. However, just at the moment when Xiao Zhe's hand was about to touch Xiaoshi. Chapter 129, The Miserable Instructors, 4. However, just at the moment when Xiao Zhe's hand was about to touch Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi raised her hand extremely casually and held Xiao Zhe's wrist, and then gently folded it. Click! A crisp bone-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Ah! What followed was Xiao Zhe's pig-like screams, and within 30 meters of the surrounding area, apart from this miserable scream, a deathly silence steeped in. The 20 or so trainees on the side looked at the miserable Xiao Zhe, and the expressions on their faces all looked like they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Xiao Zhe is a mid-level warrior. This woman is nothing but a loser from a small place who can only afford to go to school on a bursary. How could she have the strength to directly crush Xiao Zhe? And without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Xiaoshi suddenly raised her hand and broke Xiao Zhe's jaw, and then directly forced the 10 pills in her hand into his mouth. 3 seconds later, a mournful scream that looked like it was suffering a death by 1,000 cuts came out of Xiao Zhe's mouth. Under that intense pain, he screamed twice before directly passing out from the pain. However, not 2 seconds later, he was once again awakened by pain. A few seconds later, he passed out again. Then, woke up again. Xiaoshi's eyes were pale as she looked at Xiao Zhe, who was in pain to the point of wanting to commit suicide, and she squatted down unhurriedly before binding his wrists with a rope she took out of nowhere. Xiao Zhe felt his hands being restricted from movement and realized that he had been denied the right to even commit suicide. At once, the miserable screams from his mouth became even more painful. At the same time, an endless hatred for Xiaoshi was born between his only shred of sanity, and he himself didn't even realize that there was endless fear mixed in with that hatred. The 20 or so people next to him looked at Xiao Zhe's miserable state and didn't even dare to utter a breath. At this moment, as they looked at Xiaoshi, whose complexion never changed halfway, a sentence emerged in their minds at the same time. Is this the devil? At the same time, for the first time, the faces of the people looking at Xiaoshi could not control the growing fear that appeared on their faces. For the first time in their lives, they were afraid of a person their own age. On the side, Black Panther looked at Xiao Zhe on the ground, and some sympathetic pity actually surfaced on his face. Initially, the devil instructor did the same thing to them. The most he had ever eaten was 10, and that was a feeling he didn't want to remember once more in his life. Afterward, under the gaze of the 20 or so trainees trembling, Xiaoshi put away the secret box of the Ministry of War in his hand. When the 20 or so people saw Xiaoshi's movements, their eyes were relieved even though their fear hadn't dissipated. However, without waiting for the crowd to be happy for a few seconds, Xiaoshi once again took out a War Ministry secret box. Instantly, the faces of the people looking at Xiaoshi completely changed. Getting a secret box of the Ministry of War, one could still say that Xiaoshi might have gotten lucky. 2, however, can never be as simple as luck. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Xiaoshi opened the box once again, and when they saw what was inside the box, they completely changed their faces. At that moment, what appeared inside the box were, again, pills. The difference was that this time, the pill was a bit bigger than the one Xiaoshi had just taken out, about the size of a soybean grain, and the color wasn't just black, but dark gray. Xiaoxia took out 24 or so pills from it, and then opened her mouth to the Black Panther. The rest of you, one each, hand them out. At that instant, the 20 or so people who were already fearful of Xiaoshi couldn't control their bodies as they lightly trembled. Xia, classmate Xia, I know I'm wrong. From now on, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Right, Mr. Xia. From now on, if you say 1, I'll never say 2. If you let me kill a dog, I'll never slaughter a chicken. Xia. Oh no, class president, give me a break. They didn't know what the pill was, but seeing what happened to Xiao Zhe and the 70 or so classmates on the ground, even if they didn't have to use their brains to think about it, they knew it must be something similar. What happened to Xiao Zhe and the others? They didn't want to go through it all over again. However, Xiaoshi directly ignored the pleas for mercy from the crowd, and the hand that reached out to the Black Panther did not have the slightest intention of retracting. Seeing this, Black Panther didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly received it with extreme respect. He then handed out the pills to the crowd. There were 5 who were dead set against taking them, and he put the pills directly on the ground in front of them. Seeing that the Black Panther had finished dividing it up, Xiashi looked at the crowd and faintly opened his mouth. Eat it. Chapter 130, The Miserable Instructors, 5. There was a silence. No one moves. Natsuki inclined her head slightly. Panther, go help them. Yes. And just as the Black Panther's voice of agreement fell, one of the 2 male cadets who had previously opened their mouths to inquire about Xiashi's 7 laps suddenly stepped forward and said, I'm not eating. Big deal. I'm not going to this military training. I declare that I, Ji Sheng, am now quitting the Imperial City Academy. Originally, he didn't want to give up his identity as an Imperial City cadet, but looking at the situation in front of him, it's not up to him. You know, one of his family's 3 recommended spots into the 100 had already been given to him. If he ate this pill and spoiled his body and was unable to participate in the 100 regiment test in 9 days, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Now, it was good to break the back of this Imperial City Academy. In that case, he would definitely do everything in his power to raise his strength in the next few days in order to obtain a place in the 100-member group. And after the cadet named Ji Sheng opened his mouth, a few more cadets stepped forward. I quit too. +1 for me. I've never been so wronged in my life. I quit. After a few people finished, they were directly ready to leave the room. However, just as they were about to raise their feet, Xiashi's voice, which was permeated with a slight chill, entered their ears. If you want to quit, fine, quit after school today. With me, there's no rule about yelling stop in the middle of the day. Ji Sheng's footsteps suddenly lurched at his words. However, soon after, he swept a glance at Xiashi, sneered, and began to continue walking forward. If he wants to go, no one can stop him yet. Only, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly swayed in front of him. The next thing he felt was a small, cold but iron jaw-like hand breaking his jaw. The next moment, 2 pills were forced into his mouth. The small hand dragged upward against his chin and the pill slid down his throat. After Xiashi made sure that he ate it down, then she gently released the hand controlling Ji Sheng's chin. Vomit. The moment Ji Sheng freed himself from his confinement, he immediately dry heaved. He tried like crazy to spit the pills out. However, it didn't work. The pill was incorporated into his body almost instantly, the medicinal power dispersing into his limbs and bones. In an instant, boundless pain hit every corner of his body like a tidal wave. Under the pain so intense that he wanted to kill himself, his body suddenly went limp on the ground. This gray pill seemed to be different from the previous black pill, as if a substance capable of paralyzing the body had been added to it. Ji Sheng couldn't even move his fingers after he collapsed. The few people who originally wanted to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks, while uncontrollably gulping their throats, and the 20 or so people who hadn't made a move, their breathing was similarly shortened by the fear brought on by Natsuki. Xiashi faintly swept a glance at the more than 20 people whose faces had become even more fearful, and faintly opened his mouth. Because you are more obedient compared to those on the ground right now, the pain that the medicine I'm going to send you will cause is not as intense as theirs, but that doesn't seem necessary now. The crowd of trainees instantly looked aghast at the words. No, don't panic, eat, I'll eat now. The trainee who had said I quit earlier spoke with a trembling voice. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiashi to respond and hurriedly stuffed the pill into his mouth. The quickness of that movement was as if he was afraid that Xiaxia would double the number of pills for him or make him take the black pills from before. Natsuki gave him a faint look, and then, with a slight inclination of her head, her eyes fell on the remaining 24 people. When the crowd felt Xiaxi's gaze, their hearts tightened. I'll eat. I also eat. Soon, one by one, the trainees put the pills into their mouths. In a few seconds, all of the Class 6 trainees, except for Xiaxia, fell to the ground. Black Panther looked at the crowd on the ground and couldn't help but show some emotion on his face. 10 days ago, he had been this miserable when this demoness gave them special training on the first day. I can't imagine that it hasn't even been a few days and it's his turn to watch someone else this miserable. LOL. It's really a statement that has to be made about how the wind and water have changed. However, without waiting for the Black Panther to continue to feel emotion, he felt with horror that Xiaxi's bland gaze fell on his body. Chapter 131, The Miserable Instructors, 6. Female. No, Xia students. What are you doing? At this moment, Black Panther instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis, and underneath that feeling, there was an extremely noticeable impairment in his language system. Then, under his horrified gaze, Xiaxi took out the 3rd secret box of the Ministry of War. The pills inside this box, however, were even larger than the gray pills, and were milky white in color. Xiaxia directly took out 9 pills, and without saying anything, directly handed them over to the Black Panther. Black Panther looked at the 9 pills in front of him and was truly feeling a little like crying. He admitted that this white pill was less painful than the gray pill, less painful than the black pill. But the so-called less than is only that much stronger. If he ate these 9, even if he didn't die, he would be in pain and lose half of his life. Xiaoshi looked at the Black Panther, who didn't dare not to raise his hand, but moved like he had slowed down tenfold, and his voice was clear. In 3 seconds, eat it. Otherwise, double the amount. The moment her words fell, Black Panther instantly picked up the pill and ate it with lightning speed. He had experienced the speed of the one in front of him, counting 3 seconds. He wouldn't suffer the same loss twice. Well, rarely prepared. After the Black Panther ate the pill, a cry of pain still came out of his mouth that he couldn't control. At the same time, his body trembled uncontrollably. However, the strong willpower he had exercised in the previous 10 days supported his body and didn't let himself collapse. Xiaoshi looked at the Black Panther in front of him indifferently, and his eyes actually gradually revealed a trace of appreciation. Speaking of which, these 3 kinds of pills were still something she had gotten out of some substances from waste materials when she was making medicine in her last life. That black pill is basically just for punishing people. It's not bad for the body, but it's not half as good either. As for the gray pills, the biggest benefit was that the pain was a little stronger than the black pills, but there wasn't much benefit unless you ate thousands of them. As for the white pills that Black Panther had eaten, as long as he hadn't suffered a mental breakdown after eating 100 of them cumulatively, he would surely become a high-level warrior. Only, with the current willpower of Black Panther and the remaining 9 instructors, it would be difficult to accumulate even 50. Not to mention 100, but there are still 10 days to go, so she's in no hurry. At the same time, many gazes from the surroundings were looking over to this side. Many of the trainees began to train mindlessly because they were concerned about the commotion over here. The instructors were afraid that they would be affected, and could only scold the trainees to train properly. None of them dared to come over. In the end, Jiang Yunting, who was the chief instructor of military training, was pressured and had no choice but to walk over. He looked at Xiaoshi and said with a complicated face, "Xia head, Xia students, this is in the academy. This is not a little too much?" Xiaoshi smiled faintly and asked without answering, "You have a walkie-talkie on you that can contact the other 9 instructors, right?" Jiang Yunting was stunned. "What are you doing?" Shushi walked directly to him and raised his hand. "Give me the walkie-talkie." Jiang Yunting's face revealed a difficult color. However, under the gaze of Xiaoshi, he hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the walkie-talkie. And at this point, because the cadets were unmotivated to train, all of the remaining 9 instructors let the cadets rest in place for 5 minutes. And while the trainees were discussing what was going on with the movement on Shashi's side, the 9 instructors were talking happily over the walkie-talkies. So, when Shashi turned on the intercom, he heard the following conversation. "TSK. Black Panther was lamenting yesterday that he was finally out of the clutches of the devil, and that he was going to feel what it means to raise an eyebrow today. But I don't know if I'm raising an eyebrow now, and I'm sure that the gas is coming in more than it's coming out. How can you say that Black Panther is also our captain, and firmly helped us carry the burden of training that demoness? We should thank him properly. How can you talk about him like that?" "Right, he needs to be thanked, but a big thank you. I remember he has a sweet tooth. I decided that as long as Captain Panther survives the ravages of that demoness, I'll treat him to one of those black and white chocolate beans and buy him 100 of each. How can 100 pills be enough? Let's pool our money and buy him a case." "Right, give it to him together after military training. Will the captain be moved to tears by then? I don't know if I'm touched, but I should have no problem crying out." However, just as the last person's gloating voice fell, a female voice that clearly carried a faint smile, but was like a devilish voice in the ears of the crowd, suddenly came out from within the intercom. Chapter 132, The Miserable Instructors, 7. A few instructors are worthy of being comrades in arms with Panther, and they're really nice to him. The moment Xia's voice rang out, the 9 instructors almost without exception threw the walkie-talkies in their hands. At this moment, the crowd looked at the walkie-talkie on the ground as if they were looking at some kind of flood beast. "Me? What the hell?" As the 9 were in shock, another voice came out of the intercom. "But how can I let you guys break the bank? If you're all still alive and well after 10 days, then the chocolates don't need to be delivered by you. And the demoness, as you call her, will send you each a box as a reward." 9 instructors, what's going on? Why was the demoness voice on the intercom? The walkie-talkies were only available to their 10 instructors and Jiang Yunting. Could it be that there are traitors among them? On top of that, who just used the term she-devil? Stand up for the old man. I'm going to nun you to death. But then, it occurred to the crowd that they were, after all, comrades who could hand over life and death to each other on the battlefield. Moreover, they had agreed before their military training that they would be united in whatever happened in the future. Now, They're going to take down the forces of evil on the other side of the intercom. Thinking of this, the 9 people's eyes instantly became firm. With that, one instructor after another came forward and picked up the walkie-talkies from the ground. Then, the voices of the 9 people, who considered themselves to be extremely righteous as well as sacrificial, entered Xia Shi's ears. Chief Xia, you have trained us carefully for 10 days and benefited us greatly. How can I be so kind as to still ask you to spend money on giving us things? That's right. Chief Xia, you are the person I admire most in my life. And my respect for you is like a huge river stretching on and on. Yeah, for me, Chief Xia is that lighthouse in the dark night, lighting my way forward. Without waiting for the last person to finish, Xia Shi suddenly snorted coldly. She then asked in a light tone, who was it that just shouted out Demonis? Boom! Although Xia Shi's voice was clearly not heavy, it directly caused the 9 combatants to feel as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt, and the 9 of them instantly froze in place. 3 seconds later, Xia Xia saw that the crowd didn't reply, and couldn't help but give a light gave a sound. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they actually heard the slightest hint of obvious impatience in Xia Shi's voice. A war veteran on the shorter side shuddered and spoke up in a hurry. What female devil? Chief Xia, you must have heard wrong. He, in any case, could not betray his comrades. Who is it? Shushi spoke again. No, Chief Xia, you really heard wrong. Even if you lent us 100 guts, no one would dare to call you a Demonis. Another war veteran weakly spoke up. Another combatant spoke up. I'll ask for the last time. Who? Yu Cheng, Ji Feng. Almost at the instant that Xia Shi's question fell, the 2 who had just denied it and several others returned almost simultaneously. Yu Cheng, Ji Feng, where's the unanimity? What happened to the promised comradeship of being able to give your back to each other? At this moment, they could not wait to give themselves 2 slaps. How did they not realize that walkie-talkies are not particularly private? By this female devil knowing what they secretly called her, they knew even without using their brains to think about it that this female devil could not possibly let them go. But then, the 2 thought that they were a big man. They couldn't always be pressed by a woman. They had to learn to resist oppression. Thinking of this, Yu Cheng suddenly straightened his chest plate. Chief Xia, that Demonis was indeed me who shouted. Shashi raised an eyebrow. Really? In that case, that. However, without waiting for Xia Shi to finish, Yu Cheng hurriedly continued. Chapter 133, The Miserable Instructors, 8. Chief Xia, that what's her name is actually our term of endearment for you. And to us, the word devil means being at the forefront of a field. He doesn't call it conceding. It's just simply a strategic setback. And, in any case, he had just taken the first step towards courageous defiance. This first step has already been taken. Can it be far away from him turning over the surf to sing? That Ji Feng saw Yu Cheng wimp out and spoke in agreement without thinking. Yes, Chief Xia, you are like the brightest lighthouse in our hearts. Without waiting for him to continue, Xia Shi directly spoke to interrupt. You too, go arrange the training tasks for the next 2 hours for your respective trainees, and then within 2 hours, each of you will do 100 laps. If you can't finish running, I'll make you feel what a real female demon is. When the remaining 7 people heard this, their faces more or less showed a bit of gloating. At the same time, a little bit of gratitude was born in their hearts. Luckily the Demonis spoke up early, or else I'm afraid none of them would have been able to escape. As for these 2 unlucky buddies, they'll just have to fend for themselves. However, without waiting for the crowd to continue to feel darkly pleased, Xia Shi's slightly cold voice once again sounded in their ears. The rest of you, 50 laps each, 1 minute to start the clock. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, the gloating on the 7 people's faces instantly solidified. In the next moment, the 9 people rushed towards the trainees of their respective classes like mad. I don't know if the instructors were trying to find some comfort in the fact that everyone was assigned the task of running 10 laps. When the time came to 1 minute, the 9 instructors rushed out at the same time under the stunned gazes of the trainees. Cadets who complained because they were scheduled to run 10 laps. Normally, wouldn't the instructor arrange for them to run, and wouldn't he or she watch quietly from the same spot? How did this become an instructor run? Could it be that the instructors were worried that they found it too hard, so they had to set an example and run with them? Thinking of this, many trainees' hearts were immediately born with a strong feeling of emotion, and that moving quickly turned into motivation. For a while, the large playground was full of figures running hard. Just as the instructors and trainees from the rest of the classes were running laps, Xia Shi had already returned the walkie-talkie to Jiang Yunting, and at this moment, the people in the 6th class in front of her had gradually slowed down from the intense pain. Xia Shi swept a glance at the crowd, an undeniable air in her light voice. Line up! Almost at the instant when Xia Shi's voice fell, all the trainees were forcibly enduring the residual pain in their bodies and stood up, and then quickly stood in a neat square. Xiaoshi's gaze slowly swept through the crowd, and finally landed on Ji Shang, who had just been fed 2 gray pills by her, and whose body was still slightly trembling from the pain at the moment. Still want to quit the academy? Ji Shang's body shuddered uncontrollably when he felt Xiaoshi's line of sight. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to nod. However, the mind was made up. After school today, he will go directly to the dean's office and submit a withdrawal request, as well as recommending that the dean expel this student. He was the youngest master of the Ji family, a first-class family in Imperial City, and one of the members of the 100-people group who would surely stand proudly at the top of the Xia kingdom in the future and be admired by millions of people. No matter how strong Xiaoshi was, she was always nothing more than a lowly woman from a small town. He, for one, would never allow himself to be climbed over by such a pariah. With just one glance, Xiaoshi understood what Ji Shang was thinking. She lightly hooked the corners of her lips, and then her gaze slightly coldly swept a glance at him before looking at all the trainees in the class and opening her mouth. I don't care what reasons you have. No one can drop out of Imperial City Academy until military training is over. Otherwise, not only the Imperial City Academy, but the entire Imperial City won't be able to tolerate you. As for the 100, which some of you aspire to enter, again there will be no place for you. The nearly 100 trainees in the class were stunned when they heard Xiaoshi's words. Soon, the eyebrows of the crowd looking at Xiaoshi slowly furrowed. However, without waiting for them to open their mouths, a cold and resentful voice suddenly came out from the ground aside. What a mouthful! Xiaoshi and the people within the class followed the sound and saw Xiaozhe, who had already slowed down from the severe pain, staring at Xiaoshi with a grim expression on his face. Because he was tied up by Xiaoshi's wrists, he was completely unable to move at the moment. However, in his eyes that looked at Xiaoshi, he suppressed deep anger and violence. He wants Xiaoshi dead. To make this pariah who came out of this small place and thought that he could be lawless just because he had entered the Imperial City Academy die without a burial place, Xiaoshi looked at Xiaozhe, whose gaze was like he wanted to break himself into pieces, and slowly hooked the corner of his lips. Then she walked slowly towards Xiaozhe. Chapter 134, Too Sweet? 1. A few breaths later, Xiaozhe looked at Xiaoshi, who had stopped in front of him, and clearly felt an invisible sense of oppression. Soon, however, he suddenly clenched his fists and gazed straight at Xiaoshi. Am I wrong? What kind of a person are you that you have the qualifications to keep people from mixing in the entire Imperial City? And what kind of ability do you have to stop anyone with the ability to enter the 100 People's Corps? What answered him, however, was a sudden kick. Boo! A crash of foot and chest sounded. At once, Xiaozhe, who had managed to sit up only half a minute ago, fell to the ground with a thud. Under that tremendous force, Xiaozhe only felt a surge of qi and blood in his chest. Then, a stream of bright red blood actually slid down from the corner of his mouth. Xiaoxia slowly lowered the foot she had just raised, looking down at the pain-looking Xiaozhe, and spoke faintly. Qualifications? Stand up before you talk to me about qualifications. Xiaozhe subconsciously clenched his uninjured left hand. At this moment, the fierce killing intent in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoshi was as if it could form substance. He must kill this. No, he couldn't kill her that easily. He would make her taste the torture of this world before letting her die. I'm a direct descendant of the Chen family, a first-class family in Imperial City. Aren't you afraid of receiving endless retaliation from my Chen family if you treat me like this? Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. The Chen family? In the next moment, she suddenly stepped forward, and in a casual movement, she raised her foot and stepped on top of Xiaozhe's right leg. Ka-ching! Without waiting for Xiaozhe to react, a crisp cracking sound rang out abruptly. Ah! At the same time, there was also Xiaozhe's pig-killing screams. You should be thankful that I don't want to kill people in a place like the academy, or else you'd have wasted more than just an arm and a leg today. When she finished speaking, she slightly inclined her head to look at Black Panther, who had just slowed down from the severe pain at the side. I don't want to see this kind of garbage in the academy again. Black Panther subconsciously nodded his head as he felt the aura around Xiaoshi that pressed down on him. Yes, yes. After saying that, he rolled and stood up from the ground. And then, he dragged Xiaozhe towards the entrance of the academy as fast as he could. Nearly 100 trainees within the 6th class froze and looked at Xiaozhe, who was in pain to the point where he looked hideous, but was powerless to struggle in the hands of the Black Panther. And the fear in his eyes that was looking at Xiaoshi deepened a few points. At the same time, Ji Sheng's heart gave birth to the slightest bit of happiness for no reason. Thankfully he hadn't just put himself out there. Otherwise, the one being dragged out right now might not be Xiaozhe, but him. But then, the light in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi became a few points colder. What qualifications did a lowly pariah from a small town have to trample them? The sons of the great families of the Imperial City, under their feet? Don't let him find his way off the team. Otherwise, He will definitely make this pay for what he has done. And just as Ji Shang made up his mind, Xiaoshi's gaze suddenly fell on him. He was unable to control his body and cringed. However, without waiting for Xiaoshi to do anything, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She took out her cell phone and glanced at it, and saw the WeChat message belonging to Big Baby displayed on it. 7th School Building, Classroom 302. Xia was slightly stunned, but then she noticed the "Do you want to come over to me?" question she had sent earlier and never gotten a reply to. Just from this brief message, it was obvious that her baby was still in a tizzy. Otherwise, he would have come to the playground on his own ass to be with her, instead of putting up a front and asking her to meet him in class. However, the man that one looks at, even if one is on one's knees, one has to be spoiled. Just then, the Black Panther who had thrown Xiao Zhe out of the academy ran back. After casually arranging what the Panther and the trainees would be training for the next 2 hours, Shashi casually made his way over to the teaching area before heading towards it. Speaking of which, while the freshmen are in military training, the older students have started school. At the moment, it was class time. When Xiaoshi walked to the downstairs of the 7th teaching building, quite a few trainees were walking towards the building. At the same time, a conversational voice reached Xiaoshi's ears. "Did you guys come here for the sealing of the temple as well? What else? If it weren't for the hall of enclosure, I'd have to come to the school building early in the morning without classes? I'm skipping school to come here. Alas, I heard that Palace Seal is with Her Highness Xiao Muyu. Today, Xiao Muyu didn't come to the academy, so we can still feast our eyes on her. But when she comes, it won't be the same." Although many people say that Xiao Mayu and Palace Seal are groom and daughter, but how I look at it, I don't feel that Xiao Mayu is worthy of Palace Seal. Who says otherwise? In my mind, Seal Hall should be a god that can only be seen from afar. No one is worthy of him. Chapter 135, Too Sweet? 2. Xiaoshi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she listened to the chatter around her. Xiao Muyu is with her baby? How come she didn't know about this? And along with a murmuring voice around him, Xiaoshi quickly walked into classroom 302. At a glance, she saw Feng Jing, who was sitting in the 3rd row. At this moment, the gazes of almost everyone in the classroom seemed to fall on Feng Jing. And, every now and then, the sound of girls swooning would ring out around them. "Everyone be quiet." From the podium, the professor looked at the classroom, which was already too crowded to sit in, with an obvious headache. If it was a normal day, he could be happy for a while if 30 people came to his cold elective class. But right now, he really didn't want any more people. The professor then glanced at Feng Jing before looking at Xiaoshi, who was standing in the doorway. "The classroom can't hold any more people, so would the student at the door please close the classroom door?" Several trainees looked toward the door when they heard the professor's voice. When the crowd saw Xiaoshi, they were all stunned. Then, a gasp rang out in the classroom. "How is she?" At once, countless gazes were directed at the girl who opened her mouth. "Ying, you know her? Who is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" The girl who had exclaimed sniffed and glanced at Xiaoshi before opening her mouth with a cold smile. "Come on, let me introduce you all. This is the freshman who almost hooked up with His Highness Fumiya, but flipped out this morning." Overturned? Isn't that so? When she seduced Fu Temple, she also hooked up with a little handsome guy. This morning, the little handsome guy came with Fu Dian to send her breakfast. The two just bumped into each other. Fu Dian saw that little handsome guy, did not say anything, directly turned around and walked away. The girl seemed to raise her volume on purpose, and everyone in the entire classroom could hear her clearly. When Feng Jing heard the girl's words, he couldn't help but raise his good-looking sword brows. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his decision to make breakfast for the woman in the morning when he happened to have nothing better to do was quite wise. However, just as this thought surfaced in Feng Jing's mind, a questioning voice suddenly rang out. "How is it possible? Fu Dian has come to the academy for a year, but during that time, many girls have chased after him, and he politely refused all of them. How can such an ordinary girl make Fu Dian take the initiative to send breakfast? Does it matter if you're ordinary or not these days? As long as they're not particularly ugly, and have a little heart and means, most boys have to fall under the stone skirts of such people. Say, isn't she a freshman? Why is she here?" After the last person's question rang out, a sudden silence fell over the classroom. Then, one gaze turned to Feng Jing. "No, it won't. She's just been dumped by Palace Fu, and she dares to fantasize about Palace Feng? Freshman skipping military training. If it's serious, you'll be expelled from the academy. What do you know? It's called giving up the child to catch the wolf." "That's right too. But I really admire this woman's courage. How dare she leave the playground in the middle of the day? What a death wish." Hearing the last person's words, many girls looked at Xiaoshi with a bit of unkindness on their faces. Although they believed that Feng Jing couldn't possibly look at this kind of green tea whore, They hated their teeth when they thought that this woman almost got together with Fu Luan and even broke Fu Luan's heart. Now that such a big handle on this woman had fallen into their hands, don't blame them for being ruthless. Freshman warped military training. Later on, no matter which instructor they told, she was bound to suffer. To gamble her future for a man who couldn't possibly even look her in the eye. This kind of woman. What a fool. That's not it. His Highness Fu Luan has already seen her true colors. Unless His Highness Feng Jing is blind to see her. The main thing is that Feng Palace has already had a name and a husband. We simply came over to admire the handsome man, but this woman obviously has an impure heart. If this is known by His Highness Xiaomuyu, the last person didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. If Xiaomuyu knew that Feng Jing was being missed, this woman was afraid that she would have to shed her skin even if she didn't die. As Xiaoshi listened to a voice full of sarcasm around her, the expression on her face did not show too obvious a change. She just slowly raised her feet and walked over to Feng Jing. The crowd in the classroom suddenly quieted down when they saw Xiaoshi's movements. Although many people felt that Xiaoshi came over to seduce Feng Jing, in their opinion, Xiaoshi should have first taken a look at Feng Jing from a distance, then used her heart to gain Feng Jing's sympathy or pity, and then slowly got closer to him afterwards. No one expected that Xiaoxia would go straight to Feng Jing's position as soon as she came up. At this time, in the entire classroom, only a few seats were vacant on the left and right side of Feng Jing. After Xiaoxia walked to Feng Jing's side, she sat down directly beside him. The ladies exploded almost simultaneously when they saw Xiaoshi's actions. She's, surprisingly, sitting next to Feng Jing. How dare she? A few extremely small exclamations of shock suddenly came out from the mouths of the classroom crowd of trainees. In the next moment, countless gazes filled with anger landed on Xiaoshi. Did she know that the reason why there were so many empty seats beside Feng Jing was because every time he appeared in the classroom, once someone sat beside him, he would simply walk away. It didn't matter that this woman had gotten herself killed. Now she was making their male god about to turn around and leave. They are going to kill this. However, just as the women seemed to have seen the image of Feng Jing whisking his sleeve away. Chapter 136, Too Sweet? 3. Unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Feng Jing did not turn around and leave. He just lightly glanced at Xiaoshi. Then, surprisingly, he withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to continue reading the book in front of him. The surrounding crowd froze at the same time when they saw Feng Jing's actions, although none of them wanted Feng Jing to leave. But normally Feng Jing was supposed to avoid that woman like a virus. Now this situation. How is it like he acquiesced to Xiaoshi sitting beside him? If I remember correctly, no girl has been able to appear within a meter of the sealed hall since the beginning of the school year. Right? Right. Even Her Highness Xiaomoyu, who is rumored to be with the Feng Palace already. I've never seen her appear within a meter of the Feng Palace. How did this woman do it? This kind of green tea isn't qualified to be treated differently by Feng Palace. It's probably because Feng Palace is in a good mood today. Any person can sit next to him. After the last person's words fell, all the girls around them nodded in understanding. Right. That must be it. Feng Palace wasn't being special to her. It was just being lazy with this heartthrob girl. Thinking about this, the gazes of almost all the girls in the classroom looking at Xiaoshi were a few points colder. But there was also a deep anger and jealousy hidden within that icy coldness. Not only did she almost hook up with Fu Luan, but she was also able to sit next to Feng Jing. What kind of luck did this woman have? No, they couldn't let her have such a bargain all to herself. However, just as a few girls hesitated to take a step closer to Feng Jing, the crowd saw Xiaoshi, surprisingly, slowly raised her hand and directly picked up the book in front of Feng Jing. At once, the faces of all the girls around them were breathing hard. She dared to touch the sealed palace's things? This is to see that there's nothing to do with you sitting beside the sealed palace, so you're starting to stomp on your nose? But does Seal Hall have a serious cleanliness problem? She's finished. One should know that a schoolgirl who had intentionally slammed into Feng Jing's arms earlier was directly thrown out of the classroom by him. The school flower will be treated like this by him. Then the ordinary-looking heartthrob woman in front of you. At that moment, in addition to the burning anger in the gaze of the surrounding crowd towards Xiaoshi, there was also a hint of sympathy and pity. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, time passed by, but Feng Jing didn't have the slightest intention of making a move against Xiaoshi. As for Xiaoshi, she actually flipped through the book she took from Feng Jing's front. She read a few lines before something felt wrong. She then closed the book and looked at the title on the cover. At that moment, she, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She hastily opened the first page and read the contents. Then the snappy description of the opening chapter, which went straight to the point, crashed in on her unexpectedly. After Xiaoshi finished reading a few paragraphs, her face looked at Feng Jing's handsome face with a somewhat strange expression. The overbearing president's hot petite wife? and at this moment, Feng Jing was likewise a bit confused. He came over in a hurry, but thinking that he was coming over for a class after all, he grabbed a couple of books that Moyen had left in his car. But what a mess of a book! Almost subconsciously, he raised his hand and snatched the hegemony novel from Xiaoshi's hand, before quickly placing it at the bottom of the stack of books. However, he had just put the book away when he realized that the topmost book in the pile just happened to say, President Daddy, marry one, get one free. Feng Jing. Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow and took the topmost book into her hands, her gaze promisingly looking at Feng Jing. You like this kind of book? Chapter 137, Too Sweet? 4. These books are not mine. Feng Jing tried to look still calm and collected, though he knew it would be a waste of time to say it. An effort to redeem his image was necessary. Xiaoxie just looked at Feng Jing with a light smile. That overlord content is good. Let's try it sometime. When Feng Jing heard this, his eyes, which had always been permeated with a chill like a work of art, abruptly lit up. In fact, the book The Overbearing President's Fiery Petite Wife he had been amenable to by a close friend beside him in his last life, and the other person had packed his bags and said that after he had read it, once he had learned the essence of the overbearing president, it would make Xiaoshi like him even more. At the time, he also substituted himself as a dominant president and later sauced and stuffed himself with his little petite wife, just never found the opportunity. But now that Xiaoshi has taken the initiative to mention it, it seems a bit unreasonable if he doesn't satisfy her. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was okay for Xiaoshi to misunderstand that the book was his. As for Moyen, who had littered the car with books, he was originally determined to drive him, but now it seemed that he could consider staying for observation first. However, at this moment Feng Jing never dreamed that by the time he practiced the plot of this book with Xiaoshi, the roles of the two were not quite the same as his mental expectations. At this moment, as the people in the classroom looked at Feng Jing and Xiaoshi, who were interacting extremely harmoniously, their faces all showed some bewilderment. What's this about? Feng Dian, isn't it true that he treats all girls as if they were strangers? If not for that, it wouldn't be the case that everyone in the entire academy felt that Feng Jing was special to Xiao Moyu. But, what's going on here? Not only did Feng Jing acquiesce to Xiaoshi's approach, he also answered her question? What was most unacceptable to them was that the woman even had to shamelessly try it out with Seal Palace, although they didn't know what they were going to try. Through the title of the book that Xiaoshi had uttered, they knew that it couldn't be anything innocent even if they didn't have to use their brains to think about it. At that thought, a hot woman stood straight up. Despite the fact that it was a class, her gaze was fixed on Xiaoshi, and her expression was cold as she warned. You stay away from the Seal Palace. The people beside her sniffed and hurriedly followed in agreement. Regardless of family background, or looks and temperament, none of them indicate that you and Feng Temple are not in the same world at all, so I advise you not to waste your efforts. Yes, you and Feng Dian are not in the same world at all. A man like Feng Dian is not something you can fantasize about. People like you should find a man at the bottom of the social ladder to marry and teach your children for the rest of your life, instead of fantasizing about an existence like the Sealed Palace that can't possibly belong to you at all. Xiaoshi slightly inclined her head, faintly looking at the angry and anxious looks of the crowd, and opened her mouth unhurriedly. He's not your boyfriend. Why are you acting like you're about to get green? We just can't tolerate a lowly woman like you defiling our male god. The girl with the hot body spoke again. Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow. Defile? If saying a word is considered defiling, then, saying that, she suddenly turned her head and kissed Feng Jing on his thin lips. Instantly, the entire classroom, at this moment, fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed to have been dealt a fatal blow at this moment. In the extremely quiet air, Xiaoshi slightly hooked her lips and looked at the surrounding crowd to open her mouth. If talking to him is considered defiling, what am I doing here now? Chapter 138, Too Sweet? 5. Boom. A simple sentence, but like a bomb, exploded in the minds of all the trainees in the class. They, surprisingly, watched the inviolable male god in their hearts, tarnished by such a, and, not only did this woman take advantage of the godlike existence in their hearts, but she also dared to demonstrate at them? How can there be such a shameless woman in this world? For a while, the gazes of all the surrounding girls looking at Xiaoshi were like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce Xiaoshi through. However, even though the crowd hated to break Xiaoshi into pieces right now, no one made a move, because they were waiting for Feng Jing to make a move. This dares to insult Feng Jing so much. They don't believe that Feng Jing doesn't even have the slightest indication. There is nothing more painful in this world than being hurt by someone you love. They didn't believe that this woman had already taken advantage of Feng Jing in the truest sense of the word, and Feng Jing could still be indifferent. However, next moment, when the crowd saw the change in Feng Jing's face, they were completely dumbfounded. Because, Under their gazes, Feng Jing's handsome face, which had always been slightly cold, was like ice melting, and actually revealed a slight smile. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Xiaoshi swept a glance at the surrounding crowd, without any hint of a joke in his expression. I just love the fact that you all are not in the same world as me in your hearts as men, so even if you have opinions, hold them back. From now on, if I hear one more word of useless nonsense coming out of anyone's mouth, get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. When Xiaoxi's words fell, a word involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the surrounding girls. Arrogant. This in front of them is too arrogant. But what qualifies a woman who comes from a small town and tries to move up the ladder by seducing all sorts of good men to say such things? You seek death. After a moment of silence, the girl with a hot figure who was a die-hard fan of Feng Jing suddenly rushed towards Xiaoshi. She wants to make this who dared to insult her male god understand what it means to regret. However, just as she was about to rush to Xiaoshi, Feng Jing, who was sitting beside Xiaoshi, suddenly picked up a book and flung it out. Pop! The book slapped hard directly on the girl who rushed past. Boo! After the girl was hit by the book, she actually flew straight backwards. After flying a full 3 or 4 meters, the girl's body slammed hard in front of the podium, frightening the old professor who was still somewhat outside the situation at this point to take a step back. However, the girl who fell to the ground looked like she didn't feel the pain. She just stared blankly at Feng Jing, her eyes filled with shock and dismay. Her man god, he struck out at her? He couldn't have been fooled by that already, could he? Meanwhile, the rest of the classroom was confused. Seal Hall, it can't be true that you're interested in that woman, right? After a few full breaths, a voice full of uncertainty came out from a girl's mouth. The girls around them suddenly fell silent at the words, although they didn't want to admit it. Whether it was Feng Jing's smile after being kissed by this woman, or his doting attitude towards this woman, it was tantamount to signaling he was different with this woman. Thinking of this, the faces of the surrounding crowd looking at Xiaoshi revealed jealousy and unwillingness in the true sense of the word for the first time. On what grounds? In terms of birth, looks, and strength, most of them sitting here were not a bit better than this woman. But spare me the trouble. They also thought that they were not worthy of the Feng Palace. This woman, what qualifications does she have to be with Feng Dian? After a few seconds of silence, the girl who had initially given the crowd the science of Fu Luan and Mo Yan giving Xiaoshi breakfast, suddenly stood out. Feng Dian, she was hooking up with Fu Dian and a handsome guy in the morning. Don't be fooled by this green tea whore. Almost at the instant her words fell, Xiaoshi suddenly raised her hand and flung out something. Pop! A crisp sound came out as a badge slammed into the girl's chest. Chapter 139 Dropping the Vest. Shocking the Academy. 1. The force carried on that badge caused the girl's body to hit the desk behind her hard. Boo! Because the force of the impact was too great. The desk that was nailed to the ground was directly planted to the ground. The crowd froze and looked at the girl who fell to the ground, almost simultaneously dumbfounded. It was only after a few breaths that the crowd slowly came back to their senses. At that moment, the gazes of all the trainees looking at Xiaoshi changed at the same time. One would need to be at least an intermediate warrior or above to be able to casually fling out something that could bring out such a great force, right? But how? In the entire Imperial City Academy, there were very few people who could reach intermediate level warrior before enrolling. Moreover, this extremely rare existence was invariably from a large family. Isn't the woman in front of you from a small town who can only afford to go to school with a grant? How could she be so talented and strong? This is, without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, a voice filled with shock suddenly came out. At once, all the gazes around them fell on the girl who opened her mouth, only to see that the girl was squeezing a tiny badge in her small, trembling hands. The pattern on that badge was the very logo of the Imperial City Academy. The moment they saw the badge, deep disbelief also appeared on the faces of the surrounding crowd. Dean's badge? In the next moment, the eyes of the crowd that looked at Xiaoshi again changed completely. Everyone in the entire academy knew it. The person holding the dean's badge has power equal to that of the dean. In this woman's hand, why does she have the dean's badge? Under the surrounding crowd's shocked and dismayed gazes, Xiaoshi glanced at the hot girl who had fallen in front of the podium before her gaze landed on the girl who had been smashed to the ground by the badge, and faintly opened her mouth. I just said that anyone who says one more word of nonsense to me will get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. Now, you can go back and pack your things and get ready to leave. At this moment, the girl with the hot figure, who had just regained her senses from the frustration of her male god beating herself up for another woman, heard Xiaoshi's words. At once, her mind was completely confused. The girl who had been slammed to the ground by the badge, who had originally wanted to snap at Xiaoshi, was similarly dumbfounded after hearing Xiaoshi's words. When the atmosphere in the classroom gradually fell into stagnation, the old professor on the podium finally couldn't help but speak. It's class time. so those of you who are here to observe, if you have something to do, go outside and work it out. Xiaoshi sniffed and nodded somewhat apologetically to the old professor. Afterwards, she pulled out the overbearing president's fiery stepford wife that had been placed under a stack of books by Feng Jing with one hand, and with the other hand, she held Feng Jing, while then walked directly to the outside of the classroom. The surrounding crowd stared blankly at the two men holding hands as they walked towards the outside of the classroom, their faces still somewhat uncertain. Normally, as long as Shashi wasn't stupid, it would be impossible to forge or steal the dean's badge. After all, this kind of thing is bound to reach the dean's ears, and once the dean pursues the matter, the least he can do is get dropped from the program. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, there was only one possibility as to why Xiaoshi dared to hold the dean's badge and flaunt it. It's this badge that dean gave her. But what is the virtue of this woman from a small place that she can be granted something so important by the dean? Under the extremely strong doubt in their hearts and jealousy towards Xiaoshi, almost all of the girls in the classroom got up and followed them out. After the crowd had all left, the two girls who had fallen to the ground slowly climbed to their feet, and then the hot girl took a deep breath and said to the girl who had been hit by the badge, "Go to the playground." Regardless of whether Shashi's badge was real or fake, her current status was a cadet, and as long as she is a cadet, she is subject to the rules of the academy. It is a big no-no to interrupt military training to leave the playground during military training. As long as they told the instructor about this, even if Xiaoshi wouldn't be expelled from school, she definitely wouldn't have any good consequences. When the time comes, they'll go back to the dean and have him take her dean's badge and they'll be fine. The two girls then held each other up and walked as fast as they could to the playground. However, when the two saw the scene on the playground, they were violently frozen in place, only to see that at this moment, except for one of the classes, all the other classes, nearly 900 people were running wildly on the playground. Of these, the 9 men in instructor's garb ran the hardest. This class of instructors, are they all this desperate? But the two froze for just a moment. Soon they were heading straight for the only remaining panther who wasn't running. After walking up to the panther, the hot girl opened the door. "Instructor, what is the punishment for a freshman who terminates military training and leaves the playground in order to hook up with a member of the opposite sex?" The Black Panther was first stunned for a moment when he heard the two men ask, because he subconsciously thought that the item of hitting on the opposite sex could not possibly appear in Xiaoshi. He asked directly, "Punishment? Does such a person need to be punished? Imperial City Academy doesn't need this kind of trash. Just tell him to get lost." Chapter 140, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 2. When the two girls heard Panther's words, a flash of joy flashed across their faces. Originally, they thought that the instructor would at least ask a few questions and then punish them according to the severity of the situation. Firing Shashi was the best they could expect in their minds, even if they thought it was more likely to be a demerit. But now that they had heard this from the Black Panther, their bottom line was suddenly full. Just as they were trying to pull the Black Panther over to find Xiaoshi, the rest of the fiery girl's eyes suddenly noticed the crowd coming from the direction of the teaching area. When she saw Xiaoshi at the very front of the crowd, she suddenly had the feeling that God was helping her today. In the next moment, she hastily raised her hand and pointed at Xiaoshi, who was holding Feng Jing as he walked slowly, and opened her mouth to the Black Panther. "Instructor, it's the girl at the front of the line." Panther sniffed and immediately looked in the direction of the girl's finger. When his line of sight landed on Xiaoshi's figure, his entire body suddenly froze in place. No, not about a cadet who left the playground to seduce the opposite sex. This demoness, capable of such things as seducing the opposite sex? He wouldn't dare to dream in that direction even if he did. However, as Black Panther thought of this, his eyes suddenly fell on the hands that Xiaoshi and Feng Jing were holding together. Boom! At that moment, his entire body was struck by lightning. The image in front of him was tantamount to telling him, the demoness they've been watching in their hearts has found a boyfriend. The demoness has a man, but he, still, is a female bachelor. Is he hopeless? And just as Black Panther received a double blow, the eyes of many people in Class 6 landed on Feng Jing. The boy at the front is so handsome. I'll go. Handsomer than even the most handsome freshman I think is on TV. Seeing such a handsome guy makes me feel like all the hard work I put in to get into God City Academy was worth it. Because the military training were all freshmen. The vast majority of them had never heard of Feng Temple's great name. So when the crowd saw Feng Jing, they all just assumed that this was just a handsome guy from the Imperial City Academy. Soon, the crowd looked at the hands that Feng Jing and Xiaoshi had held together. He's holding that Natsuki's hand. The two of them can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? The crowd was suddenly silent. Soon, however, a cautious voice came out. Also, possible siblings? Others around? God's siblings. Whose siblings hold each other by the 10 fingers? Besides, Didn't you see the light that seemed to be in that man's eyes when he looked at Xiaoshi? It's clearly a matter of loving someone enough to show light. As some of the girls thought about this, they couldn't help but look at Xiaoshi with faces full of envy. Not only was she exceptionally strong, but she was also loved by such a man. This woman was too happy, wasn't she? Instructor, is it okay to say what you just told me to her again later? The hot girl looked at the Black Panther, who seemed to be a bit out of it, and hurriedly asked cautiously. Black Panther sniffed and snapped back to his senses. He then looked at the hot girl with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth. Say it again? Say what? The hot girl froze. For some reason, at this moment, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. But without waiting for the two to return to their senses, Xiaoshi had already stopped not far away. She looked at the two girls and frowned slightly. Did you not hear what I said before? The girl who had been knocked down by Xiaoxiebaj earlier sniffed and rushed over. She looked at Xiaoshi with a sneer, her face overflowing with gloating. No matter what badge you have on your hand, your status is just that of a cadet. As a cadet, you didn't obey the instructor's order to do well during military training, but ran all over the campus, causing an extremely bad impact on the entire Imperial City Academy. The instructor has just said that you can just get the hell out of the academy for privately suspending military training and leaving the academy playground. Chapter 141, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 3. Panther who tried to stop but failed to stop the girl talking. I didn't. Not me. Don't be ridiculous. Seeing this, the faces of all the trainees in Class 6 looked at Black Panther with an expression of self-seeking. Just based on the strong stance this woman showed in their Black Panther instructor, it was no surprise that their Black Panther instructor, who could be called the most wimpy Black Panther instructor in history, would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Unusually, the crowd of female trainees following Xiaoshi and Fengjing had their eyes light up when they heard the girl's words. They told me this woman would never get away with leaving the playground unattended. Now it seemed that this woman who was so arrogant that she was on the verge of going to heaven was really going to have bad luck. Thinking of this, the crowd all looked over at the Black Panther, and the eyes were full of anticipation. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Black Panther's face steeply sank. He immediately turned his head to look at the girl with a haughty face and questioned in a chilling tone. When have you ever heard me say such a thing? The girl's face plummeted at her words. With that, she spoke coldly. It wasn't you who just said. She didn't say anything further, but instead hurriedly turned her head to look at the crowd of Class 6 trainees on the side. You all heard what your instructor just said about how cadets who leave the playground in private should be told to get the hell out of the academy, didn't you? However, the response to her was a silence. Almost everyone in Class 6 lowered their heads at the same time, without the slightest intention of opening their mouths to say anything. Kidding aside, unless they didn't want to live anymore, they wouldn't have any good fruit to eat no matter if they offended the Black Panther or Xiaoshi. It's not worth it to offend these two for such a woman. The girl saw the look of the Class 6 crowd and had no reason to feel a pang of panic. She then turned her head back to the Panther. You just clearly said, without waiting for her to continue. Panther spoke directly and interrupted. You told me she left the playground privately in order to seduce the opposite sex. So tell me, which opposite sex did she seduce? The girl sniffed and panicked even more. Still, she spoke back. The Fengtian she seduced was the boy she was holding hands with. Black Panther's face turned a few degrees colder at his words. Where's the evidence? The girls had noticed the Panther's attitude was off. But for now, all she could do was try her best to explain. Not long after Seal Hall had just sat down in the classroom, she left the playground and appeared in the classroom where Seal Hall was, and everyone in the entire classroom saw what nasty things she did in the classroom. The students behind them are witnesses. Panther sniffed and suddenly laughed. He then looked at the girls and spoke righteously. First, Natsu left the playground with me on leave. She didn't terminate her training privately. Secondly, the evidence you're talking about is just normal interaction between couples in my opinion, and doesn't constitute so-called seduction. Lastly, if you dare to slander your classmates, I will report it to the academy truthfully and let the academy dispose of you according to the rules. The moment Black Panther's words fell, a sudden and precipitous silence fell. The girl with the hot body and the girl who was knocked down by the badge were dumbfounded at the same time. Obviously, that's not what the instructor said when they first came over. He clearly said that Xiaoshi should just get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. How is it that as soon as Xiaoshi appeared, he not only flatly denied what he had said, but started targeting them instead? The crowd behind Xiaoshi and Fengjing who were expecting to see Xiaoshi's downfall were likewise a bit confused. No, shouldn't it be Xiaoshi, who had left the playground in private, who was subject to the academy's rules? How come it's suddenly the girl who reported Natsuki who's going to be disposed of? That's a quick plot twist, isn't it? Gradually, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiaoshi gradually revealed the slightest hint of dissimilarity. Why did they feel that this Black Panther instructor was harboring her? no matter how they looked at it? Not only did she have the dean's badge, but even the military training instructors were extremely special to her. Who is this woman? And just as the crowd was getting more and more puzzled in their minds, the hearts of the two girls who had initially come over were already close to despair. Xia had already told them that she was going to expel them from the Imperial City Academy, and these instructors were their last hope. But now, and just as the two were getting more and more frightened, the military training instructors who had been running for 2 hours simultaneously collapsed on the ground not far away. When the hot girl saw this, a bright aura abruptly flashed in her eyes. She barely hesitated for a second, and instantly rushed over to the instructors as fast as she could. After stopping, her gaze slowly swept over the crowd of instructors, finally landing on Xia Shiqian, who seemed to be in the best shape. This instructor. I would like to ask if it is a violation of the rules during cadet military training for a cadet to take a leave of absence to go to the teaching area to fall in love in the middle of military training? Xia Shiqian just gasped and didn't even look at her. Directly ignored. The hot girl's face froze. She then quickly walked over to Xia Shiqian's side and squatted down, before opening her mouth in a voice that only the two could hear. 100,000. Instructor, you answer me this question. I'll give you 100,000 Xiagua coins. Xia Shiqian sniffed, and only then did he incline his head to look at her. While he wasn't short of the $100, 000, why wouldn't he take the money he could get for answering a question? First of all, there is no possibility of taking time off during military training unless there is a medical problem and it has been confirmed by a doctor within the academy. If you really dare to pretend you have a health problem, take time off to fall in love. Speaking here, Xia Shiqian suddenly turned her words around and looked at the hot girl suspiciously. There are still such trash in Imperial City Academy? Almost at the instant when Xia Shiqian's words fell, a pair of black higher leather boots suddenly stopped beside him. Chapter 142, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 4. The moment she saw these boots, Xia Shiqian's face steeply stiffened. Then, almost subconsciously, he rolled over and rose from the ground, and the several instructors lying beside him gasping for breath all looked flabbergasted and quickly rolled and stood up. Then, several people simultaneously stood up straight and looked at Xia Shi, who appeared in front of them alone, with a terrified expression. Without waiting for the crowd of instructors to return to their senses from the shock of Xia Shi's sudden appearance, Black Panther hurriedly took 2 steps forward and looked at Xia Shiqian. Instructor Xia, who did you just call trash? Because of his excitement, a slight tremor actually appeared in his voice. He was really scared when he just finished saying bad things about Shushi. Even he felt that even though he changed his mind immediately after saying it, he still might be finished. But, and now out comes one who is even more capable of death than he is. With this one in front of him, what's he afraid of? What's he afraid of? If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Shi was just to the side, at this moment, the Black Panther would already be looking up to the sky and laughing a few times to show his admiration for the warrior Xia Shiqian. Xia Shiqian felt a bit off when she saw the Black Panther's expression. Soon, though, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. The loser that this female cadet said went off to fall in love in the middle of military training is a cadet from your class? Panther froze. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth twitched madly. Waste of time going to a relationship midway through. Originally, he was worried that Xia Shiqian hadn't pulled enough hate in front of Xia Shi, and that he would still be missed by Xia Shi. But now, he was completely free from worrying about himself. However, he was a little afraid that Xia Shiqian would lose her life. With that, Black Panther carefully glanced at Xia Shi. Upon seeing Xia Shi's already cold and sunken face, he felt that as a captain and out of humanitarianism, he shouldn't see death. Thinking of this, he looked at Xia Shiqian and hesitantly opened his mouth. Instructor Xia, isn't the word waste used a little too heavily? Xia Shiqian suddenly laughed at his words. That punk is really from your class? Black Panther, why did he feel like he'd done him a favor? But there was nothing he could do about it when it came down to it. He sighed, and then took a few steps forward and patted Xia Shiqian's shoulder, giving Xia Shiqian a brother you take care look, and then quickly retreated to the side. Xia Shiqian looked at the Black Panther's movements that were afraid of being affected, and became even more uncertain. However, without waiting for him to wonder how, Xia Shi's indifferent water-like gaze suddenly landed on him. What kind of crap did you just call me? Boom! The moment Xia Xi's words fell, his brain stopped functioning almost instantly. Under the extreme fear, he felt like his breathing was going to stop. No, you can't, can you? The freshman that the female cadet said left the playground in the middle of military training to fall in love couldn't possibly be the demoness in front of her, could it? After all, he hadn't even thought that a female demon could fall in love. Besides, even in his dreams, he wouldn't dare to think that there were men who weren't afraid of death to the point that they dared to be with a female demon. But he knew this wasn't the time to think about that. With a strong desire to survive, He hastily straightened his back and spoke righteously. Hello Xia. Just now, I said that anyone who gets hospitalized in the middle of military training is trash. Those who still have the strength to fall in love during military training are bound to do great things in the future. The crowd of trainees who were watching around them. What is it with them feeling like there's a plea for life in that statement? Moreover, at this moment, they suddenly became deeply skeptical about the modesty of the instructors. Meanwhile, the two girls who had been ordered to drop out of school by Natsuki were completely desperate. They really never dreamed that these instructors would turn out like this after seeing Xiaoshi. They're instructors. How can you be afraid of a cadet? However, without waiting for the two to fully accept the facts in front of them, an icy voice suddenly came from a short distance away. Instructor Xia, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to turn black and white for such a woman. The crowd followed the sound and saw Injin walking slowly over. When the two hot girls saw Injin, who was notoriously not to be messed with within the academy, a flash of hope appeared on their faces. Anzan clearly doesn't get along with Xiaoshi. They, perhaps, still had hope of staying at the Imperial City Academy. Xiaoshi had originally been a little annoyed by the two girls, and at this time, seeing Injin, who had popped out again, her face finally turned completely cold. Get out of my face in 3 seconds, or I'll make sure you don't get out of here unscathed. Chapter 143, Dropping the Vest. Shocking the Academy. 5. Anzan was first stunned when he heard Xiaoshi's words. The next moment, she suddenly smiled. What? Worried that I'm going to poke holes in the unseen relationship between you and Instructor Xia, so you're annoyed? Hearing Anzai's words, Xiaoshi didn't say anything, but just walked slowly towards her. And Dai watched as Xiaoshi got closer and closer to herself, and clearly felt a heavy sense of oppression invade her. At that moment, she couldn't control the slightest bit of fear that arose in her heart. But then, when she thought that the one in front of her was nothing more than a bumpkin from a small town, her heart suddenly gained some strength. She hastily took out her cell phone and tapped on the video that she thought could be considered evidence. After aiming the video page at Natsuki, she chortled in a cold voice. Stop right there, or I'll show you what regret means. Xia slowly hooked her lips, but didn't half stop. When Endai saw that Xiaoshi really wasn't afraid to die, her heart couldn't control the burning anger. You made me. After saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and clicked on the video. However, the moment she raised her hand, Xiaoshi had already walked in front of her. She raised her foot straight up and suddenly kicked her hard in the stomach. Ah! Under the intense pain coming from her abdomen, Anzan couldn't control her scream. Under that tremendous force, her body directly flew backwards 3 or 4 meters, and as she flew out, her cell phone came out of her hand. Boo! Click! Click! The muffled sound of a body smashing into the ground came out at the same time, and the sound of several bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. At once, a steep silence fell around them. At this moment, almost everyone was holding their breath. Many people's eyes that looked at Xiaoshi revealed fear that looked like it could condense into substance. Anzan just stood up and said ah. This woman actually didn't even let Anzan finish her sentence and directly shut the other party up with her actions. Among the crowd, some of the trainees who had said bad things about Xiaoshi before were all in a state of scalp numbness at this moment. They suddenly had a feeling that Xiaoshi had ignored them before, probably because she was in a good mood when she saw Fengjing and was too lazy to bother with them. Otherwise, at this time, and Dai, may be their downfall. The two hot girls, on the other hand, almost instinctively took a few steps back in the direction away from Natsuki. They didn't expect that Xiaoshi would dare to directly make a move on Injan under the watchful eyes of so many instructors. Then, Xiaoshi slightly inclined her head and looked at the surrounding crowd to open her mouth. I said I don't want to hear any bull ********, whether it's from those who heard me say this before or those who didn't, and anyone who dares to come jumping in front of me again. Saying that, she slowly raised her hand and pointed at Injin who was wailing in pain on the ground. Who is your forebear? Xiaoxia's voice wasn't heavy, but it was like a heavy hammer that struck the crowd hard in the head. Almost everyone around, all of them didn't even dare to come out of the atmosphere. At the moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. This woman. She's horrible. Sister Chu Yao. Right here. Suddenly, two figures came over from the distance. One of them was none other than Yang Xin, who had been taught a lesson by Tang Xin in the morning, and the one who followed Yang Xin was the granddaughter of the dean, and also Chu Yao, who had previously had 3 of her teeth smoked out by Xiaoshi. Yang Xin first froze for a moment when she saw Anzan's miserable state. Afterwards, the two of them hurriedly ran quickly and squatted down beside Injin, with a worried face. Anzan, how are you? At this time, Anzan had already slowed down a bit from the intense pain. Only she had broken at least 5 ribs and was too overwhelmed to sit up with the 2 men's assistants. She took a few deep breaths and tried desperately to force herself to speak through the excruciating pain. She seduced the instructors, causing all of them to let her run amok in the academy. And I have evidence in my cell phone that Xia Shiqing favors her. Saying that, she raised her eyes to Chu Yao, who froze in place because she saw Xia Shi's body. Chu Yao, as a director of the academy, you must not let this behavior go. Chapter 144, Dropping the Vest. Shocking the academy. 6. Chu Yao opened her mouth at that, but she didn't know what to say. She simply heard that her favorite Fengjing was here, so she came over. If she knew that Xia Shi was also there, she wouldn't have come over no matter what. After all, the 3 teeth she'd had knocked out by Shashi had only just been implanted, and she didn't want to lose a few more. And her grandfather had said that this was an existence that he couldn't even mess with. Even if she hated Xia Shi, she wouldn't dare to go against her. However, Yang Xian did not notice Chu Yao's abnormality. She hurriedly turned her head to look around after hearing Anzan's words. Soon, she suddenly stood up, and then walked quickly to a short distance away, picking up the cell phone on the ground. She did not directly open her cell phone, but looked at Xia Shi with a cold smile and opened her mouth, daring to seduce an instructor in the middle of military training. How dare you? Xia didn't even look at her and directly turned her head to look at Black Panther and several other instructors. All those who are here to talk nonsense to me are thrown out of the Imperial City Academy and are forever disqualified from re-entering the academy. Yang Xian suddenly sneered at his words. We can't enter the academy just because you say we're not allowed to? Who do you think you are? The instructors of the Imperial City Academy are also something you can use at will? However, the instant her words fell, an iron pincer-like palm suddenly grabbed her arm. Under that tremendous force, a sharp pain came from her wrist. However, she was no match at all for the panther who had struck out at her, and could only allow the panther to choke her wrists. Soon, several more screams rang out. The hot girls, the girls knocked out by the badge, Anzan, Yang Xian, all of them were restricted in their ability to move. And Yang Xian, who had just been clamoring with Xia Shi, was equally confused. Aren't you instructors? This is just a cadet. Why are you guys listening to her? Pop. The moment Yang Xian's words fell, a crisp slap sounded abruptly. When Yang Xian turned her head back, a stream of bright red blood instantly slid down from the corner of her mouth. She stiffened a little and looked back to see Shashi slowly lowering the hand that had been pumping her, and the gaze that Xia Shi was looking at her at that moment sent a chill down her spine. Chu Yao subconsciously took a few steps back at the sight, not daring to say a word. The surrounding trainees who knew Chu Yao were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they saw her actions. Is this the same Missy who was so unbeatable as the dean's granddaughter? Is she afraid of Natsuki? What's so special about Natsuki? Why are so many people afraid of her? And just as the air around them grew quieter and quieter, Beicheng of class 6, who swore that he would definitely enter the 100 and vow to make Xia Shi look good, quickly approached pushing the dean's wheelchair. Dean, it's this woman who's been causing trouble in the academy. This woman is a scourge. If she is not expelled according to the rules of the institution, Imperial City Academy will be in chaos. The crowd heard the sound and immediately looked over. When the crowd saw the dean in the wheelchair, there was a strong respect on their faces. At the same time, many of the trainees turned their heads to look over at Xia Shi. Although no one dared to open their mouths and say anything about Xia Shi at this moment, it did not affect their judgment that Xia Shi was about to be expelled from the Imperial City Academy. After all, even if Xia Shi had used some special means to gain the instructor's support, she was after all a trainee. Being a cadet who assaulted a fellow student in public and in an extremely egregious manner, the cadet should be expelled from the program according to the academy's rules. As long as Xia Shi's status was still that of a cadet, even the dean couldn't break the academy's rules to bail her out. However, just when the crowd thought that the dean was going to be furious because of Beicheng's words, he turned his head to look at Beicheng, but his brows suddenly furrowed. Then, the words that came out of his mouth made all the trainees around him feel like their worldview was about to collapse. Chapter 145, Dropping the Vest. Shocking the Academy. 7. I think everyone knows I'm retiring soon. Now, I can tell you for the record that the acting dean who has come to replace me has arrived at the academy and has penetrated among you to learn the basics of the academy. Saying that, the dean smiled and turned his head to look at Xia Shi, then spoke. Now, let me introduce to you. This is Dean Xia, who will soon take my place. Boom! After the dean's words fell, a long silence fell around him. At this moment, everyone all felt an extreme sense of unreality. No, wasn't it said that Xia Shi was just a bumpkin who had gotten into the Imperial City Academy from a small remote town? Wasn't it said that she needed to be on a grant to be able to afford to go to school? Wasn't she said to be an extremely scheming green tea whore trying to get ahead on men? Now, how did the dean suddenly say that she was the acting dean who had come to the academy to take his place? Moreover, Shouldn't a character who could sit in such a position as acting dean of God City Academy be a mature and stable senior member of the War Department over 30 years of age? How did it become a girl who was younger than most of the cadets they had here? Old dean, sure you're not teasing them? However, without waiting for the crowd to regain their senses from the news that was close to shattering their worldviews, Xiaoshi frowned as she looked at the instructors who were controlling the 5 girls and spoke again. Throw the man out. When the 5 instructors heard Xiaoshi's indifferent voice, they subconsciously said, yes. Almost simultaneously, the 5 people whose bodies were being controlled felt the increased force on their wrists almost simultaneously. Under the intense pain, the 5 people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Anze's face was already extremely pale because of the 5 or 6 ribs that were broken by Xiaoshi. However, under the strong hatred and unwillingness, her mind was instead shocked by this hatred and became more clear. Her eyes looked straight at Natsuki and she spoke through clenched teeth. How did something like you become acting dean? Let go of me. I'm going to get a statement from the War Ministry. Natsuki frowned. Afterward, she flexed her fingers and a silver needle suddenly passed through the air and pierced into an acupuncture point on Injun's neck. At the same time, Xiaoshi's voice that was so cool that it didn't carry the slightest bit of emotion reached the ears of the crowd. Since you can't talk, you don't even have to talk in the future. Anzan's eyes snapped open at his words. She subconsciously tried to say something else. However, all the words that came out of her mouth turned into sounds. Yang Xian and the 4 of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw Anjun's miserable condition. From Anzan's state and Xiaoshi's words, it wasn't hard for them to guess that Anzan had become a mute. Realizing this horrifying fact, the 4 no longer dared to utter half a word of nonsense to Xiaoshi. As they were dragged towards the academy's gate by the instructors, endless regrets surged like a tidal wave in the hearts of several people. If they hadn't offended Xiaoshi, they would have been able to walk through the Imperial City Academy until graduation unharmed. And after graduation, each of them has a bright future ahead of them. But now, nope, all gone. Their futures are ruined. Even, they don't dare to think at all what horrible consequences they will suffer when they return to the family. Around Xiaoshi, the crowd froze and looked at the backs of the 5 people. And then the looks they gave to Xiaoshi were all complicated to the extreme. How do they feel? So unreal with a female acting dean so young in age? Meanwhile, Ji Sheng, who had pushed the dean to come, had stiffened his entire body into a stone statue. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Xiaoshi was as if he had seen a ghost. Soon enough, Shushi's gaze fell on him. She spoke faintly. Roll out of the academy on your own accord. Or do I have someone help you? Chapter 146, Dropping the Vest. Shocking the Academy. 8. Jisheng couldn't control the clenching of his fists at his words. He spoke with his eyes fixed on Xiaoshi. Do you know what kind of existence you have offended? The headmaster of the Imperial City Academy was, at most, an intermediate-level warrior. He, on the other hand, was confident that he would be one of the members of the 100. When the time comes, he will be the senior commander of 10,000 people. At that time, he had every right to return to the Imperial City Academy to admonish the subordinate who was the acting head of the Imperial City Academy. However, the moment his words fell, he suddenly felt his neck tighten, and steeped in a heavy sense of suffocation. At the same time, a voice so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze his soul entered his ears. What kind of being have I offended? And, the moment he heard Xiaoxi's voice, Ji Sheng's body shook uncontrollably. At this moment, he actually didn't dare to answer Xiaoshi's question. Stupid. After saying that, Xiaoshi suddenly raised her hand and directly threw the person out. Boo! Ji Sheng's body slammed hard into the ground 5 meters away, instantly raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Xiaoshi fatally swept a glance at Ji Sheng before turning her head to look at the surrounding crowd. Does anyone else have anything to say? The crowd of trainees surrounding them almost subconsciously shook their heads when they heard Xiaoshi's question. Xiaoshi's expression plummeted when she saw this. Then why don't you go and train? The crowd scattered almost simultaneously at the words, returning to where their classes had been before and quickly listing themselves in a neat line. After the old dean saw that there were no more people around, he then carefully looked at Xiaoshi Dao. Dean Xia, many of the first-class families in Imperial City have organized an event regarding the recommended spots for the 100-person corps, and I think that with your talent and strength, you have every chance of entering that 100-person corps. Do you want to go and take a look? He hadn't followed Xiaoshi to the special training location before, and likewise wasn't qualified to appear at the banquet hosted by Lin Juanan, and didn't know that Xiaoshi had the qualifications to decide on the 100-member troops selection quota, not to mention the fact that Xiaoshi is the new 4th great chief of the Xia kingdom. He just simply felt that Xiaoshi had the qualifications to enter the 100th man group, so I'm afraid it would be a bit of a shame if he didn't give it a try. Most importantly, if Xiaoshi obtained a test slot because of his introduction, and then successfully entered the 100th man group, Wouldn't he have the hope of getting rid of his wheelchair early? Xiaoshi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she heard the old dean's words. Look, a clan wants to sell places? The old dean shook his head. It's not exactly a sale. Knight, I'll take you there. You'll know when you go. Shashi nodded. Good. She was a little curious about which clans would be able to make a whole thing about the 100th Legion quota. I just don't have much to do in the evening, so it wouldn't hurt to check it out. From time to time over the next morning, the playground would resound with the wailing of coaches. Of these, the summertime tilt is the most popular, with the Black Panther being second. The instructors had admonished themselves countless times in their hearts when they saw the miserable state of the two. Absolutely cannot offend the female devil. Cough cough. Absolutely cannot offend the summer chief. It's a consequence they really can't afford. And in the midst of Xia Shiqian's and Black Panther's wailing, the time finally came to the noon break. As the instructors and trainees dragged their bodies, which were so exhausted that they could collapse at any time, Xia Shi walked up to Feng Jing, who had been quietly looking at her all morning as if she was the only one in the entire world. Baby, let's go. Feng Jing was slightly stunned, the slightest hint of doubt showing in those near-perfect eyes. Where to? Xia Shi raised his hand and raised the book in his hand, smiling with a somewhat evil and meaningful smile. Find a quiet place and try the overbearing president and her hot little petite wife. Chapter 147, The Great Chieftain's Best. Exposed. 1. Feng Jing was first stunned at his words. In the next moment, his eyes that were originally overflowing with laughter clearly brightened a few points. Go! Afterwards, he took Xia Shi's hand with almost lightning speed, and then quickly lifted his foot towards the place where basically no one would set foot within the entire academy right now. Xia Shi raised an eyebrow at this, and the eyes that were looking at Feng Jing gradually revealed the slightest hint of a meaningful smile. A few moments later, the figures of the two Xia Shi appeared in front of the Hall of Collections next to the dean's office. After Feng Jing led Xia Shi to the door of the large hall, he barely hesitated and directly pushed open the door. Squeak! As the door to the hall opened, the entire hall was suddenly illuminated. Boo! After the two of them entered, the gate suddenly closed from the inside, directly isolating the trainees who had followed them from the gate of the hall. And just as the door to the temple closed, Xia Shi suddenly turned around. At the same time, she directly raised her hand and pressed it against the side of Feng Jing's ear, forming an extremely standard wall drop position. Feng Jing was slightly stunned. Why did he feel that something was wrong with the situation? However, without waiting for him to figure out what was wrong, Xia Shi suddenly moved closer. The corner of her lips hooked up in a thin, cool smile. Then, her indifferent and restrained voice reached Feng Jing's ears. Seducing me so deliberately? Tell me, what is your purpose? Feng Jing? Xia Shi looked at Feng Jing's slightly dazed and handsome face, and she couldn't control a light smile that flashed across her eyes. However, the look on her face was a few degrees colder. No? Going to play a trick on me by saying no? Or, are you going to say you simply like me for who I am? Hearing this, Feng Jing finally understood the general situation. Is he, directly subbed into the role of the little Stepford wife? However, he only froze for a moment, but did not rush to resist. The corner of his lips instead hooked up a bewildering evil smile. What do I want? I said you give? Natsuki frowned at his words. Immediately afterward, a faint trace of contempt and disdain appeared on her face. You're nothing more than an insignificant man to me. Not enough to make a deal with me with impunity. As she said that, her gaze lingered on Feng Jing's handsome face for a while before she lightly opened her lips. 100. I'll buy you a night. The seductive smile at the corner of Feng Jing's mouth abruptly froze. 100? How did this woman put that number in a patronizing tone? And on top of that, he's, only worth $100? Xia Shi knew Feng Jing was not happy when she saw his face. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes, but she begrudgingly added, 101. Feng Jing, what do you do when you want to hit someone? 102. No more. I don't like materialistic men. Feng Jing's face completely sank when he heard this, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, Natsuki suddenly raised her hand and choked his jaw, and then he felt a cool, warm touch on his lips. He subconsciously closed his eyes and almost instinctively began to respond. Soon, he felt a small hand touch his waist, and his movements were clearly beginning to be unfaithful. He couldn't control the struggle in his mind. After all, he felt 102 was a bit low anyhow, but the next moment this thought appeared. It was made to disappear by the movements of Xia Shixiao's hands, and between intentions, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Forget it. 102 is 102. It's still a positive number anyhow. However, just as the two were about to get to the point, the temperature of the air around them suddenly began to drop drastically. The entire Hall of Collections is a hollow design, surrounded by a circle of golden staircases that rotate up to the top of the main hall. As the temperature lowered, a snowflake so pure white that it didn't have the slightest impurity drifted down from the top of the great hall. Xiaxia's movements abruptly lurched when she sensed something wrong around her. She suddenly looked up to the top of the great hall, and a flash of disturbed, chilling killing intent flashed steeply in her eyes. Without any nonsense, she suddenly raised her hand. Then, a dark brown Earth star card suddenly appeared at her fingertips. Between the slow rotation of the star plate, an extremely thick and heavy aura steeply spread out within the great hall. All of a sudden, the snowflakes that were falling down actually began to melt and disappear in midair. Suddenly, an unusually pleasant male voice came down from the top of the great hall. Next, ta-da, ta-da, a footstep sounded. Judging by the sounds that were getting clearer, the person on the stairs was moving down the stairs without slowing down. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of the two Xiashi. When Xiashi saw the visitor, her eyes couldn't help but flash through a faint flash of surprise. Chapter 148, Great Chief Vest. Exposed. 3. A moment later, a young man dressed in pure white robes appeared in front of Xiashi. The teenager was probably in his early to mid-20s, and his short, fine, silver white hair had a holy aura under the light from the overhead lights, and underneath that short silver hair, his face was exquisite like the finest white porcelain. However, the combination of his delicate to the extreme features actually revealed an extreme charm. It was as if he crooked his finger at someone, they would be willing to fall on their knees before him and offer themselves to him. This, a paradoxical combination of demonic and holy. If it was usual, Xiashi might still have the heart to admire at the teenager. But at this moment, she, who had just straightened her clothes, looked at the teenager with a face that looked as if it wanted to kill. Tell me how you want to die. Xiaxia's voice was not heavy, but there was no hint of a joke between the words. The teenager looked at Xiashi, and a slightly arrogant smile appeared in his unadulterated eyes. You're lucky. If you had come a little earlier, I might not have been able to look at you. You just happened to come by when I was already on the verge of getting bored with this place. So congratulations on the honor of being my partner. Make a contract with me and I'll help you become a powerhouse at the top of the heap. Xiashi suddenly sneered at his words. Partner? You, I'm afraid, are not qualified for that. After saying that, Xiaxi's face suddenly turned cold, while her small hand moved once again. At that moment, an emerald green wood star card suddenly appeared next to the Earth star card. The teenager couldn't help but raise his eyebrows lightly at the sight. 2 star cards? But then, he still shook his head. People from your world, even if you have 2 star cards, you can't use them together. They're not very useful. Almost as soon as his words fell, the 2 star cards wood and earth were slowly pasted together. A bright aura flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the two actually fused into one. When the teenager saw the scene in front of him, a wave suddenly rippled through those clear eyes. Star brand fusion? Those who were able to perform star card fusion had the ability to use 2 or even more star cards together. At that moment, the teenager only felt an invisible slap hit him hard on his face. He, too, would be hit in the face by his own words? And, surprisingly, so quickly. Only, despite seeing the fusion of the star tags with his own eyes, the teenager's eyes still flickered with a hint of disbelief. After all, even in the great world he was in before, those who were able to complete the fusion of the star tags would be geniuses that would be fought over by all parties. He had never imagined that in such a low-end world, a genius capable of completing the fusion of star tiles would appear. And the moment the teenager's slightly shocked words fell, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly extended out from the star sign. When the vine grew to the front of the teenager, it suddenly grew countless tiny vines from the tip. Countless vines surrounded the teenager in the blink of an eye. And right at this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in the teenager's hand. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The teenager swung his long sword, and the vine was directly chopped into countless segments. When countless vines fell to the ground in all directions, there was no longer any initial contempt between the teenager's expressions towards Xiashi. Even if you have 2 star cards, you can't hurt me. Become my partner and I'll help you get everything you want. Xiashi suddenly smiled at his words. Can't hurt you? Then, how about this? Chapter 149, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 4. As the words fell, a light golden gold star sign appeared on top of Xiaxi's fingertips. The teenager's complexion changed completely at the sight. 3 star cards? What are you in this world? He had investigated before he came here. There were very few people in this world who possessed star cards, and clans with 2 star cards hardly existed. However, this young girl in front of him actually possessed 3 star cards. How did she do it? Just as the teenager's face showed his shock, the gold star tile had already fused with the previous 2 star tiles. At the same time, the vines that had originally subsided once again twined towards him. Only this time, the vines were actually flashing with a faint metallic luster. And on top of the vines, countless metal barbs were born. The teenager subconsciously swung his sword down again when he saw the vines that were coming back with a vengeance. Dang! However, this time his longsword only left a small mark on the vines. The teenager's breath plummeted at the sight. His sword, not to mention cutting the vines, surprisingly didn't even do substantial damage. I concede, the teenager shouted without hesitation, although he felt that if it was a deadly battle, he might not be unable to take Xiaoshi's life. But at this point he was hostile to the young girl he was trying to win over to be his partner, not a life and death enemy. There's no need to make it a toss-up until it's absolutely necessary. Only, at this moment, the slightest bit of contempt had completely disappeared from his gaze towards Xiaoshi. Even if his power was now depleted and his strength was less than a millionth of what it was at his peak, he shouldn't have been pushed to such an extent by a young girl from such a low-end world. There was no doubt that the young girl in front of her was a genius that was not found among the billions in this world, and after his cultivation, the young girl might not be unable to compete with that wilderness genius for that sole qualification. Thinking of this, a rich fiery color actually surged out of the teenager's eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi. When Xiaoxia heard the teenager admit defeat, she just gave him a faint look. I told you to choose a way to die. The teenager hesitated. And then, a silver-purple book suddenly appeared in his hand. When that ancient book appeared, Xiaoshi clearly felt the thick aura emanating from it. In just an instant, her mind was already sure. This book, by no means, is extraordinary. Become a partner with me, and this book, it's yours. The teenager's tone contained the slightest hint of compulsion. However, Xiaoshi was not disturbed in the slightest. She just looked at the teenager lightly and asked, "What kind of book is this?" The Book of the Star God. An ancient book inherited from the distant past. It was once prophesied that the one who could make this book recognize its owner would be the destined emperor of the heavens and the worlds. Xiaoxia just laughed lightly at the words. So powerful? What exactly is the use? Make a partnership pact with me and I'll tell you. Under the gaze of the teenager, Xiaoshi however shook her head. But I'm not interested in being partners with a fox. The teenager snapped at his words. He was obviously well disguised. How did this woman find out? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Xiaoshi's words once again entered his ears. A partner is definitely out of the question, but a pet is something to consider. The teenager's complexion plummeted. You're reckless. Normally, even if the people in this low-end world were even more talented, they were still not even worthy of lifting his shoes. If he didn't have to, how could he take the initiative to conclude a contract with a woman who wasn't even a Star Master? But now, it was just as well that this woman didn't feel honored to be his partner, but she had the audacity to try to make him a pet? However, the instant the teenager's words fell, he only felt his neck abruptly tighten. Chapter 150, The Great Chief's Fest. Exposed. 5. Then, the handsome face that he had deliberately ignored earlier, whose degree of handsomeness was completely no less than his, suddenly zoomed out abruptly in his pupils. Almost at the same time as he felt the choking sensation, the teenager clearly felt a crisis of imminent death. However, before he could react, a drop of blood suddenly flew out from Xiaoshi's finger and did not enter his brow. In the next moment, the teenager's mind was suddenly branded with an extremely complex and arcane imprint. The moment he felt the mark, the blood around the teenager instantly froze. And in the very next moment, Feng Jing's voice that was so cold that it was nearly without the slightest bit of temperature suddenly rang in his ears. What? Can't you be a pet? The teenager turned his head slowly at the almost stiffening sound of the words. When his gaze touched Feng Jing's eyes, he couldn't control the cringe. What is it about this man's aura that is so terrifying? Without waiting for the teenager to return to his senses, Feng Jing suddenly raised his hand and picked up the back of his collar. In the next moment, a white light suddenly flashed across the teenager's body. Then, a palm-sized, silver-white snow fox with no semblance of color on its body appeared in Feng Jing's hands, and at this moment, there was still some panic remaining in the snow fox's pair of soulful eyes. Feng Jing directly placed the fox on Xiaoshi's shoulder. At the same time, he kept his gaze fixed on the little fox, without the slightest hint of a joke in his gaze. If you try to seduce her, I'll make you lose your ability to find a female fox forever. Although he was sure that Xiaoshi wouldn't have him and still have thoughts about this little fox, there were still some things that were better just in case. The little fox's little heart was dirty and trembling from Feng Jing's look. With a strong sense of crisis, he nodded to Feng Jing like a chicken pecking at rice. What he had in mind, however, is unknown. Xiaoxia smiled faintly at Feng Jing. At the same time, she raised her hand to touch the little fox on her shoulder. Your name is Snow Moon? Eh? The little fox returned in Xiaoshi's mind by virtue of its contractual connection with Xiaoshi. Call out to the master? Little fox, don't bully the fox too much. Xiaoshi let out a laugh and didn't tease it anymore, but bent down to pick up the Book of Star God on the ground. The book was a delicate jade texture in his hands, and the cover page was a purple jade material with countless runes hollowed out on it, and between the runes, another golden pattern was sealed. Xiaoshi tried to open the book, but couldn't open it no matter what. Soon enough, she simply gave up, before inclining her head to look at the little fox on her shoulder and ask, "Now can you tell me what this book does?" The little fox hesitated for a moment, and then returned in Xiaoshi's mind. "In fact, the reason why I came to this world was to find the star key to open this ancient book, but I met my enemies who came with me to hunt me down in the middle of the journey, and was seriously injured by them. After that, although I got some clues about the star key, I haven't had the chance to go looking for it because I couldn't take human form for long." Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow. "Star key?" Saying that, the half of the star key that the Xia family master had given her back then appeared in her hand. "I have half of it here. Do you have a clue to the other half?" Originally, she wanted to find the other half of the star key just to unseal the fire attribute star plate she got from the Mu family, but now it seems that if she could find it, she would be able to kill two birds with one stone. The little fox's eyes abruptly lit up when she saw this half of the star key of Xiaoshi. With that, it spoke in a hurry. "I know where the other half is." Which? The little fox then named a location. Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. "Originally I just wanted to go over tonight to make a scene, but now it seems that I have to make a trip over. Even that place, if it is a last resort." She is afraid that she will need to use the identity of the great chief. "Forget it, we'll see what happens when the time comes." Afterward, Xiaoshi withdrew her mind and her gaze once again fell on Fengjing. Then she suddenly stepped forward. Fengjing subconsciously took a few steps back when he saw the evil and bewildering smile on Xiaoshi's face. Soon after, Xiaoshi directly pressed him against the wall on the side of the main hall, and the words that came out of her mouth caused Fengjing's breathing to steepen. Chapter 151 Great Chief Fest. Exposed. 6. Baby, shall we continue? As she spoke, she gently encircled Fengjing's waist and extremely naturally kissed Fengjing's thin lips, and her hand, too, slowly went down the slit in Fengjing's waist. The little fox on Xiaoshi's shoulder looked at the two people who were so shameless in front of her, and subconsciously raised her two little paws to cover her eyes. But the next moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, he put his paw down again. The two people involved aren't ashamed of themselves, so what's the point of him covering his ass? The most important thing is that this dead man dared to force it to become this woman's pet. He now has to learn. Tonight he will strip naked and climb to this woman's bed, so that this dead man's head is a green prairie. However, the idea was very beautiful, but the little fox looked at the movement more and more reckless Xiaoshi, white without the slightest impurity of the corner of the eye, actually through a faint red, just as the little fox flinched a bit, ready to stop here for today, and close his eyes first to digest first when he continued learning next time. Boo! The door to the great hall was suddenly pushed open from outside. At once, the dean in his wheelchair appeared at the front door, and at that moment, the dean was followed by dozens of curious-faced trainees. When the crowd saw Fengjing, who was being kissed against the wall at the moment, their faces showed obvious dismay. Them, how come it feels like the roles of the two are reversed? These two came to the Hall of Collections in the middle of the day just to do something like this? Inside the gate of the Great Hall, Xiaoshi heard the commotion and separated from Fengjing once again. At the same time, in her gaze that was looking in the direction of the gate, a killing intent that looked like it could condense into substance surfaced. It's okay to be disturbed once, but I can't believe it's happening again. Even if she had been in the mood, it was now cleanly spoiled. When the old dean saw the look in Xiaoshi's eyes, his heart immediately screamed bad. The crowd of trainees almost involuntarily took a step back when they felt the aura around Xiaoshi that was enough to be considered terrifying. At the same time, the faces of the people all showed an extremely obvious look of fear. They had never before felt such a terrifying aura on anyone. The dean looked at Xiaoshi's eyes that seemed as if he might make a move to kill himself at any time, and almost without hesitation, he opened his mouth to explain. "So, 5 cadets have disappeared from this place, and I'm worried that something will happen to you." When Xiaoshi sniffed, the chill on her face eased for a few moments. Then, she directly raised her hand and pinched the back of the little fox's neck, lifting it up. "Where are those disappearing trainees?" The old dean and the trainees were stunned when they heard that Xiaoshi was actually talking to a fox. It's hard to believe that this one didn't disappear here, but got possessed here? Did she think a fox could answer her questions? It's not like this fox has become immortal. The little fox subconsciously stomped his short legs a few times as he was picked up. Then, feeling Xiaoshi's slightly cold gaze, his movements abruptly froze. Afterwards, his nice but extremely sultry voice rang out in Xiaoshi's head. "All still alive and I'm releasing them?" Natsuki nodded slightly, and, almost the instant her words fell, a light suddenly flashed from the top of the Hall of Collections. Then several footsteps suddenly came down. The old dean and the surrounding crowd of trainees were stunned when they heard the commotion. Soon, 5 slightly haggard-looking trainees, 4 men and 1 woman, came down the stairs. At that moment, everyone's gazes towards Xiaoshi and the little fox changed. This fox, it's not really a spirit, is it? Chapter 152, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 7. Dean. And under the gaze of the stunned crowd, the pale-faced 5 successively greeted the dean. The dean sniffed, and his gaze then fell on the only girl of the 5. This girl looked to be in her early 20s. Her appearance was not as clear and elegant as Xiao Muyu's, but she had her own kind of gentle mature flavor. She, however, was one of the 5 most prestigious highnesses of the Imperial City Academy, and at the same time the only female highness, Rong Yun, other than Xiao Muyu. Dean's heart sighed with relief when he saw Rong Yun. Of the 5 who had disappeared, this was also the one he was most worried about. After all, she's a... The old dean nodded. Come with me. I need to get a good understanding of this period of time. After saying that, he greeted Natsuki with some apprehension. Only when he saw that Xia had no objections did he leave with the 5 people. Before leaving with the dean, Rong Yun turned her head to look at Feng Jing, a soft smile appearing on her small face. Feng Jing, thank you. Although she hadn't been able to see this side clearly before, she could clearly feel that it was Feng Jing who had saved her, before being trapped here. Although she had a crush on Feng Jing, she couldn't reveal her thoughts because of her family's restrictions. But now, she had even experienced life and death. So what was there to be afraid of? Seeing this, the 4 people beside Rong Yun also thanked Feng Jing one by one. Soon, the dean and the 5 men left the hall. Yet the cadets around them were not half as self-conscious about disturbing people and did not have the slightest intention of leaving. In the end, Xiaoshi secretly memorized the faces of dozens of trainees and left the main hall. In the afternoon's training, dozens of trainees remembered by Xiaoxie all received focused attention. Even a couple of them almost got hospitalized. By the end of the evening before school, not only the instructors, but even the eyes of the trainees looking at Xiaoshi had changed. At this moment, a horrifying thought had been engraved in the hearts of most of the trainees. This acting dean, he really is the devil. During that time, Mo Yan's little assistant came over on the grounds that something urgent had happened. After he assured him that it would be taken care of in a few hours, Feng Jing then left the Imperial City Academy. Soon the time came for the afternoon dismissal. Because the dean had said in the morning that he would take Xiaoshi to an event organized by the 5 great clans in the evening. And Xiaoshi also happened to be going there to look for the star key that could unlock the book of the star god in her own fire attribute star sign. So after school, she went straight to the front of the great hall where the dean's office was located. And just as she stepped in front of the main hall, she happened to run head-on into Director Chen, whose broken right hand was wrapped up in a bun. When Director Chen saw Xiaoshi's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time, his eyes flashed with a touch of chilling killing intent and said, "Do you think I should say you have courage, or should I say you're not afraid to die?" Because it was the end of the school day, many of the surrounding cadets passing by were paying attention to the movement over here. However, due to the identity of Xiaoshi's acting dean, no trainee dared to go forward. At this moment, when the crowd heard Director Chen's words, their footsteps were all lurched. Then, each and every trainee looked at Director Chen as if they were looking at a little cutie. General, many people within the academy had heard that Xiaoshi had clashed with Director Chen in the morning. It's just that they didn't expect Director Chen to be so ill-informed. He still dares to find trouble with Xiaoshi now. Isn't this kicking the iron plate? Xiaoshi faintly swept a glance at Director Chen. I'm not interested in wasting time with you here right now. After saying that, she turned her head directly to look at the crowd around her. Come 10 men, and if you can throw him out of the academy, each will be rewarded with 1 credit. Credits? What do you think you are? Cadet credits. However, before he could finish speaking, a few cadets suddenly rushed to him. In a few breaths, though, the injured right hand was under the control of the cadets. Director Chen was instantly flustered, and just as he was about to be forced out of the academy by the cadets, the old dean happened to walk out of the main hall with quick steps. The moment Director Chen saw the old dean's figure, a bright aura abruptly flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw the silhouette that followed the old dean out, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 153, The Great Chief's Vest. Exposed. 8. Not only Director Chen, the trainees around him saw that person and similarly stopped their movements. And where the eyes of the crowd fell, there stood a middle-aged man dressed in the garb of the war ministry. The man was in his early 50s, and even though his face was beginning to look old, it was not hard to see the handsomeness of his youth. However, what Director Chen and the trainees cared about was not his looks, but the War Department badge on his chest. A 4-star senior commander? One of the only 5 4-star senior commanders in the Summer Kingdom. An existence that is only 1 step away from the Grand Chief? How could such a big shot appear in our academy? The middle-aged man couldn't help but slowly frown when he saw the scene in front of him that was clearly somewhat chaotic. With that, he turned his head slightly to look at the dean and asked, "Dean, what's going on?" Without waiting for the old dean to speak, Director Chen, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly said, "Dean, this student has committed the following offense. Not only did he break my hand, but he has even joined forces with these current students and is preparing to throw me out of the academy. I ask the dean to expel this student who has repeatedly violated the academy's rules in accordance with the academy's regulations, and additionally dispose of these problematic students around me who don't know how to honor and respect each other as well." When the middle-aged man, the 4-star senior commander Jiang Yunting, heard Director Chen's words, he immediately followed the direction of Director Chen's finger and looked towards Xiaoshi. When he saw this calm and relaxed appearance of Xiaoshi, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of surprise. It was really the first time he had seen a cadet who could still be so calm after beating up the academy's top management. Most of all, the fact that these trainees were still able to follow her around was really a bit surprising to him. After all, there were few, if any, of even the most prickly warriors within the war ministry who could go along with the nonsense when they knew it wasn't right to do that. And soon, an image that made Chen Yuan even more surprised appeared, because he realized that after Director Chen's words fell, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. The gaze of one trainee looking at Director Chen, surprisingly, is a bit like looking at a little cutie. Now, even Grand Commander Jiang Yuan, who had once been through 100 battles and had strategized on the battlefield, froze for a moment, and without waiting for him to wonder how, the dean's icy voice suddenly rang out. "Chen Nianqing, this Imperial City Academy can't accommodate you anymore. Go pack up your things and prepare to leave." Director Chen was abruptly dumbfounded when he heard the dean's words, because Xiaoshi had the dean's badge. He already had a premonition that his attempt to fire Xiaoshi wouldn't go so smoothly before he came over. But in his opinion, even if the dean wanted to harbor Xiaoshi again, he had to at least get over his face. Even if Xiaoxia wasn't expelled outright, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Otherwise, the academy rules will no longer have any prestige in the minds of all cadets. But he never dreamed that the dean not only didn't have the slightest intention of punishing Xiaoshi, but instead opened his mouth to fire him. "Dean, really think the college is run by his family?" It wasn't just him, but the eyes of Commander Jiang Yuan as he looked at the dean also revealed some doubt. In fact, he kinda liked little pricks like Natsuki. The first moment he saw the little wench, he had the urge to drag it into the war department. He felt that this little girl child, after his own tutelage, would most likely make some achievements within 5 years. It might not even be impossible to become a senior commander before the age of 25. But he likes what he likes, and rules are rules. If the dean arbitrarily disposed of the academy's top brass because of her fault, he indeed could not agree. Soon, Director Chen came back from his extreme shock. He took a deep breath and looked at the dean with a face that was no longer half respectful, and even a questioning tone had already permeated his voice. "Dean, even if I die, shouldn't I be allowed to die?" Chapter 154, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 9. The old dean frowned at that. "What don't you understand?" Director Chen's face became even more ugly when he heard the dean's justified rhetorical question. "I want to know what qualifies her, a lowly cadet from a small town, to receive your only dean's badge." The old dean's face suddenly sank at his words. "Who are you calling a lowly cadet from a small town?" Seeing that the old dean was even evasive, Director Chen immediately sneered. He wasn't interested in continuing to talk nonsense with the dean, and with a respectful face, he turned his head to look at Cheng Yuandao, who was beside the dean. "Lord Commander, this one across from me is just a freshman, but on her first day of enrollment she was given the dean's badge, which has rights equal to the dean's, and has been running amok in the academy on the strength of a badge. I hereby implore you to be able to report to the War Ministry on your behalf, remove the dean from his position at the academy, and expel this disrespectful thing from the academy." Chang Yuan sniffed and his brows suddenly knitted, but before he could say anything, Dean suddenly laughed. He stared at Director Chen with an icy gaze and opened his mouth. "No respect for teachers? Doesn't know how to honor and respect? As the acting dean, what kind of teacher she needs to respect and what kind of respect and inferiority she knows in front of you?" Boom! The moment the dean's words fell, Director Chen violently froze in place. Instantly, his face overflowed with disbelief as he looked at the old dean. Acting dean? And Chang Yuan, who had always been calm and self-possessed, was slightly stunned when he heard this. However, soon after, a flash of realization appeared on his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. No wonder when he first saw this little girl he felt that she had the aura of a strong person from the War Ministry. So she really came from the War Ministry. If that was the case, it would be much easier for him to take Xiaoshi under his command. It was just that he still needed to see Xiaoshi's exact strength with his own eyes before determining whether or not Xiaoshi had the qualifications to follow him. And just as Jiang Yuan's gaze looked at Xiaoshi interrogatively, Director Chen slowly returned to his senses. Then, he suddenly sneered disdainfully. Dean, even if you wanted to find a reason for your absurdity, there's no need to make up such a ridiculous excuse, is there? The War Ministry would send such a little girl who hasn't even grown her hair yet to be the dean? You treat me like a little cutie. Lying? The dean sniffed and reached directly into the briefcase he was carrying. A dark green envelope, then, was removed from him. He directly raised his hand and flung it. Pop! A crisp sound came out, and the envelope was directly thrown onto Director Chen's chest. Then, the dean's icy voice resounded in Director Chen's ears. This is the acting dean's letter of appointment that was sent directly to me from the top of the War Ministry. So keep your eyes open and take a closer look. Director Chen sniffed a little stiffly and looked down at the envelope that landed at his feet. However, he just stared blankly at the ground and didn't bend it down to pick it up. After all, he believed that as long as the dean wasn't crazy, there was no way he would dare to forge the War Department's posting letter and reveal it in front of Jiang Yuan, a 4-star senior commander. For a while, the look on Director Chen's face began to change constantly. Shock, regret, and even despair surfaced on his face one after another. Everything he had came from the fact that Xiaoshi was just a cadet, and since she was a cadet, she had to follow the rules that bound cadets within the academy. But now, the bloody facts in front of him were telling him, Xiaoshi was not a student of the Imperial City Academy, or even a dean-level figure that he needed to flatter and curry favor with. Chapter 155, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 10. Thinking about this, Director Chen's breathing became more and more rapid. What to do? What's he gonna do now? If he really left the Imperial City Academy just like that today, he would no longer have any semblance of a chance to move up in his life. Even for having his right hand broken, even the War Department may no longer have a place for him. At the end of the thought, the despair in his eyes became more and more obvious. And just as he hesitated to bend down and plead with Xiaoshi, an angry shout suddenly came from the distance. How dare you touch my father? When Director Chen heard the voice, he immediately looked over after it. Then he saw a young man of 23 or 24 years old, running at a fast pace. At that moment, his face was suddenly happy. Yu Fei. This teenager was no other than his son and also one of the intermediate commanders of the War Department. Chen Yufei. After Chen Yufei ran to Director Chen, he first respectfully saluted Jiang Yuan. Then, his eyes fell on Director Chen's wrist. Dad. Your hand. Director Chen forced down the excitement in his heart and hastily shook his head. Dad's hand is fine. However, Chen Yufei's fist slowly clenched at his words. Then, with a heavy face, he asked, Your hand. Who did this to you? Director Chen sniffed and subconsciously looked across the room at Xiaoshi. However, in the next moment, he looked at Jiang Yuan who was on the side, worried that his son would leave a bad impression on Jiang Yuan and thus affect his future. He hurriedly shook his head at Chen Yufei. Dad is fine. You quickly returned to the War Department. However, Chen Yufei clearly took in his father's movements. Then, he directly turned his head to look at Xiaoshi, his gaze coldly questioning. Did you hurt my father? Xiaoshi looked at him faintly. Not slow back. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Yufei looked at this calm and relaxed appearance of Xiaoshi, and a wave of anger suddenly flared up in his chest. Instead, his face smiled instead of anger and said, Is there a problem? Let me break both of your hands and I guess there won't be any problem. After saying that, his face suddenly turned cold, and without saying a word, he rushed towards Xiaoshi. Seeing this, the old dean immediately drank in a cold voice. Unbridled. How dare you take on? However, before he could finish his latter words, he was pressed on the shoulder by Jiang Yuan. Just now he was wondering how he could try to test the strength of Xiaoshi, and at this moment, Chen Yufei's appearance, to him, was completely like someone coming to deliver a pillow just as he wanted to sleep. Boo! Almost at the very next moment Jiang Yuan pressed down on the dean's shoulder, a muffled sound suddenly resounded in the air. Well, Chen Yufei was slapped on his chest by Xiaoshi's not-so-gentle palm, and he immediately stifled a grunt while staggering back a few steps. After stabilizing his stance, he subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. His eyes snapped open when he saw the piercing scarlet. He, who had been known as a genius since he was a child, was hurt by a girl younger than himself? At the same time, Chen Yuan's eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and his breathing couldn't help but catch up. Good seedling. He's found a good one. It was no exaggeration to say that the little girl in front of him was the most gifted warrior he had ever seen. And there isn't one. He was almost certain that with the talent and strength that Xiaoshi had displayed, he would definitely be able to enter the 100-man corps. Even after entering it, it is highly likely to become the best in it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his somewhat fluctuating mood. And then, with a solemn face, he stepped forward and opened his mouth extremely seriously. This comrade, I wonder if you've heard the news that the new Grand Chancellor is about to form a regiment of 100 men? Only then did Xia Xia's eyes retract from Chen Yufei when she heard this. And then, she looked at Jiang Yuan and faintly said, I've heard of it. Why? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in his eyes as he looked at this calm demeanor of Xiaxi. But then, he hid the emotions in his eyes and spoke directly to Xiaxi. If you can follow me and become one of my direct subordinates, I can directly give you a spot into the 100-man corps. Not a recommended spot to enter the 100, but one of those 100 official spots. Chapter 156, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 11. Hiss. Hiss. The moment Jiang Yuan's words fell, a sound of trainees sucking in cool air came out from the surroundings. No one thought that while they were still fantasizing about getting a test slot into the 100, someone had already been internalized as a member of the 100. What an official spot in the 100. With it, it was the same as becoming a war ministry senior commander directly. And to be able to obtain the possibility of entering the main city of Starmount, which countless people could only dream of. At that moment, almost all of the trainees looked at Xiaxi with envy that was thick to the extreme. Their excessively young new acting dean is too lucky, isn't he? On the side, after being stunned for a moment, the old dean's gaze towards Xiaxi also revealed some surprise, because his strength had already declined due to his age. So although he could sense that Xiaxi was extremely strong, he wasn't particularly aware of how strong Xiaxi was. At this moment, when he heard that Jiang Yuan had actually directly taken out a 100-member troop quota as a bargaining chip in order to recruit Xiaxi, he basically understood that Xiaxi's strength might be even stronger than he thought. However, soon after, when the crowd of trainees and the old dean saw Xiaxi's still calm face, they were all stunned. No one expected that Xiaxi's face remained extremely calm after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. At once, an idea surfaced in the minds of the crowd. This acting dean, he's not excited and stupid, is he? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but slowly frown when he saw Xiaxi's expression. If it was before he said that he would give Xiaxi a formal place, he could still treat this appearance of Xiaxi as favoritism. But at this moment, he had already given such a heavenly surprise of a place, and yet Xiaxi still looked terrifyingly calm. The reason for this situation was either that Xiaxi didn't know exactly what an official place in the 100-man corps meant, or his mental quality was so poor that he was outright happy and stupid, and neither the former nor the latter was what he wanted to see. Dean Xia. Say yes. The dean was the first to notice Jiang Yuan's expression and hastily reminded Xiaxi, because Feng Jing had found Xiaxi. He knew that his crisis was basically over, and didn't want to step down as dean so soon. If Xiaxi was able to enter the 100th man group, he wouldn't have time to care about the academy's affairs, which would be considered a heavenly good for him. When the trainees heard the dean's reminder, a flash of realization appeared on their faces. They said, how could this acting dean be so calm? So it turned out that he was stupefied by the shock of the surprise. But, even if you're happy, you don't have to act so badly, do you? At this moment, the trainees suddenly had some doubts about Jiang Yuan's vision. However, just when the trainees thought that Xiaxi would nod her head in agreement without hesitation after the dean's reminder, and then desperately thank Jiang Yuan for valuing them so much, Xiaxi finally looked at Jiang Yuan and spoke. An official spot in the 100? How come I didn't know there was such a thing as an inside spot in the 100? The moment Xiaxi's words fell, the air around him suddenly quieted down. At this moment, deep consternation appeared on the faces of the dean and the trainees as they looked at Xiaxi. It was even if she didn't immediately agree to enter the 100-man corps, but she even asked such a question that made people feel like they were questioning Jiang Yuan's authority. This woman, is she crazy? Dean Xia, this isn't the time to ask that. Just say yes first. The old dean was afraid that Xiaxi would really anger Jiang Yuan and in turn lose the spot that was within his grasp, so he quickly opened his mouth to remind him. However, Xiaxi acted as if she hadn't heard him, just quietly looking at Jiang Yuan, waiting for his answer. Jiang Yuan's face grew cold as he looked at Xiaxi's direct gaze at him, and the old dean, too, was getting more and more anxious. Dean Summer. Without waiting for the old dean to continue, Jiang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him, and then, he looked at Xiaxi, his face cold. This comrade, do you not believe my words or are you questioning my abilities? Chapter 157, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 12. Xiaxi felt Jiang Yuan's extremely aggressive gaze. Her face remained calm. Just simply wanted to ask if the internalization of the 100-member troop quota had been permitted by Long Yuan. Boom! This simple question from Xiaxi was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the ears of the crowd. No one understood what Xiaxi was thinking. Many people even felt that their worldview had been shaken in some way. At this point, they were basically able to determine a fact. Crazy. This woman is really crazy. Doesn't she realize that there's a 4-star senior commander standing in front of her? A person of this caliber would trick her for fun with something like this? A great thing was put in front of her and she had to work it to death? What good would pissing off Chang Yuan do her anyway? Rather, I didn't expect that when I, Chang Yuan, look at people. There will be times when I look away. Just now, let's pretend that I didn't say anything. After saying that, Chang Yuan did not look at Xiaxi again and directly walked quickly towards the academy gate. Commander Chang. Dean subconsciously tried to stop it. However, after seeing Chang Yuan's determined figure, he could only sigh, and then resentfully withdrew his hand. Xiaxia looked at Chang Yuan, who was gradually moving away, and her eyes could not help but reveal a touch of contemplation. She didn't say that she would be responsible for forming a 100-man regiment, not that she wanted to keep a low profile. It was just that she understood that even if she said it, Chang Yuan might not believe it. Moreover, she believed that Chang Yuan would definitely show up at the event later. At that event, someone would naturally introduce her to Chang Yuan. In addition, she didn't know how long Yuan had communicated with Chang Yuan about the internalization issue. Looks like she needs to find some time to talk to Long Yuan. Just as Xiaxer's mind was spinning with thoughts, the old dean sighed with extreme regret. An official spot in the 100. What a great thing to lose. And at this moment, the gazes of the surrounding trainees looking at Xiaxer were as if they were looking at an oddball. Even, many of the trainees had begun to suspect that Xiaxer had a brain problem. After all, in their opinion, but anyone who was a normal person would not be able to not directly agree to enter the 100-member troop, but instead hold on to whether Chang Yuan was qualified for the internal quota. Xiaxer directly ignored the sight of the crowd of trainees around him and turned her head to look at the old dean and faintly spoke. Let's go. The old dean froze. Where to? Natsuki frowned, but patiently replied back. The location of the event you were talking about this morning. When the old dean heard this, his gaze towards Xiaxer suddenly became more complicated. The purpose of me wanting to take you to that event location was in the hope that you would be able to obtain a spot in a 100-man group. But just now that spot was delivered to you and you didn't even grab it. So what's the point of going over there now? Most importantly, he knew that Chang Yuan was the figure who assisted the new Grand Chief in training the 100-man regiment this time, and was considered the new Grand Chief's assistant. Xiaxer had offended people like this. It would be strange if Chang Yuan could let him in. When did I say I went over there to get into the 100? The dean froze again when he heard Xiaxi's words. At this moment, he was completely feeling like he couldn't understand Xiaxer. Wasn't going to that event for the 100-member group quota? Could it be for the sake of going over there to sneak around and admire the handsome men and women of the big families? After Xiaxia finished speaking, she was not interested in continuing to talk nonsense with the dean, and directly lifted her foot towards the direction of the academy's main gate. The dean looked at Xiaxer's back and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, in order to quickly recover his own pair of legs that had been temporarily wasted by Xiaxer, he chased after Xiaxer. When the surrounding trainees saw the three who left one after another, almost all of them quickly chased after them. Most of those who were able to enter the Imperial City Academy came from large families, and were naturally qualified to participate in tonight's event. Most of them knew how much they weighed and had little interest in the events organized by those many clans. But now they were all coming around. After all, they all want to see if Xiaxer will do something shocking again after she passes. And they also want to know if Chang Yuan will make her regret the choice she just made. Chapter 158, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 13. Half an hour later, the exclusive vehicle of the War Ministry that Chang Yuan was traveling in stopped in front of a mansion in the city center that covered an extremely large area. Above the gate of the mansion, the word Fangs is written. This place was none other than one of the 5 great families, the Feng family's home in Imperial City. At the same time, it was also the location of tonight's event organized by many first-class clans regarding the recommended places for the 100th Corps. Chang Yuan's face was still a bit gloomy when he got out of the car. He really didn't expect that on the rare occasion that he appreciated a junior, that junior would be so insensitive to his face. Just as he was about to walk through the front door of the Feng's house, he happened to see a car pull up next to him. Then, Xia Shiqian, who had been tortured by Xiaxer for a whole day and had just gotten out of the nightmare, and whose face was still a bit pale at this time, walked down from the car. Chang Yuan couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he felt the strong aura surrounding Xia Shiqian. Xia Shiqian was first stunned when she saw the badge of the War Department on Chang Yuan's chest. In the next moment, he hurriedly stepped forward to give Chang Yuan a salute. Good day, Commander. However, just as Xia Shiqian saw Chang Yuan nodding his head and preparing to leave, Chang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. The recent period of training allowed Xia Shiqian to instinctively sidestep, before backhanding Chang Yuan's hand to control it. But soon Xia Shiqian reacted to what he had done. He hastily took a step back and was about to apologize to Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan interrupted him by raising his hand. Such strength and reaction speed at such a young age. The future is promising. Xia Shirquan looked at the appreciation in Jiang Yuan's eyes and hurriedly spoke. Many thanks to Lord Commander for the compliment. What's the name of the comrade? Chang Yuan asked with a smile. My name is Xia Shirquan. Chang Yuan nodded. Comrade Shi Qiu, you've come here today for the recommendation quota for the 100 People's Corps? Yes, to be precise. His comrades had told him that they had given him a place up there, and he just happened to have the time and wanted to come over and try his luck. Chang Yuan heard Xia Shiqian's reply and immediately opened his mouth with a smile. Work under me in the future. I'll get you an internal quota for the 100-man corps. Inside out? Xia Shiqian froze for a moment. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Don't believe I have it in me? With the encounter he just had at Xia Shi's place, Chang Yuan immediately frowned when he saw Xia Shiqian's reaction. Xia Shiqian hurriedly said, Of course I believe it. After speaking, he once again solemnly saluted Chang Yuan. It's an honor to receive your appreciation, and I will not let the Lord Commander down. Even if he knew that Shushi was the Grand Chieftain, he wasn't sure if he would end up in the 100 with his abilities. If you can get an inside spot, your heart will be in the right place. Most importantly, this 4-star senior commander clearly had some appreciation for him. In that case, he's a man with a backbone. Chang Yuan sniffed and a flash of satisfaction appeared on his face as he looked at Xia Shiqian. That's the way to react when you hear him. At this moment, the pent-up anger he had just accumulated in his chest because of Xia was suddenly swept away. It seems that I'm in luck, and I hope you can fight for me and make the one who just questioned me realize what she's lost. Questioning? Chang Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, I just met a warrior who was not as good as you, and she questioned whether or not I could offer an internal quota for the 100-man regiment. But although he lamented so on his lips, he was even a little glad at this time that Xia didn't know what to do. After all, the most he could do was negotiate with that new Grand Chief for an inside spot. If he had just settled on Xia, he would have to miss Xia Shiqin, whose reaction speed and strength were superior. In addition, he was so quick to give this inner quota again, largely because he wanted to make Xia regret it. Xia, listening to Chang Yuan's words, was violently stunned. You gave him such a good opportunity, and not only did he not appreciate it, he questioned the words of you, a 4-star senior commander? Chang Yuan sighed. Yes. Xia Shiqian's face instantly turned cold when she heard this, and she immediately said with righteous indignation, I didn't realize there were such ungrateful things in the war ministry. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength after I enter the 100 People's Corps, and if I meet him in the future, I will make him regret coming to this beautiful world. And just as his words fell, the rest of his eyes just happened to catch a glimpse of Xia, who had gotten down from the car in the back at some point and was walking slowly. Chapter 159, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 14. The moment she saw Xia Shiqian's body instinctively stiffened for a split second. Why is this demoness here? Wasn't someone in charge of helping her choose someone? Why did she come by herself? Besides, he'd heard someone say the new Grand Chieftain hadn't shown her face yet, so should he go up and give her a salute? On the side, Chang Yuan looked at Xia, who walked over, and the smile on his face faded, and under his gaze, Xia slowly walked over to the stiffened Xia Shiqian. She looked at Xia Shiqing's entire body for a while, before her lips curled up into a faint smile. I didn't see that you had this far-reaching ambition before, but your current strength is not enough to support your ambition. Saying that, she raised her hand and patted Xia Shiqian on the shoulder. Tomorrow, it's time to start working twice as hard. Xia Shiquan, ambition? What ambition does he have? He's just trying to get into 100. He thought he could get in even without the internal quota given by Chang Yuan, but when it came to Xia mouth, how did it become that his strength couldn't support his ambition? And, what does doubling down mean? He felt that he was already at the limit of his current training volume. If he increased it anymore, he would die. Most importantly, why did he feel losing from how he looked at Xia's smile? Could it be that his desire to become a member of the 100 who had been internalized by Chang Yuan had disappointed Xia? Does Shushi think he should get into the 100 on his own? Thinking of this, Xia Shiqian suddenly looked aghast. Yes, that's the only possibility. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned around and solemnly looked at Chang Yuan to open his mouth. Lord Commander, it's my honor to be seen by you, but I feel that I should enter the 100-man corps based on my own abilities. Otherwise, if I'm not strong enough and still take up someone else's spot, it's not only unfair to others, but it's also irresponsible to myself. Compared to Chang Yuan, he was more afraid of the female devil in front of him. If he had to choose between the two, he would have to choose Xia. Chang Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Xia Shiqian's words. His second offer of an insider spot was rejected once again, but then, thinking that Xia Shiqian had agreed to work under him, only not to want the favors he had given him. He didn't feel that hard to accept. Even more, he revealed a thicker appreciation on his face as he looked at Xia Shiqian. Young man, promising. When he thought about it, what Xia Shiqian said was indeed good. If the person he was looking at had the strength, even if he didn't give that internal quota, the other person would still be able to enter the 100. And if the other party was not capable, he was unfair to the other members of the team by giving an internal quota, and it was even an ordeal for himself during the training within the 100-member corps. Thinking of this, the admiration in his gaze towards Xia Shiqian had been thick to the extreme. He seems to have really picked up the slack this time. Not only are they strong and responsive, they are also trippy, with such a heart and vigor. He believed that even without the opportunity of the 100 People's Corps, Xia Shiqian would be able to become a senior commander with his own abilities. And now, such a person has decided to follow him. Thinking of this, Chang Yuan couldn't help but have a smile with honor on his face. However, since Xia Shiqian had decided to follow him, he couldn't give nothing. He hesitated for a moment, and then took out a silver finger ring from within his pocket. Sure Chiu, this thing, count it as a meeting gift from me to you. This is, Chang Yuan smiled and explained. Before the new Grand Chief appeared, I was one of the commanders in charge of the Imperial City Warzone. And even now that the Imperial City Warzone is under the jurisdiction of the new Grand Chief, my words still carry some weight. By wearing this ring, the people within the Warzone will understand that you are my person, and it will be much easier for you to do many things next. Xia Shiqian sniffed, and immediately carefully glanced at Xia Shi's face. He was relieved when he was sure that not much had changed. Then, his gaze fell on the finger ring in Chang Yuan's hand. Because he himself belonged to the Imperial City Warzone, he happened to see a senior commander wearing this ring before, and at that time, it was a countless number of combatants who cast respectful and envious gazes. Although Chang Yuan's position in the Imperial City Warzone was not as strong now as it was before, the weight of this ring in the hearts of the combatants was already nearly entrenched. Him obtaining this finger ring was basically equivalent to being able to walk horizontally within the Warzone. Thinking of this, Xia Shiqian suddenly took a deep breath. He then looked at Chang Yuan and spoke respectfully. Thank you, Commander Chang. If there's anything you want to do in the future, just give me an order and I'll do my best to accomplish it. Chang Yuan once again smiled and patted Xia Shiqian's shoulder. If you are a man, take first place at today's event. Let that little one who dares to question my authority understand that there are many people better than her in this world, and without her, I will only find talents that are even better than her. Xia Shiqian was stunned at his words. That ungrateful thing will also come to tonight's event? It's already here. Xia Shiqian sniffed and glanced at the finger ring in Chang Yuan's hand, and immediately said with a straight face, at the event later, if he volunteers to go on stage, I'll have a fair go at him. If he doesn't dare to come up, I'll force him on stage even if I have to. Chapter 160, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 15. Chang Yuan smiled aloud at his words. Good boy. Promising. After saying that, Chang Yuan was about to pull Xia Shiqian into the Feng family gate. However, right at this moment, a gentle female voice suddenly came over. Uncle Chang. Chang Yuan slightly inclined his head, and saw that the morning had just been saved by Xia Shi from the academy's book hall, and at this times was wearing a dress Rongyun, from a white license plate sedan down. When Chang Yuan saw the visitor, he immediately stood up straight before bowing slightly and saying, Your Highness. Seeing this, Rongyun quickly stepped forward and held Chang Yuan's arm. Uncle Chang, it's been said that you don't need to care about these false manners when meeting me. Xia Shiqian was first stunned for a moment when he saw this. Then, he hurriedly spoke respectfully. Your Highness. Although he didn't know Rongyun's identity, he had roughly guessed a few things from the fact that Chang Yuan even had to salute. Rongyun looked at Xia Shiqian and smiled faintly. There is no need to be polite. With that, she slightly inclined her head, and her line of sight then landed on Xia Shi, who was quietly standing by the side. Chang Yuan followed Rongyun's gaze to Xia Shi. When he saw that Xia Shi did not have the slightest intention to bow to Rongyun, his face turned completely cold. Why don't you bow when you see your highness? When Xia Shi heard this, she just looked at Rongyun lightly, still without the slightest intention to salute. She had guessed Rongyun's identity from Chang Yuan's attitude and address towards her, but, let alone the fact that she was now a grand chief, she was perfectly capable of not bowing to this highness. Even if she was still a 3-star senior commander, she still wouldn't grovel to such a woman who was simply well-born, not only for her, but even for her father, who stood at the very top of the Summerland. The same was true. Chang Yuan's face became more and more ugly when he saw that Xia Shi still didn't make any half-assed movements after hearing his words. However, just when he was so angry that he was ready to make a move against Xia Shi, Rongyun suddenly raised her delicate little hand and said in a soft tone, Uncle Chang, this isn't not the summer palace. And she's just an ordinary civilian who hasn't seen me normal. I won't care about such trivial matters. Let's go inside. After saying that, she didn't look at Xiaoshi anymore and walked right into the Feng family's gate. Chen Yuan's face was slightly cold as he glanced at Xiaoshi, before following behind Rong Yun and walking into the Feng family's gate. At the same time, he was even more thankful that he hadn't given that 100-member troop's internalized quota to Xiaoshi. Otherwise, with Xiaoshi's emotional intelligence, I'm afraid that he would really have wasted his spot. I'm afraid this kind of thing that doesn't make sense of the world can't do much in this life. However, just as he thought of this, the Feng family had suddenly greeted him with quick steps. Your Highness Rhyme, Commander Chang, I hope you two won't be offended if Mr. Feng misses his welcome. Rongyun slightly hooked her red lips and smiled faintly. Uncle Feng, the Feng family lord moved, and in the next moment, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, do not flatter me. Where do I deserve this title from Your Highness? Rongyun didn't dwell on it, but asked directly, Where is Feng Jing? The Feng family head froze again when he heard Rongyun's open-ended question. Your Highness knows my youngest son? Rongyun pursed her lips and smiled. He was the one who rescued me when I was trapped in the Imperial City Academy's library before. Without him, I'm afraid I'd have ended up in a bad way. When the Feng family lord heard this, he immediately looked aghast. There's still this? When he finished, he smiled. It's his destiny with His Highness Rhyme. I'll talk to him about it and tell him to take advantage of it. Of course, he was only making a polite remark along with Rongyun's words. After all, he had seen with his own eyes last night how close Feng Jing was to Xiaoshi. Moreover, he was more concerned about the value that Xiaoshi, the new Grand Chief's close friend who had the power to decide on the number of places in the 100 Regiment, could bring to the table than Rongyun, the Highness, who didn't have much real power. However, what he didn't expect was to see Xiaoshi walk in from outside the main door as soon as his words fell. Then, under the gaze of the Feng family head, Xiaoshi smiled faintly. Uncle Feng, we meet again. Rongyun's willow brows slowly frowned when she heard Xiaoshi address the Feng family head. The fact that Xiaoshi had called the Feng family head uncle just like her really made her a little uncomfortable. On the side, Chang Yuan couldn't help but have a cold smile on his face when he heard Xiaoshi address the Feng family master. In his opinion, Xiaoshi was at most a mid-level commander, and I'm afraid that with such a title rank, the Feng family lord wouldn't even look at it. But she had the nerve to come up and call out uncle as a term of endearment. Originally, with her strength, she should have no problem getting into the 100, but she was now randomly shouting. And if the Feng family head was concerned about this aspect, I'm afraid she might not even be able to get a recommended spot in the 100 People's Corps today, let alone officially become a member of the 100 People's Corps. However, just as Chang Yuan thought that Xiaoshi might end up being so death-defying that he would directly lose his chance at the 100-man group, the Feng family head, who was obviously a bit flustered because of the words he had just uttered to Rongyun, finally spoke up, and the words that came out of his mouth made Chang Yuan violently freeze in place. Chapter 161, Great Chief Fest. Exposed. 16. When did you arrive? Commander Xia? Come, please come in, please come in. Saying that, the Feng family lord even directly lowered his stance to welcome him. Chang Yuan froze as he looked at the Feng family head's completely counted attentive figure, and for a moment he hardly failed to react to what was going on. The Feng family head was also a family head of one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City anyhow, and his status was at the top of the entire Xia country. Normally, for a mid-level commander, he wouldn't even look at it more than once. But now, he honored Xiaoshi as Commander Xia, and even had an attitude that was too good to be true. What the hell is going on here? Instantly, Chang Yuan looked at the Feng family lord with obvious doubt in his eyes. Soon, as if he suddenly thought of something, his breathing abruptly tightened. In the next moment, his gaze towards Xiaoshi suddenly changed. Could it be that this excessively young female commander had a backer behind her that even the Feng family lord couldn't afford to mess with? The moment this thought appeared, Chang Yuan suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. At that moment, he felt that all the problems that had just plagued him had been solved. That's it. If it wasn't for her unusual background, I'm afraid that even if her abilities were outstanding, she wouldn't have become the acting director of the Imperial City Academy with a daughter's body and at such an age. Even with what he saw of Xiaoshi's emotional intelligence and arrogant attitude, he felt that if she didn't have someone behind her, he was afraid that she would have already died countless times for offending some people. Thinking of this, Chang Yuan couldn't help but add a few more points of disgust to his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. Although he didn't like Xiaoshi's persona before, he didn't deny that Xiaoshi was a genius. However, if Xiaoshi had an extremely strong background, that would be another story. After all, as long as her backer or the family she was in was strong enough, it was entirely possible to use resources to force her strength up. And this kind of people who raised up their strength by their families, he had seen many of them, but none of them could make any great achievements. Even, almost every single one of them is an overeye and a finger-pointing douchebag. The most infuriating thing was that, due to the background of those wastrels, even he did not dare to offend them. Thinking so, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of determination as he looked at Xiaoshi. He, Jiang Yuan, no matter what, could not let such a person enter the 100-man corps. Otherwise, it's a rat turd that spoils the pot of porridge. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi had already been picked up by the Feng family master and entered the Feng family gate. She looked at the extremely enthusiastic Feng family head and smiled as she asked the same question as Rongyun. Where is Fengjing? When Rongyun heard Xiaoshi's words, her small face, which was slightly surprised because she had seen the Feng family master's attitude towards Xiaoshi, suddenly turned a few points colder, and the Feng family head's face stiffened for a moment. Soon enough, however, he smiled back at Natsuki. Fengjing had something to go out, and I don't know if I can make it back tonight. I'll ask him later. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiaoshi to say anything else, and hurriedly said to the few people in front of him, the heads of all the great clans in Imperial City have basically arrived. Several honored guests follow me. I'll introduce you all. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture to several people, and began to lead the way for Xiaoshi and the others. Xiaoshi couldn't help but smile as she looked at the Feng family head who clearly didn't want to offend either herself or Rongyun, but she didn't say anything more. Soon, Xiaoshi and the others were brought within the large courtyard that was in the center of the Feng family's location. When Xiaoshi entered the courtyard, the first thing he noticed was the black stone platform that was nearly 2 meters high and 10 meters square in the center of the courtyard. At this time there is no one on the stone platform, but from the steps around the stone platform it is not difficult to see that this stone platform should be used for the competition. Xiaoxia just took a look and her gaze moved from the stone platform to the surroundings. The people should have arrived by now. Xiaoxia took a rough look and realized that the number of people was as high as 300 to 400, but because the courtyard was large enough, it wasn't crowded, and with just one glance, Xiaoxia swept up a few familiar figures. Only her gaze just swept over the crowd before turning to the various beautifully crafted pastries and fruits placed around the courtyard. The treats at the party last night weren't particularly amazing, but they tasted pretty good. Today's seems to be more exquisite. Xiaoshi has never had much fluctuation in the heart, rare-born a few points of anticipation. Xiaoshi watched the movement of Xiaoshi going to fetch the pastries, and her footsteps suddenly stopped in place. At this moment, he didn't even believe his eyes a little. He never dreamed that this female devil, even like this kind of little girl, loved to eat. This image, why did he feel so out of place? And besides Xiaoshi, Rongyun watched as Xiaoshi took a few pieces of delicate pastries and then did not wait for an opportunity to go and climb into a conversation, but instead casually found a seat and sat down. Her eyes could not help but give birth to a few moments of doubt. Because of the Feng family master's attitude towards Xiaoshi, she was likewise somewhat skeptical if Xiaoshi had a tremendous background. However, she understood that if Xiaoshi's background was really unusual, even if she asked the Feng family head wouldn't say anything, so she was just guessing and not sure. But at this moment, looking at this movement of Xiaoshi, she was suddenly a little unsure of her guess. She hesitated for a moment before walking slowly across to Shushi. She didn't ask Natsuki if she could sit down herself, and simply scooted out of her chair and sat down. Xiaoshi raised her eyes and faintly swept her without saying anything. Rongyun's brows furrowed a few points tighter as he felt Xiaoshi's gaze skimming over him, but just in an instant she collected the emotions on her face and looked at Xiaoshi with a gentle face and asked, "Is it good?" Xiaoxia's action of eating gave a start, and then she raised her eyes slightly. "Want to eat?" Rongyun was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to test out Xiaoshi's general standard of living through this extremely ordinary pastry in her eyes, and thus reconfirm her origin. But, with this non-answer from Xiaoshi, how did it seem like she was trying to rob her of her food? Soon after, Xiaoshi's next words directly confirmed her suspicions. "Go over and get it yourself if you want it. I don't have any on this plate for you." Young Yun, soon. However, she straightened her face and smiled gently once more. "I'm just curious. Haven't you gotten this pastry often before?" Xiaoxia let out a light laugh. "Does it matter to you if I eat often or not?" Young Yun, this day, it's impossible to talk. Just as Rongyun was embarrassed and did not know what to say, and the atmosphere between her and Xiaoshi became more and more frozen. A middle-aged man in formal attire walked up to the stone platform in the center of the courtyard with a microphone. "Please be quiet for a moment." Chapter 162, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 17. After his words fell, the courtyard, which wasn't much of a noisy place, fell completely silent. The middle-aged man then nodded slightly to the surrounding crowd. "First of all, welcome to tonight's event. Just in case some of the VIPs aren't clear about the basics of tonight's event, I'll briefly introduce them to you here. As you all know, all of the clans that went to the Great Chief Dragon's banquet last night received 3 recommendations for entry into the 100. But some of the family's clan children are not very strong, and even if 3 are barely selected, they know that they will not be able to enter that 100-member core. In order not to waste those few slots, the heads of the families have decided that all slots will be taken by those who can. Now, each family with a quota has selected 3 candidates and ranked the strength of the 3 candidates. With that, he retreated to the side of the stone platform while raising his hand and pointing to the white curtain at the back of the platform. Please look at the screen. As soon as he finished speaking, a line with the name of the first-class family of Imperial City, the names of the 3 candidates, as well as the candidates' corresponding warrior ranks were instantly displayed on the screen. Shashi gave it a cursory glance, because Xia had added a clause last night that the members of the 100-member core should not be older than 25. Most of the candidates were at the strength of intermediate warriors. Of course, there were a few junior warriors. As for the senior warriors, there were only 3 in total. Soon, the moderator spoke again. Any strong person in the venue who hasn't gotten a recommended spot can issue a challenge to each family's candidate, and as long as they win, they can replace the original family's candidate. Of course, the quota is not taken for nothing. The person who obtains the quota needs to help out in the future for when the family encounters a crisis. After the host's words fell, a bit of fervor appeared in the eyes of many people around. Although the people who came to tonight's event were all members of first-class families, it was important to realize that there were also strong and weak first-class families. Some members who are not ranked within their own family may be the strongest existence within other families. For them, as long as they could defeat the corresponding family member, they would be able to obtain a recommendation for a place in the 100-man core. And as for the cost they needed to pay, it was almost nothing. This event is nothing short of heavenly for them. And just as the crowd's slightly burning gazes watched, the host spoke again. In addition, candidates can likewise challenge each other. And in the end, one of the strongest candidates will be chosen to receive the supreme honor given jointly by the 5 great clans. That's roughly it. So if there's a challenge you want to make, you can start. After the host finished, opposite Xia Shi, Rongyan slightly inclined her head and looked at Xia Shi with a faint smile. Listening to the way the Feng family master addressed you, I think you should be a warrior. Do you want to go up and try? Natsuki gave her a faint look. Not interested. When Rongyan heard this, the smile at the corner of her lips softened a few points, and at the same time, she seemed to be curious. Are you not interested, or can't you fight? Without waiting for Xia Shi to reply, a voice suddenly came out. I'll go first. The crowd heard the sound and looked toward the source of the sound, and under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Shiqian slowly walked out. Because he didn't estrange his aura around him when he stepped out of the crowd. When the people around him saw him, they saw his strength almost instantly. Peak intermediate warrior? Speaking of which, warriors are categorized from bottom to top as primary warriors, intermediate warriors, and advanced warriors. Each level of warrior is further divided into 5 stars, and reaching the intermediate 5 stars is the peak of the intermediate level. And 10 days ago, Xia Shiquan was still just an intermediate 3-star warrior. After Xia Shi's training, at this moment, his strength had just about risen to the peak of the intermediate level. At this age, his strength was fully counted as one of the best among his peers. Which family's son is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The candidate list doesn't have him either. And I haven't seen any family where all 3 candidates are at the peak of intermediate level warrior strength. Look at his aura. Like he comes from the war ministry. Such a strong person. I don't know which clan he will choose. For such a person to appear right after coming up. I'm afraid that the people behind us are under a lot of pressure. As the surrounding crowd looked at Xia Shiqian standing on the stage, their faces showed some admiration and emotion. Almost all of the first-class clans had fought their way to their positions with their fists. This is a direct result of the extreme value they place on force. Even within many clans, the relationship between members had reached the point where strength was honored. Across from Xia Shi, Rongyan looked at Xia Shiqian who appeared on the stage, and a flash of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that this man she had neglected to have such an impressive talent. As she thought of this, she couldn't help but sweep a glance at Shashi. Originally, because she was worried about Xia Shi pestering Fengjing, when she walked over, she was considering whether or not to try to set up Xia Shi and Xia Shiqing. Now it seemed like she wouldn't have to do it for nothing. No matter how strong the background of the one in front of her was, without strength, there was almost no possibility of being seen by such an excellent man. And just as Rong-yun was lamenting in her heart, Xia Shiqian walked right up to the stone platform amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. He then swept the screen and randomly clicked on a weaker primary peak warrior of the third-ranked first-class family. That junior warrior walked onto the stone platform with his weak legs strongly supported. However, in just a few seconds, he was kicked off the stage by Xia Shiqian. So handsome. Some of the girls below couldn't help but have a few moments of admiration in their eyes when they saw Xia Shiqian's heroic appearance. What family is this man from? Do you guys think it's possible for me to marry him? Soon. A good-looking girl spoke up excitedly. You're that strength. Or don't think about it. This kind of man's other half. I'm afraid that not only must have a family history, but also have strength. We are afraid that we can only look at it from afar. Just then, the host's voice came out at the right time. Su family, Su Tianju lost. When Xia Shiqian sniffed, he only felt that the breath in his heart that had been suppressed by the female demon for more than 10 days was vented. Countless adulations and accolades were given to him. It turned out that this was what he, Xia Shiqian, deserved. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. A kind of only self-exclusive euphoria. Even, at this moment, he felt that even if it was Xia Shi, he didn't bring fear. As long as he was given enough time by Xia Shiqian, he didn't believe that his achievements could still be inferior to a woman. Just then, his gaze suddenly glanced at Jiang Yuan below. He almost immediately thought of the promise he had made to Jiang Yuan at the gate. Plus, he felt the thrill of abuse and wanted to feel it again, so he immediately looked down and opened his mouth. Commander Chang has known me well, and is a figure that I, Xia Shiqian, will soon follow. But, he was kind enough to give you a step up, and instead of being grateful, you spoke ill of him. It's fine that I, Xia Shiqian, didn't know about this, but now that I know about it, there's no way I'm going to sit back and do nothing. Now, if it's a man, get up here. I, Xia Shiqian, am bound to teach you how to behave in the future. Chapter 163, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 18. The moment Xia Shiqian's words fell, a silence fell around him. Xia Shi faintly glanced at Xia Shiqian on the stage, but did not get up, but instead unhurriedly put the last piece of cupcake on the plate into his mouth. At the same time, she couldn't help but show some surprise in her gaze towards Xia Shiqian. How come she didn't know when Xia Shiqian was so bloodthirsty? And, looking at this neutral look of his now, it seems that today's training is not enough. At the same time, after the surrounding crowd heard Xia Shiqian's words, countless gazes simultaneously looked over at Jiang Yuan. Before yesterday, Jiang Yuan was one of the people in charge of the Imperial City Warzone, one of the few 4-star senior commanders in Xia. Even the heads of the 5 great families of Imperial City were extremely respectful when facing Jiang Yuan. And now, even if last night Long Yuan had already announced that the Imperial City Warzone would be taken over by the new Grand Chief, Jiang Yuan's foundation that he had laid down over the years in the Imperial City Warzone was there, and his position was still something that very few people would be able to shake. But, today, someone even dared to speak ill of Jiang Yuan, who was a 4-star senior commander, who is so bold as to dare to provoke Commander Chang. Is he impatient with life? Either he doesn't want to live or he doesn't know the heights of heaven. With the strength of the one on the stage, that person is definitely going to have bad luck today. Say, it turns out that the one on the stage was personally trained by Commander Chang. I say, why is he so powerful at such a young age? Not only is he strong, he's also a decent person. His future is unlimited. Jiang Yuan listened to the surrounding murmurs and looked at Xia Shiqian with an increasingly satisfied gaze. With that, he turned his head slightly and looked over at Xia Shi. When he saw Xia Shi still eating the cake in his hand, he looked even more disappointed. In his opinion, the reason why Xia Shi was so calm after seeing the strength that Xia Shiqian had displayed was that he either didn't put Xia Shiqian in his eyes, or he simply didn't want to go on stage, and either the former or the latter was enough to show that he had looked at the wrong person before. And in the next moment, his gaze towards Xia Shi became a few points firmer. If he didn't have to participate in the many matters of the 100-people group, he wouldn't have bothered with a junior like Xia Shi. But now, he had to make sure that those who made it into the 100 men's corps were all talents, and not just losers who had been piled up by the family's resources and had their eyes on the world. Therefore, no matter what, he would never let Xia Shi enter the 100-man group. Just as Jiang Yuan's gaze towards Xia Shi grew colder and colder, when the surrounding crowd saw that no one had come out, some of the juniors were obviously getting a little impatient. Where is everyone? Why don't they come out? It's not like he's scared and wants to be a shrinking violet, is it? The one on stage has said that it's not a man if he doesn't go up. But anyone who is a bit bloodthirsty can't just shrink away. Come out. Come on out. Xia Shi listened to a voice around him that helped him speak, and he was suddenly more energized. His gaze slowly swept through the crowd below, and the voice coming out of his mouth became a few degrees colder. I'll say it again right now. Stand up for yourself if you're a man. When the surrounding crowd heard this extremely hard-hitting voice of Xia Shiqian, the appreciation on his face suddenly became a few points thicker. If it was an unusual person who said that, they might think that this person was overly arrogant. But at this moment, they only felt a sense of being righteous, Because they knew that Xia Shichen had the backbone and strength to say this. Now, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come forward, I'm going to do more than just teach you to behave. 3, 2. Just as Xia Shichen's last count was about to be shouted out, Xia Shi finally stood up from her seat without slowing down. Then, her nonchalant words reached the ears of the surrounding crowd. It takes a man to stand up? Didn't Commander Chang tell you that I'm not a man? Chapter 164, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 19. Boom. When Xia Shi listened to Xia Xie's words, he only felt that his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. His entire body was instantly dumbfounded in place. In that extremely violent shock, his mind was nearly in a state of confusion. No, it can't be that coincidental, can it? God can't play him like that. It'll kill you. It really kills you. And just as Xia Shichen's entire being was suddenly dumbfounded, a murmur filled with surprise came out from the crowd. Commander Xia? Commander Xia has actually come? I actually saw it just now, but didn't dare to go over and greet Commander Xia. Jiang Yuan looked at the gazes of some of the family heads that seemed to be permeated with a little bit of respect towards Xia Shi, and in his heart, he was already basically sure that Xia Shi came from a certain big family. But then, a trace of doubt couldn't help but flash through his eyes. Not just the Feng family heads. Even these family heads know her? But why did he have no impression at all of a person who was well known by so many first-class family heads? On the stage, Xia Shichen looked at Xia Shi and tried to pull the stiff corners of his mouth. A smile that was worse than crying appeared on that face looking at Xia Shi. Xia Commander. That what? I just said not you. You quickly sit down. Xia Shi looked at Xia Shichen, whose legs were obviously shivering a little, and smiled faintly. Whether it's me or not, wouldn't you know if you asked that Commander Chang? Xia Shichen's face steeply stiffened. Then he slowly turned his head in slow motion. After his eyes fell on Jiang Yuan and saw him nodding slightly at him, he suddenly felt that the sky was about to collapse. And just as Xia Shiquan was in a state as if he had been struck by lightning, Xia Shi followed the steps around the stone platform and walked on top of it, and then stood opposite Xia Shichen. Xia Shichen looked at Xia Shi, who was standing opposite to him, feeling the oppressive feeling around her that she did not intentionally release but made him breathless. His heart suddenly gave birth to an impulse of wanting to beat his own self to death just now. What level of confidence had he swelled to give birth to the idea that he would soon be able to surpass this demoness? Not to mention strength. He felt it would be years before he could stand across from her and not have his legs tremble. As for surpassing her, he felt he had no need to think about it in his life. Below, the crowd looked at the two people standing facing each other on the stage, and their faces couldn't help but show a few moments of emotion. I really didn't expect that the one who clashed with Commander Chang was Commander Xia. This is going to be a good show. Commander Xia looks younger than that Xia Shiqing. I wonder who is stronger or weaker between the two. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Xia Shiqing is a bit afraid of Commander Xia? After the last person's words rang out, the faces of the people looking at Xia Shichen all had a few more points of inquiry on them, and right under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Shi looked at Xia Shichen and said with a faint smile, "Say, how do you want to teach me to behave?" Xia Shiquan. At this moment, he was literally crying. Teach a demoness to behave? He admitted that in his dreams he'd thought that countless times, but even in his dreams, he's been screwed over every time. And now, the demoness was asking him to do this kind of thing that he had already dared not even dream of. Wasn't this to play with him to death? Seeing that Xia Shichen didn't reply, Xia Shi raised her eyebrows and gave a sound. Obviously, it was only an extremely slight sound, but Xia Shi's body trembled violently when she heard it, nearly falling directly to the ground. Then, he looked at Xia Shi, and the 1,000 words he wanted to explain in his heart finally turned into a sentence with deep repentance. I was wrong. After those 3 simple words fell, the surroundings were once again quiet for a few moments. Soon, an incredulous murmur came out from the surroundings. Commander Chang's favored subordinate is really so afraid of Commander Xia? Most of all, why do I feel that what he's afraid of isn't the identity of Commander Xia, but her as a person? No matter how strong Commander Xia is, it's not so strong that Xia Shiqing doesn't even have any fighting spirit, right? Chang Yuan looked at Xia Shiqing, who was already a wimp in the face of Xia Xia on the stage, and his brow was wrinkled into a Chuan character. Seeing that Xia Shichen already had the tendency to directly admit defeat, he immediately reminded with a gloomy face, Xia Shicheng, think about the promise you just made to me. Xia Shichen was stunned for a moment at his words. In the next moment, he hastily took off the finger ring that Chang Yuan had given him at the door. He then rushed off the high platform as if he was fleeing and handed the finger ring to Chang Yuan. Commander Chang, this is something you gave me. I'm sorry, I'm not blessed to receive it. Now I'm returning it to you. The benefits that this finger ring could bring were good, but It needed him to have a life to enjoy it. If he went against the demoness, he would even lose his life. What's the use of needing these extraneous things? Jiang Yuan looked at the finger ring that Xia Shiqian raised her hand to put in front of her, felt the slightly stunned gazes around her, and felt that an invisible slap had slapped her hard on her old face. Just now he was enjoying the praise of the crowd because of Xia Shiqian's excellence. And the next moment, Xia Shiqian betrayed him in public. The rest of his life, he had lost face on this day. However, he was after all quite a character. And soon, he calmed down his churning mood, his gaze fixed on Xia Shiqian as he asked, "Do you know what you will lose by giving me back this ring?" After saying that, and without waiting for Xia Shiqian to reply, he raised his eyes and glanced at Xia Shi, before opening his mouth with an icy face. "As long as I'm in the 100, you won't be able to enter the 100 for a day." After saying that, under the slightly stunned gazes of the crowd, he turned his head to look at Xia Shi and continued, "And you? I don't know what kind of crooked tricks you used to get him to go against my wishes, but I can responsibly tell you that people like you won't be able to set foot in the doors of the 100 no matter what." When Jiang Yuan's words fell, the surrounding first-class family heads froze almost simultaneously. Don't want to get into the 100? This Commander Xia is the person in charge of specifically forming the 100 men's regiment. If she can't get into the 100, who can? Wasn't this Commander Chang the figure who was going to assist the new Grand Chief in training the 100 men? He and this Commander Xia should be considered partners who needed to help each other out. But now, how did it feel like he didn't even know the identity of Commander Xia yet? And just as the crowd's hearts overflowed with doubts, Xia Shi's eyes landed on Jiang Yuan. Then, a smile without the slightest bit of warmth curled up at the corners of her lips, and the words that came out of her mouth made Jiang Yuan and the surrounding crowd freeze in place at the same time. Chapter 165, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 20. This Commander Chang. I can clearly tell you that who is in the 100-man regiment and who is not. That is my business and it is not your turn to tell me what to do in front of me. Boom. Xia Xia's voice was like a muffled thunder, exploding in the ears of the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the surrounding area was steeped in a kind of silence that could be heard by a falling pin. When Jiang Yuan heard Xia Shi's words, a strong wave of disbelief appeared on his face. No one had dared to be so rude to him since he became a senior commander, although he knew that the one in front of him had a notable background. But, as strong as her background was, she was now only an Imperial City acting dean, with a title that held up no more than a 5-star intermediate commander. Who gave her the courage to say such things? At the same time, the surrounding first-class family heads were equally dumbfounded. They knew that Shashi was a close associate of the new Grand Chieftain, and they knew that what she was saying was the truth. However, Jiang Yuan is a 4-star senior commander. Moreover, after the establishment of the 100 People's Corps, it was inevitable that she and Jiang Yuan would have to work together. But now, her strong-to-the-point words directly offended people completely. Was she, really, not afraid that Commander Chang would say something in front of Long Yuan or the new Grand Chief and directly disqualify her from determining a place in the 100-man Corps? The instant they thought of this, many family heads changed their faces at the same time. No way. If someone else were to form a 100-member group, would each of their clans still have 3 recommended spots? Moreover, some of them put only 2 or even 1 replaceable referral in the family, and that irreplaceable one is their specially selected clansman with extremely high face value. They believed that with so many various beautiful and handsome men, and many of them were powerful, Xia Shi would at least leave a few behind even if she was picky. If Xia Shi, who had determined the quota for the 100-member group, was replaced, then the efforts they had made might be in vain. Thinking about this, the hearts of all the family lords were tightened. They subconsciously wanted to tell Jiang Yuan about Xia Shi's identity and advise him not to get too involved with Xia Shi. However, without waiting for the heads of all the families to speak, Jiang Yuan, who had already been angered by Xia Xia's attitude, had already spoken. Little girl, you're not big, but you have a big mouth. Let's put it this way, if you can enter the 100-man Corps, it also means that I, Jiang Yuan, have spent all these years in the War Ministry for nothing. Today, I'll put my words here. If you can really enter the 100-man Corps and become a member of it, I, Jiang Yuan, will voluntarily give up my 4-star senior commander title and quit the Xia War Department on this occasion. The many family heads who were about to open their mouths to ease the conflict between Jiang Yuan and Xia Shi were simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Jiang Yuan's words. Only, as long as Commander Xia can enter the 100-man Corps, Jiang Yuan will quit the Xia War Department? How could Commander Chang say such a thing? Is he crazy? That 100-man regiment, Commander Xia she doesn't need to enter. Without her, the 100 couldn't have been formed. Okay? Just as the family lords were frantically roaring in their hearts while quickly pondering on how to save Jiang Yuan without offending Xia Shi, Xia Shi looked at Jiang Yuan and opened his mouth. Do you have your head up your ass in strength? But considering that you're always thinking about the war ministry and don't have much real ill will towards me, you don't have to quit the war ministry. Saying that, Xiaoshi paused for a moment before continuing. But I don't want to see you in the future. So if you see me in the future, go around. Jiang Yuan was once again stunned when he heard Xiaoshi's words. Didn't she get the point he was emphasizing? That there was no way she would be allowed to enter the Xiao War Department? What's with the talk like he's quitting the War Department unconditionally? And, to avoid her from now on? In all these years, he had never seen a junior who dared to speak so loudly in front of him. You're reckless. However, just as Jiang Yuan was about to continue saying something, a few of the surrounding family heads who were usually extremely close to him were afraid that he would say something else that would be a death sentence, so they could no longer think of anything else and hurriedly opened their mouths. Chapter 166, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 21. Commander Chang. All the contributions you've made to the Xia Kingdom over the years are there for all to see. Don't think for a moment. Yes, Commander Chang, it was not easy for you to sit in this position today. You can't give up so easily. Commander Chang, you see that Commander Xia has become the new Grand Chief's close confidant at such a young age and is responsible for forming the 100-man regiment. So it's inevitable that he is a bit youthful. So please bear with him more. The moment the last person's words fell, Jiang Yuan's anger froze on his face almost instantly. At this moment, he couldn't even believe his ears a little. Did he hear wrong? How? How is that possible? The new Great Chief's most valued combatant, as well as the new Great Chief's close confidant that Long Yuan said he would introduce to him recently and told him 1,000 times not to offend, is actually a little girl who looks less than 20 years old? How could it be so ridiculous? No way. Something must be wrong somewhere. Not far away. A family head looked at Jiang Yuan's expression and immediately understood in his heart what he was thinking, and immediately spoke with a smile. Commander Chang, at last night's banquet, Grand Chief Long Yuan personally announced Commander Xia's identity. What just happened was all a misunderstanding. How about the two of you treat it as a no-fight? When Jiang Yuan heard this, no matter how shocked he was, he had to believe that Xiaoshi was the new Grand Chieftain's close confidant who possessed the power to determine the number of places in the 100-man corps. The color of his face changed rapidly. He suddenly remembered that the first time he met Xiaoshi, he was going to accept her as his subordinate and considered himself generous enough to give an internalized quota of a 100-member troop. Now think, he even wanted a combatant with a status similar to his own in the War Department to be his subordinate. Even, he had promised a spot in a 100-member troop that he had to ask for permission from Natsuki before he could ask for it. And this quota was still a reward that he had bestowed upon Xiaoshi himself. At this moment, even with the thickness of his face that he had honed in his many years of missions, he still had the urge to find a crack in the ground. If this is known to a few of his old comrades in the War Department, he is afraid that he will not have the face to see people for the rest of his life. The scariest thing was that at that time, he still felt that Xiaoshi was questioning his authority because she didn't show any half excitement when she heard him give the internal quota. And he, because of this, still wanted Xiaoshi to teach her a lesson, to make her regret that she didn't agree to become his direct subordinate at that time, and thus become a member of the 100-man corps. Even, he went so far as to say that if Xiaoshi could enter the 100 People's Corps, he would quit the Xiao War Department on this occasion. Such words. At this moment, Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. There had never been a moment when he felt so stupid. The face of his life was disgraced on this day, and just as Jiang Yuan was considering how to escape with relative decency, Xiaoshi's smirking gaze landed on him. Instantly, an extremely bad feeling arose in Jiang Yuan's heart, and the moment this feeling appeared in him, Xiaoshi's eyes that looked at her revealed a smile without the slightest bit of warmth. Since this family head has said so, I naturally have to give you face. As I recall, Commander Chang was extremely optimistic about Xiaoshi at the gate, and was going to give him an internal slot in the 100-man corps. Since that's the case, then the first spot in the 100-member troop will be given to Xiaoshi, whom you favored before. Commander Chang, do you think this decision of mine, is it okay? Chapter 167, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 22. Jiang Yuan sniffed, only to feel a flutter in his chest. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed it, a mouthful of blood would have already been sprayed out of him. Yet sparely, one of the hands under his sleeve trembled lightly under his control from holding back his anger. And when the surrounding family lords heard Xiaoshi's words, a few complexities were revealed in their expressions. Saving face? You're doing this to give face to the head of the family that opened the door to shake hands with Jiang Yuan? You're clearly running to piss Jiang Yuan off. Jiang Yuan had said before whether or not he had said that he had given Xiaoshi an internal slot they didn't know. However, they had just heard Jiang Yuan say to Xiaoshi that as long as he was in the war ministry, Xiaoshi would never want to become a member of the 100 People's Regiment. Now you, Xiaoshi, are good. directly positioning Xia Shichin as the first official member of the 100-member troupe, and beautifully saying that you are giving face. How in the world can there be such shameless people? As for Xia Shichin, he was obviously a bit confused at the moment. This surprise came too suddenly, didn't it? Though he said earlier that he still hoped to enter the 100 on his own merits. But that was because it was Jiang Yunting who had previously spoken out about giving the internal quota, not Xia Shi. Although he felt from the bottom of his heart that Xia Shi was an uncompromising female devil, it was undeniable that he was convinced from the bottom of his heart about Xia Shi's strength and methods. But he never fantasized that Xia Shi would one day recognize himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed without hesitation when he heard Jiang Yunting say that he wanted him to follow him in the future. But now, this kind of thing, which he had never dared to dream of, seemed to have become a reality. Xia Shi said that he would give him the first 100-member troop slot. It was obviously a recognition of his Xia Shichin's strength. At once, an emotion of being affirmed by his most admired idol suddenly filled his heart. Under this extreme surprise and excitement, he even had the urge to shout a few times to the sky. At the same time, Xia Shi looked at Jiang Yunting's appearance as if he was about to be exasperated by himself at any moment, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of laughter. She actually did not mean to be aggressive, but simply wanted Jiang Yunting to understand that he could not lose his vigilance because he had been in a high position for a long time, or else the small loss today would sooner or later lead to a big disaster. Pop, pop, pop. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, a series of several clear applause suddenly came out from the crowd. What a great show of harboring! When this sound rang out, the crowd instantly looked over in the direction of the source of the sound. Under the gazes of the crowd, a 23 or 24-year-old youth, clad in a black robe, slowly walked out from the corner. The youth opened his mouth as he unhurriedly untied the black robe on his body. Teacher said that Xia was able to rise to such an extent in a few years, so it naturally has its own unique characteristics. I had thought that although the vast majority of places in the Summer Kingdom are inferior to my Sunset Empire, it should also have a little something worth learning. But I have to say that the two senior commanders of the Summer Kingdom have let me down. When the youth's words fell, the black robe on his body had already been untied by him, and revealed within the black robe was an extremely traditional white robe. The moment some of the surrounding people saw the clothes, they immediately opened their mouths and exclaimed, "Someone from the Sunset Empire?" The moment the words rang out, the gazes of almost everyone on the scene looking at the youth were permeated with a clear color of hatred. Decades ago, the Sunset Empire had invaded the land of the Xia Kingdom when it was weak and slaughtered countless innocent people, and even in recent years, the Sunset Empire was still targeting the Xia War Department in the extraterritorial battlefield. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Regiment carrying the front line, the casualties that the Summer Kingdom suffered every year due to the Sunset Empire would have been hundreds of thousands if not millions. It could be said that every single Xiagua person had a mentality of resistance and hatred towards the Sunset Empire. How did someone from the Sunset Empire show up here? Who let him in? Family Master Feng. People from the Sunset Empire were able to blend in. Are your Feng family's security personnel freeloaders? Chapter 168, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 23. Because they were too angry in their hearts, the surrounding people's tone was no longer so polite even when they were facing the head of the Feng family, one of the 5 great families of Imperial City. The Feng family lord looked at the youth of the Sunset Empire in front of him, and his face was equally as gloomy as water. It's some skill to be able to blend in under layers of scrutiny, but since you dared to come, you don't have to go back. Only then did the surrounding crowd's faces ease a few points when they heard the Feng family head's words. It was just that the faces of the people looking at the youths of the Sunset Empire were showing obvious killing intent. However, the Sunset Empire youth looked at the gazes of the crowd, but did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. He faintly swept a glance at the crowd before giving a disdainful cold snort. Your Xia Kingdom's head of state is begging to cooperate with my Sunset Empire. And you, a small family head, want to go against my Sunset Empire? The surrounding crowd was stunned at his words. Soon, however, the solemnity on the faces of the crowd became visibly thicker. However, the youth spoke with a faint smile as if he didn't feel the atmosphere around him gradually lowering to near freezing point. I've already inquired before. As long as they are under the age of 25, all people are eligible to join the 100-member troop that Xia will soon form. And there is no stipulation as to which nationality. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Xia Shiqian. If I've just heard correctly, he's already obtained an official spot in the 100-man corps. So is it true that as long as I defeat him, I'll be able to take a place within the 100-man corps? The moment the youth's words fell, the surrounding crowd changed their faces almost simultaneously. It was true that there was no nationality restriction imposed on that 100, and it wasn't even stipulated that one had to be from the War Ministry to join. But how could anyone from another country be able to enter the Xia War Department? This person, obviously, is here to smash the scene. At the same time, Xia Shiqian, who was originally still secretly excited about getting the first 100-member troop slot, had her face steeply sank the moment she heard this. Defeat me? You have a big mouth. However, the moment Xia Shiqian's words fell, a huge force suddenly came from his neck. A strong feeling of suffocation entered his mind. Well, let go of. Xia Shiqian almost instinctively grabbed the palm of the youth's hand that was choking his neck, and frantically tried to tear it away. But soon, he despairingly realized that the youth's hand was like an iron vice. Even if he used his full strength, he still couldn't shake it in the slightest. As the sense of suffocation continued to increase, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of death crisis. And just as Xia Shiqian felt that he was about to break, the youth suddenly raised his hand and threw it away. Xia Shiqian's body was instantly thrown out. Boo! With a crashing sound of a body touching the ground, Xia Shiqian's body ruthlessly smashed into the ground 5 meters away. Almost at the same time that Xia Shiqian landed on the ground, the youth's gaze that was like looking down on a mole cricket swept towards the surrounding crowd. This kind of waste is not even qualified to join the war ministry in my Sunset Empire. But in your country, which outnumbers us nearly 10 to 1, it's a treasure? No wonder when the Xia people go to the extraterritorial battlefields, they all make the greatest sacrifices in exchange for a slight advantage. You're all losers at home. If you didn't send more people to die, I'm afraid your country full of sick people would have been destroyed a long time ago. I really don't understand why the teacher sent so many Sunset Empire elites to the Summer Kingdom to exchange and learn. What else is there for us to learn from a backward barbarian land like yours, other than strong fertility? Hearing this, some of the family lords who were already about to strike at the youth froze violently. The War Ministry of the Sunset Empire sent someone to the Summer Kingdom? How is that possible? How could the top brass of the Xia War Ministry agree? A family head finally couldn't help but open his mouth and chided. What are you babbling about? The youth's expression became even more disdainful at his words. He opened his mouth with a sneer. Nonsense? In my Sunset Empire, strength is truth. I'm going to put my words here today. If there's anyone here under the age of 25 who can defeat me, I, Miato Chihaya, will shut up myself. But if not, you'll just have to listen to what I have to say. Chapter 169, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 24. However, just as the youth's words fell, he suddenly felt a harsh and powerful wind coming from behind him. The moment he felt the movement, he subconsciously sidestepped. But despite this, he still had a light bloodstain rubbed into the side of his face. Feeling the fiery pain on his side face, he looked at Xia Shiqian, who had only stabilized herself because of her inertial forward motion, and a flash of fierce killing intent swiftly flashed through his eyes. That's right, the one who struck out at him was no one else. It was none other than Xia Shiqian, who had just been thrown out by him at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Because Xia Shi had focused on training practical combat ability in the previous special training, after Xia Shi's body landed on the ground, she stood up again in a very short period of time and counterattacked against Miato Chihaya. Miato Chihaya raised her hand and wiped the blood that had spilled on the side of her face, before placing her blood-stained fingers on her lips and wiping them. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on Xia Shiqian, and the corner of his lips slowly hooked up a touch of bloodthirsty killing intent. You've succeeded in angering me, Summer's pariah. After saying that, he did not wait for Xia Shiqian to respond. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Xia Shiqian. Xia Shiqian looked at the figure that was nearly blurred in his line of sight due to its speed, and his heart abruptly tightened. However, because of the slight muscle memory generated from the previous days of training, Xia Shiqian raised her hand to meet Miato Chihaya's fist almost without thinking. Boo! The muffled sound of clashing fists reached the ears of the surrounding crowd. Well, Xia Shiqian only felt a force that she was completely unable to resist attack her body. Under that tremendous force, his body once again flew backwards. This time, his body directly smashed hard on top of the central stone platform. Put! The moment Xia Shiqian's body made contact with the stone platform, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently from his mouth. Miato Shifuyu, who stood in place and barely moved, looked faintly at Xia Shiqian, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, and stuck out his tongue and lightly licked his lips, which had a slight trace of blood left behind. At the same time, his posture when he looked at Xia Shiqian was as if he was a nobleman looking down on the lowest pauper. You should be thankful to that monarch of yours who knows what he's doing. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show favor to my Sunset Empire and invited the Sunset Empire's elites to come and exchange ideas, I would have directly executed you, a lowly Xia countryman who was not even worthy of lifting my shoes. When Miato Shifuyu's words fell, Xia Shiqian slowly but firmly raised her head. He spread open his slightly bloodshot eyes, staring at Miato Chihaya, and the voice with a piercing chill in his mouth said word by word, "You seek death." The moment the last word rang out, Xia Shiqian got strength from nowhere and violently got up and rushed towards Mayatu Qianyu. Mayatu Qianyu looked at Xia Shiqian, who clearly did not have the slightest chance of winning, but was still struggling desperately, and wrinkled his brow in boredom. Stupid summer rats. He raised his hand unsteadily as a low curse sounded. Boo! Xia Shiqian's body was violently kicked out. This time, the moment he was kicked out, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. However, the feeling of superiority brought about by the youth's nationality and the contemptuous words coming out of his mouth were like a sharp thorn piercing hard into Xia Shiqian's heart. Under the extreme humiliation and anger, it was as if he could no longer feel the pain, and almost the next moment his body landed on the ground. He once again violently charged at Miyato Chihaya. Perhaps it was the physical potential inspired by extreme anger. This time he actually pounced on Miyato Shifuyu's feet and hugged his legs before he could strike. Almost the instant he touched Miyato Chihaya, he directly bit down on Miyato Chihaya's calf regardless. Ah! Miyato Shifuyu couldn't control her scream as she felt the intense pain coming from her leg. He fiercely looked down at Xia Shiqian, who was desperately trying to bite off a piece of his flesh from his leg, and suddenly, a great sense of humiliation surged into his heart. He, Mayata Chihaya, a genius ranked in the top 10 of the Sunset Empire's War Department, had been injured twice by this lowly summer countryman? Shame! This was the greatest shame of his life. Miyato Chihaya, under extreme anger, he no longer stayed his hand, and an attack frantically slammed into Xia Shiqian. Ka-ching! Soon after, the sound of Xia Shiqian's chest breaking suddenly resounded in the silent air around them. However, even though the bones were broken, Xia Shiqian still didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. The sharp pain seemed to stimulate his nerves, and he bit deeper instead. At this moment, an unprecedented persistence and madness appeared in Xia Shiqian's eyes. So what if he wasn't as strong as Miyato Shifuyu? Today, he is not good. This Mayata Chihaya also do not want to come out of here intact. Chapter 170, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 25. On the side, Xia Shi looked at Xia Shiqian, who was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, but was fighting back to the death. Her eyes rarely showed a trace of satisfaction. In the previous training, although Xia Shiqian had performed well, she had always lacked the ruthlessness to fight for her life. If Xia Shiqian did not break through this bottleneck, it would never be possible to enter the ranks of senior warriors in a short period of time. But now, Miyato Chihaya had clearly inspired his bloodlust. This, however, was not in vain, as she deliberately said that she would give the first slot to Xia Shiqian, drawing out Gongtu Qianyu, who had just been in the shadows, to turn the spearhead against him. As for the injuries on Xia Shiqian's body, as long as he was still alive, she was certain that she could make his body completely recover in 3 days. At the same time, Miyato Chihaya clearly felt a large chunk of flesh on his leg about to leave his body, and his attacks gradually fell into a frenzy. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! A sound of bones breaking came out from all parts of Xia Shiqian's body. At this point, his body had been beaten to a bloody pulp. The most frightening thing was that his breathing was fading as well. Yet even so, the force on his mouth still didn't relax in the slightest. Help! Help! Asterisk 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 him. It's not the turn of the people of the small Sunset Kingdom to act wildly in my Summer Kingdom's territory. Seeing that Xia Shiqian was about to be killed by Mayatu Qianyu's frantic attacks, the surrounding family lords who had just hesitated to make a move because of Mayatu Qianyu's several mentions of the Xia monarch couldn't care less. Even if the one who stood in the highest position of the Xia kingdom was shaken with anger, they couldn't do anything to watch a person from the Xia kingdom being beaten to death alive by the people from the small country of the setting sun in front of their eyes. However, just as the crowd was about to swarm, suddenly, a sudden icy rebuke came from the direction of the courtyard gate. Stop it all. Hearing the voice, the surrounding crowd as well as Miyato Chihaya stopped their movements almost simultaneously. At the same time, all were looking in the direction of the sound courtyard gate. Under the gazes of the crowd, a group of 10 or so people walked slowly over. Among the crowd, walking at the front, were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, with extraordinary aura around them. One of them was dressed in pure white Sunset Empire War Ministry clothing, and his title, as could be seen from the insignia hanging from his chest, was equivalent to the Grand Chief of the War Ministry. But the crowd's eyes just swept over him. Their gazes, almost simultaneously, fell on the 35 or 36-year-old looking man beside him, wearing the uniform of the highest level of the Xia War Department. Chief Young? The moment they saw the man, many people exclaimed out in shock. That's right, this was no one else but Rong Yi, one of the 4 great chiefs of the Xia War Ministry nowadays, and also known as the 3rd chief by many people. He, on the other hand, has another identity, the only brother of that supreme ruler of the Summer Kingdom. It's no exaggeration to say that this one, within the entire Xia Kingdom, is the existence of one person under 10,000 people. The moment Rong Yun, who had been leisurely watching the show, saw Rong Yi. She almost subconsciously stood up from her seat. At this moment, a touch of heartfelt respect appeared in her eyes that were usually light but would not produce too many waves from anything. Rong Yi's footsteps stopped in front of and behind the crowd, and his slightly cold gaze landed on the pain-looking Mayatu Chenyu and Xiaoshi Chen at his feet. He looked at Miyato Shifuyu, and there was an unquestionable tone in his calm tone. Let go of the man. Miyato Shifuyu just gave Rong Yi a faint look at what he said. Without any intention of stopping, the leader of the Sunset Empire who came with Rong Yi slowly stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Chief Rong, your Xia country has always claimed to be a country of etiquette. Before you tell my people to stop, shouldn't this Xia combatant first kneel down and make amends to my combatant for his rudeness? Kneel to make amends? Rong Yi's face sank as he looked at the leader of the Sunset Empire. Without even asking the cause of the matter, Chief Mayata let my Xia people kneel down and apologize. Do people in the Sunset Empire not use their brains to do anything? When the leader of the Sunset Empire heard Rong Yi's words without any semblance of politeness, the smile on his face abruptly froze. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes then landed on Miyato Chihaya. Seeing this, Miyato Shifuyu immediately forced himself to endure the pain in his calf and opened his mouth with a solemn expression to explain. I just wanted to challenge this insider's number 1 in the 100, but sadly, he's a piece of trash in my eyes. Or rather, all the pariahs here under the age of 25 in the Summerland are trash. The leader of the Sunset Empire sniffed and didn't feel that Mayatu Chihaya's words were half bad. After listening, he turned his head directly to Rong Yi Dao. Did Chief Rong hear that? Originally only our country this combatant invited you people of the Summer country to have a friendly sparring session. You people of the Summer country when you lost but with such unpleasant means to our countrymen to retaliate. It's practice. Really let a person is not shameful? If this matter can't be resolved satisfactorily today, then there's no point in leaving behind the Sunset Empire's elite group that I brought to exchange and learn from. Miyato Chihaya sniffed and immediately spoke with disdain. This one under my feet is the first member of Xia's soon-to-be established 100-man corps, and this all-important first member's strength is so low to such an extent that, as far as I can see, it's a complete waste of time for us to be here. The leader of the Sunset Empire's brows furrowed as he heard this, and then, he turned his head to look at Rong Yi and asked, Chief Rong, is the strength of your Xia people really all that bad? Rong Yi's face darkened when he heard this. However, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he had to recognize a fact. That is, apart from the strength of the members of the Skywolf Regiment that Xiaoshi had personally trained were still watchable, the rest of the young men of the Xia War Department were indeed completely inferior to the Sunset Empire warriors. Otherwise, when the large forces of the Xia Kingdom conquered the extraterritorial battlefields, they wouldn't always have to sacrifice many times or even dozens of times more than the other side in exchange for a very small benefit. When the leader of the Sunset Empire saw Rong Yi's expression, his face grew cold. Chief Rong, originally, because of the existence of the Skywolf Regiment, I had great hopes for your Xia Kingdom, but if this is the strength of your Summer Kingdom's younger generation, it seems that there is indeed no need for our Sunset Empire to stay here for some trash. When Rong Yi heard this, his face suddenly became a few points more ugly. He had almost always been busy with the affairs of state within the Summer Kingdom before, and didn't know much about the extraterrestrial battlefield or the new great chief, so it was true that there was no young man under the age of 25 here who was a match for Mayata Chihaya, in his opinion. Thus, he really didn't know how to refute the words of the leader of the Sunset Empire, and just as the atmosphere around them gradually froze, Xiaoshi walked out of the crowd without slowing down. Chapter 171, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 26. When the surrounding family lords saw Xiaoshi who stood out, their faces could not help but show some consternation. Miyato Chihaya was first stunned. With that, he couldn't help but show a few hints of playfulness on his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. And under their gaze, Xiaoshi didn't say anything, but just walked slowly to Xiaoshi Chen's body, and then slowly squatted down and fed a pill to Xiaoshi Chen who was already out of breath more than in. Xiaoshi Chen opened her mouth in a blur of consciousness and took the pill into her mouth. After that pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a mass of liquid that slid down his throat and then merged into his body. Feeling the medicinal power spread out in her body, Xiaoshi Chen struggled to open her eyes. When he saw Xiaoshi's face enlarged in front of him, he opened his mouth and spoke with a hard voice. Boss, sorry for embarrassing you. Xiaoshi looked at him faintly. No obvious emotions could be heard in his voice. Train well when you get back. Yes. Xiaoshi Chen immediately returned. His voice was extremely weak, but it did emanate a sense of firmness and determination. Natsuki hooked the corner of her lips imperceptibly, and then, she slowly got up and her gaze fell on the leader of the Sunset Empire beside Rong Yi. Instantly, an invisible yet exceptionally powerful aura spread out from around her. The surrounding crowd held their breath almost simultaneously. Then, A whispering sound came out from the crowd. Commander Xia is worthy of being a close friend of the new great chief. Even when standing in front of Chief Rong and the chief of the Sunset Empire, he doesn't have the slightest bit of cowardice. Commander Xia is under 25 years old, right? Is it possible for her to defeat that Miato Chihaya? I'm afraid this won't work, right? If Commander Xia was certain, he should have already made his move long ago, and would not have watched as Xia Shiqing was beaten like this. Also, although Miato Chiyu is arrogant, she has obviously become an advanced battlemaster. Although Commander Xia may also be an advanced warrior, a woman's battle power is inherently weaker than a man's, so it's normal that she's not an opponent. And while the crowd was whispering, the Sunset Empire's leader's face sank when he felt Xiaoshi's gaze that did not show any semblance of respect. But without waiting for him to say anything, the Miato Chihaya in front of Natsuki suddenly let out a disdainful laugh. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoshi, and he looked at her as if he was looking down on a mole cricket. What? You're a summer woman and you want to stand up for the men of your country? In the Sunset Empire, the status of women is extremely low, and even historically was once regarded as a tool for procreation. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Empire, women are never allowed to join the war ministry. That would be seen as an insult to a sacred place like the war ministry. However, when Natsuki heard Miato Shifuyu's words, he didn't reward him with a single glance. Her gaze remained straight at the leader of the Sunset Empire as she spoke faintly. 10 days. The leader of the Sunset Empire frowned at his words. What 10 days? 10 days from now, the newly formed 100-man regiment from the Summer Kingdom will have a friendly exchange between the two countries with your elite regiment from the Sunset Empire that came to the Summer Kingdom. Saying that, Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow, obviously not much of an expression, but inexplicably penetrated a provocative meaning. Dare? Hiss. Hiss. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, countless voices of sucking in cool air came out from the surroundings. At the same time, most of the family heads looked at Xiaoshi as if they were looking at a madman. The 100-man regiment hasn't even been formed yet, challenging the elite group from the Sunset Empire that came to exchange in 10 days. Is she crazy? Don't say it's only 10 days. Even if it's 10 months, the young generation of the Summer Kingdom is no match for the young elites of the Sunset Empire. The talent of the people of the Sunset Empire in the warrior's path is not a bit better than our Xia people. So why would she propose this kind of pact that is tantamount to seeking death? It's not that they despise their own country's strength. Really, the strength of Xia's warriors is notoriously weak. Not to mention anything else, the number of high-level warriors in the Xia kingdom was not even one-fifth of the Sunset Empire's, and on the topmost warriors, Xia was likewise far inferior to the Sunset Empire. If it were not for the fact that Xia's population base was so large that it could make up for this disadvantage by using the Sea of Men tactic, Xia was afraid that it would have been finished long ago. At the same time, amidst the extremely unfavorable voices of all the family lords, the face of the Sunset Empire's chief as he looked at Xiaoshi also turned cold. He gazed straight at Xiaoshi and said with a displeased expression, "Even if you want to make a date with my Sunset Empire's elite group, you need someone like Chief Yun to talk to me. What kind of person are you? Where is the place for you to speak here?" Chapter 172, The Great Chieftain's Best. Exposed. 27. Right at this moment, the Feng family head, who was worrying about Xia in his heart, hurriedly stood out and opened his mouth to introduce himself to a few people. "This is Commander Xia, who is responsible for forming the 100 People's Regiment." The leader of the Sunset Empire and Miato Shifuyu were both stunned at his words. In the next moment, Miato Chihaya suddenly laughed out loud. After a few seconds, he then lifted a slightly trembling finger from his smile to point at Shashi's nose. "Ha ha ha, the commander who formed the 100-man regiment? You, Xia, have been reduced to the point where you have to rely on women for protection?" When Rong Yi heard Gong Tu Qinyu's words, that face that was already a bit ugly because of Xiaoshi's words about a date to fight the 100 People's Group in 10 days' time, suddenly became a few points colder. Stand down. He didn't know why Long Yuan had given the woman in front of him the heavy responsibility of forming a 100-man regiment, but he was certain that 10 days to form a team that could take on the Sunset Empire's elite corps was a fool's errand. Seeing that Rong Yi, who was the leader of the Summer Kingdom, was on his side, the meaning of looking down on the inferior people in his expression intensified. "Originally I thought that the 100-man regiment that Xia was going to form was so powerful, but I didn't realize that it was just a pussy army formed by a pussy. Lord Chief, go back. There's no need for us to waste time here with some pussy-trained summer trash." On the side, Natsuki, who had just slowed down a bit from the severe pain, listened to Miato Chihaya's words, and suddenly felt that all the pain on her body was not so unbearable. He suddenly had the urge to laugh maniacally a few times. Seriously, he felt like he'd been dead enough before. But now, he felt that his level of death-defying in front of Miato Shifuyu was nothing more than a grandson meeting his grandfather. Today, If his female devil can let this leave with quite a few parts on his body, Xia Shirquan took his head off and kicked it as a ball. After Miyato Chihaya finished, Natsuki finally stopped ignoring him. She looked at Miyato Shifuyu without much fluctuation in her expression. Finished? What? You have a problem with my words? Then I will teach you today that in the war ministry, strength is truth. As a weakling, you can only accept and obey unconditionally. Saying that, Miyato Shifuyu suddenly stepped forward. At once, he closed to a breathable distance between him and Shushi. He slightly lowered his head and looked down at Xiashir. The corner of his mouth pulled out a slightly hideous arc. Woman, because I'm stronger than you, even if I let you die, you can only die. Understand? Xiashir sniffed and looked at him with a faint smile. I see. Miyato Chihaya raised an eyebrow. He thought that this little summer wildcat in front of him was going to put up some pointless resistance, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. So much less fun. Really? And just as he was about to open his mouth to admonish Xiashir again, Xiashir suddenly raised his foot and kicked him under the small of his back. When Miyato Shifuyu saw Natsuki's not-so-fast kicking speed, the corner of his lips suddenly curled up into a sarcastic arc. He immediately raised his hand and was about to control Xiashir's ankle, making him realize that her strength was no different from hitting a stone with an egg when facing herself. However, just at the moment his hand touched Xiashir, ka-ching! Well, the sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly traveled from his palm to his brain. Almost as soon as Miyato Chihaya grunted out from the pain at his wrist, Natsuki's foot suddenly kicked him in the spot just below the small of his back. Ah! A voice that was mournful to the extreme suddenly came out from Miyato Chihaya's mouth. Almost instinctively, he covered the most important spot on his body. Under that severe pain that could make a person faint from pain at any time, Miyato Chiyu's knees went weak, and she actually knelt straight in front of Xiashir. Xiashir slightly lowered his head, looking down at Gongtu Qianyu, whose forehead instantly seeped out a layer of cold sweat, and opened his mouth with a faint expression. I didn't move you just now because with your title and strength, you're not worthy of my personal attention, but since you were kind enough to teach me the way of the strong, it would be a bit of a shame for me not to repay you with action. Saying that, Xiashir looked at Miyato Qianyu under the gaze of the crowd filled with dismay, an unquestionable chill in her light voice. As a man, how can you kneel in front of a woman? Stand up for me. Chapter 173, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 28. Even though Miyato Chihaya was already under a kind of severe pain that would pass out at any time, Natsuki's voice still clearly reached his ears. At once, an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged through him. However, under that extreme and severe pain, he couldn't even say a clear sentence. All he could do was stare intently at Xiashir with eyes that were so painful that they were crimson, and let out a beastly hiss of pain from his mouth. The surrounding crowd looked at Miyato Chiyu's miserable state, and their faces were filled with shock. Xia, Commander Xia is surprisingly this strong? I really didn't think that my summer country would still have such a genius. No wonder the Dragon Chief and the new Great Chief think so highly of her. Reaching this level at such a young age, her future is unlimited. At the same time, the leader of the Sunset Empire slowly turned his head to look at Rong-yi, his gaze cold and questioning. I just heard that her title is already a senior commander. Miyato Chihaya is only a mid-level commander in the Sunset Empire. Wouldn't it be a shame for a senior commander to go out and deal with someone whose title is so much lower than his own? Rong-yi frowned at his words. It's true that Miyato Chihaya is arrogant, but it's also true that his title is lower than Natsuki's. Now that the leader of the Sunset Empire was talking about titles, the Xia side really didn't have the upper hand. However, without waiting for him to say anything, Xiashir suddenly turned his head to look at the leader of the Sunset Empire. According to you, I am equivalent to his superior. So, you Sunset Empire didn't teach him how to behave. Is it a problem if I help you teach him? After Xia's words fell, the Sunset Empire leader's aura around him became even more chilly. It's not your turn to teach the combatants of my Sunset Empire. Under the pressure of that powerful aura, many of the people around were steeply bombarded with several steps back. In the next moment, the faces of the people looking at the leader of the Sunset Empire overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. An existence above the senior warrior? This Sunset Empire chief is actually a Battle King level powerhouse? One must know that although many people suspected that Long Yuan's strength had reached the Battle King level, Long Yuan himself had never admitted it. It could be said that there was no longer a confirmed Battle King level existence in the entire Xia kingdom today. However, Xia's War King level existence, which most likely doesn't have a single one, was actually sent by the Sunset Empire to carry out exchanges between countries. Was this a sign of the Sunset Empire's regard and respect for the Summer Kingdom? Or was there some sort of ulterior motive? Not only the crowd, but even Rong-yi's face as he looked at the leader of the Sunset Empire showed obvious shock, and Xiashir just laughed softly. looking at the leader of the Sunset Empire and opening his mouth nonchalantly. Since it's not my turn to teach, please keep your country's dogs on a leash and don't let them out to bite again. A cold aura abruptly slipped through the eyes of the Sunset Empire's leader as he looked at Xiaoshi. You think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because Chief Rong is here? As he spoke, he stepped forward again. At that moment, an even stronger aura was released. Under this strong sense of oppression, the surrounding crowd clearly felt the killing intent of the Sunset Empire's leader towards Xiaoshi. At this moment, many people's hearts were tightened, and that face that looked at Xiaoshi couldn't help but reveal a strong concern. Commander Xia quickly admit a mistake. Soon after, one of them spoke up and warned. The person next to him nodded his head at the words. Commander Xia, it's in Xia's territory now. If you just give in, he won't dare to do anything to you. Yeah, to be a man, you have to know how to give and take. Now is not the time to show off. They believed that with Xiaoxi's talent, it might not be impossible for him to become a battle king in the future. But if she angered the other side now, there wasn't anyone here who had the power to save her. Xia looked at the surrounding family lords who were afraid that they were in danger, and smiled faintly. Thanks for the reminder. The several family heads all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiaoshi had taken their words into consideration. However, without waiting for them to fully exhale with a breath, Xiaoshi turned her head slightly, looking at the Sunset Empire's leader without any semblance of a joke on her face. 10 days from now, the Summer Kingdom's 100-man regiment and the Sunset Empire's elite regiment, a battle to the death. At that time, I will kill a Sunset Empire battle king and sacrifice it to the heavens. Chapter 174, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 29. Boom. Xiaoshi's voice was not big, but it was like a 9-day muffled thunder, fiercely bombarding into the crowd's mind. For a moment, everyone at the scene was all dumbfounded. At this moment, they were completely unable to believe their ears. Kill a battle king to sacrifice the sky? Is she crazy? At the same time, Chief Yongyi's face steeply sank as he looked at Xiaoshi. He kept his gaze fixed on Xiaoshi and chided in a cold voice. You shut up. He, for one, had never seen such an unaware woman. Does she know what the concept of a battle king is? For a battle king, ordinary guns couldn't hurt him anymore. The only way to really hurt him would be to use a weapon of mass destruction. And once it was used, it would cause a city to be reduced to rubble. Yet now, such a battle king level transcendent existence had become something that could be killed just by saying it in the mouth of this stupid woman in front of him. What is she when she's the king of war? It didn't matter if she was alone and seeking death. If she angered this battle king level existence in front of her, everyone in the entire imperial city would have to suffer with her. And just as Romi was gazing at Xiaoshi with that gaze that looked like he was about to kill, the leader of the Sunset Empire suddenly smiled. Only that smile was chilling to the core. 10 days? I don't need 10 days. I can kill you right now. As he said that, his aura around him increased by a few points. At that instant, the crowd clearly felt the morose killing intent spreading in the air around them. All of a sudden, a strong fear appeared on everyone's face. A battle king level powerhouse was truly too terrifying. At this moment, even the Feng family master, who was extremely optimistic about Xiaoshi before, couldn't help but slowly knit his brows. It was really hard for him to believe that Xiaoshi possessed battle king level strength at this age, and if she didn't, her provocation of this Sunset Empire's leader was tantamount to seeking death. At the same time, Rong Yi was equally flabbergasted, because he was worried that the people around him would be affected. He hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi and opened his mouth in a cold voice. Although Chief Miato is not of Xia nationality, his title in the Sunset Empire is equivalent to that of a Xia Grand Chief. And yet you, a junior commander, want to deliberately murder your superior, which, according to the regulations of the Ministry of War, is punishable by death. With that, he glanced up and down at Xiaoshi and spoke again. But since you're young and a woman, I'll give you a break. Now, kneel down and apologize to this chief of the Sunset Empire. If Chief Miato doesn't forgive you, no standing up. Xiaoshi sniffed and just looked straight at him, one hand slowly clenching into a fist. At the same time, a chilling killing intent gradually brewed in her eyes. When she was in the extraterritorial battlefield, she often heard her subordinates complain that the top management of the Xia War Ministry was weak and incompetent in the face of other countries, and even ceded most of the benefits to the enemy country on several occasions in the event that the Xia country was victorious. But because all she had been in contact with was Lin Juanan, she didn't have a clear feeling about it. However, at this moment, she finally understood why the Xia kingdom had been almost invincible on the extraterritorial battlefields in recent years, yet it was still unable to gain the respect of the defeated countries. When Romi saw that Xiaoshi was silent and didn't say anything, his face suddenly turned cold. Didn't you hear me? Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. Only a touch of biting sarcasm came out of that smile. Previously, I've always wondered why the Summer Kingdom has been almost invincible on the extraterritorial battlefields in recent years, yet it has never been able to gain the respect of the defeated countries. Now I understand. Because the War Ministry has too many cowards like you who grovel to the murderers who slaughtered countless of your own countrymen. Chapter 175, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 30. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a dead silence. Then, almost everyone looked at Xia Shi as if they were looking at a dead person. It was even if she threatened to kill the top brass of the Sunset Empire, but now she had the audacity to say such things to Rong Yi, who was the Grand Chief. She was nothing more than a senior commander, and if she didn't possess the right to determine the quota for the 100-man corps, they might not even put her in their eyes. But now, such a small commander dared to make a fool of herself in front of the two great chiefs. Did she really think that because she had good talent and was a close friend of the new great chief, Chief Yunyi wouldn't dare to touch her? The gloomy face of the Sunset Empire's leader suddenly eased quite a bit when he heard Xia Shi's words. There was even a slight smirk on his face as he looked at Rong Yi. Chief Rong, it seems that this commander doesn't have you, the Grand Chief, in his sights. Rong Yi didn't reply. He just gave Xia Shi a look with a grimace before looking behind him at several of the combatants to open their mouths in command. Men, drag this woman who dares to insult her superiors down to me and execute her according to the rules of the War Ministry. Just as Rong Yi's words fell, Xia Shi's voice, which was cold to the extreme, was like a chilling bomb that steeply exploded in everyone's ears. Superior? If you didn't have a brother who was the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, with a punk like you, you'd be worthy of the position of Grand Chieftain? As for executing me, I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so as a fellow Grand Chieftain. When Xia Shi's words fell, the surrounding crowd, who had originally secretly sighed that Xia Shi was finished, froze in place almost simultaneously. What? The same big chief? Does she mean she's the new big chief? How is that possible? How could the Xia War Ministry let a wild girl with no hair yet grow into the position of Grand Chief? Not only the crowd, but Rong Yi was also startled violently. However, in the next moment, an even more sinister killing intent appeared on his face as he looked at Xia Shi. You know you're a capital offense and you're ready to break the bank? When the surrounding crowd heard Rong Yi's words, a flash of realization appeared on their faces. At the same time, everyone was relieved. You know, even though they were first-class family heads, they had to be respectful when they met the great chief. If they were to let them, the dignified characters of the imperial city, grovel to a little girl, just by thinking about that picture, they would all be a little unacceptable. Soon, someone spoke up as if remembering something. At yesterday's banquet, Grand Chief Long Yuan could have said that you were only the new Grand Chief's crony, and now you're claiming that you're the new Grand Chief, treating us all like little cuties. Are we all cuties? Yeah, you, a little girl. Even if you're strong, you can't possibly be qualified for the position of the Great Chief. If the Great Chieftain of the Summer Kingdom is to be made by a little girl like you, I'm afraid the Summer Kingdom is not far from being destroyed. However, just as the last person's words fell, a voice that was cold to the core suddenly came from the courtyard entrance. What are you talking about? When the people in the courtyard saw the visitor, they almost subconsciously stood up straight. Rong Yi's expression also became a few points more solemn as he looked at the visitor and spoke. Great Chief Long. After Long Yuan gave a signaling nod to Xia Shi, he looked at Rong Yi and asked, Rong Yi, just now I heard you say that someone is posing as the new head of the War Ministry? Rong Yi sniffed and glanced at Xia Shi before turning to Long Yuan with a slightly cold expression. It's this Xia commander. I heard that just yesterday you announced her status as the new Grand Chieftain's crony at the banquet, and just now she claimed to be the new Grand Chieftain. Long Chief, don't you think that's a little funny for her to say? Chapter 176, The Great Chieftain's Vest. Exposed. 31. The surrounding crowd all looked at Xia Shi and shook their heads. Originally, as long as she took one step at a time, she might not be without the possibility of becoming a great chief in 10 years, but she was so arrogant that she had to ruin her own future. No one else is to blame. However, just when the crowd thought that Long Yuan would directly follow the rules of the War Ministry and expel Xia Shi from the War Ministry, Long Yuan sighed while looking back at the crowd and opened his mouth. Originally, I claimed that she was a close associate of the new great chief because I was worried that the exposure of Chief Xia's identity would cause hostility from the countries outside the domain, but Chief Xia has personally recognized his title, so I have nothing to hide. Saying that, Long Yuan's complexion was straightened, and his face was solemn as he looked at the surrounding crowd and said, Now, let me formally introduce to you all. This is the new Grand Chief of the Xia War Department. Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, an eerie silence suddenly and steeply descended. And without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, because of the urgency of the matter, Long Yuan once again opened his mouth and directly spoke out to Xia Shi about the purpose of his visit. Chieftain Xia, the extraterritorial countries have all launched an onslaught against Xia after learning of your departure, and the major teams of Xia are losing ground. If it weren't for the Skywolf regiment that you trained that is still struggling on the front line, I'm afraid that the Summer Kingdom would have already had its defenses broken. But the countries are attacking too fiercely, and the Skywolf regiment is afraid that they won't be able to hold out much longer. Now, on behalf of the Xia War Ministry, I implore you to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield immediately. After Long Yuan's words fell, everyone, including Rong Yi, had rich shock overflowing on their faces. How is that possible? Although the strength of the young generation of the Xia Kingdom is not considered strong, but in recent years, defeats have rarely been reported from the extraterritorial battlefield. So how did it suddenly lose in the extraterritorial battlefield recently? Grand Chief Long said it's because of this little girl, but a little girl, even if she's more powerful, can't possibly have that much of an impact on Xia's situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield, right? The faces of the people looking at Xia Shi as they spoke revealed a strong skepticism. Just as the crowd's faces were filled with skepticism, Xia Shi suddenly smiled when she heard Long Yuan's words. Only, her smile was ironically zinging, and the words that came out of her mouth were cold, hard and unfeeling. Since the Skywolf regiment can't hold out any longer, then don't hold out. Let them retreat back to the Summer Kingdom. I just happen to be training a 100-man regiment, so let them tag along and improve their strength along the way. As for the extraterritorial battlefield, Rong Yi as a great chief, under the command of 1,000,000 warriors, accounted for countless resources of the War Department, but he and his subordinates have never been on the battlefield, and now that the country is in trouble, it is time for them to contribute to the Xia Kingdom. She had always known that the Xia War Department numbered nearly 10 million, yet only about 6 million would travel to the extraterrestrial battlefield, and the remaining 4 million are all hunkered down within the Summer Kingdom under the pretext of practicing. These 4 million people include 90% of the War Ministry's top brass. Their strength was at the top tier of the War Ministry, taking close to 90% of the War Ministry's resources, yet they didn't dare to enter the extraterrestrial battlefield because they were afraid of death. Previously, she felt that she was able to traverse the extraterritorial battlefield by virtue of the few top talents she had trained under her command, so she didn't care too much about Young Yi's riceworms who had the strength but didn't dare to go to war against the Summer Kingdom. But Young Yi's humble stance in the face of the leader of the Sunset Empire made her realize, if Xia wants to continue to stand in the world, the overabundance of riceworms must be changed. When Long Yuan heard Xia Shi's words, a flash of difficulty appeared on his face. Although Young Yi was also an advanced warrior, he had never been to the battlefield at all. He went over there and basically went to his death. However, without waiting for Long Yuan to continue, Xia Shi directly interrupted him. The words that came out of her mouth were cold and unquestionable. From today onwards, all those who have never been to an extraterrestrial battlefield will either quit the War Ministry or go forward to fight in the war. The Summer War Department does not keep idle men. Thank you for the gifts. Love you, Mo. Chapter 177 Master. The bed has been warmed. 1. The moment Xia Xia's words fell, the surroundings fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone was staring blankly at Natsuki. No one expected that she would dare to say such a thing, but for any character with a bit of reputation in the Xia Kingdom, who didn't know that some people in the Xia Kingdom's war ministry were unlikely to go to the battlefield? Now the young girl in front of her wanted to send everyone in the war ministry into battle. Did she know how many people it would hurt? Just as everyone thought. Rong Yi's face instantly went cold when he heard Xia Shi's words. His eyes were fixed on Xia Shi, and his face was chilly as he questioned. Going to war? How did you become a great chief? Don't you realize that the combatants who stayed at home did far more for the Summer Kingdom than the reckless men who fought for their lives on the battlefield? Xia Shi's eyes flashed with a chilling coldness as she sniffed. Forgive her for knowing that Rong Yi will definitely find a reason to shirk, but she did not expect him to say such inferior words. Reckless? Those warriors who fought for their lives on the battlefield to protect Xia are just reckless men in your eyes here? Rong Yi's eyes slightly converged, and the face he looked at Xia Shi had an obvious superiority on it. All men can go to the battlefield and fight for their lives, but the talents that sit in the back are mostly contributing with their brains, and they solve problems that cannot be solved by brute force. Xia Shi laughed. Are the 4 million people who stayed inside the Xia Kingdom all using their brains to contribute to the Xia Kingdom? Then dare I ask, what kind of contribution has Chief Rong made to the Xia Kingdom with his brain? Rong Yi said with an icy face. I have no responsibility or obligation to report my work to you. Since Chief Young thinks that the warriors who fought in the outer realm are all replaceable and reckless, it's okay for me to let them come back to boost their strength, right? Naturally not. Young Yi spoke almost subconsciously. Even though he hadn't paid too much attention to the movements of the extraterritorial battlefield, He had heard that Xia's dominance on the battlefield in recent years had nothing to do with the Skywolf Regiment, although he felt that there was an element of exaggeration. Since there was such a group of dead soldiers who did not take resources and still sold their lives for Xia for nothing, it was natural to not use them for nothing. However, without waiting for Rong Yi to finish speaking, Xia Shi directly spoke up and interrupted him. I almost forgot. I'm on equal footing with Chief Yang, and it's not my responsibility or obligation to ask your permission for what I'm going to do. After saying that, Xia Shi no longer looked at him and directly took out her special cell phone. Her fingers quickly operated on it. Rong Yi looked at Xia Shi's attitude that did not put herself in the least bit, and her face became even colder and sullen by a few points. However, he didn't stop Xia Shi's move, which was clearly a recall of the members of the Skywolf Regiment and others. A squad that was trained by a little girl and numbered no more than 100 people was just that. He really didn't put it too much in his eyes. He didn't believe that without this so-called Skywolf Regiment, Xia's situation in the extraterritorial battlefield would really change much. And even if something did go wrong, it might not be bad for him. After all, the millions of generals under his command had been trained in the war zone before, and his immediate subordinates had formed 300-man squads of top strength. He hadn't used them before because he didn't think it was time for them to go to war, and if an irreversible form really did occur, he could just lead his subordinates in a power play. At that time, Long Yuan's position as that first great chief would have to be given up to him even if he didn't want to. Long Yuan watched Xia Shi's movements, his face showing obvious anxiety as he said, Chief Xia, withdrawing the Skywolf Regiment will surely break Xia's border defense, and when the enemy invades the country, I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. Chapter 178 Master. The bed has been warmed, too. Natsuki's fingers operating the cell phone lurched, and then, she slowly raised her head to look at Long Yuan and spoke with a light smile. Doesn't Xia still have 4 million men left in the war? Let Chief Rong bring them over to take the top. If they all go over and are still undefeated, you can have Chief Rong bring the resources of the war ministry in his hand and come over to beg me to bring people over to reinforce them. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all couldn't help but look at Xia Shi and shake their heads. If those 4 million people were really that easy to move, could Long Yuan have come to her in a hurry? They didn't know how she had become the great chief, but they were certain that if she really wanted to force those 4 million warriors onto the battlefield, the few existences that stood above those warriors would never let her off easily. As for Rong Yi to bring the resources of the War Department to go over and beg her to go to the battlefield, is completely a fool's dream. Even when Long Yuan said that recently the Xia Kingdom had been losing ground in the extraterritorial battlefield, they didn't care too much about it. After all, victory and defeat are commonplace, and if Xia was so weak, I'm afraid it would have ceased to exist long ago. Begging you with war ministry resources? Not very young, but you have a big mouth. Don't talk too much or you'll easily get punched in the face. After saying that, Xia Shi, who had already finished sending a message to the Skywolf Regiment, directly put his cell phone away. She then ignored Rong Yi and looked at Long Yuan. Early tomorrow morning, all members of the Skywolf Regiment will return to the country to rest and recuperate, so I'll trouble Great Chief Long to inform the airspace leaders along the way to arrange for the release of the passengers. Long Yuan nodded with a bitter face as he listened to Xia Shi's words that did not have any room for maneuver. He then looked at Rong Yi, whose eyes were flashing, and sighed in his heart, hoping that this seemingly risky decision of Xia Shi could really bring about a slight turnaround in the soon-to-be decaying war ministry. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had, the leader of the Sunset Empire suddenly stood out and looked at Xia Shi. 10 days from now, the 100-man regiment you're going to form will fight to the death with the elite regiment I've brought with me. I don't know if that still counts. Naturally, since I said I would kill you to sacrifice you to heaven, there is no reason to back out. The leader of the Sunset Empire suddenly laughed as he listened to this refreshing voice of Xia Shi. Only that smile was obviously permeated with a bit of a grimace. Then we'll see what happens. After saying that, he directly ordered the combatants behind him to drag on Miyato Chihaya, who had already fainted from the pain, and left. Then, Rong Yi and Long Yuan and the others left one after another. As for the people in the courtyard, because they knew that they would have to fight to the death against the members of the Sunset Empire 10 days after joining the 100 Men's Regiment, although there were a few who were willing to fight for the sake of the country, most of them were lack of interest. Half an hour later, Xia Shi saw that the crowd had almost left, and opened his mouth to ask the Feng family head to take himself to the Feng family's back residence. A room in the back of the house is where the little fox claims to have the other half of the star key. And just as Xia Shi entered the back of the house, a white figure so fast that it was almost only a stump flashed through the courtyard. The moment he disappeared, the little fox's voice suddenly sounded in Xia Shi's mind. Star key. He has the aura of the star key on him. The moment Xia Shi heard the little fox's words, she almost immediately chased after him. The Feng family head who was standing in the same spot froze abruptly in place as he watched Xiaoshi's figure disappear in front of him almost instantly. He felt the warrior's aura where Xiaoxia had disappeared, and his face overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. A moment later, a faintly indiscernible soft murmur came out of his mouth this time. This is the War King above the War Emperor? How? Half an hour later, Xiaoshi returned to the villa that Feng Jing had just bought yesterday. The little fox was still mumbling under his breath the question he had wondered all the way through. I almost caught up with him just now. How did he suddenly disappear into thin air? Xiaoshi lightly glanced at it. Didn't you see that his clothes are the same as Mayatu Qianyu's? It won't take more than a few days to meet the Sunset Empire elite group, so we will naturally be able to find him at that time. That being said, I always thought there was something fishy about this. Go ahead and think about it then. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Xiaoxiatime lifted the little fox's neck and threw it casually onto the sofa. The little fox looked at Xiaoshi's figure that disappeared in the bathroom doorway, and a heartfelt smile suddenly flashed in her eyes. After a long time, Xiaoshi walked out of the bathroom. Because she felt a figure on the bed, she subconsciously looked over at the bed. At that moment, she steeped her feet, only to see that the little fox who had regained his human form was lying on his side with his head propped up on one hand. He took off all his clothes, with only a thin white comforter casually slung around his waist to block the key areas. Under the light of the chandelier on the roof, his already fair and delicate skin was glowing, and his short, sparse silver white hair half covered his forehead, lending an inexplicable holiness to his delicate features. Seeing Xiaoshi come out, he slowly hooked his lips, and the words that came out of his mouth carried a seductive charm in its sanctity. Master, the bed is already warmed up. Come on up. Chapter 179 Tian Lang Leader. Xiaoxi. 1. Xiaoshi looked at the winking little fox and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What are you? Seducing me? The little fox sniffed and moved lightly, the fabric around her waist sliding down a bit, as if the hidden spot would be revealed the next moment. However, it was clear that the movements were extremely seductive, but the little fox's eyes that looked at Xiaoshi revealed a few points of ranting Dao. How can you call it seduction when people are just trying to do what they can for their masters? The corner of Xiaoshi's lips slowly hooked up a meaningful arc as she sniffed. Then she walked slowly toward the bed. The little fox watched the distance between Xiaoshi and herself getting closer and closer, and the beating speed of her little heart was noticeably faster. Though he was born knowing certain things as a fox and how to maximize his charm, but nothing can hold back the fact that he has lived for thousands of years and is still a virgin. He wouldn't have done such a thing if that dead man hadn't pissed him off today. Now that the woman looked like she really wanted something to happen with him, he couldn't control his long, jade-like knuckles from gripping the covers beneath him. At this moment, I don't know why, he actually felt a deer in the headlights feeling in his heart. Natsuki stopped when she walked 3 paces away from the bed. She took in the little fox's every move, and then, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Aren't you quite bold? Why are you nervous? The little fox sniffed and immediately realized what was going on, hastily letting go of the hand that was tugging at the sheet and asking a hard, rhetorical question. Who's nervous? Xiaoxia smiled faintly and once again took 2 steps forward. Gulp! The sound of the little fox gagging resounded clearly in the room. At the same time, his grip on the sheets tightened a few more uncontrollable degrees once again. Xiaoshi looked at his wimpy face and inexplicably felt funny. She didn't tease him anymore either, but raised her hand and rubbed it twice clear through his short, soft silver hair, coaxing in a gentle tone. Good girl. I know it's hard for you to hold it in. Go to the pet store tomorrow night and see if there's a female fox you like. The little fox froze for a full 3 seconds before coming back to his senses when he heard Xiaoshi's words. And then, disbelief overflowed on his small face that was a little bit seductive in its delicacy. Female foxes? Xiaoshi looked at the little fox's somewhat excited appearance, as if she suddenly realized something, and immediately opened her mouth to add, well, it's not impossible if you prefer other varieties. The little fox exploded almost instantly. Do you know who I am? I am the most honorable divine fox of the Fox clan, and I have long since taken form, more than enough to match with your human clan. And now you want to find me a female fox from this lowly world? Woman, who are you looking down on? Natsuki sniffed and once again raised her hand to stroke him twice on his small head like a pet. How can you compare now to before? Getting by first? The little fox looked straight at her with a pair of good-looking fox eyes, his clenched teeth cackling from the bite. At this moment, he was finally sure that his heartbeat had just sped up, definitely not because he liked this woman. This kind of murderous woman deserves to die alone. Exasperated, he glared fiercely at Natsuki and almost instantly reappeared as a fox, blinking as he ran to the corner and lay down with his butt against Natsuki. Xiaoshi looked at the little fox who had shut herself up because of her 2 words and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. She had decided to go ahead and get a female fox for the cubs. Though, When the time came to put the female fox at Fengjing's place, when he wanted to look for her, he could just find an excuse to visit her from the two foxes. Early the next morning, Xia Shi, who was dressed in a War Department costume, first went to the Imperial City Academy and arranged a day of training for Black Panther and the others. An hour later, she appeared at the gate of the Imperial City War Zone. Xia Shi had just walked into the dark green door of the war zone that was nearly 10 meters long and wide, when a 34 or 35-year-old man wearing a 5-star intermediate commander's battle uniform immediately ran over. He immediately questioned in a cold voice after walking in front of Xia Shi, "Why are you so late? You're recognizing the wrong person." However, before Xia Shi could finish her latter words, she was directly interrupted by the man opening his mouth. "Don't give me excuses. The serious regiment is almost here. The whole place is waiting for you to have a ritual. You people from the Cultural and Industrial Corps are really a big deal." Chapter 180 Tianlang Leader. Xia Shi, too. After saying that, the man walked quickly towards within the war zone without any further ado. Xia Shi's eyes suddenly became more interested after hearing his words. She knew that the Skywolves would be arriving today. She just didn't know the exact time they'd be coming over after they took care of things over there. Since she happened to come across it, she didn't mind going over to greet the subordinates she hadn't seen in a long time. After the man took a few steps and realized that Xia Shi hadn't even followed him, he turned around and scolded in a cold voice. "What are you waiting for? Keep up." Xia was in a good mood now, plus she knew he was in a hurry, so she didn't think too much of his attitude. She took a few quick steps to catch up with him before opening her mouth to ask, "You haven't seen me before, have you? How do you know I'm here from the civilian corps to do etiquette?" The man sniffed and turned his head to look at her, and the look he gave her seemed like he was looking at an idiot. "How do you know that? Go and see how many women there are in the entire Imperial City war zone. Aside from the ones in your civilian corps, how many of them are young?" Natsuki was stunned for a moment at his words. She had been in the extraterrestrial battlefield before and didn't really understand the male-to-female ratio in the domestic war department. She had guessed before that there would be fewer female combatants, but she hadn't realized there would be so few. A few moments later, the man led Xia Shi to a wide training ground within the war zone. This training ground was more than 10 times the size of the place where she had previously given special training to Black Panther and other combatants. And at that moment, there were thousands of combatants standing on the training ground, and the combatants stood in an extremely neat square formation. At this moment, almost everyone was staring at the sky in front of them with solemn expressions, and were quietly waiting for the arrival of the Skywolf Regiment and the others. And at the very front of the square, 5 female combatants in their early to mid-20s had stood neatly. Xia Shi was directly brought to the 5 female combatants by Commander Chu Feng, who had picked her up. "Stand here properly and don't move. Be smart later. We can't afford to offend the people who are coming over today. If you unintentionally offend them, not only will you be in bad luck, but I'm afraid that all the people around you will suffer as well." Xia couldn't help but lightly draw the corners of her mouth as she listened to Chu Feng's words that didn't have the slightest meaning of a joke. "The people from the Skywolf Regiment, are they that scary?" When Chu Feng looked at Xia Shi's questioning attitude, his face abruptly flinched and he immediately warned Xia Shi in a cold voice, "Is it that terrifying? Every single person in the Skywolf Regiment has no less than 100 human lives in their hands, especially their leader. That's a murderous devil. Pull yourself together, or else you'll die later without even knowing how." Shashi, if it were not for the fact that she herself was the murderous devil that Chu Feng spoke of, she was afraid that she would have already believed. However, without waiting for Xia Shi to say anything, Chu Feng had already turned around and went to caution the rear combatants about various precautions. Almost at the very next moment when Chu Feng turned around, a surprised voice suddenly came out from the mouth of the female combatant beside Xia Shi. "Natsuki, why are you here?" Xia Shi sniffed and immediately looked over at the person who opened his mouth. When she saw the looks of the girl who opened the mouth, a flash of surprise appeared on her face. This girl is not someone else. It was at the time when the Cloud City Fuluvia family held a banquet on the flag said if she can enter the Emperor's City Academy, will kneel down to call her father that tall and thin girl. At that time, the tall and thin girl fulfilled her promise. She saw that she had good talent and strength, so she gave her a chance to enter the War Department. It's just that she didn't expect to see her so soon. What's more, he didn't expect that she, whose strength was not weak at all to the Special Operations Squad, would come to do the rituals. Immediately afterward, Xia Shi frowned and opened her mouth to the tall and thin girl and asked, "You're in the cultural troop now?" The tall and thin girl nodded at her words, and she couldn't help but have the slightest bittersweet smile on her face. "Well, after I took that golden coin you gave me into the Cloud City War Department, one of the senior commanders was particularly friendly to me and placed me directly into the assault team. But the leader of the group disliked the fact that I was a girl and placed me in the bomb squad that day. And 2 days later, The bomb squad people felt that I couldn't play a role there as a girl, so they placed me in the civilian corps. I'm clearly stronger than most of the male combatants here, but they don't even want me just because I'm a girl. I've even had a war veteran tell me that women should be at home with their children, and that the War Department is no place for a woman. Now, my daily task is to practice singing and dancing, but I still fantasize about the day when I can go to war. Don't you think I'm ridiculous? Saying that, she looked towards Xia Shi, whose face was already as gloomy as ice, and smiled as she continued to speak. Xia Shi, originally I was still a bit unwilling in my heart, but now that I see that you, who is much stronger, has also been forced by them to come over as a ritual, I suddenly feel that I'm not the worst off. At the same time, and because of you, I have realized that there is indeed no hope for a woman to stay in the war ministry, and tonight I will submit my resignation to the top, but it's worth it to meet my most admired members of the Summer Skywolves before I leave. It's just a pity that because of our gender, we won't be able to contribute our light and heat to the Summer Kingdom in this lifetime like the members of the Sirius Regiment. Chapter 181 Tian Lang Leader. Xia Shi. 3. Xia Shi quietly listened to the thin and tall girl's flat but bitter to the extreme words, a cold current gradually surging in her eyes. However, she didn't ask the tall thin girl who her superior was, she just looked at her lightly and opened her mouth to ask, "Aren't you about to form a 100-man regiment? Don't you want to go in and try?" The tall, thin girl sniffed as if she had heard some kind of funny joke. She glanced at Xia Shi, and that gaze was like looking at an overly naive child. "Where is this a matter of whether I want to or not? The testing slots for the 100-man corps are all assigned from above, and the people they assign them to are all powerful and influential imperial city executives, not to mention grassroots like me whose strength isn't outstanding. Even if a warrior with exceptionally strong talent and strength doesn't have a strong background, he won't be able to qualify for the 100 regiment test all the same." Xia Xia couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she heard the tall thin girl's words. In the next instant, her breath around her body abruptly chilled. Previously, she had only known that the War Department had close to half of the riceworms, but hadn't realized that here, the rot had been so complete. Looks like it's time for a big change in the Summer War Department. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in Xia Shi's mind, a large warplane suddenly traveled from the sky. At once, the chest plates of the thousands of combatants who stood in neat rows straightened a few points more. At this moment, the gazes of everyone looking at that war machine were permeated with incomparable admiration and fervor. As the fighter jet slowly landed and descended, the breaths of almost all the combatants present were involuntarily shortened. Soon the hatch slowly opened. "Salute!" The leader of the group, Commander Chu Feng, gave a standard salute to the war machine. Swish, swish, almost at the same time, thousands of combatants raised their hands steeply. That neatly organized movement actually emitted a sound of arms cutting through the air. However, under the gaze of a gaze full of expectation, a voice that was anxious to the extreme suddenly came out from within the hatch. "Where's the war zone hospital? Take us there quickly." The moment this voice came out, everyone present froze violently. Then, Commander Chu Feng said with shock on his face, "A member of the Skywolf Regiment has been injured? What Skywolf Regiment? We are Commander Feng's people." Commander Feng was extremely seriously injured on the battlefield. His life is in danger now. Quickly take us to the war zone hospital. As the man's words came out, the two men in the fighter carried down a stretcher as fast as they could, because Xia Shi's position was extremely close to where the fighter jet was parked. She saw the person lying on the stretcher at a glance. It was a 23 or 24-year-old woman with extremely beautiful features, except that at the moment, her face did not have the slightest bit of blood color, as if a gust of wind could cut off her breath. When Chu Feng heard the person who came down say the three words "Commander Feng," he immediately showed a solemn look on his face and said, "Quickly follow me." After saying that, he immediately led several people towards the Battle Ministry SUV that was parked not far away. When she heard the surname Feng, she glanced at the stretcher and followed it. However, just as Xia Shi followed a few people beside the SUV, Chu Feng saw Xia Shi and, fearing that because of a missing etiquette, the hearts of the Skywolf Regiment and the others would be displeased, he immediately rebuked in a cold voice, "What are you following for? You're here to do the rituals, not to join in the fun, so get the hell back. If you like it, give it a 5-star review on the cover page. Love you, Mo." Chapter 182 Tian Lang Leader. Xia Shi. 4. However, when Chu Feng's words fell, Xia Xia did not speak nonsense and directly raised her foot and kicked at his stomach. When Chu Feng saw Xia Shi's movements, his face abruptly turned cold. Seek death. A civilian troop dares to make a move against him, when he really doesn't know how to die. However, just as he was about to dodge Xia Shi's kick for a counterattack, a huge force suddenly attacked the small of his back. Well, he stifled a grunt that he couldn't control. That tremendous force directly caused him to withdraw backward for a distance of several meters, and finally stumbled and fell hard on the ground. I don't have time to bull you right now. Get out of my way. After saying that, Xiaoshi didn't look at him again and directly walked quickly to the stretcher. Then, without a second thought, she lifted the covers from the woman's body. At this point, the dark green battlesuit on the woman's body was already mostly red with blood. Yet even so, blood was still spilling out of several wounds on her body. After a general sweep, Shushi flicked her small hand at the woman. Snort! Snort! At that moment, several silver needles broke the air sound abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 9 silver needles accurately pierced the acupoints around the woman's body. What are you doing? The burly combatant carrying the stretcher at the back saw Xiaoshi's movements and immediately asked with a nervous face. Xiaoshi once again threw out 9 silver needles, making sure that the blood had stopped before he looked at the war veteran who had opened his mouth. I can save her, but lack the surgical tools. Let's put her in the car and go to the hospital immediately. You can save? The burly combatant glanced at the silver needle that had been stuck in the woman's body and not pulled out, and a clear skepticism appeared on his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. How he looked at Natsuki, he didn't think she could be a doctor. Moreover, at the age of 20 or so, even if he had learned some medical skills, he definitely couldn't reach the level of being able to save people with a few silver needles with a casual flick of his hand. They couldn't afford to take the blame if she zapped the phone commander out of shape. Xiaoshi's face turned cold when he saw the burly combatant's hesitant appearance. What are you waiting for? Go to the hospital. The burly combatant's breathing steepened as he felt the sudden coldness around Xiaoshi's body. He nodded almost subconsciously. Good. However, just as he was about to go over and drive the car, Chu Feng on the ground finally slowed down a few moments from the sharp pain in his belly, and he hurriedly shouted, "She's just a clerical worker who came over to do rituals. What does she know about saving lives?" Quickly pull out the silver needles she messily stuck into Commander Feng's body, or Commander Feng might not make it to the hospital before he's dead, because his heart was too tense. At this time, he didn't even think about how a person from the Civil Engineering Corps could be stronger than him. Originally, he was just a nice guy doing a favor in this case today, but now, Xia Shi, the member of the civilian troop who had not taken it upon himself to make a move to save the others, was the one he had sought out to greet the Skywolf troop. In case Xia Shi cured Commander Feng to death, he would also have to bear great responsibility. When the combatants beside the stretcher who were already suspicious of Xia Shi heard Chu Feng's words, they suddenly looked flabbergasted. He immediately turned his head to look at Xia Shi. His eyes were icy cold as if he wanted to kill. Is what he said true? Xia Shi glanced at Chu Feng on the ground, and a cold aura abruptly flashed across her eyes. However, the situation was urgent now, and she didn't have time to waste on dealing with Chu Feng. She turned her head directly to the burly combatant and ordered in an icy tone, "Drive immediately. Go to the hospital. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." Chu Feng almost spat out blood from anger when he heard Xia Shi's words. You're responsible? What are you capable of being responsible for this? Chapter 183 Tian Lang Leader. Xia Shi. 5. However, when the burly warrior heard this from Xia Shi, he nodded his head with barely the slightest hesitation. Good. After saying that, he went straight to the driver's seat as fast as he could and started the SUV. Chu Feng's eyes snapped open when he saw this. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Are you guys crazy? The silver needle is still in Commander Feng's body. Pull it out. He's just a civilian troop singing and dancing. If something happens to Commander Feng, not only her, but you all will have to follow the bad luck." What answered him, however, was the silence of the two combatants. Kidding aside, they were just on a mission to bring Commander Feng over for medical treatment. They are penalized if the Feng commander dies in the middle of obtaining salvation. Originally, looking at the situation, it was obvious that Commander Feng was in a bad way, and now that a scapegoat willing to help them take the blame suddenly came out, they would not stop it unless they were stupid. Chu Feng still wanted to say something, however, the SUV had already started, and in the blink of an eye, it drove tens of meters away. Chu Feng forced himself to endure the still painful belly from being kicked, and hurriedly ran to another SUV, while quickly chasing after him. Half an hour later, the burly combatant followed the navigation and drove the car to the front of the theater hospital. It was just that the station area hospital, which didn't cover a small area, looked extremely clean. Not only was there no one coming and going, there wasn't even a janitor, doctor, nurse. The combatant following Xia Shi hurriedly jumped out of the car and shouted at the hospital. However, there was no half-hearted response. Xia Shi frowned, while then said to the two, "Carry the people inside first." Good. The two nodded and immediately lifted the stretcher and walked quickly through the hospital doors. However, the hospital hall was excessively quiet at the moment, with no one around except for a dozing nurse at the information desk. Doctor, nurse, the burly combatant cried out with some anxiety. Although even if Commander Fong died, there was still Xia to take the blame. But fear not 10,000. Fear not 1. If he could bring Commander Fong back to life, of course he still wanted Commander Fong to survive. The nurse at the counseling desk was awakened by the burly combatant's voice, when spoke with some impatience. What's all the shouting about? If you want to see a doctor, get in line over there first. There's a big shot coming over for an inspection, so you guys wait, they'll be back when it's done over there. The burly combatant was on the verge of tears when he heard the nurse's nonchalant voice. But our commander is severely injured and can't wait. The nurse suddenly stood up when she heard the burly combatant's words. Commander? What level of commander is the patient? 2-star intermediate commander. The burly warrior hurriedly returned. The nurse gave the burly war veteran a blank look when she heard the callback. One mouthful of commander. I still consider myself a senior commander. What's the hurry for an intermediate commander? Wait in line over there first. The burly warrior hurriedly said. But this isn't an ordinary mid-level commander. She's also the big miss of the Fong family. The nurse snapped to her feet. Why didn't you say so? Almost as soon as the nurse's words fell, a tidal wave of nearly 100 doctors and nurses poured into the hall. The middle-aged man at the head with the dean's name tag smiled and opened his mouth to the crowd after he stood still. Come, let's once again welcome His Highness Rhyme to the Imperial City Warzone Hospital as an honorable intern doctor. After his words fell, a tidal wave of applause erupted around him, and standing where the eyes of the crowd gathered was none other than Rong Yun, whom Xia had seen twice yesterday. I also just want to experience the life of a white angel this time over here, and I'll have to ask for guidance on the many things I don't understand next. Your Highness Rhyme is modest. I heard that you have studied Chinese medicine for some time before? Rong Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Only the corners of her lips showed a clear disdain. Yeah, studied for a while. Speaking of which, if you don't learn, you don't know. But only after you learn do you realize that Chinese medicine is all tricks to deceive people. And if you really want to cure people and save their lives, you still have to rely on Western medicine. That dean immediately nodded in approval when he heard Rong Yun's words. Ha ha ha, I can't imagine that your Highness Rhyme is so perceptive at such a young age. I've never believed that eating a few tree roots and wild vegetables and sticking a few needles into my body can cure the sick and save the people. Those who say that Chinese medicine can cure the sick are all cheated. Yeah, what's the use of Chinese medicine? And those who say it cured their illnesses are all psychological. What's the point of having a scalpel if a few needles will save a life? With all due respect, Chinese medicine is crap. Chapter 184 Tian Lang Leader. Xia Shi. 6. Xia Shi, who was originally ready to find a doctor to prepare the plasma, listened to the doctor's words and her face turned cold. Not far away, Rong Yun suddenly looked over at her as if she had sensed Xia Shi's gaze. When she saw Xia Shi's figure, her brows couldn't help but slowly knit up. Originally, even if she had seen Feng Jing getting close to Xia Shi in the Academy's book collection hall yesterday morning, she didn't think that Xia Shi was qualified to steal a man from herself. However, after realizing that Xia Shi was the big chief, a sense of crisis couldn't help but arise in her heart. The dean saw the change in Rong Yun's complexion and immediately followed her line of sight. But the first thing he noticed was not Shashi, but the stretcher carried by the two combatants. When he saw Miss Feng on the stretcher, whose face was so pale that she didn't have any semblance of blood, his face turned abruptly cold. And then, he looked directly at the nurse at the counseling desk with a gloomy expression. Hasn't it been issued that the Warzone hospitals are to welcome His Highness Rhyme for a day of rest today? Why are there still people being sent here? Immediately blow them out. The surrounding doctors sniffed and looked at the consulting desk nurse with a bit of reproach in their eyes. Nurse Chang, don't you know how important it is for His Highness Rhyme to join our hospital? Why are you so unaware of the importance? Yes, on such an important day, in case someone dies here, isn't it just adding to the bad luck? Quickly get that dying, sickly child out of here. Don't wait for someone to die and then defile His Highness Rhyme's eyes. As Xia Shi listened to the doctors, the breath around her suddenly dropped a few degrees. She looked at the few doctors who opened their mouths with an icy gaze and questioned them in a cold voice. Is this the attitude you have as doctors when dealing with patients? Before she saw those doctors and nurses in Cloud City who wanted to draw all her brother's blood for money, she could still say that they were just some private hospital doctors with uneven quality. But this is the Warzone Hospital in the Imperial City of Xia. The doctors here are the ones who can always be sent to save lives on extraterritorial battlefields. She had no doubt that once they went into battle, they were a tumor. When the doctors heard Xia Shi's questioning, their faces all quickly went cold. As the doctors of the only hospital in the entire Imperial City Warzone, usually even intermediate-level commanders had to be polite to them when they came. Where had they been questioned so much by a little girl so young that she might not even be a junior commander? Who the hell are you? Where do you get off telling us what to do with our patients? Get out of here right now with that dying, short-lived piece of on the stretcher. That's right, if it affects Her Highness Rhyme's mood, 10 of you won't be enough to die. Xiaoshi wasn't interested in arguing with these people, but her gaze slowly swept over each of the doctors who opened their mouths, and an undercurrent surged in that flat gaze. The nurse at the counseling desk just wanted to speak but has not been able to insert his mouth, and now see the conflict between the two sides is getting more and more intense, also cannot care so much, and hastily opened his mouth and shouted, "This isn't an ordinary patient. It's the big miss of the Feng family in Imperial City." The moment the nurse's words fell, the faces of almost all the doctors stiffened. Even Rong Yun, who was watching Xiaoshi staring and contemplating something, had a change of expression. The dean was the first to return to his senses and immediately cried out anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Go save someone." The crowd of doctors sniffed and gathered around the stretcher as fast as they could. When they ran to the stretcher and saw the state of Miss Feng, they were all relieved. Luckily, the bleeding stopped and it doesn't look like it's going to be life-threatening for a while. However, just as those words fell, Xiaoshi's ice-cold voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 185, Tian Lang Leader. Xiaoshi, 7. In 10 minutes at the most, her blood will once again flow out of her body in large quantities. She needs an immediate blood transfusion now. For Xiaoshi, the most important thing right now was to save people. These doctors, she'll take care of Miss Feng when she's out of life-threatening danger. The dean frowned when he heard Xiaoshi's words. What's her condition? We professional doctors don't know as much as you do. Her bleeding has obviously stopped, and in her current state she can still last at least half a day. But without waiting for Xiaoshi to speak, the dean continued, "But this is Miss Feng after all. Just to be on the safe side, let's move the person to the emergency room first, then check the blood type and prepare for a blood transfusion." Yes, the several doctors next to him responded in a hurry, before quickly moving the person towards the emergency room. Soon the stretcher was in the emergency room with the combined efforts of two combatants and doctors. However, just as Xiaoshi was about to follow him in, he was stopped by a middle-aged male doctor with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth. "Emergency room, no one is allowed in. Wait outside." When he finished speaking, he raised his hand to close the emergency room door. However, just as the door was about to close, Xiaoshi directly raised his foot without saying anything. Boo! The door was instantly kicked in hard. "What are you doing, Dr. Mole?" questioned in an almost subconsciously cold voice. Asterisk. Off. Xia didn't say half a word and directly kicked the person aside. Only when she walked into the emergency room, she froze, because there are nearly 20 emergency rooms with closed doors in this emergency room. If it was an ordinary room door, with her strength she would be able to easily lock the room that the crowd had entered through the sound. However, here, in order not to let the noise interfere with the doctor's treatment of patients, the use of several times thicker soundproof door panels, with the door to the room closed, she couldn't really decide which one to enter. And just as Xiaoshi began to open the doors of the operating rooms one by one, a nurse anxiously ran out from the furthest operating room. Xiaoshi saw the nurse come out of the operating room and immediately walked quickly towards that operating room. And it was when she opened the door to the operating room and saw what was going on inside that she just felt a rush of blood from the soles of her feet straight to her head, only to see that all the silver needles on Miss Feng's body were pulled off and put aside. Rong Yun, on the other hand, was quickly pressing on Miss Feng's chest for CPR. The dean watched as fresh blood continued to spill out around Miss Feng's body while her breath grew weaker and weaker, and he began to panic a bit in his heart. "Your Highness, why don't we do it instead? The patient looks a little dangerous." Right now, he was really a bit skeptical about the veracity of Rong Yun's earlier statement that she had studied medicine for a while. After all, normally, but anyone with a bit of medical common sense is well aware that only cardiac arrest requires the use of CPR. If it wasn't for Rong Yun's status here, and the fact that he had just assumed that Miss Feng would still be able to hold out for at least half a day, how could he not have agreed to Rong Yun screwing up like this? But he didn't know why. Since Rong Yun had pulled the silver needle from Miss Feng's body, Miss Feng's blood that had already been stopped seemed like a hemorrhage and began to drain at an extremely fast rate. With Rong Yun pressing so blindly, Miss Feng's blood flowed outward even more, and now she could die at any time. However, Rong Yun ignored him and only accelerated the speed of compressing Miss Feng for CPR. Such a good opportunity to make Feng Jing look at her differently was delivered to her eyes. There was no way she could let it go. Right at this moment, an idle doctor suddenly saw Xiaoshi, who pushed the door in, and immediately scolded in a cold voice. "This is an emergency room. Can't you see we're saving lives? Get out." Xia didn't say anything, but just walked quickly to Rong Yun's side. Hiss. And then she made a move that made all the doctors around her suck in a sharp breath of cold air. Chapter 186, Tian Lang Leader. Xiaoshi, 8. Only to see that Xiaoshi, surprisingly, bent down and grabbed the back of Rongyun's collar, then directly raised his hand and threw the person to the side. Well, Rongyun's body slammed hard against a wall, and under that sharp pain, a muffled grunt came out of her mouth that she couldn't control. However, the pain in her body at the moment was far less than the horror in her mind. She looked over at Shashi almost as soon as her butt hit the ground, a strong look of dismay on her small, always calm and light face. You, how dare you? She knew of Xia Shi's status as a great chief, but in her opinion, even if Xia Shi, who was born from grassroots, climbed higher, she couldn't compare to herself, who was destined to be nobler than everyone else when she was born. She really never dreamed that Xia Shi would dare to be so reckless with herself. At the same time, the people in the first aid room were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they saw Xia Shi's actions. At this moment, a thought appeared in the minds of the crowd almost simultaneously. Crazy. This woman is crazy. Does she know what she's offended? That was the most honored existence among the women of the entire Summer Kingdom. The youngest daughter of that supreme being. If she dares to do that to His Highness Rhyme, she'll be kicked out of the War Department at the very least. How are you doing, Your Highness Rhyme? Dean was the first to react. He immediately rolled and ran to Rongyun's side and opened his mouth to ask with a worried face. Rongyun shook her head, only that the color of her eyes as she looked at Xia Shi was obviously cold. You discontinued my treatment of Ms. Feng. She is now in a dangerous situation. If the Feng family pursues this, I will tell them truthfully. When the surrounding doctors heard Rongyun's words, they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Under His Highness Rhyme's treatment, eldest Miss Feng's physical condition has obviously begun to turn for the better. But because of you, I'm afraid that eldest Miss Feng is going to be in a bad way. Doctors treating patients are most wary of being disturbed. You forcibly interrupting Her Highness Rhyme's treatment is murder on Miss Feng. If something really happens to Miss Feng, the Feng family won't be able to spare you. The two combatants next to the stretcher were a bit stunned as they listened to the crowd of doctors. Yes, is that right? They had just thought that this highness was fooling around, but now so many doctors were saying that her treatment was effective. Could it be that the feeling that their commander's condition was getting worse just now was really an illusion on their part? When Xia Shi heard the crowd's almost upside-down words, the aura around her body grew more and more morose by a few points. Things are turning around? Have you all fed your medical skills to the dogs? After saying that, she didn't wait for the crowd to react, and directly looked at the two combatants who escorted Miss Feng over to open their mouths. If you don't want your Commander Feng to die, don't let anyone here disturb me. The two combatants subconsciously nodded when they heard Xia Shi's voice that did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Of course, compared to the others treating their Feng commander, they still preferred to switch to Xia Shi. After all, before arriving at the hospital Xia Shi had randomly stabbed a few needles in their commander's body, so in case something happened, they would be better off putting the blame on Xia Shi. Xia didn't bother to pay attention to the two men's thoughts and walked directly to Miss Feng. When the doctors saw Xia Shi's movements, they all subconsciously turned their heads to look at Rongyun. At this moment, Rongyun's face was extremely ugly. However, she just quietly watched Shashi's movements and did not mean to stop them. She could sense that Miss Feng was in an extremely bad state at the moment, and was already powerless to return to life without any surprises. Since the stupid woman wanted to show off, she'd let her try. When Miss Feng died at the hands of this stupid woman, it would also break this woman's fantasy of Fengjing. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding doctors, Xia Shi flicked her small hand twice. Snort! Snort! A slight sound of silver needles piercing through the air rang out, and a dozen silver needles accurately pierced into Miss Feng's acupuncture points. The doctors next to him saw Xia Shi's movements and immediately said with shocked faces, "What is this? What's called acupuncture in Chinese medicine? We've just finished saying that Chinese medicine is useless, and you want to use this trick that can only deceive the old, weak, women and children to administer help? Is this an attempt to slap us authoritative doctors in the face? Ha! If you can stop her bleeding with a few needles, I'll swallow all those needles that Rhyme Highness just pulled off." However, just as the last person's words fell, the surrounding doctors, who were watching Miss Feng, opened their eyes violently. Chapter 187 Tian Lang Leader. Xia Shi. 9. Only to see that the blood that was continuously overflowing around Miss Feng's body had miraculously stopped. How is that possible? Nope, it wasn't the stitches she put in that stopped it. Yeah, it's just a coincidence that the blood shouldn't continue to flow out of her body after bleeding for so long before. Xia Shi didn't even look at the doctors who were desperately trying to find excuses for themselves, and quickly unbuckled Miss Feng's belt while lifting up the clothes around her waist. The bloody bullet hole in the small of his back was exposed. Then, Shashi raised his hand and picked up a scalpel that was placed inside a sterile bag. The dean saw Xia Shi's movements and hurriedly warned in a cold voice, "What are you doing? She's in dire need of a blood transfusion. The plasma hasn't been brought over yet, and you're killing her by moving around now." However, Natsuki didn't even look at him. Without Rongyun's previous fierce as a tiger operation, she could have waited until the plasma was brought over just to be on the safe side. But in Miss Feng's current state, I'm afraid she'd already be cold by the time the plasma was brought over. Afterward, Xiaoshi directly picked up the scalpel and dryly sliced through the flesh around the bullet hole. Stop it. Dean subconsciously tried to step forward to stop it. However, when he looked at the wound incision, he froze violently in place. How is that possible? This girl obviously moves so casually. How can her technique be so precise? He could be sure that the wound that Shushi had cut with the scalpel was not even remotely close to the size of the bullet hole that had penetrated deep into the flesh. Ding! Soon after, the loud sound of a bullet hitting the ground rang out abruptly in the silent operating room. The moment they heard the voice, the surrounding doctors snapped back to their senses. At the same time, the crowd couldn't control the intense disbelief that appeared on their faces. At this moment, it was really a little hard for them to imagine that the one who did this was actually a little girl in her 20s. At such an age, even if you start practicing from your mother's womb, it is impossible to have eyesight that is as precise as an instrument, and it is equally impossible to have techniques that are as skillful as if you have done similar surgeries 1,000 times, not to mention a little girl of this age. Even if they had seen the most senior medical titans, it was impossible for them to have such exquisite techniques. How the hell did she? Anyway, without waiting for how shocked the crowd was, Xiaoshi suddenly turned her head to look at them and opened her mouth. If you don't want to be held accountable by the Feng family for looking at Miss Feng naked, get out first. When the doctors heard this, their eyes subconsciously fell on Xiaoshi's hands that were about to take off Miss Feng's pants. Then, a few of the doctors hesitated and took the lead in walking outside the operating room. As much as they didn't want to admit it, the facts in front of them were stating a bloody truth. The young girl in front of them, whose hair hadn't even grown out yet, possessed even more superior medical skills than they did. Now, there was no need for them to stay here. Not far from the ground, Rongyun looked at the crowd of doctors who had suddenly become unusually obedient, and could not help but stare violently. She didn't dare to look when Xiaoshi took the scalpel and cut down just now. Now, she didn't understand how the attitude of these doctors suddenly changed. Could it be that this stupid woman can really save Miss Feng? Soon, only Xiaoshi and Rongyun, who was filled with disbelief, were left in the operating room. Half an hour later, the surgery was completed and Miss Feng was finally out of danger. Xiaoshi pushed open the door of the operating room and walked out. How is Ms. Feng doing? The dean guarding the doorway rushed forward and asked. Of course, it wasn't because he cared much about Miss Feng's situation. He was mainly worried that if something happened to Miss Feng, he, the dean, would be held responsible by the Feng family. She's fine. Xiaoshi faintly returned a sentence, and then, her gaze swept over the dean and the crowd of doctors who accompanied the dean and waited here, and then slowly hooked up the corner of her lips. Then, the nonchalant words that came out of her mouth caused the hearts of all the surrounding doctors to steeply tighten. It's you guys who are going to be in trouble. At this moment, the dean and all the surrounding doctors clearly felt an extreme sense of crisis. Under such a perception, even the dean, who had seen a lot of great things, could not help but feel a tremble in his heart. But instead of disposing of the dean directly, Shushi looked at a bloated doctor. If I remember correctly, just now you said if I could stop the bleeding with acupuncture to swallow the silver needles on the floor of the operating room? Chapter 188 Tian Lang Leader. Xiaoshi, 10. That doctor jerked his head when he heard Xiaoshi's words. He really didn't expect Xiaoshi to suddenly point the finger at himself. However, it occurred to him that he knew almost all of the top brass in the entire Imperial City Warzone, and didn't know of such an individual as Xiaoshi. At that moment, he looked at Xiaoshi with a clear disdain on his face. It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. What you just used to save a life wasn't a Western surgeon's scalpel? If a few needles can help, why do you need a scalpel? Now, I still say that Chinese medicine is garbage. Snort, snort, snort. The instant his words fell, a series of 18 silver needles instantly pierced into his neck. A sharp pain traveled from his neck into his mind. He almost instinctively wanted to scream out in agony. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to realize that he could no longer make half a sound from his throat. Then, Xiaoshi's devil-like terrifying voice entered his ears. Since you can't talk, you don't need to have this mouth, either. The moment Xiaoshi's words fell, not only the bloated doctor who could no longer make a sound, but even the dean and the surrounding crowd of doctors looked at her with obvious nervousness and apprehension on their faces. You so-called doctors don't deserve to be here. I don't want to see any of you in the Imperial City Warzone tomorrow, and if there's anyone who wants to stick around and not want to leave, then they don't have to leave. The dean's face sank as he looked at Xiaoshi, who was not half joking at the moment. You think you can be lawless just because you saved Miss Feng? Ridiculous. Originally, I wanted to keep you as a trainee doctor when I saw that you had such medical skills at such a young age. But now it seems that I've made a fool of myself. After saying that, he turned his head directly to the security guards at the entrance. Men, blow this ungrateful thing out of my sight and add it to the Warzone Hospital blacklist, and its immediate family members. Never enter the hospital for treatment. When the dean's words fell, Xiaoshi's face suddenly chilled. However, just as she was about to dispose of the dean herself, a nurse suddenly ran over. Dean, the Skywolf regiment has arrived, but one of them is seriously injured. Have this side send a doctor over immediately. The dean's heart abruptly tightened at the nurse's words. In the next moment, he hurriedly turned his head to look at one of the doctors next to him and opened his mouth to command. Director Song, take all the surgeons in the hospital over there. The doctor named Director Song's face instantly became bitter when he heard this. He wasn't even treating traumatic injuries, so why did he have to do all the hard work every time? But spare him the reluctance in his heart. He still nodded to the dean, and then led the surgeons aside towards the hospital gate. On the other hand, Xiaoshi was the first to withdraw her gaze from the dean, and then immediately looked at the two combatants who had just rushed in to see the state of Miss Feng, and had just stepped out from within the emergency room. The silver needles on your phone, Commander, must remain in place for at least 12 hours, and if they are moved during that time, I'm not sure I'll be able to pull her back from the brink once again. The two combatants sniffed and subconsciously felt that Xiaoshi was being a bit alarmist. However, with the attitude that they would rather believe it, the two of them still nodded to Xiaoshi. Seeing this, Xiaoshi looked deeply at the dean and the surrounding doctors. If I see any of you again tomorrow, there will be consequences. As the words fell, Xiaoshi's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately go find out which department she's from, and when you do, blacklist the entire department she's in from the hospital. I'll show her the consequences of arrogance. Almost the instant the dean's words fell, the Feng family had rushed into the hospital with a line of Feng family members. Where's Tingle? After running into the hospital, the head of the Feng family ran to the dean at the first opportunity and asked with an anxious expression. When the dean saw the Feng family head, that face that had just been extremely gloomy from Xiaoshi's anger suddenly revealed a gentle smile. There's no need to be anxious. Family Master Feng, eldest Miss Feng is fortunate and out of danger. Just as the dean's words fell, squeak, the door to the emergency room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Then, Rong Yun, whose face was obviously a bit pale, walked out from inside. When the Feng family head saw Rong Yun, he immediately said with a surprised look on his face, Your Highness, why are you here? The dean looked at Rong Yun while revealing a smile and said, if it wasn't for His Highness Rhyme's emergency treatment for Miss Feng would already be gone. The Feng family lord was stunned at his words. It was Your Highness who saved Tinger? Rong Yun was stunned for a moment when she heard the dean's words, but the trace of dissimulation only flickered away. She then nodded slightly with a gentle expression. Well, just finished operating on MS Feng. When the Feng family head heard this, a clear disbelief appeared on his face. Your Highness has also studied medicine? Rong Yun pursed her lips and smiled and said, yes, learned a few years before, just after not many opportunities to use. Just see the situation is urgent, can only go out to try. Fortunately, Your Highness's great favor, my Feng family is unable to repay it. The smile on the corner of Rong Yun's lips deepened a few points as she listened to the Feng family master's unusually solemn words. As a healer, treating the sick and saving people is my job. Uncle Feng doesn't have to be polite. The admiration in the eyes of the Feng family lord suddenly grew a few points thicker when he looked at Rong Yun, who was as gentle and introverted as ever. Originally, because Xiaoshi was the youngest grand chieftain with real power in his hands, he was more inclined to have Xiaoshi as his future daughter-in-law. But now, he feels he needs to think about it. I think Uncle Feng hasn't seen Miss Feng for a long time and is worried about her well-being, so let's go in first and take a look. Rong Yun smiled gently and opened her mouth to offer. May I? Rong Yun nodded her head as she fell. Of course. After saying that, she led the Feng family head and the others towards the emergency room where Miss Feng was. When the head of the Feng family walked into the first aid room and looked at Miss Feng, whose body was wrapped in gauze and who had nearly 30 silver needles stuck in her body, her heart trembled. Tingle. He carefully walked to Feng Ting's side, lifted his trembling hand, and stroked it toward her face. It was only after a long time that the Feng family head gradually calmed down his mind. And then, he turned his head slightly, looking at Rong Yun with even more appreciation on his face. I have previously spent nearly 10 years in the War Ministry, during which time I have suffered countless injuries of all sizes. From the way Your Highness bandaged Tinger's wounds you can see that it was extremely professional. I can't imagine that Your Highness, at such a young age, would be able to have such superb medical skills. Heavenly wizardry. Uncle Feng is flattered. Rong Yun smiled more modestly. After saying that, her gaze suddenly fell on the silver needles on Feng Ting's body. She frowned. How could the woman leave and forget to put these useless things away? But it was only an instant before her demeanor returned to normal. And then she smiled and said to the Feng family head, "It's almost time for acupuncture. Uncle, wait a moment. I'll remove the needles first." After saying that, Rongyun walked directly to Feng Ting's side and without the slightest bit of finesse pulled out a silver needle from Feng Ting's body. Chapter 189, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 1. Your Highness. Just as Rongyun pulled the needle off, the two combatants carrying Miss Feng's stretcher over immediately opened their mouths and shouted. However, by the time the two men made their voices heard, the silver needles had already been pulled off. Rongyun looked toward the two at the sound of their voices and frowned as she spoke. Something's wrong? The two didn't say anything. They just looked at Miss Feng on the stretcher with nervous faces. They had just seen the Feng family come in and subconsciously thought that their Feng commander was already safe, unconsciously relaxing their guard. Only, how could they not expect that even if Rongyun had claimed the credit for saving Miss Feng's life, she even dared to mess with the silver needles on Miss Feng's body? Although they all felt that what Xiaoshi said before was a bit alarmist, but I don't know why. At this moment a bad premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. Rongyun looked at the two who didn't reply and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. However, she was proud of her status, and did not bother with the two men in general, but raised her hand again, and was about to continue pulling out the silver needles from Miss Feng's body. Seeing this, the two combatants rushed between Rongyun and Miss Feng at almost the same time with lightning speed, stopping Miss Feng's movements. Rongyun's face went cold when she saw the two who dared to be reckless in front of her. She looked the two hostages straight in the eye and asked, "What are you going to do?" The burly team member looked straight at Rongyun, his gaze not half averted. "Your Highness, you can't touch the silver needles on Commander Feng." When Rongyun saw the attitude of the burly team member, she couldn't control the slightest bit of panic that grew in her heart. She thought that everyone here would be in her way, respecting her and fearing her, and that no one would dare to poke holes in her even if they knew she had lied. But she didn't think that these two combatants would dare to stand up to her and disobey her. If she pissed off the two now, there was no guarantee that they would jump over the wall and tear her apart, and if she just backed down, she would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Feng family head. For a while, Rongyun was caught in a dilemma. As the Feng family lord looked at the two who suddenly stood out, his brows slowly knitted up, and then he opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you people?" The burly team member sniffed and hurriedly spoke back. "We are members of the Silver Moon Regiment that belongs to the extraterrestrial battlefield." This time, the entire Silver Moon Regiment was attacked by a squad from the Sunset Empire's empire, and Commander Feng was seriously injured, so we're responsible for escorting her back to her country. When the Feng family head heard the words of the burly team member, his face immediately revealed some gratitude and said, "Tough on you too. When Tinger gets better, in addition to your Highness rhyme, I will likewise repay the two of you properly. This is our mission. There's no need for Family Master Feng to be polite." The burly member shook his head, slightly embarrassed. The Feng family lord smiled faintly. Only then, looking towards the two, his face revealed some doubts as he said, "It's just that. I wonder why the two of you are trying to stop His Highness from collecting the needles." Rongyun's breathing steepened. She didn't wait for the two combatants to reply, but she hastened to open her mouth with a smile. "I wasted too much energy when I operated on Ms. Feng. I reminded them after applying the needles and asked them to remind me to collect the needles after an hour. I think you two felt that there wasn't enough time and were worried about the results." With that, she tilted her head slightly, looking gentle to the two combatants. "The two of you don't have to be so conformist. Since I dared to accept the needle, I naturally have full confidence in Miss Feng's condition. Now that Ms. Feng is completely out of danger, there's no harm in withdrawing the needle early." Tick-tock. However, just as Rongyun's words fell, the heart rate monitor on the side suddenly sounded a sharp alarm. At once, everyone in the operating room looked at that screen almost simultaneously, only to see that the heart rate curve on that screen, which was originally extremely smooth, suddenly became extremely abnormal. When the Feng family lord saw this, his heart abruptly tightened. In the next moment, he hurriedly looked at Rongyun. "Your Highness, didn't you say that Tinger was completely out of danger? What's going on here now?" Chapter 190, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 2. Rongyun was equally dumbfounded to see the situation in front of her. Hasn't that woman put Ms. Feng out of danger? What's wrong all of a sudden? Could it be that the woman had only temporarily suppressed Miss Feng's injuries and had not given a complete cure? Thinking of this, Rongyun immediately cursed in her heart. What a loser! However, even though she already hated the medically incompetent Xiaoshi in her heart, she still had a gentle face as she appeased the Feng family head. "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's see." After saying that, she was about to push away the two combatants in front of her to give Miss Feng emergency treatment again. However, the two combatants did not move a bit. "Your Highness, The life of our commander is important. Immediately let the dean contact. Without waiting for the two to finish, Yun directly interrupted in a cold voice. You know it's important to save Miss Feng's life now and you still won't let me open it? Originally, she had said that she had cured Miss Feng just to make the Feng family head look at her differently, and in turn, help promote the relationship between her and Feng Jing. She had even mistakenly thought that she had taken the credit for Xia Shi's work. However, after she saw that Miss Feng's condition was once again dangerous, she knew that it might not necessarily be Xia Shi's fault that Miss Feng was out of danger today. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that she had given Miss Feng emergency treatment at the first opportunity after she was brought here, Miss Feng might have died a long time ago. And where would that woman's turn be to make a big show of herself here? And almost as soon as Yun's scolding fell, the dean, who had just taken a call outside, was drawn over by the sound of the instrument's call. He entered and glanced at the heart rate monitor while looking nervous. What's going on? Our commander would have been fine already, but just now His Highness pulled out a silver needle. Dean heard the burly combatant's words and suddenly thought of what Shushi had said when he left. However, in this situation now, there was no room for him to regret not reminding Yun. He hurriedly looked at the Feng family head and opened his mouth. Her Highness Rhyme's medical skills have surpassed the vast majority of doctors in the institution, but she is still young after all and inevitably inexperienced, and being able to temporarily stabilize Miss Feng's condition is already extremely rare. Seeing this, Yun's eyes abruptly flashed with a bright aura. Then, she looked at the Feng family head, her face blaming herself. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry, I did my best. She wasn't sure about curing MS. Feng, the best thing for her to do right now is to take what she can get. When she finished, she coldly swept a glance at the two combatants in front of her. Ha! What a dog's bite! Since she didn't want her to save it, it was better if she didn't. When people die, that's a responsibility they take well on themselves. On the side, the Feng family head was almost instantly confused when he heard the words of the dean and Yun. And then, with stiff movements, he looked at the dean and opened his mouth. His voice hoarse. Your Highness is a better healer than all the doctors here? You mean, Ting, it's hopeless? The dean looked at the Feng family master's face that had instantly aged a few points, hesitated and opened his mouth. There's really nothing more the doctors in the institution can do. However, I've just gotten word that the Skywolf Regiment has arrived, and there are wounded among them. I've heard from the extraterrestrial battlefield sent here to the warfighters before that Chief Skywolf's medical skills seem to be extremely outstanding. Just now I heard that those few Skywolf Regiment combatants were seriously injured, and it's no surprise that he should be on his way there. It's just that he hasn't been within the Skywolf Regiment lately, and he should be on his way there by now when he hears the news. If we send MS Feng there now and happen to get that headmaster to lend a helping hand, MS Feng still has a sliver of hope of surviving. Hearing this, the Feng family head, who was already extremely anxious in his heart, immediately interrupted. Where are those serious regiment wounded? He had always known that Tinger was the rabid little fan of that Tian Lang leader. She had always dreamed of marrying that chief, even though she had never met him. Even the fact that she would enter the Silver Moon Regiment was due to the fact that the Silver Moon Regiment was the closest to the Skywolf Regiment in the extraterrestrial battlefield. She had always dreamed of one day meeting the Skylark leader, who was almost never seen. Regardless of the outcome, if we can get that headmaster to try to save Tinger, I'm afraid Tinger will have no regrets in this life, even if she really has an accident. Chapter 191, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 3. When the dean heard the Feng family head's words, he hurriedly said, I'll take you and Miss Feng there now. After he finished speaking, the two combatants hurriedly placed Miss Feng on the stretcher, while quickly carrying her and chasing after the dean. Yun looked at the crowd of figures, hesitated for a moment, and followed. She'd like to see if the leader of the Wolf Regiment, that day, could really clean up the mess that woman had left behind. In the meantime, Xia had already raced to the expansive training ground that greeted the members of the Sirius Regiment. Unlike when she left, a large, cutting-edge fighter had landed in the center of the training field. At this moment, 3 stretchers were placed in front of the fighters, and the atmosphere of the entire training ground was unprecedentedly heavy. The nearly 1,000 war veterans who had lined up to greet them stared at the 3 stretchers, all with different looks on their faces. Many people didn't expect that the invincible members of the Skywolf Regiment, in their hearts, the myths of the entire Xiao War Department, would also be injured. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed to have reached the point of being seriously injured and on the verge of death. Why isn't anyone here yet? Beside the stretcher, a 27 to 88-year-old, tough-faced, hard-boiled type of handsome man couldn't hide his anxiety between his looks and said, Xu Feng, who had previously attempted to go after Xiaoshi but was called back urgently just after he had chased her to the hospital, sniffed and cautiously returned. My lord, the Warzone Hospital has already said that they are sending someone. It will take time for them to come over. Why don't we take the injured team members over first, and we can shorten the time by running into them in the middle of the way. However, when the hard-boiled handsome man heard his words, he directly shook his head and refused. No way. They're in a condition that doesn't allow for another transfer. Tell them to hurry. Okay, I'll rush it. After saying that, Chu Feng was about to walk to the side to make a phone call. However, just as he picked up his cell phone, he saw a figure suddenly appear beside the stretcher. Without waiting for him to react, the figure's hand suddenly pressed on the wrist of a combatant on a stretcher. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the surrounding crowd was stunned. However, in the next moment, a strong color of ecstasy almost instantly surged out on the faces of that tough guy type handsome man and the surrounding 50 or so members of the Skywolf Regiment. It was just that they understood that saving people was important now, and none of them dared to make a sound to disturb Xiaoshi. However, Chu Feng did not notice the faces of the Tianlang Regiment's people, and his heart suddenly thumped when he saw Xiaoshi, who had suddenly appeared. Then, he hurriedly scolded Xiaoshi in a stern voice. Stop it. At this moment, the anger in his eyes was already about to condense into substance. It was even if this woman had dared to stick needles on Miss Feng haphazardly before, but now she even dared to show off her crappy medical skills in front of the members of the Sirius Corps. This in case the people who gave the Skywolf Regiment died in her hands. Not only would she herself be in bad luck, he would also be finished. Under the great fear in his heart, Chu Feng rushed to Xiaoshi's side with the fastest speed he could achieve, raising his hand to grab Xiaoshi's arm and drag the person aside. However, just when his hand was less than an inch away from Xiaoshi, an iron-clamped palm suddenly gripped his hand that was about to touch Xiaoshi. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from his wrist. Well, the pain of his dislocated wrist made him grunt uncontrollably. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at the hardened handsome man who had struck out, his eyes overflowing with intense shock. Great, my lord, you are. The hardened handsome man looked at him with a face that was cold to the core, and the words that came out of his mouth did not have the slightest hint of a joke. If my comrades are in danger because of your fidgeting, I want you to pay for their lives. Chu Feng's heart abruptly tightened when he heard the hardened handsome man's gloomy words. He opened his mouth, respectfully and carefully. My lord, are you mistaken? She's just a civil engineer coming over to do ceremonials. She's victimizing your crew. The surrounding war veterans who were lined up to greet them heard Chu Feng's words and instantly returned to their senses. With that, the eyes of everyone looking at Xiaoshi were full of disgust. This woman is crazy for the limelight, isn't she? There's a limit to claptrap. It's easy to get yourself killed if you're not careful. It's even if that female commander was sent over to first aid before and she went to join in the fun. But now the one who was seriously injured is a member of the Skywolf Regiment. She's obviously looking for death. The tall and thin girl who was brought in to do the etiquette heard the words of the surrounding crowd and couldn't help but have some worry appear on her face as she looked at Xiaoshi. She knew that Xiaoshi was very strong, but they were inherently disadvantaged as girls in the War Department. Or else with Xiaoshi's strong strength, it would not have been possible for her to be forced to come over and do the rituals of greeting the Skywolf Regiment. In case Xiaoxie failed in rescuing the members of the Skywolf group, her future could be ruined just like that. However, if it works, the tall thin girl's eyes suddenly widened at the thought. Could it be that Xiaoshi was taking such a big risk because she wanted to join the Skywolves? Chapter 192, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 4. Thinking of this possibility, the tall and thin girl looked at Xiaoshi's face that was serious to the extreme, and a deep admiration steeply arose in her heart. Her greatest wish when she entered the war ministry was to become an ordinary warrior who could fight for the Xia kingdom outside the domain. As for something like entering the Sirius Regiment, she had never even dreamed of asking for it. But now, Natsuki, who had brought her into the War Department, had such an ambition and had already put it into action for this almost impossible goal. Regardless of whether or not Xiaoshi could succeed today, she was, in her life, the person she admired the most besides the members of the Skywolf group. And just as the tall and thin girl was wishing in her heart that Xiaoshi could succeed in her rescue, the hardened handsome man was violently stunned when he heard Chu Feng's words. Then, he couldn't control his sneer. She's from the civilian corps coming over to do the rituals? How did an idiot like you become a 5-star intermediate commander? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. He hadn't been insulted like this since he became a mid-level commander. However, thinking that this person in front of him was the extremely high-status Skywolf Regiment's vice leader, Green Wolf, he tried to suppress the humiliation in his heart and carefully returned. This lord, I personally contacted the clerical side to find her. There can be no mistake. Only, how could Chu Feng not expect that after his words fell? The gaze of the Green Wolf looking at him was like looking at an idiot. Then you're pretty good, my lord. She really is me. However, without waiting for Chu Feng to finish his sentence, the Green Wolf directly opened his mouth to interrupt him. Don't say it's just to greet us, the Sky Wolf Regiment. Even if you were to greet the rulers of various countries today, you wouldn't be qualified to have her do the rituals. Chu Feng and the surrounding warriors sniffed, and for a moment, they all somewhat couldn't believe their ears. What did the words of this deputy chief of the Skywolf Regiment mean? What do you mean that greeting the rulers of the nations doesn't qualify her to do the rituals? Among the crowd, the tall and thin girl froze and looked at the green wolf who had given Xiashi an extremely high level of affirmation, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Xiashi, do you hear me? Your efforts have not been in vain, and your courage has been recognized by the vice-commander of the Sirius Regiment. As long as you can save the life of one of the Sirius Regiment members and prove that you're not trying to get the Sirius Regiment's attention by making a spectacle of yourself, there's hope that you can realize your dream of entering the Sirius Regiment. Thinking of this, the corner of the tall and thin girl's mouth slowly curled into a bitter but pleased smile. She sincerely hoped that Xiashi would succeed and then enter the battlefield with her dreams. She hoped that Xiashi could show those men within the war ministry who said that women were not worthy of entering the war ministry. Women may not necessarily be inferior to men. And just as the tall and thin girl was blessing Xiashi in her heart, Chu Feng gradually came back to his senses from the shock of Green Wolf's words. He glanced at Xiashi who was urgently treating the injured. Under the fear that those 3 wounded men could die at any time at the hands of Xiaxie, he once again spoke stiffly to Green Wolf. My lord, are you mistaken? She's really just a clerical worker. And even if she wasn't, a little girl of that age couldn't possibly possess much medical skill. She dares to make such a fool of herself now, obviously to get your attention, and even deludes herself into thinking that she can mix into the Skywolf Regiment through your scrutiny. The moment Chu Feng's words fell, the air around him suddenly became a few points quieter. Only at this moment, the scorn and disgust in the eyes of the crowd looking at Xiashi was already thick to the extreme. Even I didn't dare to think that I could enter the Skywolf Regiment, and she, a woman, dares to dream such a dream? If I remember well, the phone commander who was carried down from the airplane before, is the only female commander of the extraterrestrial battlefield. I originally thought that she could enter the extraterrestrial battlefield. How to say there are 2 brushes. Now it seems, TSK, women are weaker than men, both physically and psychologically, and the battlefield shouldn't be a place where they can get involved. If you ask me, women should stay home and raise their children. Where is the War Department for them? The tall, thin girl's fist still clenched uncontrollably as she listened to a voice around her that she had heard countless times recently. On what grounds? Why should these speakers, who were less talented and less powerful than her, be able to stand on the moral high ground and say such things? Why is it that no matter how hard she tries, she will be denied by them with the words, "The Ministry of War is no place for a woman"? However, just as the resentment in the tall and thin girl's heart rose to its peak, the green wolf looking at Chu Feng suddenly smiled. She's trying to infiltrate the Syrians through me? Chu Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he listened to the voice of the green wolf as if he had heard what a funny joke. However, without waiting for him to think more, the ground-throwing voice abruptly exploded in the ears of him. The tall and thin girl and all the surrounding combatants who looked at Xiashi with disgust in their eyes. Where do I get off deciding whether or not she enters the Sirius Corps? Or rather, what is the Sirius Regiment without her? Chapter 193, Inviting Xiashi to be an Emperor, 5. The moment Green Wolf's words fell, the entire room steeply fell into silence. Everyone was staring at him blankly, their faces dumbfounded to the core. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where would the Syrians be without her? If the woman had been a man over 30, that wouldn't have been hard to understand. But, she's just a little girl whose hair hasn't grown out yet. They couldn't possibly believe that the one who established the Skywolf Regiment would be such a person no matter what. And compared to the surrounding crowd, the shock on the tall and thin girl's face was several times more intense. At this moment, she couldn't believe her ears at all. Even she felt like she was dreaming. The Xiashi who brought her into the war ministry might be that legendary figure from the extraterrestrial battlefield? How is this possible? When the crowd was full of incredulity as they looked at the green wolf, Chu Feng, who was completely unconvinced that his most admired Tianlang leader was a woman, was the first to come back to his senses. He hurriedly looked at Green Wolf and asked, "My lord, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that that lord leader who established the Skywolf Regiment has something to do with her?" Saying that, without waiting for Green Wolf to reply, he suddenly thought of a possibility and asked Sky Wolf in a hurry. Was it because she had once unintentionally saved the life of that Headmaster Sama that Headmaster Sama was able to live to establish the Skywolf Regiment? When the surrounding warriors heard Chu Feng's words, a flash of realization appeared on their faces. That's it. The leader Sama who founded the Sirius Regiment could never be a woman. The only possibility that the Green Wolf would say this was that the woman had gotten lucky and saved that headmaster. Right. If not, There was no way that these members of the Skywolf Regiment would not have the slightest intention of stopping her when they saw her unassumingly making a move to save their comrades. Thinking of this, the crowd looked at Xiaoshi, who was pretending to work hard to save the members of the Skywolf Regiment, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Did this woman really think that just because she had once been lucky enough to save the leader of the Sirius Regiment, she thought that her medical skills were so great? When she got those 3 dying members of the Skywolf Regiment dead, they would like to see how she would end up. Before the crowd, the tall and thin girl couldn't help but show some gloom in her eyes. With that, the corners of her lips slowly curled into a bitter smile. It seems that she really was overthinking things. How could anyone in a place like the Xiao War Department let a woman sit in a position like that? In other words, if Xiaoshi was really the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, how could she have been forced to come over to do the ritual of greeting the members of the Skywolf Regiment? Green Wolf's face suddenly sank as he looked at the Skywolf Regiment combatants whose faces were once again overflowing with sarcasm in the twinkling of an eye. His icy gaze slowly swept over the surrounding crowd, and it was as if he was looking at a little cutie. You guys, don't you understand human language? Chu Feng and the surrounding warriors who thought they had guessed the truth were once again stunned when they heard the words of the Green Wolf. However, very quickly, Chu Feng returned to his senses. At the same time, he struggled to pull at the corners of his mouth. My lord, don't joke with us, even if we are stupid. We know that the person who creates one legend after another in the extraterrestrial battlefield can't be a woman, much less a wild girl whose hair hasn't even grown yet. However, before Chu Feng could say the words that followed, a foot suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Well, facing this sudden kick, Chu Feng did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Boo! Under that tremendous force, Chu Feng's body was directly kicked 4 or 5 meters away. The surrounding combatants were almost simultaneously dumbfounded as they watched the sudden scene. What's this about hitting someone at the drop of a hat? Moreover, Chu Feng was a 5-star intermediate commander anyways, the strongest existence among intermediate-level warriors. However, he didn't even have the slightest power to fight back in the hands of the Green Wolf. To what extent was the strength of this deputy leader of the Skywolf Regiment heaven-defying? Then, under the gaze of the crowd that was filled with shock, the Green Wolf slowly walked over to Chu Feng on the ground. He lowered his head and looked down at the pained-looking Chu Feng at his feet, and an undisguised killing intent actually came out between his tones. Who are you calling a wild girl with no hair yet? Chapter 194, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 6. As the Green Wolf spoke, an extremely strong aura unconsciously emanated from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, the surrounding crowd was forced back several steps almost simultaneously. After the crowd stabilized themselves in a sorry state, the gazes of the pairs of people looking at the Green Wolves all revealed shock and fear that looked as if they could condense into substance. At this moment, they clearly felt that the Green Wolf in front of them was more than just a high-level warrior. Rather, Battle King? Boom! When one of the combatants uttered these 2 words in a trembling tone, the brains of all the surrounding combatants felt as if they had suddenly been struck by a thunderbolt, and their entire body instantly fell into a stupor. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that there were no more Battle King level powerhouses in the entire Xia Kingdom? But why did they clearly sense that this deputy leader of the Skywolf Regiment had already reached the Battle King level in strength? Compared to the crowd that was not really close to the Green Wolf, Chu Feng, who was lying right next to the Green Wolf's feet but had endured almost all of the pressure brought about by the Green Wolf, felt like his breathing was going to stop. He didn't understand how there could be an existence in this world that simply released an aura that was so terrifying. Just as Chu Feng was trembling uncontrollably because of the aura surrounding the Green Wolf, the Green Wolf's voice that emitted a morose cold aura once again entered his ears. Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Tell me who you just called a wild girl. Chu Feng subconsciously cowered his body and opened his mouth with difficulty. I was wrong. Green Wolf sniffed and sneered. Rubbish. When he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and slowly swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. Then, a voice that was not light and not heavy, but was like a sledgehammer hammering hard in the minds of the crowd abruptly rang out. I don't want to hear another hint of disrespect towards our leader from anyone here, or you won't be able to afford the consequences. Bully. Tough. This was the most intuitive feeling that everyone had when they heard Green Wolf's words. Yet the next moment, Chief, many people reacted violently to how Green Wolf had addressed Xiaoshi. He actually called the woman regimental chief, the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, the superior of a Battle King level powerhouse, was actually a woman? How can this be? How could the Tianlang leader, who could be called a legend of the Xia Kingdom and the extraterrestrial battlefield, be a weak woman who shouldn't have appeared in the war ministry? When the hearts of the crowd overflowed with shock and unwillingness, the tall and thin girl froze and looked at Xiaoshi, who was doing her best to save people in front of the stretcher. And for a while, she was actually in a bit of a trance. Is this really true? After a few full breaths, she suddenly smiled. As it turns out, the Summer War Department isn't completely devoid of women. Natsuki, with the truth, showed her that her dreams were not dashed. At this moment, a belief suddenly surfaced in her mind. As long as the strength is strong enough, even as a woman, you can also break into the world. It was at this point that Shashi finally took control of the 3 injured men. She let out a light breath before frowning at Green Wolf and asking, "Who hurt them? How?" When the Green Wolf heard this, he immediately returned with a respectful expression. "It's the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment. They suddenly had 5 extra star ambassadors in their regiment, and we weren't prepared for it, and we were heavily injured 9 times. Xiaoshi's face turned steeply cold at his words. Where are the other 6? However, a silence answered her. The crowd of Skywolf Regiment members couldn't help but slowly lower their heads. "Speak!" Xiaoshi stared tightly at the Green Wolf, and a solemnity that shocked the entire room came out in his voice. The hearts of the surrounding combatants all involuntarily trembled when they heard Xiaoshi's tone. At this moment, even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that the Xiaoshi at this moment looked even more terrifying than the Green Wolf. At the same time, the Green Wolf lowered his proud head in the face of Xiaoshi's gaze, just like the other members of the Skywolf Regiment, and the voice that came out of his mouth was permeated with a deep sense of grief and powerlessness. "It was my inability to protect them." Qin Yan froze for a moment when the Green Wolf's words fell, while the surrounding warriors were almost simultaneously dumbfounded. The Skywolf Regiment, which had a battle king in attendance, had not only been seriously injured by the Sunset Empire's people, but had also sacrificed 6 people? Xiaoshi suddenly fell silent when she heard the Green Wolf's words. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on the 3 stretcher-bound members of the Sirius Regiment, her eyes flickering with emotion. After a few seconds, she suddenly smiled. "Sunset Empire? Ha! What a Sunset Empire!" Almost as soon as Xiaoshi's words fell, a group of people appeared at the edge of the training ground and were rapidly moving towards this side. Chapter 195, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an Emperor. 7. Someone from the Sunset Empire? When the crowd saw the traditional dress of the Sunset Empire that the visitor was wearing, an exclamation of surprise came out from one of them. The crowd of the Skywolf Regiment looked at the 10 people walking slowly in the distance, and a strong hatred was brewing in their eyes. Xiaoshi silently looked at the rapidly approaching crowd, and the corner of her lips couldn't help but hook upwards. She hadn't even gone looking for them yet, but they came to her door on their own, which saved her a lot of energy. At the same time, the little fox on Xiaoshi's left shoulder that had been making trouble since last night suddenly stood up. "I feel the star key." His gaze suddenly settled on one of them, the 3rd man on the left. "The star key is on him." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshi's gaze instantly landed on the youth who appeared to be just in his early 20s with an excessively white complexion. Originally, she hadn't been so eager about finding the star key to unlock the fire attribute star sign in her hand and to open the Star God's book that Little Fox had given her. But now that the Sunset Empire Star Envoy had joined the extraterrestrial battlefield, she had to get more star tags as soon as possible. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Xia Xie and the surrounding crowd of Xia warriors, soon enough, the Sunset Empire's group of 10 people stopped on their feet in front of the crowd. The man at the head, who wore a 3-star senior commander's badge and had an upright posture, smiled at the combatants who were full of hostility between their looks and opened his mouth with a smile. "Gentlemen, I am the deputy leader of the elite regiment from the Sunset Empire that came here this time, and our main purpose of coming here is to express our sincere condolences to the injured members of the Skywolf Regiment." Cat's cry for fake mercy. An icy voice suddenly came out from among the combatants. The deputy head of the Sunset Empire sniffed and glanced at the person who opened his mouth. With just one glance, the stern aura in his eyes made the Xia combatant who had opened his mouth subconsciously take a few steps back. Soon, though, he withdrew his gaze on the combatant. He then turned his head to look at the Green Wolf and spoke with a worried expression on his face. "Vice Leader Qinggu, I wonder how the 3 injured members of the Skywolf Regiment are doing." The Green Wolf's eyes looked straight at the Sunset Vice Leader, and no joy or anger could be heard in his tone. "Thanks to this Vice Commander's concern, they, at least, have lived longer than you." The Sunset Empire's deputy head nodded slightly. "That's good." After saying that, he sighed and continued with an emotional expression on his face. "The extraterritorial countries all know how valiant and warlike the Skywolf Regiment is, but they don't know that the members of the Skywolf Regiment will also die, and there will be a day when they are captured alive and become captives." The instant the Sunset Vice Leader's words fell, a bad feeling arose in the hearts of Green Wolf and all the members of the Skywolf Regiment almost simultaneously. Green Wolf clenched a pair of fists involuntarily. On the battlefield, they faced the Sunset Empire's vanguard that suddenly had 5 extra star ambassadors, and only managed to save 3 of its seriously injured members in an emergency. With that kind of situation where more people could die at any moment, there was no way he could drag back 6 members who were basically out of breath. If, in turn, any of the 6 are alive and fall into the hands of the Sunset Empire's War Department. Green Wolf suddenly didn't dare to think any further. He took a deep breath. His eyes locked on the Sunset Vice Captain as he opened his mouth. What do you mean by that? The Sunset Vice Commander did not reply to his words, but instead tapped on the cutting-edge War Department device shaped like a watch on his right hand. In the next moment, a 3-meter-long and wide transparent light screen was suddenly projected in front of everyone's eyes. Then a video played out on that light screen. Chapter 196, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an Emperor. 8. The video shows a slightly dimly lit room. A dying figure was tied to a torture post. Coyote? The moment he saw that figure, one of the Skywolf Regiment couldn't control his exclamation of surprise. Then, an icy, pressing voice of the Sunset Empire's warriors reached the ears of all of the Xia Kingdom's warriors present. However, until he was tortured to death by having his limbs cut off, the member of the Skywolf Regiment named Coyote did not utter a single word. Eventually, the image of the video was fixed above the gate of the Sunset Empire's Central War Ministry. There, hanging there, were 6 corpses of serious regiment members with their arms and legs cut off. Every corpse seemed to be signaling the power of the Sunset Empire, and even more so, its inviolable majesty. The crowd of the Sky Wolf Regiment. Looking at the video screen that had finished playing, almost everyone felt a rush of blood from the soles of their feet straight to their brains. They're all dead, and you guys don't even spare their corpses? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're just a bunch of. The moment the image was frozen, a member of the Skywolf Regiment suddenly roared. At the same time, he rushed towards that Sunset Empire's vice chief in a near frenzy. However, before he could run 2 steps, he was suddenly pressed by Green Wolf on his shoulder. You're no match for him. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Green Wolf. At this moment, Green Wolf didn't look at him. He just stared dead on at the body-mutilated corpse on that light screen, a trail of blood spreading out in his eyeballs at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the terrifyingly calm voice from his mouth reached the ears of everyone present. Since they dared to come to demonstrate, naturally they couldn't have come to die. They have star ambassadors inside. Not just you. Even I may not be able to help them. The surrounding crowd of combatants who also hated the Sunset Empire's people because of that video were stunned when they heard Green Wolf's words. Even Green Wolf, the Battle King, couldn't help these people? Could it be that they could only stand by and watch these Sunset Imperials strut their stuff here? When the Sunset Vice Leader heard Green Wolf's words, he couldn't help but show a glint of obvious disappointment on his face. With that, he swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd of Xiagua warriors whose faces were filled with anger and hatred, and opened his mouth with a smile. Everyone, all of you, don't get excited. I'm not showing you this video to show off the might of my Sunset Empire, but to praise this member of the Skywolf Regiment. In fact, he was able-bodied when he was captured by us, but he willingly had his legs and arms cut off by our countrymen in order to guard Xia's secrets. Although his strength is not worth mentioning in front of the warriors of my Sunset Empire, this spirit of his is very worthy of our learning. Just as his words fell, Xiaoshi walked out slowly. She gazed straight at the Sunset Vice Captain, her tone frighteningly calm. So, hanging their corpses on the gates of your Sunset Empire War Ministry is also about learning? The Sunset Empire's vice leader's complexion suddenly went cold when he heard this. He looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a solemn expression on his face. No, that was to make you Xia people understand that my great Sunset Empire is invincible. And that your so-called invincible Skywolf Regiment is not worth mentioning in front of my great Sunset Empire. If you continue to fight against my Sunset Empire, these prisoners hanging out of the Skywolf Regiment will be your downfall. Almost the instant his words fell, well, a great force slammed into the small of his back. At that moment, his body violently flew backwards. Boo! Almost the instant his body fell. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! A series of 4 bone-cracking sounds resounded in the ears of everyone around. At the same time, there was also the voice of Xiaoshi that was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze. If you're going to learn, how can you learn without experiencing it for yourself? After she finished speaking, she inclined her head towards the Green Wolf and opened her mouth. At the command of the Sky Wolf Regiment, take down the rest of the Sunset Empire. Today, not only do I want them to learn how the members of the Sky Wolf Regiment would rather die than submit, but I also want them to know what it means to be courteous. If they dare to hang the corpses of the members of the Sky Wolf Regiment on the gate of the War Ministry, then I'll chop off the limbs of the living members of the entire Sunset Empire's elite regiment and hang them on the gate of the Summer Kingdom's War Ministry. Chapter 197, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an Emperor. 9. Boom! Xiaoshi's cold but endlessly majestic voice was like a bomb that exploded in the ears of everyone around. Bully! At this moment, the surrounding crowd felt a natural majesty and dominance. As the surrounding crowd looked at the Sunset Empire's vice commander, who had been stepped on by her, the gazes that were directed at her suddenly changed. There was no more discrimination or disdain because of gender in any of the stares. There was nothing but endless respect and adoration. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the fact that Xiaoshi was the leader of the Sky Wolves. They felt immensely proud and honored that the Summer Kingdom possessed such a figure who had directly killed the Sunset Empire's vice-commander with a wave of his hand. At this moment, all the combatants who looked at Xiaoshi had a flame-cold faith burning in their gaze. This, it turned out, was their Tianlang leader from the Summer Kingdom. As a legend of the extraterrestrial battlefield, she deserved it. As the backbone of the Summerland, she, well deserved. When this thought appeared in the hearts of the crowd, a monstrous battle intent was ignited in the gazes of everyone looking at the Sunset Empire's side. Suddenly, one of the combatants stepped forward, and in his tone there was an unrelenting, "They dared to insult my Xia heroes. Today, we are bound to return the favor. That's right, my great country of Xia. When is it the turn of such a small country to wantonly humiliate? Today, we will make the Sunset Minority Kingdom understand that the Xia Kingdom cannot be humiliated. I will defend the majesty of my country with my life, to the death." The moment the last person's words fell, the battle intent of all the combatants of the Summer Kingdom had risen to the extreme. Without these people's insults to the corpses of the Tianlang Regiment's crowd, many of the combatants did not dare to go too far in front of the Sunset Empire's crowd. But, these people should never in 1,000 years have done something so inferior. Now, Xiaoshi used his actions to maintain the dignity of the Xia Kingdom. Then they, even if it costs them their lives, will make these people understand Summerland, not to be dishonored. And at the same time, the members of the Skywolf Regiment, who had just wanted to go up and kill people, suddenly felt an incomparable wave of pain. This, their leader, was also the god who led them to be invincible in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The chance to avenge my brothers is at hand. Now, all together. With a solemn expression on his face, Changwolf coldly ordered to the Skywolf Regiment's crowd. Yes, the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment responded in unison. Instantly, a monstrous killing intent swept towards the Sunset Empire crowd. Opposite, the 9 people from the Sunset Empire who were originally planning to make a move against Xiaoshi stopped almost simultaneously when they looked at the Xia combatants who were suddenly as crazy as they were. Even though they felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Xia people were all trash, at this moment, they were still terrified for no reason. The youth who carried the star key in that little fox's mouth suddenly stood out and asked in a cold voice as he watched the Skywolf Regiment and the nearly 1,000 Xiaoguo warriors about to rush over. The Summer Monarch himself guaranteed our safety when we came over. And you dare to go against the monarch's will? Xia sniffed and hooked her lips slightly and unnoticeably. We dare or we don't dare. You'll see. Almost the instant the words fell, her figure moved and she steeply appeared in front of the Star Key youth. And just as Xiaoshi flashed in front of the youth, his body had already appeared 3 meters away. Seeing that Xiaoshi was about to approach him again, a flash of coldness abruptly flashed across his eyes. Idiot of Xia! Since you seek death, I'll fulfill you. Chapter 198, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor. 10. The moment the words fell, an earth-colored star card suddenly appeared and then hovered above his fingertips. Star Angel? Some of the surrounding warriors who were a bit weaker and were kept out of the battle were all tightened in their hearts when they saw the youth light up his star card. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Green Wolf had said earlier that there were star ambassadors present on the opposite side. Then, the gazes of the people looking at Xiaoshi couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. And under the gaze of the combatants, the face of Xiaoshi looking at the star envoy youth did not show any semblance of nervousness. She gazed straight at the youth in front of her, her tone unusually calm. I heard that the one who caused the Skywolf Regiment to sacrifice 6 people was the extra star envoy from the Sunset Empire's Vanguard Regiment. Sacrifice you to their still resting souls before I go to them. When the surrounding crowd heard Xiaoshi's words, they all couldn't help but inhale lightly. However, in the next moment, the reverence in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoshi became a few points more intense. Facing such a strong enemy and still not being half afraid, this was the mentality that a strong person should have. The youth suddenly sneered when he heard Xiaoshi's words. It is an honor to be an instrument of inspiration to the warriors of my Sunset Empire. Also, congratulations on being chosen by me as the 7th Summerlander to have this honor. After you are killed by me, I will personally cut off your arms and legs and send someone to the Sunset Empire War Ministry. After saying that, the youth didn't speak any more nonsense, and the star sign in his hand suddenly flashed. In the next moment, a circular mud puddle with a diameter of about 1 meter suddenly appeared on the land under Xiaoshi's feet. A bubble rose above the quagmire like hot water boiling. Duck, get out of the way. That's an attack from the star brand. It's not something a normal human body can block. The surrounding crowd shouted anxiously when they saw that Xiaoshi unexpectedly didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding the situation. When the youth saw this, That gaze towards Xiaoshi was already like looking at a dead person. Don't make a fearless resistance. Being able to join my sunset empire after death is the proudest thing in the life of a Xiao woman like you. Xiaoshi smiled faintly. Really? Her voice was not heavy, but it was like a heavy hammer that struck the tip of the youth's heart. As the words fell, an Earth attribute star sign shadow suddenly flashed in her hand. In the next moment, the mud puddle under her feet began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the youth saw this, the victor's smile that was gradually rising on his face abruptly froze. At this moment, he looked at Xiaoshi as if he had seen a ghost. However, without waiting for him to think carefully about how Xiaoshi did it, a sharp burning sensation suddenly came from under his feet. He subconsciously lowered his head. Instantly, the same mud puddle as the one that had just appeared at Xiaoshi's feet unexpectedly appeared at his feet. Under that intense pain, an agonizing scream could not be controlled from the youth's mouth. Then, he began to struggle frantically, desperately trying to break free from the mud puddle under his feet. However, soon after, he realized in despair that even though he used all his strength, he still couldn't move half a bit. To add to his despair, he gradually lost consciousness in his feet. What it meant, he dared not think deeply. Right at this moment, Xiaoshi's voice suddenly entered his ears. What you call an honor is better realized by you, don't you think? The youth's eyes widened a few points steeply. However, not waiting for him how to be afraid, the words that came out of Xiaoshi's mouth again made his whole body instantly stiffen into a piece of sculpture. Teaser, Dean and young Ryan will be here soon, and the big face punching is about to begin. Chapter 199, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor, 11. Before accomplishing your so-called honor, hand over the star key in your possession. After the youth's body froze for a split second, a thick consternation appeared on his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. How do you know? However, in the next moment, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly asked, what star key? Natsuki smiled faintly. Since I can't think of anything, I'll think of something for you. As the words fell, she suddenly raised her foot and stepped on the root of the youth's right leg, and then slightly harder. Ka-ching! Bone snapping accompanied the youth's mournful screams that suddenly rang out. With that intense pain, his body fell violently to the ground. All of a sudden, the entire lower half of his body slammed into the puddle of mud on the ground. The mud, which was as hot as lava, quickly wrapped around his legs. Instantly, a mournful scream suddenly came out of the youth's mouth. The surrounding crowd, who were shocked that Xiaoshi had actually killed a star envoy in seconds, only felt a numbness in their scalps as they listened to his miserable screams. However, Xiaoshi's eyes did not show the slightest fluctuation when she looked at the youth. She just quietly looked at the youth at her feet and spoke with a calm expression. Come to think of it, the youth was clearly in so much pain that he could pass out at any time, but for some reason, he clearly heard every word that Xiaoshi uttered. At once, the youth could not control the word that surfaced in his mind. Devil! The woman in front of me is a devil without feelings. Seeing that the youth didn't speak, Xiaoshi frowned lightly. Still can't think of anything? Didn't wait for the youth to respond. Ka-ching! Another bone-breaking sound rang out. However, this time, a miserable scream did not come out of the youth's mouth, but rather, his eyes directly rolled over and he fainted. Seeing this, Shushi moved his foot to his right arm without slowing down. Then, ka-ching! The youth was directly awakened by the intense pain in his life. The surrounding combatants looked at Xiaoshi, who at the moment looked like hell's Yama, and all of them couldn't help but viciously suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, a burst of fear arose in many people's hearts. Okay, luckily, just now, this headmaster was doing his best to save those 3 injured members of the Skywolf regiment. Otherwise, the youth in front of them could be their forebear. Thinking about this, the eyes of the crowd looking at Xiaoshi had a trace of fear in addition to respect. Of course, none of the combatants wanted to condemn Shushi for being too cruel. After all, they understood that if Xia wasn't strong enough, the one lying on the ground right now would probably be her. Moreover, in the video sent out by the deputy head of that Sunset Empire, the members of the Skywolf regiment who were captured alive had their limbs cut off alive. At this moment, Xiaoshi was merely returning the favor in his own way. Come to think of it, Xiaoshi did not pay attention to the gazes of the surrounding crowd, but quietly looked down at the youth at his feet and asked again. Here you go. The youth used almost all of his strength to say these words to Xiaoshi. After saying that, the youth took a deep breath, tremblingly raised his only left hand that could still move, and used all his strength to take out a half-cut silver key pendant from his waist pocket. The moment that silver-colored pendant was taken out by the youth, the little fox's excited voice suddenly resounded in Xiaoshi's mind. Star key! It's really star key! With it you will be able to open the book of the star god, and with your talent, all the so-called geniuses of those great worlds will be trampled under your feet. Chapter 200 Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor, 12. However, Xiaoshi only faintly swept a glance at the little fox, and not much fluctuation appeared in his expression. She lightly glanced at the youth on the ground before she was about to bend down and pick up the star key. However, just as she picked up the star key, a flash of chilling killing intent abruptly flashed across the youth's eyes. He doesn't want to die. But, it's this Xia pariah who forced him to do it. In that case, let's bury him with us. At that moment, the Earth attribute starplate that fell beside him suddenly flashed rapidly. At the same time, an aura that was berserk to the extreme overflowed from the star sign. The moment that aura appeared, the breaths of the surrounding warriors tightened. At this moment, they felt a deadly sense of crisis. At the same time, Xiaoshi's hand, which had not picked up the star key, steeply appeared on the youth's neck. The youth only felt a strong sense of suffocation enter his mind. At the same time, his eyes, which were already covered in blood due to the pain, widened abruptly, because, to his horror, he realized that his connection with the star brand had been hardened and severed. Without waiting to see how shocked he was, Xiaoshi's voice that was cold to the core suddenly resounded in his ears. Trying to blow up your star sign and die with me? You are not qualified. The youth sniffed and his eyes widened a few points again. How is that possible? He's a senior star ambassador. Only an existence at least above a star king could forcibly interrupt his passage through the self-destructing star sign. However, even in the Sunset Empire, where the number of star ambassadors is more than 10 times that of the Summer Kingdom, there are only 5 existences that have reached the level of Star King. And, each one is a big man over 50. How old is this woman in front of you? How did you do that? Under the extreme shock, the youth even forgot about the pain around his body. As one of the geniuses among the younger generation of the Sunset Empire, he had never put the younger generation of the Summer Kingdom in his eyes. Moreover, not to mention the Xia Kingdom, looking at the entire world, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any geniuses who could reach Star King at the age of 20 or below. Nope, if anyone can really do it, well, that person can no longer be called a genius. That's demonic, a demon that comes along once in 1,000 years. However, in the face of the youth's question filled with shock and doubt, Xiaoshi only swept him lightly before throwing him 3 meters away like a piece of trash. Boo! The sound of a body smashing into the ground rang out, instantly splattering a cloud of dust. This time, however, no half-muffled grunts came out of the youth's mouth. That pain was nothing compared to the pain of having your arms and legs stomped off raw. His eyes had tightened on Natsuki as he doggedly continued to ask, "Tell me what class of star messenger you are." The moment the youth's words fell, the surrounding crowd of combatants looked at Xiaoshi in unison. A strong sense of shock and dismay was on the face of every combatant. Previously, the Earth attribute star sign in Xiaoxi's hand was just a flash of light, and almost no one could see it clearly. And after that, they were caught up in one shock after another brought about by Xiaoshi, before they could even think about how Xiaoshi did it. Therefore, at this moment, when the crowd heard the Sunset Empire youth's question, they were all a bit incredulous. It is important to realize that while many people assume that having a star brand makes you a star ambassador, this is not the case. Possessing a star brand is only a prerequisite for becoming a star ambassador. More importantly, one must possess spiritual power. However, in the Summer Kingdom, there was not 1 in 10,000 people who possessed spiritual power. Almost everyone knew that the leader of the Skywolf Regiment who led them to be invincible in the extraterrestrial battlefield was an extremely powerful warrior, but no one knew that she was also a star envoy. Off topic. Although Shai feels that the ranks are already clear in the text, since a baby asked, I'll give you a list of the warrior and star envoy rank distributions. Warrior rank, beginner warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, war king, war emperor, star angel level, beginner star angel, intermediate star angel, advanced star angel, star king, star emperor. While warriors mainly relied on enhancing their physical qualities to raise their warrior rank, star ambassadors enhanced the spiritual power in their minds. A star envoy of the same level crushes a warrior of the same level. Chapter 201, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor, 13. After the shock had passed, the faces of the people looking at Xiaoshi also showed some curiosity and probing. Listening to the youth's meaning, perhaps this Tianlang leader of theirs was not as simple as a junior star envoy? If that was true, then they, Xia, were afraid that they would be able to sit firmly as the world's #1 power for at least the next 20 years. Xia Gua, it really can go to glory because of her alone. Thinking of this, the gazes of the people looking at Xiaoshi revealed a bit of excitement and thrill. However, under the gaze of the youth and the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xiaoshi merely looked at the youth and spoke in a faint voice. Is there any point in knowing that when you're dying? The youth's gaze steepened when he heard Xiaoshi's words, and then he took a light breath and said, If I have to die today, I hope to die at the hands of a supreme genius. rather than dying miserably at the hands of a nameless junior. Almost as soon as his words fell, Green Wolf happened to walk in front of Xiashi and spoke to him with a respectful face. Chief, the remaining 8 people of the Sunset Empire have all been taken down. The youth's eyes snapped open at his words. You're the Skywolf leader who killed countless people from my country. However, Xiashi didn't even look at the youth and only commanded the Green Wolf in a faint voice. Cut off the limbs and hang them on the gate of the War Ministry. Then record a video and send it to the War Ministry of the Sunset Empire as a return gift. Yes. After Green Wolf nodded his head, those 8 members of the Sunset Empire who had been captured alive, their faces immediately overflowed with panic that was thick to the extreme. Don't you dare! The Summer Kingdom's Lord personally invited us here. He won't allow you to do this. Xia has always claimed to be a righteous nation. How can you do something so inferior? After the last person's words fell, Xiashi suddenly looked over at him. Accurate positioning on the nature of the matter as a reward for cutting him down at the end. After saying that, Shushi waved his hand. Seeing this, Chang Wolf hurriedly followed a few members of the Skywolf regiment to escort the person towards the gate of the War Ministry. And just as the silhouettes of the Green Wolf and the Skywolf regiment crowd disappeared, and Xiashi walked over to the 3 major stretchers to prepare to collect the silver needles on the 3 injured, a large emergency vehicle stopped not far away. After the car stopped, Dean Rongyun and the Feng family head immediately stepped down from the car. When he got out of the car, the Dean opened his mouth and shouted directly, "Has Chief Skywolf arrived yet?" The surrounding warriors sniffed and almost simultaneously looked over at Xiashi. When the Dean saw Xiashi, he almost subconsciously turned his head to look at the Feng family head on the side, a flash of obvious apprehension on his face. When the Feng family head saw Xiashi, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Xia! She didn't know whether to call for the chief or the commander, and the last 2 words didn't come out. And just as he wondered out loud, Rongyun saw Xiashi and his face instantly turned cold. Why are you here? Without waiting for Xiashi to reply, her eyes suddenly fell on the stretcher beside Xiashi. Miss Feng has been victimized so badly by you, and you still want to come over and mutilate the wounded coming down from the battlefield? How could there be a woman as vicious as you in this world? The Feng family head froze violently when he heard Rongyun's words. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? When Rongyun heard the Feng family head's question, she took a deep breath and explained in a cold voice as if she was trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. If I hadn't been disturbed by her in the middle of giving Miss Feng emergency treatment, Miss Feng's condition would never have deteriorated so quickly. If something happens to Ms. Feng today, she'll be held primarily responsible. Chapter 202, Inviting Xiashi to be an emperor, 14. The moment Rongyun's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a silence. The crowd at the Ministry of War was a bit confused at the moment. Although Rongyun had never been on the battlefield, her ability to arrange troops and formations was known throughout the War Ministry. Even the second chief, who had been in the sand for nearly half his life, had several times been ashamed of her wisdom. It could be said that Rongyun's prestige in the entire War Ministry was extremely high, and with a status like hers, there was no reason to say anything alarming. At this moment, she said such words with such certainty, thinking that it would not be empty words. At that moment, the gazes of the people looking at Xiashi revealed some doubts. Could it be that this Tianlang leader has something against Miss Feng? But even if there is a strong opinion, Ms. Feng was wounded on the battlefield. It's not even if she doesn't step in to save the day. But she even interrupted Her Highness Yun from giving Miss Feng emergency treatment? If that was the case, a person with strength alone but no virtue did not deserve their respect. At the same time, when the Feng family head heard Rongyun's words, his face steeply changed a few points. What did Jiang Yun mean by that? His Tinger became what she is now because of Xiashi? Previously, both Xiashi and Tinger had been fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Could it be that some kind of friction had arisen between the two of them? But, with even more friction, she shouldn't have wanted Tinger's life. Thinking of this, the Feng family lord could not help but slowly clench his pair of fists. However, without waiting for the Feng family master to do anything to Xiashi, Xiashi looked at Rongyun and her breath around her body suddenly went cold. Deteriorate? Her figure had appeared in front of the ambulance when the words fell. When she saw Miss Feng inside the car, her face was cold as if she wanted to kill someone. Next moment, she looked directly at the 2 combatants beside the car who had escorted Miss Feng back from the battlefield, and opened her mouth with a morose expression. Who pulled the silver needle from her? The 2 combatants couldn't control their bodies from trembling when they felt Xiaxi's gaze that seemed to be able to freeze people into ice. Then, the 2 of them almost subconsciously looked at Rongyun, and just as the 2 of them looked over, Rongyun's face was ice cold as she chided Xiashi. How dare you ask this? If you hadn't stabbed needles randomly on Ms. Feng on your way to the hospital, she might have been out of danger long ago. Pop. Without waiting for her to say anything further, A crisp slap resounded steeply across her face. That tremendous force directly brought Rongyun's body flying 7 or 8 meters away. Ah! She felt like the bones around her body were breaking as her body slammed to the ground. Hiss! The surrounding warriors sucked in a breath of cool air in unison when they saw Xia Shi's movements. At this moment, almost all of the combatants were all stunned. That's Her Highness Rhyme, the daughter that His Majesty holds in his hands for fear of dropping and in his mouth for fear of melting. Even if she was the leader of the Skywolf who had made great achievements for the Xia Kingdom outside of the domain, she shouldn't be so submissive, right? And in the midst of that extreme pain, Rongyun's heart suddenly burned with rage. No one ever dared to hit her, but this woman, she actually hit her twice today. If she, Rongyun, didn't cut that woman into 1,000 pieces, she wouldn't have to be the highness who was admired by millions of people anymore. And just as this thought arose in Rongyun's mind, Xia Shi's slightly cold gaze landed on her. Pulling my silver needle twice. If it wasn't a little troublesome to kill you, you'd be dead by now. This slap counts as a little bit of interest. As for the rest, rely on you to slowly pay it back when you go to the extraterrestrial battlefield next. Chapter 203, Inviting Xia Shi to be an emperor, 15. Rongyun subconsciously breathed tighter as he felt Xia Shi's gaze that was cold to the core. For some reason, in the face of Xia Shi's icy aura around her, she was actually a little afraid to say anything. On the side, the Warzone hospital director only now came back to his senses from the shock of Rongyun's beating. His face was like a layer of frost had condensed out, and he rebuked with a stern face. You dare to be rude to His Highness Rhyme? It's against you. After saying that, he directly looked at Chu Fengdao, who had been beaten up by Green Wolf earlier and was currently cowering in the corner trying to lower his presence. Chu Commander, quickly have someone take down this following thing. Chu Feng, he also thought the woman had too much guts, but take it? He wouldn't dare even if he had the guts. Would he, Commander Chu? The dean looked at the expression on Chu Feng's face, and his brows slowly furrowed as he said. However, just as Chu Feng's face became more and more indescribable, Xia Shi's gaze landed on Chu Feng. Her voice wasn't as sharp and loud as Dean's, just a breezy command. Shut him up. The dean was violently stunned when he heard Xia Shi's words. In the next moment, an urge to laugh maniacally a few times suddenly arose in his heart. Other than Miss Feng, a mid-level commander. He had not heard of another mid-level commander in the entire Imperial City War Department. This woman dared to order Chu Feng, who was a 5-star intermediate commander. What did she think she was? However, just as the dean was looking at Xia Shi as if he was looking at a little cutie, when Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, but then he still waved his hand at the several cronies beside him rushing at the dean. Take it down. The mockery on Dean's face suddenly froze. What? Then, under the gaze of his face filled with shock, the 5 combatants beside Chu Feng immediately answered. Before walking over to him with quick steps, Dean suddenly panicked. However, when he thought about it carefully, he was convinced that there wasn't a woman within the war ministry whose title was above Chu Feng's, and he eventually opened his mouth stiffly. Chu Commander, do you know what you're doing? Don't ruin your future for a woman. Chu Feng was completely speechless when he heard his words. Why didn't he know when this dean's brain was so big? When Rongyun saw this, her face became a few points more ugly. She had learned last night of the identity of Shushi's Grand Chieftain, and was not surprised that she was able to order the members of the war ministry. But she wasn't willing. Unwillingly, he who had never been beaten by anyone, was beaten twice by the woman in front of him. Even more so, she was not happy that her credit for doing emergency treatment for MS Feng was so taken away from her just because of her status as a big chief. However, just as Rongyun's gaze grew more and more unwilling, the burly combatant escorting Miss Feng saw this, hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Xia Shi Dao with a sincere face. It was our fault for not protecting the silver needles on Commander Feng before. Please save Commander Feng. The current Miss Feng could die at any time. Xia Shi sniffed and turned her head to look at the Feng family head. Eventually, she made her way to the ambulance and to MS Feng's side. Rongyun's face suddenly sank when he saw Xia Shi's movements. What do you want? Don't you think you've harmed MS Feng enough? Uncle Feng, stop her quickly. She's already caused Miss Feng to be like this. If we let her mess up again, Miss Feng will really die. Speaking here, she suddenly remembered the dean's previous words and hurriedly shouted to the surroundings. Chief Skywolf, when will Chief Wolf arrive? The only one who can save Miss Feng now is the Skywolf leader. If the Skywolf leader doesn't arrive, anyone who touches Miss Feng is murder. Chapter 204, Inviting Xia Shi to be an emperor, 16. The surrounding crowd froze almost simultaneously when they heard Rongyun's shout. What is this all about? This person in front of me, is he really there calm and steady, Your Highness Rongyun? Moreover, what was her operation of shouting that she was preventing Xia Shi from administering help while at the same time shouting that only Chief Tian Lang could save Ms. Feng? Instantly, The war veterans, who had all been convinced that Xiaoshi wanted to harm Miss Feng, looked at Rong Yun with obvious suspicion in their gazes. At the same time, some of the combatants who had previously greatly admired Rong Yun's ability and heart were all beginning to waver inwardly. Rong Yun felt the crowd sight that was obviously permeated with a bit of strangeness, and for some reason, a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Soon, however, that foreboding was replaced by the anger that his credit was about to be taken away by Shashi. She hurriedly looked at the Feng family head again and opened her mouth. Uncle Feng, she almost killed Miss Feng before. If we continue to let her treat her indiscriminately, Miss Feng will die. The Feng family lord was concerned about his daughter's safety and did not notice the crowd's expressions. However, he looked at Xiaoshi, who was fully concentrating on checking his daughter's condition, and then at Rong Yun, who had already said before that there was nothing he could do, and his face was filled with a tangle. Soon, however, he took a deep breath as if he had made some kind of decision, and then spoke. Your Highness, it was hard on you before. If it wasn't for you, Tinger might have died. But now, the only one who has any hope of curing Tinger is her, so let her try. Originally, he was hoping that the rumored leader of the Skywolves was the one who could be here, but Dean and Rong Yun had both asked, and so far no one had stepped forward, no doubt saying that Chief Wolf wasn't here tomorrow. Instead of pinning her hopes on someone whose daughter waited until she died and might not even be able to wait, it was better to hold on to the last glimmer of hope and let Xiaoshi give it a try. If she could cure Tinger, he, the Feng family, would repay her favor like an ox or a horse, and if it can not be cured, his daughter's auspiciousness will not be cured. Rong Yun hesitated for a moment when she heard the words of the Feng family master, and finally gave up temporarily on stopping Xiaoshi from treating him under the severe pain and powerlessness that surrounded her. However, she generally understood Ms. Feng's physical condition. She believed that even if Xiaoshi really knew some medical skills, she would never be able to bring Miss Feng, who already had half a foot in the ghost gate, back to life. Then, time passed slowly as Xiaoxia treated Miss Feng. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Xiaoxia slowly let out a sigh of relief, and then she turned her head to look at the two combatants who had escorted Miss Feng over. Don't let anyone appear within 3 meters of Miss Feng for 24 hours. If anyone has to come close, just kill them. I'll take the responsibility. When the two combatants heard Xiaoshi's order without the slightest hint of a joke, they almost subconsciously raised their heads and chests, and answered with sullen faces. Yes. The Feng family head who was guarding the car couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Xiaoshi's words. Then, a strong look of ecstasy steeply arose on his face, while he hurriedly asked Xiaoshi, Tingle, out of danger? Xiaoxia nodded slightly. As long as the silver needles on her body are no longer pulled off, there will be no problem. When the Feng family head heard Xiaoshi's words, he suddenly looked at Miss Feng inside the ambulance. At this moment, the number of silver needles on Miss Feng's body was nearly twice as many as before she came. Most importantly, the size and shape of the extra silver needles were not the least bit different from the ones on their daughter's body before they came over. In that instant, his brain suddenly went online for a second. The next he steeply and suddenly realized the important information that he had overlooked under his previous shock. The first time Xiaoshi saw Rong Yun, she questioned the two combatants about who had pulled out the silver needles. At that time, he was shocked that Xiaoshi dared to strike at Rong Yun, who was the daughter of His Majesty the Sovereign, and subconsciously ignored the hidden meaning in those words. But now, he reacted. The silver needle on Tinger's body before was stabbed into Tinger's body by Xiaoshi. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his daughter's condition worsened just after Rong Yun pulled out that silver needle. In other words, it wasn't Xiaoshi who put his daughter in danger. It was Rong Yun. Not only that, listening to the meaning of that previous question from Xiaoshi, Rong Yun had not only pulled out the silver needle once, but twice. Thinking of this, the Feng family head turned his head violently to look at Rong Yun. At the same time, an endless chill permeated his gaze toward Rong Yun. Your Highness Rhyme, should you give me an explanation? Chapter 205, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an Emperor, 17. After the Feng family lord's words fell, the air around him steeply fell into a silence. At once, the gazes of the combatants looking at the Feng family lord revealed a strong sense of shock and doubt. What's going on with this one today? Even if Her Highness Rong Yun's style of behavior today made them a little confused, her status as Her Highness was there after all. When Xiaoshi dared to speak to Her Highness Rong Yun like this, they could still take it as Xiaoshi being somewhat proud of her achievements in the extraterritorial battlefield. But the Feng family head is just a family head of a first-class family in the imperial city. How can he also dare to provoke the majesty of the royal family? At the same time, Rong Yun sensed the heavy aura of solemnity on the face of the Feng family master, and her entire body subconsciously took 2 steps backward. However, soon after, She stabilized her stance before frowning at the Feng family head and asking, "Uncle, have you misunderstood something?" The Feng family lord sniffed as if he had heard some kind of joke and suddenly laughed coldly. "Misunderstanding? How would I, a small family lord, dare to misunderstand your highness?" Saying that, his eyes stared tightly at Rongyun, and that voice that was so cold that it seemed as if countless sharp swords were going to pierce Rongyun through suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone around him. "Obviously, Commander Xia had already gotten my daughter out of danger before, but because you pulled out the silver needles on my daughter's body, it directly caused my daughter's life to be in danger. Dare I ask your highness, my Feng family, where did I offend you?" The moment the Feng family lord's words fell, all the surrounding warriors were dumbfounded at the same time. What? Didn't Her Highness Rongyun say that she was the one who stabilized Miss Feng's condition by giving her emergency treatment earlier? Wasn't it because Xia stopped her from giving Miss Feng emergency treatment that Miss Feng's condition worsened? How did it come to the mouth of the Feng family head that Xia had already gotten Miss Feng out of danger before, and it was only because Rongyun had pulled out the silver needle that Miss Feng's condition worsened? Soon, though, the crowd's eyes fell on the ambulance. Then, the extremely complicated gazes were all cast towards Rongyun. They all knew that Xia had extremely high medical skills, and even if they had guessed before, they had only guessed that Miss Feng had offended Xia on the battlefield before, and that Xia was careful to kill to silence her. But would she step in to save the day again if she really wanted to silence them? At this moment, the crowd fully understood the reason for the Feng family lord's anger. His own daughter had almost been killed, and it was extremely good that the Feng family head didn't go up to Rongyun to fight for her life. Not to mention the Feng family head, even they wanted to go over and beat up Rongyun when they heard about all the crappy things she had done. Rongyun's heart hung in the air as she felt the angry gazes around her. However, she had seen a lot of big scenes after all, and quickly calmed down, before looking at the Feng family head with a serious face and saying, "Uncle, I admit that the silver needles on Miss Feng's body were put there by her, but you don't really think that a few silver needles can cure diseases and save lives, do you?" Although I don't want to take credit for it, the fact that Miss Feng's condition was relieved before did have a lot to do with the fact that I gave Miss Feng emergency treatment in the first place, and on that point, there's no need for me to lie to you. However, almost as soon as her words fell, a snort suddenly rang out in the arena. Then, Xiaoshir's mocking voice directly entered the ears of everyone present. "The first emergency treatment? You mean, in the case of Miss Feng's blood loss, directly pulling out all the silver needles used to stop the bleeding from her body, and then start giving her CPR?" Chapter 206, Inviting Xiaoshir to be an emperor, 18. When Xiaoshir's words fell, the surrounding air steeply fell into a deathly silence. This time, the crowd was completely dumbfounded, pulling out the silver needle to stop the bleeding while losing too much blood, and then starting CPR on Ms. Feng? But anyone with a bit of common sense knows that only cardiac arrest requires CPR, right? The body is doing CPR while bleeding profusely. That's not saving lives, that's killing people. At the same time, the Feng family had suddenly raised his hand to point at Rongyun upon hearing this. Your so-called emergency treatment is to give Tinger CPR? Under that extreme anger, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Rongyun had previously claimed that it was because of her emergency treatment that Tinger was out of danger. At that time, he believed it, and even when he heard Rongyun say that Xiaoshir interrupted her to give Feng Ting an emergency treatment to be interrupted, there was anger and resentment towards Xiaoshir in his heart. But he never dreamed that Rongyun's so-called emergency treatment was CPR in the case of Feng Ting's excessive blood loss. The one who really wanted to harm his daughter was not Xiaoshir, but this your highness who claimed to have saved his daughter. At this moment, the Feng family master was truly in a state of killing Rongyun. Even if he wasn't concerned about the Feng family behind him, he would already be doing this. Rongyun's heart couldn't help but panic when she felt the sight of the Feng family head and the surrounding crowd. When she had learned first aid before, that teacher had clearly said that when the condition was most critical, she needed to press on the patient's chest. After that, she didn't continue listening to that course because she didn't find it interesting, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Without waiting for Rongyun to think deeply, the Seal family head took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his mind before looking at Rongyun and opening his mouth. "Your Highness Rongyun, is there anything else you need to explain about this matter today? If not, when Tinger's situation is completely stabilized, I will head to the Summer Palace myself to seek an explanation from His Majesty." The panic on Rongyun's small face was instantly replaced by a wave of coldness when she heard that the Feng family master had even taken her father to task. "Uncle Feng, that's not very meaningful, is it? It's a good thing that I'm willing to offer to help Miss Feng. Besides, do you know anything about medicine? Do you think that if the emergency treatment I didn't work that it didn't work? If I hadn't given Miss Feng emergency treatment, Do you think it's really possible to get Miss Feng out of danger just by her randomly sticking a few random needles in her body? When the Feng family head and the surrounding people heard Rong Yun's words, the look they gave her was already like looking at an idiot. At this moment, countless people wanted to give their previous selves a few slaps. How blind were they in the past to think that such a person had extremely outstanding abilities and temperament. On the side, the dean, who had just been afraid that the head of the Feng family would find himself in trouble for thinking that he had previously said that it was Rong Yun who had cured Miss Feng, rolled his eyes. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hastily nodded in agreement. That's right, I've been the director of a theater hospital for more than 10 years, and there has never been a single casualty in the hospital who has been cured by Chinese medicine. So, not surprisingly, acupuncture is indeed useless for Ms. Feng's injuries. After the dean's words fell, the gazes of the surrounding crowd suddenly condensed. This dean is also considered an old senior in the war department, and his words still have some weight. Consequently, when the surrounding crowd heard his words, they all looked at Rong Yun with a slight hesitation on their faces. Rong Yun saw that the dean with authority was on her side, and her face immediately gained a few more points of confidence. She looked at Natsuki lightly and then spoke. You just said that Miss Feng is out of danger, yet you don't dare to let anyone get close to her. Unsurprisingly, Miss Feng's current condition is even worse than before, right? You can cure a disease with a few stabs with a few broken silver needles. You're dreaming. Chapter 207, Inviting Xiaoshi to be an emperor, 19. Xiaoshi glanced at the dean, who had turned black and white upside down in public, and then looked at Rong Yun with a calm expression. A few random needles won't cure you? Rong Yun let out a light laugh. Hee. You shouldn't know that I've studied Chinese medicine before, and your so-called acupuncture can only fool children. Here, no one can take your bait. Almost the instant Rong Yun's words fell. Snort! 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 The sound of 3 silver needles piercing through the air in a row rang out abruptly. Xia moved too quickly, and before Rong Yun had time to react, the silver needles had already stabbed into the 3 acupoints on her body. At that moment, Rong Yun's entire body was steeply fixed in place. According to you, being stabbed by a few broken silver needles doesn't cause any other problems in the body other than pain. It's okay if I randomly zap you twice, right? Rong Yun's eyes snapped open. This woman, how dare she be so reckless in front of her? Suddenly, however, she realized to her horror that she couldn't move. Feeling her complete loss of control over her body, Rong Yun's eyes gradually revealed a strong fear. What? How did this happen? Is it true that broken needle sticking in a person's body can affect the body for better or for worse? At the same time, the dean, who was controlled by Chu Feng's order, saw this and subconsciously struggled and tried to run towards Rong Yun. However, under the control of the 2 combatants on his left and right, he was unable to move an inch. All he could do was question Xiaoshi with a face full of horror. What have you done to His Highness? Xiaoshi sniffed, and the gaze that was so cold that it didn't have the slightest bit of emotion fell on him. Originally, I gave you the chance to leave on your own tomorrow on account of how you've been working in the war ministry for years, but since you don't know how to value it, you don't have to leave. Go to the extraterritorial battlefield and save 10,000 combatants, and when you're done, go home and retire. If you can't finish it, then you can be buried on the battlefield for the soldiers who bled in the sand. The dean's heart plummeted when he heard Shushi's words. However, in the next moment, his gaze towards Xiaoshi instantly turned cold. I'm the director of the Imperial City Warzone Hospital, a 2-star senior commander title. Who gave you the guts to allow you to dare to be reckless in front of me? Let go of me at once, or I, as your superior, have the right to expel you from the war department according to its rules. Xiaoshi's brows suddenly furrowed. A 2-star senior commander who isn't even a senior warrior? Who promoted you up? When the dean heard Xiaoshi's question, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. But then, thinking that the war ministry didn't have any women above the rank of senior commander, his face steeply sank. Is that the kind of question you're qualified to ask? I order you, as a 2-star senior commander, to make these 2 let go of me immediately, or not only you, but even the person who recruited you into the war ministry, will be punished together. After the dean's words fell, the faces of the surrounding war veterans looked at him with a bit of dissimulation. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to speak. Mr. Dean, do you know who this is? When the dean heard this sudden question from Chu Feng, he was not too surprised, but only opened his mouth with a gloomy expression. I don't care which bigwig's relative she is, as long as her title doesn't reach above a 2-star senior commander. Her attitude in the face of me is that of a subordinate. He was not stupid and naturally knew that since Xiaoshi was able to order Chu Feng to control him, he must have something to rely on. Unfortunately, Chu Feng did not know that he had the same backer behind him, a mountain that everyone in the war ministry couldn't afford to mess with. Chu Feng looked at the extremely confident state of the dean and opened his mouth with a complicated expression. Since you don't recognize the one before me, let me introduce you. This is the Sir Skywolf leader who shouted for her to treat Miss Feng when you came over, and then denied her medical skills afterward. The moment Chu Feng's words fell, the dean's face revealed disbelief that was thick to the extreme. Chief Wolf? The rumored murderous battlefield demon is a young girl in her 20s? And Rong Yun, whose body had stiffened to the point of gradually becoming numb not far away, similarly froze. How is that possible? At this moment, she suddenly remembered what she had said earlier. She had said before that unless Chief Tian Lang treated Feng Ting, it would be murder on Feng Ting for Xiashi to come and treat her. But now, someone told her that Chief Skywolf and Xiashi are one and the same. At this moment, she felt like she had lost all the face of her life on Xiashi alone. Not only the two, even the Feng family had frozen place. Afterwards, he looked at Xiashi and then turned his head to Feng Ting inside the ambulance and suddenly fell silent. Somebody tell him what's going on here. The leader of the Sky Wolves that his daughter had cried out to marry countless times was the girl his son liked? What the hell is this? However, soon after, the dean looked deeply at Xiashi before speaking with a solemn expression on his face. I recognize that your achievements in the extraterrestrial battlefield are outstanding. But, after all, you're just a senior commander. If you want to move me, you'll have to ask a few chiefs if they agree. Almost as soon as the dean's words fell, a member of the Skywolf regiment suddenly ran over from the distance. He looked at Xiaxi's face, revealing a resentment and anger that was thick to the core. Headmaster, the two 4-star senior commanders who previously managed the Imperial City's War Department are doing their best to stop anyone from harming those people from the Sunset Empire. They said they would never be allowed to insult friendly combatants coming over from the Sunset Empire that way unless a Grand Chieftain was there to confirm it in person. Xiaxi's face suddenly turned cold when she heard that. Friendly country warrior? What a friendly country warrior. Take me there. I'd like to see what kind of trash the top brass of the War Ministry, who can't even tell the difference between a friendly country and an enemy country, are. The Sky Wolf group member sniffed and hesitantly opened his mouth. Chief, why don't we go to the Dragon Chief? They have a very determined attitude, and I'm afraid that this matter today won't calm down without a great chief to suppress it. Chapter 208, Inviting Xiashi to be an emperor, 20. Xia looked at the Sky Wolf group members indifferently. Her nonchalant tone but made people unable to give half a thought of resistance. Take me there. The Sky Wolf members almost instinctively shouted. Yes. At the same time, he mentally cursed himself for really being too comfortable in the last few days at the hands of the deputy head. So much so that he forgot the consequences of talking nonsense in front of the head. Seeing this, the Feng family head hurriedly opened his mouth to Xiashi. Commander Xia, my daughter can't withstand the torment right now, so I'll take her back to the Feng family first. Well, don't let anyone touch the silver needles on her, and I'll go to the Feng family at night to remove them from her. When the Feng family head heard this, he immediately said with a grateful face, Good, please trouble Commander Xia. Xiashi nodded slightly, then swept a glance at the dean who was obviously going to follow him over, and directly threw out 2 silver needles, fixing him in place along with Rong Yun. Feeling Dean's horrified gaze, she spoke faintly. Since you don't want to go to war, you don't have to go. It's better to be 2 humanoid sculptures here with her than to go out and disgrace yourself. After saying that, Xiashi directly walked towards the direction of the Battle Ministry's main gate under the gaze of the Dean and Rong Yun's horrified gazes. The surrounding combatants froze for a split second at the sight. Subsequently, the gazes of each and every war veteran looking at Xiashi were permeated with shock and admiration that was thick to the core. With just a few silver needles to make people unable to move. This medical skill, I'm afraid it has already reached the most top level, right? Above all, the guts of this chief are too big. Her Highness, Rong Yun, is His Majesty's favorite daughter? If His Majesty learns that Her Highness Rong Yun is being treated this way, I wonder how this Tian Lang leader, who is already on the verge of achieving greatness, will handle himself. However, the crowd knew that they didn't have the power to interfere in these matters, so they all moved away from the two at the first opportunity after lamenting in their hearts for fear of stirring up a fire. Soon, Rong Yun and the Dean, who were frozen in place, saw the figures of Xiashi and the others fading away. Rong Yun looked at Xiaxi's back, and at this moment, she suddenly had some regrets. She didn't need to think about it to know that after today, her Rong Yun's reputation in the War Ministry and even the entire Xia Kingdom would be in tatters, and the Feng family head would definitely tell Feng Jing about today's incident. I'm afraid that after today, Feng Jing will never look at her again when he finds out about this. If she had known that things would have developed to this point, even if she had beaten her to death, she would never have gone to do the so-called emergency treatment for MS. Feng, not to mention robbing Xiashi of her credit. Unfortunately, by now, it's useless for her to regret. But soon, the regret in Rong Yun's eyes gradually receded. And with it, endless hatred. She was certainly at fault for what happened today, but she was, after all, the most honored highness of the Xia kingdom. And Xia sure shouldn't have insulted her like this no matter what. When her father's people came looking for her, she would make sure that her father would take back that woman's position as Grand Chieftain, so that she would understand what would happen to her if she offended her. At the same time, the dean's heart was born with endless anger. He was still a senior commander of the war department no matter what. That woman dared to treat him like that. When he regained his mobility, he would definitely report to Commander Rongyi and let her know that not everyone could be offended. However, as the hatred in their hearts continued to deepen, they clearly felt their bodies gradually becoming numb. What followed was the agony of thousands of countless tiny insects crawling from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Under the pain, the two wanted to wail and scream, but they couldn't do anything because they couldn't move the slightest bit. All they can do is suffer like hell. Chapter 209, Inviting Xiashi to be an Emperor, 21. On the other side, when Xiashi was about to walk to the gate of the war ministry, she suddenly felt the air around her steeply quieten down. She turned her head to look behind her, all of them keeping a single movement fixed in place. Not just the people, but even the leaves that were falling from the trees, stopped. Time, as if it had stopped flowing at this moment. In the face of this sudden change, Xiaxi's body instantly tensed up, her body making the most favorable movements for attack. This is, right at this moment, the little fox's voice, which was filled with a bit of surprise, suddenly sounded in Xiaxi's mind. Without waiting for him to say anything else, an old man who was around 60 years old, wearing a traditional white robe and emitting a somewhat immortal-like strong aura around him, appeared in front of Xiashi, and just at the moment he appeared, the little fox's slightly grave voice suddenly resounded in Xiaxi's mind. Time star card. This person possesses the time star sign among the special star signs. Xia didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the old man in front of her. She could sense that the old man was very strong, even stronger than everyone she had seen before. However, despite this, her small face did not show any semblance of panic or trepidation. The old man looked at Xiaxi's demeanor, and his eyes were tinted with a hint of appreciation. The little girl is not very old, but both her talent and disposition are extremely good. Rare, truly rare. Xiaxi looked at the old man indifferently, and when she was sure that there was no obvious hostility in the old man's gaze towards her, her face then eased a few points. And then, she faintly looked at the old man and spoke. You suddenly appeared here. You shouldn't just be here to compliment me twice, right? When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but smile and say, Girl, I wonder if you know about the 8 hidden families. When Xiaxi heard the old man's question, she couldn't help but look at him with the slightest change on her face. But anyone with a little bit of ability knows that there are 8 hidden families in the world. Each of these 8 families was extremely powerful. Together, the 8 families own more than half of the world's wealth and controlled countless star cards and a large amount of scarce resources. Even the royal families of some countries have them behind them. Countless ambitious people dreamed of befriending someone from the 8 hidden families, thus reaching heaven in one step. It seems that you know. Then do you know that without the support of the Gu family, one of my 8 great families, there would not be the current Xia kingdom? Xiaxi looked at the old man faintly. What do you want to say? The old man sighed. The Xia kingdom has been established for nearly 500 years, but over these 500 years, the Xia kingdom has become more and more corrupt, and the country's power has declined. The family has long been dissatisfied with the Xia royal family has always wanted to find a suitable replacement for the position of the monarch, just suffering has not been able to find someone. Hearing this, Xiaxi probably guessed the purpose of the old man coming to find himself. She looked directly at the old man and opened her mouth to ask, You wish me to plot against you? The person who was essentially in charge of this Xia kingdom was originally my Gu family. If you can agree, my Gu family will immediately support you as the new monarch of the Xia kingdom. Saying that, the old man paused for a moment, and then looked at Xiaxi with a solemn expression before continuing to speak. Even if your talent reaches a level that is valued by my ancient family, we can provide you with enough star cards and resources to help you promote the Xia kingdom into the Great Xia Empire. From now on, you will be the first founding emperor of the Great Xia Empire. At that time, all the rules within Xia will be set by you, and the life and death of all the people in the country will be under your control. Power over the world, or a harem of 3,000. It's all up to you. Speaking of this, the old man stroked his beard and opened his mouth with a smile. I don't know. What do you think of the title of Emperor Shai? Chapter 210, Inviting Xiaxi to be an Emperor, 22. Xiaxi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she looked at the old man's look of obvious compulsion. From what you've said, there is indeed something appealing about that location. The old man lightly stroked his beard as he heard this, and he couldn't help but show some satisfaction on his face as he looked at Xiaoshi. So, girl, you're saying yes? However, what he didn't expect was that Xiaoshi just looked at him lightly and laughed lightly. When did I say yes? The old man was slightly stunned. And then, the slightest hint of disbelief came out of his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi. Becoming the monarch of the Xia kingdom, or even the great Xia emperor, will do you more good than harm. Can you give me a reason to refuse? Xiaoshi sniffed and asked instead of answering. If I become the monarch of the Xia kingdom with your family's support, if you guys want me to do something, can I refuse? When the old man heard Xiaoshi's words, a momentary stiffness was evident in his expression. He then hesitated for a moment and spoke back to Xiaoshi. Under normal circumstances, my ancient family won't ask you to do too much, so I'm still subject to the family you're in. Saying that, she looked at the old man with a pale expression and asked, "This is what you call power over the world?" After Xiaoshi's words fell, the old man suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Girl, there is no free lunch in this world." Natsuki suddenly smiled at his words. "I never like free food either. The only reason I stayed in the war ministry to guard the Summer Kingdom was to help a dead friend fulfill his wish in life. Currently, I have no interest in the position of the Xia Kingdom's lord, and even if I did, I would only get it on my own, not by you sending it to my door." When the old man heard this, he looked deeply at Xiaoshi for a moment before he sighed softly and said, "All right, I know your answer." With that, he gently raised his hand, and an ink-colored jade tablet the size of a palm appeared in his palm. "Take this jade token and you can enjoy VIP treatment at all my ancient family's properties, and have a chance to enter my ancient family's main house. Half a month from now, my ancient family will be hosting a once-in-a-decade clan-wide event, where the top geniuses from the other 7 great clans in countless countries will be heading to attend. In addition, there may be exotic treasures you need at the clan meeting." Speaking here, the old man suddenly paused, and then, his line of sight landed on top of Xiaoshi's small face, and he spoke with a faint smile. "Even some beauty residences with powerful effects may not necessarily not appear." Xiaoshi suddenly smiled at his words. The old man was close to just saying she was ugly, but the old man's words reminded her that she was now strong enough to deal with most problems, and restoring her appearance to that of her previous life was not a big problem. She would go to the Feng family later to pull the needle for Fengting just so she could go and find her big baby, and surprise him by restoring his appearance at that time. Thinking of this, Xiaoshi's line of sight fell back on the jade tablet the old man handed over. After a little contemplation, she lifted her hand and took it. "Okay, thanks a lot. The Summer Kingdom now is no longer worth guarding with your life." With that, the old man bowed slightly facing Xiaoshi. As the saying goes, if you don't break it, you can't make it. I am here to wish your majesty to forge a better Daxia empire soon. After his words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. At the same time, the time around Shashi resumed its normal flow. She paused in place for a split second before continuing to follow the crowd towards the war ministry's main entrance. Only, as she looked at the gate of the war ministry, a subtle change was evident in her eyes. When she promised that little cutie who lost her life to save her, a wish to guard Xia for 5 years. At this point, although the 5-year period was coming to an end, she didn't want to destroy the land she had sworn to protect until it was absolutely necessary. Hopefully, the people from the Ministry of War and the Xia royal family will not let her down completely. In the meantime, the old man relayed Xiaoshi's attitude through a special communicator. Soon, a male voice as beautiful and melodious as heavenly music came out from the communicator. She wasn't expected to agree, and asking you to say those things to her was just a way of hoping she'd be less likely to go through with it. Where is the life of an eternal emperor so easy to change? The old man listened to that, obviously weakened by the device timbre, but still like a feather brushing the heart of the wonderful male voice. Breathing cannot control a few minutes of hasty. At his age, he had largely lost interest in beauty, and he was pretty sure that he didn't have the slightest problem with his orientation. But for some reason, every time he heard this one's voice, his heart continued to beat a few moments faster without control. Not only him, but the family's top painters who had seen the man's face. Their greatest wish was to keep the man's appearance on paper. However, they had been drawing for several years, but they still hadn't even drawn 1/10,000th of that person's posture and temperament. Soon, the male voice that was enough to make the ears pregnant came over again, and the content in the voice did make the old man fiercely froze. Chapter 211, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rome. Kneel down and beg me. 1. At the ancient family meeting in half a month's time, as long as she can go to it, give her that thing I left in the ancient family in the first place. The old man was silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke cautiously. My lord, do you need to give this some more careful consideration? That thing was a treasure-like existence for the ancient family that possessed endless wealth. Countless juniors of the ancient family had received unprecedented benefits due to that thing. It would be a waste to put it on that little girl. Your words, a little too much. When the old man heard the youth's voice suddenly turn cold, he hurriedly looked respectful and said, I wouldn't dare. I will follow your orders. A few minutes later, Xiaoshi's figure appeared not far in front of the War Ministry's main gate. Vice Leader Tianlang, I'll say it once again. By doing this, you're cutting the friendly relations between the Xia Kingdom and the Sunset Empire. If you lose your way now, I can still pretend that nothing happened before. Otherwise, if His Majesty finds out about this, even your headmaster, who can be called omnipotent, won't be able to save your life. Before Xiaoshi could approach, an icy chiding voice came from the gate of the War Ministry. She followed the sound, and the one who opened his mouth to speak was a man around 45 years old, dressed in a 4-star senior commander's costume of the War Ministry. At this moment, he and Jiang Yunting, who was also a 4-star senior commander beside him, were leading hundreds of combatants. Standing opposite the members of the Skywolf Regiment such as the Green Wolf, Xiaoshi swept a glance over the two 4-star senior commanders, and his eyes then fell on the Sunset Empire combatants who were being protected by the two of them like little chickens, and whose expressions were currently filled with sarcasm. At that moment, her face turned abruptly cold. Chief, Qing Wolf originally wanted to continue arguing with the two 4-star commanders, but when he saw Xiaoshi walking over, he hurriedly shouted with a solemn face. The members of the Skywolf Regiment beside him all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Xiaoshi. At the same time, Jiang Yunting, who had just learned of Xiaoshi's identity as a great chief in the Feng family last night, sniffed and looked over at Xiaoshi. When he saw the figure of Xiaoshi walking quickly, his eyes steeply widened a few points and he hurriedly looked at Qingguo and asked, Headmistress, she's your leader? Green Wolf frowned at Jiang Yunting, who suddenly changed his face and said, Is there a problem? Jiang Yuan's face turned white when he heard the Green Wolf's words. He had just said that if the Green Wolf wanted to hang those people from the Sunset Empire on the gates of the War Ministry, he had to get the approval of one of the great chiefs. And now, the reality in front of him tells him that the one who was going to do this is a great chief? Is there anything more ridiculous under the sun? At the same time, the 4-star senior commander beside Jiang Yunting suddenly looked shocked when he saw Xiaoshi. How come the titular Tianlang leader is a woman? At this moment, the 4-star senior commander in front of him felt like his worldview was collapsing. He had never dreamed that the character who had used his army like a god in the extraterrestrial battlefield, who had even once made him feel admiration, was actually a woman. So, the so-called mythical Sirius Regiment of the Ministry of War is actually a pussy army? Are you looking down on our headmaster? Green Wolf's face suddenly sank when he heard this 4-star senior commander's shocked question. In the next moment, his fist suddenly swung out at the 4-star senior commander. Previously, due to the strict title hierarchy of the War Ministry, he was worried about inviting some unnecessary trouble for Xiaoshi, so he didn't make a move no matter how angry he was. But now this idiot dared to look down on their leader. This was something he could not tolerate in any way. Boo! Under the strength of the Green Wolf's unique Battle King, the 4-star senior commander did not have the slightest ability to fight back, and was directly punched in the chest. His entire body was violently blasted back by more than 10 steps. After he stabilized his stance in a lousy manner, his face that looked towards the Green Wolf was filled with dismay and shock that was thick to the extreme. He had thought that the Green Wolf was strong, but he had never thought that it would be so strong that he would not have the slightest ability to fight. Xiaoshi swept a glance at the 4-star senior commander who was barely standing still, and then looked at Qingguo and the other members of the Skywolf Regiment with a pale expression and opened his mouth. Do as I said before, and whoever dares to stop will be killed directly. Chapter 212, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me, too. When the Green Wolf and the members of the troop heard this, they all felt a sense of euphoria as they raised their eyebrows. They responded almost simultaneously. Yes. After the words fell, the members of the troop rushed towards the people of the Sunset Empire behind Jiang Yunting and the others without a second thought. When the Sunset Empire and the others saw the movements of Green Wolf and the others, their originally emboldened faces suddenly panicked. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and protect us. The stupid summer pigs across the street are trying to harm us. You kill them. If anything happens to us here, our Miyato chief will surely destroy your summer kingdom. When the members of the Skywolf Regiment heard this, a more intense murderous aura appeared on their faces as they looked at the crowd of Sunset Empire warriors. However, that 4-star senior commander's breathing suddenly tightened when he heard the words of the Sunset Empire's crowd. He hurriedly rebuked the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment in a cold voice. I'll see which one of you dares to touch them. The Tianlang Regiment crowd acted as if they hadn't heard him, and their movements didn't pause in the slightest. That 4-star senior commander was instantly anxious when he saw this. The Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment is not something we can resist. If something happens to these Sunset Empire people here, the entire Xia Kingdom will face an unprecedented crisis. If you guys don't want Xia to be exterminated, then give me a head start towards. Well, before he could finish his sentence, his neck tightened abruptly. Then, a voice that was obviously extremely light, but was like an abyssal magic spell steeply entered his ears. Shut up if you don't want to die. Jiang Yuan, who was originally hesitant to stop the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment, looked at Xia Shi, who was choking the neck of the 4-star senior commander and nearly lifting the man up, and the blood around his body almost instantly froze. At the same time, the surrounding warriors watched Xia Shi's movements and almost simultaneously stopped their thoughts of stopping the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment. They felt the icy cold aura around her body that was like it was going to turn into substance, and their breathing couldn't help but lighten a few points, as if they were afraid of being noticed by her. It's not that they're not competitive, it's just that this woman is horrible. To be able to effortlessly strangle the neck of 4-star senior commander Jiang Yuan, her strength, most likely, had reached half-step battle king. Even, she might be a battle king who looked less than 20 years old. They couldn't afford to mess with. You are finished. The Summer Kingdom is finished. The Sunset Empire crowd watched as the members of the Skywolf Regiment drew closer and closer to them, still threatening. Before they came over, they thought that all the members of the Xia War Department should be desperately trying to protect them like the stupid Xia pigs that had just protected them. But how could they not expect that these people would dare to even disregard the face of the Xia Kingdom's monarch and directly strike at them? And the stupid pigs who were just protecting them are afraid to move. Ka, ah, ka, ka, ah. Soon, a sound of a weapon hacking on bone rang out one after another. At the same time, what came out was the crisp sound of the limbs of each member of the Sunset Empire being cut off, as well as the pained wails like killing pigs coming out of the mouths of the members of the Sunset Empire. Vomit, vomit. The surrounding Xia combatants who had been pampered within the war ministry looked at the bloody scene of blood splattering in front of them, and almost all of them instinctively developed an urge to vomit. Jiang Yuan, the 4-star senior commander who was being pinched by Xia Xie, glanced at the image in front of him before closing his eyes with an unforgiving face. At the same time, he murmured under his breath in despair, "It's over. You're finished." At those words, Xia Shi's hand that was pinching Commander Jiang Yuan tightened a few points, and then, under Jiang Yuan's increasingly purple face, she swept a glance at the faces of the war veterans, and her face became noticeably more somber. Before she came here she knew there would be individual pieces of trash in the war department, but she didn't realize that it wasn't individual, it was piles of trash. A few moments later, 10 members of the Sunset Empire who had their limbs cut off were hung above the gate. At once, many of the combatants who had followed Xia Shi over felt an incomparable pain in their hearts. At the same time, countless combatants revealed unprecedented respect in their gazes towards Xia Shi. For the first time, someone has told them in action that the Summerland is not to be dishonored. It was also the first time that someone made them feel that they could stand with dignity in front of the Sunset Empire. At this moment, they suddenly felt that they were no longer humble in front of the Sunset Empire. They, for one, felt the pride of being a Summerlander. Chapter 213, Xia Shi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 3. However, while the combatants felt a burst of pleasure from raising their eyebrows, Jiang Yuan, whose neck had already been pinched to the point of bruising by Xia Shi, was trembling slightly out of fear, his entire body trembling slightly. At this moment, there was only one feeling in his heart, and that was that the woman in front of him was crazy. Doesn't she know that the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment in the extraterrestrial battlefield has recently been invincible? If they were pissed off, the Sunset Empire could send out a few star ambassadors at random, and they could wipe out the entire Xia Kingdom. Just as Chun Yuan's heart grew more and more fearful, several royal vehicles with only one word Rong on them suddenly stopped in front of the main gate of the war ministry. The crowd at the gate heard the commotion and looked over in unison at where the vehicle had stopped. Then, a figure that appears in the news from time to time, stepped out of the car. When the crowd saw a 50 years old and above, wearing a dragon-pattern formal dress, exuding a unique superior's majestic atmosphere around the body, the face of the rigid man got off the car. All were unable to control the exclamation of surprise. "Your Majesty!" This person was none other than the current supreme ruler of the Xia Kingdom, Emperor Rong. Jiang Yuan was the first to return to his senses, and immediately bent his knees and half-kneeled on the ground, speaking with a respectful face. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing this, the surrounding combatants hastened to do as they were told in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." At that moment, a respectful voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. However, Xia Shi just stood still and quietly looked at the supreme ruler in front of him, who was already nearly 100 years old, and had no intention of kneeling down. There was no one in the world who was worth her knees, not even the Xia monarch in front of him. However, at this moment, Emperor Rong was attracted by the members of the Sunset Empire on the gate and did not notice the rudeness of Xiashi and the others. His gaze was fixed on the Sunset Empire costumes on those 10 people, and without knowing whether it was due to anger or fear, his entire body clearly began to tremble slightly. A moment later, he tried to calm his breathing, before looking at the crowd in front of him with an icy face and asking in a cold voice, "Who did this?" His longtime superior voice came out, and the bodies of all the people around him couldn't help but breathe tightly. Right at this moment, the 4-star senior commander in Xia Xie's hand suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Your Majesty, it's this so-called Skylark leader who's choking me. I've just desperately tried to stop her, but she completely disregarded my advice, relying on the brute strength of herself and her subordinate Skywolf Regiment members to harm those Sunset Empire members." When the combatants who followed Xiashi overheard Chen Yuan's words, their faces that looked at Xiashi showed some concern. If they remembered well, although the Skywolf leader was highly decorated in battle, because he didn't care about fame and fortune, he was now only a 3-star senior commander. Her disobeying Chang Yuan's orders was originally a violation of her superiority, and now that she was being talked to by Qin Yuan, she was equally unreasonable in her treatment of the Sunset Empire. If His Majesty pursues the matter, I'm afraid she'll be in danger. Not only the surrounding warriors, even the faces of the members of the Skywolf Regiment looking at Xiashi were permeated with a bit of nervousness. They weren't strong enough to go against the entire Xiao War Department, although they have never seen the headmaster suffer. If His Majesty insists on punishing the headmaster may really suffer this time. Then, under the gaze of the crowd filled with worry, Xiashi looked at Chen Yuan and lightly opened her lips. If I remember correctly, one of the 2 chiefs said that they could be put up with the permission of one of the big chiefs, correct? Yes, but did any of the great chiefs agree? Natsuki looked at him faintly. I agree. However, Chen Yuan looked as if he had heard some funny joke, his face overflowing with rich sarcasm as he looked at Xiashi. Would it help if you agreed? I'm talking about needing the consent of a great chief. Is it hard to tell me that you are a bit of a big chief? Unless all the men of my summer kingdom die out, it will not be a woman's turn to sit in the position of the Grand Chieftain in any case. However, just as his words fell, Chang Yuan beside him suddenly tugged on his arm with an extremely complex expression, and the words that came out of his mouth steeped the air around him into an unprecedented silence. Thank you for the baby gifts. Love you Mo. Chapter 214, Xiashi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 4. Commander Chen. I don't know if all the men in the whole world are dead or not, but this, indeed, is the newly appointed Grand Chief. Boom! Cheng Yuan's words were like a bomb that abruptly exploded in the minds of the surrounding people. However, soon after, the faces of the warriors who just had respect for Xiashi steeply surged with a thick color of ecstasy. They knew that there was a newly appointed Grand Chief in the War Ministry, but all of them subconsciously assumed that this new Grand Chief was as connected as Jiang Yi, the younger brother of the monarch who was the monarch. So, most of the warriors pressed on not caring about this parachuted top War Department presence. But now, Cheng Yuan told them that the new Grand Chief was the Tianlang leader in front of them who could still do the same in the face of the Sunset Empire. If so, would they not have to continue to humble themselves in the future when they faced members of the enemy nation that entered the country? Their Xiaoguo War Department, it seemed, was going to truly stand up. Thinking about this, many of the combatants suddenly felt a wave of hope that they were about to raise their eyebrows. At the same time, the gaze as they looked at Xiashi were obviously a few points more eager. However, just as many of the combatants were showing joyful faces, Commander Chen Yuan was clearly a bit confused. He had truly never dreamed that Long Yuan would be so stupid as to let a little girl whose hair hadn't even grown yet sit in the position of the great chief. He looked deeply at Natsuki in front of him for a few seconds before turning his head hard and opening his mouth with difficulty. Commander Chang, this kind of thing is not something to be joked about. He couldn't accept the fact that the new arch-chieftain, who was stepping on his head, was a woman, no matter what. Besides, he had just said that unless all the men of Xia died out, Xiashi could not become the great chief. If Xiashi was really the big chief, where would his old face go? Chang Yuan, who was originally in a complicated mood because of his public recognition of Xiaxi's identity, frowned when he heard Chen Yuan's words. Kidding? Last night, Grand Chief Long Yuan announced her identity in front of all the people of the first-class families in Imperial City. Besides, if the War Ministry wants to promote someone to be the Grand Chief, they have to get His Majesty's approval. And now that His Majesty is here, I'm not crazy, so how could I possibly make such an inconsequential joke? Almost as soon as Chen Yuan's words fell, Xiashi suddenly raised her hand and directly threw out the choking Chen Yuan like he was throwing trash. Put! Chen Yuan's body landed on the ground, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. However, he didn't care about the pain on his body, but directly turned his head to look at Emperor Rong. At this moment, Emperor Rong's extremely intimidating gaze was staring at Xiaoshi, and a raging dark current coalesced in his eyes. Soon, a questioning question filled with imperial majesty came out from his mouth. Xiaoshi, do you know your sin? Xiaoxia's movement of lowering her hands suddenly gave a start, and then she slightly turned her head to look at Emperor Rong, her tone calm and terrifying. The Sunset Empire hung the corpses of members of my Skywolf regiment on the gate of the War Ministry. I return the favor. Is there a problem? Emperor Rong's face turned completely cold when he heard Xiaoshi's words. Courtesy also depends on to whom. These Sunset Empire warriors were all invited here by me personally. They are all guests of my Xia kingdom, and by treating the guests of the Xia kingdom so cruelly, you are putting me and even the entire Xia kingdom in an unkind and unrighteous situation. Xiaoshi sniffed and suddenly laughed. It was just that the smile was cold to the core, and there was even an obvious sarcasm in it. Guests of the Summer Kingdom? These losers from the Sunset Empire are worthy? Emperor Rong's face suddenly chilled. You are reckless. Do you know that the Sunset Empire has already sent 50-star ambassadors to take over another country? If they find out that you dare to so brutally kill and insult these Sunset Empire combatants, the entire Xia kingdom will be buried with you. Saying that, he kept his gaze fixed on Xiaoshi. His tone was characterized by a dictatorial and unquestionable nature that belongs solely to emperors. Now, kowtow with me in front of Chief Miyato and make amends. If you don't get his forgiveness, you don't have to be the big chief and the leader of the Sky Wolves. Chapter 215, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 5. After Emperor Rong's voice fell, almost all of the faces of the combatants showed thick consternation. They had only finished lamenting the fact that there was finally a great chief in the Summer Kingdom who still had some backbone in front of the Sunset Empire. And this new great chief was asked by His Majesty the Sovereign to kneel down in front of the chief of the Sunset Empire to apologize? Yes, 5 years ago, the Summer Kingdom had been suppressed by the Sunset Empire. But in these 5 years, their Summer Kingdom was no longer so weak in front of the Sunset Empire. Even if Sunset used some star ambassadors, the Summer Kingdom might not be without a fighting chance. If this new Grand Chieftain of theirs really did that, he would be putting the dignity of the Xia Kingdom on the ground for the people of the Sunset Empire to step on. Just as a growing disapproval appeared on the faces of many of the combatants, the gazes of the members of the Green Wolves and the Sky Wolves regiment looked at Emperor Rong as if they were trying to kill someone. No one can insult their chief like that. No. Now, as long as the headmaster gives the order, even if they face Emperor Rong, they will preserve the dignity of the headmaster even if they die. Jiang Yuan's somewhat tangled gaze swept over the crowd of combatants, and he hesitated for a split second before speaking. Your Majesty, it's true that Chief Xia has been a bit reckless in this matter today, but how can she say that she's also your hand-picked Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom? If she goes and kneels down to make amends to the Chief of the Sunset Empire, how can my Xia Kingdom hold up its head in front of the Sunset Empire in the future? However, without waiting for Emperor Rong to reply, the Chen Yuan on the ground, who had just been thrown out by Xiaoshi, looked at Xiaoshi with a resentful face before bracing himself for a breath to look at Jiang Yuan to retort. Commander Chang, don't you know that the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment beat my Summer Kingdom Skywolf Regiment without the slightest resistance? That Vanguard Corps has only seen 5-star ambassadors appear within it. If they unleash 50 of them, what my Summer Kingdom will welcome will most likely be the extinction of the country. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Xiaoshi opening his mouth, who was quietly looking at Emperor Rong. One must pay for one's mistakes after all. His Majesty is only asking you to go and make amends. You wouldn't be unable to do even this small thing, would you? However, Xiaoshi didn't even give him a look. Her gaze was always on Emperor Rong. When the slightest hint of impatience gradually appeared on Emperor Rong's face, she suddenly smiled before spitting out a short monotone from her mouth. Good. When Emperor Rong saw that Xiaoshi didn't dare to disobey his order, his face eased a few points. However, without waiting for his face to completely slow down, Xiaoshi then spoke. As you wish. I will not be this Grand Chief or Skylark leader. Saying that, Xiaoshi looked at the surrounding warriors, a coldness and determination permeating his tone. I, Xiaoshi, hereby announce that I am withdrawing from the Xia War Department with immediate effect, and from now on, the life and death of the Xia War Department and even the entire Xia Kingdom has nothing to do with me. Xiaoshi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The entire room was momentarily silent at this moment. However, soon after, the Green Wolf suddenly stepped forward. Then, his sounding words once again resounded throughout the room. I, Green Wolf, hereby announce that I am quitting the Xia War Department today, and from today onwards, the death or life of the Xia Kingdom has nothing to do with me. After Green Wolf's words fell, the members of the Skywolf Regiment beside him, I, Red Wolf, hereby declare, I Cloud Wolf. Then, one after another, the members of the Skywolf Regiment announced their withdrawal from the War Department. The surrounding combatants listened to the firm and determined voice, and their hearts were getting lost. Previously, they had always heard it said that the Skywolf Regiment was responsible for at least 70% of the repeated rise of Xia's status in the world. Although they were all thinking that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, they had to admit that the Skywolf Regiment had made an extremely outstanding contribution in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Without them, Xia's advantage in the extraterritorial battlefield may be greatly reduced. At the same time, as that one oath came out from the members of the Skywolf Regiment, Emperor Rong's face became more and more gloomy. Since the beginning of his sitting as the monarch, very few people within the Xia kingdom dared to disobey him in public, and the few who did, have gone to meet the King of Hell. When the last Skywolf Regiment member's words fell, his face was already as gloomy as water, and under that anger of his own dignity being offended, he directly looked at the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment and opened his mouth in a cold voice. The Xia War Department is not something you can retreat from just because you want to. Men, send these sightless things to the underground prison for me. However, without waiting for Emperor Rong to continue, an anxious voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the War Ministry. Your Majesty, wait. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, Long Yuan walked quickly to the front of the crowd. Upon seeing Xia Shi and Rong Di, who were clearly presenting a state of confrontation, Long Yuan's old face instantly revealed a bitter color. Your Majesty, Xia Shi is my Xia Kingdom's rare generalship talent. As long as she's in the Xia Kingdom's War Department, it can guarantee my Xia Kingdom 100 years of no worries. If we stand against her on this, it'll do my Xia Kingdom 100 harms but not a single benefit. Hearing Long Yuan's words, Emperor Rong shook his head as if he had heard some kind of joke and said, 100 years without worry? Does the Dragon Chief think too highly of her? The fact that she was able to make some feats in the extraterrestrial battlefield is certainly due to her good abilities. But more importantly, it's still the fact that my Xia's science and technology and national power are constantly rising. Now that Rong Yi has traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield, with his research in tactics and use of advanced technology, I think it won't be long before he can replace her role in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 216, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 6. Members of the Syrian Order. Previously, they had heard that the only two sons of the previous monarch were both losers, and now they were finally certain that not only was Rong Yi a straw man, but this Emperor Rong also fully deserved the words dim-witted and incompetent. Not only the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment, but Long Yuan's face was also complicated to the extreme. Young Yi instead of Xiaxi? He really wanted to ask, where did your Majesty get this confidence? However, Emperor Rong was still the rightful emperor of the Xia kingdom, and he could not ask such words no matter what. Seeing that Long Yuan didn't say anything, Emperor Yang continued in a serious tone. Dragon Chief, I would have agreed with you to strongly recommend her to be the Grand Chieftain, just to let you get a lesson, and then realize, no matter how much you appreciate a certain junior, you can't praise him too high, otherwise, it will only let him be so self-absorbed that he'll even harm himself. Long Yuan sniffed and had realized that it was useless for him to explain any more about how capable and meritorious Xia Shi was right now. Eventually, he just sighed. Your Majesty, no matter how you put it, the contributions that Chief Xia has made to the Xia kingdom over the years are obvious to all. If your Majesty insists on sending her to prison, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the members of the War Ministry. When Emperor Rong heard Long Yuan's bitter words, he was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. She dared to treat the Sunset Empire warriors I invited like this today. If I let her off easily, how can I explain to the guests of the Sunset Empire? The members of the Skywolf Corps couldn't help but coldly harden their faces as they listened to Emperor Rong's mouthful of guests. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, no matter how dangerous it was, they never flinched. Even in the face of death, they swore to defend their homeland. They watched one of their comrades die in battle, and although they were sad, they never regretted it. But at this moment, looking at His Majesty, the monarch who had stained his hands with the blood of countless countrymen in front of his eyes was the one that the top echelons of the Sunset Empire regarded as their honored guest. They felt an unprecedented disappointment. Is this the monarch of their summer kingdom? With such a ruler who groveled before enemy nations, even if they fought as hard as they could, the Xia kingdom could never truly stand up. And Long Yuan's face similarly stiffened for a moment when he heard Emperor Rong's words. Then, he said with a somewhat complicated face, Your Majesty, the news that the Sunset Empire captured members of our Sirius regiment and hung their bodies out has appeared in the media of various countries. It won't be long before there is a strong likelihood that there will be riots in the country with this news. I think it's more important to calm the nation's anger than to give the Sunset Empire an explanation. If we publicize the retaliation that Chief Xia has carried out against the members of the Sunset Empire today, not only will it calm the public's anger, but it will also boost the reputation of our Xia War Department in the country. So it can be considered as turning a bad thing into a good thing. However, In the face of Long Yuan's sensible and reasonable suggestion, Emperor Rong's face sunk a few points deeper. He sneered as his eyes locked onto Long Yuan. What the dragon leader means is that she is not at all at fault for this today, but instead I am? Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he hastily denied it. My subordinate has absolutely no such intention. Please be clear about it. Your Majesty. Emperor Rong snorted coldly. Do you think that what you can think of, I will not be able to think of? If this is publicized today, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, 50-star ambassadors from the Sunset Empire will be trooping to the bottom of my Xia kingdom. When the time comes, will you, Long Yuan, go forward to retreat from the enemy? Or do you want me to fight for my life with my royal chariot? Chapter 217, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 7. Long Yuan's expression stagnated. However, he hesitated for a split second, but still looked at Emperor Rong and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, even if my Xia kingdom doesn't have that many star ambassadors, we can't back down everywhere just because the Sunset Empire might send out 50-star ambassadors. Otherwise it will only allow the Sunset Empire to gain an inch. However, without waiting for Long Yuan to continue, Emperor Rong directly opened his mouth to interrupt. All right, my mind is made up. After saying that, he turned his head to look at his cronies behind him. Bring everyone from the Skywolf Regiment into the underground prison and wait for their punishment. Yes. Xia looked at the combatants who were walking quickly towards her, the emotions in her eyes constantly changing. If she was the only one, she wouldn't mind killing the dim-witted ruler right here. But with these members of the Sirius Corps around, if she really did that, she would have to immediately escape the Summer Kingdom. And in the meantime, at least half of these people would be sacrificed. These subordinates who had been with her for several years, she didn't want to sacrifice any of them until she had to. She hesitated for a split second and did not put up a fight. The underground prison dungeon was a place she had wanted to make a trip to before. There were a few of her acquaintances there, and there was a place that was a treasure trove for raising strength, just right for the members of the Skywolf Regiment. In addition, since Emperor Rong didn't care about the people rioting, she would show him the consequences of belittling the power of the people of the country. Afterward, Xiaxi turned her head to look at Long Yuan, who had been trying to speak several times to open his mouth. Dragon Chief, since I agreed to build the 100-man regiment, it won't change. If anyone wants to join, they can find a way to look for me in the underground prison within 9 days. Also, tell that Miato chief of the Sunset Empire for me that I won't go back on my word when I say I'll kill him to sacrifice him to the heavens. And in the last few days, tell him to wash his neck and wait. Finally, inform the Feng family head that I won't be able to get through today, and that the silver needles on Feng Ting's body can be pulled out by Feng Jing. Long Yuan nodded with a solemn face. Good. Xia smiled faintly. You can come to the underground prison to find me for a chat when you have time. There are some big events, and it's time to think about them. Long Yuan didn't know what came to his mind when he sniffed, and his breathing abruptly tightened. But then, he slowly exhaled, before looking at Xiaxi and solemnly nodded. Good. Xia nodded slightly before looking at the several warriors in front of her who were ready to take control and spoke. Lead the way. The leader of the warriors nodded, perhaps knowing that he was not a match for Xiaxi, or equally admiring Xiaxi's approach of not bowing down in the face of the people of the Sunset Empire, and did not take control of Xiaxi and the members of the Skywolf Regiment as if they were criminals. Long Yuan looked at the distant backs of Xiaxi and the members of the Skywolf Regiment, turned his head to look at Rong Di and sighed. Your Majesty, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Emperor Rong laughed lightly without caring. You should be glad that Rong Yi has only arrived at the battlefield. If Rong Yi had already stabilized, I would have done more than just send her to jail. I heard that she made a 10-day pact with Chief Mayatu. In 10 days' time, Rong Yi should have already stabilized in the battlefield, and by then, letting Chief Mayatu personally kill her. I think we can salvage some of the Sunset Empire's goodwill towards our Summer Kingdom. Long Yuan sighed before slowly closing his eyes. He had always known that the Xia Emperor was dim, but what he had done before was still within his reach. But now, looks like he really should go talk to Xiaxi about the big things he should consider. Half an hour later, Xiaxi and the others were sent inside a heavily guarded building. Chapter 218, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 8. This is the underground prison that is known throughout the Summer Kingdom. Not all inmates are eligible to enter here. Anyone who can be sent here is considered a criminal of some stature. Apart from that, there are some people who are tired of hiding out in the outside world and come here for peace and quiet. There are 18 floors in this underground prison, and the higher the danger level of the criminal, the lower the floor. The war veteran who led the way led Xiaxi and the others to ride the giant elevator several times and wrapped countless turns in the middle of the way before the elevator finally stopped at the 18th underground floor. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened as an elevator sound rang out. Then, The dimly lit underground 18th floor prison appeared in front of Xiaoshi and the others. A sickening, putrid odor came over the room. The few combatants who had led Xiaoshi and the others overall changed their complexion when they smelled the odor in the air. However, the complexion of Xiaoxie and the Skywolf Regiment's crowd did not change in the slightest. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, they didn't know how many environments worse than this they had experienced, and these in front of them were nothing in their eyes. After exiting the elevator, there was an extremely long passageway lined with cells separated by an electrified black pillar. Each cell varied in size, and while some were simply lined with weeds, others had clean beds, cabinets, and household items. Xiaoxie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in her eyes after looking around for a few moments. She hadn't realized that there was a hierarchy in this cell. Captain Xia, please. Soon, Xiaoxie was brought to a relatively spacious and clean luxury version of the cell, which was fully furnished and equipped. Xiaoxie didn't say anything and walked straight in. Boo! Just moments after she entered the cell, the door suddenly closed. The war veteran who had closed the cell door locked it, and then breathed a sharp sigh of relief. He then quickly followed a few of the combatants in switching the members of the Skywolf Regiment into 5 cells on the far side of the room. Soon, the combatants left and a silence fell within the 18th floor. At this moment, it seemed that the only people left around were Xiaoxie and the Skywolf Regiment. Chief, when do we get out of here? After you have the ability to remain alive after using heat weapons in the War Department. Xiaoshi faintly returned. At the same time, with a flip of her small hand, the 2 halves of the star key given to her by the Xia family master earlier and the one she had obtained from the star envoy of the Sunset Empire appeared in her hand. Xiaoshi spliced the 2 halves of the star key together, and a bright aura suddenly flashed across the center break. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 halves of the star key merged into one. The moment the complete star key appeared, the little fox on Xiaoshi's shoulder suddenly said with bright eyes, "The Star God's key, how could you get it so easily?" When he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to urge Xiaoshi, "Quickly, bring out the Book of the Star God." Xiaoxie raised an eyebrow, and then with a movement of her small hand, the Book of the Star God that the little fox had given her earlier appeared in her hand. Not only little fox, she was also a bit curious about what would appear after opening this Book of the Star God. Placing the star key on the Book of the Star God, the book suddenly glowed with purple light. Then the first page of the book slowly turned. Ah, this. When the little fox saw the contents on the pages of the book, even though he had lived for thousands of years, enough to be considered knowledgeable, he suddenly cried out in surprise, and originally did not pay too much attention to this book. Xiaoxi. Breathing is also involuntarily shortened a few points. Chapter 219, Xiaoxi, Emperor Rome. Kneel down and beg me. 9. Only, it was written at the top of that page. This book can be used to synthesize star tiles. As long as you find all the corresponding materials and place them on top of this book, you can synthesize the corresponding star tiles. And underneath this sentence, the materials required for the synthesis of the 10 major elemental system star tiles were clearly listed. Among them, in addition to the 5 elemental star tags of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that Xiaoshi already possessed, there were also the 3 star tags of wind, thunder, and ice on top of the 5 elements, as well as the star tags of light and darkness, which were located at the topmost level of the elemental system. The little fox stared at the page for a moment, eventually exhaling slowly and trying to calm his mind to speak. No wonder it said that the Star God book is an extremely heaven-defying existence. The mere fact that it can synthesize star tiles is enough to drive countless people of the world crazy. With that, he prodded at Xiaoxi. Look at the next page. Xiaoxi nodded slightly and tried to turn the page down. However, it would not turn. Soon, the text on the first page suddenly changed, and 2 lines of large golden letters slowly appeared in the little fox and Xiaoxi's line of sight. Place all of at least 5 of these elemental star tiles on top of the page to open the next page. When the little fox saw the text, he immediately asked in Xiaoxi's mind, "How many star cards do you have in your hand?" 5. After saying that, Xiaoxi took the lead in taking out the sealed fire attribute star plate. She did not hesitate and directly placed the star key on top of the star sign. Then, ka-ching! A sound of something breaking suddenly rang out. After that, the ancient lock character in the lower right corner of the star plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the light on top of the star sign flourished. At the same time, the air around Xiaoxi began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoxi's small hand wiped on the star plate, and the light above the star plate gradually disappeared. Then, Xiaoxi's small hand once again flipped, and the remaining 4 previously unsealed gold, wood, water, and earth star tiles appeared on top of Xiaoxi's small hand. Xiaoxi folded the 5 star cards together and placed them on top of the page. At that moment, the light flowed above the 5 star cards, and at the same time, they were actually slowly floating up. gradually floating up into the mid-air. At the same time, the book of the star god automatically turned to the second page. Above the pages of the book, one light golden ancient rune was as if it was alive, slowly floating into mid-air, actually fusing together with the 5 star cards. And the 5 star cards that were stacked together actually slowly fused together between the flow of light. A few moments later, the 5 star cards transformed into a 5-colored star card that contained 5 colors but looked so good that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. This is the 5-star sign? The little fox watched the light gradually dissipate and slowly floated down to the star sign in Xiaoshi's hand, and once again exclaimed in shock. He couldn't be blamed for not having seen the world. It was really that the effects of this book of the star god were too heavenly. Speaking of which, the elemental star card was considered the lowest of the star cards. Even the top light and dark star tags among the elemental star tags couldn't compare to the special star tags. For example, the time star sign possessed by the old man who appeared in front of Xiaoshi before was a special star sign. It's just that the number of special star tags is extremely rare. Not to mention the others. Let's just say that in the big world he was in before, the number of elemental star tags was in the millions if not tens of millions. But the number of special star tags was less than 10 fingers. Every time an ownerless special star tile appeared, it was bound to cause a brutal bloodbath. And at this moment, the 5-element star sign in Xiaoshi's hand was precisely one of the special star signs. It contains the power of the 5 elements, yet it can be utilized with greater power. Earned it, not to mention the others. This 5-element star card alone is earned. Xiaoshi faintly swept a glance at the little fox's unproductive appearance, and directly put away the 5-element star sign, before trying to turn to the next page again. Soon, the countless golden runes on top of the second page gradually disappeared, and 2 lines of 2 large golden characters that were different from the first page emerged. Place all 10 elemental star tiles on top of the page to open the next page of the Book of the Star God. The little fox had calmed down a bit by the time she saw the text, and spoke in an emotional tone. This book, it really isn't that simple. Xiaoshi looked at the text displayed on the page and was not too surprised. These 10 kinds of star sign production method in 5-element star sign has been considered a great surprise. Even if the back of the emergence of her estimate cannot be used for the time being, it is better to maintain some mystery. Xiaoshi then flipped the book back to the first page, his eyes sweeping over the material one by one. Gold system star tags, gold grain jade, spiny crystal, and cloudy starstone. Wooden star sign, celestial green cloud wood, inked bamboo, jade crystal, water star sign. Although some of these materials Xiaoshi had never even heard of, but as there were only 3 materials needed for each type of star sign, he thought that it shouldn't be difficult. Xiaoshi directly took out his special cell phone and snapped a picture and sent it to DCA, asking him to collect as many of these materials as possible. After the message was sent, she looked up in the direction where the members of the Syrian order were. These members were all chosen by her from the countless battlefield elites back then, and every one of them was born with spiritual power. As long as they are given enough star tags, each and every one of them is a star ambassador. If there could be 50 star ambassadors within the Skywolf regiment, the Xia kingdom could be promoted to the Great Xia Empire at any time. And as long as she wanted to, she was the founding emperor of the Daxia Empire. Little girl, the book in your hand, can you show it to my old body? Right at this moment, an old woman's voice suddenly came from the cell next to Xiaoshi's. Chapter 220, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 10. The moment she heard the voice, Xiaoshi immediately looked over at the source of the voice. However, even with her eyesight, it took her a few seconds to see a silhouette in the corner of the gloomy cell that looked as if her entire being had merged with the surrounding darkness. The old woman's body was already dry and thin, and her face was covered with wrinkles, as if it was a rotten tree that might die at any time due to lack of water. The little fox's eyes were fixed on the old woman, and her tone was cautious as she said in Xiaoshi's mind, "Be careful." I didn't sense any semblance of life in her, and even if she hadn't taken the initiative to make a sound, I wouldn't have realized her existence at all. Natsuki didn't reply. The little fox didn't feel anyone around her, so why shouldn't she? The reason why she chose to open the Book of the Star God only after coming here was that she didn't want to be seen, but she didn't realize that what she didn't want to appear had still happened. As if she could see Xiaoshi's concern, the old woman spoke at the right time. "Little girl, don't worry, the old body means you no harm." After staring at the old woman for a few seconds, Xiaoxia flipped her small hand and the book disappeared into her hand. Only then did she get up and walk over to the pillar that separated the cell she was in from the cell the old woman was in. Through the gap between the pillars, she gazed at the old woman next door, no emotion visible between her eyes. The old woman felt Xiaoshi's rather oppressive line of sight and faintly smiled. "Girl, how about making a deal with me?" Xiaoshi looked at the old woman faintly. "What kind of deal?" "Give me your book and I'll give you 10 elemental star cards or a special star card." Xiaxia raised her eyebrows, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her small face that originally didn't have many emotional fluctuations. I'm interested in the star cards you can give, but the book I can't give you. How about changing the terms of the deal? For example, all the star cards in your hand in exchange for me letting you live for a few more decades? The moment Xiaxu's words fell, the old woman's gaze that looked at Xiaxu as if she was looking at a junior abruptly appeared to change subtly. Soon, however, the old woman sighed imperceptibly and looked at Xiaxia and lightly shook her head. My old body is approaching the end of its life. Even if you have the best medical skills, you can't save my life. Xiaxu lightly hooked the corner of her lips. You would take the initiative to stay in this dark place. I'm afraid it's not because the big day is approaching, right? Said the woman, with a faint hint of compulsion in her tone. Want to see the sun again? The old woman was slightly stunned, and her gaze towards Xiaxu suddenly became a bit more solemn. Girl, what do you mean by that? Natsuki smiled faintly. Backfired by the Dark Star brand. Without me you would never have seen the light of day in your life. And, continuing to languish here, you won't live past March. The old woman was suddenly silent at her words. It was only after a few breaths that she looked up at Xiaxu and opened her mouth with a complicated expression. How do you see it, little girl? Xiaxu faintly returned. It doesn't matter how I can tell. What matters is that not only can I let you live, as long as you give me enough time, I can also let your body recover to its peak state. The old woman's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Xiaxu. How am I supposed to believe your words? Xiaxia did not answer the old woman's question, but directly raised her foot wearing special combat boots and kicked hard at the pillar in front of her. Ka-ching! A special energized metal pole suddenly snapped. At the same time, the harsh wind brought up by that action swept against the 4 pillars next to it. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! 4 pillars broke in two one after another. The boss seems, well, more violent. Not far away, a member of the Skywolf Regiment sucked in a breath of cool air and said. The rest of the members of the Skywolf Regiment looked at the direction of Xiaxu with complicated faces. Although they couldn't see anything because of the angle and distance, they inexplicably felt that the current Xiaxu seemed to be even more terrifying. Xiaxia faintly swept a glance in the direction where the members of the Skywolf Regiment were, and then walked straight to a position about 3 meters in front of the old woman. Then, the 5-element star sign in her hand flashed with light. In the next moment, a kind of 5-elemental power that fused the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but was even more powerful and strange because it complemented each other, suddenly enveloped the old woman's body. At the same time, Xiaxu's voice suddenly entered the old woman's ears. Fight! If I win, I don't need to prove it to you, you can only choose to believe in me. If I lose, I will naturally find a way to prove it to you. The old woman looked at Shushi and smiled. Girl, you are the most gifted junior I've ever seen. Give you another 10 years and you may not be unable to surpass me. But, right now, you are just too young. Saying that, she suddenly raised her palm that was so dry that it looked like it might break at any moment. At that moment, the power of the 5 elements that Xiaxu had put around her dissipated abruptly. At the same time, a black mist that was so thick that it seemed to be able to liquefy enveloped Xiaxu's surroundings. At this moment, Xiaxu suddenly felt a sense of crisis that she hadn't felt in a long time. However, despite facing this kind of life and death crisis, she did not have the slightest fear in her heart. On the contrary, a strong battle intent surfaced under her eyes as she looked at the old woman. However, before Xiaxia could do anything, the old woman had already lowered her palm. At the same time, the black mist around Xiaxu then slowly dissipated. Girl, the old body knows itself. You can't fool me. Give me your book. Don't worry, the old body won't go back on her word, and the star tags that should be given to you won't be missing you. Xiaxu looked at the old woman who didn't want to directly snatch the star god's book even though she felt she was stronger than her, and her eyes softened slightly and unnoticeably. My book won't save your life, but I can. The old woman stared at the look on Xiaxu's face for a few seconds. She then smiled and looked at Xiaxu and opened her mouth. It's been a long time since I've seen a girl who fits my eyes so well. Well, what if I let you try? If you can really let me live for a few more decades, not only can I give you all the star tags in my hand, I will also be by your side to protect you for 3 years. Natsuki raised an eyebrow at that. Then, without any nonsense, she simply flicked her small hand down. The next moment, 9 silver needles suddenly pierced the old woman around the body of the 9 acupoints. Just then, boo! The door to the jail cell connected to the elevator was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, a man with unusually handsome looks, but at this time, his body is permeated with an air of wanting to kill, suddenly came straight to the cell where Xiaxi was. Chapter 221, Xiaxi, Emperor Rome. Kneel down and beg me. 11. This man was 27 or 88 years old, dressed in a top-notch War Department costume, His handsome face was as rigid as a knife, but inexplicably delicate and good-looking. Soon, the man's silhouette appeared before the cell where Xiaoshi and the old woman were. When he saw the silver needles on Xiaoshi and the old woman, his handsome face steeply sank a few points and directly opened his mouth to question Xiaoshi. "What are you doing?" However, Xiaoshi didn't even look at him, and raised her hand again to stab the last 9 silver needles into the old woman's body as she cared for herself. Seeing that Xiaoshi ignored himself, the man's face turned a few degrees colder. Without any nonsense, he directly raised his foot and kicked the cell post. Boo! Ka-ching! Under the impact of that tremendous force, the 2 prison pillars broke with a loud bang. And then, he sidestepped directly through the gap in the center and entered the cell room. And right at this moment, after Xiaoshi made sure that the silver needle that was stuck on the old woman's body was fine, she raised her head this time and looked over at him. Sparing the dim light, she could already clearly see the man in front of her whose pupils were glowing a silky reddish gold color because of his anger. Xiaoshi looked at the man and raised an eyebrow. "Chief Jun Rong? Shouldn't you be on the battlefield helping Rong Yi, who just passed through, line up his troops? Why are you suddenly back?" This person in front of her was one of the few senior members of the war ministry that she had seen in the extraterrestrial battlefield, the second chief of the Summer Kingdom, Jun Rong. Speaking of which, although this man didn't look very old, he had already taken the position of second chief more than 10 years ago, and so far no one knew his exact age as well as the background behind him. Thousands of young girls in Xia regarded him as the inviolable white moonlight of their hearts because of his face value, but whenever a bit of news about him appears, it is bound to hang at the top of the hot search list for a few days, and his position in the war ministry was second only to Long Yuan. Some people even suspected that if he hadn't been fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, even Long Yuan wouldn't have been able to suppress him. After all, he was, on the bright side of the Summer Kingdom, the only Star King. She, on the other hand, was even more important than Long Yuan if she wanted to take Emperor Rong's place and gain his support. Get out of the way. However, Jun Rong did not half answer when he heard Xiaoxi's question. He walked directly in front of Xiaoshi and raised his hand about to swing her aside. Seeing this, Xiaoxia directly moved a step to the side, easily avoiding Jun Rong's hand. Jun Rong did not make another move on Xiaoxi, but instead took 2 steps to the old woman who had fallen into a coma because of the silver needles on her body, and slightly bent down, about to pull out the silver needles from the old woman's body. Xiaoxia watched Jun Rong's movements and did not make a move to stop them, but opened her mouth to ask, "I don't suppose you want her to die?" Jun Rong made a move. "These silver needles of yours won't save her, unless you find the bright star sign and the 5 elemental star sign that only exists in the data. You'll only make her die faster if you treat her so indiscriminately." After saying that, his hand had already touched the silver needle on the old woman's body. Just then, Xiaoxi's voice once again reached his ears. "How do you know I don't have those 2 star tags?" Jun Rong inclined his head slightly, looking at Xiaoshi as if he were looking at an idiot. "What do you think I've been running across the extraterrestrial battlefield for so many years because of?" When Xiaoxia heard his words, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of surprise. She had previously wondered why the Summer Kingdom of 5 years ago was so weak when clearly the second chief of the Summer Kingdom was so strong. It turned out that this chief's mind wasn't used on leading troops to war, but was focused on finding the star brand. Seeing that he was still about to pull out the needle, Xiaoxia spoke again. "How about a bet?" Seeing Jun Rong move again, she continued, "If I can keep her alive for 10 more years, in the future, between me and Rong Di, no matter what happens between us, you have to be on my side." Jun Rong's good-looking eyes narrowed slightly. "What if you can't do it?" Xiaoshi smiled faintly. "The conditions are as you wish." Jun Rong suddenly fell silent at his words, because he could sense the situation within this prison cell. He rushed over at the first moment he realized something was wrong around the old woman. Before, he didn't think much about it because he was worried about the old woman's safety, but now that he calmed down, he remembered that if the old woman hadn't agreed, she was afraid that even if she died, she wouldn't let Xiaoshi move herself. Now if he insisted on stopping it, he would undoubtedly be going against the old woman's wishes. As for Emperor Rong, he had never pledged allegiance to him, and siding with Xiaoshi had no psychological burden for him. He stared at Natsuki for a few seconds before letting out a light laugh. "Since you want to try it so badly, I can fulfill you. If I feel right, you are also a star ambassador. How about this? If you can't cure her, give me all the star tags you're holding?" Xiaoxia nodded slightly. "Good." After saying that, she directly raised her hand and took out the 5-element star sign that had just been synthesized by the Book of the Star God and was still warm. Jun Rong had never seen the 5-element star sign. He raised his good-looking sword eyebrow when he saw Xiaoshi's movement. "What's this? You're going to admit defeat before you even start?" As he spoke, he looked at Shushi and shook his head. Just now he thought this woman was a little different from the women who wanted to jump on him when they saw him. At least, she had some self-awareness of knowing that she didn't deserve him, but now it seems as if he overestimated her. After all, if it wasn't for the sake of getting his attention, there was no need for this woman to play this trick of making a bet with him that was completely impossible to win and then immediately admitting defeat afterward. Chapter 222, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 12. Xiaxi faintly swept a glance at him and did not explain anything, but directly raised her hand and lightly wiped it on the star sign. At that moment, the strange power of 5 elements fused together suddenly wrapped around the old woman's body. Junrong's eyes widened steeply as he felt the aura emanating from above the 5 element star sign. This is. Subsequently, under Junrong's dreamlike gaze, a strand of the 5 elements power was integrated into the old woman's body along with a silver needle. And with the integration of the 5 elements of power, the vitality within the old woman's body began to rapidly. At the same time, the old woman's dry skin, as if the dead wood had sprung to life, at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Junrong stared blankly at the image in front of him, feeling like he might be dreaming. He subconsciously raised his hand and pinched his arm. The clear pain convinced him he wasn't dreaming. His eyes were glued to the 5 element star sign in Xiaxi's hand, disbelief overflowing on his handsome face. Aren't the 5 element star cards the stuff of legends? How could it be real in this world? And in the hands of such a little girl? After about 10 minutes, the old woman's body, which originally looked 80 or 90 years old, actually returned to her 60s, and while her body's vitality was restored, the old woman had come to her senses. She raised her hand and looked at her skin at this moment, and her mind, which hadn't fluctuated much for more than 10 years, actually gave birth to the slightest imperceptible excitement. Xiaxi put away the star sign and waved her hand to collect the silver needles on the old woman's body, while looking at her and opening her mouth. I only have a 5 element star card right now, and it should take some time before I can get the bright star card, but even without it, you won't have much of a problem living for another 10 years or more. By now, the old woman's face had regained its former calmness. She gave a slight nod to Xiaxi, a hint of gratitude in her tone. Girl, thank you. After saying that, the inconspicuous black ring on her finger flickered slightly, and then, 17 star cards appeared in her hand. Sparing Junrong, who boasted that he did not lack star tags, he could not help but breathe a few times sharper after seeing the old woman take out so many star tags at once. The old woman barely hesitated and directly handed all the star tags towards Xiaxi. These are what the old body promised you before. Xiaxi looked at the old woman's grand gesture, and her eyes rippled as she looked at her. The number of star cards that had appeared in plain sight in the entire Xia kingdom was not even 10, but this old woman actually took out 17 at once, not to mention the summer country. I'm afraid that even the prosperous star empire that has the largest number of star cards, there won't be a character who can take out a dozen star cards at once. But Xiaxi just looked at the old woman and didn't say anything whatsoever. After all, she hadn't been in contact with the old woman for a long time, so if she were to ask rashly, it might not cause the old woman to resent her. According to the old woman, she would follow her for the next 3 years, and she had plenty of time to ask questions, so there was no hurry. Afterwards, Xiaxi's gaze slowly swept over the star tags that the old woman took out, and then, she was somewhat surprised to find that among these 17 star cards, except for a dark star card and a special star card with a spider web pattern engraved on the front, the rest of them, all of them, were fire attribute star cards. Xiaxi raised his hand and received 14 of the fire attribute star cards, leaving 1 fire attribute star card, the dark star card and that special star card to the old woman. Feeling the old woman's puzzled gaze, Xiaxi smiled faintly. I haven't completely cured you yet, and besides, aren't you going to be by my side to protect me for 3 years? How are you going to protect me if you don't even have a star card to fall back on? The old woman sniffed slightly. Then, a gentle smile slowly appeared on her aged face. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that even if they had heard what she said, they wouldn't have left her any of the star cards. After all, they had known each other for too short a time and hadn't built up enough trust. But this little girl in front of her was willing to believe an old woman like her who had met her for less than an hour. This little girl looks like a character who could do great things. And then, Xiaxi slightly inclined her head and looked towards Junrong to open her mouth. Chief Jun, you shouldn't have lost a bet and then denied it, right? Junrong's handsome face was obviously a little stiff. Just now, he was so focused on being shocked that Xiaxi would possess the legendary 5 elements star sign and the change in the old woman's body that at this moment he remembered that he had promised Xiaxi that he would choose her between her and Rong Di. Then, he looked at Xiaxi and coldly snorted. Naturally not. When he finished speaking, the slightest hint of dissimilarity came through in his gaze towards Xiaxi. After hesitating for a split second, he still looked at Xiaxi and asked, you have an idea for that position? Xiaoshi sniffed and looked at him lightly, her tone calm and nearly without the slightest ripple. I don't like trouble, and I don't think much of that position, but I don't mind trouble if he has to push me. Junrong looked up and down at Xiaoshi for a few moments. TSK, not very ambitious for your age. I just don't know if your ability can match your ambition. Saying that, he looked at Xiaoshi, a few more points of seriousness appearing on his handsome face. I don't know how you got the 5 elemental star cards, but kindly remind you that that seat isn't something you can sit on just because you have a few star cards. Don't have too many illusions about that seat. You have to realize that Xia has been calm for decades, and the people of the country are used to being at ease, while changing emperors will undoubtedly mean bloodshed and change, which is something no one wants to go through. So, if the people weren't dissatisfied with Emperor Rong to a certain extent, your sudden replacement would go directly to the opposite side of the people, which is an extremely scary thing. Xiaoshi smiled faintly at his words. Good. Thanks for the reminder. Junrong looked at the smile on Xiaoshi's small face and subconsciously raised his hand to touch his tall nose. He had just thought that he had guessed wrong and that this woman had no interest in him, but now the flamboyant smile on this woman's face was undoubtedly telling him that this woman did not have a pure heart for him. Alas, it is true that no matter what age or looks of women, cannot stop his charm. This old man is sick, isn't he? On Xiaoshi's shoulder, the little fox looked at the undisguised narcissism on Junrong's handsome face and couldn't help but spit in Xiaoshi's mind. Not only did it possess the innate charming bones of the fox clan, but its exterior age was at least 10 years younger than this man appeared to be. This woman has it, this little goblin. Where does she have the energy to deal with a 27 or 28-year-old man? It really doesn't know where this man gets the confidence to create the illusion that this woman likes him? Just now is not the time. Otherwise it must let this old man know with actions that he is not worthy of the woman he sees. Wait. Blah blah blah. What does it look like in a woman? It didn't look at this woman. It would seduce this woman yesterday simply because it wanted to be angry with that dead man surnamed Feng. Xiaoshi heard the little fox's tirade in her own head and lightly glanced at Junrong, whose gaze was indeed a bit narcissistic. Just as she was about to directly ignore Junrong and lead the members of the Skywolf Regiment to the gravity interrogation room for training, her special cell phone suddenly vibrated. When she took out her cell phone and looked at the caller ID on it, the corner of her lips couldn't help but curl up into a doting smile. Without any hesitation, Xiaxia directly put the cell phone to her ear. Hello, baby? Chapter 223, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 13. Junrong looked at Xiaoshi's expression and listened to her voice that seemed like it could drown a person. His handsome face abruptly stiffened. Snap. At this moment, it was as if he felt an invisible slap slapping him hard on his handsome face. This woman. She has a man? Then the feeling he just had that this woman was interested in him. Could it be that it was all an illusion on his part? But soon, Junrong denied the idea. This woman had just smiled at her so much. To say that she didn't have the slightest interest in him, then he couldn't believe it in any way. Well, there's only one possibility. This woman eats from the bowl and watches the pot. Thinking of this, Junrong couldn't help but let the slightest hint of dislike pass through his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi. It's true that women under the sky are all the same, whether there is a man or not. When they see a good-looking one, they all want to pounce on it. He didn't doubt that if he showed the slightest bit of interest in this woman, she wouldn't hesitate to dump the one on the other side of the phone and throw herself into his arms. It was a pity that he, Junrong, couldn't see this kind of woman who was ordinary-looking and also philandering, and he was even less interested in grabbing a woman with a man who didn't have the vision and was definitely not as handsome as he was. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi, who was preoccupied with her own big baby, didn't even give Junrong a single glance. She was extremely patient and calmed Feng Jing down a bit, and stopped him from coming over to blow up the prison cell. He finally asked him to do himself a small favor outside before hanging up. Time was like water, and 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, despite the extreme suppression by the mainstream media of Xia, the evil deeds committed by the Sunset Empire against the members of the Skywolf Regiment were still spread out. Hundreds of millions of Summerlanders have been stirred up into a frenzy of blood and anger. Many people thought that the top management of the Summer Kingdom would soon seek out the Sunset Empire to get a statement, or even that the War Ministry would directly send a large number of fighters to attack the Sunset Empire. However, under the expectations of the crowd, what they got was the news that Emperor Rong had invited the chiefs and warriors of the Sunset Empire to enter the Summer Kingdom a few days ago, and that he had been spending every day recently being friendly with a group of people from the Sunset Empire. As soon as this news came out, countless nationals began to organize one march after another, demanding that Emperor Rong give a statement. There were even some radical factions that bluntly said that if Emperor Rong did not leave those Sunset Empire people in the Xia Kingdom forever, they would make it impossible for Emperor Rong to do his job in the imperial position. At this time, It was the morning of the 10th day that Xiaxi had been imprisoned in the underground prison, the center of the imperial city, the highest ruling place of the Summer Kingdom. At this moment, Long Yuan and nearly 30 senior members of the Xia Kingdom were standing in front of Emperor Rong. Almost all of the top brass of the war ministry were at the moment too frightened by the chilling aura surrounding Emperor Rong to utter a single breath. Pop! Suddenly, a tablet-like top device was suddenly slammed out by Young Di. At the same time as the sound of the equipment smashing on the ground, there was also Emperor Rong's furious voice that was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the surrounding air. How did it get out? Didn't I already order a blockade on all news about the Sunset Empire? How did word about what the Sunset Empire did to the Skywolf Regiment get out to everyone? There was a silence around them. When Emperor Rong saw this, the anger in his heart suddenly burned even brighter. He looked directly at one of the official executives in charge of intelligence. Lu newspaper, you say? The middle-aged man in his 40s who was named sniffed, and with a bitter expression, he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Sunset Empire, in order to prove to the world that they are the world's #1 power, directly contacted the media of various countries and made a big deal of the evil deeds they did to the members of the Skywolf Regiment. Countless of my compatriots in Xia are in various countries around the world, so we can't hide such a big news even if we want to. After the middle-aged man known as the Lu newspaper finished speaking, one of the Xia senior executives beside him hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there's no point in pursuing how it got out now. It's better to think about how to appease the people. Yes, Your Majesty. If we don't quell the people's anger, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. As Emperor Rong listened to the words of the crowd, his face suddenly became even more gloomy. He looked at the crowd questioningly with a grim face. To quell the people's anger? Then tell us how to quell it. How to quell it? Your Majesty. When Chief Xia had the members of the Skywolf Regiment hang those 10 members of the Sunset Empire on the gate of the War Ministry, it was recorded on video. Chapter 224, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 14. However, before Chang Yuan, the 4-star senior commander who opened his mouth, could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by Emperor Rong's cold and angry voice, unbridled. Chang Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably when he felt the pressure around Emperor Rong that belonged to an emperor. Then, Emperor Rong's icy voice resounded once again. The Sunset Empire is a close friend with my Summer Kingdom. Otherwise, with 50-star ambassadors, they couldn't have condescended to send dozens of warriors to come to my Summer Kingdom to learn and exchange. As for why they treated the members of the Skywolf Regiment that way, it's only because the members of the Skywolf Regiment killed too many people from the Sunset Empire and they made a justified counterattack. Now that you want me to release that video, do you want me to declare war on the Sunset Empire, which has at least 50-star ambassadors? The crowd fell silent again at the words. Only this time, many people's faces showed a bit of suffocation and unwillingness. And right at this moment, Long Yuan, who hadn't said anything, finally stood out. His resounding voice resounded in the ears of everyone on the scene. Your Majesty, if the Sunset Empire wants to fight, then so be it. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. After Long Yuan's words fell, the eyes of the countless surrounding executives were lit up with a blazing fire of war. Right, even if we die, we will defend the dignity of our country. Your Majesty, we are willing to fight the Sunset Empire, to the death. After this person's words fell, Chang Yuan suddenly stepped forward, his face resolute and resolute. My subordinate, Chang Yuan, requests to fight. After Chang Yuan's words, several senior members of the War Ministry stepped forward. My subordinate, Liang Chao, requests to fight. My subordinate, Wu Guoshan, requests to fight. Belongings. Before the Third War Ministry senior could finish speaking, Emperor Rong suddenly rebuked in a cold voice. Shut up, all of you. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone full of hateful anger. If you are not afraid of death, is everyone in Xia not afraid of death? Do you know that if we were to go to full-scale war with the Sunset Empire, how many % of our Summer Kingdom could win, and how much damage it would cause? Long Yuan looked at Emperor Rong, who was bent on raising others' aspirations and destroying his own, and sighed. Your Majesty, by allowing Chief Xia to return to the battlefield, my Xia Kingdom may not have no chance of victory. Emperor Rong suddenly sneered at his words. You think too highly of her, don't you? And, Chief Xia, where is there any Xia chief in my Xia Kingdom? After saying that, he ordered Long Yuan with a cold and unquestionable face, pass down the order that the former Xia War Department Grand Chief, Xia Shi, the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, failed to fulfill his duty to protect the members of the Skywolf Regiment, causing the members of the Skywolf Regiment to be captured by the Sunset Empire and causing irreparable losses to the Xia Kingdom. Therefore, bestow death on Xia Shi to avenge the people's anger. Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty. Chief Xia has made countless battle achievements in recent years. No matter what, she is not guilty of death. Your Majesty, you lock up the Xia chief for a few days, so to speak, to wear down her sharpness. If you really bestow her death, the Xia War Department will be leaderless in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and the entire Xia kingdom will be in danger at that time. Emperor Rong looked at each of the senior commanders of the war ministries who stood out and laughed without anger. Listening to what you're saying, can my Xia kingdom be destroyed without her? A little girl? My brother, your Grand Chief Yunyi hasn't sent word back in days, so I think he's already established himself on the extraterrestrial battlefield. This undoubtedly shows that what she can do, your Chief Rong can do as well. Not only will there be no loss for my Xia kingdom without a Xia Shi, but instead, it will get better and better. Perhaps, as you say, she has some skills and has contributed a little to the Summerland, but she should never have committed a heinous act against a member of the Sunset Empire, and even affected the friendly relations between our Summer Kingdom and the Sunset Empire. Chapter 225, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 15. Quiet. After Emperor Rong's words fell, a silence fell around him. At this moment, the gazes of nearly half of the executives present looking at Emperor Rong changed. Although they also felt before that Xia Shi's contribution to the Xia kingdom might have been exaggerated, but no matter how exaggerated it was, Xia Shi's contribution to the Xia kingdom was unrivaled. And God knows how much it pained them in their hearts when they learned of what Xia Shi had done to the Sunset Empire's warriors. But now, because of Emperor Rong's fear of the 50-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire, he not only denied the achievements that Xia Shi had made with her life on the battlefield, but also judged the things that she had done that were so gratifying to the people as heinous crimes. Does this monarch of theirs, His Majesty, have the greater good at heart and care about the safety of the Xia kingdom, or is he a coward by nature and afraid of death? And just as a few of them gradually developed a growing suspicion and dissatisfaction in their gazes towards Emperor Rong, a high-ranking person that Emperor Rong had personally promoted suddenly stood out. Your Majesty is right. Those 50-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire are not something that the current Xia kingdom can handle. For today's solution, we must maintain friendly relations with the Sunset Empire while steadily improving the strength of the war ministry. And when our country's national power is raised, only then will we have the qualifications to speak to the Sunset Empire with straightened backs. Yes, if the video of that Xia Shi brutally killing the members of the Sunset Empire is released now, and those 50-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire troop to the bottom of my Xia Kingdom city, our country will barely repel them at a heavy cost, or we will directly suffer from annihilation of our country. Chen Yuan, the 4-star senior commander of the war ministry who had previously been taught a lesson by Xia Shi, nodded with a face of approval. When Long Yuan saw that Chen Yuan, who was a high-ranking member of the battle ministry, had actually stood out, his face was suddenly chilled. A stoic retreat will only make the Sunset Empire and even all the surrounding countries think that my Summer Kingdom is weak and bullying, and that it will gain an inch. The top brass that Emperor Yang promoted shook his head in disapproval. Chief Long, hold back for a while. You have to understand that the current situation is that my Xia Kingdom is incapable of dealing with those 50-star ambassadors from the Sunset Empire, and to charge upwards when you know you're not going to be defeated is reckless behavior. In order to take a breath, we have to spell out the lives of millions or even tens of millions of people in Xia. It's really not worth it. Yeah, sacrificing a Xia Shi will not only give an explanation to the people, but also let the Sunset Empire see our Xia's determination to maintain the friendly relations between the two countries. And Xia Shi can be considered to have died a worthy death. As Long Yuan listened to the righteous words of one Rongdi defender after another, his body couldn't control the light trembling under his anger. You guys. Seeing this, the faces of the group of main battle executives beside Long Yuan also turned ugly. Without waiting for the crowd to find a rebuttal, the Sunset Empire's Miato leader suddenly walked in with over 30 Sunset warriors. At this moment, the aura around him was even more severe and domineering than 10 days ago. After stopping his footsteps, he looked directly at Emperor Rong and questioned in a strong tone. Xia Monarch, I closed my eyes for 10 days to break through to the battle emperor, and just after I came out of the gate, I heard that 10 members of my Sunset Empire were brutally murdered. Is this something that you are going to give me an explanation for? Hiss. The moment the Miato leader's words fell, almost everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. War Emperor? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards him changed. Previously, when they knew that Chief Gonting was a battle king, their hearts were already shaken beyond words, but while they were shocked at the time, they weren't overly afraid. After all, there weren't a handful of senior warriors in the Summer Kingdom, and gathering dozens of senior warriors to utilize the Sea of Men tactic might not be impossible to defeat him. But now, listening to this Mayatu chief, he, after all, had become a battle emperor above the battle king. This level of existence is no longer something that can be dealt with by a sea of men. Thinking of this, many people's gazes towards the Mayatu chief revealed obvious caution and fear. As for Emperor Rong, who was facing the Mayatu leader, his body could not control the light tremor because he could not withstand that strong pressure. However, how he also sat in the position of the emperor for a short period of time, at this moment is extremely fearful in the heart, but the face is still trying to keep calm. A member of the Sunset Empire being killed under my watch is something I never wanted to see, but no matter how I say it, it's because I didn't discipline my subordinates well, so I'm here to apologize to you. The Mayatu leader looked at Rong Di's slightly humble stance, and his expression eased a few points. However, he still asked with a slightly cold face, "So, what does His Majesty the Rong Emperor intend to do with the murderer who brutally killed the members of my Sunset Empire?" Emperor Rong's breath tightened at his words, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to the palace vine leader with a sincere expression on his face. "That man has been sent to prison by me, and it is up to Chief Miyato to decide what to do with him." With that, he turned his head to look at a few of his cronies and opened his mouth. "Go! Bring me the sinner Xia Xia and those members of the Skywolf Regiment under her." "Yes," 3 of the cronies hurriedly answered, before quickly walking towards the underground prison cell. When the Mayatu leader saw this, a smile of satisfaction appeared on that face that was looking at Rong Di. He stepped forward, complimentary to the point of patting Rong Di's shoulder. "I really didn't look at the wrong person. His Majesty, Emperor Rong, hasn't let me down yet. It's because of my ineptness in command that such an accident occurred. If the Sunset higher-ups ask about it, I still hope that Chief Mayatu can help put in a good word." As the surrounding crowd looked at Emperor Rong's humble stance at this moment, many of them closed their eyes in intolerance. Because of the 50-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire, and this Mayatu chief in front of them, who had already reached the level of a war emperor, they could understand Emperor Rong's humility. But, doesn't mean they're acceptable. At this moment, they were incomparably certain that the Rong emperor in front of them, who was sitting in the monarch's position because he had inherited his father's position, would not be able to bring the Xia kingdom to the next level. After all, no country will always stand as the world's number one. But, a nation with an indomitable spirit will be respected and even feared by all nations. And the monarch of this country shouldn't be a coward who grovels at the sight of a nation or individual stronger than himself. He should never bow down even if he is in a weak position. Even if his arm is broken, he will try to leave a few fingers of his enemy behind. He will never bow his noble head, even though he gives his life. He had a quality called indomitable and a faith called fearless. If such a person could appear, they would give it a try even at the risk of being charged with treason or even becoming a historical sinner. And just as this thought appeared in the minds of the crowd, Long Yuan's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. At that moment, the idea that had only been born not long ago in his heart became even stronger. But then, he glanced at the Miyato leader, and then mentally sighed. A battle emperor-level powerhouse. Today, Xiaoshi was afraid that he would have to go through a grueling bloodbath. And as long as Xiaoshi could barely leave a breath in the hands of the Mayatu chief today, he would keep her alive even if he had to spell out his own old life. At that time, Emperor Rong's good days would come to an end. Chapter 226, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 16. Half an hour later, the 3 senior members of the Xia kingdom who had gone to the underground prison to invite Xiaoshi over returned. However, the 3 who had gone forward with a group of warriors did not bring back Xiaoshi, and all 3 of them were a bit dusty and looked unusually wretched. When Emperor Rong, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the appearance of the 3 people, his face instantly turned cold. What's going on? When Chang Yin, the high-ranking leader of the 3 and also the number 1 red man by Emperor Rong's side, sniffed and instantly returned with a bitter expression on his face. Your Majesty, we went to the prison to explain to that Xiaoshi in a good voice and made it clear that it was you who ordered her to come here, but she blew us out without saying a word. And said. When he said this, he was obviously a bit tongue-tied. Emperor Rong's face instantly turned a few points colder. What else? When Chang Yin sighed and then spoke, she also said that unless she wanted to come out on her own, you'd have to go there in person if you wanted to see her, and that she might see you if she was in a good mood. Boo! Before when Chang Yin could finish his words, Emperor Rong suddenly slammed his palm hard on the table. Not only does she disobey my orders, but she also puts up a front in front of me. Is she trying to rebel? Your Majesty, calm your anger. Don't get angry over a little girl. Chen Yuan, a 4-star senior commander, hurriedly stepped forward to pacify him. After saying that, without waiting for Emperor Rong to respond, he directly turned his head to look at Long Yuan, with some obvious reproach and dissatisfaction showing on his face. Long Chief, I've reminded you before that even if that Xiaoshi has some merits you can't promote the excessively young her to such a high position. Otherwise it's not a good thing. Look now, she even dares to disobey His Majesty's order. Long Yuan sniffed and a thicker coldness appeared on his face as he looked at Chen Yuan. In the beginning, If he hadn't been so forceful in the first place, Chen Yuan, who had a number of convictions when he was young, wouldn't even have been able to enter the Ministry of War. After that, if it wasn't for him, Chen Yuan, who didn't have much of a background, wouldn't have been able to sit in the 4-star senior commander position. But now, he found himself valuing it as such. Could it be that he, Long Yuan, was really incapable of reading people? Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. He Long Yuan miss a lot of people. At this time, he only hoped that Xiaxu will not let him down. The gray-headed Wen Changyin did not pay attention to Long Yuan's expression as he directly followed Chen Yuan's words to advise Emperor Rong. Your Majesty, in the end, that Xiaxu is only a little girl who is less than 20 years old, and having been placed in such a high position before, it is inevitable that she is a bit untouchable. Around the same time she's dying, you don't want to get angry because of the dying person. Emperor Yang struggled to calm his mind before looking at the Mayata leader and pleading. As an emperor, I'm really a bit ashamed that such a scourge has appeared in my country, but there are few people in my Xia country who are her rivals. So next, I'd like to ask Chief Mayatu to help me out in order to remove this unbeatable evil from my Xia country. The Mayatu chief who was originally watching the show from the sidelines heard this and immediately laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, well said. Not only her, but these Skywolf regiments under her. I will likewise help eradicate them all together today. However, when the surrounding group of Xia's executives heard his words, their breathing tightened. Chief Mayatu, you only need to make a move to dispose of Xiaxu. As for the members of the Sirius regiment, without waiting for Wen Changyin to finish his sentence, the Mayata leader directly waved his hand and interrupted him. Every member of the Tianlang regiment in the Summer Kingdom has been stained with the blood of many people from the Sunset Kingdom. So if we don't let them pay with their lives, how can we raise the prestige of the Sunset Kingdom? When he finished, he turned his head directly to ask, what does Emperor Yun think? Chapter 227, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 17. Emperor Rong couldn't help but frown when he heard the reason he gave for wanting to kill the members of the Skywolf regiment. But then, thinking of those members of the Skywolf regiment who did not hesitate to come forward 10 days ago to be locked up in a prison cell along with Xiaxu, his face steeply sank. And then, he spoke directly to the Miato leader. These members of the Skywolf regiment were extremely loyal to Xiaxu, so I don't think they have any complaints about being buried with Xiaxu. Those Skywolf regiment members were so loyal to Xiaxu. If Xiaxu died, those Skywolf regiment members might not continue to be loyal to Xiaxu. Some unfaithful people are a scourge even if they are kept. In that case, it would be better to have Chief Miato killed altogether. It would be a good death for them if they could satisfy Chief Miato with their kill. Within the Xia kingdom, only Emperor Rong is a man of understanding. With that, he turned his head to look at the surrounding group of ugly-looking Xia executives and opened his mouth with a smile. Don't worry, I will only kill a Xiaxu who threatened to kill me 10 days ago to sacrifice to the heavens. As for the rest of the members of the Skywolf regiment, with that, he suddenly turned his head and swept his head towards the 30 or so Sunset Empire combatants behind him. 7 of them suddenly stepped forward. Then, a star-card shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom! When the top brass of the Xia kingdom saw this, they only felt a bomb explode in their minds. What did they see? 7-star ambassadors. There were less than 10-star envoy lords in the entire Xia kingdom combined, and here 7 had actually appeared directly. Moreover, judging from the aura around them, all of them had reached the level of an intermediate star ambassador. Even, there were actually 2 high-level star ambassadors among them, not to mention the other executives. Even Long Yuan's breathing was shortened because of the tension. At the same time, his heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. Facing Chief Miato, a battle emperor-level powerhouse, he could still attempt to fight for his life. But what about adding these 7-star ambassadors? As the crowd froze, Emperor Rong suddenly looked cautiously at the Mayata leader and asked, Chief Miato, this is, when he had invited the members of the Sunset Empire to come and exchange ideas, he hadn't heard that there were so many star ambassadors among those who came. Emperor Rong doesn't have to worry. These people will only deal with the enemies of my Sunset Empire. Emperor Rong and most of the people of the Xia kingdom are friends of my Sunset Empire, and we are all very polite to our friends. Emperor Rong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at his words. And when the surrounding people looked at the Sunset Empire's crowd, their faces were more or less showing a little bit of fear. At the same time, many people sighed in their hearts. Today, Xiaxu and the members of the Skywolf regiment, I'm afraid that they really have to become history. As the Mayata leader looked at the fear on the faces of the crowd, a flash of smugness flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and then, he looked at Emperor Rong with a smile and opened his mouth. Since Emperor Rong failed to invite her here, let's honor her last wish in life and go over to her. Emperor Rong nodded his head hastily at his words. Good. Chief Gongtung, please. 20 minutes later. Underground prison. 18 floors underground. At this point, there were nearly 100 people standing in the gravity interrogation room. 64 of them were members of the Sirius Regiment. The other 26, all of them, came here through various ways because of the words uttered by Natsuki before he entered this place. The iron-blooded hotshot warriors. And out of that total of 90, there was only one female combatant. It was the tall, thin girl Qin Yan who had entered the War Department because of Xia Shi. Last 30 seconds. Suddenly, Xia Shi, who was standing at the very front, looked at the crowd 10 meters away and opened his mouth. At this moment, under that gravity that was originally used to interrogate prisoners, the faces of every combatant were in pain to the point of near grimace. Big drops of sweat slid down their faces and bodies, but every one of them was holding on painstakingly. At the same time, many people looked at Xia Shi's face with deep admiration. After all, what they endured was only a 5 to 10 times gravity suppression set according to their strength. And what Xia Xie, who was also raising her strength, was enduring, was 100 times gravity. However, even though Xia Shi had endured dozens of times more gravity than them, the expression on her face still did not show much fluctuation. If it wasn't for the fact that her body was trembling lightly out of instinct, and that a circle of water stains formed by the fall of sweat had appeared at her feet, they were afraid to think that the gravity suppression was ineffective against her. Okay, take a 3-minute break. The moment Xia Xie's voice rang out, the 90 combatants collapsed to the ground almost neatly. However, despite the fact that the crowd looked extremely wretched at the moment, if one looked closely, one could see that the aura around each member of the Skywolf Regiment at this time was much stronger than when they arrived. Most importantly, the 14 members of the Skywolf Regiment, including the Green Wolf, had a fire attribute star envoy aura faintly emanating around them. And, because these people were the elites that she had handpicked in the first place, their strength had increased very rapidly after getting the star brand. At this time, none of these 14 people were primary star ambassadors. 11 of them were intermediate star ambassadors, and 3 were already advanced star ambassadors. And that is just the result of 9 days of training. Xia Shi could be certain that in at most 5 more days, all 14 members of the Skywolf Regiment would become senior star ambassadors. Boom! Just as the crowd sat down on the floor, the sound of the prison cell door being opened resounded steeply. Then, a group of people led by Emperor Rong and the Sunset Empire's Mayata chief surged inside the prison cell. The people in the gravity chamber heard the commotion and stood up from the floor almost simultaneously. Soon, Emperor Yang and his group appeared in front of the gravity interrogation room door. Xia Xie's gaze swept past Emperor Rong and landed directly on the Gongting leader beside him. She raised an eyebrow, and then suddenly laughed softly. This Miato chief is quite self-conscious. Before I even went to look for you, you sent yourself to my door. Dare I ask, is the neck clean? Before the Gongting chief could speak, Emperor Rong suddenly rushed up and coldly rebuked Xia Shi. How can you be so reckless in front of Lord Miato? Xia Shi sniffed, and her eyes abruptly went cold. Her cold eyes gazed at Emperor Rong as she slowly opened her mouth. How can you say that you're also the monarch of the Xia kingdom? When did you become the lapdog of the Sunset Empire? Chapter 228, Xia Shi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 18. Boom! Xia Shi's words were like a muffled thunderbolt that fiercely blasted at the top of the heads of Emperor Rong and the surrounding crowd of Xia executives. You! Emperor Rong subconsciously raised his hand to point at Xia Shi, and under his anger, his fingertips were trembling lightly. Xia Shi faintly swept a glance at Rong Di's finger pointing at her nose, her gaze straight at him as she opened her mouth. Have you ever thought about how it would feel if those generals on the extraterritorial battlefield who fought to the death against the Sunset Empire knew that their monarch was kneeling so much to the leader of the enemy country in his homeland? It's normal for you, a reckless man who only knows how to face the enemy on the battlefield, to not have a long-term vision, and this sovereign won't blame you. Saying that, Emperor Rong didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Xia Shi, a person who was going to die, and looked directly at the Gongting chief, Lord Mayatu. This Xia Shi and these members of the Skywolf Regiment under her. I'll trouble you to take care of them for me. When Xia Xie heard Rong Di's words, her face turned completely cold, though she had already been disappointed in this Xia monarch when Emperor Rong had imprisoned her and these members of the Skywolf Regiment here. But she hadn't had a very strong idea of immediately replacing him before. But at this moment, hearing that he had actually requested Chief Miato, who was a high-ranking member of the enemy war department, to kill her and these members of the Skywolf Regiment who had laid down their lives for the safety of the Xia kingdom, a strong thought of kicking Emperor Rong from his position as the monarch arose in her heart. Rong Di, what do you mean by that? Without waiting for Xia Shi to say anything, Green Wolf suddenly stood out and asked in a cold voice to Emperor Rong. Emperor Rong looked at the Green Wolf lightly, thinking that in the end he had made some contribution to the summer country, but also did not mind letting him do a ghost of understanding. Xiashi killed 10 guests that I invited from the Sunset Empire for exchange, seriously damaging the peace and friendship between the Xia Kingdom and the Sunset Empire. The only way for my Xia Kingdom to continue to maintain its friendship with the Sunset Empire is for Chief Mayatu, who is a high-ranking member of the War Ministry of the Sunset Empire, to kill her with his own hands. And you guys, since you're so loyal to Xiashi, I think you shouldn't have too many complaints about giving her a burial, so you should go down with her, so you can take care of each other. When the members of the Sky Wolf Regiment heard Rong Di's words, the gazes of those who looked at Rong Di all faintly revealed the slightest hint of killing intent. Then, a voice of extreme anger came out from the mouth of a member of the Sky Wolf Regiment. Breaking the peace between the Summer Kingdom and the Sunset Empire? My country and the Sunset Empire have never had an undying relationship. When has there ever been peace? You only said that our chief killed the people of the Sunset Empire, but you didn't say that the reason why the chief struck out was that the Sunset Empire did something worse than that to our comrades first. And now I doubt whether you are a Xia monarch or a dog of the Sunset Empire. Emperor Rong, you don't deserve to be the monarch of the Xia Kingdom, or even, to be a member of the Xia Kingdom. Rong Di had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth since he was born, and had never been so abused. Listening to the angry curses of the members of the Skywolf Regiment, he was so infuriated that he couldn't control his lips from shivering. Unbridled. Are you guys trying to rebel? If so, according to the laws of Xia, the 3 clans shall be executed. On the side, Long Yuan saw that the conflict between the two sides had almost intensified, and only then did he come out to advise Emperor Rong. Your Majesty, Xiashi and the Skywolf Regiment's achievements to the Xia Kingdom are evident to all the people of the country. If you really want to execute them, I'm afraid that the Xia Kingdom's war ministry will be in a state of panic. Moreover, with the current situation on the battlefield, if we don't have the Skywolf Regiment, the security of the Summer Kingdom is in danger. Emperor Rong frowned impatiently when he heard that Long Yuan was still saying the same thing. I really don't believe that a small regiment of less than 100 men can really affect the safety of the country. I think it won't take long for news to come from Rong Yi's side, and at that time, the facts will tell you that my country, Xia, is not out of luck without these members of the Skywolf Regiment. And almost as soon as Emperor Rong's words fell, one of Emperor Rong's close confidants suddenly hurriedly ran over from the entrance of the prison cell. Your Majesty, the latest news has come from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Because of the urgency of the matter, I sent the news over at the first opportunity. Emperor Rong raised his eyebrows slightly at his words. He hadn't expected to receive the happy news from Rong Yi right after he had finished speaking, and the next moment someone came to deliver the news. It seems that the heavens are on his side. A smirk appeared on his face at the thought. He then spoke with a warm face. What good news has come? When that close friend heard that, his expression was somewhat complicated as he presented the secret letter in his hand to Emperor Rong. Your Majesty, please take a look. Emperor Rong lifted his hand and picked up the secret letter, before looking at its contents with some anticipation. However, next moment, his breathing suddenly tightened, and his face revealed shock and disbelief that was so thick that it reached the extreme. Chapter 229, Xiashi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me, 19. Under that extreme shock, his hand holding the secret letter couldn't control the light tremor. Your Majesty, this is. The surrounding summer executives are no cuties. Everyone who has been able to sit where they are now is well versed in the art of reading people. When everyone saw Emperor Rong's expression, their faces showed some apprehension. When Chang Yin hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to Emperor Rong and asked, Your Majesty, what is going on over there on the battlefield? However, Emperor Rong acted as if he hadn't heard his question, only looking straight at the secret letter in his hand, as if by staring at it for a little longer, the content on it would turn out to be what he wished to see. It was only after 10 seconds or so that young Di seemed to recognize the truth. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. And then, he looked at the crowd around him, opened his mouth with difficulty, and said in that trembling voice, Young Yi has been captured by the Sunset Empire. What? When the surrounding crowd heard Emperor Rong's words, their eyes widened almost simultaneously. Although they had already had a vague premonition just now, they were still a bit incredulous when they heard Emperor Rong's words with their own ears at this time. How come? It's only been 10 days since Chief Rongyi entered the extraterrestrial battlefield, and he led 1,000,000 generals there. Is the Sunset Empire already this strong? As the surrounding crowd was shocked, Emperor Rong glanced at Xiashi, his face hard to see. Never in his wildest dreams did he realize that he had just finished saying that Rong Yi was about to send back good news when he got the bad news that he had been captured. At this moment, when he thought about how he had sworn several times before that Rong Yi had stabilized himself in the extraterrestrial battlefield, he could only feel a slap viciously smacking him in the face. He didn't understand how something that was extremely easy to do in Xiashi could be reversed so drastically when it was his brother's turn to go over. Could it be, really, that he had underestimated Xiashi? Without waiting for Emperor Rong to figure this out, a senior member of the War Ministry suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. With the status of Chief Rong Yi, he will definitely be severely interrogated by the Sunset Empire, in case he can't hold out. At once, almost all the executives took a deep breath of horror at the same time. Young Yi is in possession of many of Xia's top secrets. If he was pried open by the people of the Sunset Empire, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Emperor Rong heard this, a similarly thick wave of panic arose in his heart. Within the entire Xia kingdom, Rong Yi was the person he trusted the most. Bar none, Rong Yi knew all the cards of the Xia kingdom, and if he told everything he knew, the Xia kingdom would suffer a real danger of extinction. Not only that, what's more, that's the only brother he has. Earlier, he had seen that captured member of the Skywolf regiment have his limbs chopped off alive during interrogation. At that time, he only felt that this was the sacrifice that the members of the Wolf regiment deserved to make for the country, and his heart did not fluctuate too much when he saw that image. But now, the thought that it would be his own brother who might be treated that way next made his whole heart tremble. Under that extreme anxiety and fear, Emperor Yang suddenly looked at the Miato leader. He looked at him anxiously as if he had grabbed a lifeline and opened his mouth. Chief Miato, these people of yours in Xia should have already understood my determination to maintain friendly relations between the two countries. Can you contact the top management of the Sunset Empire and ask them to let Rong Yi go? Chapter 230, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 20. When the Miato leader heard Rong Di's words, it was as if he had heard some kind of funny joke, and he suddenly laughed out loud. Emperor Rong, how can you say you're also a country's monarch? Why are you so naive? Young Di froze violently in place when he saw the reaction of the Miato chief. It was only after a few seconds that he opened his mouth with some difficulty. What would it take for you to possibly let Young Yi go? The Miato chief smiled at Rong Di as he spoke. Releasing him may not be impossible. It mainly depends on what price His Majesty Rong Di can pay. What do you want? Emperor Rong asked, looking at him with a cautious face. How about half the land area of Xia? Boo! However, a short sentence was like throwing a bomb into the water and exploding countless waves. You're dreaming. Suddenly, Long Yuan's firm as iron voice abruptly resounded in the field. As Long Yuan's words fell, the surrounding crowd of Xia's executives immediately opened their mouths one after another to concur. That's right. The territory of my summer kingdom is sacred and inviolable. You die of this heart. The Xia kingdom will never take the initiative to cede land no matter what time it comes. Even if there is only one person left in my Xia kingdom, I will still fight the enemy country to the death. The Miato chief sniffed and spread his hands helplessly. In that case, there's nothing to be done. After saying that, he looked at Emperor Rong and sighed. My Sunset Empire will not show any mercy to prisoners. I think that tomorrow, there will be another corpse on the gate of the Imperial War Ministry. Chief Miato's words were tantamount to a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into Emperor Rong's heart, causing the already distracted Emperor Rong's heart to suddenly lift. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally looked at the Miato leader, his face pleading. Chief Miato, can you contact the Sunset Empire first not to touch my brother? Your conditions, give me time to think about it. Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty, if you agree to his conditions, there will definitely be a popular riot within the Xia kingdom, and then the country will be in a state of unrest due to internal and external troubles. Your Majesty, we're also worried about Chief Young Yi's safety, but he can't agree to this condition. Emperor Rong, who was already annoyed, listened to the anxious exhortations of the people around him, and his heart became even more annoyed. No, 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 what else would you say but no? Rong Yi is my only brother. I will never let him die. Seeing this, a high-ranking member of the War Ministry who was already displeased with Emperor Rong before entering this place immediately suggested, Your Majesty, let Chief Xia return to the extraterrestrial battlefield. With her here, Chief Young Yi, there might still be a few hopes. Emperor Rong's brows furrowed when he heard this. What did you say? That War Ministry senior didn't seem to hear the resistance in Emperor Rong's voice as he continued to speak. During the few years that Chief Xia was in the extraterrestrial battlefield, the Xia kingdom was nearly unrivaled in the extraterrestrial battlefield. But since Chief Xia returned to the country, there has hardly been any good news coming from the extraterritorial battlefield, and even Chief Rong Yi, who brought 1,000,000 generals over, was captured. Can't all this be proof of Chief Xia's ability? After this person's words fell, Jiang Yuan, who was a 4-star senior commander, suddenly took a step forward, and with a solemn expression, he knelt down on one knee at Xiashi. My subordinate, Jiang Yuan, begs Chief Xia to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield and rescue Chief Rong Yi. A senior member of the War Ministry beside him saw this and hurriedly followed suit. My subordinate, Chang'an, begs Chief Xia to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield. My subordinate, Lin Zhao, begs Chief Xia to return to the battlefield. Subordinate, begs Chief Xia to return to the battlefield. Beg Chief Xia to return to the battlefield. Beg Chief Xia to return to the battlefield. Chapter 231, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 21. A sincere and firm voice resounded throughout the underground prison cell. At once, those higher-ups who had previously complied with Emperor Rong's intention to advocate letting the Mayata chief kill Xiaxi were shocked into speechlessness. Xiaxi quietly glanced at the sincere-faced crowd and did not say anything. And then, she slightly inclined her head to look at Emperor Rong, her complexion light enough to not be able to see her emotions. At this time, Emperor Rong did not look at Xiaxi. His face grew complex as he looked at the senior members of the war ministry who were kneeling on one knee. He had previously said in front of everyone that he wanted Chief Miyato to execute Natsuki. If he now ordered Xiaxi to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield again, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Moreover, until now, he still didn't believe that Xiaxi's return to the extraterrestrial battlefield would immediately turn the tide of the war. And even more so, he didn't believe that she would be able to save Rong Yi. After all, a little girl who was less than 20 years old. Even if her talent was strong, how powerful could she be? Not to mention the 50 powerful star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire, but even the Mayatu chief in front of her. She was afraid that she might not be a one-trick pony for the other party. And just as Emperor Rong's brows were knitting tighter and tighter, a cold laugh suddenly came out of the Palace Vine leader's mouth. You want her to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Shouldn't you ask my opinion first? The simple words of the Mayata leader was what caused the hearts of everyone around them to tighten at the same time. Because of the urgent situation of the war outside the domain, they had all just deliberately ignored the fact that Chief Gong Tang, who had already reached the level of a war emperor, and as many as 7-star ambassadors beside him were trying to kill Xiaxi. At this time, when they heard Chief Gongting open his mouth, many of the people present could not help but feel some despair in their hearts. In their view, Xiaxi was the only hope to reverse the situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield. If she was really killed by Chief Miyato, the Summer Kingdom could really be in an unprecedented crisis. As the Miyato leader looked at the expressions of the people around him, a cold smile full of contempt appeared on his face. Thanks to the fact that he had made all the preparations before entering the Xia Kingdom, and had even brought 8-star ambassadors with him, now it seems that this so-called first world power is shaped like garbage. Long Yuan looked at the expression on Chief Gongting's face, and the aura around him grew colder and colder. Soon after, he suddenly stepped forward and looked at Emperor Rong and spoke in a cold voice. Your Majesty, the time has come for the sword that the imperial clan has been hiding for years to be sheathed. All of the surrounding Xia executives were stunned when they heard Long Yuan's words. Soon after, it was as if the senior members of the crowd of war ministries suddenly reacted to something, and a flash of hope suddenly flashed across their expressions. Then, Chung Yuan looked at Emperor Rong with a solemn and serious expression and requested, Subordinate, I implore your majesty to sacrifice the dragon shadow guards to take on the members of the enemy nation and protect the safety of our Xia kingdom. My subordinate implores your majesty to sacrifice the dragon shadow guard. I implore your majesty to sacrifice the dragon shadow guard. Chief Miyato couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the words of the crowd. Dragon shadow guard? He had previously gotten information about the dragon shadow guards of the Summer Kingdom from a confidential document of the Summer Kingdom that he had stolen from the Sunset Empire. There had been an introduction within that confidential document that the dragon shadow guards of the Xia Kingdom consisted of at least 5 war emperors and 20 high-level star ambassadors or more. These people were extremely good at hiding and would always protect the Xia Kingdom's monarch around the monarch's safety and security. However, the above also said, this is the biggest and final bottom card of the Xia imperial clan, and will never be used until the time of Xia's survival. At that time, he only thought that this was a smokescreen put out by Xia in order to deter other countries. After all the countries in the world knew that Xia could not have more than 3 war emperors in the open and dark, and the number of star ambassadors would never be more than 10. So how was it possible that 5 war emperors and 20 star ambassadors could suddenly appear? But at this time, he heard Long Yuan's words, suddenly felt that this dragon shadow guard may not really not exist. And just as the Gongting chief was in a state of shock and uncertainty, Rongdi's face as he looked at Long Yuan and the senior members of the war ministry suddenly showed some dissatisfaction. The dragon shadow guards are the greatest card of the Xia kingdom, and must not be utilized until the country is at the point of survival. You guys, are you going against the legacy of the late emperor? Chapter 232, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 22. When the surrounding war ministry executives heard this, their disappointment in Emperor Rong's heart intensified a few points. At the same time, the idea of wanting to change the monarch, which had just recently been bred, became even stronger. It's just that, right now, They don't have a suitable candidate in mind who can become the new monarch. And when that candidate comes along, it will be time for that seed to take root. Long Yuan saw that Rong Di was actually unmoved, because he was really worried about Xia Xia's safety. Even though he knew that there was not much hope, he was still in the process of anxiously requesting to Rong Di, "Your Majesty, if the Xia kingdom is without Xia Shi and the members of the Skywolf regiment, it will soon face a life and death crisis." Although the surrounding crowd was already disappointed in Emperor Rong in their hearts, they still followed and agreed. "Your Majesty, I beg you to give Chief Xia a chance for the Xia kingdom. Your Majesty." Emperor Rong impatiently lifted his hand. "No need to say anything. There's no way that this sovereign would use the dragon shadow guards for a sinner who's been imprisoned in a jail cell. But since you've begged for her to this point, this sovereign can be lenient." He murmured slightly, and then continued with extreme generosity. "In this case, no matter what tactics she uses, as long as she can survive at the hands of Chief Mayatu, this sovereign can restore her to her position as a great chief and allow her to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield. But if she is unfortunate enough to die today..." Saying that, Emperor Rong turned his head to look at Chief Gongting, his tone slowing down. "If Chief Gongting can get what he wants, I still hope that I can communicate with the top management of the Sunset Empire. And as long as I can release Chief Rong Yi, I'll do my best to satisfy the Sunset Empire's demands within reason." Long Yuan and all the War Ministry executives were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Emperor Rong's words. At a time like this, instead of pinning his hopes on the Xia War Ministry, Emperor Rong opened his mouth and begged the leader of the Sunset Empire, even listening to his meaning, as long as the other party is not particularly excessive, even if the cession of land and compensation may not be impossible to agree. "This Your Majesty of theirs, does he so not trust Xia Shi, or the entire Xia War Department?" And while the crowd was shocked, the Palace Vine leader only laughed lightly when he heard Rong Di's words, not agreeing or denying them. After he faintly swept a glance at Emperor Rong, his eyes fell on Xia Shi. "If I remember well, 10 days ago you said you would kill me today to sacrifice me to heaven." With that, his face suddenly turned cold, and the aura of a unique battle emperor-level powerhouse was abruptly released around him. What also appeared were his words that were cold to the core. "So, now what?" At this point, the Mayata leader could already envision that Xia Shi would first be astonished by 10,000% after sensing his warrior rank at this point, while revealing a look of extreme regret. What he enjoyed most in his life was the helplessness and despair of an enemy who already felt the imminent death before he even struck. And this reaction was about to appear on the face of this Xia War Department legend who had caused countless combatants in the extraterrestrial battlefield to be terrified, and whose talent was so strong that it was almost demonic. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief just thinking about it. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. From the beginning to the end, Xia Shi only looked at him faintly, and not much fluctuation appeared between her complexion. However, if one looked closely, one could still see that at this moment, Xia Shi's gaze towards him was like looking at a jumping clown. Xia Shi's reaction was tantamount to a pot of cold water that poured directly over his head, washing away the pride that he had just promoted to War Emperor. At this moment, Chief Mayatu felt a wave of unprecedented frustration. And alongside this frustration was a resentment and anger that was thick to the core. When really looking for death. The moment the words fell, the Mayatu chief's figure moved, and the fist that carried the terrifying force of a battle emperor-level powerhouse ruthlessly smashed into Xia Shi's chest. The pupils of all the surrounding Xia executives suddenly shrunk when they saw Chief Miato's movements. A few of them shouted almost subconsciously, "Kai Kai! Chief Xia! Watch out! If you dare to kill Chief Xia, my Xia War Department will never rest with you. I'll fight you! Your Majesty, please save Chief Xia! Your Majesty!" The last person's words had not yet finished. When he saw the image in front of him, it was as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes widened abruptly. Not only the person who spoke, including all the surrounding Xia senior management, and even Long Yuan and Emperor Rong, the faces showing as drawn to the extreme shock and disbelief. Chapter 233, Xia Shi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me, 23. Only to see the original body aura around the body strong as if it could sweep everything. Gongtung leader, actually in the fist is about to bombard in Xia Shi's body the moment before, by Xia Shi's thunderous momentum of a foot ruthlessly kicked on the chest. Well, with an extremely painful muffled grunt, Chief Mayata's body, like a cannonball, flew backwards. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! When his body smashed into the prison pillars at a distance of 5 or 6 meters behind him. 4 of the prison pillars snapped with a sound. Subsequently, under that inertia, the Mayata leader once again fell out a distance of 2 to 3 meters, before falling hard onto the extremely hard ground of the prison cell. Put! The moment his body landed on the ground, a mouthful of blood violently spurted out of the Miato leader's mouth. At this moment, He could clearly feel the flopping pain that traveled from his abdomen into his mind. However, under that extreme shock, he didn't care about the pain in his body, and immediately looked over at Xiaoshi in dismay. When his line of sight landed on Xiaoshi, the corners of his mouth, which had remnants of blood in it, could not control a light tremor, and a fuzzy, nearly inaudible murmur came out of his mouth. This, how possible? He, however, was a battle emperor-level powerhouse. It was a war emperor who could be at the peak of the existence of strength throughout the entire world. But he hadn't even experienced the thrill of controlling everyone's life and death with a wave of his hand before he was crushed by a little girl who looked less than 20 years old with her strength. If it wasn't for the gushing pain coming from his abdomen, he wouldn't believe it was true even if he died. Not only the Gongting chief, Long Yuan, Emperor Rong, and even everyone around except the members of the Skywolf regiment, looked at Xiaoshi with faces filled with deep shock and disbelief. Chief Xia is a war emperor? It must be a battle emperor, and at least a peak battle emperor, or else it would be impossible to defeat that Mayata chief so easily. If I remember correctly, there aren't more than 5 geniuses in the world who can become a battle emperor at the age of 50, right? How old is Chief Xia now? When the surrounding crowd heard the last person's words, their breaths shortened as they looked at Xiaoshi, a battle emperor who was less than 20 years old. This was no longer something that could be described as just heaven. Demon. This is simply a demon whose talent is so strong that it's perverted. However, when some of the senior members of the war ministry were shocked, they couldn't help but show a few moments of hope in their gaze towards Xiaoshi. Xia State has such a god of warlike existence. Why worry about the country cannot be strong? At this point, they could be certain that as long as Xiaoshi didn't fall in the middle, then, in a maximum of 10 years, the Xia kingdom would be strong enough to crush the surrounding countries. At that time, the Sunset Empire would be scum in front of the Summer Kingdom. It might not even be impossible for Xia to unify the world. Thinking about this, the senior members of the war ministry couldn't control their shortness of breath. At the same time, the eyes of the crowd looking at Xiaoshi brightened a few points. In front of the crowd, the shocked-faced Rong Di looked at Xiaoshi and then at the Gongting leader on the ground, hesitating to go forward to help him up, but without waiting for him to make a decision. Natsuki had already lifted his feet and walked over to where the Miyato leader was. At that moment, all the gazes within the entire jail cell fell on Xiaoshi. The breathing of the top brass of the Summer Kingdom's crowded war department involuntarily slowed down by a few points. At this moment, they were really a bit curious about what Xiaoshi would do. At the same time, the Sunset Empire's combatants who were originally preparing to rush towards the Mayatu leader. At this moment, their hearts were involuntarily lifted as they watched Xiaoshi's movements. For some reason, they, whose hands were stained with an unknown amount of blood, actually sensed an aura that frightened them in this excessively young little girl in front of them. Under this extremely dense perception of danger, they didn't dare to approach the Mayatu chief in the slightest. On the ground, the Mayatu leader looked at Natsuki, who was constantly approaching him, and almost subconsciously moved his body back. At this moment, he was incredibly certain that he was no match for Xiaoshi. If Shashi had to kill him, he would have to. Thinking of this, a flash of coldness and determination swiftly flashed across Chief Mayatu's eyes. Soon, Natsuki stopped about a meter in front of the Miyato leader. Without waiting for Natsuki to say anything, the Miyato chief took the lead. What are you going to do? I came over this time because I was invited by your monarch. If I die in Xia, your monarch and even the entire Xia kingdom will be reviled by the nations of the world. With that, he looked to the Sunset Empire combatants and gave the crowd a wink. And then, he continued to speak to Xiaoshi. And there's nearly half of the top brass within the Summerland here in addition to your monarch. The star ambassadors I brought with me are 7 in number. And even if the so-called dragon shadow guards of the Xia kingdom exist around them, they are at least 15 meters away. And the only person they will protect with all their might is your monarch. I can guarantee that if you dare to touch me, I, the star envoy of the Sunset Empire, will leave at least half of the people here behind even if I fight to the death. When the Miyato chief's words fell, not only was Emperor Rong, who had been named as the one who must have suffered a loss of reputation, but quite a few of the top management of the Xia kingdom had their hearts tightened. Seeing this, Emperor Rong hurriedly looked at Xiaoshi Dao with a solemn face. Xiaoshi, don't be impulsive. Have a talk. Have a nice conversation? Xiaoshi suddenly smiled playfully at his words. If I wasn't stronger than this Chief Miyato, I'd be the one on the ground right now. At that time, I'm afraid you couldn't wait for me to die at his hands, right? Now that the person who fell has changed, you've come out to make a roundup. What? So afraid of being spurned by the nations? When Emperor Rong heard this, his face instantly became unusually ugly. Seeing that Emperor Rong didn't say anything, Xia once again let out a light laugh. If I had known, why would I have bothered? If you hadn't been kicked in the head by a donkey and taken the initiative to invite these people over, why would we have gotten into this situation now? You're reckless. Emperor Rong's gaze at the moment seemed like it could kill. This time, without waiting for Xiashi to say anything else, the green wolf suddenly looked at Rong Di and smiled sarcastically. Telling the truth is being licentious? With that kind of heart, what kind of Xia monarch are you? It's a much more suitable position for our chief than for you. I don't know if the green wolf deliberately said this, or if the speaker didn't mean to listen. After his words fell, almost all of the senior members of the war ministry who were disgruntled with Emperor Rong, the monarch, were all looking over at Xiashi. At the same time, a bright aura flashed in everyone's eyes. They had already seen Xiaxi's talent and strength, and they could be sure that as long as Xiashi was around, the future of the Xia kingdom would definitely be brighter. But it was a question of how to make Xiashi stay in the Xia kingdom and even have his heart set on the development of the Xia kingdom. At this moment, after Green Wolf's mention, they thought about it carefully. If the entire Xia kingdom was Xiaxi's, she would definitely devote herself to the subsequent development of the Xia kingdom. Thinking of this, the eyes of all the senior members of the war ministry revealed a few moments of eagerness and anticipation. However, right at this moment, the extremely discordant voice of a close associate of Emperor Rong suddenly came out. In front of Emperor Rong, will you be allowed to act recklessly as a mere Skywolf vice commander? The cronies next to him all frowned and looked dissatisfied as they heard the words. If that Chief Mayatu really dies in Xia, and Chief Rongyi no longer has any hope of surviving, can you afford the responsibility of His Majesty losing his only brother? Will you bear the loss of not only Chief Yunyi, but His Majesty and the entire Xia kingdom? The Sunset Empire has 7-star ambassadors here. We don't have a single one here. Do you really want us all to die here and cause domestic unrest? The smile on Green Wolf's face became even more sarcastic as he listened to a righteous rebuke, speaking in such a grandiose manner. In the end, isn't it you who are afraid of death? How did my great summer country with thousands of years of inheritance come up with you bunch of things that are greedy and afraid of death? You. As Emperor Rong's cronies listened to the Green Wolf's words that went straight to their hearts were suddenly filled with endless anger. Xiashi faintly swept a glance at the crowd and spoke directly. Take a vote. Those who want this Chief Miyato to die, stand in the gravity interrogation room. Those who don't agree don't have to move. When the Green Wolf and everyone in the gravity interrogation room heard Xiaxi's words, the slightest hint of admiration grew in their eyes almost simultaneously. At this moment, a sentence surfaced in their minds almost simultaneously. In terms of deviousness and cunning, they were truly inferior before the headmaster. Xiashi, kill him. Today, even if I, Long Yuan, die here, I will never want to let these people from the Sunset Empire walk out of here alive. Almost as soon as Xiaxi's words fell, Long Yuan directly spoke. Dragon Chief, are you crazy? Chief Long, if we kill Chief Miyato, it will do my summer kingdom no harm but no good. Dragon Chief, take back your words. A few of Emperor Rong's close associates sniffed and immediately said with anxious faces, I, Long Yuan, have never thought of taking back what I said. Emperor Rong's face steeply chilled. Long Yuan, do you realize what you're saying? Your Majesty, no matter what the reason is, the fact that there are 8-star ambassadors among the people from the Sunset Empire who have entered the Xia Kingdom is enough to show that they have bad intentions. And if we don't get rid of them now, there will surely be a lot of trouble to follow. I was the one who took the initiative to invite them. What could they have in mind? Without the slightest indication from them, His Majesty would suddenly want to invite the Sunset Imperials into the Summer Kingdom? Emperor Rong suddenly fell silent at his words. Okay, vote. Without waiting for Emperor Rong to say anything else, Xiaxi's voice came out again. Long Yuan sniffed and walked into the gravity interrogation room without hesitation. Then, 16 senior members of the war ministry followed. These people not only wanted Chief Miyato to die, but also wanted Natsuki to ascend to the monarch's throne. If their sacrifices could get a better monarch for Xia, they, well, deserved to die. The 14 official executives led by Emperor Rong, as well as Chen Yuan and the other 3 war ministry executives were all on Emperor Rong's side. Emperor Rong glanced at Long Yuan and the crowd in the gravity interrogation room, and a flash of chilling killing intent abruptly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Since these people were not loyal to him, he would no longer keep them even if they were strong and capable. But the coldness in Emperor Rong's eyes only flickered. Afterward, he looked at Xiashi with a cold expression on his face and ordered, 17 to 19, release Chief Miyato at once. Good. Xiaxia nodded slightly. Emperor Rong and the 18 cronies beside him all slowly sighed in relief at the words. When the Sunset Empire warriors and the 7-star ambassadors saw this, their hearts were slightly at ease while a hint of contempt and disdain flashed in their eyes. They thought that this man could really go against the will of the monarch, but now it seemed that it was all thunder and no rain. It was true that a woman, Even if she acted strong, she still couldn't do anything great in the end. At the same time, a touch of extremely obvious sarcasm and mockery appeared on Chief Gongting's face as he looked at Xiashi. What's the use of being a genius? When you meet such a monarch, you have to dish out even if you are a dragon. And you have to lie down even if you are a tiger. As long as this monarch stayed on the throne, the Summer Kingdom would never be able to raise its head in front of the Sunset Empire. However, just as the smile on the Mayatu chief's face grew more and more complacent and sarcastic, the corner of Xiaoshi's lips slowly hooked up an extremely shallow, yet evil to the extreme arc. Chapter 234, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me, 24. Next moment, Xiaxia suddenly raised her foot and stomped it straight at the Miato chief's leg. Ka-ching! At once, a sound of bones breaking suddenly resounded abruptly within the silent cell. Well, accompanying the sound of that bone cracking was the muffled grunt of the Mayata leader that suppressed the extreme pain. Faced with this unexpected scene, the surrounding members of the Xia Kingdom and Sunset Empire were unable to react for a moment. That is, until another crisp sound of bone breaking came from the other leg of the Miato leader. When Emperor Rong realized what Xiaoshi had done, he almost fainted directly to death without taking a breath. However, thinking of the horrific consequences in case the Mayata leader was played to death by Xiaoshi, he immediately forced down the fear in his heart and shouted to Xiaoshi almost vociferously. Stop it! You stop it! What are you going to do? Are you going to get everyone here killed? When the crowd of executives standing beside Emperor Rong heard this, deep fear and dissatisfaction appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, do you realize what you're doing? You've just said you'll vote on whether or not to spare Chief Miato? Why did you suddenly back out? What the hell are you doing? You woman, are you trying to get us killed? Xiaoshi looked at the senior members of the Xia Kingdom who were verbally attacking him and laughed lightly. All I said was that the vote decides whether he lives or dies. When did I say I was going to spare him? Saying that, Xiaxia extremely casually kicked the Mayata leader's trampled leg and continued to speak indifferently. He's only got 2 broken legs. He can't die yet. The Mayata chief was already enduring the severe pain of that broken leg, and now that he was kicked by Xiaoshi, he was in so much pain that he could not wait to just kill himself to end this pain that was worse than death. Chief! One of the Sunset Empire combatants in the lead finally came back to his senses, and with a roar of rage, he was about to charge towards where Natsuki and Chief Miato were regardless. However, just as he lifted his foot, Miato suddenly forced himself to endure the pain and used all of his strength to look at the Sunset Empire warriors and order them. Kill them! Kill everyone here for me! Yes! The Sunset Empire's crowd immediately opened their mouths and responded. In an instant, more than 20 warriors rushed towards Emperor Rong's location at the same time. And those 7-star ambassadors almost instantly took out their star tags. In the face of the movements of the Sunset Empire's crowd, the people beside Emperor Rong immediately panicked. No, don't! Sit down and talk it out. You can't solve the problem like this. If we die, you won't be able to leave the Summerlands under any circumstances. However, the Sunset Empire combatants acted as if they hadn't heard the words of the crowd, and their movements didn't pause in the slightest. Seeing this, Emperor Rong finally stopped hesitating. And he suddenly looked to the far corner. His voice panicked to the extreme. Dragon Shadow Guards. Escort! Quickly escort! Almost at the instant Rong Di's voice fell, more than 30 black shadows suddenly soared at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, the Sunset Empire warriors who were rushing towards Emperor Rong and the top management of the Xia Kingdom looked as if they had sensed something and suddenly stopped to look behind them. When they sensed those 30 or so auras that were strong to the extreme, a flash of extremely intense fear appeared on their faces. Dragon Shadow Guard? There really are Dragon Shadow Guards in Xia? All warriors, join me in stopping the Dragon Shadow Guards, and Star Envoy Lords immediately capture the Xia Monarch, or we will all die. As the last person's words fell, the Sunset Empire's warriors simultaneously turned to meet the Dragon Shadow Guards in the distance. At the same time, the gazes of those 7-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire simultaneously landed on Emperor Rong. Emperor Rong felt the gazes of the 7 people and his heart abruptly trembled. Chapter 235, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me, 25. Then, almost instinctively, he retreated behind the surrounding Xia executives. And just as Emperor Rong stopped in his tracks, the 3 water attribute star cards and 4 wood attribute star cards in the hands of the 7-star ambassadors flashed at the same time. In the next moment, a water arrow and wooden thorn steeply shot out from the star sign. Snort! With the cracking sound of an attack tearing through the air, the 7 senior members of the Xia Kingdom who were closest to the star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire were almost instantly struck in the body by the attacks in the star cards. Ah! At that moment, a miserable scream came out from the 7 mouths. These top brass were not in the war department, and the highest strength was only an intermediate level warrior. This amount of their strength was simply defenseless in front of the attacks of that one senior star envoy. In almost an instant, the 7 people fell to the ground and were left without breath. The remaining 12 senior members of the Xia kingdom beside Emperor Rong completely panicked when they saw this. These Sunset Imperials are crazy. They're all crazy. What to do? What do we do now? Escape. Run. There's no road behind us. How can we escape? As the last person's words fell, the gazes of the 7 or 8 Xia senior officials almost simultaneously looked toward the gravity interrogation room where the Skywolf Regiment crowd in Long Yuan and the other senior officials of the War Ministry were located. Get over there. To die together. A few people gritted their teeth and immediately rushed towards the gravity interrogation room door. Seeing that the few people he had used as meat shields were about to run, Emperor Rong immediately followed. However, just as they moved, several people from the Skywolf Regiment, including Green Wolf, immediately blocked the entrance to the gravity room. Next, boo, boo. The few executives who rushed at the front were about to enter the door when they were suddenly kicked out without mercy. As the crowd landed on the ground in a sorry state, Green Wolf's gaze was cold as he looked down at the several people and opened his mouth. Since we have already chosen how to stand, where is the reason to change it at will? When Xia Shi asked these people to vote, he understood that Xia Shi was trying to use the hands of these warriors of the Sunset Empire to do a big purge of the top of the Xia kingdom. As Xia Shi's capable little follower, he had to do what Xia Shi wanted. The executives outside the gravity interrogation room all breathed tightly when they heard Green Wolf's words. Then, Chen Yuan, the 4-star senior commander who had previously chosen to stand on Emperor Rong's side, immediately warned with a cold and anxious expression. Now let us in and we can still contribute. You keep us out and everyone here dies. Green Wolf suddenly laughed when he heard his words, which were permeated with inexplicable confidence. And then, his gaze towards Chen Yuan revealed a touch of sarcasm that was thick to the core. You're wrong. The only ones who are going to die are you. Emperor Rong and the senior members of the Xia kingdom were stunned at his words. However, without waiting for them to think deeply, the water arrows and wooden arrows fired by those 7-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire once again flew. Immediately, Chen Yuan and another high-level warrior were seriously injured, and 5 intermediate-level warriors were killed on the spot. Emperor Rong watched the people beside him fall one after another and completely panicked. With no further regard for his face as a monarch, he bore straight into the gravity interrogation chamber. He's only 45. He's still young. He doesn't want to die. However, just as he was about to rush into the interrogation room, he was directly stopped by Green Wolf. Emperor Rong subconsciously glanced at the star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire behind him before shouting madly at Green Wolf. Let me in. I command you to let me in at once. Green Wolf smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you are of honorable status. A place like the interrogation room is not suitable for you to enter. As Emperor Rong felt the crisis behind him that could exterminate him at any time, his heart suddenly developed an urge to directly kill the Green Wolf. However, he understood that he was completely no match for the Green Wolf who was a senior warrior. Forgetting how anxious and angry he was, he could only stare at the Green Wolf tightly and gritted his teeth. You guys think you'll be fine if you delay until the Dragon Shadow Guards come over? Naive. The Dragon Shadow Guards only obey my orders. If I die, there's no way they'll save you. And there isn't a single star envoy here except for the Dragon Shadow Guards, so when the time comes, you'll just have to wait for death. If you let me in now, I can absolve you of your deadly sins. Even more, if someone is sacrificed within the Dragon Shadow Guard in the future, I can give you a chance to enter the Dragon Shadow Guard, or even let you become a star envoy. But if you don't know how to carry yourself. Chapter 236, Xia Shi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me, 26. Before Emperor Rong's latter words could be uttered, Green Wolf suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing this, Emperor Rong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Dragon Shadow Guard isn't for everyone. What's your reaction? Normally, no one could directly become a Dragon Shadow Guard if they weren't cultivated from a young age by the imperial family. God knows how many people in the entire Xia kingdom aspire to become Dragon Shadow Guards in order to become star ambassadors. And now he made an exception and gave Qingwang this qualification. It was fine if the Green Wolf didn't know how to accept it right away with gratitude. But what was the matter with showing an expression of disdain? Swish, swish, swish. And just as Emperor Rong was looking at the Green Wolf with a face full of shock, a few more star card attacks flew in. Emperor Rong's pupils shrunk, and almost instinctively pulled aside when Chang Yin, who was still uninjured, so that he blocked in front of himself. When Sun Yun felt Rong Di's movements jerk, when reacting to what Rong Di had done, he subconsciously tried to dodge. However, it's already too late. Snort! The 7-star brand attacks pierced into the bodies of the 7 people present with lightning speed. Instantly, when Chang Yin, as well as the senior warrior and Chen Yuan, who had just been seriously injured, were killed on the spot, At this moment, the only 5 people left by Emperor Rong's side were all seriously injured. When Emperor Rong saw this, his heart instantly lifted. Then, he glanced at the dragon shadow guards who had been stopped by the Sunset Empire warriors who were fighting to the death. At this moment, he clearly felt the distance between death and himself was so close, strong to the extreme desire to survive. He no longer cared about anything else and directly gave what he thought was the most enticing offer. There's no need to enter the dragon shadow guard. If you let me in now, I'll grant you a star card and make you the star ambassador everyone dreams of. Green Wolf sniffed and just looked at Emperor Rong with a sarcastic gaze, his voice faintly saying, "Sorry, I don't need it. You don't want to be a star ambassador?" The Green Wolf's reply instantly made Emperor Rong's heart go cold. At the same time, his face overflowed with disbelief as he looked at the Green Wolf. He had read Green Wolf's information before and knew that he had the qualifications to become a star ambassador. Now, he had placed the opportunity to become a star ambassador in front of the Green Wolf, but the Green Wolf had rejected him. This deputy leader of the Wolf Regiment, doesn't he even have any ambition? Almost as soon as this thought was born in Rongdi's mind, those 7 star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire didn't use the star cards in their hands anymore, but instead directly lunged at Rongdi. The reason why they didn't injure Rongdi, who was the weakest here just now, wasn't that Rongdi dodged in time, but that their attacks hadn't locked onto Rongdi from the beginning to the end. Their goal, after all, was to be captured alive. As Emperor Rong looked at the star envoy of the Sunset Empire who had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, his entire body involuntarily trembled lightly due to fear. Escort! Escort! Even though he knew it was useless, he still subconsciously shouted under his breath. However, but in the blink of an eye, he couldn't shout anymore, because he clearly felt something cold against his neck, and because his body was trembling uncontrollably, the dagger's sharp blade cut right through the skin of his neck. At the same time, a voice that was cold to the extreme came out from the mouth of the star envoy of the Sunset Empire who was controlling Emperor Rong. "Go in and kill. Kill as many as you can." The remaining 6 star ambassadors nodded at once. Hearing this voice under the fear of Emperor Rong, his heart instead calmed down a few points. He had never encountered such a thrilling situation since he began to sit on the throne of the monarch, and he inevitably panicked a little. But at this moment, when he saw that the star envoy of the Sunset Empire didn't kill himself the first time, he knew that he was still useful to these people, so he didn't die that easily. But not the traitors in the gravity interrogation room. They were of little use to these Sunset Imperials. After realizing this, Emperor Rong's trembling body actually gradually calmed down. At the same time, a few moments of vengeful pleasure unexpectedly arose in his heart. Those idiots from the Sirius Regiment didn't dare to let him in because they were afraid of dying. And now well, not only were they going to die, they were going to die before him. However, just as Emperor Rong's mind had already imagined the scene of the crowd in the gravity interrogation room being abused by these star ambassadors, a scene he never dreamed of came up. Chapter 237, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me, 27. Only to see that the 14 star ambassadors led by Green Wolf raised their right hands at the same time. In the next moment, a crimson star card with a crystal-like texture appeared in everyone's hands. As Emperor Rong looked at the individual members of the Skywolf Regiment who were holding star tags, a shock and dismay that was thick to the core appeared on his face. How is that possible? Isn't it true that none of the members of the Syrian Order are star ambassadors? How did 14 suddenly appear? And these 14 people were holding, surprisingly, the fire attribute star cards that were claimed to have the strongest attack power amongst the elemental star cards, but were so rare as to be nearly extinct? In the next moment, Emperor Rong's gaze suddenly landed on the Green Wolf. Snap! Thinking of the reward for him that he had just uttered, it was as if he felt an invisible slap that viciously smacked him on top of his old face. The slap made him feel more embarrassed than ever. Not only Emperor Rong, the star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire couldn't help but breathe tightly when they saw this. No, isn't it true that there are no more than 10 star ambassadors in the entire Summer Kingdom? What is this now? Not only did many star ambassadors appear in that so-called Dragon Shadow Guard, how come 14 of them appeared here as well? Moreover, judging from the aura surrounding these 14 people, 3 of them were high-level star ambassadors and the rest were all intermediate star ambassadors. And of the 7 of them, there were only 2 senior star ambassadors, and the remaining 5 were likewise only intermediate star ambassadors. The other side, whether in terms of numbers or overall strength, all crushed them. How can we kill this? Just as the 6 star ambassadors who were ordered to rush into the gravity interrogation room to kill people were a bit at a loss for words, the star ambassador who was controlling Emperor Rong suddenly looked at Green Wolf and the others and ordered in a cold voice, "Put it down. Put down all the star cards in your hands, or I'll kill him." Because his mind had just been on condensing his spiritual power to use the star brand to attack, he did not notice that Rong Di wanted to go in but was blocked by the Green Wolf. Green Wolf raised a slightly unnoticeable eyebrow when he heard the Sunset Empire Star Envoy's threat. In the next moment, his face turned steeply cold, and he warned with a grimace. He is the emperor of my Xia kingdom. If you dare to touch a single finger of his, you won't be able to walk out of the Xia kingdom alive. That Sunset Star Envoy's face immediately showed a flash when he heard that. And then, he held the dagger against Rongdi's neck with one hand, while his other hand suddenly held one of Rongdi's fingers. And then, a hard, ka-ching, ah! The crisp sound of snapping fingers accompanied Rongdi's mournful screams, which resounded steeply within the prison cell. The Green Wolf seemed to be stunned by the decisive action of the Sunset Star Envoy, and his face was covered with shock, dismay, and full of hatred. When the Sunset Star Ambassador felt Green Wolf's gaze, a flash of smugness suddenly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. And then, he once again coldly ordered to Green Wolf, "Put down the star tags in your hands." The Green Wolf seemed to have complete difficulty imagining the picture in front of him, and he threatened again almost subconsciously. You, try to touch our majesty again." The Sunset Star Envoy's recent smile suddenly became even more chilling. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly lifted Rongdi's right arm that had its fingers broken. Ka-ching! This time, under that intense to extreme pain, Emperor Rong didn't even scream and directly fainted. The Sunset Star Envoy gripped Rongdi's shoulders with one hand and directly lifted his entire body up. At the same time, he once again ordered the Green Wolf, "I'll say it again. Put down the star cards in your hands, or I'll break another one of his arms." The Green Wolf seemed to be completely enraged by the Sunset Star Envoy's attitude, and also seemed to be unable to accept the fact that Emperor Rong had his finger broken and then his arm. His gaze staring viciously at the Sunset Star Envoy as he gritted his teeth. "You! How dare you!" That Sunset Star Envoy seemed to specialize in unbelief like Green Wolf. He raised his hand again to hold Rongdi's still intact left arm. Then, ka-ching! Ah! Under that sharp pain, Emperor Rong woke up hard from the pain. As he came to his senses between the sharp pains, he had the mind to break the Green Wolf into pieces. However, no matter how strong the thoughts in his mind were, it was impossible to put them into action, and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. In the meantime, when Green Wolf saw that Emperor Rong's arms were broken, his eyes obviously widened a few points. He seemed like a gambler who had been aroused by a gamble, almost hissing as he chided the Sunset Star Envoy. "If our sire dies here today, I want your entire Sunset Empire to be buried with him." Chapter 238, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 28. The crowd behind Green Wolf. You really won't stop until you screw Emperor Young. And, if they didn't know what was going on right now, they were all going to be fooled by the Green Wolf. It would be a shame for such a good actor not to become an agent of the enemy. However, this time, even if Green Wolf's acting was good, the Sunset Star Envoy who still had to take Emperor Rong as a hostage could not really kill Emperor Rong. "I'll say it again. If you don't want him to die, put down the star sign." Seeing that the other party didn't fall for it anymore, the Green Wolf suddenly put away the emotions on his face, blinked twice, and said in an innocent tone, "Then you might as well let him die." Now, the 7-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire were dumbfounded at the same time. "He's your emperor anyways. If he dies, aren't you afraid that the country will end with him?" Green Wolf smiled faintly. "How do we know if the country will be finished if you don't kill him?" Sunset Star ambassadors. At this moment, they were certain that Green Wolf wasn't joking when he said that he would let this Xia Emperor die. That star envoy who was controlling Emperor Rong was a bit flustered at once. He hurriedly turned his head to look over at the Miato leader beside Natsuki. "Chief, what to do?" However, just as his words fell, the Dragon Shadow Guards, who had killed nearly 30 Sunset Empire warriors, quickly approached. In just 2 breaths, the Dragon Shadow Guards, uniformly dressed in black armor, surrounded the 7 Sunset Star ambassadors. When the Green Wolf saw that Emperor Rong didn't make it, a faint trace of regret flashed in his eyes. However, it was impossible for him to take action against Rongdi himself even if he wished for his death. After all, these Dragon Shadow Guards were not vegetarians, but even if he didn't die, it was already good enough to put Emperor Young in this state. Seeing that the situation around him had stabilized, he immediately ran his ass over to Xiaxi and said with a look that begged for praise and commendation, "Boss, how did I just perform? Did I learn some of your essence?" Xiaxia lifted her eyelids. "When have I ever been as shameless as you, Green Wolf?" "Okay, looks like he's still just learning the ropes." After all, he clearly remained a younger brother in front of his shameless and cunning but unaware boss. Meanwhile, Long Yuan walked to the door of the gravity interrogation room and ordered the Dragon Shadow Guards, "Take these things from the Sunset Empire that are plotting against His Majesty." The star envoy controlling Emperor Rong heard Long Yuan's order and instantly knew that he couldn't possibly end up in a good place. His hand holding the dagger suddenly moved, about to directly wipe Rongdi's neck. However, just as he was about to make a move, one of the dragon shadow guards suddenly gripped his wrist and snatched his dagger. And just as the dragon shadow guards were about to strike to control the 7 Sunset Star ambassadors, the mutation was sudden. Because, in the blink of an eye, the figures of the 7 Sunset Star ambassadors suddenly disappeared in place. At the same time, a light sigh that was slightly vicissitude suddenly entered the ears of the surrounding crowd. It seems that I underestimated Xia after all. At that moment, the faces of all the people around them changed. As he spoke, everyone was looking around. However, there was not half a person more inside the jail cell. Right at this moment, the little fox's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoshi's mind. Space star sign. It's a space star sign. Just as the little fox's words fell, that vicissitude of the old man's voice was once again resounding. Little girl, if I let you continue to grow, you will one day become the biggest obstacle to my Sunset Empire. But your talent is really good. It would be a shame to die like that. How about this? I'll give you a chance to join my Sunset Empire. Not only will you survive, but you'll be able to become my true disciple. Chapter 239, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong. Kneel down and beg me. 29. Xiaoshi listened to the disembodied voice, and her complexion gradually turned cold. This old man, who was only heard but not seen, made her feel an extremely strong sense of crisis. However, despite this, she didn't show half a bit of fear in her demeanor, and only faintly returned, "Sorry, not interested." The other party was silent for an instant, and the next moment, sighed, "Such a good talent. It's really a pity." The instant his voice fell, a slight turbulence suddenly appeared in the space around Xiaoshi, and at this moment, Xiaoshi suddenly looked to the right front corner. At the same time, her small hand suddenly flung out. Snort! The sound of a star sign cutting through the air rang out abruptly. When the star card flew 3 meters away, it was like it had touched a sheet of transparent glass. Ka-ching! In the next moment, the sound of glass shattering sounded steeply. The instant this voice came out, the space around Xiaoshi suddenly regained its calm. However, in the blink of an eye, that 5-element star sign flew to the place where Xiaoshi's line of sight had just fallen. However, very soon, the 5-element star sign suddenly stopped in mid-air as if it had encountered some obstacle. This is? The old man's shocked echoes sounded once again. However, just as his voice rang out, "Boo!" the 5 elements above the star sign suddenly exploded. Bam! The sound of several feet steeply retreating rang out. Soon, an old man with white hair who looked to be around 60 years old appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The old man was covering his chest tightly when he appeared. He forced down the chi and blood that was churning in his chest, his eyes staring at Xiaoshi Dao. A special star sign, but I was the one who was gullible. The moment the words fell, a flash of chilling killing intent abruptly flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshi. At this moment, the sense of crisis in Xiaoxi's heart was thick to the extreme, and just as she was pondering how to maximize her chances of winning, the old woman's voice suddenly came from a short distance away. "If you want to move her, you have to ask if I agree with you." Just as the old woman's voice fell, her body suddenly turned into a black mist. In the next moment, her figure disappeared into thin air along with the old man. The surrounding crowd looked at this scene that was nearly beyond their knowledge, and for a moment, they were all somewhat unable to return to their senses. Soon, there was a noticeable turbulence in the space of the prison cell. The crowd's ears then rang with the sound of a fight. Because of the unknown situation, the surrounding crowd did not dare to act rashly. After a long time, the old man's slightly panicked voice suddenly rang out. "Who the hell are you?" He was answered by a silence and a more intense attack. "You are indeed very strong. Today I let that little girl away out of life, but you are obviously seriously injured and not yet healed. Next time you meet me I'm afraid you won't be so lucky." Well, with the muffled grunt of pain emanating from the old man's mouth, the surrounding space gradually regained its calm. Soon, the old woman figure reappeared in front of the crowd. Only at this moment, her withered old face was clearly a bit pale. She sighed as she walked slowly over to Shushi. A spatial star sign is indeed not comparable to an ordinary star sign. I wasn't able to leave that old man behind, but those 7-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire were poisoned by my old self's dark poison, and even if they survived, they would still be some kind of invalids. With that, the old woman slowly raised her hand. Then, a black ring appeared in front of Xiaoshi. That old man's ring. There are 10 cubic meters of space inside. It's quite a lot of stuff. Keep it. Xiaoxia looked at the old woman who was obviously a bit weak at this time, and sighed in her heart. Now she's still not strong enough? And then, she shook her head slightly. "This is your trophy. Keep it." The old woman sniffed, and the slightest hint of a smile suddenly appeared on her slightly terrified face. "If you hadn't injured him first, old me wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. Moreover, you should have heard it just now. If my old body can completely recover enough to kill him, these are for you." You can only completely cure my old body if your strength becomes stronger. Saying that, she lifted up Xiaoshi's hand without saying a word and placed it on Xiaoshi's hand. Xiaoshi glanced at the ring and looked up at the old woman's eyes with a light smile. Good. At this time, the old woman didn't realize how great a benefit she had brought to herself with this simple act. Seeing this, Long Yuan's lifted heart finally relaxed. And then, his gaze landed on Rongdi, whose arm was numb from pain and his consciousness was gradually waking up in turn. Then, he looked at Xiaoshi, and some excitement and expectation flashed vaguely in the bottom of his eyes. Previously, he hadn't realized that there were so many star ambassadors in Xiaoshi's Skywolf regiment, and hadn't moved to make the Xia kingdom a great Xia empire. But now, Chapter 240, Xiaoshi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me, 30, just as Long Yuan's eyes gradually revealed some contemplative colors. Emperor Rong looked at Xiaoshi and Green Wolf, and a flash of morose killing intent swiftly flashed across his eyes. As the monarch of the Xia kingdom, his body was known as a body of 10,000 gold, and he had never suffered even such damage as a broken skin. But now, because of Xiaoshi and the Green Wolf, his arms were broken raw. Feeling his arms that were hurting to the point of near unconsciousness, Emperor Rong looked at the two with a gaze that seemed to be able to kill. Then, that weak but extremely cold voice came out from his mouth. Dragon Shadow Guards, listen to the order. Take down all of the Skywolf regiment. Because he was too weak and had just been immersed under the pain of having his arms broken, he didn't have much of a sense of the old woman's strength. At this moment, under extreme anger, he only wanted the Dragon Shadow Guards to immediately take control of Xiaoshi and Qinggu. He would cut off the limbs of the two men with his own hands so that they would truly feel the pain he had experienced. However, until now, Emperor Rong still hadn't realized that the most fundamental culprit for his current situation was himself. If he hadn't invited the Sunset Imperials over, none of this would have happened. At the same time, because of his inner fear and awe of the Sunset Imperials, he was clearly injured by the Sunset Imperials, but he subconsciously placed the blame on Xiaoshi and Qinggu. When Xiaoshi heard Emperor Rong's command, the gaze she looked at him had calmed down to the point where there were no more ripples. Even, her gaze towards Emperor Rong had been as if she was looking at someone who was about to die. And besides Xiaoshi, the old woman suddenly stepped forward. Although killing an emperor of a country would bring her no small amount of trouble, she had already promised to guard Xiaoshi for 3 years. As long as she didn't die, no one could touch Natsuki. Wait! Xiaoshi suddenly raised her hand to stop the old woman's movement. She could tell that because she had just struck out against that old man from the Sunset Empire who possessed a spatial star sign, the old woman was in an extremely poor state at the moment. On the other hand, the 5 battle emperors, 3 star kings, and 27 senior star envoys in that Dragon Shadow Guard on the opposite side of the room had barely consumed anything. At this moment, if the old woman were to make a move to deal with these 30 or so extremely powerful Dragon Shadow Guards, it would be completely vicious. Xiaoxia looked at the Dragon Shadow Guards who were quickly approaching her because of Emperor Rong's order and opened her mouth to ask. You are the bottom card that can only be utilized at the time of the Xia Kingdom's survival. Emperor Rong usually has no qualifications to order you to do anything, right? Her warrior rank was at the peak of Battle Emperor, while the Star Envoy rank, at Beginner Star Emperor. If she were to strike with all her might right now, she would have 70% certainty of killing all the Dragon Shadow Guards on the scene. But correspondingly, there was a 90% chance that she would be seriously injured by these people. She didn't want to get into a fight to the death with these Dragon Shadow Guards who were useful to Xia as a last resort. The Dragon Shadow Guards that came closer suddenly lurched in their footsteps when they heard Xiaoshi's question. And then, the 2 Dragon Shadow Guards in the lead glanced at each other with a few moments of hesitation in their expressions. They had been trained as Dragon Shadow Guards since birth. Only that during the decades of domestic peace in Xia, they had never been put to use. So much so that when they heard Emperor Rong's orders, they subconsciously wanted to obey. What are you guys waiting for? When Emperor Rong saw the movements of the crowd, his brows suddenly tightened and he chided in a cold voice. The 2 Dragon Shadow Guards in the lead hesitated for a split second, and then, they actually retreated to Rongdi's side. Your Majesty, our duty is to protect you and the Xia Kingdom. According to our ancestors' legacy, we are not allowed to make a move until you and the Xia Kingdom are at the point of life and death. When Emperor Rong heard the Dragon Shadow Guard's words, his chest appeared to rise and fall violently under his anger. It was even if Xiaxia and Chang Wolf were rude to him and even tried to count his life. But now the Dragon Shadow Guards even dared to disobey his orders. Has there ever been a monarch of any country so feckless as he? What's the point of sitting on this monarch's throne for him? Chapter 241, Xiaoxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me, 31. On the side, Long Yuan, whose heart had just suddenly lifted up because of the Dragon Shadow Guard's movements, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. And just as he was considering how to make a scene, the device on his wrist suddenly flashed. Upon seeing what was displayed on the screen, he suddenly looked up at Xiashi. The latest urgent report has come from the extraterrestrial battlefield. The Sunset Empire, the Ancient Spirit Empire, and the Star Mango Empire sent a total of 30 star ambassadors to infiltrate the territorial waters of our Summer Kingdom, and discovered an extremely powerful star ambassador ancestor graveyard on an island, from which the three empires brought out 3 blocked treasure boxes. They haven't opened the treasure box for the time being, but if any country opens it, the strength of the country's star envoys will surely see an unimaginable increase, and at that time, it's highly likely that a fatal blow may be dealt to my summer country. In addition, the Sunset Empire has struck the border of our Summer Kingdom. If we don't send reinforcements immediately, in less than 3 days, our Xia border will be broken. What? Upon hearing this terrible news, Emperor Rong, who was trembling with anger by the dragon shadow guard, violently opened his eyes wide. In just an instant, the fear born in his heart directly replaced his anger. After all, if the people of the Sunset Empire were allowed to fight their way in, not to mention that his brother Rong Yi couldn't be saved, even he, himself, would be doomed together. What to do? What now? In panic, he subconsciously looked at the dragon shadow guard beside him. However, the dragon shadow guards did not look away, as if they were silently telling him that it was not their duty to go out and fight. Rong Di lightly draws the corners of his mouth. However, thinking about the fact that the dragon shadow guards were indeed unable to leave the imperial city, he was still able to extinguish the thought as well. At a loss for words, Emperor Rong's gaze suddenly landed on Xiashi and the members of the Skywolf Regiment, and just as he was looking at Xiashi and the others, the Xia executives who had previously followed Lin Juanan to the gravity interrogation room suddenly stood out. Soon after, one of them looked solemn as he cupped his fists to Xiashi. Chief Xia, only you and the Skywolf Regiment can save the Xia Kingdom from the fire now. The other War Ministry executives saw this and hastened to do as they were told. I implore Chieftain Xia to march for our country and pacify the war between our country and the Sunset Empire. Please, Chief Xia, go out and defend the country. I beg Chief Xia to march for his country. Seeing this, Emperor Rong struggled to suppress the killing intent towards Xiashi in his heart. No matter how dim he was, he knew that his life was the most important thing. And now, the only ones who could save him and the Xia Kingdom from the flames were Xiashi and the 14 extra star ambassadors that the Skywolf Regiment suddenly had. Afterwards, Emperor Rong took a deep breath and tried to suppress his murderous thoughts towards Xiashi. He looked coldly askance at Xiashi, his tone showing the bosom and temperament of being the monarch of the Xia Kingdom. Xiashi, you have committed many crimes, and you should be beheaded for your crimes. But on account of your many years of extraterritorial warfare and the many battle achievements you've made, I order you, as the sovereign of the Xia Kingdom, to return to the extraterritorial battlefield immediately and guard the safety and security of the Xia Kingdom. And, within 3 days, rescue Chief Yun-yi, who has been captured by the Sunset Empire. No mistake shall be made. Xiashi suddenly smiled as she listened to Emperor Rong's commanding tone that was full of favors. Only that smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. Rong Di, this is your attitude of begging? She did have some interest in the jade box that the 3 empires had taken out from the graveyard of that star ambassador's ancestor, but it didn't mean that she would accept this commanding order from Emperor Rong just because she wanted those 3 jade boxes. When the surrounding War Ministry executives saw Xiaxi's reaction, the faces that looked at Emperor Rong more or less revealed a bit of reproach. When Emperor Rong heard Xiaxi's words, his complexion instantly became a few points colder once again. This is a chance for you to redeem yourself. Chapter 242, Xiaxi, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me. 32. Xiaxi looked at him like he was an idiot. That's a chance you'd better save for someone who needs it. After saying that, she glanced deeply at the dragon shadow guards beside Emperor Rong, and was about to drag up the Gonting leader on the ground and turn around to leave. Speaking of which, I don't know whether it was because the Mayata leader had just been stepped on by her, or because the Mayata leader was not as valuable as the 7-star ambassadors in that old man's eyes, but the Mayata leader whose legs had been broken by her was not taken away. Now, the time had also come for her to fulfill her earlier promise to kill the Miato leader to sacrifice him to the heavens. As for Emperor Young, the dragon shadow guards would not follow Emperor Rong's orders to actively strike at her, but if she were to kill Emperor Rong, the dragon shadow guards would never let it go. But give her some time. When she or her Skywolf Regiment members had the strength to crush the dragon shadow guards, that was when the Xia Kingdom's monarch's position would change. As for that candidate for the monarch's position, wait until she has time to find Lin Juanan to discuss it. Emperor Rong stared closely at Xiaxi's every move, and the anger in his heart seemed like it might spill out at any moment. However, no matter how angry he was, he understood that he had no cards that could threaten Xiaxi right now. And once the Sunset Empire attacked the Xia Kingdom, the dragon shadow guards might not be able to save him, but Xiaxi might not die. With that, Emperor Rong strongly suppressed the anger that was on the verge of erupting and shouted at Xiashi, "Stop!" However, Xiaxia's movements did not pause for a second. At this moment, Emperor Rong was already going mad. However, he could only hold back the urge to be so angry that he spat out blood, his slightly crimson gaze staring at Xiashi as he opened his mouth. "Say it! What will it take for you to be willing to lead the Skywolf Regiment's men forward to repel the Sunset Empire?" Natsuki still didn't even look at him. Emperor Rong gritted his teeth. "Your family and friends, they are all within the Summer Kingdom. If the people of the Sunset Empire break through the gates of the country, or even if the country falls, do you know what they are about to go through?" Natsuki's movements then gave a slight lurch, though she thought she would have no trouble trying to keep her mother and brother with her abilities. Yet they may not want to live in a different country. And, even for the sake of the friend who had died because of her, it was true that she didn't really want the Summer Kingdom to go into extinction. "It's not entirely out of the question to want me to go to war. But, begging, there should be an attitude of begging." Emperor Rong sniffed, his expression a few points colder. "What attitude do you want?" Shashi slowly hooked his lips. "Kneel down and beg me." Boom! For short words, just like a flat thunder, bombarded the surrounding crowd's mind a blank. At this moment, everyone's faces that looked at Xiashi revealed disbelief that was thick to the extreme. And Emperor Rong's gaze towards Xiashi was like a sharp blade that seemed to be able to lynch her at any time. He suddenly clenched his fists, and at the same time, 3 incomparably firm words came out of his mouth. "You dream." Xiashi was not surprised to hear Rongdi's words. She laughed lightly and spread her hands and said, "Then there's no talk." From the time she was imprisoned here by Emperor Rong, she had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Xia Kingdom. For the sake of her loved ones, she could consider returning to the battlefield. But, young Di had to pay for what he had done. The surrounding senior officers of the War Ministry looked at Xiaxi's words that were not meant to be half a joke, and thought of the scene of the Xia border being broken in 3 days at the most and the country's blood flowing into the river. Soon after, Long Yuan looked at Emperor Rong and advised in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, it's just an apology. It's nothing compared to the survival of the country and the contributions that Chief Xia has made to Xia for so many years." Yeah, Chief Xia would hang those people from the Sunset Empire on the gate of the War Ministry also for the sake of the Xia Kingdom. And yet His Majesty has imprisoned Chief Xia here. This is indeed a matter where His Majesty has somewhat wronged Chief Xia. Your Majesty, take this kneeling for the sake of the country. For the sake of the people. I implore Your Majesty to put the country first. I implore Your Majesty to put your country first. As Emperor Rong listened to the extremely sincere persuasion of the crowd, the hand pointing at the crowd trembled violently. Against you all. How did the Summer Kingdom produce a bunch of you life-hungry things? Long Yuan lightly furrowed his brows before sighing. Your Majesty, even if you don't think about the country, you should think about it. If the country's gates are broken, will the people of the Sunset Empire spare you? Emperor Rong's body suddenly stiffened at his words. When he thought of the 50 powerful star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire, his heart couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Long Yuan laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this, but on his face, he still said with extreme solemnity, Your Majesty, at this point in time, the only ones who can save the Xia Kingdom are Chief Xia and the Skywolf Regiment, so I hope that Your Majesty will focus on the greater good. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd of War Ministry executives immediately opened their mouths and agreed. I still hope that Your Majesty has the greater good in mind. Emperor Rong looked at the members of the Skywolf Regiment before his gaze gazed at Xiaxi's face. I'll meet you on any other terms. However, without waiting for him to continue, Xiashi directly interrupted. If you want me to go to war, get down on your knees and beg me first. Emperor Rong looked at Xiashi, who didn't have the slightest intention of discussing with himself, and stiffened again. It seems that I can't see your sincerity. In that case, I won't waste my time here. Saying that, Shashi turned around without mercy. However, just the moment she turned around, boo! Chapter 243, Xiashi restores her appearance. 1. Xia made a movement, and then slightly inclined her head. Seeing that, at that moment, Rong Di had already knelt down to her. However, the face he looked at Xiashi with was filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. However, contrary to his countenance, there was a resounding voice of great righteousness. For the sake of the country and the people, what's the harm even if I kneel down to you? When he finished speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on Xiashi and said almost word for word, Now, are you satisfied? Xiashi looked at the Rong Emperor, who was still trying his best to maintain his ridiculous dignity until this moment, and really felt a bit ridiculous. However, since Emperor Rong had knelt, she was not an unreasonable person. She looked askance at the kneeling Rong Emperor and said faintly, 3 conditions. Emperor Rong snapped at his words. In the next moment, a layer of angry crimson suddenly colored his face. Don't you give an inch. Natsuki laughed softly. Then it can't be helped. Chief Xia, When the surrounding crowd of executives who had just been relieved because Emperor Rong kneeled down saw this, their hearts suddenly lifted up again. Your Majesty, why don't we listen to what Chief Xia has to claim first? A high-ranking person opened his mouth and proposed. Emperor Rong sniffed and fell silent. But thinking about it, he'd knelt all the way down. So it wasn't too bad to listen to Xia Shi's conditions. He took a deep breath, then looked at Xia Shi and spoke. What conditions? First, a public apology for locking me up here with these people from the serious core. When Xia Xia's words fell, Emperor Rong's face instantly became even more ugly. What did he put Shashi in here for? It was Shashi who had cut off the limbs of those fallen empire combatants and hung them on the gate of the war ministry. If he made this matter public, it was highly likely that the public's anger towards the Sunset Empire would be transferred onto him. Most importantly, as the monarch of the Xia kingdom, he had always believed in one principle. He said the right things and made the right decisions. Even if it's wrong, it's still right because it's what he said. Never in his life did he think he'd ever do something like admit he was wrong or apologize. Even in his mind, making him apologize was little better than killing him. If you don't want to, forget it, there's no point in forcing it. When Emperor Rong heard Xia Shi's words, he didn't reject them directly, but stared at her closely and opened his mouth. What are the other two conditions? Xia Shi faintly swept him a glance. If you can't fulfill the first condition, the other two conditions are meaningless, aren't they? A senior member of the war ministry saw this and hurriedly advised Emperor Rong. Your Majesty, it's just an apology. It's not a substantial loss to you, so you should answer it. Yes, Your Majesty, you are indeed at fault in this matter, and a public apology might instead establish a virtuous image in the hearts of the people. I implore Your Majesty to put the country first and the people first. As Emperor Rong looked at one of the war ministry's top executives who were standing around, another mouthful of old blood rushed up his throat. However, when he thought that if the Sunset Empire attacked the Xia kingdom, he would have to lose not his dignity but his life, he could not help but inhale fiercely while trying to swallow down the qi and blood that had surged up. Afterward, he looked at Xia Shi and gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree to the first condition. When Long Yuan and the surrounding war ministry executives saw Emperor Rong nodding his head, a bright aura flashed in the bottom of their eyes. At this moment, the crowd suddenly felt that it might not be a bad thing that Emperor Rong hadn't been directly killed by the people of the Sunset Empire. After all, the monarch's position in the Xia kingdom was hereditary, and Xia Shi was not halfway related to Emperor Rong in terms of bloodline. If Emperor Rong died and they directly embraced Xia Shi as the new monarch, it was highly likely that they would be met with skepticism and opposition from the populace. But letting the populace know how inferior things young Di has done is different. This matter coming to light would undoubtedly weaken Emperor Rong's prestige to a great extent, and would surely cause Xia Shi's reputation to instantly rise up. This undoubtedly created the conditions for Xia Shi to become the monarch of the Xia kingdom or even the great Xia emperor. Emperor Rong did not notice the change in the surrounding crowd's expressions, but instead opened his mouth to Xia Shi once again and asked, "And the second condition?" Xia Shi smiled faintly. "I will tell you myself after you fulfill the first condition. This first condition is the easiest." She knew that Emperor Rong might be torn, but he would definitely agree afterward. Emperor Rong hesitated about to agree. However, when he was about to raise his hand, he suddenly felt both arms completely lose consciousness. At once, his breathing steepened. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had neglected his rawly broken arm and fingers because of his desire to kill Xia Shi and receiving bad news from the battlefield. In the next moment, he looked at Long Yuan in panic and hurriedly commanded, "Long Yuan, take me to the war zone hospital immediately. His arms must not be wasted. Mustn't. Otherwise it is highly likely that he will lose not only his monarchy, but his ability to take care of himself." Long Yuan heard Emperor Rong's words and responded in a nonchalant manner. Good. After saying that, he ordered his men to drag up the 5 people on the ground who were previously on Emperor Rong's side and had been severely injured by the star envoy of the Sunset Empire. After that, he instructed a few higher-ups to dispose of the corpses of the Sunset Empire's people before leading Emperor Rong in the direction of the prison's gate. "Long Yuan, can't you see what's going on with my arm right now? My subordinate is old and has bad legs. I hope your majesty will forgive me." After the crowd left, Xia Shi instructed Tian Lang and the others to continue training before leaving the underground prison. As she walked to the gate of the war ministry, she dry-humped the Miato leader and hung the man on the war ministry gate. After casually snapping a picture, Xia Shi left the war department. Half an hour later, she walked through the Feng family gate with the token that the Feng family head had given her earlier. 10 days ago, she had calmed Feng Jing down to avoid having him do a favor when he came over to blow up the prison. Since Emperor Rong wanted to apologize, it was also time for the fruits of Feng Jing's labor to come in handy. Just as she walked to the door of the Feng family lord's residence, a voice that was more or less infatuated in its helplessness came over. "Dad, what kind of marriage? You've already said that the one who saved me was my idol, Captain Skywolf, and he has saved my life. So isn't it right for me to give my body in return? Inside the room, the head of the Feng family sniffed with a complicated expression and glanced at Feng Jing, whose eyes were glued to the computer on the side, before frowning. Should what? People are already seeing someone. He suddenly regretted a little that he hadn't told him the fact that the Skywolf leader was female when his daughter came to her senses for fear of disappointing her. Now he really didn't know how to talk. When Feng Ting heard the Feng family head's words, she let out a light hum in obvious disbelief. You don't believe in your daughter's good looks? Anyway, she's not married. What kind of corner can I dig up? Saying that, Feng Ting seemed to poke Feng Jing, who was on the side, as if she was looking for approval. Brother, do you think my sister is right? Then, outside the door, Xiaxi saw Feng Jing looking at the computer, and I don't know if he heard Feng Ting's question, but he gave a hum anyway. Chapter 244 Xiaxia restores her appearance. 2. Xiaxi, the Feng family head in the room. Although he understood that Feng Jing probably didn't know that the new Tianlang leader was Xiaxi, but no matter what, the fact that his own son agreed to be tapped by his own daughter couldn't be justified in any way. However, the embarrassment on the Feng family lord's face only flickered. Then, he looked at Feng Ting and frowned, his face slightly cold as he said, Feng Ting, I've told you that he's seeing someone and you still don't give up. Is that how I taught you? Feng Ting skimmed her small mouth when she saw this. You're obviously worried that I'm not good enough for him. That's why you lied to me that he has a date to try to get me to know what's going on. I've inquired about it all before. The Skywolf Regiment's people are not allowed to have ambiguities with anyone in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and as the head of the regiment, he definitely has to set a good example. As for returning to China, he only returned to China a few days ago. Are single for so many years, can still just return to China to find a person at light speed? Master Feng, what to do? It's so tempting to just tell her silly daughter that not only did they find it at the speed of light, but the person they're with is right in front of you right now. Brother, I must chase the Tianlang leader to show our father, but I've never chased a man before and I don't have much experience. Will you help me? Feng Jing's hands on the keyboard suddenly lurched as he sniffed, and then he looked at Feng Ting and furrowed his eyebrows that were drawn like ink. He looks like he's had experience chasing men? I don't know if it was because blood ties could still produce a bit of subtle telepathy, but Feng Ting saw Feng Jing's expression and understood what he was thinking almost instantly. Ha! What are you thinking? You've never chased a boy before. Have you ever chased a girl before? I've heard people say that it's the same for chasing men and women. Take out your high school skills of changing a girl a day, give me a few tips, and it's not a piece of cake for me to get together with that wolf leader. On the side, the Feng family head was suddenly stunned for a moment when he heard Feng Ting's words. In the next moment, the face he looked at Feng Jing was suddenly serious, and he questioned with a dignified expression. I said, why did you get such bad grades in high school? Say, what did you do then? Feng Jing, if he hadn't inherited the original owner's memories when he was reborn in this body, I'm afraid he would have wondered what he had really done. Speaking of which, in the original owner's memory, there were indeed many girls who liked to surround him in high school, but it's the girls who are coming forward. At that time, those girls fancy the original master posture. No, the original master embarrassed to reject people. One day a turn to the original master in front of the courtesies. However, because the school has a rule prohibiting romance, the original owner is timid and afraid of being chased by the Feng family head with a whip. So, even if those girls came to him anymore, the original owner and those girls had never even held hands since the beginning. However, without waiting for Feng Jing to say anything, Xiaxi had already walked slowly into the room. Feng Jing's heart suddenly thumped the moment he saw Xiaxi, and right at that moment, deep consternation overflowed on the Feng family master's face as he looked at Xiaxi. Summer. The two words chief were just about to come out, when the Feng family had suddenly thought of something and stopped his words. Xiaxi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw the Feng family head's reaction. Master Feng, did I come at a bad time? The Feng family lord quickly shook his head. How could that be? Saying that, he hesitantly looked at Xiaxi and asked, how did you get out of that place? He had heard that Xiaxi had done something that was beyond the pale, causing Emperor Rong to become furious, directly stripping her of her identity as the Grand Chief and the leader of the Tianlang, and locking her and the members of the Tianlang regiment into an underground prison. If not, the silver needles on Feng Ting's body would not have been pulled off by Feng Jing. Xiaxi looked at the concern on the Feng family master's face and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's not a prison breakout. On the side, Feng Ting was stunned when she heard Xiaxi's reply. She hurriedly stared at Xiaxi closely and asked, what are you? The sharp intuition practiced on the battlefield told her that the young girl in front of her was dangerous. Coupled with the word jailbreak that Xiaxi uttered, the alarm went off in her heart almost instantly. When Xiaxi heard Feng Ting's questioning, The eyes that looked at her were suddenly tinted with a few hints of laughter. Feng Jing, this sister is really interesting. Don't even know who she is and you decide to give yourself to her? Chapter 245 Xia restores her appearance. 3. However, without waiting for Xia to reply, the Feng family head who was worried about his daughter whose body had not completely healed and who had been struck after learning that the object of his crush for many years was Xia hurriedly said, Ahem, Tingle, let me introduce you. This is your brother's girlfriend. Feng Ting froze for a full 3 seconds when she heard the Feng family head's words. In the next moment, she suddenly developed an urge to cry. It's okay for my brother to have fun with those girls in high school. Now, the younger brother is at the point of bringing his girlfriend to meet the parents. All meet the parents. Is meeting the parents any closer to marriage? But what about her? What about her? She's 24 years old and still hasn't had a single boyfriend. It's too much of a blow. This is just too much of a blow. No way. She had to find her Skylark leader husband. Then, get married before her brother does. Xia couldn't help but smile slightly as he watched the constantly changing colors on Feng Ting's small face. This Seal Ting seems kinda cute. Seeing that his daughter was obviously a bit out of sorts, the Feng family had hurriedly looked at Xia and asked, You came over today? Came to see Feng Jing about something. Hearing Xia's reply, the Feng family had nodded slightly, and he was afraid that Feng Ting would once again speak out of turn, so he hurriedly pulled Feng Ting's arm. Tingle, Dad suddenly remembered something. You come with me. Good. Feng Ting, who had been devastated by the knowledge that his brother had a girlfriend and was about to cry and hang himself to question his own old father about where the Tianlang leader was right now, hurriedly nodded her head. And then, she looked at Xia and Feng Jing and smiled meaningfully. Brother, you guys have a good chat. Sis will leave first Oh yeah. And don't forget your promise to your sister to help chase people. After saying that, Feng Ting didn't wait for Feng Jing's response before quickly walking out of the room. After the Feng family had nodded slightly with Xia, he also walked out. Baby, I heard you changed girlfriends a day in high school? Feng Jing, he's not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm jealous. Tell me, what's it going to take to make it up to me? When Feng Jing heard Xia's tone of voice, he probably knew what kind of tricks she was playing in her mind. He raised a nice eyebrow lightly. How do you want to make it up? Just promise to make it up to me. Specifically. Speaking of this, Xia looked at Feng Jing as if she could penetrate his clothes and see the essence, and then she went on to speak, with just the slightest hint of something else evident in her tone. In the evening, when Feng Jing heard Xia's words, his breathing obviously shortened a few points. On Xia's shoulder, the little fox sniffed, and those narrow, good-looking eyes were filled with dislike. Woman, in broad daylight, can't you be a little more reserved? Xia fatally swept a glance at it and directly raised his hand to lift the back of its neck and threw it out. Boo! The little fox's soft little body slammed against the door of the room, and a dull thud came out. After landing, the little fox's eyes overflowed with aggression and sorrow as it looked at Xia. This look is like a young daughter-in-law who has been abandoned by her heartless husband. Feng Jing looked at the little fox who was full of drama and lightly hooked his lips before looking at Xia and asking, It's almost lunchtime. Would you like a roasted fox? Little fox. He suspected that the dead man was trying to harm him and had found proof. At this moment, he suddenly regretted a little bit that he hadn't practiced the Fox clan's watchful skills before. If he had hooked this woman last time, where would this dead man still be arrogant in front of him? Xia faintly swept a glance at the little fox, then faintly said to Feng Jing, Chapter 246 Xia restores her appearance. 4. Roasted fox is even better. It doesn't look like much meat or food. The little fox's eyes snapped open when she heard Natsuki's reply. Can't get enough? Is that the point? Shouldn't it be because he's soft and warm? Xia didn't look at the little fox's reaction when she finished speaking and then asked Feng Jing, Do you have time later? Go to the pet market with me if you do? When the little fox heard Xia's words, her petite and soft little body steeply stiffened. In this instant, the words that Xia had previously told him about finding him a female fox suddenly came to his mind. No, you can't. Can you? This woman can't be that heartless, can she? Feng Jing sniffed and gave the little fox a nonchalant glance before looking at Xia and asking, Ready to slaughter for a new pet? The little fox's body shook uncontrollably. In the next moment, the resentment in his pair of fox eyes that looked at Feng Jing deepened a few points. Either he was going to roast him for meat or slaughter him for the woman to get a new pet. And sooner or later he was going to make this dead man regret ever treating him this way. Hearing Feng Jing's unusually serious question, Xia couldn't help but tickle the corner of her lips, and then once again couldn't help but kiss the corner of his lips as she said in a funny tone, Why are you even jealous of a fox? Feng Jing subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to touch the place Xia had kissed, but thinking about it for fear of her pride, he stopped his movement. And then, With his handsome face extremely serious, he uttered a mouthful of words. Not jealous. Xiashi didn't say anything more when she heard this, only the smile at the corner of her lips deepened. A few moments later, Xiaxi and Fengjing's figures appeared inside an extremely famous pet store in Imperial City. At this point, the little fox seemed to have given up struggling. Its tiny body was breathlessly paralyzed on Xiaxi's shoulder, full of despair and helplessness. However, although he had completely conceded defeat, Xiaxi clearly had no intention of letting him go. After walking to the pet fox area, Xiaxi looked at the foxes in front of him that had more than 10 varieties, and very democratically carried the small fox on his shoulder down. Here, see if there's anything you like? Little fox, is it really okay to bully fox like this? But despite knowing it was useless, he still struggled to open his mouth. These lowly breeds are not worthy of. Then, before the latter words could be said, his eyes suddenly fixed on a palm-sized fox with a snow-white body, but with ice-blue eyes. Natsuki raised an eyebrow at the sight. Before, he had a look of sworn chastity, but now he couldn't take his eyes off of people when he looked at them. So much for a straight face. Ha! But although he mentally spat out a sentence, Xiaxi still pointed at the little blue-eyed fox and said to the shopkeeper who was following him, "Please take that one out for me." The little fox didn't say anything. Her eyes were still glued to that little blue-eyed fox, a pair of fox eyes filled with disbelief. Soon, the little blue-eyed fox was fetched by the clerk. The moment it lost its bindings, the blue-eyed little fox blinked and leapt onto Xiaxi's shoulder, then directly pounced onto the little fox and started a rubbing. Xiaxi said with a flirtatious smile on her face when she saw this, "I can't see it. You're so popular with female foxes?" The little fox who was frantically dodging exploded almost instantly at the words. "Woman, who told you he was a female fox?" After saying that, the little fox mercilessly slapped the blue-eyed little fox in the face, directly sending the fox flying. However, almost at the moment of landing, the blue-eyed little fox little legs on the ground a little bit, once again pounced on the little fox. Once again, the little fox smacked it away in disgust, but the blue-eyed little fox clearly had a persevering heart, and every time he was swatted away, he was able to rejoin the little fox again at the first opportunity. The 8th time the blue-eyed little fox shot away, and again by the other side pounced after the little fox, finally realized that every time he shot away the other side again to be pounced on, he was going to be taken advantage of for a time. For the 9th time, the little fox didn't swat it away again, but gave a righteous warning, "Don't you touch me, I'm not." However, right after the little fox said this, the blue-eyed little fox blinked its big watery eyes twice as if it understood, and then suddenly came close to the little fox and pointed at the little fox's little mouth. Barta. Chapter 247, Xiaxia restores her appearance. 5. Boom. The moment she felt the touch on her mouth, the little fox's mind instantly went blank. It took a few breaths before he slowly came back to his senses, and at the moment, there was only one thought left in his entire mind. Grass. The master was molested? He looked up sharply at the blue-eyed little fox that had obviously done something bad, but still blinked a pair of clear and innocent eyes, and suddenly raised both paws and fiercely pinched the blue-eyed little fox's neck. In fact, to say that it was a pinch, it would be better to say that the two small paws hit the sides of the blue-eyed little fox's neck, and the two paws pressed hard in the center while shaking each other's heads frantically. Little Master has said that Little Master doesn't engage in sex. Don't you understand the fox language? Even if you might not really understand Little Master's words now, you can't be a hooligan in public. Little Master lost his first kiss. You pay for my first kiss. Xiaxi couldn't help but lightly draw the corners of her mouth as she listened to the little fox that was wailing madly in her own heart. These wails of the little fox that sounded so depressed that she wanted to die would not be heard, let alone understood, by anyone other than her. But, might not really understand him now? So, you've been able to hear it before? Xiaxi raised her hand and stroked her chin, looking at the blue-eyed little fox with some interest and curiosity on her face. Just then, the clerk looked at the blue-eyed little fox that had allowed the little fox to shake to its death and froze without half a bit of resistance since the beginning, and his face gradually revealed a bit of worry. She hesitated for a moment, and somewhat hesitantly looked at Xiaxi and opened her mouth. Beauty, this little fox in the store might be a little out of sync with the one you have. Why don't you take a look at the others? Xiaxi sniffed and glanced at the blue-eyed little fox who was letting the little fox vent, and hooked her lips before she said to the shopkeeper, "No, I'll take this one." The moment Xiaxia's words fell, the little fox's movements abruptly froze. What? Why is this woman's mind so vicious? If she bought the little blue-eyed fox, would his innocence be preserved? Isn't this woman afraid that no one will warm her bed in the future? But then, thinking that she was now under a roof after all, the little fox took a deep breath and still made an effort to try to communicate with Xiaxi. "Woman, can't you see that he even molested Little Master in public? If you buy him back, will little master's innocence still be preserved? Xiaoshi looked at the blue-eyed little fox who seemed to be a little dizzy by the little fox, but looked at the little fox whose eyes were still full of tenderness, and advised in a serious tone, if you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. Little fox, can he hit someone? And just as the little fox pondered what consequences would occur if he struck Xiaoshi, the blue-eyed little fox took advantage of the force of his claws to slow down, and his body suddenly leaned forward, then actually hugged him tightly. The little fox's body stiffened steeply. It was only after a few breaths that he pushed the other man in disgust. No one is allowed to get on top of the little master without his permission. Get up! Get up! However, it didn't work. The little fox instantly exploded. Grass, don't you understand what I'm saying? The blue-eyed little fox seemed to sense the little fox's emotions, and he hesitated for a moment before trying to slowly let go of the little fox and sit down next to him in a resigned manner. Xiaoshi looked at this appearance of the blue-eyed little fox, and looked at his own little fox's face with a slight hint of a smile. Obviously you can slap him to death, but you have to resist and try to push him away. TSK TSK. The little fox snapped to attention. Yeah, he should just shoot him. With that thought, the little fox suddenly raised its little paw. However, after seeing the blue-eyed little fox that didn't have a little bit of chicken blood just hit the general appearance, suddenly some can't get down. Forget it. Seeing his stupid face, he probably doesn't know anything. I'll let you off this time, but next time, I'll cut you. When Xiaoshi heard the little fox's warning without the slightest hint of a joke, there was suddenly more than a few points of sympathy in that gaze towards the blue-eyed little fox. Looks like you've got a long way to go in this pursuit of a husband. However, what Xiaoshi didn't expect was that tonight, when she saw the blue-eyed little fox saucing and stuffing her family's little fox, she experienced the feeling of being punched in the face by herself for the first time in her life. Chapter 248. Xiaoxia restores her appearance. 6. After Xiaoxia finished paying, she handed the packed blue-eyed little fox to Feng Jing, who had just been asked by her to wait at the door. Here. Feng Jing sniffed and subconsciously picked the thing up. Looking at the budding creatures in the cage, he looked directly at the little fox on Xiaoshi's shoulder, who was still reeling from losing his first kiss. Feng Jing raised an eyebrow, and a bewildering smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Bought him a female fox? Natsuki glanced at the blue-eyed little fox whose gender had been confused. Pretty much. What's more or less? It's much worse. If she was a female fox and dared to treat me like that, I would have killed her on the spot. Ha! Natsuki laughed without saying anything. The little fox once again exploded. You look down on little master? Natsuki sighed as she looked at the little fox. That's as if she'd ever looked up to him. If the little fox is really so capable, how can she not even give out her first kiss for over 1,000 years? Of course, to avoid pissing the little fox off, she just smiled and didn't say anything more. Just then, Feng Jing's cell phone suddenly rang. Feng Jing frowned and raised his hand, ready to reject the shutdown one-stop service. However, without waiting for his finger to press down, Xiaoshi's voice suddenly entered his ears. You take the call. I'll go over there. After saying that, Xiaoshi walked straight towards a building in front that covered an extremely large area. On the top of that building were written 4 big characters with dragons and phoenixes. 9 heavenly chambers of commerce. This was the largest chamber of commerce in the Xia kingdom, and the items traded within it were varied. But none of them were mortal. It was a place she'd wanted to visit when she'd come to the pet store. After all, the materials used to make the Star brand really gave her a bit of a headache. Although she had asked Empyrean to look for them before, those materials were too rare, and so far she had not been able to come up with any of them that could make an elemental star plaque. And just as Xiaoshi was about to walk to the Chamber of Commerce's gate, a figure she had seen only a few days ago appeared not far away. Xiaoshi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw the visitor. Jun Rong? That's right. This person was no one else but Jun Rong, who had lost a bet with Xiaoshi in the underground prison 10 days ago, promising to be on her side in the future, and had once suspected that Xiaoshi was secretly in love with him. However, he didn't notice Xiaoshi, but quickly walked over to the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce's bounty list and pasted a piece of paper onto it. At this time, there are not many people coming and going in front of the door of the 9 Heavenly Chambers of Commerce, and that reward immediately caused many people to gather around after it was posted. A heavy reward for finding someone? There's even someone in this world that the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce can't find? Xiaoshi? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. The Xia Kingdom is so big, there should be quite a few people named Xiaoxi, but the demands from above are a bit much. When Xiaoxia heard the words of the crowd, she immediately walked over quickly. Soon, she saw the paper, the requirements for the Shushi she was looking for. Extremely beautiful in appearance, with a light blue tear mole next to her right eye and a crescent-shaped birthmark the size of a finger cap at the base of her left thigh. The moment she saw that request, Xiaoxia's breath hitched a few times, because, What was written on the request was not far off from her previous life. Most importantly, the only people who knew that she had a birthmark at the base of her left thigh were her parents and brothers. Besides Fengjing, not caring about anything else, Xiaxie's figure appeared almost instantly in front of Junrong, who was about to leave, and asked directly, "Who posted this bounty?" Junrong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw Xiaxie. "You got out of jail so quickly?" In the morning he had heard that the woman was still in jail. Could it be that this woman really liked him and couldn't bear the pain of lovesickness, so she escaped from jail to look for him? Thinking of this, Junrong's handsome face as he looked at Xiaxie was clearly somewhat complicated. LOL. He's this ing charmer. What could he say no to in order to make this woman's heart feel better? Tell me, who posted the bounty? Seeing that Junrong didn't answer his question immediately, Xiaxie suddenly spoke again. Junrong sighed once again in his heart as he looked at Xiaxie, who was eager to perform in front of him. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, snort! A sound of paper being uncovered suddenly rang out. At that instant, Xiaxie, Junrong, and everyone around them, simultaneously looked over at the source of the sound. Then, a 27 or 18-year-old woman, wearing a tight-fitting outfit, with an extremely beautiful appearance, and, with a blue tear mole under her right eye, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. And then, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, she slowly walked over to Junrong, an almost seductive smile appearing on her small face. Who wants me? Chapter 249. Xiaxie restores her appearance. 7. The woman's clear and nice voice fell, and an incredulous murmur erupted around her. So she's the one the reward is looking for? It's only just been posted. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? It should be her, right? You guys look at that tear mole. Just now I thought there was an exaggeration when I read the reward that said the appearance was extremely beautiful, but now I feel that these 4 words are completely insufficient to describe her appearance. Xiaxie looked at the woman in front of her whose appearance was at least 80% similar to her own in her previous life, and her eyes abruptly narrowed. Not only was it so similar, there was a mole of tears in almost the exact same spot as in her previous life. Really? Is it a coincidence? In the meantime, Junrong looked at the beauty in front of him, and that heart that had not beat for many years because of anyone, suddenly went a few points faster. The woman in front of him was deservedly number 1 in terms of her looks in the eyes of everyone he had ever met. He never thought a woman could be so beautiful. The so-called demon but not colorful, charming but not vulgar. Nothing more than this. The woman did not show any semblance of surprise on her small face when she saw Junrong's reaction. She only smiled faintly. And then the voice that was as clear as a bead falling from a jade plate reached Junrong's ears. Hello, can you tell me who posted this reward? Junrong snapped back to his senses when he heard the woman ask again, trying to suppress his heart that was beating rapidly because of the woman's appearance. He asked with a serious look, "You match all the information written on the reward?" The woman looked as if she had heard a somewhat amusing question. Of course, why else would I have uncovered this reward? Junrong sniffed and glanced at the woman's stunningly beautiful face and the tear mole in the corner of her eye, really feeling that the woman in front of her was a bit unreal. You know, in order to find this Xiaxie, he has been investigating for a long time, but never found any person who meets the conditions. With no other choice, he posted this reward with the last glimmer of hope. How could he not have expected to find someone just as soon as he posted it? Is this going too well? Without waiting for Junrong to figure it out, an extremely nice but cool voice came from the side. Who are you? When the crowd heard the sound, they immediately looked over at the source of the sound. At once, countless cries of shock from the girls resounded around them. Not only the surrounding crowd, but even the woman named Xiaxie who had just appeared couldn't help but have a flash of amazement in her eyes when she saw Fengjing walking with a cold and handsome face. And Junrong froze directly in place. There had never been a man who, the moment he appeared, gave him the illusion that he was being compared to him, but the man in front of him gave him that feeling. Regardless of appearance or temperament, he felt that he was so little inferior to the man in front of him. The moment this feeling appeared, he almost immediately looked at the woman named Natsuki. When he saw the other party's gaze and the wipe of stunning, his heart suddenly cooled down. So many years he rarely see a desired woman. Is it going to be snatched away like this? Just when Junrong's heart was half cold, Fengjing stopped in front of Xiaxie. His pair of ink-like black eyes gazed at the woman in front of him, and his slightly cold voice was filled with a sense of unquestioning. Answer me, who are you? Although this woman was nowhere near as beautiful as the Xiaxie of her previous life, her facial features, the shape of her face, and the blue tear mole at the corner of her eye were all extremely similar to the Xiaxie of her previous life. He couldn't believe that there could really be 2 people in the world that looked so much alike. It was as if the woman was not affected in the slightest by the cold aura surrounding Fengjing. She hooked her lips into a smile, then slowly raised her curd-like 10 fingers and gently slid them towards Fengjing's neck. You can't hit on a girl like that.